Liu Chan traversed into a fantastical realm, acquiring a sign-in summoning system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and obtained a sect. Congratulations, host. You have received a disciple and a basic summoning card, successfully summoning two formidable beings at the Divine Transformation Realm. Chapter 1. Gaining two Divine Transformation Beings. In the Great Zhou Dynasty, amidst towering mountains where the peaks pierce the heavens, the breathtaking scenery melded with the ethereal clouds, creating an atmosphere rich in spiritual energy, palpable to the touch. Any cultivator who chanced upon this place would surely be astounded. Is this not a forbidden zone? How can the spiritual energy be so abundant? Atop one of the lofty peaks stood a man clad in white, his expression vacant as he surveyed the ancient, majestic structures adorning the mountaintops. His countenance shifted abruptly. He could no longer contain his exasperation. Ah, system, restore my immortal king cultivation. Please do not despair, host. Rejuvenate your spirit and believe in the light. The system implored, devoid of compassion. The sect's system has successfully bound. As long as the host strengthens and enlarges the sect, the immortal king cultivation shall soon be within your grasp. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, the white-clad man was taken aback. Wasn't the promise of relinquishing his cultivation supposed to be a mere fad? Now, he was being shackled to a sect. Was this to be his servitude? System, are you truly the mightiest system across the realms? What use do I have for a grand villa atop a mountain? I aspire to be an emperor, to ascend as an immortal sovereign, to reign supreme through the ages. You wretched system. Detecting the establishment of Kunlun sect, the sect's base has taken shape. Please recruit disciples within 3 days. Note, for each talented disciple recruited, the host shall receive a random summoning card. Additionally, the sect's base can be enhanced with each fixed reward. The voice in his mind ceased to address him, unceremoniously imposing a task upon him. Liu Chan gazed at the grand villa before him, troubled. Merely a day had passed since he had crossed into this fantastical world, and he had already signed in for immortal king cultivation. Yet, before he could revel in his fortune, this insufferable system retracted it, binding him to a sect and demanding he recruit disciples within 3 days. Frustration enveloped him, and he cursed the system. Fortunately, the system exhibited some semblance of reason, refraining from imposing severe penalties for failure. Detecting a genius near the sect, please proceed to recruit him. At the base of Kunlun sect, Lin Yun stood before 2 ancient stone pillars reaching into the clouds, inscribed with the characters for Kunlun. His expression shifted dramatically, astonished. This is the burial of a mortal's mountain range. It is a forbidden area. Could there truly be a sect here? Should I venture forth to investigate? Just as Lin Yun pondered, a voice resonated from the staircase behind the stone pillars. Descending with an air of nonchalance was Liu Chan, hands clasped behind his back. Young man, I perceive your exceptional roots and extraordinary physique, endowed with the potential of a divine king. A future emperor awaits you. Would you consider joining my Kunlun sect? Liu Chan regarded Lin Yun with an expression of serene confidence, exuding the aura of a peerless powerhouse, leaving Lin Yun momentarily speechless. Exceptional physique? A future emperor? Yet my kin deride me as a waste incapable of opening a spiritual vein and have cast me out of the family? The Kunlun sect? I came to the burial Immortal Mountain Range in search of opportunity, and this Kunlun sect appears quite formidable, with its stronghold nestled within this forbidden land. Lin Yun pondered to himself. At this moment, Liu Chan observed Lin Yun's doubtful expression, feeling a surge of anxiety, silently urging him to accept the offer. By acquiring a genius disciple, he could obtain a summoning card, and if he were to summon an emperor, it would grant him unparalleled power in this realm. May I inquire about the formidable individuals within your sect? Lin Yun timidly asked, although he was deemed a waste in his family, with no sect willing to accept him. The person before him spoke of either divine kings or emperors, as if he had encountered them before such audacity. Our Kunlun sect boasts countless powerful beings, unmatched in strength. Should you join us, there will be a strong individual to mentor you unknown, assisting you in becoming an extraordinary powerhouse. Liu Chan declared earnestly, puffing up his chest. Having read numerous novels about red-haired monsters in his previous life, Lin Yun was skeptical about the grand claims of divine kings and emperors. Is that truly the case? He gazed at Liu Chan in disbelief, unknown mentorship from an extraordinary powerhouse. Even the sacred lands would not dare to make such assurances, especially considering his inability to open a spiritual vein. Indeed, if I had not perceived your exceptional constitution, you would not qualify to enter Kunlun. Lu Chen replied confidently. Very well. Lin Yun thought it worth a try after all. No sect would welcome him, a waste incapable of opening a spiritual vein, especially after being abandoned by his family. Perhaps joining the Kunlun sect could provide a path to unlocking his potential. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a genius disciple, activating the Supreme Sect system, and received a basic summoning card, a cultivation card, and a guaranteed reward of a disciple's pavilion successfully established. As Lin Yun's words fell, Lu Chan received the system reward and felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. He was about to soar. In his previous life, Lu Chan was the last patriarch of the Burial Love family in the 21st century on Blue Star, who met his demise through treachery during a dance battle, succumbing to a respiratory infection from lime, being replaced with chili powder. Such cowardice was unbecoming of a dance emperor. His body and soul were transported to this world by the system, which forcibly bound him back to life, only to find his powers stripped away. Even more absurdly, the system had arranged for him to establish a sect. Had it not been for his exceptional persuasion skills, this boy would have likely departed long ago. Sect Master, is Kunlun truly atop the mountain peak? Lin Yun inquired, gazing at the heavenly staircase leading upward. Indeed, come, follow me into the sect. Lu Chen replied, standing with poise and nonchalance. He then gracefully turned and ascended the staircase, prompting Lin Yun to hastily follow. Within the sect, Lin Yun's eyes widened in awe as he beheld the ancient, grand pavilions soaring into the clouds. His heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Truly, the sect master did not deceive him. Yet, it feels as though something is missing, despite the grandeur. Lin Yun mused. But there's a distinct lack of vitality. He exclaimed in shock. I am the main hall of the sect. Lu Chan rubbed his hands together with excitement and exclaimed, System, quickly, use the cultivation card. Ding! Cultivation card used successfully. Congratulations, host. You have gained a millennium of cultivation. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a powerful force surged within Lu Chan, instantly filling his entire being. This energy coursed upward through his meridians, unlocking the 5 divine treasures of the human body. How exhilarating! Lu Chen could not help but shout. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, and a Tao palace materialized behind him, adorned with flowing runes that exuded an ancient aura. Within the Tao palace, a spectral figure resembling Lu Chan sat in repose. Soon after, the ethereal image of the Tao palace began to merge into Lu Chen's body, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Transformation realm. Lu Chan sensed the formidable power within him, and his expression brightened with joy. Though he had yet to experience the cultivation of the immortal king, he at least possessed some level of power now. In the transformation realm, I now have the capability for self-preservation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. According to the information provided by the system, he understood that this world was known as the immortal Martial Continent, vast and boundless, with a strong-held dominion and countless sects and dynasties flourished. Mighty beings could move mountains and fill seas, splitting the heavens and the earth with a mere wave of their hand, unleashing immeasurable might. The realms of the immortal Martial Continent were body refinement, Qi gathering, spirit vein, spirit sea, divine treasury, Tao palace, transformation, void prying, heavenly king, saint, great saint, divine king, quasi-emperor, and emperor. The continent was divided into 6 major regions, and Lu Chen currently resided in the southern wilderness region, within the boundaries of the Great Zhou dynasty, specifically in the forbidden area of the Burial of Immortals mountain range. Master, there's a lack of presence. As Lu Chan pondered, a loud voice echoed from outside the main hall. He looked up to see Lin Yun tumbling in. Lin Yun, what is the matter? To be so flustered in the sect's main hall is a disgrace to my Kunlun. Lu Chen regarded Lin Yun with authority, wondering if the lad had encountered a ghost. Master, why can't I see anyone within the sect? Lin Yun felt a growing unease logically. In such a vast sect, it was impossible for not a single soul to be present, not even a dog. Were the supposed powerful figures to guide him in his cultivation? Chapter 2. The Guardian Elders, Cave Void Realm. This was due to the fact that the majority of the formidable beings of our Kunlun sect remained in slumber, yet to awaken. Lu Chen, with an unflinching demeanor, gazed earnestly at Lin Yun. This young man, surely, he must think he has been ensnared in a den of bandits. Just wait until I activate the summoning card and summon a great emperor. It will surely terrify you. In his heart, Lu Chen silently commanded the system. Utilize the summoning card. Beep. The basic summoning card has been successfully activated. Congratulations, host, for summoning 2 guardians of the transformation realm from the sect, who are now hastening towards you. The system's cold voice resonated in his mind, causing Lu Chen's eyes to gleam with a flicker of excitement. If I cannot summon an emperor, then at the very least, a divine king will suffice. What tiers of summoning cards does the system possess? Beep. Summoning cards are categorized into basic, intermediate, advanced, imperial, and celestial levels. Note, the basic card can summon characters below the Heavenly King realm. The intermediate card can summon characters from the Heavenly King to the Great Sage realm, and the advanced card can summon divine kings to great emperors. As for the imperial and celestial levels, they will be revealed to the host when the host's strength reaches the requisite level. According to the system, as long as he acquires an advanced summoning card, he would be able to summon beings of the divine king realm, or even great emperors. At that moment, just as Lin Yun was about to speak, he felt a gust of wind brush past him. 2 gray figures suddenly appeared outside the hall and in an instant stood beside Lin Yun, causing him to tremble in fear, believing he had encountered a ghost. Wang Ming. Wan Xian, at your service, Sect Master. The 2 bowed respectfully to Lu Chen simultaneously. They were the 2 formidable beings of the transformation realm that Lu Chen had summoned. Meanwhile, the trembling Lin Yun, upon hearing their words, was filled with excitement, his voice quivering as he addressed Lu Chen, Sect Master. Are these 2 esteemed elders of our Kunlun? Lin Yun gazed at Wang Ming and the other, his expression brimming with exhilaration. Realizing that the sect master had indeed spoken the truth, Kunlun sect harbored powerful beings. Indeed, although the strong of our Kunlun sect are currently in slumber, they shall awaken in this lifetime. At that time, our Kunlun sect will reign supreme, dominating the myriad realms. Lu Chen declared with remarkable authority, choosing not to elaborate further to Lin Yun, lest he reveal that Wang Ming and the other were merely guardians, which might cause Lin Yun to doubt. If it weren't for the system, I would scarcely believe it myself. Upon hearing Lu Chen's commanding words, Lin Yun's face lit up with exuberance, his heart astonished. Truly, it is an esteemed hidden sect. I, Lin Yun, am destined to rise. Sect Master, there are visitors approaching at the foot of the mountain. The burly Wang Ming sensed the presence of individuals at the mountain gate and immediately addressed Lu Chen respectfully. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Lingshua's countenance was pale. Clutching her wound, a look of concern etched upon her delicate features. I wonder if Father has managed to repel Bai Feng. If I, Luo Lingxue, survive today, I shall surely bring ruin upon your feathered ascendancy. She silently vowed, a formidable killing intent flickering in her beautiful eyes, unfathomable for one so stunning to harbor such ferocity. Just as Luo Lingxue prepared to flee once more, a voice rang out. Miss, I see you are gravely injured. Would you care to rest and recuperate within our Kunlun? Who goes there? Show yourself. A sudden sound erupted, prompting Luo Lingxue to exclaim loudly. After an extended period of evasion, her nerves were taut with anxiety. Haha. My dear girl, there is no need for alarm, the voice echoed once more. Luo Lingxue gazed ahead, where several figures abruptly materialized not far from her. At the forefront stood a tall, elegant man clad in white, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. Despite the absence of any discernible aura, his presence exuded an ethereal quality that commanded respect. This man in white was Lu Chen, accompanied by Lin Yun and Wang Ming. The lack of spiritual energy emanating from him puzzled Luo Lingxue. How could someone devoid of such essence appear in this place? Her mind raced as she regarded the extraordinary Lu Chen, questioning how an ordinary person could venture into this forbidden territory. Her attention soon shifted to Wang Ming and Lin Yun, causing her expression to shift dramatically, her heart quaking in trepidation. Lin Yun, however, was overlooked entirely. I am destined to be a great emperor, you know? Though the man in white appeared devoid of aura, the 2 accompanying him instilled in her the sensation of confronting an ancestral figure, their depths unfathomable, especially as they stood in deference to this young man. Could it be that he was a concealed master? With that thought, a glimmer of resolution ignited within Luo Lingxue's eyes. She gritted her teeth and approached Lu Chen and his companions, bowing respectfully. Esteemed senior, I am honored to meet you. Might I inquire if the Kunlun sect you mentioned is your sect? Upon hearing her query, a smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. He had anticipated that this young woman would proactively inquire about the Kunlun sect, thus sparing him the need for an introduction. Ding! A genius disciple has been detected nearby. Please accept them into your sect to complete the system task and receive a random lottery draw and a basic summoning card. Another genius? Do geniuses now seek amusement in such desolate locales? Lu Chen adopted a posture of calm authority, gazing at her with indifference. Indeed, I am Lu Chen, the sect master of Kunlun. Kunlun sect? Luo Lingshue's eyes flickered with confusion upon hearing Lu Qin's words. The Zhongshan Mountains lay within the territory of her great Zhou dynasty, and she was well acquainted with numerous factions, yet she had never heard of a sect named Kunlun. Was it a hidden sect? She pondered, and a spark of determination ignited in her gaze as she made a decision. Esteemed senior, I wish to join the Kunlun sect, Luo Lingxue declared respectfully, realizing she had no other option. Her father had dispatched 2 clan elders to escort her out of the royal capital, and they had been pursued by the people of the Feathered Ascension dynasty. Had it not been for the elders diverting their pursuers, she would never have reached this point. Perhaps joining the Kunlun sect could alleviate the crisis facing the great Zhou dynasty. Lu Qin emanated an aura of mystery, while Wang Ming and the others exuded a pressure reminiscent of facing one's own ancestor. Very well. In time, you shall be grateful for today's choice. Lu Qin replied with an unchanging expression, though internally he reveled in joy. Ah, another genius disciple has been received. With his current mastery of the transformation stage, he could easily discern the cultivation level of the young woman before him, which astonishingly reached the spiritual sea realm, an undeniable mark of genius. Observing that she appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, it was clear she belonged to the echelon of prodigies in Qizhou. No wonder she bore injuries. It seemed someone sought to extinguish her potential in its infancy. Junior Luo Lingxue pays her respects to the sect leader, she said, biting her silver teeth and bowing respectfully to Lu Qin, having recently joined the Kunlun sect. She pondered whether the sect leader would be willing to intervene and rescue the great Zhou dynasty from its current crisis. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully receiving a talented disciple and completing the system task. You have obtained a basic summoning card and a chance for a random draw. Fixed reward. The Elder Guard Hall of the sect has been successfully enhanced. After Luo Lingshue's induction into the Kunlun sect, Lu Qin's mind was filled with the system's cold voice. What can one obtain from the draw? He secretly inquired. Beep. The random draw can yield spiritual artifacts, elixirs, imperial weapons, and even characters, among other things. Characters can only be summoned, correct? Is the draw different? Indeed, host. The random draw differs from the summoning card, as it does not impose any restrictions based on levels or realms. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin was filled with excitement. This meant even an emperor could be drawn. However, he soon realized something was amiss and swiftly mused. Wait, shouldn't there be celestial beings among the rewards? It was understandable for Lu Qin to ask this, as he had initially arrived in this world with the cultivation of a celestial king, though he had yet to experience it firsthand. Beep. What celestial beings? Host, are you dreaming? Focus on developing the Kunlun sect, and you'll soon discover whether celestial beings exist. System, initiate the random draw. Lu Qin cursed inwardly and continued. Beep. Successfully used the random draw once. Congratulations, host, for summoning Elder Guard Qin Beixian, who possesses the cultivation of the Void Realm. Would you like to materialize him? Materialize quickly. Lu Qin's eyes sparkled. He hadn't expected to draw a practitioner of the Void Realm. It was important to note that the Southern Wasteland, situated at the southernmost tip of the immortal Martial Continent, lacked the abundant spiritual energy found in other regions. While a transformation stage cultivator might not be considered powerful in the Southern Wasteland, they were undeniably revered as ancestors in the great Zhou dynasty, let alone a Void Realm expert. Beep. Elder Guard Qin Beixian has been materialized and will appear in the Elder Guard Hall of the sect. In Kunlun sect, a formidable aura abruptly manifested, and shortly after, a figure clad in green appeared within the Elder Guard Hall. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Wang Ming and Wang Xian, standing behind Lu Qin, suddenly changed their expressions. They had just sensed an overwhelming presence that, though fleeting, left a profound impact on their senses. Both men turned to Lu Qin, only to find him remaining calm and unruffled. In that moment, they seemed to understand something, and their respect for Lu Qin deepened significantly. System, use the basic summoning card. Beep. The basic summoning card has been successfully used. Congratulations, host, for summoning a Transformation Realm Sect Guard, Wang Lin. Yet another Transformation Realm practitioner. Within, Lu Qin felt quite satisfied. After all, the basic summoning card could only conjure cultivators below the Heavenly King realm. Fortunately, it did not summon someone from the Dao Palace realm. Otherwise, he would have to express his displeasure to the system in no uncertain terms. After completing the system's summoning lottery, Lu Qin turned to Luo Lingxue and said lightly, Lingxue, your background must be rather remarkable, so do enlighten me about it. Now that Lingxue had become his disciple in Kunlun, it was only fitting for him, as the sect leader, to address any matters concerning his disciples. Neglecting them would only lead to disappointment. Yes, sect leader. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue respectfully bowed to Lu Qin and then, through gritted teeth, exclaimed. Chapter 3. The Great Zhou Dynasty. The disciple is the 7th princess of the Great Zhou Dynasty. 3 days ago, our great Zhou engaged in a national war with the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. Initially, the strength of our great Zhou and the Feathered Transformation Dynasty was evenly matched. However, to our dismay, a traitor emerged within our ranks, shamelessly allying with the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, and today they have already advanced to the gates of our royal capital. My father and mother, in a bid to preserve the legacy of our great Zhou, intended for the 2 elders of our clan to escort me to the sacred land of Taichu. Unfortunately, just as we departed the capital, the Feathered Transformation Dynasty discovered us and dispatched a formidable expert of the 9th heaven of the Dao Palace to pursue me. The 2 clan elders bravely diverted the pursuers, allowing me to reach the gates of the Kunlun sect to meet the sect master. Sect master, the Feathered Transformation Dynasty is as barbaric as beasts, slaughtering and destroying every city they pass through, leaving a scene of unimaginable horror in their wake. They spare not even the common folk. If given the chance, I shall personally ensure the downfall of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. Humph, what a despicable Feathered Transformation Dynasty, treating mortals as mere weeds. Ling Xue, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a hand on you. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he spoke in a calm yet resolute tone. At that moment, a tempest of rage surged within Lu Chen. He understood that cultivators often considered themselves to be above mortals, but he never anticipated that these life and death striving practitioners would commit such heinous acts against the innocent. The Feathered Transformation Dynasty had firmly entrenched itself on Lu Chen's blacklist, destined for obliteration. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ling Xue felt a quiet sense of relief. Boom. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Chen and the others heard a thunderous sound emanating from a distance. Turning to investigate, they saw 2 figures swiftly approaching from the summit of a nearby mountain. Soon, one of the figures called out, "Princess, what are you doing here? You must leave at once." An elderly man clad in gray exclaimed upon spotting Luo Ling Xue. Shortly thereafter, 2 agitated elders appeared before them. They were indeed the clan elders of the great Zhou dynasty whom Ling Xue had mentioned. Upon seeing the 2 elders, Ling Xue rushed forward, her voice filled with urgency. Ling Xue pays her respects to the 2 elders. Where are the people from the Feathered Transformation Dynasty? The newcomers were the elders assigned to escort Ling Xue out of the royal capital. At this moment, the elders' aged faces were etched with regret. They should not have ventured to the burial Immortal Mountain range, having intended to perish alongside the people of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. To their shock, they discovered that their princess had not proceeded to the sacred land of Taichu but remained within the borders of Great Zhou. Princess, you must flee. The powerful expert from the Feathered Transformation Dynasty is nearing us. Luo Tian and I plan to confront the pursuers together at the burial Immortal Mountain range. But we never expected to find you here. The 2 elders lamented, "We are guilty. We have failed our ancestors for not preserving even a trace of the bloodline of Great Zhou." The 2 elders of the Great Zhou dynasty paid little heed to Lu Chun and his companions, sensing no trace of spiritual energy emanating from them. Although they were puzzled as to why their princess was with them, there was no time for further contemplation. The absence of spiritual fluctuations indicated they were either insignificant cultivators beneath the Dao Palace level, and the thought of them being above that did not cross their minds. For in the Great Zhou dynasty, only the Great Zhou ancestor had reached the God Transformation realm. Had he known that Lu Chen and his companions had reached the realm of transformation, he would have been utterly terrified. As the old man finished speaking, Ling Xue's delicate form trembled, realizing that the Yuhua dynasty was indeed intent on exterminating her, the princess of the Spirit Sea realm, relentlessly pursuing her. At that moment, a formidable presence suddenly emerged, exerting pressure upon the crowd, followed by the appearance of a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, hovering in the air. Huh. 2 mere ants scurrying away so quickly, the armored man taunted as he regarded the 2 clan elders. "Ah, the princess of the Dazhou dynasty? How unexpected. You've made this far too easy for me. Instead of obediently fleeing to the Taichu sacred land, you chose to linger within the Dazhou, awaiting your demise." It was then that the armored man noticed Ling Xue beside Lu Chen, his gaze darkening. Luo Ling Xue was the pride of Dazhou. Having broken through to the Spirit Sea realm at the tender age of 17, a talent sought after by the Taichu sacred land. Furthermore, it had been rumored that the sacred land would recruit disciples in a year, allowing Luo Ling Xue to bypass the usual trials and directly become a disciple. One can only imagine the implications of such news. The Dazhou dynasty might ascend to become a foremost power in Qizhou. The Yuhua dynasty, fearing the emergence of a top-tier genius from Dazhou, was determined to quash Ling Xue in her cradle, prompting the declaration of war. "Princess, go. Hurry." The elder with a severed arm began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by a mouthful of blood, his presence visibly weakened. In response, Ling Xue turned to Lu Chun, her voice a desperate plea. "Sect Master, I implore you, Please save the two elders. Although she was unaware of Lu Qin's true strength, she noted his unwavering composure since the armored man's arrival, devoid of any sign of trepidation. This indicated to her that Lu Qin possessed formidable power and was unfazed by the man before them, or perhaps he was simply unaware of the armored man's might. Nevertheless, Lu Qin was her sole beacon of hope. Wang Ming, eliminate this nuisance before us, Lu Qin commanded. His hands clasped behind his back as he cast a disdainful glance at the armored man. Yes, Sect Master, Wang Ming replied. As Lu Qin's words resonated, the armored man erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, a few ants, utterly oblivious to their own insignificance, dare to utter such words. Momentarily taken aback by Lu Qin's audacity, the armored man scoffed. He was in the ninth heaven of the Dao Palace realm, and within the Dazhou dynasty. No one would dare oppose him if they were not at the transformation stage. He had previously assessed the group and detected no signs of spiritual energy emanating from them. To his astonishment, these insignificant beings had the audacity to provoke him, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he bellowed, "Ants, seeking death." The armored man hovered in the air, raising his hand as spiritual energy coalesced into a massive palm, descending upon them with the intent to crush them. Boom! With a resounding crash, the massive hand was effortlessly dispersed by Wang Ming's casual wave. How is this possible? The armored man's expression shifted dramatically. He was in the ninth heaven of the Dao Palace realm. Even a casual swipe of his hand was not to be taken lightly. Despite the seemingly minor difference in realms, the gap was as vast as a chasm. He had never anticipated that his seemingly careless strike could be so easily countered by the individual before him. The armored man stood momentarily in a daze, his expression shifting as a sense of dread enveloped him. He had not anticipated that this individual was shrouded in such profound depth. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming and formidable aura emanated from Wang Ming, akin to the heavens themselves descending upon him, causing the armored man to plummet from the air. Gasp! Transformation into the divine realm. The armored man fell to his knees, blood spilling from his lips as terror filled his gaze directed at Wang Ming. Trembling, he stammered, "Senior, I am a member of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. If you could spare me." Before he could finish his plea, Wang Ming extended a finger towards him, which in an instant magnified in his vision and came crashing down. "Ah, I am of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty. You dare to kill me? The ancestor will never let you go." Boom! Wang Ming's single fingertip obliterated him in an instant. Moments later, the reality of the divine realm struck. Hiss! At that moment, Ling Xue felt an exhilarating surge of emotion, gasping in disbelief. Although she had sensed that the Kunlun sect might be a hidden sect, she had never imagined that they possessed a being of the divine realm. Her gaze towards Lu Qin transformed into one of profound respect. Realizing that even a divine being heeded his words, did that imply his strength surpassed even that of the divine realm? With this thought, she felt a wave of relief for her decision to join Kunlun. Taking a deep breath, she cast a glance at Lu Qin, wondering silently if the sect master would intervene to save the Great Zhou. At that moment, two elders of the Great Zhou regained their composure, their faces pale with fear as they hurriedly bowed to Wang Ming with utmost respect. "We pay our respects to the senior. We were unaware of your celestial might earlier. Please forgive our transgressions." Previously, they had scarcely acknowledged him, not due to their lack of cultivation, but rather because they were too feeble to perceive the aura of such a formidable presence. Chapter 4. The Emergence of Kunlun, Shaking the Dynasty Esteemed Elders. Please do not cast blame upon the two clan leaders. Ling Xue, recovering from her astonishment, hastily interjected. What constitutes the transformation of divinity? It entails shedding the mortal coil and refining one's spirit to achieve a higher plane of existence. All beneath this realm are but mere insects. Such a notion renders Ling Xue utterly uncomposed. Had it not been for the presence of a divine ancestor safeguarding the Great Zhou dynasty, it would have long been consumed by other factions. Do not worry, Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. After all, this young girl is a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Such trifles need not trouble her. Come, Ling Xue, bring your two clansmen and follow me into Kunlun. Should the people of the Feathered Ascension dynasty dare approach our Kunlun sect, we shall obliterate them. With that, Lu Qin turned gracefully and ascended the mountain, prompting the others to hastily follow. "Princess, what manner of sect is Kunlun? When did you become a disciple of Kunlun?" queried the two clan elders in hushed tones, their voices laced with confusion. Though Wang Ming was a being of divine transformation, the Great Zhou also possessed its own divine ancestors, and they had never heard of such a sect as Kunlun. Could it be a hidden sect? Exchanging glances, they briefly entertained the thought before dismissing it. If a hidden sect existed within the Great Zhou dynasty, surely the ancestors would be aware. Upon hearing the elder's words, a complex glimmer flickered in Ling Xue's eyes, quickly replaced by a resolute gaze. "Elders, I am uncertain, yet I am already a disciple of Kunlun. Let us not speak of the matters concerning the primordial sacred land. Just moments ago, the sect master went so far as to offend the feathered Ascension dynasty for my sake. Henceforth, I am forever a member of Kunlun. Moments later, ancient and grandiose structures, imbued with an air of antiquity, emerged before Ling Xue and her companions, rising majestically above a sea of clouds. Gazing upon this scene and feeling the dense spiritual energy at the mountain's peak, their pupils constricted, and they collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts quaking with awe. How is it possible for such dense spiritual energy to exist here? Could it be that Kunlun is indeed a formidable hidden sect? The three exchanged glances, their hearts racing with intrigue. Lin Yun, observing their astonishment, could hardly contain his delight, a triumphant smile gracing his lips as he longed to boast. Behold, this is the might of Kunlun, and I, Lin Yun, am the esteemed senior disciple of Kunlun. With a chuckle, he mimicked Lu Chen, placing his hands behind his back. Gazing ahead with an earnest demeanor that exuded an air of confidence, silently reveling in the surprise etched on the faces of the three, pleased by their astonishment. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, secretly reflecting, fortunately, the system bestowed upon me a sect. Otherwise, it would have been rather challenging to persuade this little girl. With this decor, this location, truly the pinnacle of sect configurations. Not only is this little girl astonished, but even those two elderly gentlemen appear bewildered. Surely, even a being of divine transformation would be taken aback. With this thought, a slight smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips as he savored his triumph. However, I have only received 2 disciples thus far, and the system does not issue tasks. The only way to sustain a semblance of life is through the recruitment of disciples into the sect. Although I have 3 individuals at the transformation stage and 1 in the void realm, discretion remains paramount. Who knows if these dynasties and sects harbor ancient beings lying in wait, ready to spring forth and bellow, who dares to disturb my slumber? At this moment, Lu Chen feels a sense of urgency. The revolution has yet to succeed, and comrades must continue to strive. Ling Xue, this is my Kunlun sect. Lin Yun, you are the senior brother. In the future, please communicate more with each other if you have any uncertainties. Lu Chen remarked as he gestured toward Lin Yun to introduce him to Ling Xue. Senior brother, it is a pleasure to meet you, Ling Xue said, immediately bowing and smiling upon finishing her words. Haha, junior sister, there is no need for such formality. Lin Yun chuckled, scratching the back of his head, grinning foolishly at the sudden presence of a fairy-like junior sister. Observing Lin Yun's foolish demeanor, Lu Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Alas, I hope Lin Yun does not claim to be from Kunlun sect when he ventures out. As the sect leader, I cannot afford such embarrassment. Just as Lin Yun continued to grin foolishly, an alarming cry erupted from the 2 elders of the Great Zhou. Hearing their trembling voices, Ling Xue felt an ominous premonition rising within her, and a hint of worry quickly crossed her delicate face. Elders, has something happened to my father or mother? Princess, I fear that Great Zhou may not withstand this ordeal. The 2 elders, their faces ashen and hearts shattered, responded to Ling Xue. Lo Tian and I received a message from the monarch. The feathered Ascension dynasty has deployed a being at the transformation stage. Upon hearing this, Ling Xue's face drained of color, and she stumbled back 2 steps, overwhelmed with weakness. With the ancestral figure of Great Zhou currently in seclusion to recuperate, the emergence of a transformation realm being from the feathered Ascension dynasty meant that no one in Great Zhou could stand against it. Monarch, allow this old man and Lo Tian to escort the princess to the primordial sacred land immediately. The elder's tone faltered, his expression shifted, and his gaze inadvertently flickered toward Lu Chen, the meaning behind it unclear. Lu Chen paid little heed to the elder's words. After all, this was a sacred land. While Kunlun also possessed beings at the transformation stage, the elder did not believe that Kunlun sect could protect Ling Xue in a confrontation with the feathered Ascension dynasty. Although the feathered Ascension dynasty appeared to be evenly matched with Great Zhou, each having a transformation realm protector, it was rumored that the feathered Ascension dynasty also had an ancient ancestor at the transformation stage serving as an elder within a dominion-level power. Such a dominion-level power was far beyond the capabilities of the Great Zhou dynasty, which explained why they still believed that Kunlun sect could not safeguard Luo Ling Xue even after witnessing Wang Ming's transformation stage prowess. Sect leader, Ling Xue beseeches you to save Great Zhou. At this moment, her sole hope rested with Kunlun sect. Although Kunlun was not a hidden sect, it possessed beings at the transformation stage, and thus, it was likely not an insurmountable challenge. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the sect mission. The feathered Ascension dynasty is unworthy of its position, committing atrocities against countless innocents. Please eradicate the feathered Ascension dynasty within 3 days. Completing this mission will grant a random lottery draw and reward 10 battle soldiers. As the chilling voice echoed in his mind, Lu Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. A mission had finally emerged. His gaze sharpened, exuding a palpable aura of menace. As a disciple of the Kunlun sect, I shall raise the banner against your Yuhua dynasty. Fear not. For you are now under my protection, Lu Chen stated calmly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Wang Ming, you and Ling Shuezkin must travel to the capital of the Great Zhou. Since Ling Shui is a disciple of our Kunlun sect, it is only fitting that we offer assistance to her family. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Ling Shui was filled with exhilaration, never expecting that he would be willing to extend his help to the Great Zhou. Master, I am truly concerned for the safety of my father and mother. I wish to accompany Senior Wang Ming to the capital, Ling Shui replied, gritting her teeth. Rest assured, Wang Ming's presence will suffice. You have only just arrived at Kunlun. I shall have Lin Yun assist you in familiarizing yourself with our sect, Lu Chen reassured her, understanding her feelings. With Wang Ming's profound cultivation, he believed he would be more than capable of handling the situation. Chapter 5. The Kunlun Act. At this moment, within the heart of the royal capital of the Great Zhou, a colossal palace stood in ruin. Once a magnificent edifice, it was now a shadow of its former glory, leaving one to ponder the cataclysmic battle that could have wrought such destruction upon this grand structure. Above the palace, a figure clad in black robes, adorned with the intricate dark golden pattern of a dragon, exuded an overwhelming presence as they engaged in combat with another shadowy silhouette. White Wind, you treacherous usurper. How could I, the Great Zhou, place such trust in you? Roared Luo Wuxuang, his eyes ablaze with fury. You shall perish. As he unleashed his full Dao Palace realm aura, the very air trembled beneath its weight. Haha, Luo Wuxuang, the fortunes of the Great Zhou have run dry. Today marks your demise. White Wind retorted with a mocking laugh. As the Grand General of the Great Zhou, White Wind had reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm over a century ago. Had it not been for his trepidation towards the ancient ancestor of Great Zhou, he would have long since staged a rebellion. Now, with the national master of the Feathered Transformation dynasty preoccupied with the elder, he felt no fear of Luo Wuxuang. Your Majesty, just as Luo Wuxuang prepared to eliminate the traitor before him, a voice resonated in his ear. The speaker was none other than two clan elders and Wang Ming. Your Majesty, this is Elder Wang from the Princess's sect, the elder announced with a smile, gesturing towards Wang Ming. Elder from the sect? Could it be from the primordial sacred land? Luo Wuxuang's gaze darted to Wang Ming, his pupils constricting in shock as he realized the implications. Transcendence realm. Wang Ming made no attempt to conceal his cultivation. The aura of the Transcendence realm emanated from him. I have met the elder before, but I am unaware of your esteemed identity. Luo Wuxuang began to inquire. Enough. Let us first resolve the matter at hand. I must return to report to the sect leader, Wang Ming interjected, casting a sidelong glance at him. White Wind, too, turned his eyes towards Wang Ming, a look of panic overtaking his countenance as he trembled. Hey, a transcendence expert. Impossible. The Great Zhou only has one transcendence being. Where did you come from? His previously arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. He feared that a mere gesture from the individual before him could spell his end. May I inquire which sect you hail from, esteemed elder? He stammered, bowing his head in trembling submission. How could he not panic? This was a formidable expert of the Transcendence realm. Even within the Feathered Transformation dynasty, only the national master possessed such cultivation. Should he offend a being of this caliber? The Feathered Transformation dynasty might not risk inciting such a powerful adversary on his behalf. Before he could finish his words, Wang Ming stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of the Transcendence realm. The very air beneath him rippled as he raised his hand towards White Wind. An earth-shattering force enveloped the traitor, causing him to crumble to the ground, gasping for breath. Gasp. The three present, including Luo Wuxuang, inhaled sharply. Luo Wuxuang had witnessed his ancestor in action. Yet the aura emanating from Wang Ming was far more daunting. His ancestor was merely at the ninth heaven of the Transcendence realm. What sect had Ling Shui joined? Please, esteemed elder, spare my life. White Wind pleaded, trembling in fear. Bai Feng knelt on the ground, blood spilling from his lips, his voice trembling as he pleaded, I bear no grudge against my senior. Why must I assist the Great Zhou? Oh, indeed, there is no grudge. I simply find you displeasing. With that, Bai Feng spat another mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, followed by the appearance of two ancient figures in the void. One of them, an elder clad in a golden dragon robe, withered and depleted, bellowed, Li Mu. Does the Feathered Ascension dynasty truly seek to engage in an unending conflict with my Great Zhou? Hiki, Luo Yuan, who permitted your Great Zhou to foster such a genius? If I, the Feathered Ascension, do not eradicate him, shall I allow him to thrive? The elder in gray retorted coldly. It became clear that the initiation of the national war was merely a pretext, and Bai Feng was but a pawn of the Feathered Ascension dynasty, intended to delay Luo Wuxuang. National Master, save me. Bai Feng cried out desperately upon seeing the National Master appear, as if he had discovered a lifeline. Li Mu, the National Master of the Feathered Ascension dynasty, merely glanced at Bai Feng with a scowl. Useless. The Feathered Ascension dynasty had secretly nurtured Bai Feng for over a century, expending countless resources to help him reach the pinnacle of the Dao Palace. However, the unexpected emergence of Luo Lingxue had disrupted their plans. Upon hearing the National Master's words, Bai Feng's face contorted in despair, akin to someone who had just consumed a dead fly. Luo Yuan, today marks the day of your great Zhou's annihilation. The National Master of the Feathered Ascension spoke grimly, his gaze fixed on the elder of the Great Zhou. Instantly, a terrifying aura erupted from the National Master, sweeping over the gathered crowd, causing all but Wang Ming and the Great Zhou elder to nearly fall to their knees. Thankfully, with a wave of his hand, Wang Ming dispelled the oppressive force, allowing everyone to feel a sudden lightness and express their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed senior. Meanwhile, Bai Feng trembled under the suppression, resembling a dying dog sprawled on the ground. Luo Yuan, sensing the overwhelming aura, felt his pupils contract sharply, his expression turning gravely serious. The 9th level of the transformation realm. Though he too was at this level, his vitality was drained, and his internal injuries were insurmountable. Otherwise, how could the Feathered Ascension dynasty act so brazenly against the Great Zhou? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the National Master raised his hand, and instantly, his spiritual energy transformed into a colossal hand that bore down upon Luo Yuan with terrifying force. Boom. Luo Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed all of his strength at the 9th level of the transformation realm. His hands moved in a flurry, gathering the surrounding spiritual energy into a massive sword that he swung forth. Bang! A deafening explosion ensued as the giant sword was effortlessly shattered by the overwhelming hand. This is not good. As the enormous hand descended, the elder of the Great Zhou quickly summoned the surrounding spiritual energy to erect a barrier for defense. With a resounding crash, the spiritual barrier was obliterated. The Great Zhou ancestor was forcefully struck to the ground, his body crashing through numerous grand halls of the royal palace, collapsing in a state of utter weakness, blood spilling from his mouth. Ancestor. Upon witnessing the downfall of their venerable leader, Luo Wuxuang let out a furious roar. He then directed his wrath towards the Yuhua National Master. You old wretch. The Yuhua dynasty has gone too far. The Yuhua National Master hovered in the void, a chilling smile playing upon his lips as he regarded the insignificant insects before him. Hehehe. The feeble insects can only rage. Perish. With that, he struck down once more. Boom. The powerful palm of the Yuhuan National Master unleashed a tremendous force. Wang Ming intervened. Although he was merely at the 1st level of the Transformation God realm, he was an invincible presence within the same tier. Indeed, any formidable being summoned by the system was unrivaled within their realm. At the 9th level of Transformation God, he could obliterate with a mere gesture. The National Master paused, noticing Wang Ming's grim countenance. His eyes turned cold as he remarked, I did not anticipate another larger insect. I can see through your cultivation at a glance. After all, you are at the 9th level of Transformation God. A mere 1st level Transformation God dares to obstruct me? Seeking death. With a darkened expression and a chilling smile, the National Master raised his hand to crush Wang Ming. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself thwarted by this seemingly insignificant opponent. Rage surged within him. He was determined to eliminate this insignificant insect before him. Humph. Wang Ming scoffed. Were you at the Void Realm, I might not prevail, but against your 9th level of Transformation God, I shall subdue you nonetheless. In an instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Wang Ming, and his figure vanished from sight, reappearing abruptly before the Yuhua National Master. He extended a finger, and in that moment, spiritual power surged toward his fingertip. With a single thrust, boom. As expected of the 9th level of Transformation God, the National Master quickly reacted. But the impending strike transformed his expression, as if he were confronting the heavens themselves, a sense of fatality enveloping him. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, no, how is this possible? The force of the single finger descended like a cataclysm, obliterating both the body and soul of the Yuhua National Master in an instant. Hiss. Is this truly the Transformation God realm? How can it be so powerful? The expressions of the sovereign and his companions were filled with disbelief. The once injured Great Zhou ancestor suddenly appeared shaken with astonishment. Chapter 6. The Demise of the Feather Transformation Dynasty at the Grave of Immortals, Kunlun Sect. On the Peak of Disciples. Sister, I perceive a cloud of worry upon your brow. You must be concerned about our kin, spoke a young man. The girl, adorned in a flowing purple immortal robe, her long tresses cascading gracefully to her waist, stood with a troubled expression, gazing towards the capital of the Great Zhou. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind her. It was Lin Yun. "Xue Ling, you have met our senior brother," he remarked. Ling Xue turned, nodding respectfully. "Senior brother. Do you know the origins of our sect?" she inquired. The enigma surrounding Kunlun weighed heavily on her, and she had yet to encounter any other disciples within the sect. Could it truly be a secluded order? The sect's formidable beings remained in slumber. Otherwise, she and Lin Yun would not be the sole disciples. He, sister. I too have only recently joined the sect. I am unaware of its origins. However, the sect leader mentioned that the powerful ones are in a deep sleep. Lin Yun replied, scratching his head with an innocent smile. Ling Xue felt a pang of disbelief. Her senior brother seemed almost childlike, leaving her to wonder if he had been deceived by the sect leader. Suddenly, several figures soared through the air, landing gracefully before them. Father, ancestor. Upon seeing her father and ancestor, Ling Xue's earlier concern dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. Ling Xue, your father and I are well, thanks to the intervention of our esteemed elder. Otherwise, the Great Zhou would have faced annihilation today, lamented Luo Wuxuan. At that moment, Ling Xue's gaze fell upon the injuries adorning the Great Zhou ancestor, her expressive eyes clouding with emotion as she opened her mouth to speak. Ancestor, do not fret, my dear Ling Xue. It is but a minor injury, one that I hardly regard, the ancestor reassured her hastily. Just then, a commanding voice, resonant and authoritative as a divine decree, rang out. Wang Ming, bring them to the main hall to see me. In the main hall of the sect, Lu Qin sat regally at the head of the table, exuding an aura of inscrutable depth, devoid of any tangible energy fluctuations. Is this truly the leader of Kunlun's sect? He appears remarkably youthful. Luo Wuxuan and the Great Zhou ancestor exchanged astonished glances, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. Even more alarming was the fact that they could not fathom the essence of this young man, a flicker of shock passing through Luo Yuan's eyes. Old man. I am Luo Yuan, honored to meet sect leader Lu, he greeted, bowing slightly. Luo Wuxuan pays her respects to sect leader Lu, she added. On their journey, they had already inquired about Kunlun's sect from Wang Ming. Witnessing Lu Qin in person left them profoundly astonished. Moreover, Kunlun's sect resided within a forbidden realm, explaining why they had never heard of it within the Great Zhou dynasty. Could it truly be a reclusive sect, emerging only now? This time, we extend our gratitude to your esteemed sect for averting the impending doom of the Great Zhou dynasty. Should you require assistance, we shall surely lend our support. Luo Wuxuan proclaimed. Lu Qin concealed a smile within. The Great Zhou had but a solitary ancestor at the transformation realm. It would be best for the elder to enjoy his twilight years. From Ling Xue, he had gleaned the extent of the Great Zhou's strength, with their mightiest being merely an ancestor at the 9th level of the transformation realm. It is of no concern. Ling Xue is now a disciple of Kunlun, and it is only fitting to assist, Lu Qin replied. Lu Qin spoke, and Ling Xue felt an immense sense of relief for her prior decision upon hearing his words. Master Lu, Senior Wang has slain the national teacher of the Yuhua dynasty. It is likely that this dynasty will not let this transgression go unpunished. There are rumors of an ancient ancestor within the dynasty who may very well have broken through to the Dongxi realm. As she spoke, Luo Wuxuan's expression shifted dramatically, her voice laden with gravity. If a Dongxi realm expert were to intervene, the Great Zhou would likely face annihilation in an instant. Although Wang Ming forcefully dispatched the national teacher of the Yuhua dynasty, he is ultimately not a Dongxiu. It is said that those in the Dongxi realm possess the power to rend the fabric of space and traverse dimensions with unparalleled strength. Dongxi realm? Lu Qin's heart was equally shaken. However, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if the existence of a Dongxiu expert were akin to that of mere insects. He had not anticipated the Yuhua dynasty to be so formidable. The Dongxi realm was also present in Kunlun, and Lu Qin had already contemplated sending Qin Bei Xian to obliterate the Yuhua dynasty, thereby fulfilling his mission. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, leaving Lu Qin perplexed. The host may allow Wang Ming to take action. The cultivators summoned by this system are all invincible within their realm. Upon hearing the cold voice in his mind, Lu Qin was momentarily taken aback. He had initially intended to have Qin Bei Xian intervene, but it seemed that Wang Ming and his companions were invincible within their own realm. This revelation meant that he could temporarily keep the existence of a Dongxiu expert in Kunlun a secret. After all, even he was uncertain whether there were any cultivators above the Dongxiu realm in Qizhou. It was imperative to clarify the situation in Qizhou first. As for the Yuhua dynasty, it was a matter of utmost importance that Lu Qin eradicated. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Wang Xian, it is up to you and Lord Luo to venture into the Yuhua dynasty and eliminate it, thereby showcasing the might of Kunlun. Now, With the destruction of the Yuhua dynasty, he would be able to complete the system's task. Lu Chen pondered briefly. Destroy the Yuhua dynasty. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, both Luo Wushuang and Luo Yuan widened their eyes in disbelief, stunned at the audacity of such a proclamation. They could hardly fathom that Lu Chen intended to annihilate the Yuhua dynasty. Even Ling Xue's mouth fell agape, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Was it truly so simple to obliterate a dynasty? Lin Yun, observing the shocked expressions of the others, could not suppress a chuckle, silently thinking, "Ha! Now they comprehend the might of our Kunlun sect. What is a dynasty to us? We shall extinguish it." In truth, even he was taken aback by Lu Chen's declaration. After all, it was a dynasty. Master Lu, the ancestor of Yuhua, is likely on the verge of breaking through to the Dongshu realm. Luo Wushuang hesitated, her countenance betraying her concern. "Oh, haha, rest assured, Lord Luo, our Kunlun sect fears no one in this world, nor any force." Lu Chen slowly rose, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. As his words fell, an astonishing presence radiated from Wang Xian, who instantly appeared beside Luo Wushuang. "Let us proceed. Lead the way." The group felt the aura emanating from Wang Xian, and their expressions turned to shock, their eyes widening in awe as they realized. Yet another transformation realm expert. The most astonished of all was the elder of the Great Zhou, whose gaze toward Wang Xian was filled with trepidation. For he discerned that Wang Xian possessed merely the cultivation of the first level of the transformation realm. Yet, he could sense an astonishing and terrifying power within Wang Xian. This left him even more astounded by the Kunlun sect, unable to fathom how such a formidable entity could exist within the realm of divine transformation. Moreover, it was perplexing that this sect had emerged within the Morning Immortal Mountains, a fact of which he was completely unaware. At this moment, within a magnificent hall of the Yuhua dynasty's capital, a middle-aged man adorned in a golden dragon robe, exuding an aura of dominance, sat upon the dragon throne. His presence radiated a formidable and oppressive energy that permeated the hall. This man was none other than Yun Sangqiang, the sovereign of the Yuhua dynasty. Suddenly, a change washed over Yun Sangqiang's expression, his demeanor trembling with shock. He could no longer sense the consciousness of the National Master. This was a secret technique of the Yuhua dynasty. The National Master had left a trace of his consciousness within him to safeguard the capital. The disappearance of this consciousness signified that Li Mu had fallen. Ah, who is it? Who has slain the National Master? The Yuhua dynasty shall seek vengeance unto death. Yun Sangqiang bellowed from his throne, unleashing a chilling aura that compelled all the ministers within the hall to kneel, trembling in fear as they gazed upon their sovereign. What event could have incited such wrath from the sovereign? The National Master? Yes, wasn't he dispatched to obliterate the Great Zhou dynasty? My heavens, the National Master is dead? The ministers' eyes widened in disbelief, horror etched upon their faces as they struggled to comprehend that their immensely powerful National Master had perished. The National Master possessed the cultivation of the 9th level of divine transformation. How could anyone have slain him? It is over. It is over. The National Master has fallen. And with the ancestor in seclusion, it must be that the ancestor of the Great Zhou has killed him. Impossible. That old wretch from the Great Zhou could never have slain the National Master. That old man is already withered, his vitality nearly extinguished. Panic ensued among the ministers as they debated anxiously. Silence, all of you. Even if the National Master has fallen, there is still the ancestor. Once the ancestor breaks through to the Void Realm, it will be the demise of the Great Zhou dynasty. Yun Sangqiang's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke in a hoarse voice. He refused to believe that the National Master had been slain by the Great Zhou. For that old wretch was indeed in decline, and the National Master was a disciple of the ancestor, possessing formidable strength. Could it be the people from the primordial sacred land? At that moment, a dispassionate voice broke through the tension as Wang Xian, accompanied by Luo Wushuang, suddenly appeared within the hall. You are the sovereign of the Yuhua dynasty. Boom. An overwhelming pressure instantly filled the hall, causing ripples in the very fabric of space, accompanied by a resonant humming sound. The force was so oppressive that all present collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their expressions filled with terror. As they felt this terrifying aura, the members of the Yuhua dynasty quaked in fear, their bodies involuntarily trembling. Even the sovereign, Yun Sangqiang, was not exempt. Kneeling before Wang Xian, whose realm of divine transformation rendered his own palace completion level as fragile as a mere tile, incapable of resistance. Divine transformation. Ah, please, do not kill me. The ministers of the Yuhua dynasty, nearly suffocated by the overwhelming pressure, desperately pleaded for mercy. Ah, cursed be you. Who are you? The clouds above roared in fury, their gaze ablaze with wrath as they bellowed towards Wang Xian. Chapter 7. The Annihilation of the Feathered Dynasty 2, Clamor. Wang Xian's gaze was devoid of emotion as he waved his hand. In an instant, the bodies of the ministers within the grand hall exploded into ashes. Ah, who are you? Yun Sangqiang's eyes, filled with blood, roared in fury at the sight of the ministers perishing before him. He had forgotten that he was facing a formidable entity of divine transformation, consumed only by the desire to shred his opponent into pieces. Yun Sanqiong, your feathered dynasty has met its demise today. Beside Wang Xian, Luo Wushuang observed with a cold smile. He too was astonished by Wang Xian's prowess. Another being of divine transformation. However, witnessing the downfall of the feathered dynasty filled his heart with exhilaration. It is you, Luo Wushuang. Upon recognizing Luo Wushuang, Yun Sanqiong realized that this individual had slain the national master. In his eyes, the elder of the great Zhou was in a state of decay, incapable of challenging the national master. His eyes bulged in rage as he bellowed at Wang Xian, "Do you dare to kill me? The elder will not spare you." Faced with the specter of death, Yun Sanqiong trembled, believing that invoking the feathered elder would intimidate Wang Xian. Yet, Wang Xian was unperturbed. The Kunlun sect harbored no fear. My Kunlun sect is about to emerge into the world. It is an honor for your feathered dynasty to serve as a sacrifice for us. Die. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Xian unleashed a palm strike. Boom. Kunlun sect. The elder will not let you go. The grand hall crumbled as Yun Sanqiong was reduced to dust. The unfortunate ruler of the feathered dynasty died, without comprehending why this sudden emergence of the Kunlun sect sought to annihilate his realm. With the death of the feathered monarch, who had reached the pinnacle of the Dao Palace realm, Luo Wushuang commenced his slaughter of the feathered clan. As he too was at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace, no one within the dynasty could withstand his onslaught. Moreover, the overwhelming aura of divine transformation emanating from Wang Xian enveloped the entire royal city, leaving the rest to Luo Wushuang. As the saying goes, to cut the grass without removing the roots is to invite resurgence. Luo Wushuang was acutely aware of this truth, especially considering the feathered dynasty's brutal massacre of the great Zhou citizens. If he did not eradicate the feathered clan entirely, how could he justify the deaths of the fallen great Zhou warriors and countless innocents? Wang Xian awaited Luo Wushuang's return in the skies above the royal city. Senior, I have eliminated all members of the feathered clan. After completing the slaughter, Luo Wushuang, his face brimming with excitement, bowed respectfully to Wang Xian, his gaze filled with gratitude. Indeed, this matter is settled. We shall return to report to the sect leader. As he mentioned reporting to Lu Chen, a profound reverence and loyalty gleamed in Wang Xian's eyes. The summoned powerful beings held unwavering loyalty to Lu Chen. To them, he was akin to a deity, unflinching even if he commanded them to lay down their lives. Witnessing this scene, Luo Wushuang's heart trembled deeply. What had he just witnessed? Such a powerful divine transformation being displayed, such reverence and devotion upon mentioning Lu Chen. If even the formidable Wang Xian regarded the sect leader with such esteem, it was evident that the Kunlun sect's origins were far from ordinary. Luo Wushuang was utterly astonished. Buzz. Shortly after the two departed, a figure clad in golden armor emerged from the void, gazing upon the ravaged Yuhua Palace with astonishment, exclaiming, "Who has struck with such ferocity to annihilate the Yuhua dynasty?" After a meticulous assessment of the surroundings, the golden figure's expression shifted drastically, revealing a profound alarm. The assailant possesses cultivation equivalent to mine. In the Kunlun sect, within the main hall, a crisp and ethereal voice resonated within Lu Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obliterating the Yuhua dynasty, thereby fulfilling the system's task. You are rewarded with a random lottery draw and 10 battle weapons. Upon hearing this chilling announcement, Lu Chen's countenance radiated with exhilaration and enthusiasm. Has it concluded so swiftly? The Yuhua dynasty was indeed feeble. He mused inwardly. 10 battle weapons. Splendid. They could be bestowed upon disciples in the future as their numbers grow. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Having gleaned from the system information the tiered classification of spiritual artifacts in the immortal martial continent. Spiritual artifacts are categorized as inferior, medium, and superior, while above them lie battle weapons, sacred weapons, ancient weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and ultimate emperor weapons. Should these 10 battle weapons manifest in the southern wilderness, they would undoubtedly incite a tempest, prompting countless factions to vie for possession. In an age where emperors remain unseen, divine kings dwell in seclusion, and sages are absent. Possessing battle weapons empowers one to contend against cultivators of superior prowess, albeit not boasting about transcending realms. Ding! The 10 battle weapons have been stored within the system space. Fixed reward. The sect scripture hall has been successfully established. System, does the scripture hall contain any teachings? Lu Chen inquired silently, fearing that the system might provide him with an empty shell, which would surely infuriate him, although he currently found no need for it. As he faced no bottleneck in cultivating his prowess, he remained confident that with increased lottery draws, he would inevitably obtain a cultivation card. Furthermore, how could a sect exist without a scripture hall? It would be absurd for future disciples of Kunlun to discover their sect lacked any teachings and not be dismayed. Ding. The system has stored the teachings. Please rest assured, host. That is reassuring. Luchin then continued, System, is there a sect panel? Ding. Indeed there is. A panel then materialized before Luchin's eyes. Sect, Kunlun Sect. Sect Residents, Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Sect Master, Luchin. Sect Disciples, 2. Sect Guards, 3. Sect Guard Elder, 1. Sect Elders, none. Sect Points, 1,000. Sect Ancestor, none. System, what is the purpose of sect points? Luchin inquired, perplexed. Ding. Sect points can be exchanged in the system's marketplace for various celestial items, divine weapons, divine herbs, immortal medicines, physical enhancements, and a plethora of other items. After perusing the system's exposition, the marketplace materialized in his consciousness. 9 Dragons Chariot, Sect Points 100, followed by an innumerable series of zeros. Innate Sacred Body Dao, Sect Points 10. Primordial Mother Chi Cauldron, Sect Points 100. Wait a moment. Do I even have a little umbrella? Luchin exclaimed in awe. Incredible. The system truly is remarkable, even possessing such extraordinary artifacts. Indeed, I am in dire need of this. By the way, system, how does one acquire sect points? The host merely needs to eliminate opposing forces. The stronger the force, the more sect points are acquired. The host may also subjugate vassal forces. The mightier the vassal, the greater the sect points earned. Is it solely opposing forces that yield sect points? Does this not incite hostility? Alas. At this moment, Wang Xian, accompanied by Luo Wushuang, was en route back to the Kunlun sect. Senior, are you an elder of the Kunlun sect? Luo Wushuang, still reeling from shock, inquired nervously. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian cast a sidelong glance at Luo Wushuang, a smile gracing his lips. He understood the implication behind her words, but replied calmly, I am not an elder. I serve as a guardian of Kunlun. After all, with our emergence, the sect leader required aids, and both Wang Ming and I were awakened early by the sect leader. Buzz. As these words left his lips, Luo Wushuang's mind erupted in a cacophony, her expression one of astonishment, as tumultuous waves surged within her heart. A transformation realm guardian. How could such a powerful figure merely be a gatekeeper? Even the ancestral master is but a transformation realm expert. Does this mean that even the gatekeepers lack the qualification to ascend? The ancestral master of the dojo, you truly aim to drive me to my grave. It is indeed the case that formidable sects often see transformation realm experts assume the mantle of elders. Yet, within Kunlun, one merely serves as a guardian. Hiss. Does this not imply that Kunlun possesses beings of transcendent realms? The more she pondered, the more alarmed Luo Wushuang became, her expression subtly shifting. A glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes as if she had resolved upon a significant decision. Meanwhile, in the Tianzhou, within the dominion of the Supreme Force, the Tianjin sect, atop a principal peak, an elderly man seated in meditation abruptly opened his eyes, a radiant gleam surging forth, suddenly sensing the vanishing of his bloodline. An overwhelming pressure emanated from his being, causing the surrounding space to resonate ominously. Who dares to obliterate my lineage? His expression contorted, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from him. He is Yun Long, the ancestral master of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, a being of the 9th layer of transformation. Who could have anticipated that the ancestral master resided not in Qizhou but within a dominant force in Tianzhou? Infuriating. Were it not for my imminent breakthrough into the transcendence realm, I would assuredly journey to Qingzhou to unearth the identity of the one who has annihilated my legacy and extract their soul for eternal torment. Although he remained unaware of the identity of his legacy's destroyer, he still uttered fierce threats. The ferocity in Yun Long's eyes was palpable, ablaze with chilling resolve. Chapter 8. The most powerful cultivation method of the Heavens Kunlun sect. Senior brother, you haven't even opened your spiritual veins? Ling Shui exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Her mouth agape and eyes wide as she gazed at Lin Yun. Just moments ago, she had discovered that her senior brother had yet to open his spiritual veins. In the path of cultivation, one must first refine the mortal body, then gather true energy to unblock the meridians within. True energy transforms into spiritual energy, which then enters the body to refine the flesh, ultimately leading to the opening of spiritual veins. In the realm of Xinwu, those who cannot open their spiritual veins are deemed useless, and lacking spiritual veins signifies a life destined to be devoid of strength. The pursuit of cultivation is inherently about achieving immortality and permanence, daring to challenge the heavens even if the hope is but a slender thread. However, there are always anomalies in the world. It is said that some fated individuals are born with mysterious and powerful physiques, incapable of cultivation from a young age, unable even to gather energy. Yet, once their physique is awakened, they find cultivation as effortless as drinking water. becoming invincible among their peers, immensely powerful. Could it be that my senior brother possesses some mysterious physique? Ling Shui pondered, filled with intrigue. Junior sister, although I have not opened my spiritual veins, the sect master has proclaimed that my physique is extraordinary, endowed with the potential of a divine king, destined to become a great emperor. Lin Yun declared, hands clasped behind his back, his innocent visage radiating an aura of majesty. I believe in the sect master's words, he asserted with unwavering determination, as if he were indeed the future emperor. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's expression darkened. This senior brother is truly Navi. I must inquire with the sect master to ascertain whether my senior brother truly possesses some extraordinary physique. Moreover, she firmly believed that the sect master would not appoint someone without spiritual veins as the senior brother. After all, in her eyes, Kunlun was so enigmatic that it would be unthinkable to accept a disciple lacking spiritual veins. As Ling Shui pondered, a sudden roar filled the sky with phantoms of true dragons appearing, followed by countless ancient races emerging in a dazzling display. Numerous figures bathed in golden light were seen striking their fists, exuding immense power, as though each punch could shatter the stars and collapse the cosmos, instilling a sense of dread. What is happening? Lin Yun and Ling Shui stared in shock, speechless. Has a powerful figure from the sect awakened? While they were still in awe, the phenomena in the void suddenly shifted. In an instant, beams of divine light surged into the Hall of Techniques, illuminating the previously dim letters of the hall, making them shine brilliantly, rendering them almost blinding. Eventually, it returned to tranquility, as if nothing had occurred. This was the successful enhancement of the Hall of Techniques, which now housed the most formidable cultivation methods of the heavens, each method a peerless ancient scripture. Fortunately, the system had shielded Kunlun. Otherwise, such phenomena would have drawn the attention of the ancient beings of the Xianwu realm, who would surely rise from their coffins to investigate. Sect Master, what is happening? Seeing Lu Chen emerge from the main hall, Ling Shui hurriedly approached him with a query. Lu Chen, equally bewildered, had been contemplating the development of Kunlun when a sudden loud noise startled him, leading him to believe that someone had attacked the Kunlun sect, prompting his swift exit. System. What is going on? Lu Chen furrowed his brow, silently questioning within. Ding. Rest assured, host, this is the manifestation resulting from the perfection of the scripture hall. A manifestation? Goodness. I thought someone was intruding. Do not worry. It is merely the revival of our sect's scripture hall, Lu Chen replied with indifference. The revival of the scripture hall? Hiss. What sort of technique could evoke such a phenomenon? Could it be the ancient methods of the divine king or the ancient scriptures of the emperor? Although they had never seen them, the scene just witnessed was undeniably shocking. They felt that even the ancient methods of the divine king or the ancient scriptures of the emperor could not possibly incite such an extraordinary manifestation. Both individuals were shaken, their eyes filled with awe. Steady, steady. As the eldest disciple of Kunlun sect, I firmly believe that the sect leader will bestow upon me an unparalleled technique. I, Lin Yun, am destined for greatness. Lin Yun, astounded, was filled with excitement and a vague anticipation. Similarly, Ling Shui's expression was one of joy and immense expectation. The scripture hall housed countless ancient methods and scriptures created by the formidable figures of our Kunlun lineage, all of which are the strongest in existence. Lu Chen gazed at the two, speaking calmly. Hiss. The ancient methods and scriptures created by the great ones of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, both individuals trembled in disbelief, suspecting their ears had deceived them. What are ancient methods? Only those capable of surpassing the divine king could conceive such techniques, let alone the ancient scriptures of the emperor, which could only be crafted by an emperor. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly shake the entire immortal martial continent, and those ancient, self-proclaimed immortals would surely emerge in a frenzy to seize it. All right, you two may now enter and comprehend the techniques, Lu Chen reminded them, noticing their continued astonishment. Hee. This has left you dumbfounded? If I were to mention that there are countless immortal techniques and scriptures inside, you would probably be left utterly speechless. Of course, he would not say this. After all, even if he did, they might not believe him. Sect leader, can we enter and select techniques? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, their faces lit up with excitement. Emperor, I, Lin Yun, am destined to become an emperor in this life, he silently declared. In his fervor, he seemed to forget that he had yet to open his spiritual veins, as if the title of emperor were within his grasp. Once you enter, there is no need to select. Simply focus your mind to comprehend, and the techniques will choose the suitable individuals, Lu Chen explained. Yes, sect leader, they replied, their faces brimming with enthusiasm and respect. At that moment, Ling Shui seemed to recall something and hurriedly asked, Sect leader, senior brother has yet to open his spiritual veins. Can he cultivate the techniques? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun, still caught up in his excitement, momentarily froze. What do you mean by not having opened my spiritual veins? Junior sister, are you attempting to usurp my position? You might find it difficult to handle me. Wait. Realizing his own lack of spiritual veins, Lin Yun's previously ecstatic expression transformed into one of despair, akin to a forlorn spouse whose partner had run off with another. With a mournful countenance, he turned to Lu Qin and lamented, "Sect leader, did you not say I was the future emperor? Surely, you have a way to help me open my spiritual veins, right?" Upon hearing these words, Lu Qin was momentarily rendered speechless. What on earth? The future emperor? I merely remarked that you were destined for greatness. At no point did I claim you would become a future emperor. Furthermore, wasn't there a system notification stating that you were a genius? How was I to know you lacked a spiritual vein? Lu Qin gazed at him, his expression darkening. The system had proclaimed this lad a genius, hadn't it? System, does Lin Yun possess some extraordinary constitution? Having perused countless novels about red-haired oddities in his past life, Lu Qin was aware that many geniuses who could not cultivate, often due to lacking a spiritual vein, typically harbored some mysterious physique. Yet, Lin Yun did not appear to fit that mold. Ding, host, sect disciple Lin Yun possesses the legendary Battle Saint body, and his inability to open a spiritual vein is due to the absence of a suitable cultivation method. Note, within the Hall of Techniques, there exists an appropriate method for Lin Yun's constitution. Reminder, the Battle Saint body is among the strongest physiques in existence. A fully realized Battle Saint body can contend against heaven, earth, gods, and demons with unparalleled might. After the system's revelation, Lu Qin could hardly believe his ears. This lad truly possessed a mysterious constitution. Initially, he had thought Lin Yun's high cultivation talent was the reason for the system's designation of him as a genius. He never anticipated that by casually accepting a disciple, he would acquire a Battle Saint body. Certainly, had it not been for the system, Lu Qin would have vehemently doubted the existence of such a formidable physique within Lin Yun. Observing Lin Yun's simple, honest demeanor, it was difficult to envision him as someone capable of battling gods and demons. Chapter 9. The Subordinate Forces of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Lu Qin could hardly believe that this young man possessed such an extraordinary physique. It was fortunate that he was a disciple of my Kunlun sect. Ling Shui, your master indeed possesses a unique constitution, known as the legendary Battle Saint body. Lu Qin spoke slowly. The Battle Saint body. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. She could not fathom that her somewhat foolish senior brother truly possessed a mysterious physique. Although she was unaware of the immense power of the Battle Saint body, she understood that once one possessed such a rare constitution, their future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. With the potential to become a formidable force, the revelation struck Lin Yun like a bolt from the blue, sending a tremor through his body, his excitement rendering him almost unable to contain himself. The Battle Saint body. What an impressive name. I, Lin Yun, am destined to be a man who battles the heavens and earth, a god of war. In that moment, Lin Yun envisioned himself standing atop the continent, triumphant. Of course, he had no knowledge of what the Battle Saint body entailed or its true power. He merely relished the idea of possessing such an awe-inspiring constitution. Your senior brother's inability to open a spiritual vein is due to the absence of a corresponding cultivation method, Lu Qin explained to the two of them. Master, if there is no suitable cultivation method, does that mean my senior brother's physique is rendered useless? Ling Shui inquired earnestly, her delicate face serious. Again with this? Utterly useless? Sister, I knew you wished to look down upon me. Lin Yun thought, though he remained undeterred. Even without a suitable cultivation method, it does not mean you can reign over me. Yes, about the cultivation method. Lin Yun suddenly had an epiphany, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Lu Qin, much like a man enchanted by a beautiful woman. Master, does the Kunlun Cultivation Hall not possess a suitable method for me? His eyes burned with fervor as he looked at Lu Qin, believing that if the master recognized his physique, the Kunlun sect must indeed have an appropriate cultivation method. Indeed, the cultivation hall contains countless methods, and there is one that perfectly suits your constitution. Lu Qin nodded affirmatively. Very well, you two shall enter now, find the appropriate cultivation method, and practice diligently. Soon, our Kunlun sect will become the most powerful force in the immortal martial continent. You, as the senior brother and sister of Kunlun sect, must not allow others to belittle us, Lu Qin proclaimed with conviction. Yes, master, we will ensure that the name of Kunlun sect remains untarnished, the two responded resolutely, silently vowing to become formidable figures that would astonish the continent, thereby living up to their master's expectations. Once the two entered, Lu Qin prepared to return to the main hall for cultivation. Suddenly, two sharp sounds pierced through the air, heralding the arrival of Wang Xian, who had just vanquished the Feathered Ascendancy, accompanied by Luo Wushuang, standing before Lu Qin. Master, the feathered ascendancy has been obliterated, Wang Xian reported respectfully. Good, I am aware. You may leave now, Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Master, Wang Xian replied with deference. Master Lu, our great Zhou wishes to become a vassal of Kunlun. May I inquire if you would consent to this? After Wang Xian departed, Luo Wuxuang, her expression somewhat tense, looked at Lu Chen and spoke. On his journey back, he had already determined that Kunlun was indeed a formidable ally. Under the protection of Kunlun's sect, it was possible that in the future, the great Zhou dynasty could ascend to become a leading power in the southern wilderness. He had secretly sent a message to his ancestor, discussing this matter. Thus, he wished for the great Zhou dynasty to become a vassal of Kunlun's sect. However, the thought of Kunlun's mysterious strength made him apprehensive that Lu Chen might not regard great Zhou highly. Oh, you wish for my Kunlun to become a vassal? Lu Chen's eyes flickered with surprise as he regarded Luo Wuxuang, who did not appear to be jesting. It seemed that the emergence of two transformation realm cultivators from Kunlun had led the ruler of Great Zhou to mistakenly believe it was a hidden, great sect. Hence his notion. Lu Chen pondered silently. Ding, Kunlun's sect is destined to become the most powerful force across the myriad realms. How could it possibly lack subordinate forces? Please, host, accept the Great Zhou dynasty as Kunlun's first vassal. System, are you instructing me on what to do? You say accept, and I am to accept? Ding, the system detects that the host is quite rebellious. The system is unbinding at 10, 20, 99. Fine, I agree. Lu Chen maintained a calm demeanor and promptly replied to Luo Wuxuang. Just as the system approached 100 completion, Lu Chen, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced to Luo Wuxuang's proposal. By the heavens, you startled me. Lu Chen exclaimed inwardly. System, are you incapable of taking a joke? Was it necessary to react so dramatically? This system is merely jesting with the host. Please rest assured. Ha. What a ridiculous jest. Lu Chen internally cursed. Lord, Sectmaster, have you truly agreed? Luo Wuxuang questioned, somewhat uncertain. Indeed, Lu Chen affirmed. Luo Guozhu, Kunlun's emergence will undoubtedly establish us as the strongest force in the world. Soon, the formidable cultivators of Kunlun will gradually awaken. Besides Ling Xue, if there are any other talented royal offspring in the Great Zhou dynasty, they may also follow our sect's powerful members to cultivate. Lu Chen spoke calmly, painting an enticing picture for Luo Wuxuang. However, this vision was indeed appealing to Luo Wuxuang. Sect Master, can my royal offspring truly follow the esteemed elders of the sect to cultivate? Luo Wuxuang exclaimed, excitement evident in his expression. He had initially thought that becoming a vassal of Kunlun would only mean receiving some protection during crises, but he had not anticipated that, apart from Ling Xue, other royal offspring would also have the opportunity to train alongside Kunlun's elders. After all, with two transformation realm experts appearing in Kunlun, merely as guardians, he believed there must be even more potent beings above the void refinement realm within Kunlun. The mere thought of the royal offspring of Great Zhou being able to cultivate alongside such powerful figures filled Luo Wuxuang's mind with visions of the Great Zhou dynasty possibly producing experts at the void refinement realm and beyond in the future. The lifespan of transformation realm cultivators is ultimately limited to 5,000 years. They can only protect a force for a millennium. However, there will inevitably come a day when their lifespan wanes. In this world, where strength reigns supreme and the weak are devoured by the strong, if you do not extinguish others, they will come to extinguish you. Only by continuously producing one powerful figure after another can a force endure through the ages. This was also the reason he was willing to become a vassal of Kunlun. Yet he never expected Lu Chen would make such a generous promise. Rest assured, my lord. The Great Zhou shall follow Kunlun to the death, declared Luo Wuxuang, his eyes ablaze with fervor. It was as if anyone dared to insult the name of Kunlun. He would charge forth to deliver a resounding rebuke. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received your first affiliated force. Reward, 1,000 sect points. A cold voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind, yet his expression remained unchanged, though he was internally astonished. System, can I truly earn sect points from forces that willingly submit? Ding. Yes, host. Both voluntary submission and conquest yield sect points. Ah, such an intriguing operation. In Lu Chen's eyes, the concept of conquest was merely a euphemism for combat. If one beating proved insufficient, then two would suffice. Nevertheless, the fact that the Great Zhou dynasty willingly chose to become an affiliated force was a delightful surprise, an unexpected windfall. It appeared that the Great Zhou was indeed quite weak, as the system only awarded him a mere 1,000 sect points. However, considering that the Great Zhou possessed but a single transformation realm ancestor, this was understandable. Very well. By the way, Lord Luo, what forces exist within Qingzhou? And what formidable beings reside within the sect? Kunlun has been absent from the world for far too long and is rather uninformed about the current powers on the immortal martial continent, Lu Chen inquired. Casting a measured glance at Luo Wuxuang. To establish Kunlun as the hegemon of Qishou, it was imperative to comprehend the myriad forces within the region. This was also a vital aspect of Lu Chen's survival strategy. Despite possessing a system, Kunlun currently boasted only one practitioner of the Void Realm, while the other three were merely at the Transformation Realm. Yet, Lu Chen harbored little doubt that within the vast expanse of Qingzhou, there existed some ancient and formidable entities. My lord, there are 4 major dynasties within Qingzhou. In addition to our Great Zhou dynasty, there are the Great Qin dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty, and the Yuhua dynasty, which you have already vanquished. Of these, the Great Qin dynasty is the most powerful, reigning as the undisputed sovereign of Qingzhou, its territory encompassing half of the region. It is rumored that their ancestral figure has 1 foot poised to step beyond the threshold of the Void Realm. Following closely is the Great Xia dynasty, which boasts an ancestor at the Void Realm, Luo Wuxuang explained, his gaze betraying a deep-seated trepidation. Had he not aligned himself with Kunlun, Luo Wuxuang would have regarded the Great Qin dynasty with nothing but reverence. However, after witnessing Kunlun's might, he was convinced that Kunlun possessed entities of the Void Realm or even beyond. In Qizhou, both the Great Zhou dynasty and other factions held the Great Qin dynasty in high esteem, annually submitting their cultivation resources to it. This was also the reason why the Great Qin dynasty, despite its evident capability to obliterate other factions, refrained from doing so. Upon hearing Luo Wuxuang's words, Lu Chen was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated such a multitude of forces existing within Qingzhou, particularly the ancestral figure of the Great Qin dynasty, who was likely a being of great power, perhaps even beyond the Void Realm. According to Luo Wuxuang, only forces with a Void Realm powerhouse could claim the title of hegemon. It could be said that Kunlun now possessed the potential to ascend to such heights. Yet, the numbers remained a concern. Lu Chen pondered quietly. Noticing Lu Chen lost in thought, Luo Wuxuang refrained from interrupting. I have gathered sufficient information about Qizhou. You may leave now, Lord Luo, Lu Chen said with a detached tone. Yes, my lord, Luo Wuxuang replied. Luo Wuxuang respectfully addressed Lu Chen. After resolving this matter, he came to understand that most of the weaker factions tend to seek the support of formidable and well-established powers as their backing. As for the Great Zhou dynasty, as long as they diligently assisted Kunlun, Lu Chen would, in consideration of Ling Shui being a disciple of the Kunlun sect, eventually extend his aid to bolster the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty, thereby also serving the interests of the Kunlun sect. Chapter 10. The Dominant Forces. The Great Qin dynasty. The following day, Lin Yun and Ling Shui emerged from the Hall of Martial Techniques. Their expressions a blend of astonishment and elation at their newfound abilities. Particularly, Lin Yun had comprehended the holy combat technique, shattering the limitations of his sacred body. And within a single night, he had successfully opened his spiritual veins, achieving a breakthrough to the Spirit Sea realm. Truly, he was a prodigy endowed with a sacred body. Although Ling Shui lacked a special constitution, she had grasped the Lu divine technique, a preeminent scripture of a celestial being. As she felt the surge of power coursing through her hands, capable of harnessing the surrounding spiritual energy, Lin Yun was both awestruck and grateful towards Lu Chen. Senior brother, you have opened your spiritual veins and advanced to the Spirit Sea realm? Ling Shui exclaimed, her mouth agape. Her face awash with shock as she sensed the transformation in Lin Yun's aura. Being at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm herself, she could naturally perceive Lin Yun's newfound level. Is this the sacred body? It is indeed formidable. It is truly powerful. She had always been pleased with her own talent, having broken through to the Spirit Sea realm at merely 17, earning her a place among the elite of Qizhou. Yet, today's revelation struck her profoundly just yesterday. Her senior brother had not even opened his spiritual veins, and now, within a single night, he had achieved that, and further ascended to the Spirit Sea realm. How could she not be astonished? Heh, junior sister, do you now believe in your senior brother's words? I, Lin Yun, am destined to become a future emperor. And I trust you have also comprehended an unparalleled technique. Haven to you? Indeed, senior brother, she replied. Excellent. As expected of my junior sister. I have high hopes for you, Lin Yun declared, striking a pose of elder authority. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui was momentarily speechless. Could her senior brother not be a bit more serious? One might mistake him for the sect leader. At that moment, an irresistible voice of authority resonated. Lin Yun. Ling Shui, come to the main hall to see me. At these words, the two regained their composure from the joy of acquiring their techniques, and respectfully made their way to where Lu Chen resided, replying, yes, sect leader. Within the main hall, Luo Wuxuang was also present. Lu Chen sat at the head of the table, his eyes narrowed as if deep in thought. Linyan, Ling Shui. I trust you have gained insights into your techniques at the Hall of Martial Techniques. Lu Chen addressed them calmly, having sensed the change in Lin Yun's aura. After all, he too was now a formidable being at the transformation realm, though his own aura was masked by the system, rendering him undetectable by any in this world. Goodness. To open spiritual veins and break through to the Spirit Sea realm overnight? Is this the holy combat body? Truly worthy of being my disciple of Kunlun sect. Excellent. He also noted the shift in Ling Shui's aura. System, check Ling Shui's information. Ding. Sect disciple Luo Ling Shui, realm, 9th level of the Spirit Sea. Previously cultivated the Great Zhou Dynasty's legacy technique, Luo Divine Art. Now comprehended the unparalleled celestial scripture, Lu Divine Technique. Celestial scripture? Good gracious. I almost misheard that as minstrel scripture. Lu Divine Technique? Beat. Host. This is the most powerful scripture of a supreme being from the myriad realms. Akin to the battle Saint Law that Lin Yun has comprehended, both are the pinnacle of strength. Ah, indeed. Now both disciples of the sect possess the most formidable techniques in existence. Lu Chen is confident they will soon uphold the prestige of Kunlun's sect. In such a manner, Kunlun will attract more disciples, and he can trigger system tasks to earn rewards for enhancing his cultivation. As for cultivating, it can be summed up in 2 words, slack off. He is a man endowed with a system. The tedious and monotonous task of cultivation should be left to the disciples of the sect. He only needs to extract the rewards from the system. System, are you certain it is not I who will extract from you? He is unconcerned about his future cultivation being insufficiently potent. Yes, sect master. Both my junior sister and I have comprehended the technique. Lin Yun and his companions' faces radiate joy, their gazes towards Lu Chen brimming with profound respect and gratitude. Technique? Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang is momentarily taken aback. It is only now that he notices the change in Lin Yun's aura. His eyes widen in astonishment. Spirit Sea realm? Wasn't this lad merely at the bodybuilding realm yesterday? How did he not only open his spiritual meridians, but also break through to the Spirit Sea realm overnight? Luo Wushuang is astounded, appearing incredulous. Ah, the technique. It must be from the sect master. Ling Shui has also comprehended the technique. It must surely be bestowed by the sect master. Thinking of this, Luo Wushuang's expression is one of exhilaration. Excellent. Now that you have grasped the techniques of the great powers in Kunlun's history, you must cultivate diligently. In the future, you must not tarnish the reputation of Kunlun. Lu Chen declares solemnly. These words strike Luo Wushuang as if struck by lightning, causing his body to tremble. The great powers of Kunlun sect. Indeed. Kunlun sect is a hidden great sect. What a tremendous support. Yes, sect master, we will never let you down. The two respond with unwavering determination. Lu Chen nods in satisfaction. After exiting the main hall, Ling Shui, is what the sect master said true? Have you comprehended the techniques of the great powers of Kunlun sect? Luo Wushuang queries eagerly, his face alight with joy. Indeed, father. I comprehended an unparalleled technique in the Hall of Techniques. Ling Shui replies, her expression brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang is even more elated and astonished. Kunlun sect truly is a hidden great sect. Otherwise, how could a mere waste who hadn't even opened their spiritual meridians manage to not only open them, but also break through to the Spirit Sea realm overnight? Lin Yun, are you being polite? By the way, father, why do you address the sect master as sect master? Ling Shui asks, her delicate face filled with confusion. As this is typically the term of address for a subordinate force towards the main sect. Ling Shui, I have already discussed with the ancestor. Our great Zhou is now a subordinate force of Kunlun. Luo Wushuang states to his daughter slowly. Really? That's wonderful, father. Our great Zhou can become a subordinate of Kunlun. In the future, we shall not fear other dynasties. Ling Shui's expression is one of excitement. Although she is a disciple of Kunlun, it does not guarantee that the sect master will intervene should great Zhou encounter peril. She is acutely aware that many weaker forces in the immortal martial continent seek refuge under the wings of great powers. Moreover, many weaker factions, when they provoke a force more formidable than their own, are often abandoned by their primary sect. After all, the main sect would not risk offending a power greater than itself for the sake of a feeble subordinate. Nevertheless, she firmly believed that Lu Chen was not that kind of person. Her conviction was unwavering. Indeed, in Lu Chen's eyes, anyone who dared to harm his people, regardless of their strength or formidable background, would be met with annihilation. Father, how is the elder's condition? Ling Shui inquired with concern. Ever since Wang Ming had slain the national master of the Yuhua dynasty and brought Luo Yuan to Kunlun to alleviate his injuries, she had not seen the elder again. Alas, although the elder's injuries have been suppressed, his lifespan grows short, unless he can break through to the Dongxi realm. Luo Wushuang's expression was one of sorrow. He understood that it would be exceedingly difficult for his elder to achieve such a breakthrough without a ninth-grade spirit herb. However, ninth-grade spirit herbs are the finest among herbs, surpassed only by sacred, divine, and imperial medicines. At that moment, Ling Xue's face lit up with excitement. Father, I shall go seek the sect master. I believe the sect master must possess a means to assist the elder. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Luo Wushuang, who looked at her with reassuring eyes. Ling Xue, that is not feasible. The sect master has already aided the great Zhou dynasty through a calamity. Now, this trial for the elder must be resolved by our own efforts. Upon hearing this, Ling Xue's expression dimmed. She understood her father's words held truth. It was unreasonable to seek Lu Chen's assistance for every matter. She was merely a disciple of the Kunlun sect, and the sect master's support for the great Zhou was already a tremendous favor. However, a thought soon struck her, and her face brightened. Father, isn't there an auction in the great Qin dynasty? Perhaps there will be a spirit herb available that could aid the elder's recovery. This was news that had circulated prior to the conflict with the Yuhua dynasty. Chapter 11. The Ancient Commerce Guild. Upon hearing the news, Luo Wushuang's eyes gleamed momentarily before dimming again. As the sovereign of the Great Zhou, one of the four major dynasties, he understood that the auction hosted by the Great Qin dynasty was far from an ordinary event. It was rumored to be organized by the Ancient Commerce Guild S branch in Tianqing Prefecture, and the choice of venue in the Tianwu dynasty was undoubtedly due to the Great Qin dynasty's dominion over Qizhou. Only a powerful state like the Great Qin could command such a grand auction from the Ancient Commerce Guild. A weaker dynasty would hardly attract their attention. An auction conducted by the Ancient Commerce Guild far surpassed those of ordinary commercial institutions in terms of influence, drawing significant powers from other major states in the southern wilderness. How could the Great Zhou compete with such formidable forces? Luo Wushuang sighed inwardly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and the dullness in his gaze flickered with a spark of brilliance. He wondered if the sect master might take an interest in this auction. If Lu Chen were to learn of his current musings, he would likely be eager to rally everyone to take action. Lu Chen was currently troubled by how to elevate Kunlun's reputation in Qingzhou. Father, perhaps we should share the news of the auction with the sect master and see if he is interested, Ling Xue suggested, her intelligence shining through. Having grown up with exceptional talent, she could discern the significance of the auction from her father's expression. After all, Kunlun was shrouded in mystery, even as a disciple. She could not fully grasp the depths of its power. Yet she was certain that if Lu Chen were willing to attend the Great Qin's auction, the Great Zhou's position would not be overly threatened by other forces. Upon hearing her words, Luo Wushuang regarded his daughter with admiration. Truly, she was his daughter, perceptive and astute enough to recognize his thoughts at a glance. Very well, Ling Xue, let us speak to the sect master, he said, his expression tinged with anticipation. He hoped that Lu Chen would be intrigued by the auction. Should there be any elixirs capable of healing their ancestor, even if they were sacred herbs, he would contend for them without fear of the powerful adversaries. However, unbeknownst to him, every faction participating in this auction was beyond the Great Zhou's capacity to confront. In the main hall, Lu Chen sat in the principal seat, and a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes upon hearing the mention of the auction. It seemed as though fortune favored him, presenting an opportunity just as he pondered how to amplify Kunlun's renown within Qizhou. After listening to the two, he exhibited genuine curiosity. Sect Master, this auction is organized by the Ancient Commerce Guild, and it is rumored that the Celestial Spirit Pill will be featured. Luo Wushuang eagerly interjected, recognizing Lu Chen's interest. Powers from other major states in the southern wilderness will surely attend. Would the sect master be inclined to participate in such a grand affair? Luo Wushuang's complexion was filled with excitement. Upon learning that the event was organized by the Ancient Commerce Guild, Ling Xue beside her was utterly astonished. She had initially believed it to be merely an ordinary auction hosted by the Great Qin dynasty, not realizing it was the prestigious Ancient Commerce Guild. And the Heavenly Spirit Pill. This remarkable elixir could significantly enhance the chances of a Void Realm expert breaking through to the Heavenly King realm by 60%. However, unbeknownst to them, those who relied on the Heavenly Spirit Pill for their breakthrough were entirely different from those who achieved it through their own comprehension. In an era devoid of saints, the Heavenly King realm represented a level that overlooked the fluctuations of an entire domain, a realm only accessible to the most formidable powers. This was a concept that Luo Wushuang could scarcely fathom. Oh, the Ancient Commerce Guild? Noticing that Lu Chen seemed unfamiliar with the guild, Luo Wushuang paused. Her heart filled with shock. How could this be possible? Wasn't the Kunlun sect a hidden major sect? How could their leader be unaware of the Ancient Commerce Guild? It is crucial to note that over 1,000,000 years have passed since the ancient era, and any power that has endured from that time is a superpower on the Xinwu continent. The Ancient Commerce Guild is one such entity. and as the largest guild on the continent, it has countless branches in every domain, with this auction being organized by the Qingzhou branch. The main guild, situated in the central heavenly domain, is regarded as a true sanctuary for countless cultivators. Impossible. The Kunlun sect could not possibly be a force from the mythical era, which occurred tens of millions of years ago. The era preceding the ancient era was the most splendid and prosperous time on the Xinwu continent. An illustrious age where numerous emperors coexisted and divine kings reigned, often referred to by later generations as the mythical era. Ancient texts record that during this era, the emperors were drawn to the upper realms by a powerful force, leaving behind their respective legacies. Though the ancient era may not have matched the grandeur of the mythical era, it still witnessed the emergence of many great emperors. And it was during this time that the Ancient Commerce Guild was founded. As for the existence of the upper realms, that was beyond Luo Wushuang's knowledge. A tremor of astonishment coursed through Luo Wushuang's heart, and he dared not delve further into his thoughts. Panic surged within him. If Lu Qin were to discern his speculations, he would likely receive a severe reprimand. Damn it, I am not of this world. Of course I haven't heard of it. After steadying his tumultuous heart, Luo Wushuang continued, Master, the Ancient Commerce Guild was established by an emperor during the ancient era, with a lineage that has persisted for 1,000,000 years. No one truly knows the depth of its foundation. The ancient era? A force established by an emperor. Lu Qin was also taken aback. An emperor? This was beyond his current reach. However, with the system at his disposal, he was confident that as he developed the sect and attracted more talented disciples, continually acquiring summoning cards from the system, he would soon be able to summon an emperor-level expert. Nevertheless, attending this auction could be beneficial. Perhaps he would encounter a few prodigies and trigger a system quest. Having made up his mind, Lu Qin turned to Luo Wushuang. All right, we shall depart tomorrow. Luo Wushuang's expression was one of excitement. He had not anticipated that Lu Qin would agree, and perhaps there was a chance for the ancestors' injuries to be healed. Ling Shui also displayed a joyful countenance. The following day, at the Kunlun Sect's plaza, a multitude awaited Lu Qin's appearance. At that moment, a voice resonated softly. Let us depart. The crowd beheld Lu Qin, clad in white, emanating an ethereal grace as he approached leisurely. With a single stride, he appeared before them. We pay our respects to the sect master. The crowd promptly bowed in reverence. In Qingzhou, before an ancient and colossal city of the Great Qin dynasty, one could discern faintly glowing runes adorning the city walls, resembling a vast web that enveloped the immense structure. The city gates stood wide open, flanked by several armored soldiers of the Great Qin Imperial Guard, each exuding a formidable aura. At that moment, countless cultivators from various locales converged, entering the ancient city. Numerous influential factions from Qizhou and other states, including elders from powerful families, were also arriving in droves. Suddenly, several figures emerged. The very ones who had come from Kunlun sect, led by Lu Qin. Wang Ming and the others remained closely by his side, while Chun Beixian, a Void Realm cultivator, concealed himself in the shadows. Have you heard? The Yuhua dynasty has been destroyed, exclaimed a wandering cultivator. Are you seeking death? The Yuhua dynasty is one of the 4 great dynasties of Qizhou. How could it possibly be obliterated? If the Yuhua dynasty discovers this, you wouldn't even know how to die. A rogue cultivator hastily covered his companion's mouth, casting anxious glances around, fearful of being overheard. Nevertheless, Lu Qin and the others caught wind of the conversation and found it amusing. Rest assured, the Yuhua dynasty has indeed fallen. It was our Kunlun sect that vanquished it. Sect master, this ancient city is truly magnificent. Lin Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder at the sight of the grand city before him. Having never witnessed such a vast and ancient fortress, Lin Yun, hailing from a modest family with its strongest member merely at the divine concealment realm, was understandably awestruck. Not only him, but even Lu Qin felt a surge of astonishment at the sight. After all, he was not originally from this world and was witnessing for the first time a city constructed by cultivators of the immortal martial continent. He had not expected it to be so grand and magnificent. Yet, despite his astonishment, Lu Qin maintained a calm and composed demeanor, his gaze profound, as if the resplendent ancient city before him were merely an ordinary settlement. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, a vein throbbed on Lu Qin's forehead. Just when I thought we could avoid trouble, here it comes. He lamented silently. I shall never bring this brat out again. He is simply too embarrassing. Just as Lu Qin was grumbling internally, a loud voice rang out. Look, what a grand display. Which faction dares to make such a show within the Great Qin dynasty? Do they not fear retribution? The crowd began to murmur excitedly. To their astonishment, it turned out that even the Tianwu dynasty had sent representatives to this auction. The Tianwu dynasty? Could it be? Indeed, it is the formidable power of the Tianwu dynasty. Before the city gates, the crowd gazed in astonishment at an ancient warship hovering in the sky. A seasoned elder among the cultivators spoke of the ship's illustrious origins. Chapter 12, The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Alas, it is indeed the Heavenly Martial Dynasty. Yet, even the Heavenly Martial Dynasty cannot act so brazenly within my Qingzhou. Indeed, those unaware might mistakenly believe that the sovereign of Qingzhou is none other than the Heavenly Martial Dynasty itself. Merely attending an auction, yet they create such a grand spectacle. Are they here to stir up trouble? The arrival of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty is surely not as simple as just attending an auction. What are we afraid of? What are you waiting for? Speak up. Before the city gates. The cultivators of Qizhou seethed with anger at the actions of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty, their eyes ablaze with fury. Even the formidable Qin Imperial Guards stationed at the gates were fixated on the movements of the battleship hovering in the void. Were it not for the fact that these forces were here to participate in the auction, any other faction would have already acted to seize control of the situation. As cultivators of Qizhou, they naturally felt compelled to uphold the dignity of their land, especially with the Heavenly Martial Dynasty behaving so audaciously in Qizhou. Did they truly believe that no one would rise against them? Moreover, other factions from different states had also discerned that the Heavenly Martial Dynasty's aggressive approach was likely to incite trouble, and they eagerly discussed the unfolding events. This, of course, was a spectacle they were keen to witness. After all, if the two dominant dynasties were to clash, it would provide invaluable insight into the true depths of their powers. Inside the battleship of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor approached a young man draped in a golden-black dragon robe seated on the throne. Bowing deeply, "Your Highness, the Qin dynasty has arrived." "Excellent. My father and the others must be arriving soon as well." "Humph. This time we shall surely bring the Qin dynasty to its knees." The young man, none other than the Crown Prince Teobafeng of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty, spoke with a chilling gaze. At merely 20 years of age, he had already broken through to the divine concealment realm, standing as the foremost youth of Tianzhou. Renowned even in the southern wilderness as a prodigy, and praised by the ancestral figures of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty as one destined for the Heavenly King realm. The risks associated with this expedition to the Qin dynasty were undoubtedly significant, and his motives were far from simple. The arrival of a sovereign from a state instantly imbued the auction with an air of gravity. Many small families and loose cultivators had thought this to be a mere auction, unaware that it had drawn the attention of such a powerful entity. The subsequent scenes left them utterly astonished, their eyes widening as they beheld the various factions from different states arriving. The Han family of Guizhou, the Lu family of Yunzhou, the Gu family of Fengzhou, that is, the Jun family of Huangzhou. As the elder observed the great powers from the southern wilderness gathering, particularly noticing the ancient character for Jun inscribed on a bronze battleship, his expression was one of shock, his voice quivering as he spoke. Clearly, the Jun family of Huangzhou held an extraordinary lineage. Otherwise, the elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion would not have displayed such astonishment. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, established 500,000 years ago by the Celestial Secrets Divine King, stands as a force second only to those revered sacred lands, dynasties, and imperial clans that have endured for 1,000,000 years. The Tianji Pavilion is renowned for its purported ability to glimpse the celestial secrets and deduce the causal relationships of the world. It is said that a great ancestor, facing imminent demise, sought the pavilion's assistance in deciphering his fate and prolonging his life, an event that transpired over 100 millennia ago. The outcome of that endeavor remains a mystery known solely to the pavilion. However, it is crucial to note that the Tianji Pavilion does not genuinely possess the power to unveil celestial secrets or comprehend the world's causality. Even the mightiest emperors cannot penetrate these mysteries. The pavilion's esoteric techniques are merely ancient methods of the divine kings, rendering such feats implausible. Much of its reputation stems from the pavilion's own declarations of omniscience. Now, after countless years have passed, the Tianji Pavilion has fallen into decline, which explains its presence at the auction hosted by the great Qin dynasty. Presently, its strength is comparable to that of a regional overlord. Alas, it is surprising that even the Jun family has arrived, likely drawn by the allure of a certain artifact. A realization struck Yutsong, and his expression shifted subtly as he murmured to himself. He was well aware that this auction would not only feature the celestial spirit pill, but also a sacred weapon coveted by numerous factions in the southern wilderness. Aside from the Holy Lands and imperial clans, had this item not been under the auspices of the ancient Commerce Guild, these factions would have undoubtedly resorted to desperate measures to seize it, as they would not dare to provoke the guild, lest they face annihilation. Could it be that war is looming over Qizhou? The gathering of such formidable regional powers suggests a significant motive for their attendance at this auction. "Brother, I possess insider information regarding this auction," one individual exclaimed. "I heard that the Little Umbrella is up for bidding. It's an artifact for exploring the forbidden zones of the Honey Path." "What? The Little Umbrella? Are you serious?" No one from Qizhou would deceive another. Indeed, It seems these great powers are primarily here for the Little Umbrella, as it is a divine artifact capable of preventing the leakage of vital essence. As the attendees from various states continued to arrive, the crowd was left in awe, speculating what could attract such a multitude of overlord-level factions to this auction. Among them, a sharp-featured cultivator earnestly spoke to his companion about the divine artifacts expected to appear. Not far away, Lu Chun paused momentarily upon overhearing their conversation, then hurriedly checked the system marketplace. Upon seeing the words Little Umbrella and Not Exchanged, he breathed a sigh of relief. Goodness, you nearly startled me. I thought the system had gone awry. I was beginning to wonder if this world actually contained a Little Umbrella. How could he not be anxious? Lu Chun was not particularly concerned about the artifact itself. Rather, the mention of the Little Umbrella had initially led him to suspect that the system had abandoned him, especially since it had been silent for quite some time. Beside him, Luo Wuxuang was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that the attending factions would all be of overlord-level stature. Reflecting on it now, had they not aligned with the Kunlun sect, the Great Zhou would have appeared as insignificant as a mere shrimp before these overlord powers, likely unable to secure even a single bid. Although Kunlun's current strength is not formidable, he possesses unwavering faith in Lu Chun, believing that Kunlun is far more than what meets the eye, merely two transformation realm experts serving as sect guards. After all, such dominant powers do not possess the audacity to have transformation realm experts act as mere protectors. Furthermore, for a transformation realm expert to willingly serve as a sect guard speaks volumes about the immense foundation of that sect. Luo Wuxuang reassured himself, subsequently shedding his earlier apprehension. Instead, he appeared as though he had acquired some divine artifact, his demeanor exuding a natural confidence. Chapter 13. The Imperial Guard of the Great Qin. As the various regional powers arrived, even before their entry into the ancient city of Great Qin, an overwhelming sense of dread emanated from the war vessels of these factions. An invisible pressure enveloped the crowd before the city gates, causing them to feel an immense weight upon their shoulders, leaving their faces pale and expressions astonished. The presence of the transformation realm. Each of these auras surpassed that of the Dao Palace realm, undeniably emanating from formidable transformation realm experts. They had not anticipated that a mere auction would draw such powerful figures from across the states. Initially, they believed that the event would not be overly remarkable, and the attendance of Dao Palace realm practitioners was to be expected, as they were not regarded as particularly strong within these regional powers. However, in their eyes, these individuals were the ancestors of their respective factions, exalted beings of great renown. In certain dynasties or families, those of the transformation realm held the status of venerable ancestors. A single transformation realm powerhouse could establish a force that would endure for millennia. Yet, the sudden appearance of so many such experts before them was enough to instill fear. Was this the might of a hegemonic power from a state? Indeed, their foundation was formidable. Lu Chun, too, felt the oppressive aura of these transformation realm experts, and the expressions of Luo Wuxuang and the others turned grave. However, with a mere wave of Wang Ming's hand, the pressure dissipated instantly. It was clear that the powers capable of becoming hegemons of a state were not comparable to the feeble dynasties of the Great Zhou. Lu Chun's eyes narrowed as he silently contemplated the various factions. At that moment, a domineering voice resonated from the warship of the Tianwu dynasty, its spiritual energy penetrating both the interior and exterior of the ancient city. Humph! Is this the hospitality of the Great Qin dynasty? My prince has arrived. Yet there is not a soul to greet him. The speaker was Yang Shan, a transformation realm expert from the Tianwu dynasty attending the auction. Humph! What a Great Qin dynasty! How dare they be so negligent in the presence of His Highness? Yang Shan stood beside Duo Bafeng, his countenance betraying his dissatisfaction with the Great Qin dynasty's treatment. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would find it difficult to believe that a transformation realm expert would exhibit such deference to a prince of merely the divine concealment realm. In the southern wilderness, transformation realm experts could attain the status of elders in any major power. Even a prince of a dynasty, if he were a transformation realm expert, would not need to be overly respectful, as mutual courtesy would be expected. However, before the Tianwu prince, Yang Shan dared not act so casually, for he understood that this young prince, currently of the divine concealment realm, was lauded by the ancestral elders of the Tianwu as one who could aspire to the heavenly king realm and who might one day dominate a realm. At this moment, his gaze toward Duo Bafeng was filled with reverence. The territories of Tianzhou and Qizhou were interconnected, and both the Tianwu and Great Qin dynasties had lineage stretching back tens of thousands of years. Over millennia, these two great dynasties had sought to annihilate one another, expanding their dominions, yet both possessed similar strengths, with elders of the Void Realm safeguarding their interests. Neither could overpower the other. The factions from other states were well aware of the long-standing enmity between Tianwu and Great Qin, having witnessed their repeated conflicts throughout the ages. A century ago, a powerful entity of the Great Qin dynasty fell into the hands of the Tianwu dynasty, deepening the animosity between the two great dynasties. Now, with an opportunity to embarrass the Great Qin dynasty, the people of the Tianwu dynasty naturally seized it. Indeed, we, the factions from various states, have gathered here. Yet you of Qingzhou fail to extend the courtesy of a welcoming party, treating us with such disdain. Do you, Great Qin dynasty, possess the strength to afford such arrogance? Buzzing. As the words hung in the air, an elderly man from the ancient family of Fengzhou emerged from their worship, exuding a formidable aura that swept towards the ancient city of Qin. An overwhelming and suffocating presence surged forth, creating ripples in the surrounding space that resonated with a deafening hum. Below the realm of transformation, all are but ants. Puff, puff, puff. Merely the aura alone caused the many cultivators before the ancient city, who had just regained their composure, to spurt blood and turn pale, their hearts quaking with fear. Ah, despicable. Do you think there is no one in Qingzhou? Are you declaring war upon us? Why do the people of the Great Qin dynasty not yet appear? The Qingzhou cultivators, who were being pressured and bleeding from the powerful aura of the ancient family elder, roared in their hearts. These factions from various states have always looked down upon the cultivators of Qingzhou. In the southern wilderness domain, whether in terms of strength or territory, Qingzhou ranks behind these great states, with only the Great Qin dynasty standing as its sole dominant force. Other states boast multiple dominant factions. The ancient family is merely one of the hegemonic powers among Fengzhou. The majority of those arriving at the ancient city hailed from various factions within Qizhou, while the forces from other states navigated warships to reach here, for the distance between states spans hundreds of thousands of miles. Even a being of transformation would find it arduous to cross such distance swiftly, as the consumption of spiritual energy would be immense. Only flying warships could traverse such distances in a remarkably brief time, unless one were a being of the void realm, capable of tearing through the void to traverse space. Sensing this formidable aura, the several guards of the Great Qin at the city gate instantly changed their expressions, their faces betraying fury. Bold, audacious. One of the guard captains stepped forward, unleashing his full cultivation at the 9th level of the palace realm, his golden armor radiating brilliant light as he roared defiantly. Even in the face of a being of transformation, this captain showed no fear. To act against the Great Qin dynasty in its capital was to slap the dynasty in the face. This is the capital of the Great Qin, and you dare to act with such impunity. The guard captain glared angrily at the ancient family elder as he spoke. Many factions from various states, upon hearing this, could not help but scoff. You of the Great Qin dynasty dare to treat us with such disdain, if we do not show you a little color. Do you truly believe the strength of the Great Qin dynasty is as formidable as you claim? Goodness, do you think they are begging for your presence? These factions from various states are indeed shameless. It appears that many among them have engaged in some transaction with the Tianwu dynasty. Otherwise, why would they be so hostile towards the Great Qin dynasty in response to the Tianwu's provocation? It seems the Great Qin dynasty has truly lost its might. A mere ant of the Dao Palace realm dares to speak thus to me. Upon hearing the words of the commander of the Imperial Guards, the ancient elder of the Gu family instantly darkened his countenance, and a murderous intent flickered in his gaze. Seeking death, indeed. The elder raised his hand, and with a swift motion, unleashed a palm strike that transformed into a colossal imprint, descending with terrifying power upon the commander of the Imperial Guards. Boom. Roar. As the imposing imprint approached, the commander erupted with a surge of energy, bellowing in a desperate attempt to withstand this formidable blow. Yet, a strike from a transformation god expert was far beyond his capacity to repel, even though he was at the pinnacle of the Dao Palace's 9th heaven. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Gush. The armor of the commander shattered violently, and the force of the palm slammed him against the city wall, causing him to spit blood. His aura diminished to the brink of death. Ah, old fool, do you truly believe that the Great Qin lacks formidable warriors? The remaining Imperial Guards, witnessing their commander being brought to the brink of death by the elder of the Gu family, erupted in fury, their eyes filled with rage. Rumble. 9 esteemed warriors of the Dao Palace's 5th heaven from the Great Qin, undeterred by death, unleashed their full auras, charging towards the elder. Hiss. The onlookers were astounded, realizing the Great Qin dynasty's might was such that it deployed 10 Dao Palace practitioners to guard the city gates. Each of these individuals could easily become the sovereign of a third-rate power, yet the Great Qin possessed such an abundance. However, even if another 10 were to arrive, they would be unable to withstand a single transformation god expert. Below the transformation god, all are but ants. Their numbers cannot compensate for their inadequacy. No matter how many ants there are, they remain ants in the end. The ancient elder of the Gu family regarded the 9 ants with a cold smile, and then uttered a single word: annihilate. Chapter 14. What is happening? A fight has broken out. Boom. A single word erupted with a magnificent celestial authority, sweeping towards the 9 approaching figures with an overwhelming force. The moment they felt this irresistible might, the faces of the 9 Qin dynasty guards turned ashen, their hearts trembling as if confronted by a divine entity. The terrifying aura was utterly inescapable. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. Following a tremendous explosion, a mist of blood erupted in the air, as the 9 Dao Palace realm guards of the Qin dynasty were annihilated by the Elder's utterance. Hiss. Beneath the transformation into divinity, all are mere insects. The ancients have truly not misled us cultivators. Those were 9 esteemed Dao Palace beings, effortlessly eradicated by a single word. The people of Qingzhou at the city gate were awestruck by the elder's power, and even more alarmed by his audacity to slay individuals from the Qin dynasty. The other regional powers that had just allied against the Qin were equally stunned by the elder's actions. What is going on? We merely intended to suppress the Qin dynasty's momentum, and you've wiped out all 9 of their Dao Palace beings, and even severely injured one? They had no desire to engage in war with the Qin dynasty. Although they too were dominant forces in their respective regions, Qizhou had only one hegemonic power, the Qin dynasty. In contrast, their own dominant powers were numerous. Should war erupt, the other hegemonic forces in their region would not remain indifferent, inevitably putting them in a precarious situation. Originally, it was the Tianwu dynasty that led the charge, and they intended to instill a sense of intimidation. But they never expected the ancient elder from Fengzhou to actually kill someone, especially at the enemy's doorstep. Was he courting death? This is Qizhou, not their stronghold. The mere thought of this made the countenances of the other regional forces shift, their expressions filled with trepidation. If the Qin dynasty truly sought war, they would become mere cannon fodder, particularly given their current position in Qizhou. At this moment, even the crown prince of the Tianwu dynasty was visibly shaken. He had not anticipated that the elder from Fengzhou would dare to kill someone from the Qin dynasty. It's over. It's truly over. War is imminent. I want to go home. I no longer desire the divine artifact. The crowd instantly reacted, their faces filled with shock. The elder had killed someone from the Qin dynasty. And it was 9 esteemed Dao Palace beings. Was he this forcing the Qin dynasty into war? At the same time, Lu Qin was equally bewildered. What the hell? What is happening? Has a fight truly begun? What about the auction? Should I lend a hand if a brawl breaks out? After all, that old man was exceedingly arrogant. This made Lu Qin contemplate having Wang Ming take action to eliminate him directly. Buzzing. At that moment, everyone felt a series of powerful auras emanating from the ancient city. Each of these auras was of the Dao Palace realm, and the crowd at the city gate was left astonished. Even the elder's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an aura that sent shivers down his spine. The transformation realm cultivators from other regions also detected this terrifying presence, their faces filled with alarm. Subsequently, figures imbued with formidable auras emerged from the ancient city. Humph. The Fengzhou Gu family possesses remarkable audacity. Suddenly, a figure clad in golden armor emerged from the void, distinct from the previous commander of the guards, adorned with a resplendent dragon engraved upon his armor. Hiss. It was none other than Zhang Han, the Grand Commander of the Qin Dynasty's Imperial Guards. Some recognized this armored figure and exclaimed that he was indeed Zhang Han. Boom. Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, distorting and collapsing the very fabric of the void, causing the skies above the ancient city to tremble. He then raised his hand, and a golden palm imprint materialized, radiating an aura of terror as it descended upon the ancient family's worship. In the realm of the 9th level of transformation, the members of the ancient family aboard the warship found themselves paralyzed, unable to move under the weight of such a dreadful presence, their eyes filled with horror. The elder of the ancient family, sensing this formidable force, was instantly gripped by terror. In that moment, all his previous arrogance evaporated, replaced by sheer fear. He was merely at the 7th level of transformation, and before the 9th level, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Ah, save me. Under the overwhelming pressure of the 9th level of transformation, the various forces from different states could only stand, barely able to withstand the might, let alone offer assistance. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. With a resounding explosion, the elder of the ancient family and their warship were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The Qin dynasty cannot be insulted. Should you dare to provoke the Qin dynasty again, even a hegemon of a state shall face annihilation. Zhang Han coldly addressed the gathered forces. The Qin dynasty has never feared the hegemonic powers of the states, and although the ancient family was also a hegemon, it paled in comparison to the might of the Qin dynasty. Haha, we dare not. Commander Zhang has misunderstood. It was merely Gu Qian who inexplicably acted out. And we were equally taken aback. Yes, indeed. We came to participate in the auction and would never provoke the Qin dynasty. Yes, absolutely. Upon hearing Lu Guo's remarks, others quickly chimed in to distance themselves from the ancient family. They had no choice but to bow their heads. After all, they were on another's territory. Moreover, among their ranks, the strongest participant in this auction was only Yang Shan from the Tianwu dynasty, possessing merely the 8th level of transformation. Of course, apart from the Jun family from the wasteland, who would not engage in their disputes, perhaps viewing these factions as merely squabbling children. Chapter 15. The Empress of the Upper Realm Reborn. Qin Ruoxian scoffed. It is best that way. Zhang Han was fully aware of the schemes of these factions. Yet the depths of the Great Qin dynasty's legacy, which spanned millennia, remained somewhat elusive even to him, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards. However, he was certain that the Great Qin dynasty was not comparable to a third-rate hegemonic force like the Gu family. The auction will be held tomorrow. Everyone may enter the city now. Accommodations have been arranged for all parties, Zhang Han stated calmly. After delivering his message, he turned to depart. Phew. I nearly had a heart attack. I thought a battle was imminent. Someone exclaimed. Indeed. However, with all the Gu family members perishing in Qizhou, they are unlikely to let this matter rest easily. Another added with a chuckle. The Great Qin dynasty is no trifling matter. The Gu family lacks the strength to engage in war with them. Upon hearing their remarks, Yu Tsang of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion chuckled softly before uttering a perplexing statement. Our ancestor once said that the golden era has arrived, and the fortunes of our Heavenly Machine Pavilion lie within Qizhou. In the ancient city, Luo Wushuang remarked, Sect Master. That pavilion over there is the resting place for our great Zhou dynasty. Lu Qin turned his gaze to see a magnificent 9-story pavilion before him, nodding slightly in admiration. Indeed, it is all about connections. He mused, recognizing that whether in Blue Star or this realm where strength reigns supreme, only powers with divine transformation could claim such exclusive lodgings, while wandering cultivators had to seek their own resting places using spirit stones. As the crowd entered the pavilion, Lin Yun began to exhibit a demeanor of someone unaccustomed to the grandeur. This caused Lu Qin's expression to darken. Lin Yun persistently pleaded to be allowed to explore the surroundings. Reluctantly, Lu Qin agreed to let him and Ling Shui venture out together. As he harbored concerns for Lin Yun's naivety, go ahead, Lu Qin waved his hand in acquiescence. Hee, junior sister, let us hurry, Lin Yun exclaimed, taking Ling Shui's hand quite naturally. Senior brother. Ling Shui's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she spoke shyly in a hushed tone. Lu Qin's expression immediately darkened as he thought, what a swift move. It was not that he had feelings for Ling Shui, rather, it was Lin Yun's impressive ability to charm the ladies, despite his slow progress in cultivation. However, one could hardly blame Lin Yun, as his fighting saint body had just awakened and required time to strengthen. In the coming days, Lin Yun's cultivation would soar remarkably, breaking through barriers with astonishing ease. But that was a tale for another time. Wang Xian, go and protect those two discreetly, Lu Qin commanded. Yes, Sect Master, Wang Xian replied before vanishing from sight. Let us also explore this ancient city of the Great Qin, Lu Qin suggested. Within the opulent palace of the Great Qin, a figure of ethereal beauty adorned in a flowing white gown stood. Her eyes were gently closed, radiating a myriad of 7-colored lights that made her appear as if a celestial being was gracefully dancing from the heavens. She was none other than Princess Qin Ruoxian of the Great Qin dynasty. She possesses an undisclosed identity as the Empress of the ancient Yaopul Kingdom. Prior to her rebirth, her cultivation had already grazed the threshold of immortality, merely a step away from entering the coveted realm of the immortal path that countless aspire to attain. Had she not been ambushed while exploring a secret immortal domain, inadvertently awakening a corpse of an immortal and subsequently perishing at its hands, a fragment of her primordial soul would not have escaped, finding its way to the mortal realm, where it fortuitously reincarnated into the body of this grand princess of the Great Qin. It is likely that the world would have been devoid of the Yaopul Empress. Qin Ruoxian slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with radiant brilliance. Yu Tsanglei, should I return to the upper realm? I shall ensure that your ancient Wu kingdom pays the price. Yet, it is still too slow. The laws of this mortal realm are imperfect, and the spiritual energy in the southern wilderness is exceedingly sparse. Perhaps venturing to the central sky region would be a more prudent choice, Qin Ruoxian murmured softly. Indeed, the central region is the area of the immortal martial continent with the most abundant spiritual energy, yet in due time, the spiritual energy of the southern wilderness would surpass that of the central region by several folds. Knock knock. Your Highness. The sovereign requests your presence at the Nurturing Heart Palace, a palace guard of the transformation realm stated respectfully outside the hall. Within the Nurturing Heart Palace, Qin Zhan, bearing a domineering demeanor, listened to Zhang Han's report, his face instantly contorting with fury. The terrifying aura that involuntarily emanated from him rendered Zhang Han, a cultivator of the 9th level of the transformation realm, pale and trembling in fear. The sovereign's power is truly formidable. Humph. A mere third-rate hegemonic force dares to slay my great Qin's people. They are truly courting death. Were it not in an opportune time for war, I would have annihilated the Gu family. Indeed, the might of the great Qin dynasty is not as simple as it appears. A hegemonic force is deemed a mere third-rate power in the mouth of this sovereign. It is well known that those who attain hegemonic status possess formidable beings of the Void Realm. Sovereign, the Yuhua dynasty has been destroyed, Zhang Han suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression remained inscrutable, as if the fall of a dynasty was akin to the demise of an ant beneath his feet. No need for a glance. He replied nonchalantly, which force was responsible? As the indisputable hegemon of Qizhou, all factions, great and small, are obliged to submit their cultivation resources to the Great Qin annually. Should any other state attempt to obliterate a faction within Qinzhou, the Great Qin would intervene. However, if a force surpassing the Great Qin were to emerge, the Great Qin would certainly not offend a major power for the sake of a minor faction. This is the survival principle of the immortal martial continent. Even the Great Xia dynasty, which possesses an elder of the Void Realm, would not dare to provoke the majesty of the Great Qin under its overwhelming influence. It is the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Han hesitantly disclosed. Oh, the Great Zhou dynasty? Do you know who took action? A glint of coldness flickered in Qin Zhan's eyes. He was acutely aware of the strengths of these two dynasties, unless someone covertly aided the Great Zhou. In Qizhou, aside from the Great Qin and the Great Xia dynasties, it is almost impossible for other forces to rival the Yuhua dynasty. He suspected that forces from other states had inserted themselves into Qingzhou affairs. In the city of Yuhua, my subordinate sensed the powerful aura left by an unknown assailant, causing a palpable shift in Zhang Han's demeanor as a chill crept into his heart. After the auction concludes, investigate this matter further. If it turns out to be the work of forces from other states, do not concern yourself with it for now. If there are no further matters, you may leave, Qin Zhan commanded with an air of authority. Yes. Once Zhang Han exited the Yangxin Hall, Qin Ruoxian entered. Father. Qin Ruoxian spoke softly, her tone gentle yet distant. Upon hearing his daughter's subdued address, Qin Zhan couldn't help but smile ruefully. He had grown accustomed to her demeanor, for she was a paragon of extraordinary talent, and he dared not raise his voice against her. In the entirety of the Great Qin dynasty, besides his own ancestor, only his daughter possessed the audacity to speak to him in such a manner. If Qin Zhan were to discover that his daughter was an empress of the celestial domain in the future, he might very well be taken aback. Ruoxian, the auction will take place tomorrow. I am aware of your preference for tranquility, but even the Jun family from the southern wasteland will be attending. I wish for you to represent me, Qin Zhan articulated slowly, observing the frost-like expression on Qin Ruoxian's face. The Jun family ranked among the foremost powers in the southern wasteland, a force that even the Great Qin dynasty regarded with reverence. Such was the stature of the Jun family that even the Tianwu dynasty, which was relatively equal in strength to the Great Qin, did not compel Qin Zhan to act with such caution. Qin Ruoxian was well aware of the Jun family's reputation and understood her father's intentions. After all, the Great Qin dynasty was not yet in a position to disregard a power of such magnitude. She recognized her own limitations in strength and, though reluctant to confront her status, understood there was no alternative. Moreover, having been reborn into the identity of the Great Qin princess, she felt a sense of obligation towards her former self. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she stated, her words prompting Qin Zhan, who was about to speak, to swallow his words instead. Sighing, he contemplated how astonishing it would be for others to witness such a scene, the leader of a dominant power, humbled before his own daughter. What a tragic spectacle it was. Chapter 16. The auction commences the following day. Within the grand and imposing confines of a magnificent pavilion in the ancient city of the Great Qin, the Archaic Commerce Guild had meticulously crafted various private rooms, facilitating the competitive bidding among diverse factions. The Archaic Commerce Guild stands as the preeminent mercantile institution across the Xianwu continent. And although the branch in the Great Qin dynasty is merely a subsidiary, even the dominant powers of a state dare not show it any disrespect. As numerous factions began to arrive, there were also many loose cultivators present, despite their modest means being insignificant in the presence of such formidable powers. They still felt compelled to attend. Have you heard? Almost all the hegemonic forces from the southern wilderness region are participating in this auction, except for a few states. What a terrifying prospect. What treasures could the Archaic Commerce Guild possibly be offering that enticed the hegemonic powers of the southern wilderness? Excited murmurs filled the air as scattered cultivators speculated about the items to be auctioned, their fervor somewhat bewildering. Are you truly exhilarated merely to witness the spectacle? Even though they are loose cultivators, the Archaic Commerce Guild would not exclude them, for the essence of commerce lies in profit and reputation. In one of the private rooms, Lu Qin and his companions had also entered. Observing the multitude of arriving factions, Luo Wuxuang felt a surge of relief. With Lu Qin present, many of his apprehensions dissipated. Should a ninth-grade spirit herb emerge during the auction, he would be compelled to bid, regardless of the opposing faction as might. Of course, whether the Great Zhou possessed sufficient spirit stones was another matter entirely. Lord Luo, what kinds of items will be up for auction? Lu Qin inquired suddenly. Although he had come to partake in the event, he secretly hoped to acquire some exceptional spirit herbs or holy medicines should they arise. Spirit herbs are categorized from 1st to 9th grade, with the rarest being the supreme spirit herbs, and holy medicines are almost impossible to find. As for imperial medicines, even emperors would be tempted by them, while the legendary immortality elixirs are said to extend an emperor's lifespan, driving even the mightiest into a frenzy. But alas, that remains unattainable. With no spirit stones to spare, how could one hope to bid? A man with a system would hardly covet such trivialities, after all. Anything procured from the System-S marketplace would be enough to drive even the ancient immortals and celestial emperors of the Xianwu continent into a frenzy. Take, for instance, the little umbrella. I could bestow it upon Lin Yun and Ling Shui. As I currently have only 2 disciples, I must share my affection with them. After all, that lad Lin Yun needs to feel the love from his sect master. Luo Wuxuang, standing behind him, was momentarily taken aback by these words, but quickly regained his composure. Could it be that the mythic era did not rely on spirit stones for cultivation? In Luo Wuxuang's mind, he had long regarded the Kunlun sect as a legacy from the mythic era, dating back millions of years. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Ling Shui gave it little thought, assuming it was merely a casual inquiry from Lu Qin, as they believed the Kunlun sect to be a hidden power, never considering it a sect inherited from that epoch. Could it be the divine source? Hiss. The thought sent a shiver down their spines. Luo Wuxuang could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The divine source. How exceedingly rare. Even the sacred grounds would hesitate to utilize it for cultivation. Luo Wuxuang truly had the audacity to contemplate this. The quantity of divine source held by those sacred lands, imperial clans, and dynasties from the mythic era was also quite meager. The divine source possesses a unique power, capable of sealing away ancient immortals on the brink of demise, and it is quite possible that these sacred factions are harboring such ancient beings within their divine sources. Spirit stones have long been the cultivation resource for practitioners in the immortal martial continent, and it is understandable that Luo Wuxuang would think this way. Given that the Great Zhou dynasty has existed for less than 10 millennia and lacks a substantial foundation, otherwise, they would not find themselves hindered even when attempting to auction a 9th grade elixir. Luo Wuxuang took a deep breath to steady the shock in his heart. Master, the auction will utilize spirit stones as the bidding currency, Luo Wuxuang respectfully stated. Oh, spirit stones. Lu Qin nodded, seemingly struck by a thought. Aside from spirit stones, can other items be used for bidding? Lu Qin inquired further. The purpose of this outing was to enhance the reputation of the Kunlun sect. And what better opportunity than now, with nearly all the dominant factions from the southern wilderness gathering. Showcasing the Kunlun sect's formidable strength at this auction would indeed be a wise choice. Lu Qin mused to himself. The Kunlun sect's formidable strength? Are you truly daring enough to entertain such notions? Are you seeking your own demise? If you perish, the author would simply be left in the dust. Of course, formidable strength does not imply recklessness, but rather financial prowess. Although lacking spirit stones, one could always seek assistance from the system. System transfer funds. Ding, what the hell? The system responded. How can you endure this? Damn it. What a nuisance, you wretched system. Hearing the system's words, Lu Qin cursed under his breath. Upon hearing Lu Qin mention the use of other items, Luo Wuxuang's expression instantly transformed with excitement. He assumed that the other items Lu Qin referred to were the divine source. To take the divine source to the auction and bid on trivialities? If those ancient immortals were to learn of Luo Wuxuang's thoughts, they would surely strike him down with a single blow. Master, that is certainly feasible, Luo Wuxuang replied. In fact, the master could also entrust items to the Ancient Commerce Guild for auction, though the guild does take a portion of the bidding fees. Luo Wuxuang added after a moment's contemplation. All right, I understand, Lu Qin nodded. Just then, a resounding voice imbued with authority echoed forth. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Ancient Commerce Guild. Thank you for traveling from afar to participate in this auction. I hereby declare that the Qingzhou Ancient Commerce Guild auction is officially underway. Chapter 17. The emergence of the celestial spirit pill. As the authoritative voice resonated, the auction commenced. The scattered cultivators present displayed expressions of fervent anticipation. eager to discover what treasures this auction could possibly unveil, compelling the attendance of various factions from across the states. Soon after, a woman adorned in a flowing purple gown and veiled in lavender silk gracefully ascended the auction stage, eliciting a cacophony of reactions from the audience below. Goodness, is that the celestial fairy Yunyan? A voice cried out amidst the crowd upon her entrance. She was none other than Yunyan, a young prodigy ranked within the top 100 of the Southern Wilderness Domain's talented individuals list. This vast realm encompassed numerous great states, each possessing boundless territories. To be included on the talented individuals list of the Southern Wilderness Domain signifies that one is a paragon among peers, with each contender being widely recognized throughout the land. Yunyan's esteemed position within this list, bolstered by her formidable prowess in the backing of powerful factions, rendered her a figure that even the Qin dynasty would hesitate to provoke. In the Southern Wilderness, she was revered as the celestial fairy Yunyan, her influence profound. Yet her sudden appearance at the Ancient Commerce Association's auction left many in bewilderment. The astonishment of the crowd was palpable as waves of excitement erupted. "Celestial fairy Yunyan!" they exclaimed in unison. Luchin, caught off guard, glanced at the fervent crowd and wore a look of confusion. Subsequently, he turned his gaze back to the woman in the purple gown, his expression shifting subtly, his heart racing. The divine concealment realm. Observing that she appeared to be of a similar age as Ling Shui, he was astounded to realize she had achieved such cultivation. Truly, a prodigy. However, why had the system not alerted him? Luchin pondered, hastily summoning the system, contemplating the implications of such a talent not joining the Kunlun sect. System, is that woman a genius? He inquired. Ding. No, she has yet to reach the realm of genius. Her high cultivation is attributed to the consumption of elixirs. Upon hearing the system's response, Luchin grasped the situation. It was merely the result of relying on pills. No wonder. It was regrettable that at such a tender age, she had resorted to elixirs to ascend the heights of existence. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then redirected his attention away from the woman in purple. On the auction stage, Yunyan addressed the audience with a tantalizing smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall be your host for this auction." She then proceeded to announce the first item for bidding. The first item up for auction is the concentration pill. As the words left her lips, a wave of exclamations surged from the crowd. It's actually a 7th grade spirit pill. The moment this revelation was made, envy flickered in the eyes of the first-rate factions present. Elixirs are categorized into spirit pills, holy pills, and imperial pills, graded from 1 to 9, with the highest tier being the supreme grade. The concentration pill, as its name suggests, aids cultivators at the Dao Palace stage in flawlessly breaking through to the transformation stage. Opening the divine concealment, building the Dao Palace, and refining the divine soul is essential to achieving transformation. In the Xianwu continent, only those who attain the transformation stage can be deemed powerful. Those below this realm are considered mere ants. First-rate factions possess the might of transformation realm experts, enabling them to attain such status, while sovereign-level factions are further divided into first, second, and third tiers, with the pinnacle being the top tier. The Great Qin dynasty is indeed a premier hegemonic power, while the Great Zhou dynasty occupies a prominent position among these elite forces. It is easy to imagine that if such top-tier powers were to acquire a spirit condensation pill, they could potentially manifest another deity-level entity within their ranks. At that moment, they would ascend to the pinnacle of elite powers. In such esteemed forces, a deity-level figure is typically regarded as an ancestral being. The emergence of the spirit condensation pill seems to afford these elite powers a glimpse of a deity right before their eyes. The utility of the spirit condensation pill, I believe, requires no further elaboration. Yunyan smiled gently as she observed the crowd's reaction. Lady Yunyan, no need for further explanations. We are all acutely aware of the value of the spirit condensation pill. The representatives of the elite forces could hardly contain their impatience, shouting in unison. Upon hearing their exclamations, Lady Yunyan ceased her superfluous discourse and promptly announced the starting bid. The opening bid for the spirit condensation pill is set at 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As her words fell, many among the gathered forces could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. What? The starting bid is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Such an amount represents the entire fortune of a third-tier power, rendering them mere onlookers in this auction. Even for first-tier powers, a starting bid of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is a significant sum. Within a private chamber, Luchin observed with keen interest. Well, a single pill commands a starting price of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He marveled. Prior to the auction, Luo Wushuang had already informed him of the classifications of spirit stones: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. At that moment, a voice resonated through the hall. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, declared the ruler of the Great Xia dynasty, speaking slowly. At this proclamation, a chorus of gasps erupted. What? It's the Great Xia Dynasty. Although the Great Xia Dynasty does not rank as a hegemonic force, it boasts ancestral beings of the Void Realm within its ranks, making it the most formidable among elite powers in Qizhou, second only to the Great Qin Dynasty. However, despite possessing such formidable ancestors, the Great Xia Dynasty can only be classified as a first-tier power, unable to ascend to hegemony due to the presence of the Great Qin Dynasty. Consequently, when the ruler of the Great Xia made his bid, nearly all first-tier forces in Qizhou withdrew from the auction. They had no desire to oppose the Great Xia Dynasty. Nonetheless, this did not imply that first-tier powers from other states feared the Great Xia. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, announced the leader of the Divine Blade sect from Tianzhou, casting a glance at Xia Yang before continuing. Hearing this, Xia Yang turned towards the Divine Blade sect's direction and without hesitation, raised the bid. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Gasp. The audience collectively inhaled sharply upon hearing Xia Yang's declaration of 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. That amount is not merely 5 million stones. It is indeed 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Even the leader of the Divine Blade sect was taken aback by Xia Yang's bold statement. For first-tier powers, 5 million mid-grade spirit stones represent the zenith of their bidding capabilities. Thus, the leader of the Divine Blade sect chose to withdraw from the bidding, and no further offers emerged. Ultimately, the spirit condensation pill was secured by the Great Xia Dynasty for 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Following this, an array of spiritual artifacts materialized, sparking fervent bidding among the various factions. Curiously, throughout the entirety of the event, the audience observed the conspicuous absence of those dominant factions participating in the bidding. As the auction approached its conclusion, one could not help but wonder, where were the formidable powers in the bidding process? It seemed implausible that such eminent entities would deign to consider these items. If my conjecture holds true, we are nearing the climax of the auction, and soon we shall witness the bidding of those illustrious factions. A voice murmured from the crowd, the excitement palpable upon their countenance. Moments later, indeed, the auction reached its final stages. An elderly figure ascended the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2 items remain in this auction, he proclaimed with a smile. No sooner had his words echoed than a surge of formidable energy erupted from the private chambers of the dominant factions. The Celestial Spirit Pill. Their purpose for attending was clear. Regarding the 2 items mentioned by the elder, one was undoubtedly the Celestial Spirit Pill, but what could the other item be? Why had they not received prior information? Could it be that this auction holds an item of even greater significance than the Celestial Spirit Pill? The representatives of various factions pondered silently. Within the Jun family's chamber, an elder's eyes gleamed with anticipation. At last, the sacred weapon is about to make its appearance. It is imperative that the Jun family secures it. Without further ado, the elder on the platform announced the starting bid. For the Celestial Spirit Pill, the opening bid is set at 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 18. The Apex Forces Go to War, O Heavens. It is indeed a 9th-rank Celestial Spirit Pill. No wonder it has attracted the attention of the domineering powers from all over the 100 states. Only the Ancient Commerce Guild possesses such formidable strength to auction off the Celestial Spirit Pill. The attendees were utterly astonished by its appearance. For 1 Celestial Spirit Pill could enhance a Void Transcendence expert's chances of breaking through to the King Realm by a staggering 60%. 60%. In an era devoid of saints, entering the King Realm equates to wielding dominion over a region. Even the Sacred Lands would hesitate to engage in battle with a powerful King Realm Master. Though the starting bid was set at 1 million high-grade spirit stones, the true value of the Celestial Spirit Pill far surpasses mere millions. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. A voice resonated from the elegant chamber of the Tianwu dynasty. It was none other than the Tianwu Crown Prince, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, seemingly waiting for something. Look, the Apex Forces have made their appearance. Which faction dares to bid 10 million high-grade spirit stones? It is the Tianwu dynasty. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the Tianwu dynasty. Who could have anticipated that the Tianwu dynasty would boldly stake a claim for 10 million high-grade spirit stones right off the bat? 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Another Apex force made its voice heard. It was the Liu family of Yinzhou. No sooner had they finished speaking than yet another Apex force chimed in. 50 million high-grade spirit stones. A voice emerged from the elegant chamber of the Han family in Weizhou, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Hiss. That is, the Han family of Weizhou. When the Han family announced their bid of 50 million high-grade spirit stones, all the Apex forces could not help but gasp in astonishment. It seems that the old patriarch of the Han family is nearing his end, otherwise, he would not recklessly strive to acquire the Celestial Spirit Pill, aiming to summon forth another. Deep within the Commerce Hall, an elder devoid of any aura murmured. The Han family of Yuezhou is a top-tier force that has previously produced a king realm existence. Therefore, when the Han family made their bid, the other apex forces fell into silence. None wished to offend a faction that had once boasted a king realm powerhouse. 1,000 years ago, a first-rate apex force engaged in conflict with the Han family, only to be obliterated by the Han family's overwhelming might. That day, countless forces across the southern wilderness trembled. At this moment, the elder on the stage, seeing that no one dared to bid further, reluctantly declared that the celestial spirit pill had been secured by the Han family. Following the completion of their transaction with the spirit stones, the Han family hastily returned to Yuezhou. Now, only one final item remains. Suddenly, a long spear materialized in the elder's hand. Buzz. Boom. A terrifying, suffocating aura erupted from the spear, sweeping across the venue in an instant. The attendees were struck with dread, feeling as though they were facing a deity rather than merely a spear. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Weaker cultivators, overwhelmed by an oppressive aura, coughed up blood, trembling in fear as they beheld the long spear. Even those in the transformation realm felt as insignificant as ants beneath this pressure, their eyes filled with terror. This is a sacred weapon. All transformation realm experts gasped, their expressions betraying their fright. They had not anticipated the unveiling of such a formidable relic at this auction. Fortunately, the terrifying aura from the spear vanished in an instant. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. How terrifying. Though the aura was indeed formidable, Lu Qin, possessing a system, remained largely unaffected within the confines of his chamber. Sectmaster, that is a sacred weapon, Wang Ming remarked, his eyes narrowing as he sensed the aura dissipate. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Ling Shui were instantly struck with fear, their faces paling. Indeed, it is a sacred weapon. No wonder that aura was so terrifying. We are fortunate the Sectmaster intervened. Luo Wuxuang exclaimed, his expression one of shock and dread. Senior, you mean that is a sacred weapon? Haha, merely a flawed sacred weapon, Wang Ming replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an ordinary weapon. A flawed sacred weapon, you say? Upon hearing this, Luo Wuxuang felt exhilarated. Such a relic, even in its imperfect state, would surely incite countless factions to vie for it outside. How could it be so devalued in the words of a senior? It appeared that the Kunlun sect was far more formidable than he had imagined. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed over the ancient city of Daqin, startling everyone within its walls. What was happening? Following this, warships appeared in the skies above the ancient city, each manned by numerous armored soldiers. The inhabitants of the city gazed in shock at the ships above, bewildered by the unfolding events. What are those? How is this possible? Those are the forces of the heavenly martial dynasty. Why have they suddenly appeared in Qingzhou? Are they preparing for war? The Ancient Commerce Association was still conducting its auction. Did the Heavenly Martial Dynasty not fear retribution from the Ancient Commerce Association? The association had branches in every state, prioritizing profit over conflicts of power. However, a force as bold as the Heavenly Martial Dynasty, daring to incite war during an auction, would undoubtedly face reckoning from the association afterward. Yet, the Heavenly Martial Dynasty must have been aware of these repercussions, yet still acted with such audacity. There must be deeper reasons at play. In the ancient city, everyone was stupefied by the sudden appearance of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty's army, gazing upward in a mix of confusion and apprehension. Buzzing. Suddenly, the space quivered, and a figure clad in a golden dragon robe emerged from the void. He was none other than the ruler of the Great Qin, Qin Zhan. Tuoba Yuan, come out. Qin Zhan bellowed into the void. He had not anticipated that the formidable army of the Tianwu dynasty would stealthily materialize before the capital of the Great Qin. As his words fell, the space opposite him quivered, and a voice resonated, heralding the appearance of a figure before Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan, today your Great Qin dynasty shall meet its demise. It was Tuoba Yuan, the sovereign of the Tianwu dynasty. Upon hearing Tuoba Yuan's proclamation, Qin Zhan's expression darkened. He had sensed several auras in the surrounding void that matched his own cultivation level. Dongxu realm. It seems some are eager to make their move. Humph, Tuoba Yuan. Do you truly believe that your Tianwu dynasty possesses the strength to obliterate my Great Qin? With a cold snort, Qin Zhan unleashed the terrifying pressure of his Dongxu realm cultivation, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble and the surrounding space to resonate with a low hum. Chapter 19. The Five Great Dynasties, the Void Realm. Upon sensing an overwhelming pressure, Tuoba Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Qin Zhan had also ascended to the Void Realm. Fortunately, he had adequately prepared for this eventuality. Boom. The formidable aura of the Void Realm erupted from within him as he coldly regarded Qin Zhan, proclaiming, even if you have achieved the Void Realm, it matters not, today. The great Qin shall perish. The Sun Seal suppress. As Tuoba Yuan spoke, he launched a fierce assault, swiftly forming hand seals and raising his hand to press against the void. A colossal golden sun materialized above the ancient city of Great Qin, descending with terrifying might to suppress the city below. Boom! The inhabitants of the ancient city, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with dread, their hearts trembling. Even those at the divine transformation stage could barely endure this pressure, let alone the cultivators beneath that level. The onslaught of a Void Realm expert was simply beyond the means of a divine transformation cultivator to withstand. Even the sheer aura was insurmountable. Damn it! What is the Tianwu dynasty attempting? Have they lost their senses? Do they not realize that the forces from various states are still within the ancient city? Are they not afraid of death? At that moment, the divine transformation experts from various states sensed that the Tianwu dynasty had indeed gone mad. They dared to engage in battle with the Great Qin dynasty while the Archaic Merchant Association was still conducting its auction, and yet, members of the Tianwu dynasty were also present in the ancient city. Wait, something feels amiss. The crowd suddenly realized that there were no longer any members of the Tianwu dynasty present. They had long since vanished without a trace. Damn it! Break! Qinzhan roared. And unbeknownst to him, a long spear had materialized in his hand, unleashing a terrifying strike that pierced through the void, charging towards the descending golden sun. Bang! The massive golden sun was shattered by the strike of the war weapon, exploding in an instant within the void. In that fleeting moment, the clouds above were swept away, and the dreadful shockwave surged outward with immense force, sending cultivators below the divine transformation stage reeling, some spitting blood from the onslaught. Countless faces turned pale in terror as they beheld this scene. The might of a Void Realm expert was indeed formidable. Witnessing the spear in Qinzhan's grasp, Tuoba Yuan's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Celestial King war weapon. How is this possible? This was a weapon that could only be refined by a mighty Celestial King. He could not fathom that the Great Qin dynasty possessed such a being. It was a power that overlooked an entire realm. He and Qinzhan were both at the first level of the Void Realm, and he was confident that Qinzhan could not possibly rival him. However, the circumstances had changed. The war weapon was forged by a Celestial King, and within each weapon resided the magical runes left behind by its creator. Moreover, he sensed that the Celestial King war weapon in Qinzhan's hand had not yet fully awakened. Buzz! At that moment, hidden Void Realm experts emerged from the void, approaching Tuoba Yuan's side. Upon sensing the aura emanating from the Celestial King war weapon in Qinzhan's possession, their expressions shifted dramatically. Celestial King war weapon. As the four individuals emerged, Qinzhan's expression shifted dramatically, a sudden premonition of impending doom coursing through him. He regarded the group with cold disdain, inquiring what could possibly compel the five sovereigns to unite against the Great Qin. One among them responded with a chilling smirk, stating, Qinzhan, if you surrender that item, we shall withdraw our forces. Otherwise, not only will the Great Qin face annihilation, but all of Qizhou will be laid to waste. Upon hearing this, Qinzhan's countenance altered. A curse escaped his lips as he realized they had discovered the ancient secret realm token was in his possession. There is no way I shall relinquish the token, he declared defiantly, undaunted even in the face of the five dominant powers. If you seek battle, then let us engage. Great Qin, heed my command. Exterminate the invading foes. With a thunderous roar, the ancient city gates swung open, unleashing a throng of Great Qin soldiers, their murderous intent palpable. Kill! 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 Commander Zhang Han of the Cold Ice-Breaking Army brandished his spear, bellowing as he surged toward the forces of the Heavenly Martial Dynasty. His troops rallying behind him, exuding an extraordinary aura as they charged. Seeking death, since you refuse to obediently surrender the token, we shall obliterate your Great Qin and all of Qizhou, Tuoba Yuan sneered. Without further words, Qinzhan summoned the Heavenly King war soldiers, his spear radiating a frigid aura. Attack together, spare no effort, Tuoba Yuan commanded. As the five leading powers clashed, a multitude of warships materialized above Qizhou, encircling the region entirely. In that instant, the factions of Qizhou erupted in chaos. The Jiuli dynasty, the Shenfeng dynasty, the Deqian dynasty, and the Fu Tu dynasty. These five dynasties had allied to extinguish Qizhou. What on earth is happening? Why have the five dynasties united against us? Let them unite. Do they think they can bully us because of our perceived weakness? A cry echoed from the ruler of the Great Xia, Xia Yang, as he unleashed his divine energy and charged at the forces of the five dynasties. His fists obliterated warships mid-air, exploding like fireworks. This spectacle ignited a fervor among all factions within Qizhou, who had long been looked down upon by others. In that moment, the eyes of every cultivator in Qizhou blazed with murderous intent as they relentlessly attacked the armies of the five dynasties. The cacophony of chaos engulfed the sky above Qizhou. Amidst this turmoil, within the ancient city, Lu Chen found himself utterly bewildered once more. He, along with Luo Wushuang and others, was equally perplexed by the sudden upheaval. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the great Zhou dynasty was now engaged in battle with the forces of the five dynasties. Luo Wushuang received urgent news from the dynasty and promptly informed Lu Chen of the situation, as the great Zhou dynasty had become a vassal of Kunlun. Lu Chen resolved to act. Wang Lin, Wang Xian, Wang Ming, you three return to the great Zhou with Luo Wushuang, he instructed. Understood, Sectmaster, Wang Xian replied, as he and Wang Ming bowed respectfully before Lu Chen. As Wang Lin suddenly appeared, Luo Wushuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ling Shui and Lin Yun were equally astonished. Another formidable figure from the Kunlun sect had emerged. At that moment, Lin Yun, noticing that Wang Ming and the others had departed, expressed his concern, Sectmaster. With the three elders gone, what if we encounter danger? Just then, a young maiden appeared not far away, clad in a flowing white dress. Her beauty was unparalleled, and her gaze radiated an ethereal quality, reminiscent of frost and snow. Her skin was as delicate as jade, and her long, flowing hair cascaded down to her waist, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. She was none other than Princess Qin Ruoxian of the Great Qin. Ding. The system has detected that the woman before the host is a once-in-a-generation genius. Please recruit her into the sect to fulfill the system's task. Rewards include 1 lottery draw and 1 cultivation card, as well as 1 intermediate summoning card. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, a chilling voice resonated in his mind, jolting him. A once-in-a-generation genius? He turned his gaze toward Qin Ruoxian and was momentarily entranced. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had encountered in this world thus far. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he was destined to become the strongest man across the myriad realms. The allure of beauty held no significance for him. As the saying goes, with a heart unburdened by women, the sword is drawn with divine precision. In the first chapter of the Sword Manual, it is written, the sword cleaves the heart's beloved. In its final chapter, it proclaims, to be devoid of love is to attain divinity. Chapter 20. Could it be the great sect of the upper realm? Lu Chen was overjoyed. Indeed, this journey was not in vain. Here, a genius presented herself at his doorstep. A peerless genius, no less. Lu Chen recalled that Lin Yun and Ling Shui were merely recognized as geniuses by the system. One could only imagine that this extraordinary talent must possess remarkable qualities. At that moment, Qin Ruoxian also noticed Lu Chen approaching her. Upon sensing the absence of any spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him, she averted her gaze, deeming him an ordinary person. My lady, I perceive that you share a connection with my Kunlun sect. Might I inquire if you have a sect of your own? Lu Chen approached her directly, speaking plainly. His question about her sect was merely a test. Whether she belonged to one or not, he was determined to impress her today. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Qin Ruoxian cast a glance at him, her expression frosty as she replied coolly, Kunlun sect, what a trivial sect. What? This girl was resolute. She needed to be subdued. It was Lu Chen's first experience of being so disdainfully regarded, and he felt quite irked, inwardly pondering, system. Is there a way to view her information? Ding. Yes, I can retrieve the information for the host right away. Immediately. Lu Chen's mind was filled with details about Qin Ruoxian. Human. Qin Ruoxian, 18 years old, the Grand Princess of the Deqin dynasty. Cultivation, 9th level of the Dao Palace realm, an emperor's cultivation from her previous life, having attained the heavenly mandate within less than a millennium of cultivation. Just a step away from the realm of immortality. Background. Former empress of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom in the upper realm. She was schemed against by Yuzonglei of the Wujiguo before awakening the corpse of an immortal in a secret realm, ultimately perishing there. By mere chance, she escaped with a fragment of her original divine soul, reincarnating into the body of the Deqin princess. Upon reviewing this information, Lu Chen realized why she exuded an air of aloof dominance. She was the reincarnation of an empress from the upper realm. Astonishing. No wonder she had achieved the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm at merely 18 years of age. However, upon further reflection, being an empress likely meant she faced no bottleneck in her cultivation. But were immortals truly real? System, what exactly is the upper realm? Ding. Host. You are still a mere pup. The upper realm is beyond your reach. Please focus on gathering more disciples to strengthen your sect. Additionally, a hint for the host, the Wujiguo is a top-tier power in the upper realm, where immortals exist. In contrast, the Yaoqi ancient kingdom has only Qin Ruoxian as its emperor. Even if Qin Ruoxian returns to the upper realm, she cannot stand against the Wujiguo on her own. So do you understand, host? Those who understand, understand. System, I am truly worried sick. What the hell? Who's calling me a mere pup? Yet, there are indeed immortals. It seems I must expedite the process of gathering disciples. At that moment, Qin Ruoxian was preparing to leave for the ancestral land. Before the impending battle with the leaders of the 5 great dynasties, Qin Zhan had instructed her to awaken the ancestral spirits. Just as she was about to depart, Lu Chen uttered a chilling statement that left her shaken. Qin Ruoxian, join my Kunlun sect, and in the future, I shall assist you in annihilating the Wujiguo. Lu Chen stated, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone casual. The simplicity of this statement struck Qin Ruoxian like a thunderclap. A terrifying, oppressive aura erupted from within her, radiating an imperial majesty as she directed her icy gaze toward Lu Chen, demanding, who are you? How do you know of the Wujiguo? Her eyes, imbued with an ethereal depth, seemed to contain the very cosmos, as if no secret could elude her piercing scrutiny. How could this be? She trembled, unable to discern the true nature of the young man before her. Though she presently possessed only the cultivation of the Dao Palace realm, she was once a revered emperor, recognized by destiny itself. Even the supreme beings of this realm would reveal their essence before her, yet now she found herself utterly perplexed by this individual. At this moment, regardless of the dread emanating from Qin Ruoxian, Lu Chen remained unperturbed, gazing at her with serene composure. Qin Ruoxian, the empress of the Yuqi-Guo from the upper realm. Merely a step away from the domain of immortality, yet tragically fell to the hand of an immortal corpse. If her previous doubts lingered, his latest pronouncement confirmed her suspicions that Lu Chen hailed from the upper realm. Yet, she found it incomprehensible how he possessed such intimate knowledge of her. Who are you truly? If you do not reveal your identity, I shall ensure your demise, regardless of who you may be. Qin Ruoxian's breathtaking visage turned icy, her aura intensifying as she advanced menacingly toward Lu Chen. Remarkable. This young woman exudes an aura of true terror. Lu Chen declared, I am Lu Chen, the 352nd leader of the Kunlun sect. He resumed his grandiloquent rhetoric, for the more generations a sect could claim, the more illustrious its lineage appeared. Kunlun sect? In my former life as an emperor, I was well aware of the great sects of the upper realm, yet I have never encountered such a sect. Could it be an ancient order? Qin Ruoxian inquired coldly. Oh, that is of no concern to you, Lu Chen replied, his expression earnest. I harbor no interest in your past or present identity. Merely know that I mean you no harm, even if you seek vengeance upon your return to the upper realm. The foundation of the Wujiguo is not something you can shake. Am I incorrect? Lu Chen's words rang true. A flicker of murderous intent ignited in Qin Ruoxian's eyes. For she was acutely aware of the truth. The Wujiguo was home to immortals, and even if she ascended to the path of immortality, she could never obliterate a land that housed such beings. Yet, she was undaunted. What of the immortals? She would ensure that the Wujiguo paid a heavy price. However, how could this Kunlun sect possess such profound knowledge of the upper realm? Qin Ruoxian hesitated to act against Lu Chen, for she could not unravel the enigma that stood before her. Moreover, she could perceive a profoundly terrifying aura concealed within the void. This presence was even more formidable than that of the ancient ancestors of the great Qin dynasty. This was the reason she refrained from taking immediate action when Lu Chen mentioned the Wujiguo. Had it been anyone else, even someone at the Dongshu realm, she would have dared to strike them down. Although she currently possessed only the Dao Palace cultivation, one should never underestimate the capabilities of an emperor. Very well. I may join the Kunlun sect, but I have one condition. You shall not interfere with my actions, nor do I require guidance in my cultivation. She was curious to discover what sort of sect Kunlun was, and she discerned that Lu Chen indeed bore her no ill will. It was certain that Lu Chen was not from the Wujiguo. Furthermore, for beings from the upper realm to descend to the lower realm was no simple feat. Even emperors faced numerous restrictions. Haha, soon you will come to understand the might of my Kunlun sect. Even immortals can be extinguished with but a mere gesture. Lu Chen's heart swelled with joy, relieved to have finally secured this young woman's cooperation. Chapter 21. Junior Sister, Qin Ruoxian. As for the conditions laid out, Lu Chen was indifferent, for she was, after all, a reincarnated emperor. What mattered most was that she was currently a disciple of the Kunlun sect. The sect, lacking formidable masters at present, could hardly accept her all at once. To others, she appeared shrouded in mystery. Moreover, once he summoned more powerful figures, Lu Chen doubted Qin Ruoxian would remain so composed. He was not in a hurry, believing that she would soon integrate fully into their ranks. In response to Lu Chen's words, Qin Ruoxian could only smile inwardly, dismissing them from her mind. Undeniably, Lu Chen exuded an aura of profound mystery. Even when she had invoked the imperial consciousness within her soul, she could not decipher him. It was as if a veil of chaos enveloped him, rendering him elusive. Yet, what does it mean to be an immortal? Those who follow the path of immortality are said to be undying. Who in this world would dare to claim they could extinguish an immortal with a mere snap of their fingers? Haha, Lin Yun, Ling Shui, come here. I found you a junior sister. Lu Qin exclaimed joyfully, thrilled at having encountered a reincarnated emperor. This journey had already proven immensely satisfying as he called out to the two lovebirds in the distance. The pair seemed oblivious, engrossed in their own world. Much like the readers captivated by their narrative, Lin Yun, holding Ling Xue's delicate hand, earnestly proclaimed, "Junior sister, the fireworks in the sky mirror my heart, bursting forth with fervent affection for you at every moment." Ling Xue, unaccustomed to such corny declarations of affection, felt a blush bloom on her exquisite cheeks, exclaiming shyly, "Brother, you are insufferable." Upon hearing their exchange, Lu Qin's expression darkened. "What the hell? Are your fireworks drenched in blood? They are killing up there. And you two are busy flaunting your love? Truly shameless. Brother, did you hear the sect leader calling us?" Ling Xue, roused from her reverie by Lin Yun's cheesy lines, seemed to finally notice someone beckoning them. Unfazed, Lin Yun grew even bolder, as if oblivious to the world around him, wrapping an arm around Ling Xue and continuing. "Junior sister, the sect leader is merely teasing. Let us carry on." The sudden embrace made Ling Xue shudder, her lovely face flushed with shyness. Meanwhile, Lu Qin, overhearing their conversation, felt his expression darken further. He glanced at Qin Ruoxian, only to find her regarding him with a look of incredulity, as if questioning. "Is this truly the Kunlun sect you described, capable of extinguishing immortals with a mere gesture?" Regret began to creep into her thoughts. At that moment, Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a murderous intent behind him. He quickly turned to find Lu Qin glaring at him, causing him to hastily pull Ling Xue before Lu Qin, grinning sheepishly, and said, "Sect leader, did you call for us?" Noting Lu Qin's silence and the intensity of his gaze, Lin Yun quickly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Sect leader, we were just discussing cultivation matters and did not hear your summons. Please do not be angry. What kind of discussion requires you to be entwined together? Is there truly anyone else present? I, along with the readers, am quite eager to know. Brother, perhaps you should say less." Ling Xue noticed that Lu Qin's expression was exceedingly grim, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. She hurriedly nudged Lin Yun. "Master, please do not be angry. My senior brother and I were merely discussing matters of cultivation." Upon hearing Ling Xue's words, Lu Qin cast a fierce glare at Lin Yun, wishing he could simply eliminate this lecherous fellow. Lin Yun, under Lu Qin's scrutinizing gaze, was immediately drenched in cold sweat, inwardly lamenting his predicament. It was over. He would likely face severe repercussions from the master upon their return. How could he lead such a well-behaved and understanding girl like Ling Xue astray? He would settle the score later. Lu Qin could no longer endure this loss of face and turned to introduce Qin Ruoxian to the two. "This is your junior sister, the princess of the Deqin dynasty, Qin Ruoxian." At that moment, both of them turned their attention to Qin Ruoxian. Their gaze was not without impact. The ethereal grace radiating from Qin Ruoxian caused Lin Yun to forget his previous words to Ling Xue, and he grinned, eager to assert his status as the senior brother. However, he was abruptly halted by Ling Xue's firm grip. "What do you think you're doing, wet brother?" Ling Xue frowned, her eyes conveying a clear warning. Approach her and face dire consequences. Lin Yun shivered in fright, feeling a wave of disinterest wash over him. He shook off the apprehension and retracted his hand, chuckling awkwardly. Both possessed extraordinary beauty. Ling Xue embodied the charm of a neighborly girl, while Qin Ruoxian exuded an air of aloof elegance, akin to a celestial being, making her an object of admiration that one could only behold from afar, without daring to approach. "Junior sister, greetings. I am your second senior sister, Luo Lingxue." Ling Xue addressed Qin Ruoxian, her fair visage beaming with delight. At last, due to Kunlun's sect, she was no longer the sole female disciple. Though she was equally taken aback, she never anticipated that the junior sister referred to by the master would be the foremost prodigy of Qizhou, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and rumored to have already transcended to the Dao Palace realm. The world whispered that she would become the youngest in the southern wilderness to reach the transformation stage. Although Qin Ruoxian seldom made appearances in Qingzhou, her reputation was formidable. Qin Ruoxian offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. After all, she had joined Kunlun's sect, and she was no longer the empress of a bygone ancient kingdom. Everything had to start anew. "Junior sister, greetings. I am your senior brother, Lin Yun," he said with a grin. This lecherous fellow only knew how to grin. Qin Ruoxian remained silent, merely casting him a glance. Lin Yun, should you have any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to discuss them with me. If anything is unclear, do not hesitate to ask," he stammered, as Lu Qin directed a particularly weighty gaze at him. Upon hearing this, Ling Xue and Lin Yun responded respectfully, "Yes, master." As for Qin Ruoxian being the reincarnation of an emperor, Lu Qin had little concern. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded throughout the Deqin dynasty, akin to a tolling bell. "Qinzhan, I will have your head." Countless individuals in the ancient city gazed into the void as the warships of the five great dynasties had been obliterated by the Deqin dynasty. Now, the armies of the five great dynasties clashed fiercely with those of Deqin. Lu Chun and the others arrived at the ancient city's heights, observing the ongoing battle between the Deqin forces and the five great dynasties. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian ventured to the ancestral grounds of Deqin to awaken the ancient ancestors of the dynasty. Lu Chun cast a glance at the army of the great Qin dynasty and could not help but inwardly marvel. No wonder the great Qin dynasty could dominate a province. It was astonishing to see such a multitude of transformation realm practitioners. Indeed, they were formidable. Even the alliance of the five great dynasties could not breach the defenses of the great Qin. Not far away, countless figures were swiftly racing towards the ancient city of Qin, illuminating the sky with streaks of light like a vibrant rainbow. Look, what are those in the distance? Someone atop the ancient city recognized the rapidly approaching figures and was instantly struck with horror. Those were the various factions of Qinzhou. Why were they all rushing towards the great Qin dynasty? It was over. They were fleeing for their lives. Qinzhou was doomed. The young cultivator who had previously mentioned the artifact auction at the city gate now wore a face of despair as he shouted. At that moment, a fellow cultivator beside him turned pale, seemingly witnessing something dreadful. Look, what are those behind us? Hiss. That is the army of the five great dynasties. They are pursuing the factions of Qinzhou. Just how many troops have the five great dynasties mobilized? Surely, there must be millions. Indeed, behind the fleeing forces of Qinzhou, countless armies suddenly appeared, advancing in a mighty wave to encircle them. Thus, the five great dynasties had dispatched millions of troops. Even the formidable Transformation Realm and Void Realm experts had directly deployed hundreds, alongside countless soldiers below the Void Realm. Currently, aside from the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty, which had not been breached, all other territories had fallen to the onslaught of the five great dynasties. In the Great Zhou dynasty, there were Wang Ming and his companions sent by Lu Chun, all of whom were invincible within their realm. Even when united, they could contend with the Void Realm adversaries. Otherwise, the Great Zhou dynasty would undoubtedly have succumbed to the assault in a short time. At that moment, the ruler of the Void Realm from the five great dynasties was engaged in a fierce battle with Qin Zhan. Sectmaster, my father, mother, and ancestors are still in the Great Zhou. I am worried. Do not fret. With Wang Ming and his companions present, they will be safe. Lu Chun interjected calmly. Junior sister, you need not worry. With the three esteemed seniors taking action, the Great Zhou dynasty will surely be secure. Lin Yun also reassured her. Indeed, Ling Shui has faith in the prowess of senior Wang Ming. Ling Shui asserted with unwavering resolve. For the ancestor had told her that Wang Ming was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond an ordinary practitioner of the transformation realm. Chapter 22. The Ancient Token. At this moment, in the void, Qin Zhan wielded the Heavenly King war weapon, his body stained with blood, as a chilling and violent aura erupted from the spear in his hand. Around him, spiritual energy frantically converged upon the spear. Beware! Lord of the Divine Wind, evade quickly! Roared the Lord of the Celestial Martial Kingdom towards the Lord of the Divine Wind, who stood opposite Qin Zhan. The Lord of the Divine Wind, sensing the overwhelming aura, turned pale, his scalp prickling as a wave of danger surged through him. Die! Qin Zhan bellowed. With a hum, he thrust the spear forward, its terrifying might pressing down upon his foe, piercing the fabric of space in an instant. The spear, imbued with a violent aura, surged forth with relentless ferocity. Ah! The Lord of the Divine Wind screamed, hastily conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy. Boom! The spear shattered the barrier effortlessly, its force crashing down upon the Lord of the Divine Wind. Ah! With a thunderous roar, the Lord of the Divine Wind was struck directly by the formidable spear, plummeting from the void and crashing violently to the ground, raising a cloud of dust as the earth was gouged into a deep crater. Coughing, he struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across his features as he looked down at his chest. A gaping hole was starkly visible, his aura diminished to the brink of extinction, and he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Divine Wind. Curse it! The remaining lords, witnessing this scene, were filled with murderous intent. The Lord of the Celestial Martial Kingdom glared at Qin Zhan, fury emanating from him. Qin Zhan, how dare you harm the Divine Wind? You are utterly shameless. 5 against 1, and yet on the verge of being counter-killed. How could one utter such shameless words? Truly deserving of death. The onlookers regarded the shameless Lord of the Celestial Martial Kingdom with disdain in their hearts, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Divine Wind left the crowd in a state of shock. Truly, he was a master of the Void Realm, enduring a blow from the Heavenly King war weapon and still surviving. Sizzle! At this moment, The space that had been pierced crackled ominously. Everyone turned their gaze towards the void, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld the unfolding spectacle, their hearts filled with astonishment. Is this the void realm? They watched as the rift in the void gradually began to mend. Once again, they were struck with awe. The might of a void realm expert is indeed terrifying. At this moment in the void, the other lords wore grim expressions as they gazed upon the defeated and weakened lord of the divine wind. Then turned their ire towards the disheveled Qin Zhan, shouting in anger, "Qin Zhan, I shall repeat myself. Surrender the ancient token, and we will depart from Qingzhou at once." As soon as the words left their lips, several lords seemed to sense something, their expressions shifting with a flicker of fear. Yet, no one noticed them in that instant. Upon hearing the lord's declaration, the gathered crowd gasped in surprise. The ancient token. Could it be that the ancient secret realm is about to emerge? Are you suggesting the ancient secret realm left behind from the ancient era? Indeed, it has been 100,000 years since the last emergence of the ancient secret realm. According to the cycle of the ancient secret realm, it appears that it shall manifest once more in the near future. The ancient secret realm is a land brimming with both opportunity and peril, rumored to be home to numerous spiritual herbs, including sacred and imperial medicines. Furthermore, it is said to harbor the legacies of formidable beings from the archaic era, with the remains of a great emperor interred within. Rather than merely a secret realm, it resembles a grand necropolis of powerful entities. The speaker is Yutsong from the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, who remains in the ancient capital of the Qin dynasty. His expression filled with fervent excitement. Meanwhile, the forces from various great states have not departed, instead gathering in the skies above Qingzhou, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Upon hearing about the ancient token, their expressions shift dramatically, followed by fervent exclamations. It is the token to enter the ancient secret realm. The ancient token has appeared. Quickly, inform the head of the family. The various factions from the great states clamored excitedly, astonished that their journey to Qingzhou would yield the ancient token. This token is the key to unlocking the secret realm. When the ancient secret realm emerges, those possessing the token will gain precedence in entering it. After its emergence, the realm will require a full year before it opens automatically. Hence, possessing the ancient token allows for early entry. This is precisely why they are so exhilarated. At this moment, the rulers of several nations also notice the movements of the factions. However, they dare not intervene, lacking the strength to confront such powerful forces. Should they attempt to obstruct them, they would face the dire consequences of a collective attack from the great states, a fate they cannot endure. Subsequently, the rulers exchange glances, seemingly having reached a consensus. Even the fallen ruler of the Divine Wind Nation, sensing their intentions, struggles to rise from the ground, barely maintaining his balance. This action immediately captures the attention of all present. Given the circumstances, let us cease hostilities. Just as confusion reigns among the onlookers, several rulers simultaneously bow respectfully towards an unseen point in the void, imploring, "We beseech you, Great One, to intervene." Suddenly, the air shimmers with ripples, and the space quivers as an immensely terrifying presence manifests. Clad in golden light, the figure's features remain obscured as it steps forward. A cataclysmic pressure radiates from this being, descending upon all gathered. Instantly, everyone feels as though colossal mountains have crashed upon their shoulders, burdened by an immense force. Those of weaker cultivation cannot withstand such pressure, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, pale and breathless, teetering on the brink of life and death. Even those at the transformation realm find themselves immobilized beneath this overwhelming aura. Fear grips all present, their gazes filled with dread as they behold the golden figure. As for Lu Chun, endowed with a system, he is impervious to this pressure. However, Lin Yun and Ling Shui cannot bear such force, nearly succumbing. A cold snort echoes in their ears, and the oppressive force vanishes in an instant. They feel an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them, gazing at Lu Chun in astonishment. The sect master. The two believed it was Lu Chun who had made the move. Yet the voice they had just heard was not his. As they were about to inquire, Lu Chun interrupted, casting a cold gaze towards the ethereal figure in the void. "Humph, to dare harm a disciple of the Kunlun sect is to court death." At that moment, the golden-armored man remained unaware that his dramatic entrance had placed him on Lu Chen's death list. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the two felt a warm surge of emotion. Deeply moved that the usually imposing sect leader cared so much for his disciples, they silently vowed, "Rest assured, sect leader, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation to uphold the glory of Kunlun and bring no shame to you or the sect." Immediately after, the golden figure turned its gaze towards the sovereigns of the several nations, followed by a disdainful snort. With that sound, the sovereigns of the void realm, including Qin Zhan, were struck by a wave of force, causing them to spit blood. The injuries they had sustained in battle now exacerbated, their breaths became erratic, and their faces turned ashen. Qin Zhan, gazing at the figure, bore a face pale with apprehension, yet devoid of fear, for he had sensed the terrifying aura of the golden figure before. In the presence of his own ancestor, he believed that his ancestor had awakened, which was why he felt undaunted before this formidable presence. Meanwhile, the sovereigns of the 5 great dynasties looked upon the golden figure with trepidation. "You fools," the man cloaked in golden light remarked coldly. "You cannot even subdue a mere dynasty, and I must intervene personally. What use are you?" His seemingly casual words struck the sovereigns like a death knell. "My lord, please grant us yet another chance." The 5 sovereigns, trembling in fright, lost their earlier regal demeanor and desperately attempted to explain. "My lord, this individual possesses a heavenly king war weapon. We truly could not defeat him in a moment. Indeed, my lord, had it not been for his heavenly king war weapon, we would have already secured the ancient order token," stammered the sovereign of the Buddhist dynasty, his voice quaking. The sovereigns were acutely aware of the terror embodied in the golden figure before them. Should they incur this being's displeasure, their dynasties would be obliterated in an instant. While they were perceived as a dominant force by others, they alone understood that, in the eyes of this figure, their so-called sovereign dynasties were utterly insignificant. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, who were astonished and incredulous at witnessing the leader of a dominant force so pathetically humble before the golden figure. Chapter 23. Half-Step Heavenly King Realm. Immediately, the golden figure cast its gaze upon the tumultuous Qin Zhan, casually raising a hand. A magnificent golden palm, infused with formidable spiritual power, surged forth towards him. With a resounding crash, Qin Zhan was struck down to the ground without even a flicker of resistance. Gasp! The onlookers turned to see Qin Zhan sprawled on the ground, his fate uncertain. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. The Dongxi realm was utterly powerless before this figure's might. How terrifying! Who could this person be? Why did the rulers of the 5 great empires tremble in fear before this visage? Such overwhelming strength, could he be a formidable being of the Heavenly King realm? Yet, this notion swiftly flickered through the minds of the spectators. If a true master of the Heavenly King realm were to intervene, the great Qin dynasty would likely be obliterated in an instant. Even the residual waves of such power would reduce them to mere ashes, leaving them to witness no such scene. As the crowd speculated about the origins of the golden figure, a cataclysmic aura erupted from the depths of the great Qin ancient city. Instantly, the winds howled and clouds roiled as countless spiritual energies converged, forming a towering pillar of spiritual light in the void. Then, it exploded violently in the air. Buzz! In an instant, it sent ripples of energy cascading through the atmosphere, affecting a radius of 100 miles. Gasp! This aura was as terrifying as that of the golden figure. That direction was the Great Qin Palace. Could it be the ancestral figure of the Great Qin dynasty? It seemed the rumors held truth. It was said that the Great Qin ancestor had already set one foot on that fateful threshold. All eyes turned towards the depths of the Great Qin ancient city. Once again struck by awe as yet another formidable powerhouse emerged. Yet, the question lingered, which of these 2 terrifying beings was truly stronger? Meanwhile, the rulers of the 5 great empires felt the oppressive aura and their expressions shifted drastically, fear gripping their hearts. They had not anticipated that the ancestor of the Great Qin dynasty would stand at the same half-step Heavenly King realm as that esteemed individual. However, as thoughts of the forces backing that individual crossed their minds, the fear in their eyes was quickly replaced by profound reverence. Before this esteemed figure, what did it matter if the Great Qin dynasty possessed a half-step Heavenly King? They would still meet the same fate of annihilation. The rulers of the 5 great empires appeared to envision the demise of the Great Qin, their hearts unable to suppress a cold chuckle. In the Xianwu continent, without entering the Heavenly King realm, one could never be considered a true powerhouse. The Heavenly King realm differs from all others. The path to transcendence is exceedingly arduous, requiring the refinement of the laws of heaven and earth within one's Tao Palace. Should one fail to forge the laws of heaven and earth, the only recourse to forcibly break through to the Heavenly King realm lies in the consumption of a 9th-rank celestial spirit pill or a higher-grade elixir, yielding merely a 60% chance of success. Furthermore, even upon breaking through to the Heavenly King realm, one would not be on par with others of the same realm, as their Tao Palace would lack the unique powers of the Heavenly King realm. At this moment, the figure in the void had shed its golden radiance, revealing a man clad in golden armor, who appeared before the eyes of the onlookers. He gazed towards the depths of the ancient Qin city, his expression betraying no change, yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of savagery. Interesting. I never expected that a mere minor dynasty could produce a half-step Heavenly King. Suddenly, a voice imbued with terrifying authority resonated through the air. "Young one, you seek death." An elderly figure materialized in the void, exuding an overwhelming force that surged towards the golden-armored man. He was none other than Qin Lan, the ancient ancestor of the Qin dynasty, awakened by Qin Ruoxian, and a being of half-step heavenly king realm. Upon seeing the golden-armored man, the elder's expression shifted, his pupils narrowing in shock. "Half-step heavenly king." His countenance grew grave as he solemnly inquired, "Who are you? Why do you dare strike against my Qin dynasty?" Unfazed by the approaching terror, the golden-armored man raised his hand in a dismissive gesture, causing the oppressive pressure to evaporate instantaneously. "As for my origins, you are not yet worthy to know," he replied impassively, indicating that even though they were both half-step heavenly kings, the elder lacked the privilege to discern his identity. "Humph. Regardless of who you are, daring to act against my Qin will not go unanswered. You shall not leave without providing this old man with an explanation." Qin Lan retorted coldly, undeterred by the fact that his opponent was of the same realm. Just as his words fell, before the golden-armored man could respond, several sovereigns with grim expressions rebuked Qin Lan. "Impudence! How dare you speak to our lord in such a manner? What a sycophant! Madly biting without reason, seeking death." Qin Lan's eyes turned icy, astonished that several juniors of the Void Realm would dare to insult him. He raised his hand to seize them. Boom! A terrifying force surged forth, sweeping towards the group. The sovereigns were immediately engulfed in fear, attempting to flee but finding themselves unable to move. Their eyes widened in terror as they desperately called out to the golden-armored man, "My lord, please save us." The arrogance they had displayed moments ago was now replaced by utter distress. Seeing this, the golden-armored man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Qin Lan's audacity to act before him. He swiftly raised his hand, unleashing a fearsome force. Boom! The two tremendous energies collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that formed a colossal mushroom cloud in the sky. The visible shockwave shattered the clouds within a 100-mile radius. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present was left aghast, and the sovereigns turned pale with fright. Trembling, they expressed their gratitude to the golden-armored man. "Thank you, my lord, for your intervention. If it weren't for the slight usefulness of you worthless fools, I wouldn't bother with your lives," he replied disdainfully. The sovereigns, intimidated, remained silent, their resentment directed inwardly towards the Qin dynasty. "Enough. My patience is limited. The Qin dynasty, is it? If you willingly surrender the ancient secret realm token, I might consider sparing your lives." The meaning of this statement is that regardless of whether you hand over the token, death is inevitable. He simply does not wish to expend unnecessary effort against a minor dynasty. What an audacious claim. Even if your origins are remarkable, today, the old man shall make you pay the price. With these words, the ancestor of the great Qin ceased to indulge in further conversation. Immediately, he raised his hand and grasped the air, summoning the heavenly war weapon from Qin Zhan's grasp into his own. The terrifying cultivation of the half-step heavenly king realm erupted from him without reservation at that moment. Boom! Being in the same half-step heavenly king realm, he could sense the extraordinary nature of the golden-armored man. He dared not hold back in the slightest. "Haha, you ignorant old fool. Do you think that possessing a half-step heavenly king cultivation, along with a flawed heavenly war weapon, makes you my opponent?" The golden-armored man laughed heartily. With his discerning eye, he could easily see that the heavenly war weapon was incomplete. "Buzz, youngster, you seek death." The ancestor of the great Qin boldly struck, the war weapon in his hand radiating with brilliant light, as mystical chains of power entwined around the shaft. Spiritual energy from 100 miles surged wildly into the weapon, and he suddenly unleashed a terrifying shot. Boom! As the shot was fired, the heavens and earth transformed, winds rose, and clouds surged. A violent force filled the surrounding space, and the terrifying power of the spear tore through the void, instantly creating countless fissures, bearing a dreadful might as it rushed to suppress and annihilate the golden-armored man. Chapter 24. The Northern Qian eliminate the golden-armored man. In the wake of that terrifying strike, many soldiers from the 5 great dynasties were caught off guard, crushed into a mist of blood before they could retreat from the battlefield. Every onlooker was utterly astonished by this singular blow. The golden-armored man, observing the menacing force approaching, took another step into the void, and an overwhelming power erupted from within him. Buzz. Boom. This aura instantly overshadowed the formidable presence of the great Qin ancestor. With a raised hand, he pressed down, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to surge violently, gathering furiously, materializing into a colossal golden hand above the great Qin dynasty. Is this the might of a half-step king realm warrior? How terrifying. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators, their gazes trembling with fear. Simultaneously, in the void near Qizhou, several figures emerged, their expression shifting dramatically as they sensed this aura. Could it be that a powerful entity from the King realm is making a move? That direction is towards Qizhou. Wasn't an auction being held there? How could? At that moment, an elder seemed to discern something, narrowing his eyes as he spoke slowly. It is the aura of a half-step King realm. But the individual who has acted is extraordinarily powerful. I have received news from my family's younger generation that an ancient token has appeared in Qizhou. I did not expect someone to act so quickly. The ancient token. Upon hearing this, the others were astonished, and their figures swiftly vanished from sight. At this moment, in the void, the golden armored man pressed down with his giant hand, which crashed down with terrifying might towards the great Qin ancestor. Boom! The void was shattered, cracking into countless spiderweb-like fissures, barely able to withstand such pressure before threatening to split apart. The colossal hand collided with the incoming terrifying strike. Bang! The horrifying strike was effortlessly dispersed by the golden hand, which then descended forcefully upon the great Qin ancestor. Buzzing. The great Qin ancestor's expression changed drastically as he swiftly summoned surrounding spiritual energy, attempting to block the impending colossal hand. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated. The golden hand struck the great Qin ancestor, sending him crashing to the ground. Instantly, the armored man cast a shadowy gaze towards the ancestral figure of the great Qin, coldly addressing him. Ancestral Lord. At that moment, atop the ancient city, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Zhang Han, felt his heart shatter with rage, letting out a guttural roar. Despite the terrifying presence before him, he was undeterred, yearning to charge at the armored man, only to find his body rendered immobile. After awakening the ancestral figure of the great Qin, Qin Ruoxian ascended to the ancient city. Witnessing the armored man injure Qinzhan, she intended to unleash her hidden trump card to eliminate the armored man, yet was vehemently obstructed by Zhang Han. He could not stand idly by and watch his own princess march towards certain doom. At that moment, upon realizing that even the great Qin's ancestral figure was no match for the armored man, a chill swept across Qin Ruoxian's exquisite face. Her aura shifted dramatically as she prepared to invoke the consciousness of the emperor within her soul. However, beside her, Lu Chen interjected, Ruoxian. As a disciple of my Kunlun sect, it is time for you to demonstrate the strength of our lineage. Startled by his words, Qin Ruoxian paused. When the armored man had first appeared, Lu Chun had contemplated summoning Chun Beixian to intervene, as Qin Ruoxian was now his disciple and should assist the great Qin dynasty. However, upon witnessing the arrival of the ancestral figure, he was eager to gauge the strength of the great Qin's progenitor. To his astonishment, despite both being at the same threshold of half-step Heavenly King realm, the armored man proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. Lu Chen pondered whether Chun Beixian, at the 9th level of the Void Realm, could contend with the armored man, though the system had indicated that summoned cultivators were invincible within their realm. The armored man was a half-step Heavenly King. Rest assured, host, the system has verified that summoned cultivators are the mightiest across the realms, unrivaled within their tier. Even half-step Heavenly Kings can rampage unchallenged. Do you comprehend the meaning of same realm? The system retorted sharply within his mind. System, you understand cultivation. Lu Chen replied, exasperated. Lin Yun chimed in, who understands cultivation better than I? Upon hearing the system's affirmation, Lu Chen disregarded Qin Ruoxian's reaction and addressed the void, calmly stating, Beixian. Eliminate that armored man. His voice, though soft, resonated with spiritual energy, allowing all present to hear him with crystal clarity. The onlookers, aside from the great Qin dynasty, regarded Lu Chen and his companions as if they were fools, while Lin Yun and Ling Shui felt their hearts tighten under the scrutiny of all staring in their direction. As if to say, are you seeking death? Don't involve us. Even Qin Ruoxian displayed a hint of astonishment in her eyes. The 5 sovereigns of the great nations were taken aback, never having anticipated that anyone would dare utter such words to the armored man. In the void, the armored man, poised to strike down the great Qin's ancestral figure, paused upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration. Eliminate that armored man. Are you referring to me? He thought, his expression darkening with fury as he glared towards Lu Chen's direction, his voice dripping with malevolence. You insignificant insect, you seek death. He had not expected anyone to challenge his authority, and now he was determined to eradicate this feeble ant. The armored man raised his hand and unleashed a terrifying force that surged towards Lu Chen. Boom. In the face of this overwhelming power, Lu Chen remained composed, his expression unflinching, revealing not a trace of fear in his eyes. The onlookers, witnessing Lu Chen's demeanor, mistakenly believed he had been paralyzed by fright, and they maliciously taunted him. Deservedly so, seeking death like this, almost dragging us down with you. Just as everyone assumed that Lu Chen would be obliterated by this monstrous force, a voice filled with formidable authority resonated through the air. Begone. Boom. The terrifying power was dissipated by that single utterance. A figure clad in azure appeared in the void. Remarkably youthful, yet devoid of any discernible aura. The crowd was once again struck with astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. Who was this person? Could they be yet another formidable semi-king level warrior? In the wake of their astonishment, the figure in azure approached Lu Qin, his expression respectful as he declared, Qin Beixian. I pay my respects to the sect master. Chapter 25. The suppression of the half-step heavenly king Qin Beixian, the esteemed elder guardian of the Kunlun sect, had long concealed himself within the void, awaiting Lu Qin's command. Master of the sect? A collective gasp reverberated through the crowd, their expressions one of profound shock. How could this be possible? The man in white was, astonishingly, the leader of an entire sect, and so remarkably youthful. Even Lin Yun and Ling Shui exchanged incredulous glances towards the figure clad in green within the void. Their hearts racing with disbelief. This is indeed the guardian elder of our Kunlun sect. While Qin Ruoxian maintained an impassive facade, her heart stirred with surprise as she beheld the figure in green. Although she could not discern the depths of Lu Qin's capabilities, her keen perception, honed from her experience as a reborn sovereign of the upper realm, revealed to her that despite the figure's cultivation being at the void realm, he possessed an unfathomably terrifying power within. After a brief moment, the crowd emerged from their astonishment, momentarily at a loss regarding the current situation. Another formidable figure had appeared, seemingly aligned with the great Qin dynasty. Moreover, the individual who had just spoken was, in fact, the master of a sect. This was bound to be a spectacle worth witnessing. Representatives from various states appeared eager to see the two engage in battle, their eyes alight with excitement. They had not anticipated the golden-armored man to be so powerful. Let the fight commence. Come on, let them clash, they thought, secretly wishing for a fierce confrontation that would leave both parties severely weakened by the time their ancestors arrived with the ancient token. At that moment, the golden-armored man turned his gaze towards Qin Beixian, his expression suddenly shifting. He found himself unable to gauge the depth of the figure before him. What perplexed him most was the utter absence of any aura emanating from this individual. Yet he had managed to effortlessly dissipate the force of his attack with a mere word. Could he possibly be? As the golden-armored man grappled with his bewilderment, the crowd took note of the change in his demeanor and felt a jolt of alarm, their hearts racing in disbelief. Could it be that this man in green was an even more formidable half-step heavenly king than the venerable ancestor of the great Qin? Otherwise, why would the golden-armored man display such a reaction? The five sovereigns, upon witnessing the golden-armored man's transformation, were equally taken aback. A foreboding sense of dread creeping into their minds. Humph! Who dares to obstruct me? Though the golden-armored man could not fathom Qin Beixian's strength, he was not one to back down easily. His backing was immensely powerful, and thus he felt no fear from any faction in the southern wilderness. Kunlun sect, guardian elder. Qin Beixian. Qin Beixian cast a glance at the golden-armored man and spoke in a calm tone. As his words fell, the crowd quivered with astonishment. Their expressions a testament to their shock. They had never heard of the Kunlun sect within the southern wilderness. And to think that a sect possessed such power to have a being of such might serve as its guardian. Upon hearing this, the golden-armored man's countenance shifted slightly. His eyes narrowing with a chill, he had never even heard of the Kunlun sect. As for the elder of the sect's guard that Qin Beixian spoke of, he was utterly convinced that the other party was attempting to deceive him. At that moment, his countenance darkened, as if he had been subjected to ridicule. He had previously thought that Qin Beixian hailed from a prominent force, motivated by the ancient token, and had felt a measure of trepidation. To his astonishment, it turned out that Qin was merely an obscure figure emerging from some corner of the world, representing a minor sect. The mere thought of this ignited a profound fury within him. Humph! The armored man snorted coldly, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Kunlun sect? I have never even heard of it. How dare you obstruct me from annihilating that insignificant insect? He was courting death. The armored man unleashed a ferocious attack. A torrent of terrifying energy surging forth, causing the very heavens to dim. A cataclysmic force stirred up countless tempests, hurtling towards Qin Beixian with an overwhelming momentum. He was utilizing all his might. Against the grand ancestor of the Qin, he had only employed 80% of his strength. Now, before Qin Beixian, he held nothing back. He sensed a formidable power emanating from Qin, and feared that a moment's hesitation could lead to his own downfall. Boom! The fearsome force swept through the void, fracturing the ethereal space with a cacophony of sound. Sizzle! Ah! The onlookers were overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of this destructive power, their scalps tingling, hearts racing, eyes wide with terror, unable to restrain their screams. Ah! I can hardly bear it. Help! Someone, please save me. Those of weaker cultivation found their bodies unable to withstand such oppressive pressure, blood seeping from their forms, a horrifying sight. However, Lu Qin, possessing a system, managed to shield himself from this dreadful force, and those around him were similarly unaffected. Yet, Qin Ruoxin cast a glance at Lu Qin, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Facing the onslaught of terrifying energy, Qin Beixian displayed no sign of fear. He stood firm, stepping into the void. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged and converged beneath his feet, with each step he took, the very fabric of space trembled violently, shifting dramatically. Upon taking his ninth step, boom, an aura of terror, one that was uncharacteristic of the void realm, erupted from within him. Buzz. Qin Beixian formed his fingers into a sword shape, and the spiritual energy of the cosmos seemed to respond, rushing forth to gather at his fingertips. With a gentle stroke of his finger, he unleashed a sword chi that surged forth, 1,000 feet long. Bang! The sword chi cleaved through the oncoming terrifying force, maintaining its ferocity as it hurtled towards the armored man. Tear. No. The armored man let out a howl, unable to defend himself before being engulfed by the astonishing sword chi. Moments later, the sword chi dissipated, revealing a massive rift in the void, from which countless shards of space floated into existence. The rift in the void hissed ominously. With the titanic clash between the two formidable beings coming to an end, everyone present felt the oppressive pressure lift instantaneously. They could not help but exhale heavily. A collective sigh of relief. How terrifying. To witness two battles involving half-step king realm powers within a single day was beyond comprehension. But was this truly the power of half-step king realm? It was simply too monstrous. Fortunately, it has finally come to an end. All present hastily turned their gaze towards the void, where a figure clad in azure stood suspended in the air. Clearly, the armored man had perished beneath that terrifying sword energy. The immense rift, rent asunder by the blade, was gradually mending. In the blink of an eye, tranquility returned to this realm. Gasp! The spectators were taken aback by the scene before them, their hearts trembling with astonishment. The once ailing elder of the Qin clan also cast his eyes towards the figure in the void, his pupils constricting sharply, and his countenance shifting dramatically, revealing a flicker of trepidation. Such was the strength of the armored man, who had proven no match for this azure figure. What kind of sect is the Kunlun sect? To possess such a formidable warrior? Yet, why has it never been spoken of in the southern wilderness? At that moment, the rulers of the 5 great dynasties, upon witnessing the death of the armored man, were visibly shaken, their eyes filled with dread. The ruler of the Tianwu dynasty stared fearfully at Qin Beixian, his voice trembling as he uttered, You actually killed the master." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was once more left aghast at his shamelessness. Truly, only you could be so unashamed. Quickly, they began to realize that the armored man, whom even the rulers of the 5 great dynasties had referred to as the master, must possess an identity and origin of immense terror. Yet now he lay slain at the hands of the Kunlun sect. It seemed that peace in Qizhou would soon be shattered. Or perhaps, the entire southern wilderness would be plunged into turmoil. Beixian, capture those 5. On the ancient city, Lu Chun directed his gaze towards Qin Beixian. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of the 5 rulers changed drastically, and the ruler of Tianwu bellowed, "Run!" Whoosh! In an instant, the 4 rulers unleashed their full cultivation, racing towards the outskirts of Qingzhou, transforming into streaks of light, and within moments, they had fled 1,000 miles away. Truly, as Void Realm experts, their speed was astonishing. Do not inquire why they did not traverse the void directly. Their strength was insufficient. To achieve genuine void traversal, one must possess a cultivation level of at least the 7th stage of the Void Realm. Damn it, wait for me. At that moment, the ruler of the Shinfeng dynasty, who bore injuries, stood frozen in despair, his face an expression of utter dismay. He could hardly fathom that everything had been well upon arrival. Now, returning was no longer an option. Chapter 26. You farted, I was there at the time. At that moment, a figure clad in azure appeared in the air, a smile gracing their lips. Trying to escape? With a swift motion, they reached out into the void, conjuring a spatial portal directed towards the fleeing leaders of the 4 great nations. In a collective gasp of disbelief, the onlookers watched as the azure figure extended a hand towards the portal. Having already fled over 1,000 miles, the 4 leaders were in a frenzy of flight when they suddenly felt an unknown force enveloping them. Their frantic escape was abruptly halted, and they turned around to find their expressions transformed, eyes wide with incredulity. Buzz. A colossal hand emerged from the spatial rift, grasping at them. Before they could react, they were seized and vanished into the void. Upon their reappearance, bewildered and dazed, they glanced around in confusion, their instincts urging them to flee once more. Bang! Qin Beixian waved his hand, and in an instant, the leaders were sent flying, crashing violently against the ancient city walls before tumbling to the ground. Puffed. They lay on the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. gazing at Chen Beixian with terror etched into their eyes. Moments later, the various factions from across the continents regained their composure after the ferocious battle. Realizing Chen Beixian's formidable strength, they hastily took out jade slips to send messages, no longer daring to summon their ancestors. What a joke! Would they come to their own demise? Even the powerful half-step Heavenly King, the golden-armored man, had perished at the hands of this azure figure. To summon their ancestors now would indeed fulfill the saying, "We invite our ancestors to their deaths." The image was enough to make one shudder. Among the various factions, while many ancestors were at the half-step Heavenly King level, powerful figures within the southern wilderness, they could not be certain they could match Chen Beixian. The ancestors of the 5 great dynasties were merely at the 9th level of the Void Realm. It was the presence of the golden-armored man that had emboldened the 5 dynasties to unite against the Great Qin dynasty, even to strike at the entire Qingzhou. Subsequently, all factions departed from Qizhou, and the forces within Qizhou also withdrew from the Great Qin dynasty. Naturally, the auction could not continue. The actions of the 5 great dynasties had irrevocably placed them on the blacklist of the Ancient Commerce Association, even if the association chose not to act against them. Numerous factions would willingly step in on their behalf. Following this battle, the name of Kunlun sect began to circulate throughout the southern wilderness. Speculations abounded regarding the true nature of Kunlun sect. However, these thoughts eluded Lu Qin, for he had not anticipated that Chen Beixian's overwhelming power in eliminating a half-step Heavenly King would catapult Kunlun sect to fame. Yet, many factions remained skeptical about the existence of such a powerful half-step Heavenly King within Kunlun sect, as they had never heard of this sect in the southern wilderness. Others speculated it might be a force from another major domain. Various interpretations spread throughout the states of the southern wilderness. Certainly, it is transmitted from person to person, becoming increasingly absurd to the point of sheer incredulity. Even more astonishing is the appearance of a manifestation technique. Have you heard? An ancient sect has emerged in Qizhou, rumored to harbor a powerful being at the Heavenly King realm. Nonsense. I was there in person. The terrifying aura was undoubtedly that of a saint in action. What? A saint? Impossible. Such beings cannot possibly appear in Qingzhou. Are you trying to frighten me? I was indeed present. Let me tell you, that day, a fearsome figure clad in azure appeared in the skies above Qizhou. Speak quickly. After that figure emerged, it wielded its finger as a sword, cleaving Qingzhou in 2. Hiss. Is it truly that terrifying? Does the Kunlun sect still accept disciples? Hurry. Do not stop me. I must go to Qingzhou to become a disciple of the Kunlun sect. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Listening to these cultivators discussing the Kunlun sect, a murderous intent flashing in its eyes. The Kunlun sect is likely not simple. I must return and report to the sovereign, lest the ancient token be seized by other forces. The figure muttered to itself before vanishing from sight. In the cold family of Yuezhou, the family had exclaimed, "How is this possible? A heavenly king exists in Qizhou." In the Yachi Palace of Yuezhou, the palace master Lin Shi coldly stated, "Utter nonsense. How could a mere Qingzhou possibly harbor a heavenly king?" In the Zhaodian sect of Liangzhou, the leader said, "What? A heavenly king has appeared in Qizhou? Brothers, follow me." A half-step heavenly king is enough to sway the balance of power among the various factions in the entire southern wasteland. In the southern wasteland, any force with a half-step heavenly king is considered a top-tier hegemonic power. Meanwhile, in the Huangzhou region, the Jun family, a top-tier hegemonic force, is rumored to possess a being at the heavenly king realm. At this moment, in the great hall of the Jun family, the family head Jun Wuhui sat in the main seat, gazing at an elder of the transformation realm who had hurried back from Qingzhou, his expression changing slightly as he murmured, "The Kunlun sect? A heavenly king? One sword strike to slay a half-step heavenly king." Jun Wuhui's eyes narrowed as he looked at the elder and inquired, "Are you certain that the person who acted was not a heavenly king?" Upon hearing this, the elder trembled slightly, his voice quivering as he replied, "Family head, that person's aura was exceedingly terrifying. It felt akin to facing the esteemed beings of our Jun family." Seeing the elder's response, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Jun Wuhui's eyes, and he pondered in confusion. How could such a force appear in Qingzhou? It is truly strange. Yet, why has this sect never been heard of in the southern wasteland? Could it be a hidden great sect? He is well aware of the forces with heavenly kings in the southern wasteland, and now, suddenly, a seemingly heavenly king force emerges, leaving him astonished. This does not mean he fears the Kunlun sect. Even if such a force with a heavenly king exists, it would not stir up any waves before the Jun family. After much contemplation, the elder was addressed. "Regarding the matter of the ancient token, we can only take action once the 5 ancestors emerge from their seclusion." At this moment, Jun Wuhui also desired to travel to Qizhou. However, being merely half a step into the heavenly king realm, He feared that, as the elder had suggested, his efforts would yield no fruitful outcome. Upon hearing this, the elder felt a jolt within, urgently exclaiming, "Patriarch, if we delay any longer, the ancient token may fall into the hands of other factions." In response, Jun Wuhui, with a dismissive gaze, slowly rose to his feet, emanating a formidable aura that was utterly astonishing. In the southern wilderness, aside from those factions we dare not provoke, all others are insignificant in the eyes of my Jun family. Moreover, those factions would hardly show interest in the ancient token. The factions he referred to were the sacred grounds, dynasties, and ancient clans that had thrived for millions of years in the southern wilderness, formidable powers with terrifying legacies. To them, the ancient token was nothing more than a worthless piece of scrap metal. Once the ancient secret realm emerges, they possess their own means to access it beforehand. Furthermore, the ancient secret realm is, in essence, a trial ground, utilized by these superpowers to test their disciples. Of course, for other factions, it represents a land of opportunity. Although these superpowers employ the realm for disciple trials, they only occupy the outer regions. The true treasure lies within the inner sanctum of the realm. Yet entry requires meeting numerous conditions. It is rumored that there exists an ancient path of trials at the periphery of the ancient secret realm. And to step into the true realm, one must tread upon this path. Moreover, within the ancient secret realm, seizing opportunities and rare treasures necessitates competing with the young prodigies of these superpowers. Despite this, the allure of the realm draws countless individuals eager to venture within in pursuit of fortune, as it holds the legacies left behind by powerful beings from the ancient era. 3 days later, within the grand hall of the Great Qin dynasty, Qin Zhan had already recuperated from his injuries, whereas the Great Qin ancestor had not fully recovered. After all, the armored man was exceedingly powerful, so formidable that even the full might of the Great Qin ancestor could not withstand a single blow from him. The rapid recovery of the two was largely thanks to the ancient merchant association in the Great Qin dynasty, which was abundant in spiritual herbs and even sacred medicines. Perhaps only the Central Heavenly Domain's Grand Merchant Association possessed anything beyond sacred medicines. At this moment, Qin Zhan respectfully addressed the Great Qin ancestor. Ancestor, do you think the Kunlun sect might be a hidden great sect? Upon hearing this, a flicker of awe passed through the aged eyes of the Great Qin ancestor. A sentiment directed towards the Kunlun sect. After witnessing Qin Beichuan's prowess, he harbored an unshakable suspicion that the Kunlun sect could indeed be a hidden great sect. Reminiscing about the astonishing sword Qi, he felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of fear striking at his heart. Seeing his ancestor's furrowed brow, Qin Zhan, perplexed, continued, "Ancestor, if Xian has now become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, I believe this presents an opportunity for our Great Qin dynasty." Upon hearing these words, the venerable ancestor of the Great Qin squinted slightly, as if discerning Qin Zhan's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "You are indeed correct. The Kunlun sect is highly likely to be a hidden, formidable force. Furthermore, the Great Zhou dynasty has astonishingly become a subordinate power of the Kunlun sect." At this juncture, a spark of insight flickered in the eyes of the Great Qin ancestor as he continued, "Thus, summon that girl, Ruo Xian, for I have matters to discuss with her." "Yes, ancestor," Qin Zhan responded respectfully. Just as he was about to depart, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned back to the Great Qin ancestor, saying, "Ancestor, what of the rulers of the 5 great dynasties? They shall be eliminated. As for the Heavenly Martial dynasty, I shall personally journey to Tianzhou and eradicate it once my injuries are fully healed." The Great Qin ancestor interjected, his gaze icy with murderous intent. Upon hearing that his ancestor would personally venture to Tianzhou, Qin Zhan's expression turned fervent. "Yes, ancestor." He then swiftly turned and exited the Grand Hall. Chapter 27. The Mighty of the Heavenly King Realm. The Yu Maiden A Qin on the other side. Within the Grand Palace of the Great Qin, Lin Yun, Ling Shui, and Qin Ruoxian found themselves gathered in a magnificent hall. Meanwhile, Luo Wushuang and Wang Ming had returned from the Great Zhou dynasty. Upon learning from Ling Shui that the princess of the Great Qin dynasty had also become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, Luo Wushuang was taken aback. Who would have imagined that even the princess of the Great Qin would be among the disciples of the Kunlun sect? Luo Wushuang gazed with reverence at Lu Qin, who occupied the seat of honor in the hall. He hastily inquired about the events that had transpired, as he and Wang Ming had sensed 2 terrifying auras erupting from the direction of the Great Qin dynasty upon their return to the Great Zhou. Each of these auras struck fear into Luo Wushuang's heart. Could this be the work of a mighty being in the Heavenly King realm? He pondered. He had initially thought that the 2 auras were sufficiently alarming, only to be overwhelmed by an even more formidable presence that emerged later. Even from a distance of thousands of miles, he could feel the dread emanating from it, rendering any thought of resistance utterly futile. His shock intensified upon hearing Wang Ming's exclamation, "I can't believe that Elder has actually made a move." The word struck deep within him, leaving him profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that this terrifying aura was the result of an Elder from the Kunlun sect taking action. Even more astonishing was the realization that the Kunlun sect indeed possessed formidable beings beyond the Void Realm. Luo Wushuang's thoughts mirrored those of other cultivators in the southern wilderness who were not present. They all believed that the Kunlun sect had a presence of Heavenly King Realm experts. Had they known that Chun Beixian was merely at the Void Realm level, they would have been utterly astonished, for no one in the southern wilderness had ever witnessed a Void Realm cultivator capable of subduing a half-step Heavenly King Realm expert, especially with the disparity of 9 minor realms. At that moment, Lu Qin, who was meditating in the seat of honor, recalled that Qin Ruoxian had also become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, prompting a thought about the system failing to provide any rewards. He inwardly muttered, "System, where are you? Are you squeezing me dry?" After a brief moment, the system's cold voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an unparalleled genius and completing the system task. Rewards are now being issued." Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Qin urged eagerly, relieved that the system had not withheld his rewards. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." The system retorted, "Do you think I'm quick?" "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have received 1 intermediate summoning card, 1 cultivation card, and 1 lottery draw. An intermediate summoning card. Finally, this card had the potential to summon powerful beings of the Heavenly King realm and beyond. The thought of having such experts appear in Kunlun filled Lu Qin with excitement. "System, quickly, use the summoning card." Ding. Intermediate summoning card successfully used. Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning the sect elder, you made an Qin. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Lu Qin was jolted. You made an Qin. Could it be? The introduction of you maiden Qin then appeared in his mind. Ah, the esteemed you maiden Qing. Her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm. The 9th heaven. Armed with nothing but a bamboo staff, she wields an unparalleled sword technique, having vanquished the formidable swordsmen of the Wu Kingdom. Lu Qin was elated, astonished to summon such an extraordinary master of swordsmanship. She ranks among the top 10 experts in her world. Truly, the system is remarkable. Yet, Lu Qin sensed something amiss. "System, why does Qing lack a cultivation method?" The system remained silent, prompting Lu Qin to refrain from further inquiry. Given that she was summoned by the system, she must possess her own unique cultivation technique, alleviating his concerns. Just the other day, he had discovered that Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin had all reached the 9th heaven of the transformation into divinity realm. It truly astonished him. Their ascension was as effortless as drinking water, can you believe it? As the sect leader, he had only just attained the 2nd heaven of the transformation into divinity realm. Ding. Does the host wish to materialize you maiden Qing within the Great Qin dynasty? No need. Materialize her within the Kunlun sect, Lu Qin replied, as he was not yet inclined to reveal all his cards. Moreover, he sensed that the golden-armored man from that day held a significant identity, suggesting that the Kunlun sect would soon face formidable adversaries. However, Lu Qin's immediate goal was to expand and strengthen the sect. The number of disciples was somewhat lacking. Yet he believed that the current Kunlun sect had garnered a modicum of renown in Qizhou. A modicum of renown? No. Your vision is too narrow. It is not merely Qizhou. In the eyes of cultivators from the southern wilderness, the Kunlun sect is regarded as having a saintly presence. Did you expect this? Kunlun sect. Esteemed sect master, thus, the Kunlun sect could commence recruiting disciples, as the sect currently housed only 3 disciples, an insufficient number. Ding. You maiden Qing has materialized within the Elder Hall of the Kunlun sect. By the way, system, if I recruit ordinary disciples, will there be any rewards? Ding. Rest assured. This is upon hearing rest assured, Lu Qin interrupted the system excitedly. Haha, system, as expected of you. As long as there are rewards, I will swiftly set out to recruit disciples. The system interjected. There are none. Only disciples of genius caliber or above can trigger system tasks and receive system rewards. Lu Qin was momentarily speechless, his excitement dashed. If you don't have any, then just say so. What is with the rest assured nonsense? Did you let me finish? The system replied. Lu Qin chose not to engage in further banter, recalling that he still possessed a cultivation card and a lottery chance. He felt a flicker of anticipation within, as his current cultivation was far too low. System, I shall use my lottery opportunity. Ding. Lottery usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the chaotic sacred body. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the chaotic divine law. Note, the divine law consists of 9 levels. First level, holy law. Second level, divine eyes unveiled. Third level, celestial finger. Fourth level, earth-shattering palm. Fifth level, ascend to the 9 heavens. 6th level, reversal of yin and yang. 7th level, time approaches. 8th level, all things born. 9th level, open chaos. Astounding. As the information regarding the reward interface materialized in his mind, Lu Qin felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The chaotic sacred body. The chaotic divine art? He was well aware of the chaotic sacred body, a physique of extraordinary prowess. After all, he had previously observed discussions among the readers on Blue Star, who spoke of it with great reverence. According to those esteemed individuals, the chaotic sacred body ranks among the top 3 supreme physiques. As for this chaotic divine art, he mused, perhaps it is an original creation of this system. He had not encountered any mention of it among those esteemed readers, yet it appeared exceedingly formidable. System. Did you conceive this chaotic divine art? Lu Qin pondered internally. Ding. If the host does not want it, the system will reclaim it. Damn. System. Merge it all into me. Lu Qin could hardly contain his eagerness to comprehend the power of chaos. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Lu Qin recalled something and hastily interrupted the merging process. System, conceal my aura. He understood the immense strength of the chaotic sacred body and feared that any unusual phenomena during the merging might attract the attention of those ancient beings on the immortal Martial continent, which would certainly spell trouble. Host, you speak too much. Does this system not know? Lu Qin. Ding. Merging has commenced. Merging in progress. The voice of the system echoed in his mind just as the merging began. Chapter 28. Fusion of the chaotic sacred body. A tremor coursed through him as a terrifying power surged within his being. Feeling the overwhelming force, Lu Qin's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately focused intently on the fusion process. Boom! A menacing aura emanated from his body, swiftly sweeping across the ancient city of Daqin. Ah, this aura. Could it be that another unparalleled powerhouse has targeted the Daqin dynasty? No. Something feels amiss. This aura evokes fear, yet lacks any oppressive force. Hiss. This direction is towards the palace. Could it be? The inhabitants of the ancient city of Daqin were instantly struck with astonishment, directing their gazes towards the palace above, their eyes widening in disbelief. They witnessed countless divine lights illuminating the sky, radiating with brilliance. This was, in fact, a manifestation orchestrated by the system, which concealed only a portion of the chaotic sacred body's extraordinary phenomenon, perceptible solely to the cultivators within the ancient city. Meanwhile, at the ancient Commerce Guild. How can this be? This aura. Could it be that the Kunlun sect is indeed a hidden great sect? Deep within, an elderly man was taken aback, his aged eyes igniting with a glimmer, as if he could pierce through layers of void, gazing toward the palace's direction. Within the grand hall, the assembly felt the aura and turned their eyes towards Lu Qin, seated at the head, their expressions filled with shock and their hearts trembling. At this moment, countless divine lights swirled around Lu Qin, and behind him, a magnificent phenomenon unfolded. A long river, imbued with ancient essence, materialized, reflecting myriad great worlds, each igniting waves of radiance. Qin Ruoxian observed the scene before her, her complexion shifting dramatically, her pupils constricting as she stammered. This is the river of time. Who on earth is he? In that instant, Qin Ruoxian could no longer maintain her composure. Soon after, the onlookers beheld a figure clad in white emerging upon the ancient river, as if a true immortal had descended to the mortal realm, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lu Qin. With each step upon the ancient river, it appeared as if he traversed through epochs, countless great worlds collapsing beneath his feet, sending forth innumerable splashes upon the river's surface. Hiss. Is that the sect master? Luo Wushuang and her companions gasped in awe, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Elder Wang, is that the legendary river of time? Luo Wushuang had encountered references to the river of time in ancient texts, initially believing it to be mere myth, yet upon witnessing the river behind Lu Qin, the words naturally surfaced in her mind. Elder Wang and the others exhibited little outward change, yet their eyes were filled with reverence as they regarded Lu Qin. As cultivators summoned by Lu Qin from the myriad realms, they were well aware of his mysterious strength. Indeed, it is the river of time. The sect master has manifested the river of time, likely in the process of recovering his cultivation. Elder Wang remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others' gazes were filled with astonishment, their hearts trembling fiercely. How terrifying! What level of cultivation did the sect master possess in the past? Restoring one's strength, one could surprisingly manifest the legendary river of time. In an instant, the individuals present gazed at Lu Qin, seated in the main positions, their eyes filled with an unparalleled reverence. Wang Ming's words struck Qin Ruoxian like a thunderclap, causing her body to tremble slightly, her gaze brimming with disbelief. Even in her previous life, with the cultivation of an emperor, she dared not tread upon the river of time, not out of fear, but because she was incapable of summoning it. Moreover, she sensed that the river of time was not merely a simple reflection caused by an anomaly in the upper realms. Only those who had stepped into the domain of immortality could touch upon its essence, and to fully summon the river of time, only those. Boom. At this thought, Qin Ruoxian's body shook, her exquisite face turning pale in an instant. She dared not contemplate further, if it were truly as she feared. At that moment, countless anomalies behind Lu Qin suddenly stirred, rushing into his body. In the blink of an eye, the anomalies vanished, the aura dissipated, and the hall returned to tranquility, as though nothing had transpired. Phew, the aura finally dissipated. Everyone in the ancient city of Daqin felt the disappearance of that presence and collectively exhaled a breath of relief. Though the aura bore no oppressive quality, it instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, as if deities from the heavens were gazing down upon them. Simultaneously, Lu Qin seamlessly integrated the chaotic sacred body, slowly opening his eyes as a beam of divine light flashed through them, revealing what seemed like a reversing galaxy, with countless great worlds floating within. Had the fusion completed? Lu Qin pondered, feeling nothing at all. Damn it. However, he soon began to meticulously sense the changes within his body. He had ascended to the ninth heaven of transformation. Not only that, but even his Tao Palace and Divine Sanctuary had undergone tremendous transformation. Previously, his cultivation had been hindered by an unstable foundation due to his reliance on mere prowess for advancement. Now, with the integration of the chaotic sacred body, this flaw had been perfectly rectified. Lu Qin, sensing the changes within, felt an overwhelming excitement. At this moment, Lu Qin seemed to perceive something and glanced at the crowd in the hall. What the hell? He noticed Luo Wushuang, Lin Yun, and Ling Xue staring at him in shock. What is going on? Why are they all looking at me? Ahem. At that time, Lu Qin spoke up. Ling Xue immediately came to her senses, realizing that Lu Qin was regarding them with a commanding gaze. Sect Master, Ling Xue exclaimed in surprise. Hastily addressing him, Luo Wushuang and Lin Yun quickly followed suit, respectfully acknowledging Lu Qin. Sect Master, have you completed your cultivation? Casting a glance at the three, he noticed that Qin Ruoxian was absent from the hall and could not help but inquire, by the way, where is Ruoxian? After all, the expedition to the Daqin dynasty had concluded, and he was preparing to return to Kunlun sect to arrange for the recruitment of disciples. Sect Master. Junior sister mentioned she had matters to attend to in the Qin kingdom, seemingly to meet the ancestor of the Daqin. Ling Xue promptly replied. Oh, to meet the ancestor of the Daqin? It is likely that you have heard of Ruoxian's ascension to the ranks of the Kunlun sect and are eager to uncover the secrets of our esteemed order. A smile crept across Lu Qin's face as he contemplated the implications. He understood the intentions of the great Qin dynasty. Suspecting that the formidable prowess of Qin Beixian had captured the attention of the ancient patriarch. Moreover, the great Qin dynasty truly lived up to its reputation as a dominant force, boasting an ancestor at the threshold of the heavenly king realm. Had it not been for the golden armored man on that fateful day, the 5 great dynasties would likely have met their demise. At that moment, Ling Xue spotted Qin Ruoxian outside the grand hall and joyfully exclaimed, Junior sister, you have returned. Presently, Qin Zhan, the ancient patriarch of the great Qin, along with Qin Ruoxian, entered the hall. Upon catching sight of Lu Qin seated in the main position, both Qin Zhan and the patriarch were momentarily taken aback, and they immediately bowed respectfully towards Lu Qin. Old man Qin Zhan pays his respects to Sect Master Lu, he stated. Lu Qin was pleasantly surprised by their courteous demeanor, quickly grasping the reason behind it. After all, Qin Beixian had vanquished the golden armored man, effectively saving the great Qin dynasty. He then smiled at the two men and said, There is no need for such formality. Ruoxian is now a disciple of my Kunlun sect. Should any challenges arise in the future, feel free to come to Kunlun. We shall extend our assistance as best we can. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of joy illuminated their eyes, and their hearts raced with excitement. For they had witnessed the might of the Kunlun sect firsthand. The indomitable figure clad in green had long been etched in their memories. They could hardly fathom the depth of Kunlun's resources, where even a half-step heavenly king could only serve as an elder guardian. It must be said that the strength of Qin Beixian was beyond comparison. Everyone now regarded him as a half-step heavenly king. If they were to learn that Qin Beixian was merely at the Void Realm, it would undoubtedly leave many in utter astonishment. Chapter 29. The Sovereign Dynasty becomes a subordinate force. As the two pondered, they couldn't help but glance at Luo Wushuang beside them, their hearts filled with a wistful longing. If only the great Qin could also become a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect. Moreover, the power behind the golden armored man was not one that the great Qin dynasty could afford to offend. It originated from a formidable force in the eastern celestial domain. This was information gleaned from the rulers of the 5 major dynasties. Now, having perished within the great Qin dynasty, it was true that the killers were from the Kunlun sect, yet the connection to the great Qin was undeniable. After all, the golden armored man had come for the ancient token, and the Kunlun sect's intervention was only possible because Qin Ruoxian had become a disciple of Kunlun. Although they had received Lu Qin's assurance, an unsettling feeling lingered in their hearts. They feared that when the power behind the Golden Armored Man took action, the great Qin dynasty might be obliterated in an instant, leaving them without a chance to seek aid from Kunlun. With this thought, their foreboding grew ever more acute. Qin Zhan and the ancient ancestor of Great Qin exchanged a glance, resolving to voice their thoughts. Master Lu, we are profoundly grateful for your sect's assistance. It has allowed the Great Qin dynasty to narrowly escape disaster. Qin Zhan expressed, his gaze filled with gratitude. Lord Qin, you are too modest. I have stated before that Ruoxian is a disciple of the Kunlun sect. It is only right that we offer our support. Lu Qin replied with a smile. Unfazed by the praise. This was Lu Qin's protective nature. Whenever a disciple of the Kunlun sect faced adversity, he would act without hesitation. Seeing Lu Qin's indifference to the flattery, Qin Zhan adopted a respectful demeanor. Master Lu, the Great Qin dynasty wishes to become a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect. We hope you will grant us this request. At this declaration, Luo Wuxuang was taken aback, astonished that even a regional sovereign desired to align with the Kunlun sect. With a sigh of relief, Qin Zhan felt a weight lift from his heart, for he sensed an intangible pressure emanating from Lu Qin. Such was the might of a leader from a reclusive grand sect. It was truly formidable. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin paused momentarily, recognizing the similarity to the great Zhou dynasty's situation. What on earth have you written, author? He mused. However, after a moment's reflection, he grasped the underlying reasons. No, you need not comprehend. Simply follow my script. Chuckling, he readily agreed, for the Great Qin dynasty possessed a half-step heavenly king ancestor, making it a force to be reckoned with, albeit now overshadowed by the Kunlun sect. As his words fell, both Qin Zhan and the ancient ancestor of Great Qin beamed with joy, their hearts brimming with excitement. Rest assured, master. The Great Qin dynasty shall never betray the Kunlun sect, they declared fervently. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian displayed little reaction, merely regarding Lu Qin with newfound respect. She was now filled with curiosity about the Kunlun sect, and after witnessing the phenomenon triggered by Lu Qin, she was certain that the Kunlun sect was far more complex than she had previously imagined. Notification: the Great Qin dynasty has become a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 sect points. As soon as the Qin dynasty became a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect, a voice echoed in Lu Qin's mind. 10,000 sect points. Truly, it is worthy of being a dominant power in the region. Lu Qin was somewhat astonished. Yet he felt that the sect points were still rather limited. With this thought, he quietly mused. System, open the sect panel. Ding, opened. Sect, Kunlun sect. Sect residence, Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Sect master, Lu Qin, cultivation level, 9th layer of transformation god. 1 cultivation card. Sect disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, 3. Sect stewards, none. Sect guards, 3. Sect guard elder, 1. Sect elders, 1. Sect points, 11,000. Sect ancestors, none. Alas, not a single ordinary disciple. For now, he could only wait to return to Kunlun to recruit new disciples. Moments later, Lu Qin inquired, Qin Zhan, what is the purpose of the ancient token? He glanced at Qin Zhan, recalling that the 5 great kings and the armored man seemed to have come specifically for this ancient token, and he was eager to uncover its significance, which could attract so many people. Upon hearing this, both Qin Zhan and the ancestor of the Qin were momentarily taken aback, their minds filled with confusion. Wasn't the Kunlun sect a hidden powerhouse? How could they be unaware of the ancient token? As for Luo Wuxuang and the others, their ignorance regarding the ancient token was even more profound. After a brief pause, Qin Zhan did not ponder further and respectfully addressed Lu Qin. Sect master. The ancient token is the key to enter the ancient secret realm in advance. Qin Zhan promptly relayed everything he knew to Lu Qin. It manifests only once every 100,000 years. Moreover, it harbors the legacies of mighty beings from the ancient era. Furthermore, it serves as a trial secret realm. Through Qin Zhan's explanation, Lu Qin learned that the ancient secret realm was indeed a trial ground. Although it was a relic from the ancient era, countless opportunities had been seized by others over millions of years. Lu Qin couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Currently, besides the Heavenly King Realm Maiden, a Qin, and 10 Heavenly King weapons alongside Qin Beixian and a few others, the Kunlun sect lacked any substantial resources. The items in the system's shop required sect points for exchange, and the Kunlun sect simply could not afford anything else. Initially, he had hoped to enter this secret realm to procure some sacred medicines, imperial medicines, or divine elixirs, heavenly treasures, if you will. At the very least, he sought spiritual herbs, yet little did he know. Damn it. He never anticipated that this secret realm had now become a trial ground for disciples of those great powers. Could it be that this is the power of capital? They have turned a secret realm into a testing ground for sect disciples? Just as Lu Qin lamented silently, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the depths of the ancient secret realm have not been explored by anyone. The host can wait for the realm to manifest and venture in to explore. System, what lies within? The system's words filled Lu Qin with joy, and he inwardly rejoiced. The host must enter to discover. Damn it! The system refuses to divulge, leaving Lu Qin with no choice but to await the manifestation of the secret realm. Sect Master, I believe this ancient token should be entrusted to you. Upon witnessing Lu Qin's silence, Qin Zhan found himself momentarily perplexed. Given that the Great Qin had now become a vassal of Kunlun, it was only proper to surrender the ancient token to the sect. Moreover, Kunlun was the sole entity possessing the strength to wield such an ancient relic. Realizing this, Lu Qin's understanding deepened as he cast a glance at Qin Zhan, comprehending his apprehensions. Although the powers of various states were already aware of the ancient token's presence within the Great Qin dynasty, Lu Qin remained confident that any force below the threshold of a half-step heavenly king would refrain from acting recklessly. They were unaware of the intricate ties between Kunlun and the Great Qin, only having witnessed Kunlun's formidable strike that had claimed the life of a half-step heavenly king within the realm of the Great Qin. The presence of the ancient token in the Great Qin dynasty was undeniably an invitation to calamity. Thus, it was evident that only Kunlun possessed the capability to navigate this perilous situation. Chapter 30. The new sovereign of Tianzhou, the Tianjin sect. The journey to the Great Qin dynasty has now concluded, and Lu Qin is preparing to return to the Kunlun sect. However, Qin Zhan approached Lu Qin, expressing his desire to merge the Great Qin dynasty with the Great Zhou dynasty, intending to establish a new dynasty. Lu Qin harbored no objections to this notion and suggested that Qin Zhan consult with Luo Wushuang. Initially, Luo Wushuang was perplexed by the proposal, but upon reflection, he grasped the underlying reasons. Yet, he understood that he could not make such a decision unilaterally and needed to return to the Great Zhou dynasty to discuss it with the ancestral elders. As for this matter, I must confer with the elders, he stated. Would you accompany us to the Great Zhou? At this, Qin Zhan smiled. Ah, Luo, my dear brother. From now on, let us refer to each other as brothers, for we are now all kin. Naturally, the matter of the dynasty's merger should be communicated to you, Senior Luo. Once this is settled, we must indulge in a hearty drink together. Each dynasty is a legacy forged over millennia by its ancestors. Thus, the merging of two dynasties involves considerable complexities. Moreover, the Great Qin dynasty has been a dominant force for 10,000 years. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with excitement, as he found it hard to believe that he could refer to the leader of such a powerful entity as a brother. Previously, during his attendance at the Qingzhou conference in the Great Qin dynasty, he had always treated Qin Zhan with the utmost respect, fearing any offense against the Great Qin. Now, to be able to call Qin Zhan a brother was beyond his wildest dreams. He recognized that this opportunity stemmed from the Kunlun sect, and without it, the Great Zhou dynasty might have already faced obliteration. With this thought, admiration for Lu Qin and the Kunlun sect swelled within Luo Wushuang's heart. Since Brother Qin has said so, I shall rely on you for guidance henceforth, he declared with a smile. Haha, you are too kind, Luo, Qin Zhan responded. As for the merger of the dynasties, Luo Wushuang perceived it as a significant opportunity for the Great Zhou dynasty. He firmly believed that the Kunlun sect would undoubtedly emerge as a dominant force in the southern wilderness, potentially allowing its affiliated factions to become members of the outer sect. In the realm of Xianwu, such scenarios were not uncommon. Affiliated factions that significantly contribute to the main sect may not gain entry but can become members of the outer sect, which is far superior to mere affiliation. The following day, outside the ancient city of the Great Qin, a figure clad in white appeared before Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and the elder of the Great Qin. Resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens, this figure was none other than Lu Qin, accompanied by Lin Yun and Wang Ming, with Chun Beixian shadowing them from the shadows. Qin Zhan decided to accompany Lu Qin to the Kunlun sect, while the elder of the Great Qin remained to oversee affairs in the Great Qin dynasty. Master, we are ready to depart, Luo Wushuang said respectfully, gazing at Lu Qin. Very well, let us go, Lu Qin replied. With a swift motion, several beams of light shot into the sky, soaring towards the Zhangxian mountain range, home to the Kunlun sect. Meanwhile, in Tianzhou, at the Tianjin sect, the once dominant Tianwu dynasty had been eradicated following the recovery of the elder of the Great Qin. The Heavenly Sword sect, once a dominant force, has now solidified its position as the sole ruler of Tianzhou after the venerable ancestor of the sect, the Heavenly Sword Elder. made a remarkable breakthrough into the half-step Heavenly King realm. This newfound strength has enabled them to suppress all rival factions with overwhelming might. Haha. I have finally broken through to the Void Realm. An elderly figure suddenly appeared above the main peak, radiating an immense aura that resonated throughout the entire Heavenly Sword sect, drawing the attention of countless disciples toward the summit. "Look, who dares to seek death within our sect?" exclaimed one disciple in disbelief. "Is that not our esteemed Grand Elder?" "What? It's the Grand Elder. But his aura is terrifying." "Indeed, it is the Grand Elder. He has broken through to the Void Realm." As the disciples were engulfed in astonishment, a commanding voice echoed in their ears. "Haha. Congratulations to the Grand Elder for breaking through to the Void Realm. Our Heavenly Sword sect has gained yet another Master of the Void." A figure materialized in the void. It was Zhao Wuji, the sect leader, possessing formidable cultivation at the first level of the Void Realm. His expression was one of excitement as he gazed at the Elder on the peak, who was none other than the ancestor of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty, Yunlong. Now having ascended to the first level of the Void Realm. "Yunlong, I pay my respects to the sect leader," Yunlong said with reverence, his demeanor brimming with exhilaration, though a flash of murderous intent soon flickered in his eyes. Noticing this, Zhao Wuji sensed something amiss and looked at Yunlong with confusion. "Elder Yun, what troubles you?" Yunlong's expression darkened as he recounted the plight of the Feathered Transformation Dynasty to Zhao Wuji. "Humph, daring to annihilate the legacy of our Grand Elder. They are courting death." Zhao Wuji's face flushed with rage, as if the loss were a personal affront. The Heavenly Sword sect was now the ruler of the region, and the destruction of the Grand Elder's legacy was a direct slap to their face. "Rest assured, Elder Yun. As long as it is not the Kunlun sect from Chisho that has acted, we do not fear any other forces," he declared with confidence. Such confidence? Yunlong was taken aback by Zhao Wuji's boldness. "Kunlun sect? What sect is that?" Zhao Wuji seemed to understand Yunlong's confusion and promptly informed him of recent events in Chisho. "Heavenly King realm experts." Yunlong's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing that the Kunlun sect might harbor such power, and he gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, Elder Yun. Let us hope that it was not the Kunlun sect that acted against the Feathered Transformation Dynasty." Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes at him before continuing. "However, if it were the Qin dynasty that struck, the Heavenly Sword sect would certainly demand an explanation on behalf of the Grand Elder." Upon hearing this, Yunlong did not dwell on it further. His face was a mask of grim determination. He must avenge the destruction of his legacy. He was certain that neither the Qin dynasty nor the Xia dynasty had intervened, as both were aware of his ties with the Heavenly Sword sect and would not act without cause. The only other power that could rival the Feathered Transformation Dynasty was the Zhou dynasty. Contemplating this, Yunlong's eyes gleamed with intensified murderous intent. Had he not joined the Heavenly Sword sect, the Zhou dynasty would have long since been eradicated. Zhao Wuji appeared to have an epiphany, glancing at Elder Yunlong with a hint of excitement. "Elder Yun, since you have transcended to the Dongshu realm, allow me to host a celebration in your honor, so that the other factions in Tianzhou may recognize that our Tianjin sect has welcomed yet another formidable Dongshu expert." Without waiting for Yunlong to respond, Zhao Wuji continued. "Rest assured, Elder Yun, in a few days I shall arrange for several elders to accompany you to Chisho, allowing its forces to witness the strength of our Tianjin sect." At this moment, Zhao Wuji was eager for the entire southern wilderness to be informed of the emergence of yet another Dongshu powerhouse within the Tianjin sect. Goodness. The man seeks vengeance, and you wish to partake in the feast beforehand? Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong understood the importance of patience and replied respectfully. "I must express my gratitude to the sect master in advance." "Haha, Elder Yun, there is no need for such formality. It is only fitting," Zhao Wuji joyfully responded. Subsequently, the Tianjin sect hosted a grand banquet, inviting all the factions of Tianzhou to celebrate Elder Yunlong's breakthrough into the Dongshu realm. It is understandable why Zhao Wuji would take such measures. In a single province, Dongshu experts could be counted on one hand. Of course, aside from a few powerful provinces, such scarcity of Dongshu masters would not be the case. Chapter 31. The Forbidden Lands of the Immortal Martial Continent and the Great Zhou Dynasty. At this moment, numerous streaks of light traversed the void, swiftly racing towards the Burial Immortal Mountain range. Should anyone witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, exclaiming, "Another foolhardy soul dares to venture into the Burial Immortal Mountain range." In the Immortal Martial Continent, there exist three infamous forbidden zones: the Burial Immortal Mountain range in the southern wilderness, the Demon God Mountain in the Demon Domain, and the Undying Divine River in the Eastern Sky Domain. Among these, the Burial Immortal Mountain range is considered the least perilous, while the other two are almost entirely shunned by cultivators. The Demon God Mountain, revered as a sacred ground for the demon race, is said to be the resting place of countless formidable beings, rendering it utterly inaccessible to human cultivators who would likely meet their demise upon entering the demon domain. The Undying Divine River, rumored to have existed since ancient times, is steeped in desolation and lifelessness. It is said that a powerful human cultivator ventured there 100,000 years ago, only to be met with spine-chilling screams echoing from outside the river. And that great being never returned. Even today, the mere mention of the Undying Divine River sends shivers down the spines of many. In contrast, the Burial Immortal Mountain Range stands as an anomaly among the three forbidden zones. Unlike the Undying Divine River, it is lush with life, towering trees flourishing in abundance, creating a picturesque landscape. Yet, this idyllic paradise is regarded as the most terrifying and enigmatic of the three forbidden lands. Ancient texts recount that during the Mythic Era, several emperors inexplicably appeared in the Burial Immortal Mountain Range, only to be carried away by an unseen force. Some believe these emperors were drawn to the upper realms by the mysterious powers within the Forbidden Land, while others speculate that deep within the mountains lies an unspeakable horror, leading to a plethora of interpretations. As the shimmering lights descended upon the Burial Immortal Mountain Range, the cries of startled birds filled the air. The newcomers were none other than Lu Chun and his companions, hastily returning from the Great Qin dynasty. What? This is the Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Qin Zhan, sensing the surroundings, was instantly struck with disbelief. He turned to Lu Chen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Sect Master, is our Kunlun sect truly situated within the Burial Immortal Mountain Range? Indeed, our Kunlun sect resides here, Lu Chen replied with a smile, unfazed by Qin Zhan's reaction. For it was a common response for anyone from the immortal martial continent to feel the same upon arriving in a forbidden zone. Seeing Qin Zhan's expression, Luo Wushuang also smiled softly. Within the sect, Lu Chun instructed Ling Shui to accompany Qin Ruoxian as she familiarized herself with the surroundings, noting that many of the sect's constructions were still incomplete. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang would seek counsel with the ancestral elders of the Great Zhou regarding the matter of merging dynasties. Lu Chun was supportive of their endeavors, recognizing that a stronger affiliated force would only elevate the prestige of Kunlun. Returning to the main hall, Lu Chen intended to meticulously plan Kunlun's development. On a towering peak, Qin Ruoxian smiled gently at Ling Shui, saying, Ling Shui, I wish to explore the sect on my own. You need not accompany me any longer. Well then, if that's the case, I shall return to my cultivation. Ling Shui's face bore a hint of disappointment. She had hoped to learn more about her junior sister, whose rapid progress in cultivation intrigued her. Nevertheless, she felt a profound joy from their delightful conversation, as they addressed each other not as senior and junior, but as sisters. After Ling Shui departed, Qin Ruoxian meticulously sensed the essence of Kunlun's sect, and her expression transformed dramatically. How could this be? Here, the spiritual energy is actually that of the celestial realm. Upon entering Kunlun's sect, she immediately sensed something amiss, prompting her to send Ling Shui away to investigate. To her astonishment, what she discovered left her utterly astounded. While the spiritual energy here might seem merely abundant to those from the Xianwu continent, for her, having been reborn from the celestial realm, it was an entirely different matter. She was confident that she could cultivate here, and it would not be long before she regained her former power. Qin Ruoxian's awe and trepidation towards the mysteries of Kunlun's sect intensified. She could scarcely fathom who possessed the means to draw celestial energy down to the lower realm. Perhaps this is my opportunity to enter a mysterious sect in the lower realm. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes as she resolved within herself. Meanwhile, on Disciple Peak, Lin Yun was not engaged in cultivation, but gazed into the distance with a seemingly melancholic expression, though Lin Yun usually appeared carefree and lighthearted. Ever since the full awakening of his Battle Saint body, complemented by the Battle Saint Law, he had successfully advanced to the Dao Palace realm. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Battle Saint. As for Ling Shui, having cultivated the Willow God Law, her progress was likewise remarkable, and she too had broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Just as Lin Yun contemplated composing a poem, a voice shattered his brooding gaze, dispersing his melancholia in an instant. Elder brother, you are slacking off again, Ling Shui exclaimed, her small mouth puffed in annoyance. She had intended to prepare for her own cultivation but was taken aback to find Lin Yun lost in thought. Aware of Lu Chen's high expectations for both of them, she had been diligently cultivating. As for Lin Yun, he was often urged by her to pursue his training. After all, it was well understood that Lin Yun tended to. Well, you know. Seeing Lin Yun staring blankly at her without responding, Ling Shui feigned anger, her delicate face displaying mock irritation. I'll tell the sect master, she declared, turning to leave. Junior sister, I was merely contemplating the Battle Saint Law, hence my distraction. Lin Yun, realizing the mention of the sect master, quickly grasped Ling Shui's arm. He was genuinely anxious. If Lu Chun discovered his laziness, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Contemplating the techniques. My apologies, elder brother. I had no idea you were in the midst of contemplation. It's all my fault for interrupting. Upon hearing Lin Yun's explanation, regret filled Ling Xue's enchanting face. It's quite all right, junior sister. I have already cultivated the battle Saint Law to the 2nd level, Lin Yun replied solemnly. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. Ling Xue held a deep trust in her senior brother's words, choosing to believe whatever Lin Yun said. Had it been Qin Ruoxian, she likely would have dismissed the matter entirely. Is that truly the case? Brother, you are simply remarkable. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Ling Xue's heart swelled with joy. Junior sister, I shall not disappoint the sect master, Lin Yun replied with a serious expression and a resolute gaze. Although Lin Yun often appeared detached from his cultivation, whenever he decided to focus, his prowess would undoubtedly surpass his current abilities, though that was a discussion for another day. It seems we haven't engaged in discussions about cultivation techniques for quite some time, Lin Yun remarked with a playful smile, gazing at Ling Xue's lovely face. Brother, are we speaking of the holy combat technique? Ling Xue responded, somewhat perplexed. She recalled Lin Yun's previous assertions regarding the strength of the holy combat technique, which had left her incredulous when he mentioned reaching the 2nd level of cultivation. At that moment, Lin Yun took Ling Xue's delicate hand, causing her exquisite cheeks to flush a deep crimson, accentuated by her snow-white gown. In that instant, Ling Xue appeared extraordinarily beautiful, leaving Lin Yun entranced. Brother, you. At that moment, Ling Xue's face resembled a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible desire to cherish her, as she seemed to grasp something profound. Of course, it pertained to meditation and cultivation. Chapter 32, The Eastern Celestial Domain, the Nine Nether Dynasty. Meanwhile, within the Grand Palace of the Great Zhou, Qin Shan and Luo Wushuang were engaged in discussions with the ancestral elder of the Great Zhou regarding the merger of their dynasties. Haha, splendid. Since Elder Luo has also consented, I shall return to the Great Qin now. In 3 days, our Great Qin and Great Zhou shall officially unite, heralding the dawn of a new dynasty. Qin Zhan expressed his elation at the confirmation of the merger. Indeed, as we are now subordinate forces of the Kunlun sect, it is imperative that we stand united. The ancestral elder of the Great Zhou replied with a smile. By the way, the name of the new dynasty should be determined by the sect master. Luo Wushuang interjected promptly. Being a subordinate force, it was essential to seek the approval of the main sect. Although Lu Chun had already agreed to their merger, the name of the dynasty required his decision. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly as they realized the gravity of their oversight. They had nearly committed a significant error. Indeed, Brother Luo, I shall accompany you to meet the sect master, Qin Zhan affirmed. Very well, let us go. In the Kunlun main hall, Lu Chun sat upon the throne, observing the two individuals before him, and spoke slowly. Since you have reached a decision, I shall bestow a name for your new dynasty. Lu Chun, not overly concerned with this matter, as his own sect had yet to be fully established, listened intently. Upon hearing his words, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang exchanged excited glances and respectfully addressed Lu Chun. Please, sect master, grant a name for the new dynasty. To be honest, Lu Chun was uncertain of what name to choose, yet he felt a sense of nostalgia for the blue star from which he had traversed. Let it be called the Nine Provinces Dynasty, he declared, looking at the two men. Upon hearing the name Nine Provinces, both men exchanged a glance and immediately bowed respectfully to Lu Chun. Thank you, sect master. Lu Chun regarded the two with a nonchalant expression and said, If there is nothing else, you may commence your preparations. Understood, sect master. In the Eastern Celestial Domain, the Nine Nether Dynasty stood as the preeminent force, boasting formidable powers within its ranks. Compared to the various dynasties of the Southern Wilderness, it was in a league of its own. At that moment, within the imposing hall of the Nine Nether Palace, a formidable middle-aged man, exuding an overwhelming aura, occupied the main seat. The courtiers of the Nine Nether looked upon this man with expressions filled with trepidation. Southern Wilderness, Kunlun sect of Qingzhou, the middle-aged man, known as Yu Li, the ruler of the Nine Nether Dynasty, cast a cold gaze upon a battle-armored man before him. Yes, my lord. Commander Wu perished at the hands of this Kunlun sect. The armored man trembled under Yu Li's oppressive presence. The Commander Wu he referred to as the golden-armored figure slain by Qian Bei-shin. Kunlun sect? What manner of inconsequential sect dares to slay a member of my Nine Nether Dynasty? A strikingly dressed man with an imposing aura stepped forward, glaring at the armored man in fury. Instantly, the armored man was drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming pressure and stammered, My lord, the people of the Southern Wilderness say that the Kunlun sect is a hidden sect. Such nonsense. What hidden sect? Upon hearing these words, the prince exclaimed in fury. Immediately, Zhao Yuli respectfully addressed him. Your Majesty, allow me to venture into the southern wilderness and eradicate this Kunlun sect. Then retrieve the ancient token. Upon hearing this, Yuli's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent, lost in thought. He initially suspected that the Jun family from the southern wilderness was behind this, for apart from those factions, his Zhou dynasty held no fear of other powers. Even the Jun family, when compared to his Zhou dynasty, fell short in strength. Moreover, the fact that the Kunlun sect possessed a half-step Heavenly King expert was astonishing. Although the Zhou dynasty resided in the eastern celestial domain, Yuli was well acquainted with the forces in the southern wilderness. He had never heard of the Kunlun sect, otherwise he would not have dispatched that armored man to the southern wilderness. Li Mu, go to the ancestral land and awaken an elder. Informing him that the ancient secret realm is about to manifest, I believe the elder will take action. Li Yu's gaze turned icy as he addressed the prince, intending to summon a powerful ancestor to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing this, the prince and the officials within the hall could not help but shudder, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that the sovereign would seek the assistance of an elder for the ancient token. That was. The prince quickly regained his composure, respectfully bowing to Li Yu before exiting the grand hall. It was evident that this Zhou dynasty harbored many ancient beings. Yes, your majesty. 3 days later, news of the merger between the Great Qin dynasty and the Great Zhou dynasty spread throughout the southern wilderness, drawing countless intrigued gazes. Have you heard? The Great Qin and Great Zhou dynasties of Qizhou have actually merged. What? Impossible. The Great Qin dynasty is the overlord of Qizhou. How could they possibly merge with a first-rate force like the Great Zhou dynasty? Is the ruler of the Great Qin dynasty a fool? Hush. You know nothing. The Great Qin dynasty is no longer the overlord of Qingzhou. Are you referring to the Kunlun sect? Indeed, it is the Kunlun sect. Moreover, after the merger, the two dynasties have been named the Jiuzhou dynasty. Ah, and they have become a subsidiary force of the Kunlun sect. Now, the true overlord of Qizhou is the Kunlun sect. Hiss. Is the Kunlun sect truly that powerful? Every state was left astounded by the actions of the Great Qin dynasty. While its strength in the southern wilderness was not particularly formidable, it did possess a half-step Heavenly King ancestor, yet it had now become a subordinate of the Kunlun sect. This was indeed a matter that provoked much contemplation. Meanwhile, at the Sword of Heaven sect, atop Elder Peak, Yunlong had initially intended to head to Qizhou today to obliterate the Great Zhou dynasty. However, upon learning of the merger between the Great Zhou and Great Qin dynasties, his expression darkened considerably, revealing his displeasure. Great Qin dynasty. Yunlong gritted his teeth, witnessing the imminent revenge for the destruction of his lineage thwarted at this moment by the merger with the Great Qin dynasty, which now also became an object of his resentment. Yet he was well aware that the Great Qin dynasty was beyond his means to contend with, especially now that the two dynasties had merged, rendering him merely a subordinate force of the Kunlun sect. Even as the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhao Wuji could not expect to offend the newly established Jiuzhou dynasty solely for his sake. Moreover, the formidable Kunlun sect, whose true capabilities remained shrouded in mystery, stood behind the Jiuzhou dynasty. However, Zhao Wuji was oblivious to these intricacies. All he knew was that the lineage of Yunlong had been obliterated in Qingzhou, and the identity of the assailant was not clarified to him by Yunlong. Consequently, although Zhao Wuji was aware of the events that transpired in Qingzhou, he did not regard them with excessive concern. After all, in his opinion, as long as the Heavenly Sword sect did not provoke the Kunlun sect, all would be well. This, however, did not imply that Zhao Wuji feared the Kunlun sect. His own ancestor had also reached the threshold of the Heavenly King realm, which instilled in him an unwavering confidence. At this moment, Zhao Wuji had arrived at Elder Peak and, upon seeing Yunlong, assumed he was prepared to embark on the journey to Qingzhou, prompting a hearty laughter from him. Ha ha, Yunlong, this time let the fifth elder accompany you to Qingzhou, Zhao Wuji proclaimed, for since the grand banquet, the entire Tianzhou had come to recognize the unparalleled strength of the Heavenly Sword sect, which filled him with immense pride. Chapter 33. The Great War approaches, sword pointing at Kunlun. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. However, one could not help but wonder what Zhao Wuji was so exuberant about. Was it a feast? A bitter smile crossed Yunlong's face as he proceeded to explain the situation regarding the Great Zhou dynasty. After listening, Zhao Wuji appeared momentarily stunned, his eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. A feast could not be had? No, it was the fade of the Heavenly Sword sect that could not be maintained. Several elders behind him also exhibited a fleeting glimmer of disappointment. Damn it, it seemed the pretense could not be upheld. Well, Elder Yun, this matter might require careful deliberation, Zhao Wuji quickly asserted, fearing that Yunlong, in a fit of fervor, might charge directly towards Qizhou. It was not that he feared Kunlun's sect. Rather, the outside world was rife with rumors of Kunlun's sect possessing formidable beings of the Heavenly King realm, necessitating great caution. Additionally, the elder of the Great Qin, who was at the cusp of the Heavenly King realm, had now become a subordinate force to Kunlun's sect. Even the current Heavenly Sword sect, with its own elder at the half-step Heavenly King realm, dared not offend the Kunlun sect. Master, I understand the gravity of this situation. Even if vengeance is sought, I would not act under the banner of the Heavenly Sword sect. At this moment, a flicker of madness flashed in Yunlong's eyes. The enmity of the annihilated clan was something that could not be forgiven. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt reassured and exchanged a few words with Yunlong before departing with several elders. In the wasteland of the state of Huangzhou, the Jun family, as the sole dominant force in the region, had governed the vast expanse of Huangzhou for several millennia. Its heritage making it one of the most formidable sovereigns in the southern wilderness, second only to a handful of superpowers. Its strength was indeed unparalleled, surpassing even the royal families of Huizhou by a considerable margin. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from deep within a colossal ancient city spanning thousands of miles, sweeping across the entirety of the grand city in an instant. Buzz. This aura signifies the emergence of the five ancestors. In the heart of the ancient city, within a magnificent edifice, Jun Wuhui, who had been meditating, felt this overwhelming presence and was instantly filled with excitement. Vanishing from his spot, this grand ancient city was the residence of the Jun family, known as Taishu City, rumored to have been named after the ancient ancestor of the Jun family. The entire city was safeguarded by magical runes inscribed by that ancient ancestor, making it impervious to intruders. Even those at the Heavenly King realm could not breach its defenses. This aura is... It must be the five ancestors who have emerged. The members of the Jun family within the city were all filled with uncontainable excitement, and at that moment, an elder's face lit up with fervor as he exclaimed loudly. Deep within the ancestral grounds of the Jun family, Jun Wuhui stood respectfully, awaiting a certain individual. Buzz. Suddenly, a space before him quivered slightly, and an elderly man clad in gray appeared. He exuded no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary elder, and slowly stepped forth from the spatial portal. Jun Wuhui pays respects to the five ancestors. Upon seeing the elder's arrival, Jun Wuhui's face flushed with excitement as he approached respectfully. The elder glanced at Jun Wuhui and nodded, stating, not bad. After a century, you have managed to break through to the half-step Heavenly King realm. It seems I did not misjudge you. Thank you for the praise, fifth ancestor. Upon hearing these words, Jun Wuhui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he respectfully addressed the elder. Fifth ancestor, the ancient token has appeared. Jun Wuhui continued, cautiously glancing at the elder. Under which faction's control does it lie? In response, the fifth ancestor's expression remained unchanged as he merely cast a glance at Jun Wuhui, uttering nonchalantly as if this matter held little significance. Naturally, the fifth ancestor understood Jun Wuhui's intent. Yet he was taken aback by the thought that aside from those factions in the southern desolation domain, there could be another power that rivaled the Jun family. Fifth ancestor. It is as follows. Jun Wuhui then recounted the events in Qinzhou to the fifth ancestor of the Jun family. Intriguing. I am quite curious to see what profound heritage the Kunlun sect possesses. After listening to Jun Wuhui's account, the fifth ancestor's demeanor remained unchanged as he casually remarked, the Kunlun sect. On the sect's square, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian were engaged in a discussion regarding their cultivation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Qin Ruoxian meticulously explained the challenges and bottlenecks encountered in cultivation to Lin Yun and Lingxue. The two listened in astonishment, their hearts profoundly shaken by their junior sister's various insights. Could she possibly be a reincarnation of a formidable being? At that moment, Lin Yun widened his eyes and exclaimed, Junior sister, how do you possess such profound knowledge of every realm? Indeed, junior sister, you are remarkable. No wonder your breakthroughs are so rapid. Lingxue added, equally astonished. Reflecting inwardly, as the senior sister, I must rely on my junior sister for support. Alas, perhaps my talent is simply superior. Qin Ruoxian smiled sweetly, choosing not to reveal her true identity just yet. Although she had fully integrated into the Kunlun sect, she could not yet discern its depths. She only knew that the Kunlun sect's stronghold was far from ordinary, perhaps concealing even mightier legacies. However, even if her identity were to be unveiled in the future, she would no longer be the empress ruling over an ancient kingdom, but merely a disciple of the Kunlun sect. At that moment, a thought crossed Qin Ruoxian's mind. Perhaps the Kunlun sect is my ultimate sanctuary. As Lin Yun contemplated his junior sister's remarkable talent in cultivation, an unsettling thought arose. Could my junior sister be aiming to surpass me? No. I must intensify my training, otherwise. When the sect leader learns of my junior sister's extraordinary gift, my position as the elder brother will surely be at risk. Growing increasingly anxious, Lin Yun seemed to recall something and turned to Qin Ruoxian, asking, Junior sister, are you familiar with the Battle Saint Body? The Battle Saint Body? Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze fixated on Lin Yun. The Battle Saint Body. That is a constitution that can only manifest in the upper realms. It is utterly impossible for such an unparalleled physique to arise in the lower realms, where the heavenly Tao is lacking. Lin Yun's words instilled in her a sense of foreboding, as if, Lin, brother, how do you know of the Battle Saint Body? She was still unaccustomed to addressing Lin Yun as her elder brother, especially considering how he often exchanged mischievous smirks with Ling Xue, which she had taken note of. However, the disciples of the Kunlun sect must eventually address their senior brother, and with her discerning eye, she can perceive that Lin Yun possesses certain distinctions. Lin Yun, feeling a tad apprehensive under the scrutiny of his younger sister, was puzzled by her unexpected reaction to the mention of the Battle Saint Body. After a moment of hesitation, he shifted his gaze and said, may I inquire, dear sister? At this moment, Lin Yun was increasingly convinced that his younger sister was well aware of the Battle Saint Body, and he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. Oh, sect leader, why does it seem that my little sister knows everything? It is rather embarrassing for me, as the senior brother. Lin Yun felt as though his two younger sisters were perpetually overshadowing him, undermining his stature as the senior brother of the Kunlun sect. This predicament could not solely be attributed to Lin Yun's inexperience. After all, he hailed from a modest family where the strongest individuals he encountered were merely at the Dao Palace stage. Had he not joined the Kunlun sect and awakened the Battle Saint Body, it is likely that, without further opportunities in his life, his extraordinary physique would have remained unrecognized and unfulfilled. Chapter 34. The Holy Fist of Battle, Golden Sacred Blood. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue's expression shifted slightly, her lips parting in disbelief as she gazed at Qin Ruoxian and inquired, Junior sister, are you familiar with the Holy Body of Battle? She had heard the sect leader speak of the formidable power of the Holy Body of Battle, and it was expected that cultivators of their caliber would have no access to such a constitution. Had it not been for Lin Yun possessing such an extraordinary physique, she would have found it hard to believe in the existence of such a defiant constitution. Now, not only did her junior sister possess an acute understanding of the challenges faced in cultivation, but she also seemed to be privy to even more arcane knowledge. This inevitably instilled in her a sense of awe towards her exceptionally gifted junior sister, as if she were cloaked in enigma. It was well known that the Holy Body of Battle ranked among the top 10 physiques of the myriad realms, possessing unparalleled strength. With such a constitution, as long as one did not perish prematurely, becoming a great emperor would merely be the beginning. Qin Ruoxian gazed earnestly at the two and slowly articulated her thoughts. The great emperor is merely the beginning. Upon hearing this, Lingxue's mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate a meat stick, her heart trembling in astonishment. Surely, junior sister must be jesting. A great emperor, that is the pinnacle of the cultivation path. How could it possibly be a mere starting point? For cultivators from the lower realms, being a great emperor represented the final step in their journey, with an extraordinarily lengthy lifespan. Moreover, the Xianwu continent had not witnessed the emergence of a great emperor for 1,000,000 years, leading everyone to believe that they were in an era devoid of great emperors. As for the true nature of the great emperor's supremacy, perhaps only those ancient and immortal factions that had endured for millions of years might grasp some semblance of understanding. When these words reached Lin Yun's ears, they sent a tremor through his body, his eyes widening in disbelief at his seemingly serious junior sister, as he feared he had misheard. Junior sister, are you certain you are not jesting? Indeed, junior sister, the sect leader has mentioned that our senior brother's constitution foretells a future great emperor. They both responded incredulously, suspecting that their junior sister was merely teasing them. By the way, junior sister, you just mentioned that the great emperor. Lingxue was about to clarify the meaning behind the assertion that the great emperor was merely the beginning when she was interrupted mid-sentence. Lingxue, did you say that senior brother's physique is the Holy Body of Battle? Qin Ruoxian's gaze sharpened, her heart racing with shock as she interrupted Lingxue. No. How could that be? How could such a physique appear in the lower realms? Moreover, I failed to discern that Lin Yun was, in fact, the Holy Body of Battle. Yes, senior brother's physique is indeed the Holy Body of Battle. Lingxue replied dismissively, looking at the astonished Qin Ruoxian. Lin Yun also spoke earnestly, junior sister. I truly possess the Holy Body of Battle. The sect leader has also stated that my physique is immensely powerful, and achieving the status of a great emperor is not an issue. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian declared, Lin, senior brother, unleash your full strength against me. No longer able to maintain her composure, she felt the urgent need to verify whether Lin Yun genuinely possessed the holy body of battle. What? Unleash your full strength against you? Ling Xue was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. Lin Yun, equally bewildered, stared at Qin Ruoxian in astonishment. What is going on? Is it possible that my junior sister intends to challenge my vulnerabilities upon entering the Kunlun sect? The younger sister of mine is indeed at the Dao Palace realm, while he is merely at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, a breakthrough he achieved not long ago. However, is this even a coherent statement? In less than a month since awakening the Battle Saint body, Lin Yun has progressed from the spiritual vein realm to the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, a feat that seems nearly impossible. If the so-called unparalleled geniuses of the Xianwu continent were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated with Lin Yun. Isn't this a form of self-torment? The critical point is that Ling Xue is watching from the sidelines. How can he maintain his composure? Observing their reactions, Qin Ruoxian realized they did not grasp her meaning and immediately said, Lin, senior brother, you haven't truly engaged in combat yet, have you? Her assertion was accurate. Lin Yun had not fought anyone in earnest, which left him somewhat oblivious to his own strength. Previously, Lin Yun had been seen as a waste in his family, someone who could be bullied by anyone. Although he had entered Kunlun and awakened the Battle Saint body, his strength had surged dramatically. He had yet to face another in battle. However, Qin Ruoxian understood the formidable nature of the Battle Saint body, which is nearly invincible among those of the same realm. This same realm is not merely a typical realm among ordinary cultivators, but represents a position of invincibility among geniuses possessing special physiques. Indeed, junior sister, I have not fought anyone yet, Lin Yun admitted, his face flushing with embarrassment, followed by a chuckle. By the way, why do you want me to go all out against you? She cast a contemplative glance at Lin Yun. Subsequently, Qin Ruoxian explained to the two. Possessing the Battle Saint body not only grants invincibility within the same realm, but also allows one to contend even against stronger opponents. As she spoke, she recalled a supreme being in the higher realm who also possessed the Battle Saint body. With a penetrating gaze at Lin Yun, she continued, moreover, the Battle Saint body is inherently a combat-oriented physique. Only through continuous battle can one refine oneself and comprehend the path of combat, ultimately breaking through to true invincibility. Qin Ruoxian's profound understanding of the Battle Saint body stemmed entirely from the existence of a supreme being with the same body in the higher realm. This being was a terrifying presence in the domain of immortality. Even her enemies, including the ancient country of Wuji, would be regarded as insignificant insects in its presence. Upon hearing this, Ling Xue's expression reflected shock. Lin Yun's eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest. He too was eager to ascertain his strength. The junior sister was correct. Only through relentless combat could he grow stronger. Regardless of whether her words were true or not, it seemed that only through actual combat could he gain clarity. Resolute, Lin Yun decided that he must venture out to hone his skills. He could no longer remain in the sheltered environment. He then turned earnestly to Ling Xue beside him. Junior sister, please step back a bit. I fear I may inadvertently harm you. All right, senior brother, Ruoxian, just don't be too serious. Let us keep it light. Ling Xue expressed her concern, for Lin Yun and Qin Ruoxian were separated by a significant realm. Her worry was not for Qin Ruoxian but for Lin Yun. Junior sister, I shall make my move now. As the ethereal snow receded into the distance, Lin Yun turned to Qin Ruoxian and spoke. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ruoxian nodded slightly. You must unleash your full power, otherwise you won't even be able to withstand a single strike from me. In order to compel Lin Yun to truly give his all, she couldn't resist provoking him a bit. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Yun could no longer contain himself. I knew it. Junior sister, you truly wish to ride on your elder brother's head? The implication of his words was unmistakable. Can you even handle this, you little pup? How could he endure such taunts? Immediately, a formidable aura erupted from Lin Yun's being, a surge of golden blood essence soaring 100 feet into the air, piercing through the very fabric of the void as if shattering it. Boom. Golden holy blood. Battle Saint physique. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ruoxian's heart trembled violently in that moment. She was convinced that Lin Yun indeed possessed the Battle Saint physique. The Battle Saint physique. If he were to ascend to the upper realm, he might one day stand as one of the most powerful beings in existence. Qin Ruoxian murmured in awe. Just as she was lost in her astonishment, Lin Yun shouted, Junior sister, be cautious. He raised his hand into a fist, golden holy blood surging wildly towards it, and struck powerfully towards Qin Ruoxian. Battle Saint Fist. Boom. Chapter 35. The ancient warship from across realms with a resounding boom. A fist was unleashed, causing the very fabric of space before him to crackle ominously. As if on the verge of rupture, the massive golden fist imprint surged towards Qin Ruoxian with formidable power. Is this the legendary Battle Saint body? Observing the immense force within the approaching golden imprint, Qin Ruoxian's expression shifted dramatically. She could sense that even those at the divine concealment realm would struggle to withstand Lin Yun's strike. It seemed he had already reached a level capable of contending with those of the Dao Palace realm. One must recognize that this represented a significant leap across realms. While there are indeed young prodigies in the upper realms who can engage across such boundaries, they are invariably endowed with extraordinary talents. The chasm between realms, even a minor one, feels insurmountable. How much more so a major one? This utterly shattered her previous understanding of the Battle Saint body. With a thunderous crash, Qin Ruoxian countered with her palm, the collision of their forces erupting in a tremendous sound. She was at the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm and had once been an emperor, possessing unparalleled combat experience. Thus, she effortlessly neutralized Lin Yun's punch. In the distance, Ling Shui gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with shock and excitement. I never imagined my senior brother could be this strong. She could sense the might of Lin Yun's punch. If it had been her, she surely would have faltered. Alas, I suppose I can no longer take advantage of my senior brother. To Lin Yun's surprise, his full-force strike had been effortlessly countered by his junior sister. Reaffirming her belief that constant combat was essential, he stood there, murmuring to himself, not in disappointment over his abilities, but rather in acknowledgement of his strength. What he required now was relentless battle, combat, and more combat. Senior brother, that punch was truly astonishing. Ling Shui and Qin Ruoxian approached him, brimming with excitement. Hee. Little junior sister is also incredibly strong. In fact, I, your senior brother, have yet to reach your level of cultivation. Lin Yun chuckled, glancing at the two. He held an unwavering confidence that he would soon surpass his junior sister. His concern was not for the position of senior brother, but rather as a disciple of the Kunlun sect, he bore the responsibility of upholding its dignity and prestige, unwilling to become a source of ridicule. Above all, he wished to avoid disappointing Lu Chen. Senior brother, the power of the Battle Saint body transcends mere cultivation levels. I believe you have come to understand your own strength. Contending with those of the Dao Palace realm should no longer pose a challenge, Qin Ruoxian remarked thoughtfully, her approval of Lin Yun as her senior brother now evident. Despite being a disciple of Kunlun herself, if her senior brother lacked talent and strength, earning her recognition would not have been easily achieved. After all, in many respects, she was his senior, and although her previous cultivation was lost, the insight and resources of an emperor were beyond imagination. Thank you for this, junior sister. It has allowed me to gain clarity regarding my own strength, Lin Yun expressed gratefully. Senior brother, you are too humble, Qin Ruoxian replied with a gentle smile. Please, senior brother and Ling Shui, share with me some insights about our Kunlun sect, she requested. Qin Ruoxian is still not well acquainted with the Kunlun sect. She senses that a dreadful presence lurks within it, shrouded in mystery. All right, junior sister, let us go sit over there and talk, Ling Shui said, taking Qin Ruoxian's hand and leading her toward a mountain peak. Junior sister, I must speak with the sect master about something, so I cannot accompany you, Lin Yun declared, intending to discuss his upcoming journey of cultivation with Lu Chen. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian seemed to discern Lin Yun's intentions but said nothing. The body of Battle Saint was never a fragile flower confined to a greenhouse. She had heard tales in the upper realm of an unparalleled being possessing the body of Battle Saint, who, in his youth, vanquished countless prodigies, saints, and saintesses, ascending to the realm of the great emperor in less than 500 years. Moreover, if the Kunlun sect truly was an ancient power of the upper realm, as she suspected, Lin Yun might also reach the great emperor realm in just a few hundred years. Meanwhile, in the Jiuzhou dynasty, the former capital of the Great Zhou dynasty had now become the capital of Jiazhou. Although this city lacked protective formations and could not compare to the ancient capital of the Great Qin, it was well known among the major powers of the southern wilderness that Jiuzhou was now a vassal of Kunlun. Until it was confirmed whether Kunlun was indeed a hidden sect with a Heavenly King presence, those forces at the half-step Heavenly King level dared not recklessly act against Jiuzhou. After all, on that day in the capital of the Great Qin, Qin Beixian had decisively slain a half-step Heavenly King, instilling great fear in the hearts of those first-rate hegemonic forces. The Jiuzhou dynasty was ruled by two sovereigns, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, and their respective ancestors had become the common forebears of the Jiuzhou dynasty. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan had also broken through to the Void Realm. For the Great Qin dynasty had its own heritage, providing a top-grade spiritual herb and a void-breaking pill to aid Luo Yuan in recovering from injuries and elevating his realm. At this moment, a warship traversed the domains. In the skies above the southern wilderness, a colossal bronze warship, exuding an ancient aura, appeared, adorned with the two ancient characters Jiuyo, rapidly heading toward a certain direction in the southern wilderness. Thunderous roars erupted as the warship passed, sending shockwaves through the void. reverberating across the heavens and drawing the attention of countless forces below. In that instant, cultivators across the various states of the southern wilderness were stirred. What was that just now? Look, how could it fly so fast? It's like a young bull on a plain, astonishing beyond belief, exclaimed one cultivator, drawing the attention of those nearby, who all turned their gaze to the void. Is that a warship? Indeed, it is a warship. But which hegemonic force does it belong to? Only forces above the hegemonic level possess warships, so they immediately recognize that this vessel must belong to a powerful faction. What is happening lately? In the southern wilderness, a mysterious sect known as the Kunlun sect has emerged, and now an ancient warship has made its appearance. Could this herald another significant event? That direction. It seems to be Chizhou. The archaic token appears to be in the possession of the Kunlun sect in Chizhou, indicating that a powerful force can no longer contain itself. Indeed, could it be? Quickly to Chizhou. That warship is undoubtedly headed for the Kunlun sect. And soon there will be a spectacle to behold. As anticipated, the excitement is palpable, even if it leads to a confrontation between two formidable powers. Instantly, countless cultivators from various states discerned the warship's intent and soared into the sky, racing towards Chizhou. They have long been curious about whether the Kunlun sect truly is a hidden sect, and now, with a dominant force making its move, they wish to witness if the Kunlun sect can withstand the impending challenge. Is it truly, as rumored, a secluded great sect? At this moment, among the various dominant forces in the southern wilderness, some recognize the origins of the warship, and they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It appears to be the overlord from the eastern domain. P.S. Esteemed readers, once we transition through these chapters, the plot will unfold. I kindly ask for your understanding and support. Thank you. Chapter 36. A mere third-rate force, unaware of their fate, the Nine Nether Dynasty. Indeed. That warship is none other than that of the Nine Nether Dynasty from the eastern region. Above the moon state, a formidable elder with a terrifying aura appeared. He was an ancestor of the Han family, a dominant force in the moon state, currently at the threshold of the Heavenly King realm. His expression was grave as he gazed towards Chizhou. Ah, so the figure who manifested in Chizhou that day was indeed a member of the Nine Nether Dynasty. It seems the time has come for the Han family to take action. The Kunlun sect, even if a Heavenly King truly exists, they shall likely not be able to withstand the onslaught of the various great forces. The arrival of a top-tier hegemonic power from across the realms is certainly not a favorable development for the factions within the southern wilderness. After all, the ancient token resides in Chizhou, should it fall into the hands of forces from other major regions. It would be a severe embarrassment for the factions of the southern wilderness. The Han family naturally desires it as well. Yet it appears that all the hegemonic powers are biding their time. Waiting for what? They are waiting to see who will strike first against the Kunlun sect. Among the top-tier hegemonic forces, there exist those in the Heavenly King realm, yet they remain in slumber. Unless faced with dire circumstances, those ancient beings will not awaken. Of course, if it were a lineage like the Jun family, which has endured for hundreds of thousands of years, their foundation would be even more formidable. Thus, the sudden emergence of a half-step Heavenly King is sufficient to disrupt the balance among the various forces. Now that the Nine Nether Dynasty has taken the initiative against Kunlun, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of other top hegemonic powers. They have long been eager to ascertain whether Kunlun truly possesses a Heavenly King. Previously, at the auction in the Great Qin Royal City, the Celestial Spirit Pill was acquired by the Han family. The Han family and the Jun family of the are both top-tier hegemonic powers with Heavenly Kings, ranking among the top 10 in the southern wilderness. It is time to awaken the Han family's foundation. Otherwise, the ancient token may slip beyond our reach. Upon finishing his words, the elder's figure vanished in an instant. As the elder of the Han family indicated, the major hegemonic forces within the southern wilderness are now hastily awakening their own foundations. In the depths of the moon state's hegemonic force, the Yaoqi Palace, a beautiful woman clad in palace attire appeared. Her unintentional aura of terror causing the disciples of Yaoqi Palace to tremble in fear. Soon after, her figure disappeared from sight. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded across the various hegemonic forces of the other states. At this moment, an overwhelming aura began to permeate throughout the states, instilling dread in countless cultivators of the southern wilderness, leaving them bewildered as to what was transpiring. Elsewhere, in the Jiuzhou Royal City, within a grand hall, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang were engaged in conversation, oblivious to the impending crisis. Buzz. With a thunderous roar, an ancient, colossal warship emerged above the Jiuzhou dynasty, heading towards Jiuzhou Royal City. Upon the warship appeared numerous armored cultivators, each exuding a powerful presence. They were indeed the people of the Nine Nether Dynasty. The immense sound of the ship slicing through the air echoed throughout the entire Jiuzhou dynasty. causing the expressions of its cultivators to change dramatically as they turned their gazes towards the gigantic warship. A warship? Which force does this belong to? How dare they act so recklessly in the Jiuzhou dynasty? Are they courting death? They remain oblivious to the unfolding events, mistaking it for a conflict instigated by some dominant power. After all, the Jiuzhou dynasty possesses formidable strength, bolstered by the support of the Kunlun sect, which is rumored to harbor a being of heavenly stature within the southern wilderness. This has greatly enhanced the reputation of the Jiuzhou dynasty in that region. Within the grand hall of the royal city, both Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang's expressions shifted dramatically, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Swiftly, they reappeared above the royal city, where their gaze fell upon an ancient warship hovering ominously above. An unsettling premonition surged within them. Brother Qin, can you discern the origins of this vessel? Luo Wushuang inquired gravely, noting the two characters Jiuyo inscribed upon it. Jiuyo, Jiuyo, Qin Zhan murmured. And suddenly, a terrifying force flashed through his mind, causing his complexion to change drastically. The Eastern Heavenly Domain, the Supreme Sovereign, the Jiuyo dynasty, he exclaimed in alarm. Quickly, Luo, alert the two elders. The Jiuyo dynasty is undoubtedly here for the ancient token. At that moment, Qin Zhan comprehended the background of the armored man from that day, realizing why he possessed such formidable power. Although Luo Yuan was merely at the Void Realm now, his seniority and experience warranted Qin Zhan's deference. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang hastily produced a communication talisman to notify the two elders. Typically, the elders remained in seclusion and seldom emerged. On the warship, a battle-armored man addressed a finely dressed companion with respect. My lord, this is the Jiuzhou dynasty. The former Qin dynasty was the dominant force in Qingzhou, which has now merged with a smaller dynasty to form a new realm. This battle-armored man was one of the elite soldiers who had previously journeyed to the southern wilderness alongside the golden-armored figure. The latter, who had perished at the hands of Qin Beixian, was a commander of the Jiuyo dynasty's elite forces. Upon returning to the Jiuyo dynasty, he had infiltrated Qingzhou and remained concealed there. Upon hearing this, the lord scoffed. A third-rate sovereign dares to slay a member of the Jiuyo dynasty? Humph. I am eager to see what waves the Kunlun sect will stir this time. The involvement of a clan elder from the Jiuyo dynasty instilled in him immense confidence. Even if Kunlun truly possessed a being of heavenly stature, he remained unperturbed. Go, eradicate this Jiuzhou dynasty and seize the ancient token, the lord commanded coldly. Understood, my lord. To him, even a half-step heavenly being was no more than an inconsequential force, and he paid little heed to Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang. Had the Jiuyo sovereign not been wary of unforeseen complications, he might have already sought to obliterate both the Jiuzhou dynasty and the Kunlun sect. As the lord's words fell, the battle-armored man stepped forth from the warship, disregarding the presence of Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang above. He raised his hand and unleashed a powerful palm strike, imbued with overwhelming force, directed towards the royal city below. Boom. The hand transformed into a formidable imprint of energy, descending upon the city. The cultivators beneath felt a chilling terror wash over them, their faces paling as they cried out in alarm. Indeed, a formidable expert from the Void Realm. Why have the two sovereigns yet to take action? Just as the voice echoed, Qin Zhan realized the overwhelming might of the Jiuyo dynasty, which struck with unrelenting force. His eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "You seek your own demise." A spear materialized in Qin Zhan's grasp. He sensed that the armored man shared his cultivation level, both being at the first stage of the Void Realm, and the aura emanating from him was exceptionally potent. He dared not hold back and unleashed a powerful thrust. Boom. The palm imprint was instantly shattered, producing a resounding noise that reverberated throughout the royal city. The armored man's gaze sharpened, his cold eyes fixated on Qin Zhan and his companion, his expression darkening significantly. Who are you to dare impede me? He demanded, completely disregarding Luo Wushuang. Only Qin Zhan, a fellow Void Realm cultivator, warranted his attention. I am Qin Zhan, the sovereign of the Jiuzhou dynasty. P.S. Esteemed readers, the protagonist is on the verge of making a grand entrance to deliver a resounding rebuttal. Please temper your critiques. The author does not wish to prolong unnecessarily. Once the plot unfolds, it shall become exhilarating. Chapter 37. The emergence of the sovereign beings. Upon hearing the proclamation, the armored man's gaze turned frigid as he declared, I care not who you are. To obstruct me is to court death. As his words echoed, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, sweeping towards Qin Zhan. This was the might of a supreme hegemonic power. Merely dispatching one of their own resulted in the appearance of a Void Realm master. Boom. The armored man's aura surged, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Qin Zhan, his massive hand reaching out with formidable force to seize him. Buzz. Impressive speed. Qin Zhan's heart trembled, his expression shifting as he channeled his internal energy into the spear, thrusting it forward towards the armored man. Splat! With a sickening sound, blood and flesh erupted into the air, vividly staining the surroundings. The spear pierced through the armored man's palm and continued into his shoulder, leaving a gaping hole revealing stark white bone. The magical energy from the spear ignited the wound, eliciting a piercing scream from the armored man. Ah! The armored man cried out, rapidly retreating, almost losing his balance in midair. Though both were at the first level of the Void Realm, Qin Zhan wielded a sovereign weapon. Despite its imperfections, it was beyond what the armored man could withstand. So it is a damaged sovereign weapon. On the warship. The Lord cast a glance at the spear in Qin Zhan's hand, his expression shifting before he fixed a cold glare at the armored man. His voice laced with anger. Incompetent fool! Regaining his composure, the armored man heard the Lord's reprimand. And his pallid face was instantly replaced with murderous intent directed towards Qin Zhan. Regrettably, he could only glare fiercely, attempting to kill with his gaze. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed a sovereign weapon, nearly leading to his own downfall. My subordinates are inept. I implore the Lord to take action. The armored man's voice trembled as he returned to the warship, kneeling before the Lord. The Lord did not even spare him a glance. He stepped forth from the ship, suspending himself in the void, his cold gaze fixed upon Qin Zhan and his companion. A half step into the sovereign realm. Both Qin Zhan and his companion felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts quaking with fear. Hand over the ancient token and take me to the Kunlun sect, or I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your Jiuzhou dynasty from the southern wilderness. I do not comprehend your words, Qin Zhan replied, his expression grave. As his words fell, the Lord snorted, releasing a terrifying aura as he raised his hand with a casual flick. Bang! Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang were forcefully slammed into the grand hall beneath them, the structure collapsing around them. Uft! Luo Wushuang, unable to withstand even a casual strike from a half-step sovereign, collapsed to the ground, her fate uncertain. Qin Zhan's complexion turned ashen as he struggled to remain upright, but he soon coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the Lord of the Nine Hells lost all patience. In that case, I shall first eradicate the Jiuzhou dynasty. With that, he spoke no more. He raised his hand and pressed down towards the royal city below, whereupon a colossal hand materialized in the void. A terrifying force surged forth, enveloping an area of 100 miles as if under the weight of a single palm. With a thunderous roar, the immense hand descended, unleashing a deafening crack that echoed through the air. Someone save me. Countless cultivators beneath the royal city were unable to withstand this overwhelming aura, crying out in despair. Just as the massive palm was about to strike, two elderly figures emerged from the void behind the royal city, their voices booming, "Get away, old fool." These were none other than the ancestors of the Jiuzhou dynasty, Luo Yuan and Qin Lan. In an instant, Qin Lan unleashed his entire essence, channeling his power into a mighty punch aimed at the colossal hand. With a resounding impact, the two forces collided in midair, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that surged outward for miles. Recognizing that the immediate danger had passed, Luo Yuan hastily dashed towards Qin Zhan, while Luo Wushuang took the two away. Old fool, are you seeking death? The prince's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he glared at Qin Lan. At that moment, Qin Lan's face grew grave. He had not anticipated that someone would act against the Jiuzhou dynasty so soon. Just as the king of the Nine Hells was poised to obliterate the man before him, a voice resonated throughout the realm. I have had my fun. I do not have the luxury of time to waste with you. The tone was calm, yet filled with authority. Upon hearing this, the prince trembled. His eyes filled with reverence, and he bowed deeply in the air, uttering, "Yes." As the words fell, an overwhelming aura permeated the atmosphere, stifling any thoughts of resistance among the gathered crowd. A formless giant hand appeared high above, gently sweeping down towards the royal city. Qin Lan felt the oppressive energy and his pupils constricted, his face instantly shadowed by fear. Heavens, the king's domain. But before he could finish, the unfathomable power engulfed the entire royal city, rendering everyone immobile beneath its weight. Boom. Crash. The numerous palaces and buildings of the royal city were obliterated by the astonishing force, transforming the once majestic throne into a mere ruin. The sound of collapse echoed as countless cultivators lay among the debris. Many of those with insufficient cultivation had already lost their lives. Even Qin Lan and his companions could not escape the calamity, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Fortunately, the one who unleashed this devastation merely waved his hand, as if exterminating these feeble ants was an affront to his dignity. Go, take those few individuals and extract the location of the Kunlun sect. As the voice faded, tranquility returned to the scene. The prince grasped Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, transporting them onto his warship, which soon departed from the desolate ruins. Meanwhile, Countless sects from various states and numerous cultivators eager to witness the spectacle had arrived, though some from distant states were still en route. Unable to match the speed of those with warships, relying solely on flight to reach the scene. Having arrived above the capital of the Jiuzhou Kingdom, all were struck with awe at the sight before them. A once grand city was now in utter ruin. How could this be the capital of the Jiuzhou dynasty? How did it transform into a desolate wasteland? What transpired here? Could it be the work of a formidable being from the Heavenly King realm? Before anyone could gather their thoughts, a cry of astonishment pierced the air. Look, some of those people are still alive, among the rubble. A few surviving cultivators exclaimed their gratitude. Indeed, many breaths of life lingered amidst the debris, albeit their bodies were drenched in blood. A sight that was both heart-wrenching and horrific. Such terror. Countless onlookers gazed down at the ruined capital, their hearts filled with dread. It was unfathomable what force could have wrought such devastation. The aura of magical energy. It seems a heavenly king from the Jiuzhou dynasty has made their move. There can be no mistake. The ancient token lies within my southern wilderness domain. The Jiuzhou dynasty cannot simply take it from us. The Han family shall not acquiesce. Humph. It has been 10 millennia, yet your arrogance remains unchanged, Han Song. Whoever claims the ancient token must rely solely on their strength. However, it seems that the Jiuzhou dynasty is seeking out the Kunlun sect. The ancient token must be in their possession. How intriguing that after such a long absence, a force resembling a hidden sect has emerged in the southern wilderness. Humph. What hidden sects? If it were not for the nonsense spread by the younger generations of your clans, my disciples from Lingyun Palace would have already secured the ancient token without needing to awaken me. Let us pursue this trail of energy, lest the ancient token fall into the hands of the Jiuzhou dynasty. In this realm of void, several ancient minds exchanged thoughts. Sensing the lingering aura of magical energy, they deduced that the Jiuzhou dynasty had dispatched a heavenly king. This was not a trivial matter. Even they could not underestimate the strength of the Jiuzhou dynasty. Indeed, this sentiment was accurate. Were it not for the various factions witnessing Qin Bei Xian declare himself merely a guardian elder of Kunlun and subsequently dispatch a formidable foe in the half-step heavenly king realm, they would not have harbored such wariness. Moreover, the depths of the major factions lay dormant, preventing them from recklessly confronting Kunlun. Even more exaggerated tales spread among the scattered cultivators of the southern wilderness, claiming that a saint existed within Kunlun. Naturally, no major faction would believe such a notion. What kind of being could a saint be? It has been tens of thousands of years since a saint last graced the southern wilderness. Consequently, this has relegated the southern wilderness to the weakest of the great domains within the Xianwu continent. Thus, nothing is truly fearsome. It is the rumors that incite terror. We must refrain from spreading or believing in such tales. Southern wilderness cultivators, you speak nonsense. The Lingyun Palace of Yunzhou is a supreme dominant force, yet rarely shows itself in the southern wilderness. Only in the event of significant occurrences do they make an appearance, even during the last ancient auction. Lingyun Palace did not attend. Chapter 38. The Saintly Realm. Lu Qin breaks through at the burial immortal mountain range. From above, the mountain range resembles a colossal dragon lying on the ground, its entrance akin to the gaping maw of the dragon. Supported by two ancient stone pillars that soar into the clouds, imposing and magnificent. At this moment, within the main hall of the Kunlun sect, Lu Qin sat in deep meditation upon the throne. Surrounding him was a radiant aura, and behind him, a chaotic scene shimmered with brilliance. Resembling an unparalleled celestial king seated high in the heavens, surveying all that exists. With a gentle flicker, Lu Qin slowly opened his eyes, and a beam of divine light burst forth, as if countless worlds swirled within his gaze before vanishing in an instant, returning to normalcy. He had achieved the void realm. A joyful expression illuminated Lu Qin's face as he exclaimed, having fully mastered the 9 profound techniques of the chaotic divine art during this period. The first level of the chaotic sacred method complemented the chaotic sacred body, and he could cultivate it directly. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and he quietly pondered, system. Utilize the cultivation card. Lu Qin felt that his cultivation was still insufficient, as the leader of a sect, possessing only the void realm was inadequate. With the chaotic sacred body, his foundation was already formidable, yet he feared instability. Although he possessed the system, which eliminated the notion of bottlenecks in cultivation. As long as he obtained a cultivation card, he could achieve a grand success. However, without a solid foundation, even with immense power, encountering true dominators of the myriad realms could lead to disaster. Lu Qin's vision extended beyond the realm of the immortal martial continent. He aspired to lead Kunlun to dominate the myriad realms and become the most formidable supreme sect among them. Ding, cultivation card successfully used. Congratulations to the host for attaining the first level of the saintly realm. In disbelief, Lu Qin exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the voice in his mind. Boom. A surge of immense power erupted within him, coursing through his meridians, transforming the vast spiritual energy in his Tao Palace in an instant into mana. But that was not the end. Boom. An even more potent force of law erupted from within the Tao Palace, prompting Lu Chun to quickly suppress it, preventing this terrifying power from leaking out. The power of laws symbolizes a saint. Upon entering the saintly realm, one's lifespan extends up to 50,000 years. At this moment, Lu Chun had stepped into the ranks of true powerhouses within the immortal martial continent. Even a holy land would not dare offend a saint. In contrast, the King Realm only grants a lifespan of 30,000 years, and once the limit is reached, even sacred medicines cannot prolong life unless one ascends to the saintly realm. However, breaking through to the saintly realm requires comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, making such a breakthrough exceedingly challenging. The saintly realm is different. Having comprehended the power of the laws, even as one's lifespan wanes, sealing it within the divine source can slow the loss of life force, serving as a foundation. After a brief moment, tranquility returned, and Lu Chun carefully sensed the changes within his body, his heart brimming with joy. He had attained the saintly realm. Raising his hand, he lightly traced the air before him. With a hiss, a fissure appeared in the space ahead, revealing a dark void within the grand hall. Is this the power of the sage realm? Truly formidable. A mere swipe can rend the very fabric of space. Lu Chun, exhilarated by his verification of the sage realm's might, resolved to swiftly recruit more disciples. He had devised a plan to have Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan disseminate the news of Kunlun's recruitment. After all, he believed that Kunlun had attained a certain reputation in Qingzhou. This would undoubtedly attract some talented disciples, though he was cognizant that those with genuine talent had likely already been claimed by the major powers. As for Lin Yun and Luo Lingxue, their presence was merely a stroke of fortune for him, and Qin Ruoxian, in her past life, had been a revered emperor. Were it not for Lu Chun's system, which allowed him to discern others' backgrounds, even the superpowers of the immortal martial continent would not have piqued her interest. After a bit of persuasion from Lu Chun, it became nearly impossible for her to resist joining Kunlun. Beixian, come to the main hall, Lu Chun called softly. With a hum, a figure clad in azure materialized in the hall. It was Qin Beixian. Beixian, I pay my respects to the sect master, Qin Beixian said reverently. But internally he was startled. The sect master's strength seemed even more terrifying now. Indeed, please guide Lin Yun and Ling Xue in their training, assess their current progress. As we prepare to recruit disciples, it would be remiss if Lin Yun, as Kunlun's eldest senior brother, were to appear too weak, as this might lead new disciples to doubt Kunlun's strength. This cannot be allowed. Moreover, I am aware that Lin Yun tends to be lazy, often distracted by thoughts of that girl Ling Xue, Lu Chun remarked, shaking his head. Even a donkey would not dare to rest so. As for Luo Lingxue, Lu Chun felt confident, and there was no need to mention Qin Ruoxian. Understood, sect master, Qin Beixian replied respectfully, then exited the main hall to find Lin Yun and Ling Xue. Meanwhile, outside the burial immortal mountain range, on a warship, Qin Zhan and his companions, having endured brutal torment at the hands of the Jiuyou dynasty, painfully divulged the location of Kunlun. At that moment, their bodies lay battered on the deck, resembling bloodied specters clinging to life by a thread. To their astonishment, Kunlun's sect was hidden within the burial immortal mountain range. Could it truly be a reclusive sect? At that instant, the prince's expression shifted as he gazed towards the entrance of the burial immortal mountain range in shock. Before him stood two ancient, towering stone pillars reaching into the clouds, causing his eyes to widen in awe. Kunlun. The two ancient characters inscribed upon the pillars evoked an immediate sense of reverence. The prince murmured softly, Your Highness, this is a forbidden area. Do we still proceed? Inside? The previously arrogant armored man asked, his voice trembling. Ancient texts spoke of a terrifying force within the burial immortal mountain range that could cause inexplicable disappearances, instilling fear in all who approached. Though it appeared to be a realm apart, the sense of dread surrounding the burial immortal mountain range was palpable. Perhaps, this was the terror of rumors. The more powerful one became, the greater the fear of death. The author is diligently working on the manuscript, striving to produce more chapters. Chapter 39. Is this a forbidden place? This is indeed a treasure. Upon hearing these words, the prince fell silent, contemplating for a moment before his gaze turned cold. Humph. What is there to fear? With that individual present, and if the Kunlun sect is truly situated within the burial immortal mountain range, it implies that this place harbors not only no danger, but also a strong probability of fortuitous encounters. With a decisive wave of his hand, the warship surged into the depths of the burial immortal mountain range. At the plaza of the Kunlun sect, Qin Beixian was currently assessing Lin Yun's progress in cultivation, while Ling Xue and Qin Ruoxian observed attentively. Suddenly, Qin Beixuan's brow furrowed, and his expression shifted slightly. Buzz. A warship rapidly approached the skies above the Kunlun sect. Instantly, Lin Yun and the others' expressions changed, gazing towards the vessel, as it was their first encounter with another force daring to act so audaciously at the Kunlun sect. As the eldest disciple, Lin Yun was poised to reprimand the intruders, but before he could utter a word, bang, bang, for bloodied and battered figures were unceremoniously cast down from the warship. Bang, bang. Upon closer inspection, their faces paled in horror as a surge of murderous intent erupted from within them. It was none other than Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and two venerable ancestors from the Jiuzhou dynasty. Father, ancestors, Qin Ruoxian and Ling Shui cried out, their eyes reddening as they rushed forward. Swish. The sounds of rapid movement echoed as Wang Ming and the others appeared in the plaza, their eyes fixed intently on the warship above. We have met Elder Chen. Wang Ming and the others respectfully greeted Qin Beixian. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Beixian and Lin Yun quickly approached, their expressions darkening upon witnessing the battered forms of the four. Qin Beixian immediately began examining their injuries. Qin Ruoxian had always felt the affection of Qin Zhan and Qin Lan, despite her initial reluctance to call Qin Zhan father. After all, the pride of a former emperor lingered within her. However, she had gradually accepted everything, and now an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth from her. A chilling energy that seemed to freeze the very air around her. Both Lin Yun and Ling Shui couldn't help but shudder, while even Qin Beixian regarded Qin Ruoxian with a contemplative gaze. As spiritual energy flowed continuously into the four, Qin Beixian's expression grew increasingly frigid. The ruptured meridians and shattered dantians of the four signified that they could only remain at the divine concealment realm for the rest of their lives. Elder, how are the injuries of the esteemed elders? Lin Yun asked, concern etched on his face as he comforted Ling Shui and Qin Ruoxian. Woo. Elder, Ling Shui implores you, please save our father and the others. Ling Shui cried, her face streaked with tears as she pleaded, while Qin Ruoxian, having discerned the severity of their injuries, felt her icy demeanor intensify, her imperial will surging within her consciousness. Just as she was about to strike, Buzz, a figure clad in white, exuding no aura, appeared. It was Lu Qin. He had been immersed in cultivating the chaos divine technique. His own consciousness merged within, isolating him from the external world. Upon concluding his practice, he sensed something amiss and was taken aback by the unfolding events. Casting a glance at Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan, his expression darkened considerably. As a sage, he could immediately perceive the grave injuries of the four. Master, as the crowd beheld the appearance of Lu Qin, they instinctively rose to pay their respects, only to hear him say, there is no need for such formalities. With a wave of his hand, a divine light surged into the bodies of the four individuals. The ethereal radiance enveloped them, and miraculously, their previously shattered forms began to mend slowly. This spectacle caused Lin Yun and the others to widen their eyes in astonishment. It was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yun and Ling Shui had never witnessed such a transcendent feat, their hearts filled with awe. What level of cultivation did the sect master possess? Even Qin Ruoxian felt a tremor within her, for such prowess was beyond what even her former emperor could achieve. She clearly sensed that the injuries of the four were not only mending at a visible pace, but even the shattered meridians within their bodies were being restored by an inexplicable force. Moments later, the four slowly opened their eyes, awakening to find themselves gazing at Ling Shui and the others, their expressions a mixture of confusion. Father, ancestor, you nearly frightened Ling Shui to death. Ling Shui cried out in anguish. The two elders were equally taken aback. Suddenly, they glanced around and, upon seeing Lu Qin, their faces lit up with joy as they hurriedly bowed in reverence. We pay our respects to the sect master. Nodding slightly, Lu Qin replied, there is no need for such formalities. Who has inflicted such injuries upon you? At his words, the joyful expressions of the four shifted to one of fear. Their demeanor grave as they responded, Sect Master, the assailants are the supreme overlords of the Eastern Heaven Domain, the Jiuzhou dynasty. And they have sent a formidable force at the Heavenly King level. They seek the ancient token. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and the others were taken aback. The Heavenly King level. They could hardly believe such beings had emerged. Even though Qin Ruoxian possessed an emperor's will, facing a Heavenly King was no small matter. Her remaining emperor's will was but a shadow of its former strength, unable to wield significant power. The Eastern Heaven Domain. It was unexpected that forces from other great domains were involved. This was Lu Qin's first encounter with powers beyond the southern wilderness, and he was taken aback to discover they were of the highest caliber. Nevertheless, Lu Qin was unconcerned with any top-tier dynasty. As long as there were no beings of saint level or above, he held them in contempt. What of a supreme overlord? Anyone who dares to harm my Kunlun will find that there is no one in this realm capable of safeguarding the Jiuzhou dynasty, Lu Qin declared coldly. At this proclamation, everyone trembled, their blood surging with fervor. Sect Master, you are truly magnificent. Just then, a raucous voice echoed from the battle vessel above. Who is the Sect Master of Kunlun? Come forth and face me. On the ship, the Jiuyo Lord sneered as he surveyed the crowd below, his heart swelling with delight. He had not anticipated that the spiritual energy here was so dense. What nonsense about a forbidden land of celestial martial arts. This was nothing short of a treasure trove. All the rumors had deceived him. From this moment on, this place would belong to the Jiuyo dynasty. At this point, he was utterly intoxicated by the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. He gazed down at the lofty pavilions atop the mountains and the peaks surrounding them, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Ah, who would have thought that this place was indeed a treasure trove for cultivation? Splendid. In the square. Upon hearing the disrespectful remarks directed at Lu Qin from the warship above, the expressions of Wang Ming and his companions darkened instantaneously. Seeking death. Daring to show disrespect to the sect master. Boom. A formidable aura emanated from the four of them, their powerful presence pressing down towards the warship in the sky. The Void Realm. Indeed, Wang Ming and his companions had already ascended to the Void Realm. The Void Realm. Qinshan, Luo Wushuang, and Lin Yun were utterly astonished. Their hearts racing. Goodness, hadn't these three elders just been at the Transformation Realm? How could they have achieved the Void Realm in such a short span? Even Qin Ruoxian was taken aback, recognizing the profound strength of the trio, which was evidently not attained through external forces or elixirs. Kunlun, so enigmatic, throughout the entire encounter. Lu Qin did not cast a single glance at the warship. With his current cultivation, he could ascertain the strength of everyone present in an instant. Moreover, he had already sensed several concealed auras hidden within this space. However, Lu Qin never regarded them as a threat. If his conjecture was correct, they were all here for the ancient token. Hey, wanna play? Everyone seems keen to test Kunlun's might. Very well, I shall indulge you. This is also an opportunity to showcase Kunlun's strength to all in the southern wilderness. Wang Ming, Wang Xian, Wang Lin, this task is entrusted to you. Do not let him perish too swiftly. Without even glancing at the speaker aboard the warship, Lu Qin addressed Wang Ming and the others nonchalantly. The highest cultivation level aboard the warship belonged to the prince at the half-step Celestial King realm. During this time, Qin Beixian had also reached the first level of the Celestial King realm. As for how Qin Beixian and Wang Ming's group had made such rapid advancements, the system revealed that their true realms had been suppressed and would gradually restore as their strength improved. Initially, Lu Qin had assumed they had simply enhanced their levels through their own cultivation methods. Who would have thought? Ultimately, it was I, the sect master, who bore the brunt of it all. Yes, sect master. The three understood immediately, and their figures vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 40, The Nine Nether Dynasty. Elder of the Heavenly King realm. The soft utterance, though barely audible, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. In an instant, the figures of Wang Ming and his companions materialized in the void, exuding an overwhelming aura that pressed against the heavens. Dare to act recklessly in Kunlun? You shall remain here today. With that, Wang Ming stepped forward in midair, raising his hand to seize the warship with a sudden, forceful grip. Boom. A colossal hand of spiritual energy, imbued with immense power, descended upon the warship. Upon hearing this, the lord aboard the vessel paled, for as a half-step heavenly king, he could hardly recall the last time someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. What infuriated him further was the audacity of the trio, treating him with utter disdain, as only one among them dared to act. This incited his wrath, and he glared with cold eyes. How dare three mere ants of the Void Realm show disrespect to me? You seek death. Boom. The formidable energy of the half-step Heavenly King erupted. And with a swift motion, he conjured a palm imprint of spiritual force directed toward Wang Ming and his companions. Bang. A tremendous noise erupted as the palm imprint was ruthlessly shattered, the overwhelming force sending the Lord hurtling away, causing the entire warship to splinter upon impact. The occupants of the ship, caught off guard, were unwittingly affected by the chaos. Bang, bang, bang. Pfff. Truly, the might of a half-step Heavenly King. He nearly annihilated his own men. Pfff. How is this possible? The armored man, pale-faced, crawled from the deck to the Lord's side, trembling in concern. My lord, are you all right? Are you blind? Pfff. The Lord spat another mouthful of blood, nearly losing consciousness. His eyes, now filled with disbelief, fixed upon Wang Ming, trembling as he spoke. In that moment, the arrogance he once held dissipated entirely, replaced by sheer terror as a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Hidden Great Sect. Why you're not of the Void Realm? You don't come any closer. Hiki. Wang Ming's gaze turned icy. You are simply too weak. To dare show disrespect to the sect master and to strike at my Kunlun people, you are truly courting death. And no, Don't kill me. He believed Wang Ming intended to end his life, and in a fit of fear, he cried out desperately, "Elder, save me," as his pleas echoed. A voice of authority rang out from an unknown source. Useless wretch, unable to deal with even 3 ants of the void realm. Buzz. Suddenly, the space trembled, and a gaunt elder emerged from a rift, exuding an aura of terror, disregarding everyone around him. What a terrifying presence. The Heavenly King realm. Qin, Zhan, Luo, and Chuang felt a surge of panic, their hearts racing. This was their first encounter with a being of the Heavenly King realm. However, upon seeing Lu Qin's calm demeanor, their inner turmoil quickly subsided. They believed that Kunlun undoubtedly possessed its own Heavenly King might. It is said that the Burial Immortal Mountains are a forbidden ground of great terror. Who would have imagined that the spiritual energy here is so abundant? Haha, splendid. This journey has not been in vain. From now on, this place will belong to my 9 Nether dynasty. TSK. Another self-assured and arrogant young man has emerged. No, rather an old fellow. This elder is indeed the clan elder of the 9 Nether dynasty, a being of the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, a look of satisfaction appeared on his gaunt face, as if this land were already his. He did not anticipate that. In addition to the ancient token, there would be unexpected gains from this venture, which greatly elevated his spirits. Elder, save me. Upon witnessing the elder lost in his own musings, the princess' heart sank. Humph. At this, the elder scoffed coldly, then turned to the crowd with a grim expression. Who is the leader of this Kunlun sect? Hand over the ancient token obediently. I am in a good mood today, and might spare your lives. Your mood is of little consequence. At this moment, Lu Qin's mood is far from pleasant. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qin could hardly be bothered to glance at him. The Heavenly King realm no longer held any significance for him. Only the appearance of a being at the saint level would evoke a sense of danger in Lu Qin. Bei Xian, finish him off. It is time for everyone in the southern wasteland to recognize the strength of Kunlun. Cackling with malevolence, the elder of the 9 Nether dynasty seemed to find great amusement in the situation, but his expression soon darkened as he narrowed his eyes. Interesting, young man. Are you the leader of this Kunlun sect? I cannot see through you. Your methods are quite impressive. However, after today, your so-called Kunlun sect will be no more. He mistakenly believed that Lu Qin possessed a means to conceal his aura, yet he would never fathom that a saint was standing right before him. Truly, he was courting death. Enough of this noise. Bei Xian, kill him swiftly. The elder's imagination left Lu Qin speechless. Wang Ming and the others had already returned to Lu Qin's side, gazing at the elder as if he were a ghost. Lu Qin spoke to Qin Bei Xian in a calm tone. It is time for those hidden in this space, watching the show, to witness the strength of Kunlun. Otherwise, every Tom, Dick, and Harry will come to Kunlun and act recklessly. Of course, with Lu Qin's current strength as a saint, he could annihilate the elder with a mere wave of his hand, but as the leader of a sect, he must maintain a certain demeanor. After all, if he had to intervene in every matter, it would diminish his prestige. Yes, sect leader. Qin Bei Xian replied respectfully, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he understood Lu Qin's intentions. He also sensed several hidden presences within this space. In the next moment, he instantly appeared before the elder of the 9 Nether dynasty, a formidable and terrifying aura erupting from within him. In an instant, this dreadful energy spread rapidly, reaching a radius of thousands of miles. Boom. At this moment, even cultivators far away in other continents felt this chilling and heart-stopping aura. Turning their gazes toward the direction of Qizhou, they hurriedly made their way to Qizhou, eager to uncover what had transpired. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Qin Bei Xian unleashed the boundless power within him without reservation. The very space around him trembled, crackling as countless fissures erupted. The moment the terrifying and boundless aura enveloped him, the elder of the Jiuyou clan's expression changed drastically. How could this be? A flicker of fear emerged deep within his eyes, causing his heart to shudder violently as he exclaimed, This is the first level of the Heavenly King realm. Damn it, why is the aura so horrifying? His face was a mask of disbelief. After all, he was a being of the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. Yet, no one answered his queries. In the void, the ancient beings hidden within this space of the southern wilderness sensed the impending doom and hastily employed their respective methods to stabilize the violent fluctuations in the void, lest their own auras be revealed. Hiss, what on earth is the Kunlun sect? How can they possess such formidable Heavenly King realm experts? Damn it. That individual is clearly only at the 1st level of the Heavenly King realm. Why does his aura exude such terror? Chapter 41, The Battle of the Celestial Kings. I must inscribe this in the family lineage. What shall I do now? It appears that the Kunlun sect may harbor more than one celestial king. I can sense an even more formidable presence emanating from those pavilions. Indeed, I have sensed it too. A voice from the void echoed in agreement. Let us observe the unfolding events. The Jiuyou dynasty is no trivial matter. It will be enlightening to witness the strength of the Kunlun sect. Humph, you truly are regressing. Even if the Kunlun sect boasts more than one celestial king, what can they do in our presence? A powerful consciousness scoffed, and soon after, several other voices fell into silence. Indeed, they had all ascended to the realm of the celestial kings millennia ago, each one a towering figure over the southern wilderness. Even when faced with others of the same rank, they would not entertain thoughts of retreat. Yet now, the aura of that figure clad in blue had stirred emotions within their long unwavering hearts. Though he possessed only the first level of the celestial king realm, his presence was more terrifying than those at the fifth level. They could scarcely comprehend. Was that figure truly merely a first-level celestial king? They were ancient beings, having lived for tens of thousands of years with unparalleled insight and power, yet the more formidable they became, the more they feared death. Hiss. Elder Qin is indeed a mighty celestial king. Lin Yun, Luo Wushuang, and the others were profoundly shocked, especially Qin Lan, whose eyes brimmed with astonishment. He had distinctly felt Chun Beishuan's power that day, which was certainly not that of a celestial king, for he bore no trace of spiritual energy at the time. At this moment, they were immensely grateful for their choice to become part of Kunlun. They could hardly fathom the true depth of Kunlun's heritage. What they had witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the void, confronted by the overwhelming pressure of Qin Beishuan's formidable aura, the elder of the Jiuyou clan wore a solemn expression, devoid of his previous lofty demeanor. Boom. The power of the fifth level of the celestial king realm burst forth from his being, a ferocious force filling the air, causing the skies to roil with tempestuous winds. In an instant, two terrifying energies, as profound as the abyss and capable of collapsing the heavens and shattering all space, collided violently as both parties raised their hands. Boom. A deafening sound akin to thunder reverberated through the heavens and earth. Following this, two invisible yet fearsome forces erupted in the void. Rumble. The overwhelming wave of power surged forth from the epicenter of the explosion, clearing the sky of clouds in an instant. At that moment, aside from Lu Chun and Wang Ming, everyone present widened their eyes in shock, their faces etched with fear. Even Qin Ruoxian, gazing at Qin Beixian in the void, revealed a hint of astonishment in her eyes, subsequently turning her gaze towards the composed Lu Chun. At this moment, he was increasingly curious about Lu Chun's strength. Earlier, amidst the two terrifying auras, a mere hint of power emanating from Lu Chun had effortlessly countered the oppressive might of both forces. Otherwise, even they would have sustained severe injuries under such overwhelming pressure. The power of a king realm cultivator was no trivial matter, and mere momentum was beyond what a void realm practitioner could withstand. Moreover, their current cultivation level was not even at the transformation realm. Ah, Elder, save me, save us. It was evident that the people of the Nine Nether dynasty served as a prime example, as their worship had already been shattered by the explosive impact of the two forces. Boom. Countless blood mists erupted in the air, filling the atmosphere with anguished cries, and a pervasive stench of blood permeated the surrounding space. Even the half-step king realm prince of the Nine Nether was obliterated by the force of the explosion, reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Upon witnessing this, the elder of the Nine Nether clan, having barely stabilized himself in the void, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Rage surged within him as he beheld the scene before him, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had never anticipated that the man in green before him possessed such overwhelming strength. The pressure of his own fifth-level king realm aura was utterly suppressed, igniting his wrath and compelling him to eliminate the man in green. "I will have you dead," he roared, his voice echoing through the air. In response, Qin Beixian let out a cold laugh. Huh, an impotent roar from one so weak dares to cause trouble in Kunlun? You know not the meaning of your own mortality. The figure of Lu Chun below, arms crossed behind his back, nearly applauded Qin Beixian's audacity. Indeed, that is the spirit. What we seek in Kunlun is nothing less than grandeur. Having never endured such humiliation in his millennia of existence, the elder of the Nine Nether clan shouted, "You shall pay for this insolence." With a hum, a mesmerizing blood-red long knife materialized in his withered hand, its blade radiating a crimson glow. This was his king realm weapon, the soul-devouring blade. With a weapon in hand, the world was his to command. At this moment, the elder's internal energy surged forth, his aura intensifying as he unleashed the power of his king realm. The boundless fury welled within him as he struck down with a terrifying blow aimed at Qin Beixian. Die. The soul-devouring blade, augmented by his energy, transformed into a colossal sword that descended from the heavens, carrying with it the destructive force capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Boom. Crack. A resounding rupture echoed, revealing a chasm stretching 1,000 feet in the air, exposing an endless void. The might of a king realm powerhouse was indeed fearsome. The strength of this elder from the Nine Nether dynasty was formidable. This strike likely reached the 6th level of the King realm. In the path of cultivation, each realm represented a significant leap in power. Even a minor difference in realms could feel like an insurmountable chasm. Yet, Qin Beixian was summoned as the strongest of the myriad worlds. His true combat prowess defying conventional understanding. Indeed, it seems that the individuals from the Kunlun sect are destined to perish beneath this blade. It appears that the time has come for us to take action. In the void, several divine thoughts swiftly exchanged. What a group of cunning individuals. They have truly mastered the art of deception. Little do they know that they are merely prey in the eyes of Lu Qin. A group of younglings has arrived? They are truly fearless. One divine thought sensed numerous figures appearing in the sky 100 miles away, gazing in astonishment at the scene unfolding above. Hiss! What a terrifying aura. Those are actually 2 formidable beings engaged in combat. No wonder there has been an overwhelming presence since our arrival in Qizhou. It appears the rumors hold truth. The Kunlun sect is indeed a hidden powerhouse, possessing not only formidable beings but also a sect hidden within the Zhongxian mountain range. Damn it! What nonsense about forbidden grounds. The ancient text describes such trivialities. This is clearly a place of cultivation. A certain cultivator cursed vehemently, wishing to unearth the author of the ancient texts and reduce their bones to ashes. At that moment, someone could no longer contain their excitement and shouted, "Wow! Hurry! Hurry and fight! This trip is worth it." Witnessing the clash of mighty beings, I can boast about this for a lifetime. You? Do you not possess any ambition? Can you not exhibit a semblance of dignity like me? I intend to inscribe this in my family records. Countless cultivators gazed at the scene unfolding in the distant sky. Their faces alight with exhilaration, their eyes filled with awe, engaging in fervent discussions. This is the essence of enjoying a spectacle without concern for the chaos it may bring. In the void, as the terrifying blade was poised to descend, Qin Beixian maintained an expression devoid of panic. Instead, he flashed a smile. And the aura of a king emanated from him at that moment. P.S. Esteemed readers, the author is burning the midnight oil tonight to complete another chapter. I strive to deliver 5 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 42. The overwhelming power of the celestial realm, one sword annihilated. In an instant. A presence more terrifying than that of the 9 Nether Clan's elder erupted from Qin Beixian's body, causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. With a casual motion of his left hand, a long sword radiating a ghostly azure light materialized in his grasp. Indeed, Qin Beixian was a master of the sword. A torrent of formidable spiritual energy surged within him, visibly coiling around the sword, as the ethereal glow of his power illuminated the surroundings. With deliberate calmness, he raised his hand and swung it, unleashing a blade of azure light that soared through the air with a roar. Sizzle! The terrifying sword aura sliced through layers of space, hurtling toward the colossal blade. Boom! A resounding crack echoed as the massive sword collided with the azure energy, which instantly cleaved through it with overwhelming force. At that moment, all eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the void where the colossal sword shattered into countless fragments, raining down like celestial debris. No. How is this possible? The elder of the 9 Nether Clan cried out, his face ashen. Just as he prepared to muster his remaining power for a desperate counterattack, an overwhelming sense of doom surged within him. Before he could react, the terrifying sword aura surged forth, engulfing him completely. How dare you? No. Spare me. The elder will not let you go, Kunlun sect. The anguished screams resonated from within the vast sword energy, sending chills down the spines of all who heard. Moments later, the cries abruptly ceased, and the formidable sword energy dissipated into the air. In the void, there was no trace left of the 9 Nether Elder. He had been utterly obliterated by the sword's fury. Sizzle! 2 enormous rifts in space began to mend slowly under an inexplicable force from the heavens. All gazes turned toward the gaping fissures, and a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. After a brief silence, the void returned to tranquility, as though nothing had transpired. How terrifying! A being of the celestial realm has fallen so easily? In the square, the elders of Kunlun marveled, their expressions a mix of awe and exhilaration. Lin Yun and Ling Shui's eyes widened in shock as they gazed upward, their faces lighting up with excitement. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the southern wilderness remained stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Some, upon catching sight of the figure clad in azure in the distance, suddenly changed their expressions, their voices trembling. It is him. It is indeed him. The crowd murmured. What do you mean, him? Speak clearly, you startled me. Before long, someone began to piece together the implications, their complexion shifting dramatically. You mean? But before the thought could be completed, they were interrupted. It cannot be mistaken. That figure in azure is the esteemed elder from the Kunlun sect. What? Heavens! To think that a being of the heavenly king realm is merely a guard elder. Hiss! What kind of sect is the Kunlun sect? At this moment, everyone present was profoundly shaken, instinctively taking a deep breath to gradually quell the astonishment and trepidation within their hearts. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. What manner of sect possesses such audacity as to employ a being of the Heavenly King realm as a mere guard elder? Yet, in this moment, all understood one undeniable truth. After today, the name Kunlun will resonate throughout the entire southern wilderness. Meanwhile, far away in the eastern celestial domain, in Yuzhou of the Jiuyou dynasty, deep within the ancestral grounds of the Jiuyou dynasty, an ancient figure sat cross-legged upon a mat, suddenly opening his eyes with a fierce intensity that emanated a soul-stirring brilliance. He then gazed upon the central position of the ancient hall, where 5 sources of life should have illuminated the space, yet now only 4 glowed, indicating that the extinguished source belonged to one who had perished, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Boom! A terrifying aura, as profound as an abyss, surged from his frail form, roaring, "Who dares to seek death? Who has killed Yuming?" Yuming was the elder of the Jiuyou clan who had fallen at the hands of Qin Beixian. As his words echoed, the ancient figure vanished from his position, reappearing in an instant above the Jiuyou royal city. A palpable dread emanated from him as he surveyed the royal palace below, his expression darkening as he commanded. "The current ruler of the dynasty, step forth." Swish. As his words fell, a middle-aged man clad in royal robes hastily emerged from a grand hall, rushing to stand before the elder. Upon meeting the elder's gaze, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Three clans elder." He promptly bowed in deference, his heart racing with astonishment at what could have roused the Three Clans elder from his slumber. The current ruler, Yoli, acknowledged the Three Clans elder. The elder cast a glance at Yoli, his expression grim, and demanded, "Old Five has perished. Speak, what has transpired? Where is Old Five?" As the words left his lips, boom, the Jiuyou ruler felt as though his mind had been struck by thunder, causing his legs to weaken and nearly tumble from the sky. His voice trembled as he stammered, "Old Five has fallen. No. How is this possible? Old Five was a heavenly king. How could the Kunlun sect?" What did you say about the Kunlun sect?" The Three Clans elder barked, instantly shaking Yoli awake, compelling him to recount the events surrounding the Kunlun sect and the ancient wilderness token in detail. "Humph. What hidden sect? The Kunlun sect? They dare to slay Old Five. I shall ensure that this Kunlun sect is utterly eradicated from existence." The elder's face darkened, and he prepared to set forth for the southern wilderness. Three Clans elder. This matter requires careful deliberation. As he witnessed the elder's impending departure, Yoli's face paled, and he urgently implored him to reconsider. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Three Clans fixed their penetrating gazes upon Yuli. "Humph, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" With a shudder, the lord of Jiuyou was seized by fear, beads of cold sweat forming as he stammered, "Yuli, I do not dare to presume, but I merely believe that the Kunlun sect is exceedingly formidable, even an elder of the 5 clans, with a cultivation at the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm, fell victim to their hands. I fear that the Kunlun sect harbors beings of power exceeding the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm." At this juncture, Yuli cautiously glanced at the elder of the 3 clans. Upon hearing this, the elder, previously brimming with murderous intent, cast a look at Yuli, gradually regaining his composure as he fell into deep contemplation. Yuli's words were not without merit. Even if the elder of the 5 clans possessed the strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm, he could still engage in battle. It seemed that the one who had slain him must possess at least the strength of the 7th level. The elder himself was at the 7th level of the Heavenly King realm. If the Kunlun sect truly was a hidden sect, it was likely that they had at least one Heavenly King level expert. Even should he venture there, he might not emerge unscathed. It appeared that the matter would have to wait until his elder brother awakened to seek vengeance for the fallen elder of the 5 clans. Cursed Kunlun sect. It will not be long before I extract the souls of all their members and subject them to eternal torment. After a period of profound reflection, the elder of the 3 clans ultimately resolved to suppress his overwhelming desire for vengeance, setting aside thoughts of venturing into the southern wilderness for the time being. Instead, he would wait for the other strengths of the Jiuyou dynasty to awaken before heading to the southern wilderness to eradicate the Kunlun sect. Chapter 43, The 10 Supreme Dominators of the Southern Wilderness. At this moment, hidden within the void of this space, the ancient beings were communicating with astonishment through their divine thoughts. Damn it! How can that person be so powerful? What to do? Should we strike now or? One divine thought hesitated and inquired. This individual's strength could rival that of a 7th-tier king. Indeed, where did this Kunlun come from? Such a sect should be obscure in the southern wilderness. Several divine thoughts exchanged, pondering whether this was truly a hidden great sect. Humph, what of it? We The 8 Supreme Kings are present. He has just emerged from battle, and his magical power is likely diminished. I alone could annihilate him, one divine thought scoffed. Hee. This divine thought underestimates the formidable Qin Beixian. Even if there is another king concealed, they would not be our match. Moreover, Kunlun cannot possibly possess 3 kings. As for that young man in white, the so-called sect master, I sense no aura from him. He must have some special means. But his cultivation cannot possibly reach the king realm, another divine thought swiftly analyzed. Indeed, if Kunlun is as they speculate, a hidden great sect, possessing some unique techniques would be expected, and he is a 6th-tier king. Upon hearing this, the other divine thoughts fell silent for a moment, and after a brief pause, they seemed to reach a consensus. Let us take action. At this moment, Lu Chen, standing on the square, seemed to sense something. A slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Hiki, have they finally decided to reveal themselves? Now that Lu Chen's objective had been achieved, he believed that after today, the entire southern wilderness would tremble at the mention of Kunlun. And indeed, it was true. The demise of a king-level powerhouse at the hands of Kunlun was sufficient to send shockwaves throughout the southern wilderness. Lin Yun and Ling Shui, hearing this, were bewildered and were about to speak, when, boom, boom, the void suddenly trembled violently. And all present witnessed 8 ancient figures simultaneously manifesting in various locations in the void, each radiating immense pressure that filled the heavens and earth, causing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The 8 king-level powerhouses had now all appeared above Kunlun, rumbling. Gulp. That is 8 king-level powerhouses. At this moment, Lin Yun and the others below, along with everyone in the sky 100 miles away, collectively inhaled sharply, swallowing hard. Their faces displaying unimaginable terror, their voices trembling involuntarily. The simultaneous appearance of 8 king-level powerhouses had not been witnessed in the southern wilderness for over 10 millennia. This was truly a shocking spectacle. It's over. Kunlun is likely to be eradicated from the southern wilderness. Indeed, TSK. Kunlun is courting death. Why not simply surrender the ancient token? Why provoke these top dominators? As soon as one cultivator's words fell, he was met with rebuttals from others. What do you know? How shameless these top overlords are. The ancient token was first acquired by Kunlun, and the leaders of those factions dare not act against Kunlun, which is why they summoned their ancestors to encircle it. Hush, you're courting death. Those nearby hurriedly covered each other's mouths, fearing that someone might overhear and implicate them. This situation is dire. Before the 8 sovereigns of the Heavenly King realm, even the Jun family of the Wild State cannot withstand their might. The Jun family of the Wild State ranks as the foremost among the 10 top overlord factions. Their foundation is extraordinarily formidable. Any single top overlord faction stands no chance against the Jun family, whose strength far surpasses that of the other 9 factions. Of course, if all 9 top overlord factions were to strike together, the outcome would be a different story, one only known through actual confrontation. At this moment, everyone present believed that the destruction of Kunlun was an inevitable fate, one that could not be altered, as in their minds. No faction could contend against the might of the 8 sovereigns of the Heavenly King realm. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and his companions were expressions of utter astonishment. Having never witnessed such a scene, Qin Ruoxian, however, remained relatively unchanged, directing her beautiful gaze toward an ancient, isolated pavilion perched upon a peak of Kunlun. The 8 sovereigns, being the ancestors of the 10 top overlord factions in the southern wild domain, simultaneously turned their attention toward Qin Beixian, immediately sensing the overwhelming and formidable aura of blood vitality emanating from him. Their hearts trembled in astonishment. What a powerful display of vitality! The faces of the 8 ancient figures were taken aback. They had initially been shocked by the sight of the person before them. A young sovereign who had defied expectations by slaying a 5th-tier heavenly king of the Juyo clan with a 1st-tier heavenly king's might, which heavenly king did not spend nearly 10 millennia to attain their status. Moreover, such powerful beings are few and far between in the southern wild domain. Concealed in the void, they had not dared to probe Qin Beixian with their divine senses, assuming he was just another ancient being like themselves. They thought he merely used special means to disguise his appearance, but now, having personally felt the tidal wave of vitality within him, their pupils constricted in shock, and their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. They were now certain that Kunlun's origins were far more extraordinary than they had anticipated. However, retreating was not an option. The ancient secret realm was about to emerge, and the ancient token was of paramount importance to them. Should they enter the ancient secret realm and obtain extraordinary opportunities, it is possible that a being above the Heavenly King realm could emerge from their respective factions. Before such temptation, none could resist. At this moment, The 8 sovereigns in the void harbored ulterior motives, each calculating their own schemes. They remained motionless in the void, casting wary glances at Qin Beixian. Truly, they are indeed cunning individuals, having lived for over 10 millennia. After exchanging glances, their eyes seemed to convey the unspoken question. Are you not going to take action? Did you not say that a single person could annihilate the opponent? Previously, that esteemed figure of the King realm. I am merely observing. Good heavens. Have you no shame? At this moment, they are all uncertain about the strength of another King realm from Kunlun. It is evident that none wish to take the lead. They are merely waiting for someone else to make the first move. Witnessing this scene, everyone hovering 100 miles away was momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Why the silence? Are they still going to fight? What are they dawdling for? They should engage already. The 8 great king realms. Meanwhile, Qin Beixian, confronted by the overwhelming pressure of 8 king realm entities, displayed no change in his expression, merely casting a calm glance at them. Observing this, one elder clad in gray was the first to break the prolonged silence, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask which member of the Kunlun sect you are?" Esteemed friend. Chapter 44. The Heavenly King trembles. He is a sage. The venerable elder of the Heavenly King realm is the ancestral figure of the Long family, one of the 10 supreme overlords. They share no mortal enmity with Kunlun, and having witnessed the formidable strength of Qin Beixian, they would not recklessly provoke Kunlun. While the ancient token is indeed significant, none desire to offend a power equally bolstered by a heavenly king. Although these 8 elders presently stand united, should genuine conflict arise, they would not extend assistance to one another. After all, with one less participant, the likelihood of obtaining the ancient token increases proportionally. Upon hearing this, Qin Beixian's aura remained undiminished, a faint smile gracing his lips as he calmly declared, "I am the elder guardian of Kunlun, Qin Beixian." This proclamation caused the expressions of the 8 heavenly kings to falter, their hearts filled with astonishment. How is this possible? A heavenly king merely serves as a guardian elder. Despite their mental preparations and suspicions regarding Kunlun's true nature, they could accept the notion of the other party being a Kunlun elder. However, Qin Beixian's words placed them in a precarious predicament. They harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of his claim. After all, a heavenly king would not frivolously utter such grandiose statements. Then, with a chilling gaze, Qin Beixian continued, "You have concealed yourselves above Kunlun for so long. Do you not intend to provide an explanation? Friends, we bear no malice towards Kunlun. We have merely come for the ancient token," the Long family ancestor stated candidly. Observing the situation, the other heavenly kings echoed his sentiments, indicating their intent to negotiate with Kunlun regarding the ancient token. Indeed, we are the ancestors of the 10 supreme overlords of the southern wilderness. Upon hearing of Kunlun's recent emergence as a hidden sect, we have specially come to pay our respects. Pay respects? I see no sign of that. Qin Beixian scoffed coldly, adding, "The ancient token is indeed in our possession." What? Do you intend to strike against Kunlun? As he spoke, Qin Beixian cast a reverent glance at Lu Qin. Noticing no change in Lu Qin's demeanor, he unleashed a terrifying aura that bore down upon the 8 figures before him. Boom. This was not the demeanor of someone who had just emerged from battle. Qin Beixian's presence remained overwhelmingly formidable. This is bad. Damn it. The group felt the oppressive force of his might and could not suppress their exclamations. Their furious glares converged upon the elder of Lingyun Palace, who had claimed that their opponent's power was nearly depleted. Why does he still exude such terrifying energy? The elder of Lingyun Palace wore a befuddled expression, his face reflecting deep apprehension as he regarded Qin Beixian. Is this my fault? Seeing the unfolding tension, the Long family ancestor hastily interjected, "Friends, please do not misunderstand. We certainly do not intend to attack Kunlun. We seek merely to negotiate a transaction with your esteemed sect." He had already sensed a profound sense of crisis in the opponent's aura, rendering him too apprehensive to engage. Indeed, my esteemed friend, matters can be discussed amicably. This transaction would certainly be advantageous for your esteemed sect. The other venerable ancestors of the Heavenly King realm spoke in unison, including the ancestor from Lingyun Palace, who was at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm, hastily chiming in. It was impossible for him alone to confront Qin Beixian. He simply could not afford to do so. The strength of the opponent instilled a sense of peril even within him. Oh, a transaction? Qin Beixian's expression faltered momentarily. Feeling rather disheartened, he had just contemplated unleashing a barrage of destruction to display his overwhelming might. Nevertheless, given the opponent's stance, it would be unwise to act impulsively. After all, there was no real enmity between the 2 parties at present, yet Kunlun was not a place one could enter or exit at will. Best to consult the sect master regarding how to handle these individuals, Qin Beixian contemplated. He then shifted his gaze to Lu Qin on the plaza. At that moment, Lu Qin remarked with a hint of disdain, "Oh, You wish to engage and trade with Kunlun? Not everyone possesses the privilege. He was keen to hear what the others had to say. Naturally, Lu Chen had overheard their conversation and spoke in a calm yet piercing tone. Is this the manner in which you wish to negotiate with Kunlun? His words, though softly spoken, resonated profoundly with all present. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 venerable ancestors of the Heavenly King realm turned their gazes toward Lu Chen simultaneously. Is that the young sect master of Kunlun? Humph. Amir Jr. dares to address us in such a manner. It is tantamount to courting death. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 8 venerable ancestors darkened significantly. They were beings who looked down upon an entire realm. When did it come to pass that Amir Jr. would dare show them such disrespect? Although they were wary of Qin Bei Xian and the other formidable aura emanating from Kunlun, it did not imply that the young man in white, referred to as the sect master of Kunlun, could treat them with such contempt. In the southern wilderness domain, the leaders of most factions were indeed juniors. Yet the true authority still resided with those steeped in the faction's heritage. For instance, these venerable ancestors of the Heavenly King realm, when faced with genuine matters of consequence, were the ones called upon to determine the course of events. Their expressions turned cold as they prepared to reprimand the young man in white, intending to instill in him the understanding that the mighty of the Heavenly King realm are not to be insulted. Just as they were about to voice their indignation, a resounding voice akin to that of a supreme deity reverberated throughout the realm. You stand too high. I find it quite unpalatable. Descend. Boom. The voice from the heavens descended lightly, echoing with an imposing authority akin to that of a divine being. In an instant, Lin Yun and the others were left in utter shock, gazing at Lu Chen with wide eyes. The sect master has taken action. Even countless cultivators hovering 100 miles away were shaken by this celestial-like voice. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of all present, a terrifying aura suddenly materialized above Kunlun. Hiss! What an overwhelming presence! What kind of power is that? Who was making such a move? Everyone was struck with dread, their hearts racing in alarm. As if the entire realm could scarcely bear the resounding voice of its master, a tremendous power descended upon the 8 formidable figures of the Heavenly King realm. In an instant, their expressions transformed, their eyes filled with boundless terror. They attempted to summon their inner strength to resist, only to discover that an inexplicable, supreme force had shackled their powers, leaving them in a state of sheer panic, their hearts screaming in dread. No, no, no. What kind of power is this? Why can I not harness my energy? Then, as the 8 Heavenly Kings' eyes widened in horror, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, reaching towards them. Before they could react, they found themselves enveloped by this overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared before a young man clad in white, who regarded them with a smile. It is you, the master of Kunlun. The 8 Heavenly Kings, now gripped by fear, immediately recognized the young leader's involvement. Their eyes filled with an endless dread as they trembled in terror. He speak. What business do you have with Kunlun? Lu Chen, dressed in white, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a casual glance at the 8, devoid of any discernible aura, as if he were an ordinary person. Yet, in the eyes of the 8, Lu Chen was a figure of unfathomable strength. What is this Kunlun sect? What level of cultivation does he possess? Could it be above the Heavenly King realm? Terror gripped their faces as a horrifying thought took root in their minds. Is it a saint? No. How is that possible? How can there be such a young saint in this world? No, it cannot be. The 8 Heavenly Kings were utterly paralyzed with fear, their scalps tingling, cold sweat pouring from them, as an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped their entire beings, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 45. You are not worthy, Hiss. Is it the sect master who has made a move? The 8 formidable beings of the Heavenly King realm have been subdued just like that? How terrifying. What level of cultivation does the sect master possess? Could it be beyond the Heavenly King realm? Lin Yun, Ling Shui, Luo Wushuang, and Qin Zhan stood there, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the trembling figures of the 8 Heavenly Kings. Their hearts were racing with shock as they speculated about Lu Chen's true power. They had never witnessed Lu Chen in action before, but had previously conjectured that his cultivation might exceed the transformation realm. After all, he appeared far too youthful. If one were to claim that Lu Chen was an ancient being who had lived for over 10,000 years, they would find it utterly implausible. Lu Chen bore no trace of the decay of time. He could not possibly be a youthful visage of someone who had existed for millennia. At this moment, their reverence for Lu Chen intensified, and they felt an exhilarating sense of fortune in being part of Kunlun. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian gazed at Lu Chen with an expression of astonishment. This was the first time she had witnessed his prowess, and even she was unable to maintain her composure. Her eyes reflected a newfound respect for Lu Chen, as well as for the mysteries of Kunlun. Kunlun constantly exuded an aura of enigma and strength. At that moment, hundreds of miles away, countless cultivators from the southern wilderness stood frozen in place, seemingly ensnared by an inexplicable force, their mouths agape as they stared towards Kunlun. Moments later, they gasped, What was that power just now? Why do I feel that in the presence of that aura? I dare not even entertain the thought of resistance. We too, that divine-like voice and that aura were simply terrifying. As they recalled the celestial presence of that aura, they could not help but collectively draw in sharp breaths. They could scarcely fathom the nature of the terrifying entity behind it. The Heavenly King realm seemed trivial in comparison. What kind of terrifying powerhouse has made a move? Hiss. At that moment, someone seemed to have an inkling of the truth and exclaimed, Kunlun. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned pale with fear, their eyes trembling as they directed their gaze towards the Kunlun direction, their hearts pounding uncontrollably. Predecessor. We meant no offense to your esteemed sect. The 8 heavenly kings, now utterly terrified, stammered with quaking voices. In the path of cultivation, respect is accorded to the capable. Although Lu Chun appears exceedingly youthful, we can hardly imagine if he is one of those ancient beings who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Masquerading in youthful form. A sage. One of them gasped. A sage is right before us. It has been countless years since a sage has manifested in the southern wilderness. Otherwise, how could we, with only the cultivation of the Heavenly King realm, overlook an entire domain? Oh, no offense intended? Lu Chun replied lightly, devoid of any intent to harm them, as he was merely curious to hear the nature of the transaction they spoke of. Yes, please, esteemed senior, spare us. At this moment, the 8 individuals dared not even consider negotiating with Kunlun. What a jest! Who would dare to act impudently before a sage? Who would be so bold as to engage in trade with a sage? Just a moment ago, did you not claim that you wished to strike a deal with Kunlun? Lu Chun cast a glance at the group and continued, Speak your mind. Should your words captivate me, perhaps I shall spare your lives. At his utterance, the 8 kings were instantly struck with dread, their faces paling as they exchanged glances, too terrified to voice the earlier proposition. Speak. Lu Chun's voice turned cold, clearly growing impatient. Why yes, esteemed senior, we shall speak. The 8 trembled, and then with quivering voices, they said, Esteemed senior, we wish to wait for the emergence of the ancient secret realm, allowing the younger generation of our respective families to enter the realm alongside your disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun fell silent, his gaze indifferent as he turned towards the elder of the Long family, as if grasping the underlying implication. The elder's face, already ghostly pale from fear, turned an even ghastlier shade under Lu Chun's indifferent gaze, cold sweat pouring down his back, his spine chilled. The other 7 were equally paralyzed by the invisible pressure emanating from Lu Chun. Realizing the impropriety of his earlier words, the Long family elder quickly interjected, Esteemed senior, what we meant was to offer corresponding cultivation resources in exchange with your esteemed sect. The old man had seemingly cast aside all dignity. Cultivation resources? Do you truly mean that? Lu Chun questioned. The slots for entering the ancient secret realm are limited. One ancient token permits only 100 individuals to enter. Moreover, not just anyone can enter the ancient secret realm. There are age restrictions. Only those under 100 years of age may gain entry. A century is but a fleeting moment for a cultivator. The younger generation from the 8 respective forces far outnumbered. Yet they thought to barter merely with a handful of cultivation resources for a spot in the realm. Such naivete. It seems these 8 kings never intended to genuinely offer cultivation resources in exchange with Kunlun. How audacious. Had Lu Chun not revealed his prowess, it is likely they would have attempted to coerce Kunlun into granting them a place. As for cultivation resources, does Kunlun lack such things? Let us not forget that Lu Chun possesses a system, though it would not provide resources freely. The pressing matter remains to strengthen Kunlun first. After the Long family elders struggled to articulate their intent, the 8 collectively exhaled, a heavy sigh of relief. How terrifying. Lu Chun merely stood there, devoid of any discernible aura, yet they felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It became evident that after witnessing Kunlun's enigma and Qin Beishuan's might, the 8 had conspired in secret, aiming to negotiate for ancient tokens, hoping that when the ancient secret realm materialized, their respective youthful talents could enter alongside Kunlun's disciples. After all, if they could enter the ancient secret realm in advance without offending a powerful sect shrouded in mystery, they would undoubtedly choose the latter. It must be said that their intentions are commendable, had they been confronted by a different force in the presence of the 8 sovereigns of the heavenly realm. They might have been compelled to acquiesce under pressure. Unfortunately, they are facing Kunlun. Kunlun is an enigmatic and formidable existence that they can never fully comprehend. Humph. Cultivation resources? Do they think I am unaware of their ulterior motives? Lu Chun snorted coldly, truly believing he could be easily deceived. Were it not for witnessing his terrifying strength, these old fools would never dare to mention any cultivation resources. As his words fell, the 8 sovereigns of the heavenly realm trembled uncontrollably, utterly daunted and no longer daring to provoke Lucian further. Chapter 46. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family and the former matriarch of the Yaoqi Palace immediately. Lucian's subsequent remarks sent shivers down their spines, nearly bringing them to their knees. Do not think that you, a mere top-tier hegemonic force, possess the qualifications to negotiate with Kunlun. Boom. The moment these words escaped his lips, the 8 formidable beings who once looked down upon the southern wilderness were utterly struck with terror, as if struck by lightning. Their expressions turned pale with horror, and a profound sense of dread surged from their feet to their hearts. What had they just heard? No qualifications? Not even the Holy Lands had the right? The 8 sovereigns of the heavenly realm felt their souls tremble once more. The young sect leader before them did not even regard the Holy Lands with respect. Kunlun! Kunlun! What kind of sect is this? At this moment, their faces were etched with boundless shock and fear. They should never have come here. In an instant, Lucian, unwilling to waste further words, prepared to deal with the 8 of them. Buzz! Just then, a spatial portal suddenly materialized in the void, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura. From the dark portal emerged 4 figures, an elderly man clad in simple garments, a graceful woman in palace attire, followed by a middle-aged man and a stunningly beautiful young woman. The 5 ancestors of the Jun family, the former matriarch of Yaoqi Palace. Upon seeing the elderly man in plain clothes and the elegantly dressed woman, the 8 sovereigns could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They then felt a sense of schadenfreude. Thinking, hurry and take action. If we are to suffer, let not your families find peace either. Qin Beixian glanced at the 2 imposing figures radiating powerful auras, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 2 8th-tier heavenly realm beings. This confrontation, I shall certainly prevail. Even the sect leader cannot obstruct me. 100 miles away, countless cultivators remained aloft, their gaze fixed on the direction of Kunlun. Hiss. Look. Oh my. More are rushing to their doom. No, wait, another powerhouse has emerged, exclaimed a cultivator, who, seemingly acquiring a chair from nowhere, reclined upon it, savoring the unfolding spectacle. Brother, this is incredible, someone remarked. Who are those 4? To be so reckless? Above Kunlun, the 4 figures. Hiss. That seems to be the head of the Jun family, and the matriarch of Yaoqi Palace, Linshi. What? It's my goddess. Ah. Numerous cultivators, upon catching sight of the stunning figure in the distance, could not restrain themselves and began to act impulsively. Whoa. Brother, calm down. Yaoqi Palace, a formidable force second only to the Jun family among the top-tier hegemonic powers, was helmed by matriarch Lin Shi, whose beauty was unparalleled, and whose cultivation reached the void realm, making her a goddess in the eyes of all single cultivators in the southern wilderness. It is no wonder that so many were stirred with excitement at her appearance. Lucian glanced at the individuals present, then withdrew his gaze, his expression gradually turning cold. How audacious of these people to act so recklessly in Kunlun. The Jun family, Jun Zhantian. The Yaoqi Palace, Linyu. They have come to pay their respects to Kunlun. Jun Zhantian, the 5th ancestor of the Jun family, and Linyu, the former master of Yaoqi Palace, hovered in the void, addressing the crowd in measured tones. Suddenly, the pupils of both individuals contracted sharply, and their faces underwent a drastic transformation. How could this be? What had they witnessed? Below, the 8 esteemed figures of the heavenly king realm gazed at the young man in white before them, their expressions filled with terror. The head of the Jun family and Lin Shi also appeared astounded. Both Jun Zhantian and Lin Yu were certainly aware that the individuals before them were the ancestors of the other 8 major powers. But what astonished them was the existence within Kunlun that could instill such fear in 8 heavenly kings. They had scrutinized everyone present, and aside from the enigmatic young man in white, the others posed no threat to them. Moreover, what could provoke such dread in the ancestors of 8 heavenly king forces? Even a formidable being at the 9th level of the heavenly king realm could not evoke such reactions. Gasped. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in their minds, only to dissipate almost instantly, for they could not fathom the existence of a being above the heavenly king realm in Kunlun. However, the mere fact that something could induce such a reaction from 8 heavenly kings suggested that Kunlun was indeed extraordinary. Upon realizing this, the 2 exchanged glances, and Linyu promptly declared, "We bear no ill will towards Kunlun. May we inquire who the leader of Kunlun is and request an audience?" The 5th ancestor of the Jun family had departed to Yaoqi Palace to discuss certain matters, which explained their delayed arrival. The 2 major powers seemed to possess little interest in the ancestral tokens, hence their lack of urgency in coming to Kunlun. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by this spectacle. Upon hearing their words, Lucian narrowed his eyes, already growing impatient. Did they truly believe that anyone could enter Kunlun at will? He turned to Qin Beixian and said, Beixian, this task is yours. Yes, master, came the reply, just as Qin Beixuan's expression brightened, ready to take action. A melodious voice resonated from a secluded pavilion atop a mountain. Elder Qing. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Beixuan's excitement intensified, appearing somewhat. As the words fell, Lu Qin smiled slightly, eager to witness the prowess of a Qing. After all, when he had summoned her, she had already reached the Heavenly King realm. Now that he had broken through to the Sage realm, he wondered if a Qing had also ascended to that level. Elder Qing was none other than the renowned maiden A Qing. Beixian, allow a Qing to take action, Lu Qin instructed. Yes, master, Qin Beixian replied, his excitement palpable. Though it was unclear what fueled his enthusiasm, under Lu Qin's guidance, Qin Beixian, Wang Ming, and a Qing had already become acquainted, each aware of one another's presence. However, Lin Yun and the others were oblivious to a Qing's existence, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. Gasp. Elder Qing, is it yet another formidable entity from Kunlun Awakening? The expressions on several faces were filled with immense excitement and astonishment. Is this truly the foundation of Kunlun? Even the beautiful eyes of Qin Ruoxian flickered with a hint of surprise. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the ancestral figures from the Jun family and Lin Yu darkened, their gazes turning icy. Though they wished to avoid offending Kunlun, it did not imply that they would cower before it. Kunlun truly does not recognize its own insignificance. How dare they disregard us so brazenly? Boom. The powerful aura of the 8th Heavenly King realm erupted from both of them, showing no fear in the face of the 8 Heavenly King's fate. The Jun family has inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, and its true foundation remains unknown to all. Meanwhile, it is rumored that behind the Yaoqi Palace lies a sacred land, making these two top-tier hegemonic forces incomparable to the other 8 powers. Furthermore, their long-standing legacies grant them greater insight into the world's hidden truths than other forces. They are aware that 2 ancient clans from the primordial era have emerged in the northern and western regions. And news has also surfaced in the central domain that countless ancient legacies, dormant for hundreds of thousands of years, are gradually being revived in this age. This is a golden era, and perhaps the great emperors will once again grace the world. It is precisely for this reason that their apprehension towards Kunlun stems from a profound understanding, and even knowing that the ancient token is in Kunlun's possession. They refrained from acting recklessly at the first opportunity. P.S. The esteemed ones are preparing to quicken the pace. Please be gentle with the criticisms. If the rhythm is not well grasped, I beg your forgiveness. Chapter 47. The Emergence of the Saint from the Jun family in the Void. Witnessing that Lu Chun and his companions paid them no mind, Jun Wuhui, the head of the Jun family, immediately expressed his fury. Impudence! How dare you, Kunlun, show such disrespect to our ancestor? The master of the Yaoqi Palace, Lin Shi, furrowed her delicate brows, her expression turning frosty. However, she remained silent. Her gaze as cold as frost directed at the crowd. As her words faded, a terrifying aura erupted from a mountain pavilion. Following that, a graceful young woman appeared in the void, clad in a flowing green gown. Her slender figure radiated an ethereal beauty, exuding a demeanor that was as gentle and unassuming as a neighborly girl. Upon seeing the suddenly manifested young woman in the green dress, the faces of the 5 ancestors of the Jun family and Lin Yu paled, their pupils contracting in shock. The young woman paid them no heed, as if they were unworthy of her attention. Instead, she respectfully addressed Lu Chun, saying, "A Qing pays her respects to the sect master." Indeed, it was the renowned A Qing, and this marked her first appearance before Lin Yun and the others. Saint Realm. Lu Qin regarded A Qing with a slight smile and a nod, realizing that her cultivation had ascended to the Saint Realm. This system is truly relentless. Ultimately, I bear the burden alone. Lu Qin scolded the system in his heart. Hiss. Is this the esteemed Elder Qing of Kunlun? Her aura is terrifying. It surpasses even that of Elder Qin from the Heavenly King realm. Lin Yun and Ling Shui were rendered speechless, overwhelmed with excitement. A Qing shifted her gaze towards the 4 ancestors of the Jun family, her eyes icy as she declared, "Those who dare to disrespect the sect master and Kunlun shall remain here today." Boom. Faced with the gaze of the young woman in the green dress, the 5 ancestors of the Jun family and Lin Yu trembled in their hearts, terror flashing in their eyes. Saint! Saint! Before they could fully comprehend their fear, a Qing raised her delicate finger and lightly pointed towards them. In an instant, a brilliant green beam shot forth, aimed at the 4. Boom. With a mere finger, a divine light erupted, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, as if that single gesture possessed the power to pierce through the fabric of reality. Creak. This is bad. How dare you strike at us? Indeed, the foundation of the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace was far beyond what the world perceived. Even in the face of a Qing from the Saint realm, they dared to boast. This old man is truly a fool, as if he could soar to the heavens. As the terrifying aura loomed closer, the faces of the four turned ashen. The five ancestors of the Jun family bellowed, "How dare you!" In an instant, an ancient jade talisman appeared in the hands of the five ancestors, which they swiftly shattered. Boom! Immediately, a voice of immense authority echoed from the heavens, resonating throughout the realm. Though the sound was heard, the person remained unseen. Suddenly, a terrifying force emerged, shattering a Qing's green beam in an instant. HM? A Qing furrowed her delicate brows and lifted her gaze towards the heavens, her expression shifting slightly. A saint. This commanding voice sent a shiver through everyone, causing them to look up at the sky. In the square, Lu Chun felt the aura from above, his countenance also changing. Realizing that a saint had appeared from the Jun family. This was Lu Chen's first encounter with a force possessing a saintly presence. It seemed the Jun family was far more formidable than he had anticipated. However, what of the saint? The current Kunlun was no longer intimidated by forces that boasted a saint. Only those above the saint realm could instill genuine pressure upon him, Lu Chen mused inwardly. Upon hearing the authoritative voice, the Jun family's five ancestors, their faces pallid, regained composure, their eyes reflecting profound reverence as they gazed towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Jun Wuhui nearly fell to his knees at the sound, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Could it be the Jun families in the Yaoqi Palace? Lin Yu looked skyward, seemingly grasping the situation, her expression turning to one of shock. Humph! The Qing let out a cold snort, then raised her hand to unleash a terrifying strike towards the sky. Boom! The power of the law surged forth, shaking the very fabric of the universe. A thunderous roar echoing through the air. Seeking death. The aged voice resonated from above, laced with fury. Boom! An ancient hand emerged from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura as it reached for a Qing. With a deafening crash, the forces of both collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that filled the surrounding space with the essence of countless loss. Humph! Young one, you possess some strength. I shall remember you. A cold snort echoed from above, indicating the voice's owner had no desire to continue the confrontation with the Qing. As the words fell, a spatial portal appeared in the skies, chaos and turbulence spilling forth. Soon after, a massive hand extended, swiftly grasping the four ancestors of the Jun family, pulling them into the portal and vanishing into the void. Attempting to escape? Upon witnessing this, a Qing's fair visage hardened, and she prepared to tear through the endless space in pursuit of the receding aura. At that moment, Lu Chen's calm voice resounded. A Qing, there is no need to concern yourself with them any longer. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lu Chen surmised that the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace were undoubtedly more complex than he had initially thought. Should a full-scale conflict erupt now, it could potentially summon some truly formidable ancient beings. Nevertheless, Lu Chen wasn't particularly worried that the Jun family or Yaoqi Palace would act against Kunlun immediately, given their awareness of the saint's presence within Kunlun. Upon hearing his words, a Qing replied respectfully, "Yes, sect master," and approached Lu Chen's side. At that moment, Lin Yun and the others, witnessing a Qing's return, hurriedly stepped forward with respect. "We pay our respects to the elder." The Qing regarded them with a subtle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, Lu Chen also smiled as he introduced, "Haha, I nearly forgot to mention, this is Elder Qing of Kunlun, who has recently awakened." The words fell upon Lin and the others like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Had they truly awakened to such formidable power? What cultivation level did Elder Qing possess? Lin Yun and his companions speculated, yet they dared not approach to inquire. Although Lin Yun and his friends were in the dark, Qin Ruoxian was different. Despite her current low cultivation, her keen insight allowed her to discern Elder A Qing's prowess. A saint. This revelation sent a tremor through her heart. She had never anticipated the existence of a saint within Kunlun. "Master, should we eliminate these 8 or?" At that moment, Qin Beixian turned to the trembling 8 heavenly kings and inquired. As the year draws to a close, the author extends best wishes to all esteemed readers for prosperity, offspring, and wealth in the coming year. The pace of the storyline will quicken henceforth. Thank you for the generous gifts and unwavering support. Chapter 48. The name of Kunlun resonates across the southern wilderness as the words fell, a desperate plea arose. "No. Please, Senior, spare us. We harbor no ill will towards Kunlun." The 8 great kings of the heavenly realm, their hearts racing with terror, implored Lu Chen, their faces ashen at the sight of Qin Beixian. Little did they anticipate the sheer terror embodied by Kunlun. Not only was this youthful sect master formidable in cultivation, but a saint also stood by his side. They were astounded that even the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace dared to offend them, thereby provoking the depths of the Jun family's power. Though they could not discern Lu Chen's true strength, they speculated that he was a saint. Upon witnessing the appearance of a woman in a green dress, who was indeed a saint and displayed profound respect and reverence towards Lu Qin, their fear of Kunlun intensified profoundly. Regret gnawed at their hearts. They wished fervently to silence the ancestor of Lingyun Palace, who had incited them to reveal themselves, leading to this dire outcome. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Qin regarded these 8 as mere stepping stones to elevate Kunlun's reputation. There is no need for elimination. A lesson must be imparted. Let them retain a remnant of their dignity. Kunlun is not a place one can approach at will, Lu Qin mused. Observing the pale-faced kings of the heavenly realm, after witnessing the saint from the Jun family take action, he gained a deeper understanding of the formidable foundation possessed by these top-tier hegemonic forces, which far surpassed his initial expectations. He sighed inwardly, realizing that it was imperative to expand Kunlun swiftly, for the sect currently boasted a mere 3 disciples. Without the emergence of tasks from the system, Lu Qin could not acquire summoning cards or other rewards to bolster their strength. However, he had devised a plan to announce Kunlun's recruitment of disciples. Lu Qin was confident that following these events, Kunlun's renown in the southern wilderness would soar, thereby enhancing the efficacy of their recruitment endeavors. Upon hearing his words, the 8 kings of the heavenly realm believed they were experiencing auditory hallucinations, their faces igniting with fervent excitement as they trembled in gratitude. Thank you, Senior. We are grateful for your mercy. Their expressions mirrored that of rebirth, as they inhaled deeply to steady their racing hearts. They had thought this day would herald their demise, nearly succumbing to terror. Should the inhabitants of the southern wilderness witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Was this truly the demeanor of a mighty king of the heavenly realm? How utterly humble. With matters concluded, Beixian, I shall leave them in your capable hands. Lin Yun and the others, come to the main hall. I have matters to discuss with you, Lu Qin stated calmly before vanishing from sight. Yes, Sect Master. Yes, Sect Master, Qin Beixian and Lin Yun replied respectfully. At this moment, in the void 100 miles away, the multitude of cultivators in the southern wilderness was utterly astounded, rendered motionless, their faces etched with shock and trepidation, unable to regain their composure for an extended period. Just now, was that a saint making a move? How terrifying. It is inconceivable. Saints have not manifested for tens of thousands of years. Many cultivators believed it impossible for a saint to appear, especially since today was their first encounter with a being of the heavenly king realm, let alone a saint. For them, this was an assertion they would adamantly refuse to accept. This Kunlun must undoubtedly be a hidden, formidable sect. To think that even the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace would dare to act against it. At this moment, all perceived Kunlun as a sect of unimaginable depth, expressing their astonishment. Quickly, we must leave this place. This is Kunlun's territory. If discovered by their people, we might not leave here alive. Upon hearing this, everyone finally reacted, their expressions changing dramatically as they hastily departed from the burial immortal mountain range, fearing that Kunlun would strike against them in the next moment. If Lu Qin were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter, for this was precisely the effect he desired. Otherwise, he would not have squandered so much time with those 8 heavenly kings. His intention was to propagate the reputation and might of Kunlun throughout the southern wilderness by means of the very words spoken by these cultivators. Consequently, the news regarding Kunlun's recruitment of disciples would surely prove advantageous. Indeed, not long after, the name Kunlun had already resounded throughout the entirety of the southern wilderness. 2 days later, the heavenly king ancestors of the 8 supreme forces departed from Qizhou, returning to their respective factions. Upon the return of their ancestors, the members of each faction rejoiced, believing their ancestors had brought back the ancient tokens. Everyone internally cheered. Our ancestors are invincible. However, when they beheld the expressions of their ancestors, they were taken aback. Fear flickered in their eyes, as if they had encountered some unspeakable horror. They could scarcely believe what they were witnessing. Their ancestors were mighty heavenly kings. How could this be? What in this world could instill fear in them? In the eyes of the various factions, their heavenly king ancestors were beings that overlooked the realm. Just as the leaders of the factions were about to inquire of their ancestors, the latter only uttered a single phrase to their respective leaders: Kunlun harbors great terror. Subsequently, each ancestor retreated into seclusion, refraining from mentioning their experiences in Qingzhou's Kunlun. Soon after, countless cultivators across the various states of the southern wilderness erupted in a frenzy. Numerous astonishing revelations emanated from the 8 dominant powers. The message was clear: members of your clan or sect must never offend the Kunlun sect of Qizhou. Anyone encountering Kunlun disciples must not provoke or offend them. Otherwise, they shall be expelled from their families and sects, bearing full responsibility for any consequences. The instant this news broke, it caused an uproar, leaving countless factions and cultivators in a state of shock and awe. Many remain oblivious to the monumental events that have transpired. events so significant that they have compelled all but the Jun family in the Yaoqi Palace to convey such messages. On this day, the name Kunlun reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the southern wilderness, captivating countless factions and countless cultivators alike. At this moment, a wave of speculation and astonishment enveloped the multitude, for those who had not ventured to Qingzhou remained entirely unaware of the true nature of the occurrences. However, they grasped one undeniable truth. Even the most dominant powers dared not provoke Kunlun, a testament to its formidable strength. Shortly thereafter, myriad factions across the southern wilderness began disseminating information, echoing the exact words of the 8 premier powers. They urged all members of their respective families and sects to refrain from offending Kunlun in Qizhou. Chapter 49. 3 days later. Kunlun will recruit disciples in the hallowed halls of the Kunlun sect. Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Wushuang, and Qin Zhan gathered in the grand main hall. Their gazes were filled with reverence as they regarded Lu Chun, who occupied the seat of honor. Even Qin Ruoxian's awe for Lu Chun deepened before him. The former emperor's indifference and nobility faded, revealing a figure akin to an ordinary disciple of Kunlun, a truly unremarkable sight. Slowly, Lu Chun opened his eyes and regarded the assembly with a calm demeanor. It has been some time since Kunlun emerged. It is time for us to recruit more disciples. He addressed Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan, instructing them to disseminate the news about the recruitment. Upon hearing his words, the 2 men were filled with exhilaration, immediately responding with utmost respect. The announcement of Kunlun's recruitment was monumental for them. Their respective juniors might now have the opportunity to join the ranks of Kunlun disciples. Even being an outer disciple would be a tremendous fortune for their descendants. Although their daughters were already disciples of Kunlun, both men harbored hopes that other juniors could also be welcomed into the fold. Yes, sect master, they replied with deference. Then, as if struck by a thought, Luo Wushuang inquired, Sect master, when will the recruitment commence? Lu Chun replied, it will officially begin in 3 days. Kunlun will accept disciples regardless of their talent or cultivation level, as long as they can pass the assessments of character and moral integrity. While Lu Chun certainly wished to attract more talented disciples, he placed greater emphasis on a person's character and heart, believing that only such individuals would be wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. Of course, he had complete faith in the character and integrity of Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian. It is worth noting that Lu Chun was a man endowed with a system. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan were filled with excitement. They had not anticipated that the sect master would prioritize character over talent and cultivation, thus greatly increasing the chances for their juniors to become disciples of Kunlun. The current state of the Jiuzhou royal city was one of devastation, with a new royal city under reconstruction. However, their descendants and families had not been present within the Jiuzhou dynasty on that fateful day. They had remained in the original royal city of the Qin dynasty. Yes, sect master, we shall immediately set forth to spread the news across the continents, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan affirmed respectfully before departing Kunlun to relay the message. Once the 2 had left, Lin Yun, resolute in his decision, approached Lu Chun with utmost respect. Sect master, I wish to embark on a journey to cultivate and swiftly enhance my abilities. His expression was one of determination, as if he were prepared to confront Lu Chun should he be denied the opportunity to venture forth. With Kunlun poised to recruit disciples, it signified that the number of disciples would inevitably increase. Lin Yun feared that if he, as the senior disciple of Kunlun, remained at a low level of cultivation, it might sow doubt among the other disciples regarding the sect's prestige. Lin Yun was unwilling to disappoint Lu Chun, for all that he possessed had been granted by him, and he yearned to strengthen his own powers. The next time someone dares to show disrespect towards Lu Chun, he will possess the strength to annihilate them, thereby alleviating the need for the elders of the sect to intervene in every matter. The thought that fueled Lin Yun's ambition to grow stronger resonated within him. Oh, experience? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise danced in Lu Chun's eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Yun possessed such profound awareness. In truth, Lu Chun had long desired for Lin Yun to venture out and gain experience, for a flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot reveal its true beauty to the world. With the combat saint body, Lin Yun must continuously engage in battles, as the more he fights, the deeper his understanding of the combat saint body becomes. Indeed, in the future, Lin Yun will single-handedly vanquish saints, subdue divine kings with a mere gesture, and when the sacred fist is unleashed, even emperors shall meet their demise. Indeed, Lin Yun, I have not misjudged you. Go forth. Lu Chun looked at Lin Yun and smiled gently, trusting that Lin Yun's choice of where to train would be left to him. The essence of training lies in venturing alone, unafraid of adversity and death, daring to contend with the heavens for fortune, and persistently enhancing one's inner peace and strength. Lu Chun then added, Lin Yun, on this journey, I shall not permit anyone from the sect to accompany or protect you. All dangers you encounter must be faced by you alone. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingshue's expression changed momentarily, but she quickly composed herself, recognizing the truth in Lu Qin's words. True strength arises from humble beginnings. Qin Ruoxian, too, cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun's demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes reflecting a profound yearning for power. Thank you, Sect Master, Lin Yun replied respectfully. Lu Chun then instructed, Lin Yun, before you set off, make sure to visit Elder Peak. Elder Qing will present you with an item. To which Lin Yun responded, yes. Sect Master, without inquiring further about the nature of the item. Time flew by, and 2 days later, a sensational piece of news spread across the southern wilderness, igniting excitement among countless cultivators throughout the various states. Tianzhou, being the closest to Qishou, received the news first. Brother, have you heard? Kunlun is recruiting disciples, exclaimed one cultivator to his companion. Upon hearing this, the other person seemed electrified, jumping up in shock. What? Is it the Kunlun from Qizhou? Do you really need to be that excited? You nearly scared me to death. The first cultivator scolded, then continued, indeed, apart from Qingzhou's Kunlun, who else in the southern wilderness dares to claim the name? Have you not seen how those top-tier forces do not dare to offend Kunlun? At this, many nodded in agreement, and the first cultivator continued, moreover, I've heard that Kunlun's recruitment does not consider talent or cultivation level, only testing character and temperament. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, their expressions filled with exhilaration and astonishment, as they were all loose cultivators with average talent and cultivation. The prospect of this news thrilled them immensely. This meant that they might also have a chance to become disciples of Kunlun. Disciples of Kunlun. The mere mention of Kunlun ignites a fervor in the hearts of listeners, as it has now grown to be perceived as even more formidable than the 10 greatest hegemonic powers of the southern wilderness. This perception is particularly striking, considering that these top-tier authorities have never exhibited such awe in the presence of the Jun family. This circumstance inevitably leads to a chilling speculation regarding Kunlun's might. Could it possibly harbor a saintly existence? Consequently, for those wandering cultivators who aspire to become disciples of Kunlun, it represents a celestial ascent. Yet, skepticism lingers among some. Doubts arise as one queries, Brother, do not deceive us. How could Kunlun, rumored to be more potent than the mightiest hegemonic forces, accept disciples lacking in talent? Indeed, many echo this sentiment, asserting that such a prestigious sect could never overlook the talent of its recruits. Chapter 50. The ancient secret realm is about to emerge. Many cultivators were filled with disbelief, for how could a sect of such formidable strength disregard talent when accepting disciples? It seemed implausible, although most remained skeptical of Kunlun's power. The fact that countless factions in the southern wilderness regarded it with trepidation and dared not offend it was sufficient proof of Kunlun's dominion. Even if one argued that cultivation levels were of secondary importance, as long as the talent was extraordinary, it could be overlooked. Yet Kunlun appeared to undervalue both aspects. This was difficult for everyone to accept. In the realm of the immortal martial continent, no sect would willingly accept disciples devoid of talent, as that would inevitably diminish their own strength. Upon hearing this, a serious cultivator continued, but you are unaware. Kunlun is a reclusive grand sect with immense depth. They are entirely indifferent to the heights of your talent. As these words were spoken, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The rumors were indeed true. Kunlun was a hidden grand sect. How splendid. This means we might have a chance to become disciples of Kunlun. Excitement surged through the faces of all present. Their hearts raced with exhilaration. At this moment, they were all deeply moved. For them, even the opportunity to be an outer disciple of Kunlun would be enough to grant them sway in the southern wilderness. No, I have underestimated my aspirations. Even being an errand disciple would bring glory to my family. Then, one declared, Brothers, I shall take my leave first. With that, all the young cultivators without sect affiliations hurriedly made their way towards Qizhou. Wait, you lack decorum. Damn it, hold on for me. The stunned cultivator stood frozen, watching as the others rushed away, cursing vehemently, wishing he had longer legs to catch up. Simultaneously, across various states, a similar scene unfolded. Countless cultivators, lacking sect support, raced towards Qingzhou Kunlun upon hearing the news. In a brief span, the skies above the southern wilderness were filled with throngs of cultivators soaring through the air. The spectacle was grand and awe-inspiring, leading one to wonder if some rare treasure had emerged. Numerous factions, both large and small, observed the scene with astonishment. Indeed, the influence of Kunlun is tremendous. Indeed, the mere recruitment of disciples can incite the entire southern wilderness to flock towards it. No wonder our clan leader and sect master have warned us not to offend anyone from Kunlun. Yes, in the future, We should keep our distance from those associated with Kunlun. They could hardly believe that this sudden emergence of Kunlun had altered the dynamics of the southern wilderness in less than a month. Meanwhile, within the Jun clan in the Yaoqi Palace in a grand hall, the 5 ancestors of the Jun clan sat in the main seat. Their abyss-like eyes filled with gravity and apprehension. Are you suggesting that the members of our Jun clan suspect that Kunlun is akin to those ancient forces that have recently resurfaced, a grand sect of antiquity? Jin Wuhui exclaimed, his expression wrought with astonishment, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. He had just learned of this matter from the words of the 5 ancestors, and it had left him utterly shaken. The ancient sects. As far as he understood, each of these reclusive sects had a lineage spanning hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Even his own Jin family dared not challenge their might, although he had previously doubted that Kunlun was among the hidden sects. He could no longer maintain his skepticism at this moment. These revelations had come from the mouths of those with true heritage within the Jin family. At this thought, Jin Wuhui's heart quaked violently. Though the Jin family boasted a legacy of over 100,000 years, with formidable strength and numerous powers above the King realm, the existence that had acted in Kunlun revealed that the Jin family's depth was far more complex than what the inhabitants of the southern wasteland perceived. Indeed, apart from the Yaoqi Palace, the major powers in the southern wasteland believed the Jin family merely possessed king-level existences, completely unaware that there were beings above that realm. That said, when compared to those ancient forces with histories of at least several 100,000 years, the Jin family was not on the same level. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that the Jin family's foundation was indeed formidable. From now on, we must avoid any conflict with Kunlun. I never anticipated that Kunlun would harbor a sage. The expression of the Jin family's 5 ancestors was grave as he gazed solemnly at Jin Wuhui below. After a moment, his demeanor softened, as if recalling something. He continued, the ancient secret realm will emerge in a month. I have received news from Yaoqi Palace that this time, the ancient secret realm will be unlike any other. Upon hearing this, Jin Wuhui was taken aback. Unlike any other? Does the ancient secret realm harbor some secrets? The 5 ancestors of the Jin family replied, I am not entirely sure of the specifics, as the information was relayed by the powers behind Yaoqi Palace. So it is the forces behind Yaoqi Palace. Jin Wuhui, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from probing further, for such levels of power were beyond the Jin family's discourse. Meanwhile, within Yaoqi Palace, the current palace master, Lin Shi, wore a frosty expression. Seething with anger over Kunlun's audacity to strike against them, she turned to her predecessor, Lin Yu, and said, Master, how bold is Kunlun? They dare to disregard Yaoqi Palace and even attack you. I implore you to summon our sage to teach Kunlun a lesson. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Jin family's 5 ancestors, who had summoned one of their powerful legacies to escort them away, she would have firmly believed that her master would have awakened Yaoqi Palace's depth to retaliate against Kunlun. Indeed, while Yaoqi Palace ranked behind the Jin family among the top powers in the southern wasteland, its foundation was equally formidable, further compounded by its terrifying backing, a sanctum, the true superpower of the southern wasteland. This was why Lin Shi, despite knowing of the sage and Kunlun, still underestimated their might. This clearly illustrates that both the profound heritage of the Yaoqi Palace and the formidable background it possesses are immensely powerful. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, a graceful woman clad in palace attire, who is also Lin Shi's mentor and the former palace master, wore a grim expression. Humph. The ancient secret realm is set to emerge in a month. This matter is of utmost importance. Let Kunlun live a little longer, Lin Yu stated coldly. Kunlun, daring to act against her, was akin to courting death. Although she harbored a desire to eliminate Kunlun, the impending emergence of the ancient secret realm could not be jeopardized by one individual. Indeed, not only the southern wilderness domain but also the major powers from other regions are preparing for the ancient secret realm. For the secrets within will be unveiled in this era. Chapter 51, The Awakening of the Nine Nether Dynasty in the Southern Wilderness. At the esteemed Tiansong city within Songzhou, a young man adorned in luxurious robes, exuding an air of nobility, appeared to be merely 20 years of age. He sat leisurely at a table in an inn, savoring fine wine, occasionally allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips as he listened intently to the discussions among the cultivators present. Should a practitioner from the northern celestial domain catch sight of this distinguished young man, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, for it was evident that his origins were far from ordinary. Yet, the reason for his presence in the southern wilderness remained a mystery. Brothers, listen to my tale. That day, I witnessed with my own eyes the 8 formidable beings of the heavenly king realm, utterly devoid of any ability to resist, being captured by the powerful entities of Kunlun in the void. The crowd gasped in astonishment at this revelation. their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. What a frightful thought. Just the utterance of a single phrase from that terrifying presence at Kunlun was sufficient to ensnare those 8 heavenly kings from the emptiness itself, sending chills down my spine. The speaker, a cultivator wielding a large blade, was indeed one who had witnessed the clash between the 8 great factions in the Jun family alongside the Yaoqi Palace at Kunlun. As the crowd absorbed the gravity of his words, their eyes widened in shock, and they collectively inhaled sharply. Brother, what would happen next? Their faces displayed a mix of astonishment and eagerness, urging him to continue. Despite the rumors circulating in the southern wilderness regarding Kunlun, hearing it firsthand was an experience that left them utterly captivated. Cough, cough. The blade-wielding cultivator cleared his throat, and one perceptive listener promptly poured him a cup of fine wine, offering a gentle reminder, "Here, brother, have a drink to soothe your throat." Upon seeing the exquisite wine, the cultivator's eyes gleamed, and he quickly raised the cup to his lips. Ah, splendid. What a revelation. It turned out he was a connoisseur of fine spirits. Yet, this was no ordinary wine. It was a rare elixir capable of enhancing one's vitality, something most could hardly afford. Then, what followed was even more terrifying. The Jun family and Yaoqi Palace arrived. His words sent the crowd into an uproar. What? The Jun family and Yaoqi Palace? Surely, you do not mean to suggest that Kunlun managed to subdue even the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace? The crowd seemed to grasp the implications, their hearts trembling with shock. The absence of any news regarding the 2 esteemed factions suggested that no one dared to speak of their encounters with Kunlun. Moreover, the ancestors of the 8 great factions had never divulged any losses sustained by the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace at Kunlun's hands. Thus, those in the southern wilderness believed that the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace regarded Kunlun with disdain. Yet, who could have imagined that this blade-wielding cultivator would be the one to reveal such astonishing information? Indeed, once wine was involved, the chaos of the southern wilderness was under his command. At that moment, the young man in luxurious robes, having overheard the mention of Yaoqi Palace, displayed a flicker of surprise in his gaze and murmured to himself, "Kunlun? What kind of power is that? How remarkable it is that one can attain such renown in this desolate southern wilderness." The swordsman continued, "Indeed, the members of the Jun family in the Yaoqi Palace have made their appearance, but a formidable presence from Kunlun has also intervened." Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again engulfed in shock, their hearts trembling with fear. What on earth is Kunlun? That individual seems to be a young woman, yet her aura is utterly terrifying. Could it possibly be in existence above the heavenly king realm? As he spoke, the swordsman swallowed hard, his voice quivering. Above the heavenly king realm, the assembly was left astounded, rendered speechless by the revelation. Oh, how intriguing. Could it be that Kunlun harbors a saint? Mused the young man in splendid attire. Before anyone could fully comprehend the implications, he continued. The presence from Kunlun seemed intent on detaining the members of the Jun family and Yaoqi Palace, but someone intervened and whisked them away. With a deep breath, the swordsman shook his head, as if awakening from a stupor, realizing the astonished expressions on the faces around him. His countenance shifted, and he hastily departed from the tavern. Not daring to linger, gasped. The patrons, regaining their composure, inhaled deeply. Suddenly, one person exclaimed, "By heavens! Kunlun!" The crowd was momentarily perplexed, assuming the individual had been overwhelmed by the news of Kunlun's significance. Is the impact truly that profound? Blast it! I nearly forgot that Kunlun is set to begin recruiting disciples tomorrow. Ignoring the reactions of the others, the swordsman uttered a single sentence and dashed out of the tavern towards Jizhou. Kunlun is recruiting disciples? By the heavens! That wretched storyteller! Curse him for placing me in such a predicament. Kunlun, here I come. As his words echoed, the assembly silently cursed the swordsman's lineage before swiftly vacating the tavern, each demonstrating their own escape skills as they hurried towards Kunlun. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling tavern fell eerily silent, leaving only the young man in splendid attire, bewildered and utterly confused by the unfolding events. He had only caught wind of Kunlun's recruitment. What on earth is happening? What sort of sect is Kunlun? The young man felt a stir of intrigue. This was not the first time he had encountered the name Kunlun. Since his arrival in the southern wilderness, the name had circulated widely, though he had once paid it little heed. However, the recent discourse had piqued his curiosity further. Kunlun, you say? I am most eager to discover what manner of sect this is. With that, he too departed the tavern, vanishing into the direction the others had taken to learn more. Meanwhile, in the eastern celestial domain, within the depths of the Jiuyo dynasty, in the ancestral grounds of Jiuyo, in an ancient hall, the elders of the Nine Nether dynasty suddenly sensed something, abruptly opening their eyes and gazing deep into the hall with profound reverence. From the depths of the hall emanated an utterly terrifying aura. They hastily rose from their meditative postures and bowed deeply in utmost respect towards the inner sanctum. Their hearts filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that this slumbering entity, dormant for tens of thousands of years, had awakened. "Ancestor, you have awakened." Upon uttering these words, a voice emerged from the depths, resonant and commanding like the abyss itself. "After 30,000 years, what has become of the Nine Nether dynasty?" Upon hearing this, the elders of the Nine Nether were jolted, and they replied with deference, "To answer, Ancestor, all is well, but it is just." "What is it just?" The ancient, authoritative voice resonated once more from the depths. Chapter 52, The Lingxiao Dynasty, Second Prince Ling Mu returned to the ancestor. The Nether has fallen. The elder of the Jiuyo clan, upon hearing that voice from the depths, felt an involuntary tension throughout his body, not daring to even breathe. It is known that this elder of the Jiuyo clan is a formidable being at the 7th level of the Celestial King realm. Yet even he dared not exhale in the presence of the owner of that ancient voice. Clearly, this was a manifestation of the terrifying foundation of the Jiuyo dynasty, an existence referred to as the ancestor by the Jiuyo elders. As the words fell, a tremendous and terrifying aura erupted from the depths of the Grand Hall, instantly rendering the Jiuyo elders pale and trembling. "Humph, what has occurred? Who dares to harm my Jiuyo people?" Seeking death. The owner of that voice from the depths was evidently enraged, and a sense of dread filled the Grand Hall. "Returning to the ancestor, it is." The Jiuyo elder, pale-faced, hastily recounted the entire sequence of events. "Humph, Kunlun? Seeking death. It seems I have slumbered for too long. The world has forgotten the might of my Jiuyo." A cold snort resonated from within the depths. "I did not anticipate the emergence of the ancient secret realm. Let Kunlun live a little longer. Ancestor, I shall pay a visit to those old fellows." Evidently, the voice's owner held Kunlun in utter disdain. "Yes, ancestor." The Jiuyo elder replied respectfully, his heart racing with excitement, while simultaneously thinking, "Hiss. The ancestor actually intends to meet those few." He was well aware that the old fellows referred to by the ancestor were the true foundations of the supreme hegemonic forces in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Had those existences truly awakened? The ancient voice's owner deep within the Grand Hall was none other than the ancestor of the Jiuyo dynasty, a being of sage-like stature. It was clear that the strength of the Eastern Celestial Domain far surpassed that of the Southern Wilderness Domain, especially regarding the foundational strength of hegemonic forces. From the words of this Jiuyo ancestor, it became apparent that not only did the Jiuyo dynasty possess a sage, but even other hegemonic forces seemed to have such existences. In comparison, the foundational strength of the hegemonic forces in the Southern Wilderness Domain was not as formidable as that of the Eastern Celestial Domain. Overall, the strength of the Southern Wilderness Domain ranked the lowest when compared to other major domains. It was rumored that there was only one true superpower, which had inherited for 1,000,000 years, while other major domains boasted several such legacies. Meanwhile, in the Southern Wilderness Domain, at the entrance of the Burial Immortal Mountain Range in Chisho, a once-feared forbidden zone now gathered countless cultivators. All stood wide-eyed, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed upon two ancient stone pillars reaching the heavens, inscribed with the two characters Kunlun, exuding an aura of antiquity. They were rendered speechless in shock. "Hiss. How is this possible? This Kunlun is actually within the forbidden zone." The crowd was filled with disbelief. They had thought Kunlun was located somewhere in Qingzhou. But after being brought here by those who had previously entered the Burial Immortal Mountain Range, they were utterly astounded. Indeed, Kunlun is a hidden grand sect. A monk gasped in astonishment, his face alight with excitement as he hurried inside. Observing this, countless others quickly reacted, rushing towards the direction of Kunlun. Many had already entered, and now, contemplating the mysteries of Kunlun, they realized that it was undoubtedly a hidden sect of great significance. Were other cultivators from distant realms to witness this scene, they would surely think these individuals mad for daring to venture into the Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Not far off, a young man gazed at the unfolding spectacle, his expression one of shock as he murmured, "Kunlun is actually within a forbidden zone? Could it be true, as those people say, that Kunlun is indeed a hidden sect?" This young man was none other than the elegantly dressed figure previously seen at the tavern in Tiansong City. Just as he intended to follow the crowd inside, a voice whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, please wait. I sense the presence of a sage within the Burial Immortal Mountain Range." "Sage?" The young man halted in his tracks, his face exhibiting a flicker of surprise. "Old Mu, do you believe Kunlun to be a hidden sect?" The voice of the elder, known as Old Mu, responded, "Fear not, Your Highness. Even if Kunlun is a hidden sect, it is likely merely a lineage with a history exceeding 100,000 years. Given your status, even the sect master of Kunlun would treat you with utmost respect. But Old Mu, this is a forbidden zone, the Burial Immortal Mountain Range. How could an ordinary hidden sect possibly exist here? The young man replied slowly. Hearing this, old Mu's voice came again. You are correct, Your Highness. However, I have already used my spiritual sense to probe the interior. There indeed exists a sect within, and do you understand what that implies? The young man appeared perplexed by old Mu's meaning. Old Mu, are you suggesting that? Your Highness, as the great era descends upon the Xianwu continent, various strange phenomena will begin to manifest, such as the current state of the burial immortal mountain range, which no longer resembles what it was thousands of years ago. Old Mu's voice trailed off, the unsaid words hanging in the air, yet the young man could distinctly sense a profound fear of something unknown emanating from him. His expression shifted, unable to fathom what could instill fear in a protector of sage caliber. Old Mu, did you visit the burial immortal mountain range thousands of years ago? The young man inquired, eager to uncover the source of such trepidation among the sages. Your Highness, you are correct in your assumption. 30,000 years ago, I accompanied someone who ventured here. The sites were similar, yet even after tens of thousands or millions of years, the burial immortal mountain range has always appeared as a paradise. However, what is truly terrifying is the unknown power within. That individual at the time merely sought to explore with their spiritual sense, and perished here. The young man instinctively inhaled sharply upon hearing the words, his expression one of profound shock. He certainly knew who the elder Mu was referring to. That individual belonged to the esteemed Ling Shao dynasty. At that moment, the young man seemed to grasp the implications. No wonder a sect now existed within the burial immortal mountain range, with countless people recklessly charging in. It appeared that a great era was indeed upon them, as the primeval secret realm was soon to emerge, followed by the rise of numerous hidden sects and ancient clans. All of this signified monumental changes in the world. It was no surprise that his father had mentioned that this generation would witness the re-emergence of an emperor, urging him to venture forth and seek his own fortune. A great age was dawning. All major sects and clans would come forth, heralding an exhilarating time. Of course, within the Xianwu continent, many hidden sects existed, but only those ancient powers or sects that had endured for millions of years could be deemed true, reclusive forces. Generally, those with legacies of merely 100,000 years or several 100,000 years were only referred to as hidden sections, while termed hidden sects. In the eyes of genuine contemporary powers, those with a heritage of 100,000 years or several 100,000 years were regarded as third-rate forces. Take the Jun family. For instance, despite being a dominant force with a legacy exceeding 100,000 years, they did not remain hidden, as the sects and families that chose seclusion did so to better consolidate their foundational strength. However, whenever secret realms emerged or extraordinary opportunities arose on the Xianwu continent, these hidden forces would inevitably reveal themselves to seize such chances. As the primeval secret realm was on the verge of appearing, it was likely that all hidden sects, great clans, and major powers would emerge. This was also why the 5 ancestors of the Jun family had mentioned that hidden sects from other regions had recently come into the open. The young man nodded in agreement, for his identity was indeed formidable. He was none other than Ling Mu, the second prince of the superpower Ling Shao dynasty in the northern celestial domain. At the tender age of 20, he had already broken through to the Void Realm. His talent unparalleled and prodigious, lauded by the dynasty's ancestors as a potential emperor in this era. The elder he referred to as Mu was his protector on this journey, a being of the 9th tier of the Saint Realm. This was also why Elder Mu could sense the presence of a saint within the burial immortal mountain range. Chapter 53. The recruitment of disciples at Kunlun officially begins. Meanwhile, beneath the gates of Kunlun, an ancient stone staircase, stretching towards the heavens, materialized before the eyes of countless cultivators. Gazing upward, it seemed to vanish into infinity. At this moment, none of the cultivators who had entered the burial grounds of the immortals dared to ascend the staircase. They stood frozen in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What now? Should we go up? One cultivator inquired, glancing at the others. Without the presence of Kunlun disciples, they were too apprehensive to take a step forward. What is going on? Wasn't this recruitment supposed to happen? Why hasn't anyone from Kunlun shown up? Are we being toyed with? Indeed. I told you so. How could Kunlun casually recruit disciples? Damn it, who tricked me? Shu, are you seeking death? This is Kunlun. Upon hearing these words, the cultivator quickly realized his folly, clamping his mouth shut and nervously scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, no Kunlun representatives had yet appeared. Just as the crowd remained in uncertainty, a figure unexpectedly descended from above, none other than Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin, the trio responsible for this recruitment, accompanied by Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan. At that moment, someone spotted the group and exclaimed, "Look, the Kunlun representatives have arrived." Wang Ming surveyed the multitude of cultivators below, a satisfied nod gracing his features. It seemed they would successfully fulfill the task entrusted to them by the sect leader. Esteemed cultivators, the recruitment of disciples by Kunlun is now officially underway, Wang Ming proclaimed, his voice calm yet resonating with authority. A smile gracing his lips as he regarded the eager crowd below. However, to become a disciple of Kunlun is not so simple. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted to exhilaration. Their journey had not been in vain. Countless individuals began to envision their illustrious moments as disciples of Kunlun, their hearts fervently shouting, "I want to be the eldest senior brother of Kunlun." Lin Yun interjected, "Do you think I'm irrelevant?" For the multitude of cultivators, this was an opportunity to leap over the Dragoness Gate. Their excitement was palpable. Moreover, they understood that Kunlun was revered by many in the southern wilderness as a hidden grand sect, undoubtedly possessing numerous profound techniques and supernatural abilities, far more thrilling than merely aligning with a dominant force. "Excuse me, esteemed elder, might you be one of Kunlun's elders?" One cultivator could not restrain himself from asking Wang Ming, eager to ascertain whether Kunlun was truly as formidable as the legend suggested. At this utterance, the crowd's attention sharpened, their expressions filled with anticipation as they turned towards Wang Ming. They were well aware of the rumors regarding several highly skilled guardians within Kunlun. Upon hearing the question, Wang Ming smiled knowingly, fully understanding the implication behind the inquiry. He chose to disregard the triviality of it, allowing the aura of his own Dao Void Realm cultivation to emanate from him, a powerful presence instantly enveloping the area. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions awash with astonishment. Gasp! Dao Void Realm. Is this the might of a hidden grand sect? Each individual here possesses such formidable cultivation. To the gathered crowd, the existence of a master at the Void Realm was akin to a transcendent being. In their minds, a single Void Realm master possessed the prowess to establish a dominant power. Hence, the mere presence of anyone from Kunlun exuded such formidable strength. The onlookers couldn't help but glance at Wang Lin and Wang Xian beside Wang Ming, a singular thought materializing in their minds. 3 Void Realm masters. Truly, they were a hidden sect of great renown. Initially, the crowd was sufficiently astounded by Wang Ming's cultivation at the Void Realm, but his subsequent declaration left them even more flabbergasted. "I am not an elder of Kunlun, but rather a guardian. The 2 beside me are also my fellow guardians," Wang Ming remarked, observing the astonished reactions of the crowd. Upon hearing this, an audible gasp rippled through the assembly. 3 Void Realm masters were merely guardians. At that moment, none could doubt the fact that Kunlun was indeed a hidden sect of great significance. One must ask, in the southern wilderness domain, which force possesses such formidable resources that a Void Realm master serves as a guardian? Not even the top 10 dominant powers could boast such extravagance. Now that all inquiries have been addressed, the disciple assessment shall commence, Wang Ming announced, prompting a moment of bewilderment among the attendees. They surveyed their surroundings, finding themselves in an expansive open area, devoid of anything substantial. An assessment? Here? Should it not be conducted within the sect? Could it be that the evaluation methods of a hidden sect are so hasty? The crowd felt a vague sense of foreboding. Before you stands the stone staircase, which serves as your first trial. Anyone capable of ascending to the summit of Kunlun's celestial mountain via this staircase shall be permitted to continue to the second phase of the assessment. Quickly, Wang Ming's words validated their ominous premonitions. As he concluded, an immediate change washed over the faces of all present, their gazes fixated on the ancient stone staircase before them. Though it appeared unremarkable, they could all sense an enigmatic force emanating from it. Indeed, the path to becoming a disciple of a hidden sect is fraught with challenges. They were not even worthy of glimpsing what lay above Kunlun. At this moment, the crowd collectively sighed in relief, grateful they had not acted rashly by stepping onto the staircase earlier, lest they have faced immediate disqualification. A bitter smile spread across their faces. Chapter 54. The First Test. The heart-penetrating heavenly ladder within the main hall of Kunlun, Lu Qin observed through his spiritual sense a multitude of cultivators gathering beneath the mountain gate, their faces reflecting a hint of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Kunlun's inaugural recruitment of disciples would attract such an overwhelming number. This far exceeded his expectations. Presently, there were over 1 million individuals congregated at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. While 1 million may seem substantial in the grand context of the southern wilderness, this number barely constituted a fraction of the populace of a minor dynasty. Evidently, although Kunlun's reputation reverberated throughout the southern wilderness, very few genuinely believed it to be an illustrious, reclusive sect. Otherwise, how could it be that only a mere 1 million cultivators showed up? While top-tier hegemonic sects in the southern wilderness consistently attracted hundreds of thousands vying for opportunities during their recruitment drives. System, what purpose does that stone ladder serve? Lu Chen pondered silently, recalling that he had inquired the previous day whether the system possessed any artifacts for testing the character and disposition of cultivators. The system had subsequently instructed him to utilize the stone ladder at the mountain gate as the first test. However, its specific function remained undisclosed. It merely stated that those who could ascend the ladder would have passed in both character and disposition. This aspect was of utmost importance to Lu Chen. Hence he had arranged for Wang Ming and others to oversee it. Host, the stone ladder is named the Heart-Penetrating Heavenly Ladder. As the name implies, any cultivator who steps upon it with malevolent intentions, a corrupt heart, or improper character, or who has committed acts intolerable by the heavens, will be detected and subsequently repelled by the Heart-Penetrating Heavenly Ladder. So it is indeed called the Heart-Penetrating Heavenly Ladder. With the system's elucidation, Lu Chen understood the ladder's significance and felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking that the system had finally performed a commendable task. As he currently had no system tasks to engage in, he had been berating the system internally for quite some time. He hoped that among those who ascended Kunlun, there might be disciples capable of triggering the system's rewards. While the recruitment of ordinary disciples would not yield any rewards from the system, Lu Chen was quite looking forward to any potential rewards that might arise once Kunlun flourished. For now, he could only search among the gathered individuals. Perhaps one or two might indeed activate the system's rewards. Meanwhile, at the mountain gate, after Wang Ming's explanation, the expressions of all present were filled with excitement as they rubbed their fists in preparation, eagerly awaiting Wang Ming's command. To most of them, the stone ladder before them was of little consequence. They perceived it merely as a test of cultivation. Although Kunlun had proclaimed that cultivation level and talent would not be scrutinized, few truly believed this assertion. Despite the multitude of cultivators present, many were merely attempting to test their luck. The majority of those who had arrived considered their own cultivation to be quite commendable, thus paying little heed to the ladder's significance. All right, let us begin. Observing the crowd's reactions, Wang Ming smiled and spoke. With his words, the foremost individuals, their faces alight with excitement, exchanged glances before stepping onto the heart-penetrating heavenly ladder. The ancient ladder stretched infinitely into the distance, imparting the sensation of piercing through the very firmament. As the multitude ascended the celestial ladder, they proceeded step by step with cautious deliberation. Initially, they treaded lightly, but after nearly 100 steps, they discerned no alteration beneath their feet. An exhilarating thrill surged within them, prompting an acceleration of their ascent. Each individual yearned to swiftly conquer this challenge. Those yet to embark upon the ladder exchanged glances and soon joined in the climb. However, if unforeseen circumstances were to arise, they were indeed imminent. With a resounding hum, the celestial ladder suddenly radiated with brilliant light, transforming into a resplendent sight, as if imbued with the essence of ages. This radiant aura enveloped all the cultivators upon the ladder, causing their expressions to shift dramatically, eyes widening in disbelief. What is this force? Why do I feel as though my very being is laid bare, devoid of any secrets? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, their hearts pounding with shock. Yet, it was not long before they realized this was undoubtedly a test devised by Kunlun. While the specifics of the assessment eluded them, a few speculated it pertained to their cultivation and innate talents. As they sensed this enigmatic presence, though profoundly mysterious, it inflicted no harm upon them, allowing them to breathe easier and continue their ascent. Behind Wang Ming and his companions, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan were equally taken aback by the spectacle. After exchanging a glance, they turned their attention to the young cultivators who had already scaled numerous steps, their faces etched with tension. These were their respective prodigies, fervently striving to ascend the ladder. To their astonishment, they realized that a staggering multitude of cultivators, over 1 million, had gathered, leaving them utterly astounded. Upon receiving permission from Lu Chen, they had encouraged some of their more gifted disciples to partake in this trial, hoping to secure a place among Kunlun's disciples. Even if they could only become outer disciples, it was conceivable that exceptional talents might emerge from their lineages in the future. Just as the crowd believed they could navigate the celestial ladder without incident, a sudden surge of light emanated from the steps once more. This time, however, it felt distinctly different, yet the throng remained oblivious as they continued their ascent. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted, and countless figures plummeted from the ladder, those deemed unworthy by the heart-connecting ladder, which rejected the malevolent in character and nature. Why is this happening? The fallen individuals gazed upon their surroundings with ashen faces, bewildered by their inability to traverse the ladder, their cries echoing in despair. Wang Ming and his companions regarded the unfortunate souls with cold indifference, a disdainful snort escaping their lips. Earlier, Lu Chen had conveyed the purpose of the heart-connecting ladder, enlightening Wang Ming and his companions about the nature of those who had been cast down. Thus, they were acutely aware that these individuals were indeed of profoundly wicked character. Such individuals, whose malevolence knows no bounds, are not only unworthy of becoming disciples of Kunlun, but are also undeserving of a mere glance at it. Under ordinary circumstances, Wang Ming and his companions would have eradicated such beings long ago. This underscores the reasons for Lu Qin's emphasis on these two aspects. Should these morally reprehensible individuals be permitted to join Kunlun, they would undoubtedly betray the sect in times of dire adversity. In contrast, even those with extraordinary talents who lack loyalty to the sect are of lesser importance to Lu Qin than individuals of exceptional character and integrity. At this moment, not far away, Ling Mu refrained from hastily ascending the heavenly ladder, his expression shifting as he intently observed the changes occurring upon it. Old Mu, can you discern the origins of that heavenly ladder? Ling Mu murmured to himself, his gaze fixed upon the ladder. Chapter 55, The Chaotic Divine Eye. A glimpse that annihilates at this moment, Ling Mu harbored an intangible sensation that his fortune lay before him within the realm of Kunlun. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Elder Mu resonated in his ears. Your Highness, this old servant cannot discern the origins of this celestial ladder, but it must surely be a remnant of the heritage passed down by Kunlun. However, I believe that legacies of such minor factions, existing for over 100,000 years, are not worthy of your time here. Elder Mu, Ling Mu's protector, seemed disinclined to see his lord linger in what he deemed merely a small faction. Though Kunlun had manifested within the burial immortal mountain range, he did not perceive it as an ancient grand sect. Rather, he regarded it as a minor force that had established its stronghold amidst the mountains. While he was unaware of when the mysterious powers that had once flourished there had dissipated, be it thousands or even millions of years ago, he firmly believed that Kunlun had only established its sect after discerning the changes within the mountains, thereby cultivating an air of mystique, for there existed many ostentatious factions throughout the immortal martial continent, which were hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu chose not to dwell further on the celestial ladder's circumstances, for he knew Elder Mu spoke the truth. Nevertheless, he did not depart. Rather, he wished to ascend the celestial ladder and witness the enigma of Kunlun for himself. Elder Mu, I yearn to discover what profound heritage Kunlun possesses that draws the entirety of the southern wilderness towards it, Ling Mu remarked with a light chuckle. Moments later, Elder Mu's voice echoed once more. Everything is at your highness's discretion. Rest assured, with this old servant at your side, no faction in the southern wilderness would dare show you disrespect, regardless of where you go or what you do. This exemplified the might and confidence of a dynasty. Who could have imagined that a sage would serve as the protector of such a young man? It was evident that the foundation of the Lingshao dynasty was unfathomably formidable, rendering even the most powerful hegemonic forces mere trifles in its presence. After a brief interval, the celestial ladder no longer bore the previous spectacle, as those practitioners repelled by the ladder had been cast aside. Now, fewer than 2,000 individuals remained upon the ladder, their expressions animated as they fervently pressed upward. Yet it seemed as though they were unable to reach an end, compelled to lower their heads and strive onward with all their might. Of course, some, realizing they had not been rejected, understood that if they could traverse the entirety of the celestial ladder, they would gain entrance to Kunlun. Thus, many began to channel their internal spiritual energy in an attempt to soar through the air. However, they greatly underestimated the ancient celestial ladder. After a brief effort, they found themselves incapable of mobilizing their internal energies. A bitter smile spread across the faces of all, yet none wished to relinquish such a splendid opportunity. At this juncture, not only had their internal spiritual energy proven ineffective, but they could not even utilize the physical strength corresponding to their cultivation levels. The further they ascended, the more they felt the drain on their stamina. In this moment, they resembled ordinary mortals, relying solely on their willpower to climb onward. Indeed, it is commendable that so many have persevered. The sect leader will surely be pleased upon learning of this, Wang Ming remarked, nodding in agreement with his companions as they observed the throng upon the celestial ladder. Indeed, as Wang Ming and his companions have stated, Lu Qin's recruitment of disciples this time is not concerned with quantity, but rather values the willpower, potential, and character of the practitioners themselves. Within the main hall, Lu Qin's eyes shimmered with divine light as he activated the Chaos Divine Eye to observe the practitioners ascending the heavenly ladder outside the mountain gate. A satisfied smile gracing his features. He hoped these individuals could endure until the end. Otherwise, it would be challenging for Kunlun to attract disciples in the southern wilderness. Lu Qin held little hope for those who may not believe in Kunlun's strength. Even if he were to recruit disciples again, it would not be in the southern wilderness. The Chaos Divine Eye was indeed formidable, capable of perceiving all things with a single glance, truly a product of the system. The Chaos Divine Eye was a divine pupil he developed after cultivating the Chaos Divine technique, and this was his first time employing it. simply to test whether this I was as powerful as the system claimed. The Chaos Divine I would grow stronger and more terrifying as Lu Qin's cultivation advanced. According to the system, once Lu Qin's cultivation reached a significant level, a single gaze could penetrate an entire world, extinguishing immortals with a mere look. One glance could obliterate realms, and the great completion of the divine I could reverse the flow of time and space. Lu Qin let out a soft exclamation. Having unexpectedly detected two immensely powerful auras within the Burial Immortal mountain range. They were utterly undetectable before the Chaos Divine Eye, and to his surprise, Lu Qin, with his current cultivation, had also failed to sense these two auras, two saints, and both at the 9th level of sainthood. No wonder I hadn't noticed, They were well hidden. Lu Qin's expression immediately turned cold. If these two saints were here to trouble Kunlun, he would ensure they paid a severe price. Even if they possessed the formidable strength of the 9th level of sainthood. Lu Qin was currently at the 1st level of sainthood, and Qing was also at the 1st level. However, Lu Qin wielded the Chaos Divine technique, which encompassed 8 immensely powerful secret arts, making him unafraid even of 9th level saints. Moreover, Qing's combat prowess could not simply be measured by cultivation level. Should you dare to disrupt Kunlun's recruitment of disciples, regardless of your origins, I shall ensure you pay a heavy price. Lu Qin's countenance was as frigid as frost, and his gaze was icy. Although he sensed that the two auras bore no hostility, their presence hidden within Kunlun's territory was undoubtedly a provocation. Observing the situation, Lu Qin chose not to confront the two saints for the moment, wishing to ascertain which force intended to act against Kunlun. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the many practitioners who were not destined to become Kunlun disciples did not depart. All eyes were enviously fixed on those remaining individuals on the heavenly ladder, sighing within themselves. They could not comprehend why they were being repelled by this heavenly ladder. Among them were several practitioners of considerable strength. Even young practitioners at the Dao Palace realm were present, while those beneath the Divine Concealment realm were countless. Countless faces wore expressions of frustration and gloom, feeling as though Kunlun was mocking them. Many grumbled silently against Kunlun. What a joke, this so-called hidden sect Kunlun, claiming not to regard cultivation level. The journey I undertook was arduous, yet upon arrival, I found myself unable to behold even a glimpse of Kunlun's grandeur. A young cultivator in his 20s, possessing the cultivation of the Dao Palace realm, harbored intense resentment towards Kunlun, convinced that it was playing tricks on him. Naturally, he would never dare voice such sentiments in the presence of Wang Ming and his companions. This sentiment, however, was not unique to him. A considerable number of cultivators present were also cursing Kunlun in their hearts. Such behavior is indicative of individuals with poor character and temperament. When these individuals fail to obtain the results they desire, malevolent thoughts begin to fester within them. This is the most frightening aspect. Should such cultivators gain entry into a sect, they would undoubtedly become traitors. It is likely that other factions, given the slightest incentive, would lure them to betray their own sect for personal gain. Perhaps they should seek to wreak havoc elsewhere, for in Kunlun, they would be swiftly dealt with. At this moment, all had ascended the heavenly ladder. Those who had not were summarily rejected and eliminated. However, there were still 2 individuals who remained, observing as if the heavenly ladder before them was merely an ordinary stone staircase. One was Ling Mu, who had journeyed from the northern celestial region to the southern wilderness for training. The other was a young woman adorned in a flowing purple gown, possessing unparalleled beauty and a graceful demeanor. She appeared to be no older than 20, yet she stood apart from the crowd, observing from a distance. Despite her extraordinary beauty, the throng seemed oblivious to her presence, as if she were standing right before them yet remained unseen. It was evident that this young woman either possessed formidable cultivation or was cloaked by a powerful aura, rendering her undetectable. Even Wang Ming and his companions failed to notice her. Clearly, the origins of this young woman in the purple gown were anything but ordinary. Chapter 56. The Purple Moon Dynasty. As the Grand Princess Yunyan of the Purple Moon Dynasty observed, Ling Mu was about to ascend the celestial ladder when the astonished voice of Elder Mu reached his ears. I did not expect the people of the Purple Moon Dynasty to join the fray. Ling Mu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. What could the members of the Purple Moon Dynasty possibly seek here? With the celestial and martial realms undergoing tremendous upheaval, many heirs of powerful factions were bound to emerge across the various domains, seeking opportunities and honing their skills. He was one of them. Ling Mu was aware of this. Yet he never anticipated that individuals from the Purple Moon Dynasty would venture into the southern wilderness. The Purple Moon Dynasty and the Ling Shao Dynasty were both among the 5 superpowers of the Northern Sky Domain, each possessing an unfathomable depth of strength. Your Highness, look in that direction. Following Elder Mu's guidance, Ling Mu cast his gaze toward a particular spot, and his expression shifted in surprise. It was her, Ziyunyan. The young woman in the purple gown, sensing that she had been noticed, turned her enchanting gaze toward Ling Mu, their eyes meeting, causing her expression to change abruptly. Ling Mu, the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty. The young woman in the purple gown was none other than the grand princess of the Purple Moon dynasty, Zi Yunyan, who had attained the Void Realm at the tender age of 20, making her one of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Sky domain. Rumor had it that she possessed a unique constitution, instilling trepidation among the various factions in the Northern Sky. In an instant, both individuals averted their gaze, disregarding one another. Though they were familiar with each other due to their prestigious backgrounds, encounters were rare, let alone the prospect of greeting one another. This was a commonplace occurrence. While the Lingxiao and Purple Moon dynasties were not outright adversaries, neither were they allies. Ling Mu soon shifted his focus away from Zi Yunyan and vanished from sight, reappearing beneath the celestial ladder. With a calm demeanor, he stepped forward and ascended the ladder. At that moment, all eyes turned toward the sudden appearance of Ling Mu, their expressions shifting. Look, is there someone actually stepping onto the ladder? The crowd erupted in hushed discussions. Who is he? Why does he emanate such a powerful aura? Moreover, why does he exude such an air of nobility? Many in the crowd felt a surge of excitement, wishing fervently that this young man was someone sent by a major faction to disrupt the Kunlun recruitment of disciples. Indeed, but why have I never seen him in the southern wilderness? True, it seems he is not among the prominent prodigies of the southern wilderness. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the identity of the young man who had so suddenly appeared on the ladder. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and his companions also took note of Ling Mu's ascent, instantly recognizing his formidable cultivation, which caused their expressions to shift as well. Such a young Void Realm cultivator. This was the first time Wang Ming and his friends had encountered someone so young with such profound abilities, leading them to question the identity of the young man on the ladder. By all accounts, achieving such cultivation at this age was no simple feat for an ordinary practitioner. Subsequently, the three exchanged glances and did not impede the young man, for Wang Ming and his companions knew that Lu Chun had been observing the scene closely. With no indication from Lu Chun, they felt no cause for concern. In the distance, Zi Yunyan observed with surprise as Ling Mu ascended the heavenly ladder. How intriguing! She had not anticipated that the most gifted second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty would partake in the disciple recruitment assessment of a minor faction. Given this, she was keen to discover what Kunlun had to offer that would captivate Ling Mu. With renewed interest, Zi Yunyan contemplated stepping onto the heavenly ladder to participate in Kunlun's disciple recruitment test. Like Ling Mu, she had heard tales of Kunlun's formidable strength upon entering the southern wilderness and was eager to uncover the true nature of this sect. However, upon arriving in Qingzhou, she was astonished to learn that Kunlun was situated within the forbidden realm of the Zhongxian mountain range. Fortunately, her guardian provided an explanation similar to that given to Ling Mu. At that moment, a voice, belonging to an elderly woman, reached her ears. It was her guardian, a being of the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Princess, you must not, given your esteemed status, how could you deign to become a disciple of such a minor faction? Her guardian seemed to perceive Zi Yunyan's intentions. Lan Lao, fret not. I merely wish to ascertain what sort of sect Kunlun is, Zi Yunyan replied lightly, dismissing her concerns. She certainly had no genuine desire to become a disciple of Kunlun. Even if Kunlun sought to retain her as a disciple, she would first assess whether the sect's leader possessed the audacity to do so. Indeed, given her prestigious lineage, even the superpower Tianjin's sacred land in the southern wilderness would not dare to show her any disrespect. Among the 5 superpowers in the northern heavenly domain, the strength of the Ziyue dynasty ranked 3rd, while the Lingxiao dynasty languished at the bottom. Each superpower on the Xianwu continent was acutely aware of the other's strengths, and thus, wherever they traveled, no one dared to treat them with anything but the utmost respect. Princess, while that may be so, if the emperor were to learn of this, he might hold me accountable. Lan Lao's voice resonated again, expressing her disapproval of the princess's intentions. Rest assured, Lan Lao, should father express any displeasure, I shall take full responsibility and explain everything to him, Zi Yunyan reassured her. Very well, it shall be as you wish, princess. If Kunlun dares to show you disrespect, I shall obliterate them. Moments later, Lan Lao's voice echoed. Obliterate Kunlun? Let us hope we are not overwhelmed by their might. Zi Yunyan mused. Her guardian was also acutely aware of the formidable presence within Kunlun, which was why she refrained from forcefully entering. A being of such immense power was not someone even Lan Lao wished to confront, not out of fear, but out of prudence. However, if Kunlun dared to disrespect Zi Yunyan, Lan Lao would undoubtedly take decisive action against them. Zi Yunyan chuckled softly, acknowledging Lan Lao's formidable nature. She understood that anyone who dared to show her even the slightest disrespect would face severe repercussions. In an instant, the scene continued to unfold. Zi Yunyan appeared beneath the sky ladder, casting a gentle smile upon Lingmu, who had already ascended 1,000 steps. Lingmu, today, allow me to witness whether your prowess is as formidable as the rumors suggest. Both Lingmu and Ziyun Yin are among the 10 most promising young talents of the Northern Celestial Domain, yet they have never clashed in combat. Although whispers speak of Ziyun Yin possessing a unique physique, in the eyes of all in the Northern Celestial Domain, Lingmu's strength is deemed superior to that of Ziyun Yin. Thus, she yearned for a simple contest with Lingmu through the straightforward disciple assessment of Kunlun. Without hesitation, Ziyun Yin stepped onto the sky ladder, swiftly pursuing Lingmu's figure. Chapter 57, 72 Floating Peaks, the Kunlun Immortal Realm, as Ziyun Yin ascended the heavenly ladder. All present took note of her arrival. Goodness! Look, another person has ascended. The crowd gasped in unison, bewildered by the sudden appearance of the woman in the purple dress on the heavenly stairs. In mere moments, she had already traversed 100 steps. When did that woman in purple appear? Enough with the exclamations. Someone retorted angrily, as if the interruption had marred his view of her enchanting figure. How beautiful she is! Who is this fairy? It seems she is not from the southern wilderness. Honestly, do you have no ambition? How can we cultivators allow our resolve to be swayed by mere beauty? A cultivator, visibly furious, spoke up. The crowd paused momentarily, but before they could react, he continued. Do you not realize that your youth is fleeting and should be seized? Allow me to take charge. With that, the cultivator produced a device resembling a telescope. Ignoring the peculiar gazes of those around him, and began to scrutinize the figure, the crowd was transfixed, beholding a visage of unparalleled beauty. Particularly as her form was accentuated by the flowing purple gown, instantly eliciting expressions of crude admiration. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and his companions also spotted the woman in purple, their expressions shifting slightly. Another young cultivator at the Void Realm. Wang Ming seemed to discern something, his gaze turning icy as he regarded the woman now on the same step as Lingmu. Interesting. Is she attempting to measure her strength against the testing ladder of Kunlun? Regardless of whether you belong to another faction. Once you ascend the Kunlun ladder and enter our domain, exiting will not be so simple. Once just under 2,000 cultivators on the ladder. Half had now reached the peak. At the summit, Qin Ruoxian and Luo Lingxue were responsible for overseeing those who passed, directing them to await their turn. Goodness, is this a realm of immortals? How magnificent! They marveled. Is this truly Kunlun? Wait, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. Kunlun does not deceive me. Indeed, it is a hidden grand sect. Those who had ascended the Kunlun Heavenly Gate peak stood in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon the floating, isolated peaks before them. Each peak was adorned with ancient pavilions and grand halls, appearing as though they existed in a realm of their own. Against the backdrop of the sea of clouds, it resembled an ethereal paradise. The crowd was profoundly shaken, pondering who could possess such prowess to construct a sect of such magnitude. It was no wonder they could not glimpse Kunlun from the mountain below. Only those recognized by Kunlun could behold its true form. 72 majestic peaks encircle a more formidable central summit, creating a breathtaking celestial tableau that instills a profound sense of reverence in the beholder. The former visage of Kunlun was far less imposing. It featured only the principal peak, the disciple peak, the elder peak, and the solitary heavenly book peak housing the martial arts hall. One can only imagine the apprehension that would seize the formidable ancestors of the 8 supreme powers, including the Jun family in the Yaoqi Palace, upon witnessing this transformation, leaving them hesitant to harbor any thoughts of enmity towards Kunlun. Even the denizens of the sacred lands would surely exclaim in astonishment. Who could possess such prowess to craft a sect of this magnitude? This transformation was, in fact, the system revealing all the peaks, aimed at attracting more disciples and rapidly advancing Kunlun's development. System host, I have truly pulled out all the stops for you. If you fail to seize this opportunity, the blame lies with you. Lu Qin, do you have no shame? If you have the capability, grant me as many summoning cards as the disciples I recruit. System, you think highly of yourself, don't you? Disciples, both senior and junior, please wait over there. Once everyone ascends the celestial ladder, a second round of assessments will commence. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian stepped forward, smiling faintly at the crowd's reactions. Their melodious voices resonated in the ears of all present. Upon hearing their words, the crowd quickly turned, gasping in awe. How beautiful! Could these two fairies also be disciples of Kunlun? All eyes were filled with admiration and wonder at the breathtaking beauty of the two, not daring to cast even a hint of disrespectful gaze. It was evident that those who ascended the celestial ladder would not harbor any nefarious intentions like those who had been cast aside. As practitioners, we must remain steadfast and not be swayed by the allure of women. Linyan, I have every reason to suspect you are speaking of me. Master, Junior brothers and sisters? Have we truly become disciples of Kunlun? At this revelation, the crowd fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Unsure if they had misheard, had they truly become disciples of Kunlun? Moments later, realization dawned upon them, and they looked at Luo Lingxue, whose demeanor betrayed no hint of jest. Their faces alight with exhilaration and trepidation. Yes, two esteemed seniors. Indeed, Kunlun truly values not only talent and cultivation. In that instant, Kunlun's stature in their hearts soared to unprecedented heights. Before long, everyone except Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan had ascended the celestial ladder. Upon beholding the ethereal scenery before them, their expressions were filled with awe, their eyes brimming with excitement. Their efforts had not been in vain. Kunlun was indeed a hidden grand sect. Simultaneously, on the celestial ladder, Ling Mu observed the fine beads of sweat forming on Zi Yunyan's forehead, a playful glint in his eyes as he teased her, while internally, he was already greatly astonished. I say, Princess Zi, why are you not residing in the Ziyue dynasty, but instead wandering to this desolate south wilderness? Kunlun is indeed as extraordinary as I believed. Affirming my thoughts that perhaps my fortunes lie within this sect. Upon hearing this, Zi Yunyan huffed, humph. Ling Mu, refrain from provoking me here, or you shall regret it. Zi Yunyan's expression darkened, her gaze icy, while her heart raced with astonishment. It seemed that Kunlun was indeed extraordinary. Who would have imagined that this seemingly ordinary staircase could strip a cultivator of their abilities and physical strength, rendering her a mere mortal? The first 1,000 steps of the Tongxin staircase tested the heart and character of the practitioners, while the 1,000 steps above would cause them to lose their cultivation and physical prowess, transforming them into ordinary beings. This was why Zi Yunyan ascended the staircase to the 1,000th step in mere moments. Although her speed was impressive, nothing could conceal itself before the Tongxin staircase. This revelation filled both Zi Yunyan and Ling Mu with trepidation, as they could distinctly sense a mysterious force that seemed to see through them, leaving no secrets in its wake. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu suddenly felt a laugh bubbling up and continued to provoke. Princess Ziyun, we have both lost our powers now. If you wish to avoid falling, why not come and fight me? You. Ling Mu. Zi Yunyan gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at him, fully aware that Ling Mu was eager to witness her humiliation. Chapter 58. 1,600 individuals become disciples of Kunlun Humph. Ling Mu, you only know how to flaunt your wit. I shall not bother to argue with you. Zi Yunyan no longer paid attention to Ling Mu. Taking a deep breath as she continued her ascent, her curiosity piqued to discover what kind of sect Kunlun truly was. Observing her, a faint smile appeared on Ling Mu's face, and he refrained from further provocation, hastening to follow her. Before long, both Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan reached the final step. Upon stepping onto it, they were greeted by a breathtaking scene resembling a celestial realm. 72 floating peaks loomed above, accompanied by a sea of clouds, standing in the void. Instantly, both of their faces displayed astonishment, their pupils narrowing in disbelief as they exchanged glances. Recognizing the wonder in each other's eyes, their hearts racing. Such dense spiritual energy. Suddenly, their expressions shifted dramatically as they were overwhelmed by a sense of awe. How could this be? The spiritual energy here was several times denser than that of the northern celestial realm. Gradually, their expressions softened, and a question arose in their minds. Could it be true, as they speculated, that Kunlun had claimed this place after discovering the changes in the buried immortal mountain range? However, this thought was soon dismissed by Ling Mu, and Zi Yunyan undoubtedly entertained the same notion. Just the existence of these 72 floating peaks could not be the work of an ordinary power. With such abundant spiritual energy, if I were to cultivate here, I could undoubtedly break through to the Heavenly King realm in the shortest time possible. Zi Yunyan's countenance reflected her excitement. She had not anticipated such bounty from this journey to the southern wilderness. What? Princess Zi, are you considering becoming a disciple of Kunlun? Ling Mu teased, having perceived her thoughts. He found it hard to believe that Zi Yunyan, the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty in the northern celestial realm, would become a disciple of a minor sect in the southern wilderness. He could only imagine the reactions of the people in the northern celestial realm upon learning of such a decision. As for him, Ling Shishu, he was about to face formidable foes. As long as he could become stronger, he cared little for others' opinions. Encountering such a rich source of spiritual energy, he would gladly accept being a disciple of Kunlun. Naturally, he would not leverage his status to demand Kunlun relinquish this extraordinary location. He sensed that Kunlun was far from ordinary, not merely as old Mu had described, and he wished to avoid bringing an unknown powerful sect to the Ling Xiaoshu. With this in mind, Ling Mu decided it was best to keep their identities concealed from Kunlun. He trusted that Zi Yunyan would be prudent as well. Indeed, she had no intention of revealing her identity. Ling Mu, you had better not expose our identities. Kunlun is likely more complex than it seems. Her perspective on Kunlun shifted. Now tinged with caution, given their unique identities, should Kunlun discover who they truly were, it could lead to unnecessary complications. I am well aware, Princess C. You need not worry, Lingmu replied, fully aware that Kunlun was not as simple as he had initially perceived. Oh, there are others. At this moment, in the distance, Luo Lingxue noticed newcomers approaching, her charming face lighting up with joy as she hurried to greet them. After all, these individuals were her future junior brothers and sisters. And as their senior, it was her duty to care for the newly arrived disciples. Indeed, a total of 1,600 individuals had successfully ascended Kunlun. From the moment they passed the Heavenly Ladder test, they had become disciples of Kunlun. Regrettably, a small fraction of others had failed to reach the summit, succumbing to the trials and falling away. As for the subsequent 2 tests, Luchin intended merely to assess the disciples' mental fortitude and comprehension. Junior brothers and sisters, please proceed over there. You are now disciples of Kunlun, Luo Lingxue said with a smile, particularly taken aback by the stunning beauty of Ziyun Yin. Wow, this junior sister is so beautiful. Yet, she pales in comparison to Ruo Xian, whose ethereal grace is truly unparalleled. Luo Lingxue mused internally, comparing the 3 of them. Yet ultimately feeling that Qin Ruo Xian's celestial elegance and breathtaking beauty were not qualities that mere mortals could possess. Nevertheless, each of the 3 held their distinct allure. Qin Ruo Xian resembled an untainted fairy descended from the heavens. Luo Lingxue embodied the playful charm of a neighborly girl, while Ziyun Yin exuded the aura of an aloof, regal goddess, aloof and distant. Lingmu and Ziyun Yin exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing each other's words. What is happening? Are we truly to become disciples of Kunlun already? Is the admission process in the southern wilderness so hasty? Lingmu asked in disbelief, scrutinizing Luo Lingxue's cultivation level, which left him somewhat disheartened. Dao Palace Realm. Could this girl possibly be a senior sister of Kunlun? Logically, the disciples of Kunlun should possess a greater level of cultivation. A force with the power of a saint would surely be formidable in this sparsely infused southern wilderness. Yet, the disciples' levels are so unexpectedly low. Lingmu thought to himself, low cultivation levels? If only he knew that Luo Lingxue had ascended from the 9th level of the Spirit Sea Realm to the Dao Palace Realm in less than a month. He would surely find it unbelievable. Indeed, Luo Lingxue had surpassed the Dao Palace Realm, yet she was oblivious to the cultivation levels of her new companions. Even if she wished to sense their levels, it would be futile, as Lingmu and Ziyun Yin were both at the Void Realm. As for Ziyun Yin, she did not dwell on such matters. Since Kunlun had accepted her as a disciple, she decided to embrace this identity and focus on her cultivation. Should Kunlun face adversity in the future, she would be prepared to lend her support. Casting a glance at Luo Lingxue, she felt a twinge of disappointment at the low level of her cultivation. Indeed, junior brother and sister, let us not linger in confusion. There are still 2 more tests ahead that will determine whether you are outer or inner disciples, Luo Lingxue encouraged. All right, Lingmu replied after a moment of stunned silence. Pondering, surely, I, the illustrious 2nd prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, shall not end up as an outer disciple of Kunlun? That would be a tremendous embarrassment. Regarding Ziyun Yin, she paid little heed to the situation, merely nodding in silence. Luo Lingxue, upon noticing this, offered a faint smile and continued leading the 2 towards the direction of the Sex Plaza. Princess Ziyun, I eagerly anticipate your calling me senior brother, Lingmu remarked with a grin, curious about the methods Kunlun would employ to assess them. Humph. If you remain silent, no one will consider you dead. Do not address me as princess again. Upon hearing this, a flicker of indignation crossed Ziyun Yan's face. Had it not been for her desire to conceal her identity, she would have readily taught Lingmu a stern lesson. Ah, very well, Princess Ziyun, Lingmu replied with utmost seriousness. Lingmu, should you dare to call me princess once more, do not blame me for taking action. Ziyun Yin warned with a chilling glare. Understood, Princess Ziyun, Lingmu responded, unfazed by the threat. Indeed, Ziyun Yin found herself firmly under Lingmu's influence. She was reluctant to engage in a confrontation with him, not out of fear, but rather disinterest. Ziyun Yin shot Lingmu a fierce glance, but chose to remain silent. Observing this, Lingmu couldn't help but smile inwardly. Realizing that Ziyun Yin was not quite the cold and aloof figure described by those from the northern heavenly domain, she was rather amusing. Even Ziyun Yin herself was unaware of why Lingmu's provocations elicited such an unusual feeling within her, not genuine anger, but something else entirely. If anyone else dared to speak to her in such a manner, they would have faced dire consequences. Yet, regardless of the setting or circumstance, Ziyun Yin quickly dismissed her errant thoughts, seeking to regain her composure. She feared that she might truly be unable to resist delivering a sharp slap to Lingmu. Chapter 59, the illusion of the 9 underworlds and the heavenly steels inside as Ling Mu and Zi Yunyin arrived at the sect square. Curious glances were cast their way, evoking a sense of astonishment among the onlookers. Both individuals emanated an aura of formidable presence, distinguishing them from the ordinary scattered cultivators surrounding them. At that moment, Qin Ruoxian also took notice of the pair, after a fleeting glance. Her eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity. The realm of Dongsu. To possess such prowess at such a tender age suggests that their identities are far from ordinary. Humph. Have they come to Kunlun in search of opportunities? Having once been an emperor, she possessed the discernment and vision to perceive much at a glance. With Qin Ruoxian overseeing matters, Lu Qin felt a profound sense of assurance. He need not concern himself excessively with the situation unless a disciple capable of triggering system rewards appeared, prompting his involvement. Presently, Qin Ruoxian had fully embraced her identity as a Kunlun disciple. She held a deep reverence for Kunlun and an even greater awe for the enigmatic Lu Qin. No longer was she the sovereign of the upper realm, but merely an ordinary disciple of Kunlun. As a disciple, she would ensure that anyone harboring ill intentions toward Kunlun would face dire consequences. However, she noted that Lu Qin did not prevent the two from ascending to Kunlun, indicating his awareness of their presence, thus she refrained from further scrutiny. In truth, Lu Qin remained oblivious to their identities, engrossed in his cultivation within the main hall. Meanwhile, upon entering the square, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyin were suddenly struck by an intense gaze directed at them, causing their expressions to shift. The piercing look sent a shiver down their spines. Following their instinct, they turned toward the source of the gaze, revealing a celestial figure seated beside a colossal stone tablet, none other than Qin Ruoxian herself. A gasp of astonishment escaped their lips. How could a being so ethereal and divine exist in this world? She too was a disciple of Kunlun. Exchanging a glance filled with awe, both were momentarily taken aback. As the prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, Ling Mu had never encountered anyone with such an extraordinary demeanor. Qin Ruoxian radiated an imperial essence, as if she were seated amidst the clouds, gazing down upon all. Even Zi Yunyin, who had always held unwavering confidence in her own unparalleled beauty, could not help but feel awestruck at the celestial presence of Qin Ruoxian, akin to an empress. Kunlun. To possess such a disciple is no trivial matter. Far from the obscured sects of the world. In that instant, their certainty of Kunlun's exceptional nature solidified. Soon, the second and third trials would commence, which involved assessing the disciples' mental fortitude through illusions and their comprehension through the heavenly steel. The 9 underworld's illusions comprised 18 layers. Those who could surpass 3 layers would be classified as inner disciples, while those who fell short of 3 layers would be deemed outer disciples. The name 9 underworlds inevitably conjured images reminiscent of the 18 layers of hell that Lu Qin had encountered on Blue Star. Indeed, it is that infamous abyss known as the 18 layers of hell, a place that strikes terror into the hearts of all deities from the mythic era on the Blue Star. To even contemplate testing disciples here is folly. One might wager that even an emperor would falter beyond the 10th layer. The system has conveyed to Lu Qin that any cultivator entering the illusion of the 9 nether yellow springs will encounter the hellish entities corresponding to the layer they find themselves in. This is also a tool provided to Lu Qin for the future recruitment of disciples, accompanied by a celestial steel designed to assess the disciples' comprehension. The celestial steel serves as a means for all disciples to gauge their progress in understanding at any given time. However, its current application is to discern which among this initial batch of disciples possesses lesser or greater comprehension, regardless of the level of understanding. There will be no distinction made between inner and outer disciples as one would in the illusionary tests. With the system at his disposal, as the sect flourishes and he earns greater rewards, Lu Qin will be able to exchange for treasures that enhance comprehension within the system's marketplace. At that time, even the most lacking disciples' understanding could be instantaneously amplified manifold. Dear brothers and sisters, I am Luo Lingxue, the second sister of Kunlun, and this is your third sister, Qin Ruoxian, said Luo Lingxue as she approached Qin Ruoxian, addressing the crowd. At her words, an electrifying excitement coursed through the assembly. The presence of 2 such exquisite sisters bestowed an overwhelming sense of honor upon the younger disciples. We have met the second sister and the third sister. Instantly, all disciples demonstrated their respect, bowing deeply to the 2. Observing the scene, Ling Mu also bowed in respect, showing no sign of reluctance. If anyone threatens you, just blink. He jested. Absolutely not. I am here of my own volition, Ling Mu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of the noble prince of the Northern Sky Domain, the Lingxiao dynasty, so easily calling out to the sisters. Pride? What good is pride? What I seek is the formidable strength to protect my kin, Ling Mu pondered. Ling Mu, what are you doing? These are our future sisters. Why are you hesitating? Call them sister at once, he urged, dismissing the astonished expression on Zi Yunyan's face while secretly contemplating the identity of the elder brother. curious about his potential prowess and eager for a spar. Young disciple, your thoughts are perilous, Lin Yun interjected. As Ling Mu naturally embraced his identity as a disciple of Kunlun. Mind your own business, Ling Mu. I refuse to call out. If you want to call them, you do it yourself, Ziyun Yin retorted, her pride intact. Although Qin Ruoxian's presence left her in awe, she could not bring herself, the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty, to address a sect disciple as sister. Furthermore, she had only joined Kunlun to cultivate and was not ready to fully assimilate into the identity of a Kunlun disciple. You said it yourself. In the future, should you decide to leave, do so quietly without exposing my identity and refrain from discussing Kunlun with anyone, Ling Mu earnestly advised. Gazing at the reluctant expression on Ziyun Yan's face, he understood the formidable strength of the Ziyu dynasty, which far surpassed that of the Ling Shao dynasty. If Ziyun Yan were to depart and inadvertently reveal the secrets of Kunlun, the Ziyu dynasty would undoubtedly dispatch powerful forces to claim this place as their own. This was a scenario he wished to avoid, particularly as he harbored no ill will towards Kunlun, a sentiment he sensed was mutual with Ziyun Yan. He recognized that she was not the type to wield her strength over the weak with a heart full of indifference. Had she chosen to inform the Ziyu dynasty of the rich spiritual energy present here, it was likely that this place would already belong to them. And Kunlun might have faced annihilation. Although he perceived Kunlun as extraordinary, it was merely a force within the southern wilderness. In comparison to the terrifying might of the Ziyu dynasty, it was akin to a small fish in a vast ocean, utterly incomparable. Witnessing this, Luo Lingshui and Qin Ruoxian exchanged charming smiles, their expressions enchanting. Junior brother and junior sisters, there is no need for formality from now on. We shall be comrades and ought to look out for one another. Chapter 60. Could this be a small world? The expressions on everyone's faces were filled with excitement, as they realized that they would have a powerful ally in Kunlun, freeing them from the oppression of those with influential backgrounds. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. Without connections or support, when faced with cultivators from sects or formidable families, one cannot even summon the will to resist, even if one possesses great strength. For one remains utterly alone. All right, fellow disciples, we shall now proceed to the second test. The illusion of the 9 nether yellow springs, announced Luo Lingxue. This will immerse you in a realm of illusions designed to test your mental fortitude. Observing the eager expressions of the newcomers, she smiled slightly. Though concern for them lingered in her heart, as she and Qin Ruoxian had previously experienced the terrors of this illusion. Though termed an illusion, it bore a terrifying realism. Every creature encountered within stirred profound trepidation within her, and she had only managed to pass through 5 layers. Similarly, Qin Ruoxian, despite having once been an emperor, had never encountered beings as fearsome as those within the illusion. Their mere presence sent shivers through her very being. The recollection of those horrifying entities still haunted her, and she too struggled to conquer 6 layers. The illusion of the 9 nether yellow springs. The mere mention of its name sent chills down their spines, and the color drained from their faces. While they had heard of such illusions, none had ever truly witnessed one. The existence of such a phenomenon within Kunlun was utterly unexpected. Moreover, it was intended solely to assess their mental states. Ling Mu, have you ever encountered such an illusion? Ziyun Yin asked, her expression one of astonishment. She had not anticipated that Kunlun possessed such a realm. Naturally, with the resources of the Ziyue dynasty, they had artifacts capable of creating illusions, but only the mightiest of factions could maintain such a domain. Ordinary hidden sects lacked such foundation. Kunlun was indeed shrouded in mystery. Furthermore, illusions were typically reserved for the disciples of great powers and were not casually unleashed. Could it be that Kunlun's reach is so vast? Ling Mu pondered, her shock palpable. It seemed reasonable for a sect of such complexity to possess uncommon resources. Surely, it could not merely be an organization with a legacy of over 100,000 years. At this moment, Ling Mu felt a surge of excitement. It appeared she had not ventured to the wrong place. Here lay her opportunity. Sisters, might I inquire if there are any precautions we should take? Asked a disciple, a hint of anxiety in their voice. It was wise to clarify, lest they find themselves trapped within the illusion. In response, Qin Ruoxian nodded towards Luo Lingxue, signaling for her to speak. Fear not, everyone. There is no danger within the illusion. It consists of 18 layers. Those who can pass 3 layers or more will be considered inner disciples, while those who fail to surpass 3 will be regarded as outer disciples, Luo Lingxue reassured them. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them, their excitement reigniting at the prospect of becoming inner disciples. This is a rare opportunity for them. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin were momentarily taken aback by these words, their expressions subtly shifting. With 18 layers of illusion, one could become an inner disciple by merely passing through 3? How simplistic. They were among the top 10 prodigies of the Northern Sky region, not mere cultivators. Now, Junior brothers and sisters, please meditate in place. The illusion test is about to commence. As the words fell, everyone hurriedly sat down, awaiting in silence. Moments later, a resonant hum echoed. A divine light enveloped them in an instant, and then they vanished from their original spot. No one knew where they had gone. Watching the disappearing figures, Luo Lingxue, filled with trepidation, turned to Qin Ruoxian and said, "Ruoxian, how many do you think will pass the 3 layers?" Qin Ruoxian recalled the beings within the 9 nether yellow spring and shuddered involuntarily, responding, "Very few will likely pass the 3-layer trial. It didn't seem like an illusion to me. It is highly probable that it is reminiscent of my Kunlun's past." At this point, Qin Ruoxian fell silent. "Ruoxian, are you suggesting that within it is related to my Kunlun?" Luo Lingxue, grasping the implication in Qin Ruoxian's words, was taken aback, her voice trembling. "It is highly likely that it is not an illusion at all, but rather resembles an unknown world." Qin Ruoxian sensed that the realm within the 9 nether yellow spring illusion harbored numerous terrifying entities. Moreover, they did not appear to be mere phantoms. The beings within seemed to possess independent consciousness. The entities or beings within an illusion could not possibly hold awareness, for they were merely figments of imagination. A world. Luo Lingxue exclaimed in astonishment, her mind reeling. The impact of such a statement was too profound for her to comprehend. A whole world. How could that be possible? If someone else had uttered such words, she would have dismissed them outright. But coming from Qin Ruoxian, she found herself inexplicably inclined to believe. Perhaps it was due to Qin Ruoxian's broader experiences. Meanwhile, within the 9 nether yellow spring illusion, the group found themselves in a desolate desert, surrounded by endless sands. The sight before them left them speechless, their shock rendering them mute. Is this the illusion? How can it feel so real? Countless gusts of sand swept towards them, prompting the group to shield their eyes, their hearts pounding with fear. But weren't there supposed to be 18 layers? What is going on? There is nothing here. Someone finally stammered in realization. The others, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, staring blankly ahead, utterly uncertain of what to do next. Behind them, Lingmu and Zi Yunyan, sensing the surrounding environment, had their expressions drastically altered. Is this an illusion? Zi Yunyan questioned incredulously, acutely aware that everything here felt genuinely real. Far from mere illusion, it resembled a distinct world. Could this possibly be a small world? Lingmu, releasing his consciousness to perceive the environment, spoke with a tremor in his voice. A small world. Even a sacred land may not possess a small world, let alone a secluded sect within the southern wilderness. A small world. Zi Yunyan was instantly taken aback. Impossible. What exactly is the Kunlun sect? Princess Zi, I feel that we are truly fortunate. Kunlun is undoubtedly more enigmatic than we could ever have imagined. At this moment, Lingmu's expression was filled with excitement. Chapter 61. The Gates of the Underworld. Lingmu. Remember, we are now disciples of Kunlun. I am not the Grand Princess of the Purple Dynasty, Zi Yunyan said earnestly, gazing intently at Lingmu, completely disregarding her previous assertion that she would never be a disciple of Kunlun. Huh? Lingmu was taken aback by her words. I refer to you as the Grand Princess, but from the moment I ascended the heavenly ladder, I have considered myself a disciple of Kunlun. I have been waiting for you to call me senior brother. A playful smile appeared on Lingmu's face as she teased Zi Yunyan, secretly amused by the thought of the other young prodigies from the Northern Celestial Domain's reactions if the Grand Princess of the Ziyue dynasty were to address her as senior brother. How delightful that would be. Humph. If you want to address me, it shall be as senior sister. You wish for me to call you senior brother? Not unless you can defeat me, Zi Yunyan replied, her confidence unwavering. Although people from the Northern Celestial Domain believed Lingmu to be more powerful than her, Zi Yunyan was not swayed by their opinions. Who was she? Possessing a unique physique, she had even been hailed by the ancestors of the Ziyue dynasty as someone destined to become the youngest goddess monarch. She overshadowed many of her peers in the Northern Celestial Domain, ranking third among the top 10 prodigies. The fact that she was placed after Lingmu only fueled her disbelief in their assessments of strength. Though she and Lingmu had never fought, Lingmu had sparred with the top-ranked imperial prodigy, and the fact that they had drawn was a testament to Lingmu's formidable prowess. The first-ranked prodigy was none other than the scion of the imperial family, a figure whom all in the Northern Celestial Domain looked up to. Lingmu's ability to match him in combat spoke volumes about her strength. At that moment, as everyone was at a loss for what to do, a sudden tempest arose in the distance. Countless grains of sand were swept up by the gale, prompting all to lift their eyes in curiosity. What is happening? Is the trial about to commence? The crowd's expressions shifted to excitement, eager to enter the trial and leave the eerie surroundings that instilled a sense of dread. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, an ancient-looking gate emerged before everyone, exuding an aura of profound antiquity. Instantly, the atmosphere changed. and gasps of astonishment filled the air. "Look, it is a city gate. Brothers and sisters, I shall go ahead." One disciple, undeterred by the ominous aura emanating from within, rushed towards the gate. He believed the sect would not allow them to be harmed. This was merely a trial, and he was eager to fulfill it. "Wait for me," another disciple called out, sprinting after him. Realizing their intentions, the crowd quickly followed suit, understanding the underlying desire to be addressed as senior brother in the future. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin exchanged a look of astonishment as they beheld the ancient gate, and without hesitation, they too hastened toward it. Moments later, they joined the throng. Everyone gathered beneath the ancient city gate, their eyes wide with awe as they stared at the imposing structure before them, rooted in place. Indeed, a city gate, nothing more, nothing less. Just a colossal gate standing resolutely amidst the desert sands. Above the gate loomed three ancient characters, exuding an aura so profound that merely glancing upon them seemed capable of siphoning the very life from any soul. The words read, "Yellow Spring Pass." Could this truly be a threshold? Why did I sense that crossing through this gate might spell my demise? A disciple quivered as he spoke, and the crowd nodded in agreement, their faces etched with fear. They all felt it, the overwhelming dread, particularly emanating from those three archaic characters, which seemed to drain their vitality with each fleeting glance. It was utterly terrifying. Were it not for the sect's insistence that this was a trial, they would have fled at once, vowing never to return. If this was merely the first challenge, what horrors lay ahead? Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin, too, felt the oppressive aura, their expressions shifting dramatically, a flicker of trepidation gleaming in their eyes. What manner of sect was Kunlun? Ziyun Yan's voice trembled, even she, the Grand Princess of the Purple Moon Dynasty, found it difficult to maintain her composure. The Purple Moon Dynasty was renowned for its formidable foundation. Yet nothing had ever instilled such fear within her. Kunlun was shrouded in mystery. One could only wonder what sort of person its leader might be. Ling Mu, with a glimmer of anticipation, thought more of the formidable beings who had established Kunlun than the terror surrounding them. Perhaps, just perhaps, this calamity facing the Lingxiao dynasty could be navigated safely. Ling Mu mused inwardly. "Let us proceed," Ling Mu said to Ziyun Yin, eager to uncover the terrifying secrets that lay beyond. Upon hearing this, Ziyun Yin nodded. They both understood that no danger awaited them. There was nothing to fear. They approached the base of the gate, casting a glance back at the crowd. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Ling Mu turned to address them. "Everyone, do not linger here. We must pass through this gate to unveil what lies ahead. Although this place appears daunting, the sect will never place us in peril. So rest assured." Ling Mu continued, embodying the role of a senior brother from Kunlun, caring for his fellow disciples. "Indeed, this senior brother speaks wisely. Come, let us enter." The crowd echoed in agreement, following Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin as they stepped through the gate. As the last of the group vanished beyond the threshold, the trial of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring officially commenced. Chapter 62, the 2 great sacred lands of the southern wilderness, the heavenly profound sacred land simultaneously. Within the Kunlun main hall, a luminous screen materialized before Lu Qin, revealing the scene of the disciples undergoing trials in the 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion. Observing the disciples as they traversed the gate inscribed with Yellow Springs Pass, a faint smile graced Lu Qin's lips. Truly, the system is remarkable. It has even conjured the underworld. One wonders if in the future, it may summon formidable beings from the realm of the dead. In truth, Lu Qin was aware that this was the 9 Nether Yellow Springs world, not merely an illusion, yet the powerful entities within could not emerge. Only when Kunlun's strength grew might it be possible to call forth beings of such caliber from the underworld. These 2 disciples possessed the cultivation of the Void Realm? Lu Qin's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the 2 foremost disciples on the screen, his expression tinged with astonishment. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his authoritative gaze seemed capable of penetrating the luminous barrier, meticulously assessing the pair, one exuding an extraordinary aura, the other possessing unparalleled beauty. How intriguing. Such youth accompanied by Void Realm cultivation suggests a connection to those 2 saints. Lu Qin was eager to uncover their identities, curious to discern which faction could command the protection of saints. Naturally, should these 2 genuinely aspire to join Kunlun, he would not overly concern himself with the saints that accompanied them. Meanwhile, within the 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion, as Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin traversed the Yellow Springs Pass, an intense tremor surged through their spirits, causing them to shiver involuntarily. In unison, they gazed skyward towards the celestial vault of the illusion. Just moments ago, they sensed a terrifying gaze, akin to that of an exalted deity, fixated upon them. What a dreadful gaze. Could it be that Kunlun has uncovered something? Although neither harbored ill intentions towards Kunlun, their unique identities, backed by imperial dynasties, could lead to misunderstandings. If misinterpreted, Kunlun's people might mistakenly perceive them as troublemakers. Previously, they would not have been so apprehensive, but after witnessing Kunlun's enigmatic nature, they were reluctant to offend a mysterious sect with profound heritage and unknown power, especially given their own dynasty's formidable strength and foundations. Even against the sacred lands of the southern wilderness, they held no fear. However, the revelation of Kunlun possessing a miniature world compelled them to treat the situation with gravity. Lingmu, do you think Kunlun has discovered our identities? Zi Yunyan spoke with trepidation, her heart racing. What do you mean by Kunlun? They are the might of our sect. Lingmu replied earnestly, gazing at Zi Yunyan with a sense of helplessness. Zi Yunyan, despite her soft demeanor, was notably obstinate. She clearly recognized Kunlun's mysteries yet refused to admit her desire to remain there for cultivation, stubbornly denying it. Upon hearing this, Zi Yunyan was momentarily taken aback. She found it impossible to emulate Lingmu's audacity. Has it truly become a matter of her sect? Where has the pride of the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty gone? Zi Yunyan cast an annoyed glance at Lingmu and said, Indeed, you are absolutely right. Very well, I shall remember that. As disciples of Kunlun, we must refrain from speaking ill of our predecessors. Lingmu, adopting the tone of an elder brother from the sect, addressed Zun Yin before turning to the crowd behind them. Dear junior brothers and sisters, I shall venture in first to pave the way for you all. He approached a portal leading to an unknown destination and stepped inside. Observing this, Zi Yunyan chose another portal and vanished from view. What a noble senior brother. We wish him and that senior sister success in overcoming the trials. The crowd exclaimed as they watched the two disappear. Subsequently, they gazed at the numerous portals that had materialized before them and, without hesitation, began to enter one by one. Meanwhile, in a certain region of the southern wasteland, majestic peaks towered high, suffused with abundant spiritual energy. Countless ethereal palaces perched atop these mountains, creating a breathtaking spectacle from above. Grand and imposing ancient halls interconnected by ethereal staircases formed from spiritual energy linked the peaks together. This locale was not a part of any province. It seemed to exist independently within the vast expanse of the southern wasteland, concealed from sight. Clearly, a powerful formation concealed this area, preventing practitioners from the southern wasteland from entering unless those within chose to dispel it. This was the sacred domain of the Tianxian Holy Land, one of the two great sacred lands of the southern wasteland, second only to the Taichu Holy Land. Atop the main peak, within a grand ancient hall, sat a middle-aged man exuding an overwhelming aura, his eyes slightly closed, radiating an air of formidable power. He was Xian Kanglin, the sovereign of the Tianxian Holy Land, possessing terrifying prowess at the saint level. Reporting to the sovereign, the Holy Sun has already set out. A venerable elder with formidable strength at the king level respectfully announced from below. Excellent. The great era is approaching, and the greatest opportunity in the ancient secret realm is about to unfold. This generation, our Tianxian Holy Land is destined to become one of the most powerful forces in the Xianwu continent, Xian Kanglin replied, his eyes suddenly opening, unleashing a piercing light that seemed capable of slaying a king-level expert with a mere gaze. The Holy Sun, Qin Wudao, renowned as the most gifted individual in the history of the Tianxian Holy Land, had reached the king level at the mere age of 27. Xian Kanglin held absolute confidence that Qin Wudao would seize the greatest opportunity within the ancient secret realm. After all, only the younger generation could enter. The older generation could not intervene, lest countless ancient figures emerge to vie for the treasures. The greatest opportunity within the ancient secret realm was a well-known secret among all the superpowers of the Xianwu continent. Consequently, all superpowers were urging their strongest young talents to venture out and undergo trials, hoping to enhance their cultivation and strength in the shortest time possible. A month hence will be the moment of their true confrontation, when countless young prodigies shall inevitably fall. Under the leadership of the Holy Master, our heavenly Xian sacred land is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the continent. Upon hearing these words, an elder below was visibly stirred, exclaiming fervently and offering effusive praise. Although the Holy Sun, Qin Wudao, possesses formidable talent, he has yet to fully mature. With the heavenly Xian sacred land still under the dominion of Xian Kanglin, he knows precisely whom to flatter. After all, having lived for over 10,000 years, one would be quite remiss to lack such discernment. Indeed, Elder Gu speaks wisely. Our heavenly Xian sacred land is surely destined to stand atop the continent. Notably, Xian Kanglin relished this exchange, embracing it wholeheartedly and engaging in a fervent reciprocal adulation. Chapter 63. The Celestial Sun and the Trials of the Southern Wilderness. Ancient Elder. Has anything noteworthy transpired in the Southern Wilderness recently? At this moment, Xian Kanglin seemed to recall something and slowly addressed the Ancient Elder. Under ordinary circumstances, Xian Kanglin would not concern himself with events occurring in the Southern Wilderness, for as the sovereign of the formidable celestial sanctuary, there was little outside of the primordial sanctuary that warranted his attention. However, the situation had changed. A grand era was dawning, and the ancient clans, the primeval families, and even the emperors of the Tao were emerging across the immortal martial continent, with the celestial sun from the celestial sanctuary undergoing trials in the southern wilderness. It was inevitable that he might encounter formidable young opponents, and there was a fear that he might inadvertently harm someone, thus inviting unnecessary troubles. He held absolute confidence in the prowess of the celestial sun, Qin Wudao, believing none among the younger generation could rival him. He was also aware that while the southern wilderness lacked hidden great clans and sects, individuals from the superpowers of other domains would inevitably traverse into the southern wilderness. Though the celestial sanctuary was unafraid, these were indeed precarious times. Everything would hinge on the opportunities that arose from the primal secret realm. Once the celestial sun, Qin Wudao, obtained those opportunities, the celestial sanctuary would be invincible against any force. Upon hearing this, the ancient elder below was taken aback, unable to comprehend when the exalted sovereign had begun to take an interest in the southern wilderness. After a moment of contemplation, the ancient elder appeared to recall a recent event that had stirred considerable discussion in the southern wilderness, and he respectfully informed Xian Kanglin, "Your Excellency, there have indeed been some occurrences in the southern wilderness of late." "Oh, what is it? Do elaborate." Xian Kanglin's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated that something significant had truly transpired. He understood that any event noteworthy enough to linger in the mind of an elder of the sanctuary was certainly not trivial. "Yes, Sovereign. Recently, a sect named Kunlun has emerged in Qizhou within the southern wilderness, and it is rumored that there exists a sage within the sect." Upon hearing this, Xian Kanglin was momentarily taken aback. "Kunlun, what kind of power is this? A force that possesses a sage? Quite intriguing." Among the powers he was aware of, only the Jun family housed a sage. Others were limited to having only heavenly kings at best. As the sovereign of the sanctuary, he was acutely aware of the foundational strength of the various factions in the southern wilderness. A mere sect with only a sage could be extinguished with but a flick of his fingers. Ancient Elder, a sect that possesses only a sage hardly warrants excessive attention, Xian Kanglin remarked, casting a casual glance at the Ancient Elder. I had anticipated something of greater significance that would occupy an elder's thoughts in the sanctuary. Yet it turns out to be merely a sect with a single sage. The Ancient Elder, upon receiving Xian Kanglin's gaze, immediately paled, realizing that his words had tarnished the reputation of the Celestial Sanctuary. When had the Celestial Sanctuary ever needed to concern itself with a minor sect that possessed only a sage? Moreover, it was unbecoming for an elder of the sanctuary to regard such trivial matters. It was a disgrace to the dignity of the Celestial Sanctuary. Seemingly recalling something, the Ancient Elder hastily continued, hoping his forthcoming words would please the sovereign. "Sovereign, it is rumored that Kunlun is a hidden great sect." "A hidden great sect?" It would have been better left unsaid, for uttering those words only served to deepen the scowl upon Xian Kanglin's face. Upon hearing this, fury ignited within him, and a terrifying aura emanated from his being, as he felt that Elder Gu was indulging in nonsensical chatter. How could an elder of a sacred land believe in the rumors circulating in the outside world? It was a disgrace to the Tianshan sacred land. "Humph, Elder Gu. I see that this elder of the sacred land is regressing more and more. If there were any hidden sects in the southern wilderness, would I, the sacred lord, be unaware?" Xian Kanglin's expression darkened, his voice icy. Such talk of hidden sects is sheer folly. The Tianshan sacred land has stood in the southern wilderness for nearly 1,000,000 years. What force could possibly remain concealed from its gaze? It is utterly inconceivable. Seeing Xian Kanglin's wrath, Elder Gu was so intimidated by his formidable presence that his legs trembled, nearly causing him to falter. With a pallid complexion, he hastily implored, "Please, Sacred Lord, temper your anger. It was merely my overthinking." Yet inwardly, he could not help but chuckle bitterly. "Sacred Lord, was it not you who urged me to speak? Do you think I desired to remember that trivial Kunlun? It was your insistence." Elder Gu had never truly cared for Kunlun. Yet Xian Kanglin's curiosity compelled him to inquire about any occurrences, but of late, there was indeed nothing noteworthy beyond the widely known affairs of Kunlun in the various states. In light of this, Xian Kanglin chose not to reprimand Elder Gu, stating calmly, "Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave. As for the Sacred Son's journey, you must ensure his safety." "Yes, rest assured, Sacred Lord. This time, 5 elders of the Saint Realm have voluntarily chosen to accompany the Sacred Son, ensuring that no one dares to show him disrespect, regardless of where he goes." At this, Elder Gu's expression shifted slightly. The Sacred Son's talent was indeed formidable. For even a mere outing for training could attract the voluntary attendance of numerous elders from the Saint Realm. That is good. Qian Kanglin was well aware of the elder's intentions. The talent exhibited by sacred son Qin Wudao destined him to become the next sacred lord of Tianxian. Having the elders accompany him now would greatly enhance their standing in the future. Furthermore, when he ultimately stepped down, he would become a cornerstone of the Tianxian sacred land, a rite of passage for all past sacred lords. He hoped that Qin Wudao would one day elevate the Tianxian sacred land to unprecedented heights, establishing it at the pinnacle of the continent. Sacred Lord, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. After Elder Gu departed, Qian Kanglin's gaze, as profound as an abyss, seemed to penetrate through layers of space to a certain location within the sacred land, murmuring, a great era is approaching. The true foundations of our Tianxian sacred land are about to emerge. The ancestor foretold that the passage to the upper realms will soon reopen, and the landscape of the immortal martial continent shall undergo transformation. Even that supreme being of our Tianxian sacred land may very well return to the mortal realm. As he spoke of that being, a deep reverence flickered within the depths of Qian Kanglin's pupils. It was an entity so formidable that it could effortlessly obliterate a sacred land, an existence beyond the ancient clans and even the primal families. Qian Kanglin had been profoundly shaken when he first heard the Tianxian ancestor discuss the true foundations of the Tianxian sacred land. The upper realms. That was a place he had never dared to even contemplate. He had never imagined that as the lord of the heavenly mystic sacred land, he would be confronted with such revelations, had it not been for the discussions with the venerable ancestor of the heavenly mystic. He would have staunchly disbelieved that the heavenly mystic sacred land had any connection to the beings of the upper realm. Being one of the superpowers of the immortal martial continent, the heavenly mystic sacred land was, of course, privy to certain enigmatic secrets of the world. For instance, the impending reopening of the passage to the upper realm, a truth known only to the leaders and those with profound heritage among the great superpowers, held a significance that eluded the understanding of the common populace. Evidently, there was a strong possibility that, in the distant epochs of the past, a pathway connecting to the upper realm existed, perhaps millions of years ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years prior. Yet, within all the ancient texts of the immortal martial continent, not a single mention of the upper realm could be found, as if it had been deliberately expunged from history. This absence of record has led to the current inhabitants of the immortal martial continent being entirely unaware of the very concept of the upper realm. Chapter 65. The illusion comes to an end, all disciples in awe at the same time. A divine light suddenly enveloped Kunlun Square, and figures emerged upon the vast expanse. These were the disciples who had undergone the trials within the 9 underworlds Yellow Springs illusion. Upon witnessing this, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian revealed faint smiles upon their exquisite faces. They had returned. Was it finally over? They wondered how many disciples had managed to surpass the 3rd tier. The two women simultaneously cast their gazes towards a monumental stone tablet situated in the square, which recorded the information of the disciples who had succeeded in their trials. Earlier, they had meticulously registered all the disciples, and now they awaited the appearance of results on the stone tablet. This tablet was not merely a record, it was a heavenly tablet employed to test the disciples' comprehension. The faces of the disciples reflected shock, as if they had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Had it truly ended? After a glance around, they exhaled deeply, their expressions relaxing as they took a moment to recover. It was utterly dreadful. No one could fathom what they had experienced. What could have instilled such fear in them? It was evident that the entities within the 9 underworlds Yellow Springs illusion had left them feeling cold with dread. Even Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, possessing formidable cultivation in the void realm, displayed signs of astonishment. They could scarcely imagine that there were indeed living beings within. What manner of terrifying sect was this? Capable of harboring a miniature world where life existed? Both women hailed from powerful factions and were aware of the existence of such worlds. Their hearts raced with trepidation. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe it. Ruoxian, look, the information has appeared. Luo Lingxue exclaimed with excitement as a beam of light illuminated the heavenly tablet. The crowd paused in confusion, unsure of what had emerged. Haven't we already exited? Senior sister, what exactly has come forth? A disciple inquired. My dear junior brothers and sisters, it is, of course, the information regarding how many tiers you passed within the illusion. Luo Lingxue smiled as she gestured towards the heavenly tablet. Soon, you will know whether you are outer disciples or inner disciples. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression shifted to one of eager anticipation. Inside the illusion, they had been oblivious to which tier they occupied or how far they had progressed. They had not anticipated that the only means to discover this would be through the heavenly tablet. This was also a test of the disciples' mental fortitude, ensuring that those who entered the illusion were not influenced by external factors. Within, the only course was to proceed forward until they could no longer pass a certain challenge. at which point they would be teleported out. As the light dissipated, the information of the disciples emerged. 500 had successfully passed 3 tiers. 1,098 had passed 2 tiers. And 2 individuals had surpassed 5 tiers. Ruoxian, 2 disciples actually managed to pass 5 tiers. Luo Lingxue exclaimed excitedly. Looking at Qin Ruoxian, this is truly remarkable. Having also passed 5 tiers, she understood the significance of such an achievement. Qin Ruoxian nodded, her beautiful eyes glinting with a spark of brilliance as she gazed at Ling Mu and Ziyun Yan. She was well aware that these two were the only ones capable of passing through the 5 levels. No one else here could possibly achieve such a feat. The crowd observed their information displayed on the colossal celestial monument, hastily searching for their results. Excitement enveloped everyone, for whether they became outer disciples or inner disciples. Being a disciple of Kunlun was already a significant achievement. Naturally, those who ascended to inner discipleship were even more exhilarated. Many among them were familiar faces, joyously calling out to their fellow brothers and sisters. When it was revealed that 2 individuals had managed to conquer all 5 levels, the crowd was struck with astonishment. Rendered momentarily speechless by the realization that anyone could traverse such a formidable illusion. At that moment, admiration for the 2 surged among the onlookers, who thought to themselves, how remarkably brave are these elder brothers or sisters? Little did they know that Qin Ruoxian had surpassed even the 6th level. One could only imagine the expressions that would ensue upon that revelation. Ling Mu regarded the information on the celestial monument with a wry smile. Fully aware of the harrowing experience it took for him to pass through the 5 levels, it was nothing short of a heart-stopping ordeal. Had it not been for his background in a superpower and his superior insights and temperament compared to ordinary cultivators, he likely would not have endured the trials within. Ziyun Yin shared similar sentiments, letting out a bitter laugh. She had vastly underestimated the perils within the illusion, initially believing that her unparalleled talent and mental fortitude would allow her to succeed in all aspects. Yet, when confronted with the terrifying entities and phenomena within, she could not help but feel a surge of fear. Next came the assessment of comprehension, a stage designed to illuminate the disciples' levels of understanding. This would serve to better unlock their latent potential. If the disciples recognized their shortcomings in cultivation, they could work to address those deficiencies. However, comprehension could not be easily remedied. Without the means to enhance it, a cultivator would find it nearly impossible to compensate for their shortcomings alone. While others may lack such resources, Kunlun possessed them, for Lu Qin had access to a system, though he was currently unable to utilize it. Fellow disciples, please form an orderly queue and place your palms upon this celestial monument, which shall assess your comprehension in various deficiencies in cultivation. As the words fell, the expressions of all present were filled with exhilaration, astonished that their sect possessed such a divine artifact. Could it be that their cultivation dilemmas would finally be resolved? Consequently, the disciples quickly arranged themselves, approaching the celestial monument one by one to evaluate their comprehension and the shortcomings in their cultivation. At the end of the line, Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin shared a moment of surprise, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Kunlun had indeed bestowed upon them one astonishing revelation after another. First, the 9 Nether Huangquan illusion, a veritable microcosm, and now, the emergence of a divine artifact capable of revealing the challenges faced by cultivators. The impact on their minds was increasingly profound. Princess Ziyun, could it be that you are encountering some difficulties in your cultivation? Ling Mu inquired, observing the hint of tension on Ziyun Yan's face. Unable to suppress a smile, Ziyun Yan is hailed as the youngest goddess king of the northern celestial domain. Should her adversary encounter any obstacles in their cultivation, it would indeed be a spectacle. The fact that she is destined to be the youngest goddess king is well known throughout the northern celestial domain. Thus, despite Ling Mu's higher standing on the talents ranking, everyone is aware that Ziyun Yan's physique has yet to fully mature. Once it does, her power will be exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing Ling Mu's remark, Ziyun Yan's expression shifted slightly as she cast him a fierce glance, remaining silent. In her heart, she silently hoped that Kunlun would not discern her true nature, for that could potentially lead to complications. Ziyun Yin was concerned that the celestial steel of Kunlun might uncover her physique, thereby revealing her true identity. Had she not entered the 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion, she believed that no one in Kunlun could detect her true nature. However, the more she uncovered the mysteries of Kunlun, the more her unease grew. She wished to cultivate within Kunlun, yet she also sought to avoid unnecessary troubles stemming from her identity as a princess of the Ziyue dynasty. Chapter 64. Summoning 10 Great Saints. At this moment, Wang Ming and the others were waiting nearby, their attention captivated. Behind them, Luo Wu and Qin Zhan wore expressions of exhilaration, for their respective juniors had not only passed the Heavenly Ladder test, but had also successfully navigated 2 layers of the illusion, thereby becoming outer disciples of Kunlun. The mere title of outer disciple from Kunlun was enough to elicit immense joy from both men. They firmly believed that Kunlun would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable force in the southern wilderness in the days to come. As the previous disciples completed their tests one by one, it soon became the turn of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. However, the two seemed oblivious to the fervent excitement radiating from the faces of those who had just finished their assessments. Their enthusiasm was akin to that of finding a beloved spouse, gazing at the ancient celestial monument before her. Zi Yunyan gritted her teeth and placed her hand upon it. Buzz! A flash of brilliance erupted, and suddenly, a divine light surged into Zi Yunyan's mind. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a torrent of information flooded her consciousness, revealing her cultivation flaws, obstacles, and even her physical constitution issues. Hiss! How could this be? Upon absorbing the overwhelming information, a flicker of panic appeared in Zi Yunyan's eyes. Her heart racing in astonishment, this celestial monument had indeed discerned the very nature of her physique. Zi Yunyan was no longer composed. Ling Mu, observing from behind, sensed something amiss but refrained from approaching to inquire. A hint of unease crossed his face as he silently prayed, "Oh, Princess Zi, if your identity is discovered by the people of Kunlun, please do not expose me." Ling Mu wished to remain undisturbed in his pursuit of tranquility within Kunlun. Without suspicion cast upon him regarding ulterior motives, Zi Yunyan glanced at the celestial monument, noting that it had not altered in the slightest. A sense of relief washed over her as she thought, "Phew." Thankfully, it seems the monument only transmits information into the tester's mind. I never anticipated Kunlun possessed such a wondrous artifact. Subsequently, Zi Yunyan casually stepped aside, appearing as though nothing had transpired, despite her adept concealment. Qin Ruoxian detected an inkling of something amiss. Qin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes flickered as she cast a fleeting glance at Zi Yunyan, remaining silent. Under the gaze of Qin Ruoxian, Zi Yunyan felt a sudden jolt of surprise. The third senior sister of Kunlun seemed extraordinary. Although she too possessed the cultivation of the Void Realm, it felt as if she could see through Zi Yunyan entirely, leaving her astonished that she was merely the third senior sister. Simultaneously, a question arose in her mind. Could the second senior sister be concealing her true cultivation? How could someone at the Dao Palace level serve as Kunlun's second senior sister? Little did she know that in the future, she would come to understand the terrifying talent of Luo Lingshui, who, with the unparalleled assistance of the divine phoenix of the myriad heavens, would ultimately manifest an unparalleled brilliance. Casting a glance at Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan was curious to observe his reaction. Humph! How dare he mock her earlier? As expected, when Ling Mu placed his palm upon the celestial monument, his expression underwent a similar transformation of shock, his eyes betraying disbelief. It is not to be blamed that he has not seen much of the world. After all, every disciple is in a similar position. Moments later, everyone had completed their assessments and gathered insights about their own situations from the heavenly tablet. It is believed that soon, the cultivation levels of all disciples will undergo significant transformations. Concurrently, an overwhelming sense of reverence for Kunlun blossomed within the hearts of the disciples. They had never anticipated that not only would they become disciples of Kunlun, but that the sect would also assist them in resolving their cultivation issues so early in their journey. This is something that no other sect in the southern wilderness, or even the entire immortal Martial continent, could possibly achieve. The grand sects merely prioritized talented disciples, disregarding those from the outer sects entirely. Yet here they were, enjoying such treatment in Kunlun. They silently vowed to remain fiercely loyal to Kunlun for the rest of their lives. Even Lu Qin did not foresee that such a seemingly trivial matter would inspire such profound loyalty among the newly initiated disciples of Kunlun. This was precisely the outcome Lu Qin desired. At this moment, within the main hall, Lu Qin was keenly observing the situation of the disciples, refraining from revealing himself too readily. The dignity of the sect leader must be maintained. The recruitment of disciples was adequately handled by Luo Lingshui, Qin Ruoxian, and Wang Ming. Furthermore, Lu Qin felt assured of Qin Ruoxian's discerning eye. Witnessing Kunlun finally grow beyond a mere handful of individuals brought a slight smile to Lu Qin's face. Indeed, over 1,000 disciples may not compare to even 1% of those from the major powers. Yet he believed that the number of Kunlun disciples would only increase in the future. Subsequently, Lu Qin accessed the information from the heavenly tablet through the system and, upon glancing at it, his expression shifted slightly. What? 2 disciples had actually passed the 5th level? Remarkable. His gaze then sharpened as he surveyed the crowd in the square, ultimately resting on Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. It turned out to be these 2 young prodigies. Previously, Lu Qin had recognized their cultivation levels. At such a tender age, they had already reached the Void Realm, yet he had not given much thought to them. After all, the trials within the 9 Nether Huangquan illusion tested one's mindset rather than mere cultivation strength. Curiously, one would think that passing the 5th level would classify them as genius-level disciples, so why had the system not reacted? Just then, a thought struck him, and his expression turned cold. Lu Chen was about to inquire with the system for clarification when, at that moment, an exhilarating voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations, host. The sect has received 2 genius disciples, granting you 2 intermediate summoning cards and 2 opportunities for random draws. Given that you have recruited numerous disciples, the host is rewarded with an immortal-level protective formation for the sect. Note, all areas of the sect have been successfully perfected. Beep. The system additionally rewards the host with 100,000 sets of disciple attire, now stored in the system space. Upon reading the rewards provided by the system, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, and once he regained his composure, an indescribable excitement surged within him. Incredible! It has finally arrived. This system has shown some semblance of conscience. 2 intermediate summoning cards. 2 opportunities for random draws. Indeed, those 2 individuals belong to the ranks of genius-level disciples. Excellent. Lu Chen's expression radiated excitement as the summoning card finally materialized. Although it was merely an intermediate summoning card, it granted him 2 opportunities for a draw. He couldn't afford to summon anything less than a formidable emperor. Alas, he was also burdened by the need for 100,000 sets of disciple robes. Just as he was fretting over this, the system's rewards appeared at a most opportune moment. System, activate both summoning cards. Lu Chen exclaimed, his heart racing. What he needed most in Kunlun was strength, and he had a foreboding sense that significant events were on the horizon in the southern wilderness. Summon me 10 great saints. Ding. Summoning card successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. You have summoned 5 great saints of the 7th heaven and 5 great saints of the 9th heaven. Would you like to view their details? What? 10 great saints. 5 great saints of the 7th heaven. 5 great saints of the 9th heaven. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Chen was nearly propelled from his seat in sheer exhilaration. The system had finally shown some benevolence. Previously, a single summoning card could at best summon 1 formidable being. Now, it had summoned 5 in one go. This was beyond his wildest imaginings. Overcome with excitement, Lu Chen quickly responded, view them. He understood that those whose details were available for review by the system were certainly not ordinary beings. Chapter 66. Masters of Swordsmanship gathered at Kunlun. Moreover, the formidable beings summoned by the system are all unrivaled within their realm. Perhaps the 5 esteemed great saints of the 9th heaven could contend with the divine kings. How thrilling. Ding. The great saints of the 7th heaven include Shi Min Shui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, Xie Xiaofeng, Yin Shi San, and Yin Nantian. Note, the characters summoned by the system possess their unique cultivation methods, holy weapons, and divine abilities. Their cultivation levels will also advance with the host's progression. Astounded, Lu Chen gazed at the information in his mind. These are all unparalleled masters from that world. Particularly, Yin Nantian's power is extraordinarily formidable. His comprehension of the Wei and Zen Buddhism, along with the wedding dress divine art, makes this technique exceptionally formidable. He is also hailed as the world's foremost divine sword. Following that are Shi Min Shui Shui, Yi Gu Cheng, Xie Xiaofeng, and Yin Shi San, all experts in swordsmanship. Each has reached the transcendental realm where one can wield a sword without it being present. Shi Min Shui Shui even attained the level where grass, trees, bamboo, and stones can serve as his sword. With the Qing now in Kunlun, there are 6 sword masters present. Lu Chen eagerly anticipated the identities of the other 5 great saints of the 9th heaven. System, quickly reveal the information about the other 5 great saints. Soon, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Ding. The great saints of the 9th heaven are Sword Saint Gainye, Sword Demon Du Gu Qiubai, Sword God Li Chun Gang, Peach Blossom, Sword God Deng Tai, and Shi Patian. Astounded, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing these 5 illustrious figures. Sword Saint Gainye, with his Abyss Rainbow Sword, unleashes a sword intent that no one can rival. Sword Demon Du Gu Qiubai, with his self-created Du Gu 9 swords, stands unmatched in the martial world, instilling awe in countless hearts. Then there is Sword God Li Chun Gang, renowned for his wooden horse and cowl, capable of breaking through 2006 armors in one breath. His sleeves harbor green serpents, leaving the world in astonishment. And with a single sword, he opens the heavenly gate. Li Chun Gang undoubtedly deserves the title of the #1 in swordsmanship. Peach Blossom Sword God Deng Tai, also a sword master from the same realm as Li Chun Gang, captivated the entire world with his prowess. With a single peach blossom branch, he stood at the heavenly gate, slaying 81 celestial beings, casually proclaiming, which celestial dares to descend to this realm? Deng Tai rightfully claims the title of the foremost swordsman after Li Chun Gang. Lu Chen's heart brimmed with excitement. The system is truly remarkable. It has summoned such legendary figures. Astounding. Dog Brother Shi Petian. The mere sight of this name sent waves of exhilaration through Lu Qin. Known as the epitome of excellence, Dog Brother Shi Petian has cultivated the Taishan Jing, rendering him an invincible force within the martial realm of this world, nearly transcending the boundaries of martial arts itself. To describe his practice as martial cultivation is almost an understatement. It borders on the realm of immortal cultivation. If Dog Brother were placed in the world of Li Chungang and Deng Tai, his extraordinary prowess would undoubtedly secure him a place among the top 10 masters of that realm. Each one is more formidable than the last. Ding. Would the host like to materialize immediately? Materialize, now, Lu Qin urged. With 10 esteemed great saints, even in the face of a sacred land, Kunlun would no longer have to tread cautiously. With a chime, the summoning is successful. 10 great saints are hastening towards the host. After completing the summoning of these figures, Lu Qin, noticing he still had 2 chances for a draw, opted to reserve them as a trump card. After all, the draws could yield not only characters but also various divine artifacts. Moments later, Lu Qin's expression suddenly brightened as he sensed 10 immensely powerful auras manifesting in Kunlun. They have arrived. Of course, others were oblivious to this presence. In an instant, a hum resonated through the main hall as 10 figures, radiating an overwhelming aura, appeared. These were the 10 great saints Lu Qin had summoned. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qin promptly waved his hand, sealing the entire hall to prevent these formidable energies from leaking out. He did not wish to expose all his hidden cards just yet. Although he now commanded 10 great saints and felt no fear even from the sacred lands, Lu Qin understood that attaining the status of a sacred land was no trivial matter. Subsequently, the 10 great saints in the hall turned their gazes towards Lu Qin, who sat at the main seat, and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Their eyes were filled with profound reverence as they marveled inwardly at the terrifying strength of their master. Despite possessing formidable cultivation at the great saint level, they were unable to discern Lu Qin's true power, underscoring its formidable nature. It was no wonder they were summoned to this place. Observing the faces of the 10, Lu Qin felt a surge of excitement. They indeed resembled his recollections. Haha, esteemed elders, there is no need for such formality. Kunlun is truly honored to have you. Lu Qin's words rang true. These 10 were exceptional powerhouses, and their affiliation with Kunlun was indeed a privilege. Hearing this, the 10 were overwhelmed with emotion, astonished by the sect master's regard for them, and they quickly bowed their heads, saying, "Sect master, you flatter us. It is our honor to serve Kunlun." In response, Lu Qin chuckled, raising his hand gently, causing their bowed postures to revert to their original state involuntarily. Haha, there is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Yes. Sect master, the 10 replied respectfully, their gazes shifting to each other, revealing a spark of battle intent on their faces. Excitement filled their eyes as they yearned to engage in combat with the formidable beings beside them. As for Shimin Shui and the others, their prior acquaintance eliminated the need for further introduction. Now that they were all gathered, there was an undeniable desire to contest once more. Fearless and ever stronger, they eagerly anticipated the opportunity to spar with powerful adversaries. Observing the battle intent emerging on the faces of Shimin Shui, Yi Gucheng, and Xie Xiaofeng, Lu Qin couldn't help but smile lightly. He refrained from commenting, knowing that these individuals would inevitably clash in due time. He was not concerned about them genuinely harming each other. They were kindred spirits, and such gatherings for exchange and sparring were inevitable. At that moment, Lu Qin's gaze fell upon the sword god, Li Chuangang, and he felt a surge of joy as he noted that both of Li's arms were intact once more, indicating that the system had restored the sword god's severed limbs. At long last, the system has displayed a semblance of conscience. Lu Qin now finds himself irresistibly eager to witness the grace of this sword god. Subsequently, under Lu Qin's introduction, the 10 individuals swiftly became acquainted with one another and learned of each other's paths, their faces soon illuminated by a fierce battle spirit. Notably, the sword masters, Li Cheng'an, Deng Tai, Shimin Shui, Yi Guqing, Du Gu Qiubai, Xie Xiaofeng, Gainye, Yin San, and Yin Nantian, exuded an overwhelming sword intent as they regarded one another, their gazes infused with intense martial fervor. In an instant, the entire grand hall was suffused with the formidable sword intent emanating from the 9 warriors. The air thrummed with energy. Were it not for Lu Qin's prior efforts to isolate the grand hall, a mere wisp of sword intent could have cleaved a chasm of unfathomable depth in the surrounding space. Such is the terror of sword masters. Chapter 67. What is the true cultivation level of the Kunlun sect master? At the main seat, Lu Qin's expression shifted slightly as he observed the formidable sword intent emanating from the 10 individuals, particularly the overwhelming aura exuding from Li Chuangang, reminiscent of a sword cleaving the heavens. He could not help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, he was the foremost master of swordsmanship in the world. The resonant sound of swords echoed throughout the grand hall, the sword intent surging forth, a true master of the sword. Even a mere wisp of their aura could transform into a terrifying sword intent, were it not for Lu Qin's presence. It was likely that the nine would have eagerly engaged in a duel with their counterparts. Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Qin smiled gently and spoke, not chastising the nine for their behavior, but rather understanding their eagerness. After all, those who excel in the way of the sword are exceedingly rare. And to encounter such pinnacle masters of swordsmanship would tempt anyone to seek a demonstration of their skills. All right, esteemed elders, I comprehend your sentiments. It is a rare opportunity to encounter worthy opponents, yet we have ample time in the future. There is no need to rush. With a wave of his hand, an inexplicable power swiftly dissipated the formidable sword intent within the hall. Upon witnessing this, the nine quickly regained their composure, their expression shifting as they realized their audaciousness in nearly drawing swords before the sect master. At that moment, even Sherpa Tian hurriedly addressed Lu Qin with respect. Please, sect master, punish us for our reckless behavior. Chuckling, Lu Qin regarded the 10 individuals and said, haha, no worries, esteemed elders. Our Kunlun still possesses 2 masters of swordsmanship. You shall have no shortage of opportunities to engage in duels in the future. The mention of other sword masters ignited excitement on the faces of the 9. As few could attain the level of swordsmanship they had achieved. Sherpa Tian, though not a swordsman himself, felt a thrill in the prospect of dueling with the 9 elders before him. Such formidable beings were a rare find. Yes, sect master, the 10 responded eagerly, their faces reflecting their enthusiasm. Now, esteemed elders, please proceed to Elder Peak and select a pavilion for your cultivation. It is the residence of our Kunlun elders. Seemingly struck by a thought, he continued, I believe we shall soon encounter worthy adversaries, and at that time, you elders will have the opportunity to engage in grand battles. Upon hearing this, the 10 could hardly contain their excitement. Being confined to quiet cultivation was no longer bearable for them. Yes, sect master, we shall take our leave now. Lu Qin nodded, and in an instant, the 10 vanished from their positions as if they had never been there. Elder Peak is the dwelling place for all inter-sect elders of Kunlun. Although Qin Bei Xian served as the elder in charge of the sect's guardians, he too resided on Elder Peak, as the role of guardian elder was not one to be casually assumed. However, outer sect elders were not permitted to reside on Elder Peak. Lu Qin intended to recruit powerful cultivators from the Xianwu continent as outer sect elders, and individuals of notable strength from Kunlun's affiliated forces could also assume that role, such as Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, Qin Lan, and Luo Yuan. Once the 10 departed, as Lu Qin's gaze shimmered with divine light, he directed his attention towards the disciples gathered outside Kunlun Square. The testing phase had concluded, and now it was time to assign them to their residences on Disciples' Peak. This peak is distinctly divided into the outer Disciples' Peak and the inner Disciples' Peak, with a special section designated for true inheritors, a place reserved for those who could be accepted as disciples by the elders of Kunlun. Up until now, not a single disciple had resided on the true inheritors' peak. Even Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian were limited to the outer Disciples' Peak. Initially, the sect's establishment had been incomplete, with numerous mountain peaks under various restrictions. Now that the sect's foundation had been successfully laid, it was essential to categorize the increasing number of disciples. After all, without rules, there can be no order. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd were filled with excitement. Surrounded by a breathtaking, ethereal landscape, they finally had a sanctuary to rely upon. No longer would they suffer the indignities inflicted by those with powerful backgrounds. In that moment, the crowd longed to proclaim, I am a disciple of Kunlun. Who dares to challenge me? This newfound confidence stemmed from their affiliation with Kunlun, just as Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian were preparing to lead all disciples toward Disciples' Peak. A voice, resonant with the authority of a deity, echoed throughout Kunlun. Lingxue, Ruoxian, bring Lingmu and Zi Yunyan to the main hall. The calm yet commanding tone elicited an immediate and profound sense of reverence among the listeners. Yes, sect master, responded Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian respectfully, while Wang Ming, along with Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan, quickly bowed in deference. As the words faded, the disciples felt their legs involuntarily bend as if they were about to kneel, their faces overtaken with shock and their hearts racing. This voice belongs to the sect master of Kunlun. The impact of this voice was overwhelming. It compelled them to instinctively worship. Fortunately, an invisible force gently lifted them, preventing them from fully kneeling. At this moment, the disciples were astounded by the terrifying prowess of the sect master. They had failed to notice that the expressions of 2 individuals were particularly troubled. Upon hearing the summons, Lingmu and Zi Yunyan stood frozen in place, their eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief, tinged with a hint of panic. Simultaneously, they thought, this is not good. It is the sect master of Kunlun. Could it be that the sect master had uncovered something? They exchanged glances, each detecting a tremor of fear in the other's eyes. Like the other disciples, they too had felt an involuntary urge to kneel upon hearing that authoritative voice. It was noteworthy that they had never felt such a compulsion even in the presence of their own ancestor. Their ancestor possessed unfathomable power, capable of obliterating saints and great saints with merely a word. Just to contemplate that even their ancestor could not invoke such a feeling in them was profoundly unsettling. How could one fathom the true cultivation of the sect master of Kunlun? What kind of terrifying presence was this? As Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian approached, they observed an unusual demeanor in the two individuals, prompting Qin Ruoxian to already possess an answer in her heart. However, Luo Lingxue, unaware of the underlying truth, mistakenly assumed that the pair was simply overwhelmed with excitement. With a cheerful demeanor, she exclaimed, "Junior brother, junior sister, congratulations to you both. You must have successfully navigated the 5th layer of the 9 Nether Huangquan illusion, which has surely caught the attention of the sect master. Come, let us go meet the sect master." She was aware that the two had indeed passed through the 5th layer of the 9 Nether Huangquan, leading her to believe that Lu Chun wished to meet these remarkable disciples. Yes, senior sisters, Ling Mu responded hastily, fervently hoping that Luo Lingshue's words would hold true. Zi Yunyan also nodded, yet her face displayed a hint of anxiety, a stark contrast to the composure of the peerless prodigy from the northern celestial domain. Even with the support of the Ziyue dynasty, an unsettling sensation began to stir within her heart, an instinct she could not ignore. Chapter 68. Traversing the 5 layers of illusions, will they achieve greatness beyond the emperor? Subsequently, all other disciples were entrusted to Wang Ming and others, who would lead them to the disciple peak to arrange their accommodations and impart essential aspects regarding Kunlun. Order and discipline are paramount. This principle is especially emphasized in every sect. For outer disciples to ascend to the inner circle, not only must their cultivation meet the sect's standards and demonstrate contributions, but they must also fulfill the task requirements set forth by the Kunlun Mission Hall. Kunlun does not harbor any miscellaneous disciples. Lu Chun seeks to forge a supreme sect that dominates the myriad realms. In the future, each disciple of Kunlun must stand alone, potentially becoming a sovereign in their own right. The shadow of Kunlun should resonate throughout every world, allowing the name of Kunlun to echo across the heavens. However, it is premature to dwell on such ambitions. Nonetheless, it is believed that Kunlun shall soon reign over the entire southern wilderness and even the immortal Martial continent. Within the main hall, seated at the prominent position, Lu Chun, clad in white attire and exuding no discernible aura, sat with his eyes gently closed, lost in contemplation. Moments later, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian entered, accompanied by Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. Upon entering the grand hall, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan could not help but gaze at the young man in white at the main seat, their pupils abruptly narrowing in astonishment. This individual is the leader of Kunlun. How is that possible? Lu Chun appeared far too youthful. It was unfathomable that such a formidable sect could be led by someone so young. Both were enveloped in disbelief, struggling to accept that the enigmatic Kunlun was helmed by someone of such tender years. Greetings, sect leader. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian addressed Lu Chun with reverence before the two could fully process the situation. The mere utterance of sect leader sent a tremor through Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, who exchanged a glance and promptly echoed, "Greetings, sect leader." In that moment, they felt an intangible pressure emanating from the young man at the main seat, instilling in them a profound sense of respect that banished any thought of disrespect. How could he be so formidable? At the main seat, Lu Chun, who had been lost in thought, slowly opened his eyes. Within them, countless stars seemed to shimmer and then vanish in an instant, before his authoritative gaze fell upon Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. Boom! The divine-like gaze that landed upon them enveloped Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan in a chilling sensation, evoking a profound sense of dread within their hearts. Such terrifying eyes. They had never felt this way even in the presence of their ancestors. They could not help but tremble slightly. Lu Chun observed their reactions with keen interest. It appeared as he had surmised. The two had indeed encountered the mysteries of Kunlun and sought to cultivate within its fold as disciples. Indeed, if you can traverse the 5 layers of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusions, your future accomplishments may very well surpass that of an emperor, Lu Chun spoke softly, withholding the revelation of their identities, wishing to see if they would voluntarily disclose their true selves. Previously, he had already communicated with the system and was well aware of their identities. In the presence of the system, there existed nothing in this world that it did not know. Naturally, the system would not reveal every detail of the world to Lu Chun. Any knowledge one wished to acquire must align with their own level of strength. Everything in existence is governed by cause and effect, and possessing knowledge beyond one's capability can be detrimental. Lu Chun understood this well, and his current objective was to rapidly enhance both his own power and that of Kunlun. As his words fell, the expressions of Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian shifted, momentarily startled. Above the Great Emperor, they quickly processed Lu Chen's statement, fully believing in his words. After all, they had both passed through 5 levels, and Qin Ruoxian had even surpassed 6. Lu Chen had previously shared similar insights with them. Yet, for others, such claims would undoubtedly seem insane. Suddenly, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan's faces changed dramatically. They thought they had misheard. Above the Great Emperor? What had they just heard? Wasn't the Great Emperor the pinnacle of power in this world? It was inconceivable. How could there exist a realm more potent than that of the Great Emperor? They hailed from a superpower, and even their ancestors would not dare assert that a being stronger than the Great Emperor could exist. Surely, the leader of Kunlun was merely spouting nonsense. However, they dared not voice their skepticism aloud, for they were in unfamiliar territory, despite their prestigious lineage. The mysterious aura of Kunlun instilled caution in them. Moreover, the fact that the leader of Kunlun was this young man indicated that he was far from his apparent age. He might very well be an ancient being who had lived for countless millennia, now merely presenting a youthful facade. As they pondered this, they resolved to navigate Lu Chen's words carefully, and both spoke in unison. Leader, is the Great Emperor not the ultimate goal of cultivation in this world? Regardless of the truth behind his words, it was wise to align with his perspective for the moment. Although they were shielded by a protector of sage rank, prudence was advisable. A quiet chuckle resonated within Lu Chen. He discerned the underlying meaning in their words. He understood that, for the denizens of the immortal Martial Continent, the Great Emperor represented the culmination of cultivation. Anyone would find such claims incredible. Indeed, whether there existed realms beyond the Great Emperor was perhaps a secret known only to the ancient and formidable powers or the truly immortal beings of the continent. Lu Chen did not respond directly to their inquiries but cast a casual glance at them and continued, indeed, reaching the Void Realm at such a young age is impressive. Now, do share, where do you hail from, and what is your status? Upon hearing this, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan felt a pang of anxiety. Their hearts tightening as they thought, this is not good. At this moment, both individuals were acutely aware that the young sect leader had likely been observing them for some time. Sect leader. I hail from a royal family in the northern celestial domain. I have come to the southern wilderness for training. Along the way, I encountered junior sister Zi and traveled together with her. Upon hearing that Kunlun has a sage and is recruiting disciples, I decided to come here. Ling Mu stated with utmost seriousness, and his words indeed held no fallacy. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen cast a casual glance at Zi Yunyan. Indeed, Zi Yunyan quickly affirmed. Sensing Lu Chen's gaze upon her, she gained a deeper understanding of Ling Mu, astonished that the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty could speak with such conviction. Ling Mu then suggested, why don't you join us? To this, Lu Chen merely observed the two without speaking, seemingly lost in thought. Witnessing this, both individuals suppressed a bitter smile, aware that their formidable backgrounds could lead the young sect leader to suspect ulterior motives regarding their arrival in Kunlun. After all, how could one believe that the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty and the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty traveled hundreds of thousands of miles to Kunlun merely to become disciples? Such a claim would be met with disbelief even in the northern celestial domain. If they were not facing the enigmatic Kunlun, they would have openly declared their royal identities. Who among the powers of the southern wilderness would dare to show them disrespect? Indeed, their circumstances were peculiar, but they were currently in the presence of Kunlun. As they hesitated to reveal their true identities, Lu Chen let out a soft huff. Do you think I am unaware of your real identities? Initially, he had intended to offer them an opportunity. After all, cultivators who could ascend the heart-linking ladder undoubtedly possessed commendable character and integrity. Furthermore, due to their serendipitous participation in Kunlun's disciple recruitment test, the system had deemed them as genius disciples, rewarding them with 2 summoning cards and 2 chances for a lottery draw. Lu Chen was quite pleased with them. Who could be dissatisfied with such a generous gift? There was no need for them to spin fanciful tales. Spin tales? Lin Yun, you could simply state my name, he remarked. Although they concealed their identities, Lu Chen chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, the two had already become disciples of Kunlun. Regardless of the other forces behind them, once they entered Kunlun, they would forever be its disciples. Who would dare oppose that? P.S. Dear readers, here are a few transitional segments. The pace will soon quicken. The plot will not be dragged out any longer. I appreciate your understanding. Thank you once again for your support and generous gifts. If possible, please encourage more updates and leave positive reviews. Thank you. Chapter 69, Supreme Bone, Divine King Body. Upon hearing these words, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan exchanged a fleeting glance of hesitation, grappling internally before ultimately deciding to withhold their true identities. Esteemed Sect Master, We are indeed cultivators from the northern celestial domain, and all our words are truthful, Ling Mu stated, maintaining a steady countenance. Observing this, Ziyun Yin promptly added, "We dare not deceive the sect master. Everything we have said is without falsehood. Please trust us." They could not afford to gamble. Revealing their true identities might provoke this young sect master into action. Although they were accompanied by a powerful sage for protection, the enigma surrounding Kunlun was daunting. The cultivation level of this remarkably youthful sect master was undoubtedly formidable, one that even their own ancestors would not evoke such a feeling of trepidation. At that moment, a chilling thought surfaced in their minds, the presence of a being beyond the great sage. Indeed, their claims held merit. They were cultivators from the northern celestial domain. Yet they were not ordinary practitioners. The forces backing them were extraordinarily powerful. Very well, Lu Qin responded, his expression unchanging, merely offering a soft acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin were momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized, with a sense of relief, that Lu Qin might not pursue further inquiries about their identities. Silence enveloped the grand hall as they gazed at Lu Qin, whose eyes had now closed. Exchanging glances, they prepared to take their leave. At that moment, Ling Mu, the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, born with the supreme bone, had been concealed by an unparalleled secret method, rendering his innate power unknown throughout the northern celestial domain. Ziyun Yin, the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty, possessed the divine king body but had yet to unlock its true potential. Lu Qin slowly opened his eyes once more, uttering two phrases that struck the two like a thunderbolt. As his words fell, their expressions transformed dramatically, their bodies stiffened. Pupils constricted, and an overwhelming dread surged within them, enveloping them in an icy grip. No. How is this possible? Who is he? How could he possibly know I possess the supreme bone? Ling Mu could scarcely believe that this young sect master not only recognized his supreme bone but seemed aware of the existence that had concealed it. In that instant, a chill coursed through his entire being, and waves of terror surged within him. The secret of his supreme bone was known only to his father and ancestor, as well as the entity that had employed a secret method to shroud his innate power. Lingxiao dynasty, Ziyue dynasty. Luo Lingshue's expression shifted in astonishment. Unable to restrain an exclamation, she had never anticipated that her junior disciples hailed from imperial lineages, let alone possessed such extraordinary physiques, supreme bone, and divine king body. Her gaze towards them was now laced with shock, although she was unaware of the full implications of these physiques. Those who possessed such traits would undoubtedly grow to be immensely powerful in the future, much like her elder brother Lin Yun. Qin Ruoxian also regarded them with a changed expression, astonished that such physiques could manifest even in the lower realms. Originally, Lin Yun found it difficult to accept the existence of the holy combat body, and now, unexpectedly, two individuals possessing such extraordinary physiques have emerged, both disciples of Kunlun. It appears that the heavenly Tao in the lower realm has undergone a transformation. Qin Ruoxian, prior to her reincarnation, was aware that millions of years ago, there existed a passage between the upper and lower realms. At that time, practitioners from the lower realm could ascend to the upper realm for cultivation upon reaching the limits of their world. However, for reasons unknown, this passage was ultimately shattered, seemingly severed by a powerful being of the celestial path, thus disrupting the connection between the two realms. Consequently, the legend of the absence of emperors in the Xianwu continent has persisted for 1,000,000 years, and for hundreds of years thereafter. Mortals have not witnessed the presence of an emperor. Forgive us, Master, for concealing our identities. We had no other choice. We humbly request that you do not expel us from Kunlun. Ling Nu inhaled deeply, calming the shock within her, her gaze reflecting a hint of reverence as she respectfully addressed Lu Qin. At that moment, she realized that this young master before her was indeed an exceedingly formidable presence. If not, how could he have discerned the existence of that individual from the Lingxiao dynasty? This further confirmed that Kunlun might be her destiny, perhaps granting her the opportunity to become a disciple of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals, remaining silent. At that moment, even Ziyun Yin did not dare to harbor the slightest disrespect in the face of Lu Qin's imposing gaze. Each word spoken by Lu Qin had already filled her heart with immense astonishment, leaving her unable to believe that this young master could see through their backgrounds and physiques at a glance. She had not anticipated that Ling Mu also possessed an extraordinary physique, specifically the supreme bone. No wonder he could contend with the prince of the imperial clan. As for her own divine king body, it was not a secret in the northern heavenly domain, for the Ziyue dynasty was profoundly powerful, rendering such concerns unnecessary. Master, we harbor no ill intentions towards Kunlun and did not intend to conceal our identities. We earnestly request that you allow us to become disciples of Kunlun. With a bittersweet smile in her heart, Ziyun Yin addressed Lu Qin. The more she uncovered the mysteries of Kunlun and the terrifying nature of this young master, The more she realized that she dared not harbor any ulterior motives, her sole desire was to become a disciple of Kunlun. To be part of such a mysterious and powerful sect would undoubtedly be a boon for their dynasty. After glancing at the two, Lu Chen spoke indifferently. I can see that you have no ulterior motives towards Kunlun. Whether you hail from a dynasty or an ancient clan is of little concern. What matters is that you two are now disciples of Kunlun. His authoritative gaze fell upon them, instilling a sense of reverence, followed by an exhilarating joy within their hearts. Wonderful. The master has acknowledged our identities. How narrow-minded we were. Indeed, given Kunlun's enigmatic nature, why would it care about our backgrounds? As long as we are part of Kunlun, we are disciples of the sect. Rest assured, master. For we shall remain loyal disciples of Kunlun for all our lives and would never betray the sect. The two individuals exhibited a countenance of excitement, feeling a profound sense of honor at the mention of the Kunlun disciples. Their hearts surged with exhilaration, despite their origins from imperial forces and their extensive experiences. They believed that the enigmas surrounding Lu Chen and Kunlun were merely the tip of the iceberg, far more intricate than what was visible to the eye. Observing their reactions, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, he would not allow two talented individuals, endowed with exceptional abilities, to depart easily. Glancing at the four individuals within the Grand Hall, Lu Chen let out a faint sigh. Including Lin Yun, who was currently honing his skills outside, Kunlun possessed only 5 disciples of extraordinary talent. Although there were over 1,000 disciples in total, the majority were still far too weak in their cultivation. It seemed imperative to enhance the overall strength of Kunlun swiftly. P.S. Esteemed readers, this narrative transition has concluded, and the pace is about to quicken. Do not fret. The plot is unfolding, and the author is diligently crafting the story. Chapter 70. The Eastern Celestial Domain. The mobilization of 5 saints simultaneously in the southern wilderness. Countless factions and cultivators were in a frenzy, for the emergence of the heavenly profound sacred land had taken everyone by surprise. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the scion of the heavenly profound sacred land had also manifested. The expressions of cultivators across various states were marked by sheer astonishment as they engaged in fervent discussions. It had been countless millennia since anyone in the southern wilderness had encountered a member of the sacred land. Although a venerable elder from the primordial sacred land had once journeyed to the outskirts of Qishou, no other figures from the sacred lands had traversed the southern wilderness since then. Otherwise, how could the southern wilderness have been dominated by the 10 paramount hegemonic factions for so many years? Heavens, the scion of the sacred land has truly emerged. Have you noticed that recently, not only in the southern wilderness but also in other vast regions, a plethora of formidable factions, ancient clans, and even legendary ancestral families seem to have resurfaced? A cultivator remarked earnestly. Goodness, what monumental event is about to unfold? The moment those words were uttered, an overwhelming shock washed over everyone present. Speculations ran rampant as they wondered what significant occurrence could prompt the emergence of such powers. Even the emergence of the ancient secret realm would not typically instigate such a stir, as such forces had never made their presence known during previous occurrences of the ancient secret realm. Unbeknownst to them, it was not only the southern wilderness that was abuzz. Every major region on the Xianwu continent was teeming with hidden turbulence. Even the distant territories of the demon domain, which had lain dormant for millennia, were now suffused with an overwhelming aura of terror. Should one ascend to the skies above the Xianwu continent, they might perceive countless powerful energies and formidable figures converging upon the southern wilderness. At that moment, above the southern wilderness, a sudden resounding roar echoed. Roar, roar, roar. A cacophony of thunderous beastly cries reverberated throughout the southern wilderness, prompting a profound change in the countenance of every cultivator. From those in the divine transformation realm to those in the void realm, and even the heavenly king realm. This is bad. Those are the sounds of demon beasts. Fear flickered across the faces of all present as a heavenly king realm cultivator bellowed in alarm. Damn it! Are the demon clans about to incite turmoil once more? How dare they tear apart the pact with our human race? All eyes were fixated on a specific location in the sky above the southern wilderness, where an overwhelmingly powerful demonic aura was beginning to permeate the air. The southern wilderness was also the closest human domain to the demon domain. 5 millennia prior, the demon domain had instigated a rebellion, unleashing a horde of demon troops upon the southern wilderness. That day, the southern wilderness was shattered, countless powerful beings perished, and it nearly fell into ruin. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of a formidable human warrior negotiating with the demon clans that the crisis was averted. Thus, the immense roar of the demon beasts instantly set the entire southern wilderness on edge. Suddenly, that particular space began to tremble violently, as countless fissures in the fabric of space materialized, seemingly unable to withstand the pressure of some formidable force on the verge of collapse. Roar, roar, roar. Upon hearing the terrifying roar of the monstrous beast, the crowd fixated their gaze upon the void. Suddenly, 5 colossal creatures, exuding a formidable aura characteristic of the Celestial King realm, emerged, drawing an exquisitely opulent carriage from the fabric of space. Surrounding the carriage were 5 immensely powerful elders, resembling aged servants. Hiss, Celestial King realm beasts. 5 thunderous celestial tigers. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the onlookers as their pupils constricted upon catching sight of the grand carriage. Who could command such an extravagant display? The very notion that 5 Celestial King thunderous celestial tigers were harnessed to pull a chariot was utterly astounding. At that moment, the gaze of the Celestial King fixated on the elders encircling the carriage, instantly causing his countenance to pale with dread. Saints. 5 saints. A chill of terror swept through the Celestial King as a singular image flashed through his mind. The sacred land of Tianxin. The saint child is making an appearance. Roar. Roar. The 5 tigers continued their thunderous roars, while within the opulent carriage sat a young man with an otherworldly visage. Sensing the fearful gazes of the crowd below, he smiled sinisterly. Is this the extent of strength in the southern wilderness? Truly pathetic. Upon hearing this, an elder beside the carriage hastily flattered him, proclaiming, "It is your formidable prowess, saint child, that renders these individuals insignificant in your eyes." Qin Wudao nodded, remaining silent, yet relishing the flattery that enveloped him. This elder, a saint from the sacred land, was indeed aware of his station. He was none other than Qin Wudao, the saint child of the sacred land of Tianxian, possessing the remarkable cultivation of the Celestial King realm at such a young age. This achievement naturally instilled in him a sense of pride and superiority, leading him to consider himself unrivaled among the younger generation of the immortal martial continent. Particularly during this expedition, he placed great emphasis on spectacle, taking immense pleasure in the fearful gazes directed at him. Subsequently, amidst the terror-stricken stares of the crowd, the 5 thunderous celestial tigers whisked the carriage away, vanishing from sight. Phew. The crowd collectively exhaled, their hearts finally at ease. It was truly a frightful display. What individual could possess such power to command 5 celestial king beasts for transportation? Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a realization. Hiss. That must be the saint child of the sacred land of Tianxin. Instantly, all practitioners from various states recalled that no other figure in the southern wilderness could boast such a grand spectacle aside from the saint child of Tianxin. Meanwhile, in the skies above Qizhou, a hum resonated as 5 towering silhouettes materialized in the void, each radiating an aura of terror. You two. Are you certain that there is only one saint in Kunlun? One figure rasped, glancing towards the direction of the burial immortal mountain, as if he had not spoken in millennia. It cannot be mistaken. Humph. You two, given that Kunlun has established itself within the burial immortal mountain, can you truly assert there is but a single saint? Another figure remarked, indicating that these fearsome, ancient beings seemed poised to take action against Kunlun. The ancient token lies in the hands of Kunlun, and the audacity of Kunlun to slay the people of the Nine Nether dynasty shall not go unpunished. I, the elder, shall surely extinguish this Kunlun. The voice of Yudu was cold and bloodthirsty. Yudu is the venerable ancestor of the Nine Nether dynasty, a being of the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. Having just awakened, he initially deemed it unnecessary to rush to the southern wilderness to obliterate Kunlun, considering it a trifling matter easily dispatched. However, as events unfolded, Kunlun reverberated throughout the southern wilderness, alerting the denizens of the Nine Nether dynasty to the unfolding situation. Upon returning to the Nine Nether dynasty, the happenings in the southern wilderness were reported to the sovereign of Nine Nether. The sovereign hastily conveyed this information to the venerable ancestor, and after thorough investigation, it became evident that a saint resided within Kunlun. The venerable ancestor, wary of the risks, subsequently informed the other supreme powers of the Eastern Celestial Domain regarding the ancient token, and together they ventured to the southern wilderness to confront Kunlun. Chapter 71. Attire of Disciples. The Nine Heavens mysterious bird. It must be said that the Nine Nether ancestor is remarkably prudent. Indeed, the saying holds true. The poor Taoist does not forsake his companions in the path. He is determined to bring a few old comrades aboard. After obtaining the primordial token, do not forget your promise, you two. Upon hearing the Nine Nether ancestor speak thus, an elder cloaked in black replied in a deep voice, "Rest assured, I shall certainly not forget." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yutu's eyes. Were it not for the concern of hidden saints in Kunlun, he would not have allied with these few. The condition for this venture is that upon acquiring the primordial token, the 5 factions will jointly utilize it. Furthermore, the Nine Nether dynasty is obliged to provide 5 high-grade spirit stone mines to the 4 major factions. This is the law of survival in the cultivation world, where interests reign supreme. Had it not been for the conditions set forth by the Nine Nether ancestor, These 4 individuals would never dare to offend a faction that also harbors saints. Let us swiftly eliminate Kunlun. I wish to return and indulge in my beauties," remarked an elder with a chilling smile, seemingly dismissive of Kunlun. This elder is the ancestor of the Inyang Hall, the foremost dominant force in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Rumored to absorb the essence of young maidens to enhance his power, achieving a balance of yin and yang to significantly elevate his vitality and cultivation. The malevolence etched on the face of the Inyang Hall's ancestor suggests that countless innocent maidens have perished at his hands. With those words, the figures of the group vanished in an instant. In Kunlun, within the main hall, Lu Chun retrieved 1,600 sets of disciple attire from the system space, placing them into a storage ring before handing them to Luo Lingxue. This is the attire of our Kunlun disciples. Outer sect disciples wear garments adorned with one mysterious bird. Inner sect disciples don 2, while true disciples are distinguished by 3. "Wow, master, these outfits are exquisite," exclaimed Luo Lingxue, her face lighting up as she admired the blue and white attire, featuring a seemingly animated mysterious bird. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Why does this mysterious bird appear so lifelike? Observing Luo Lingxue's astonished expression, Lu Chen smiled and explained, once worn. "Should you encounter true danger, the 9 Heavens mysterious bird etched upon it will be activated, providing you with a layer of protection. This disciple attire, known as the 9 Heavens mysterious bird garb, features a species long extinct across the myriad realms. As for whether it is indeed as the system claims," Lu Chen was uncertain. However, he trusted that the items provided by the system would undoubtedly be exceptional. It is likely that the 9 Heavens mysterious bird was eradicated by the system itself. System, I am not saying go. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Zi Yunyan in the hall gazed in astonishment at the attire in Luo Lingxue's hands. Indeed, the sect's foundation is far more profound than they had imagined. It is shrouded in greater mystery. Perhaps no other faction can offer its disciples such treatment. Perhaps only our Kunlun can. In that moment, each of them felt immensely fortunate to be a disciple of Kunlun. Moreover, several individuals harbored an unspoken premonition that the true powerhouses of the sect would soon make their appearance. There was no need to mention Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian, as they were already aware that Kunlun currently had 2 exceedingly formidable elders. As for Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, they too were cognizant of the existence of a sage within Kunlun. However, at this moment, they would not believe that Kunlun possessed only a single sage. Casting a glance at the group, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Though Kunlun had yet to acquire any true disciples, having 5 prodigious disciples was certainly commendable. "Ling Mu, you shall henceforth be the 4th senior brother of Kunlun, and Yun Yan will be the 5th senior sister," Lu Chen declared to the 2. Upon hearing this, both responded with delight. "Yes, sect master." Ling Mu glanced at Zi Yunyan, suppressing a chuckle within. "Who would have thought that the grand princess of the Ziyue dynasty would become my junior sister? If father were to find out, I wonder what his expression would be." "Ling Xiao, the emperor, I sent you out to train, and you managed to secure the princess of the Ziyue dynasty? Truly my offspring." Ling Mu. Observing Ling Mu's smug expression, Zi Yin felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly recalled something. "It's Lin Yun. That lad is absent, and I sense a lack of amusement." He then turned to the 2 and said, "Your senior brother is currently training outside and will take some time to return. Ling Mu, you should engage in more discussions with your senior brother when he arrives." Lin Yun possesses the battle saint physique, while Ling Mu is a born supreme. Lu Chen was eager to witness whose physique would prove to be stronger. After all, Lin Yun had a tendency to be somewhat lazy in his cultivation, and it would be advantageous for Ling Mu to spar with him. "Senior brother." Upon hearing this, both individuals displayed a glimmer of anticipation, eager to ascertain the extent of their senior brother's cultivation and prowess. Given the sect's enigmatic nature, it was reasonable to assume that their senior brother must be an unparalleled prodigy. Otherwise, how could he possibly hold the title of senior brother in Kunlun? "Indeed, sect master," they reverently affirmed. And then Ling Mu suddenly inquired, "Sect master, may I ask what realm our senior brother has attained?" At this, Zi Yunyan also grew intrigued. But Lu Chen's ensuing revelation left both of them utterly astounded. "Well, your senior brother was at the 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm when he embarked on his training," Lu Chen replied. Although Lin Yun had only attained the Spirit Sea realm at the time of his departure, Lu Chen was confident that upon his return, his cultivation would have significantly advanced. "What? The 9th layer of the Spirit Sea realm? This senior brother's cultivation is so." The 2 could scarcely believe it. Yet faced with Lu Chen, whose demeanor was devoid of jest, they felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. "Sect master, our senior brother's cultivation." They both stammered, Well aware that Luo Lingshue's cultivation was at the Transformation Realm and Qin Ruoxian's was even at the Void Realm. Yet, who could have anticipated that their senior brother's cultivation was so low? Linyan, junior brother. Just wait until I return and see if I don't frighten you to death. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian exchanged knowing smiles at the bewildered expressions of the two. If they were to learn what Lin Yun's physique truly entailed, one could only imagine their astonishment. Observing the reactions of the two individuals, Lu Chen smiled. Fully aware of their thoughts, your senior brother possesses the Battle Saint body, though it remains only partially activated, hence his current level is somewhat modest. Upon hearing this, the two were utterly astonished, exclaiming, the Saint body. It is indeed the Saint body. They were certainly familiar with the existence of the Saint body, but they had not anticipated that their sect's senior brother would possess such a remarkable constitution. While they were unaware of the specifics of the Battle Saint body, they understood that individuals endowed with the Saint body were overwhelmingly formidable. No wonder. It made sense that the sect leader would not casually appoint someone of lower cultivation as the senior brother. The two exchanged wry smiles, realizing that once the senior brother fully awakened the potential of the Saint body, his strength would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Chapter 72, Kunlun. Fearless of any mortal or force in the depths of Luo Lingxue's eyes, a glimmer of anticipation emerged, as she eagerly contemplated the extent of Lin Yun's strength upon his return. Qin Ruoxian shared the same sentiment, her gaze sparkling with brilliance, with Kunlun's backing. The wielder of the Battle Saint physique, Lin Yun, would undoubtedly not meet an untimely demise. In the days to come, he would surely become an unparalleled powerhouse, shaking the very heavens, akin to that Battle Saint physique in the upper realm, renowned as the foremost conqueror, an exalted entity within the celestial path. One man, one sect. One man, one legacy. With so many extraordinary physiques now within Kunlun, Qin Ruoxian was certain that Kunlun would eventually transcend this realm and venture into the higher realms. As this thought crossed her mind, a chilling intent for vengeance flickered in her eyes. The ancient Wuji kingdom, await my return to the upper realm, for that shall mark the day of your annihilation. She yearned to witness the expression on Lei Songtian's face upon their next encounter. Previously, she might have believed she would never have the chance for retribution, even if she returned to the upper realm. She alone would be no match for the ancient Wuji kingdom. However, now she was a disciple of Kunlun, having acquired unimaginable supreme techniques from the Hall of Techniques. She firmly believed that she would soon transcend the realm she had once longed for in her past life, that of the celestial path. At this moment, her gaze towards Lu Chen was filled with deep reverence. After a brief pause, Lu Chen suddenly recalled something and addressed the group. Lingmu, Yun Yin. You two shall proceed to the Hall of Techniques shortly to select your methods. Within, you will find ancient techniques and scriptures left by the formidable beings of Kunlun, tailored to suit your unique physiques. Ancient techniques, ancient scriptures, left by the great beings of Kunlun. Gasp. Could it be that a great emperor once graced Kunlun? Upon hearing these words, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan inhaled sharply, their expressions filled with profound shock as their eyes widened, momentarily lost in astonishment, their hearts trembling with excitement. They understood the implications of ancient techniques and scriptures all too well, and it was precisely this understanding that rendered them utterly astounded. Observing their reactions, Lu Chen offered a subtle smile, reminiscent of the astonishment displayed by Luo Lingxue and Lin Yun at that time. It must be said that once the existence of these ancient techniques and scriptures within Kunlun became known, the entire immortal martial continent would undoubtedly tremble. This was the foundation of Kunlun's confidence. Furthermore, the system had mentioned that the Hall of Techniques housed the most potent methods across the myriad realms. Surely, it must contain supreme techniques and scriptures suitable for Zai Yunyan's Divine King physique. He was aware that while the Divine King physique was slightly inferior to the innate Supreme Bone, with Kunlun's techniques, its maximum potential could surely be realized. Moments later, the two finally processed Lu Chen's words, their faces alight with exhilaration. They were certain that Lu Chen would never deceive them. Yes, Sect Master, they exclaimed in unison, their expressions betraying their overwhelming astonishment. How could they not be amazed? These were the scriptures of a great emperor. Even if a divine king were to arrive, he would surely be thrilled to showcase a set of the mixed Yuan 5 whips for celebration. Slap. A technique of the divine king. Slap. A scripture of the emperor. Slap. Left foot upon right, ascending to the immortal realm in broad daylight. What a spectacle. Master Ma's arrival commands immediate respect and admiration. Even if the legendary ancient scriptures of the great emperor are not genuinely present, the existence of the divine king's ancient methods is undoubtedly palpable. This is the intuition shared by Ling Mu and Zi Yuyan. The enigma surrounding Kunlun has only deepened. The two can scarcely fathom the true nature of Kunlun. The ancient methods, also referred to as the divine king's techniques, and the ancient scriptures represent the supreme teachings of the great emperor. At this moment, their hearts are brimming with excitement. Indeed, Kunlun is my destiny. Lingmu feels an exhilarating thrill, for the Divine King's ancient methods are also found within the Lingxiao dynasty. But what truly astounds him is the notion of the great emperor's scriptures. Such a treasure can only be conceived by an emperor. Ziyuyan shares a similar sentiment. Unable to believe that Kunlun possesses the great emperor's scriptures, even her own Ziyue dynasty lacks such an extraordinary asset. Only a formidable force that has produced an emperor could claim such a treasure. Nonetheless, the two have set aside doubts for the moment. They trust in Lu Chen's words. Next, Lu Chen discusses with them the prerequisites for ascending to the ranks of Kunlun disciples, as well as the tasks available at the mission hall for all disciples to undertake. Completion of these tasks not only earns Lu Chen points from the system but also enables him to exchange these points for various items in the system's marketplace, which serve as rewards for the disciples upon task completion. This approach not only accelerates the enhancement of the disciples' abilities and the overall strength of Kunlun but also hones the disciples themselves. They will engage in more external training and gain combat experience, unlike other factions where disciples remain confined within the sect, laboring in solitary cultivation. Of course, while most other factions do provide cultivation resources to their disciples, these are typically reserved for core disciples, creating a stark disparity for outer and inner disciples. In contrast, Kunlun, under Lu Chen's leadership, offers equitable resources to all disciples, treating outer, inner, and true disciples alike with equal regard. For instance, the eligibility to enter the Techniques Hall and select appropriate methods is not restricted. Remember, all disciples of Kunlun, whether outer or inner, are welcome to enter the Techniques Hall to choose the cultivation method that suits them best. Yes, we shall adhere to the sect master's words. Upon hearing this, the respect and admiration for Lu Chen in the eyes of the others deepened, and they marveled at the fact that perhaps only Kunlun could maintain such egalitarian treatment of its disciples. Indeed, within the sects of the Xianwu continent, it is improbable for all disciples to cultivate methods that are not publicly shared. However, Kunlun is different. The Techniques Hall houses the most powerful methods from across the myriad realms, each potent enough to shake the foundations of the Xianwu continent. Furthermore, when disciples enter, the methods will select the most suitable candidates, alleviating any concerns about their ability to discern the appropriate cultivation path. Having ensured that all matters were adequately arranged, Lu Chen turned to the group and said, "All right, there is nothing more to discuss. As senior brothers and sisters of Kunlun, you should guide your junior disciples in their cultivation endeavors. If there are no further matters, please proceed to implement all that I have just outlined." "Yes, Sect Master." Several individuals bowed respectfully, and then Lu Chen continued, "There is one more matter you must remember." Upon hearing this, the others turned to Lu Chen, attentively listening. "You must understand that anyone who dares to harm a disciple of Kunlun, regardless of who they are, will face our unwavering resolve against anyone and any force in this world." At this juncture, Lu Chen's demeanor transformed, exuding an aura akin to that of a supreme deity overlooking all beings from the heights of the heavens. As these words resonated, the individuals gazed at Lu Chen, seated in a position of authority, their eyes filled with awe and their hearts brimming with admiration. The master is truly imposing. Who in the entire realm of Xianwu would dare utter such words? Surely it is only the master. Subsequently, they bowed deeply to Lu Chen and turned to exit the Grand Hall. At Disciples' Peak, all the disciples had been organized, and they now stood observing the magnificent main peak that seemed to rise from the void. Their eyes were alight with reverence. "Senior brother, that must be the residence of the master. It is truly spectacular." Indeed. The disciples gazed in awe at the grand and imposing main peak, marveling. "I wonder if we will ever have the opportunity to meet the master." A spark of excitement flickered in one disciple's eyes as he continued. Chapter 73. No Regrets in Entering Kunlun. Upon hearing these words, the faces of all disciples were illuminated with excitement, which quickly transformed into bittersweet smiles. What a remarkable figure the sect master is. How could one expect to meet him so easily? It is likely that only those two senior brothers and sisters possess the talent worthy of a meeting with the sect master. Indeed, within the realm of Xianwu, many disciples may never lay eyes on their sect master throughout their entire lives after entering the sect. Moreover, even when incidents occur among the disciples, the sect master seldom appears for ordinary or even inner disciples. Naturally, other members of the sect handle such trivial matters. How could the leader of a sect make an appearance so readily? However, Lu Chen is different. If a disciple encounters trouble, he would undoubtedly appear immediately, wielding his formidable power to eliminate the threat. Of course, Lu Chen would not intervene in every matter, for as the leader of the sect, there are other formidable individuals within the sect who can take action. What the disciples require is a sense of importance bestowed upon them by the sect. The mere fact that someone values them is sufficient to demonstrate that the sect will not abandon them, even if they inadvertently provoke a powerful force. Lu Qin would ensure that his disciples do not suffer, for Lu Qin is a fiercely protective individual. In the face of absolute power, there is no distinction between right and wrong. Rules? They are merely established by the strong. Before long, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Zi Yunyan arrived at the disciples' peak. The presence of these senior brothers and sisters immediately stirred excitement among all the disciples, for they knew these four were their esteemed mentors. Having met 3 senior sisters and a senior brother, the disciples called out eagerly, watching the approaching figures with a hint of confusion. "You need not be overly courteous, fellow junior brothers and sisters," the 4 replied with nods and smiles. Subsequently, Luo Lingxue introduced Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan to all the disciples. Indeed, the eyes of all disciples sparkled with envy as they gazed upon Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, recognizing the prowess of these senior brothers and sisters. While envy lingered, joy filled their hearts. It was a privilege to have such extraordinary mentors. Observing her junior disciples, Luo Lingxue produced a spatial ring and instructed them to line up to receive their disciple garments. Soon, after all disciples had donned their attire, they returned to present themselves before the 4. Noticing the excited expressions on the faces of her junior siblings, Luo Lingxue smiled gently and explained the significance of the disciple garments. Instantly, shock washed over all the disciples' faces. They had not anticipated such generosity from the sect. To receive such treatment upon entering Kunlun is indeed a rarity. One might wonder which sect could offer such benevolence. Following this, everyone promptly raised their hands in reverence towards the main peak, bowing deeply with utmost respect. "Thank you, Sect Master," they chorused, their voices echoing towards the summit. In the main hall, Lu Chan gazed towards the disciples' peak and smiled softly. Indeed, this is how a sect ought to be. As Luo Lingxue now holds the esteemed position of the eldest senior sister in Kunlun, she is naturally tasked with numerous responsibilities. For instance, she is to lead all disciples to the Hall of Techniques. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, shortly, you shall accompany me to the Hall of Techniques to select your methods," Luo Lingxue announced, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Upon hearing her words, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, as if incredulous at the notion of being able to cultivate the sect's techniques so soon after joining. "Eldest sister, are you saying we can practice the sect's techniques right now? Is this truly the case?" One inner disciple responded, his voice tinged with disbelief, yet laced with excitement. Observing their reactions, the 4 of them exchanged knowing smiles. Luo Lingxue continued, "Indeed, it is true. The foundation of Kunlun is immensely profound, and the techniques housed within the Hall of Techniques are legacies left by the great masters of our sect throughout the ages." At this revelation, gasps of astonishment echoed through the assembly. The techniques of the sect's great masters. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Luo Lingxue smiled softly and urged, "Very well, my dear junior brothers and sisters, let us proceed to the Hall of Techniques and choose your own methods. Truly, this is indeed real. The sect is exceedingly generous to us. To be able to cultivate the sect's techniques upon entry is remarkable." The disciples, now grasping the reality of the situation, displayed expressions of sheer exhilaration, with some even moved to tears, their joy uncontainable. "Yes, eldest sister," they replied eagerly, astonished by the sect's impartial treatment towards them. Although distinctions exist between outer and inner disciples, such matters seem trivial in light of the eldest sister's assurance that the resources provided for cultivation are equal for all. Furthermore, they could undertake sect tasks to earn rewards, and now they were granted the extraordinary opportunity to cultivate techniques passed down by the sect's great masters. What other force could offer such privileges? With such benevolence from the sect, they felt an overwhelming urge to reciprocate. "In life, I am a child of Kunlun. In death, I shall remain a spirit of Kunlun." At that moment, a resolute determination sparkled in their eyes as they silently vowed, "This life, I shall not regret joining Kunlun. I shall forever be intertwined with Kunlun." These disciples hailed from the most ordinary backgrounds within the immortal martial continent. Some emerged from modest families, while others came from weak villages or were solitary cultivators. The techniques they previously practiced were of the most rudimentary kind, limiting their potential. Without superior techniques, they would ultimately remain confined below the threshold of the transformation of spirit realm. This realm represents a pivotal juncture for cultivators. Crossing it means transcending from the mundane to the divine, thus stepping into the true domain of cultivation. Countless cultivators across the immortal martial continent find themselves helpless before this threshold, and the sole reason is the lack of quality techniques. Therefore, The mere act of Kunlun extending such a gesture towards its disciples instilled a profound sense of recognition among them, something unattainable in any other sect. Moments later, as Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian prepared to escort all disciples to the peak of techniques, an unexpected hum resonated through the air. Above Kunlun, countless ripples spread across the entire expanse, reminiscent of undulating waves upon water. Shortly thereafter, a portal materialized silently in the void, from which emerged 5 ancient figures, each exuding a formidable presence. They were none other than the venerable ancestors of the Nine Nether. With a thunderous resonance, a terrifying aura enveloped the heavens, instantly draining the color from the faces of all disciples, who struggled to lift their gazes towards the 5 fearsome silhouettes in the void. Yet, their eyes betrayed not an ounce of fear. Rather, they burned with a desire to vanquish their foes with mere glances. Who were these 5? Audacious enough to act with such impudence before Kunlun? In an instant, the pallor of the disciples' faces transformed into expressions of fury, their unwavering stares fixed upon the ancient figures. Despite their awareness of the opponent's formidable power, not a hint of trepidation was to be found. Such is the spirit of Kunlun's disciples, undaunted by any adversary or force. Had Lu Chen witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly feel immense pride. What he sought were disciples who feared nothing and were resolute in their convictions. Chapter 74. Old Hound. Are you capable? In the void, the 5 ancestors of Jiuyou sensed their surroundings before casting their gazes upon the ethereal Kunlun below, their pupils narrowing in disbelief. Hiss! How is this possible? The spiritual energy here is so abundant. The faces of the 5 ancestors of Jiuyou paled in astonishment. They were acutely aware that this place was a forbidden zone, which was why they had lingered outside the buried Immortal Mountains for so long. After capturing numerous cultivators from Qingzhou to extract their souls and gather intelligence, they finally dared to venture in. Indeed, the older they grew, the more they feared death. Had it not been for their knowledge of Kunlun's location within the buried Immortal Mountains, they would never have dared to enter, oblivious to the changes that had transpired there. At this moment, greed flickered in their eyes, as they clearly yearned to claim this place for themselves, entirely forgetting the enchanting Kunlun below. Any discerning sect witnessing such a scene would never be foolish enough to act as recklessly as these 5. Could a mere ordinary force create something of this magnitude? Hee. This place will belong to my Yinyang Palace. The ancestor of Yinyang Palace chuckled ominously, sending chills down spines. Humph, old ghost of Yinyang. Do not forget our original purpose for coming here, Jiuyou's ancestor retorted, displeased. You think you can just claim it for your palace without acknowledging our existence? Who gave you such audacity? You two, quickly annihilate Kunlun and seize the ancient token. This will be our domain henceforth. The others' faces were alight with excitement, their eyes cold and devoid of the earlier trepidation. Under the alluring temptation of such spiritual energy, they seemed almost driven to madness. With those words, a thunderous roar erupted. Jiuyou's ancestor wasted no time. An overwhelming aura surged forth from him, cascading down like a torrential flood towards the ground. Boom! The space shattered layer upon layer. Numerous fissures in the void emerging. Crap! 5 saints! Qin Ruoxian's complexion turned pale as she exclaimed, her gaze darting towards one of the 72 peaks, Elder Peak. Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Ling Mu also turned pale, acutely aware that this terrifying aura was characteristic of saints. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with icy killing intent. A mere 5 saints? They dare to seek death in Kunlun. They were already contemplating summoning the guardians behind them to take action. At that moment, upon hearing Qin Ruoxian's words, the previously pale faces of all the disciples were suddenly filled with shock. Saints. This was their first encounter with the overwhelming presence of saints, and 5 of them at that. Yet, what did 5 saints matter? The disciples' faces remained resolute, devoid of any fear. They firmly believed that their sect possessed beings far more formidable than saints. After all, they had yet to see their sect leader make an appearance, indicating that the leader did not regard these 5 saints as a threat at all. Indeed, within the main hall, Lu Chen's gaze was icy, his terrifying eyes piercing through layers of space to observe the 5 saints hovering above Kunlun. His voice was frigid. Humph! Seeking death. 5 mere saints dare to act brazenly in my Kunlun. Yet, Lu Chen refrained from intervening, instead directing his gaze towards all the disciples of Kunlun. Indeed, they have not disappointed me. Observing the unwavering expressions on the faces of the disciples, devoid of any trace of fear in their eyes, instead displaying a fierce defiance even in the face of the terrifying pressure exerted by the saints, they stood resolute and did not falter. This is the benefit of having traversed the Nine Nether Yellow Spring illusion, which fortifies the disciples' mental fortitude against formidable adversaries, enabling their spirits to grow ever stronger. In the Yellow Spring illusion, even the weakest beings possess a presence far more fearsome than that of these saints. Thus, how could the mere pressure of saints instill fear in the hearts of Kunlun's disciples? Lu Chun felt a sense of satisfaction, glancing coldly at the 5 saints. He withdrew his gaze. These 5 saints were unworthy of his intervention. Naturally, others within Kunlun would take action. Moreover, Lu Chun intended to seize this opportunity to impart to all disciples that the foes Kunlun would face in the future would only grow stronger, with saints being merely the beginning. In days to come, Kunlun would confront even more formidable powers and terrifying beings. Only under immense pressure would Kunlun continue to grow stronger. This sentiment was shared by the 12 elders of the Elder Hall as well. Otherwise, if merely 5 saints appeared in Kunlun, the 12 elders would surely be aware. Even if 10 mighty saints were to arrive, Lu Chun would not regard them as a threat. The 12 elders of Kunlun would not consider them worthy of concern either. At that moment, a chilling aura rendered all disciples' faces pale, even causing blood to trickle from their mouths, yet not a hint of fear was visible. Rather, they roared defiantly at the ancestor of the 9 Nether, Yul Mut. Upon hearing this, the ancestor's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes suddenly filled with a chilling malice. Seeking death. Observing the mockery upon the faces of these ants, the ancestor's aged visage grew terrifyingly grim. After living for tens of thousands of years, he had never endured such humiliation, especially at the hands of a swarm of ants. Just as the ancestor was about to annihilate these ants in a fit of rage, the other 4 saints gazed down upon the crowd with malicious glee, noticing that not a single one had succumbed to the ancestor's oppressive might, prompting them to sneer. Hehehe, old Yudu, it seems you have truly aged, unable to handle even this. A mere group of ants. And yet not one has fallen under your saintly pressure. Hehe, old Yudu, are you even capable? If not, allow me to take over. The 4 saints, eager to witness the ancestor's humiliation before a throng of ants, could not resist taunting him. At that moment, their gazes towards the ancestor seemed to convey, TSK. Indeed, just an old mutt. Ah, damned ants. Upon hearing the mocking words of the 4, the ancestor's already dark expression turned exceedingly sinister and terrifying, striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld him. You may question his strength, but to label him as a mutt is to challenge his dignity. Once again, an ancient and unchanging creature, not merely a turtle of old, but a truly insufferable being. It appeared that the old ancestor of the 9 Nether had suffered a severe provocation, as if struck by the words of another. His sinister visage contorted into an exceedingly grotesque and terrifying expression. With a hoarse voice, he bellowed in fury, "Ah, damn it!" A horde of ants seeking their demise. Before his words could fully dissipate, a terrifying aura erupted from the old ancestor, his frail, withered hand raised menacingly, pressing down fiercely. Damnable insects! Die! A colossal hand, imbued with an overwhelming sense of dread, suddenly descended. The sound of cracking echoed as layers of space shattered, revealing a dark and soul-chilling void, exuding an aura of sheer terror. As the monstrous hand fell, the faces of all below turned pale with dread, their previously wan expressions now transformed into a ghastly whiteness, suffocated by the overwhelming presence. Just then, a sharp, commanding voice resonated through the air, akin to the tolling of a great bell, shaking the very heavens and earth. With a thunderous crash, like the sound of thunder striking, the dreadful hand exploded. The visible remnants of its terrifying power momentarily froze in the void, as though bound by some unseen force. It was indeed a saint from Kunlun. Witnessing this spectacle, the 5 figures of the 9 Nether ancestor changed countenance, realizing that a saint from Kunlun had intervened. The old ancestor's expression darkened as he roared, seeking death. Show yourself. However, no response came, as if he were not worthy to converse with the master of that voice. At that moment, seeing the terrifying hand dispersed by mere words, all disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them, their bodies relaxing while their hearts surged with exhilaration. They understood that a powerful being from their sect had taken action. Indeed, there existed individuals within their sect far more formidable than the saints. Excitement lit their faces as they realized that such a voice could disperse a saint's might. They could scarcely fathom the nature of this extraordinary presence. The disciples turned to Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. Lingmu and Ziyunyan also exhibited astonishment, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. This is our first encounter with a powerful figure from Kunlun, one disciple exclaimed. Senior sisters, may I inquire as to which esteemed individual from Kunlun has intervened? Faced with the eager inquiries, Luo Lingxue was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of profound shock, for she too was unaware of which Kunlun figure had acted. The voice was neither that of Elder Qing nor Elder Qin. She could discern that it was a voice she had never encountered before. Noticing Luo Lingxue's silence, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Ruoxian's eyes as she addressed the crowd. Fear not, that esteemed individual is an elder of our Kunlun. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. Thank you. May fortune and prosperity abound in your lives. And may you be blessed with wealth and happiness. Once again, my deepest thanks to all the generous benefactors for their offerings. Chapter 75. Dare the Mere Sage Forces claim to be a hidden sect? As the words fell, a gasp escaped. The elders of the sect, all disciples, were profoundly shaken, their hearts filled with astonishment. Such a formidable presence was merely an elder of the sect, a single utterance capable of dispelling the methods of a sage. And yet, he was merely an elder. They could hardly fathom the magnitude of the powers that existed above the sect elders. It is essential to remember that a sage is the progenitor of a top-tier hegemonic force. In Kunlun, he could only be an elder. Upon hearing Qin Ruoxian's words, Lingmu and Zi Yunyan also displayed a hint of astonishment on their faces. At that moment, Luo Lingxue regained her composure and exchanged a glance with Qin Ruoxian, both recognizing a flicker of surprise in each other's eyes. The two women understood that other powerful entities within the sect had awakened. Lu Chen had previously mentioned that the sect's strong would gradually awaken, and the unfamiliar, indifferent voice now resonating was undoubtedly that of an awakened powerhouse. In the void, the expressions of the 5 ancestors of the 9 Nether clan were exceedingly grim. They had not anticipated that someone would dare to disregard them so brazenly. Did this signify that they were being dismissed? Seeking death, since you refuse to reveal yourself, today, Kunlun shall be eradicated. The 5 ancestors of the 9 Nether clan cast cold glances downward, and in an instant, a terrifyingly potent aura erupted from their beings. Boom. Below. All disciples felt a wave of suffocating pressure surging within them, their faces paling as they struggled to remain upright. When a sage is enraged, the heavens change color. A dreadful aura dominated the skies for thousands of miles, the oppressive force soaring into the clouds. Boom. In an instant. The clouds spanning tens of thousands of miles were swept away, the horrific aura permeating the vast expanse of the sky. Buzz. At that moment, countless ancient beings in the southern wasteland sensed this boundless terror, instantly manifesting in the void, their abyss-like gazes directed toward the direction of Qingzhou, their expressions abruptly changing. A sage. A sage is making a move. Who could it be? Meanwhile, the previously mentioned 8 great ancestral figures of the heavenly kings were also among them. Their eyes filled with profound dread as they stared towards Qizhou, their voices trembling as they spoke. Kunlun. Yes, it is Kunlun. Gasp. Once again, it is Kunlun. Upon hearing these words, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, their eyes reflecting fear as they gazed towards Qingzhou. Not only them, in the wasteland above, an ancient figure cast a wary glance toward the distant Qingzhou. At this moment, in the skies closest to Qingzhou, 5 azure thunder tigers appeared, pulling a chariot. On the chariot sat the heavenly profound saint child, Qin Wudao, who sensed the presence of the sage's aura. His expression shifting slightly as a flicker of mischief crossed his eyes, filled with intrigue. He chuckled softly. I never anticipated that apart from the Jun family in the Yaoqi Palace, there would be other forces in the southern wasteland with the sage. This is rather interesting. Saint Child, the aura emanates from the direction of Qingzhou. I sensed 5 distinct sage presences at play. Elder Yu hastily spoke. For as a being of the 9th celestial rank, he was certain of his perceptions, yet a hint of perplexity lingered on his countenance. He was not alone in this sentiment. The other 4 elders also wore expressions of confusion. Ordinarily, in the southern wilderness domain, aside from the Jun family, a sacred lineage, and the Yaoqi Palace, which boasts a holy ground behind it and thus also possesses a saint, it would be inconceivable for other factions to harbor saints. Moreover, the simultaneous intervention of 5 saints suggested that their adversary must possess commensurate strength. Oh, 5 saints, how intriguing. Throughout their journey, whispers had reached them about a certain Kunlun sect in Qizhou, reputed to be under the protection of a saint. It seemed pertinent to their current predicament. Indeed, esteemed son, it is said that the Kunlun sect resides within the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Furthermore, the ancient primordial token is in their possession. The 5 saints who have acted must be motivated by the token, Elder Yu elucidated. For the holy grounds, the ancient primordial token holds no value, so their interest is unlikely. With the great era upon us, the burial Immortal Mountain Range has likely undergone significant changes. It appears the Kunlun sect has unearthed something, prompting them to establish their sect within the mountains. As the holy son of the Tianxian sacred ground, he was privy to certain hidden truths. At this juncture, Qin Wudao snorted disdainfully. Humph, a mere saintly faction dares to arrogantly proclaim itself a hidden grand sect, utterly oblivious to its own mortality. They clearly underestimate the Tianxian sacred ground. Esteemed son, please temper your ire. The Kunlun sect, in its ignorance, cannot fathom the true essence of a hidden grand sect. The 5 saint-level elders swiftly interjected, fearful of dampening the holy sun's spirits. They could not bear the repercussions of such discontent. Despite their status as elders of the saintly realm, none would dare to act presumptuously before Qin Wudao, the anointed successor to the Tianxian sacred lord. Otherwise, how could 5 revered saints accompany him, with these elders willingly in his retinue? A trivial saintly faction is hardly worthy of my concern. Let us proceed and seek what may pique my interest in this Tianzhou. As he spoke, a glimmer of lasciviousness flickered in Qin Wudao's eyes. He harbored a particular penchant for the allure of seductive women. Those who understand. Those who do not, may piece it together. This journey was not merely a trial, but rather a manifestation of Qin Wudao's insatiable desires. Who would have imagined that the esteemed holy son of Tianshan harbored such proclivities? Meanwhile, at this moment, the 5 elders of the 9 Nether Ancestor, upon hearing the voice of the unseen speaker, were enveloped in a chilling aura of menace. Their eyes gleamed with bloodthirst as they prepared to unleash their wrath upon the insignificant insects before them. Suddenly, a terrifying and unparalleled aura erupted from one of the 72 peaks, a presence so formidable that it swept across the heavens, instantly suppressing the saintly might of the 5 elders. In an instant, all was transformed. All the oppressive aura surrounding the disciples vanished without a trace. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming and terrifying presence enveloped the 5 elders of the 9 Nether clan. This aura, what is this? As they sensed the dreadful pressure bearing down upon them, fear swiftly etched itself upon their faces, a chilling terror gripping their hearts. No, how could this be? This is a great sage. The 5 elders trembled uncontrollably, their hearts racing in terror, cold sweat pouring down, their eyes filled with dread. At that moment, all the disciples were utterly astonished, gazing at the quaking figures of the 5 elders in awe, their hearts pounding with astonishment. This terrifying presence. What kind of being is this elder of the sect? Merely the aura alone is enough to strike fear into the hearts of 5 sages. They found it unimaginable what kind of entity could instill such profound fear in sages. Luo Lingxue was also rendered speechless, her lips slightly parted in shock, frozen in place, her heart racing with excitement. At this moment, she was certain that an extraordinarily powerful being from the sect had awakened. Qin Ruoxian's expression also shifted in astonishment, a flicker of shock passing through her eyes as she turned towards Elder Peak, her heart racing with realization. A great sage. Another powerful figure of the sect has emerged. Even the Kunlun she perceives now is merely the tip of the iceberg. Her anticipation for the number of powerful beings within Kunlun grew ever greater. Not only Qin Ruoxian sensed this aura as that of a great sage, but Lingmu and Ziyun Yin also shared the same realization, their expressions filled with astonishment. Having come from the imperial dynasty, they were aware that there were indeed great sages within the dynasty, and not just one. At this moment, the two were immensely relieved, for they understood that this was undoubtedly just the tip of the iceberg of the sect. Chapter 76. A single word obliterates 5 saints taking a deep breath. The 2 individuals felt a sense of relief that they had refrained from invoking the guardian behind them. Had they done so, the sect leader would surely have chastised them, for the affairs of Kunlun must not be interfered with by outsiders. After all, with the sudden appearance of 2 additional saints in Kunlun, it was likely that the sect's formidable warriors would have directly engaged their guardian. In such a case, it would have been akin to offering their lives as a sacrifice. No wonder the sect leader had not made an appearance from the beginning. It was evident that he regarded these 5 saints with utter disdain. Exchanging a glance filled with bitter amusement, they understood the gravity of the situation. At that moment, a voice, cold and detached as a shard of ice, reverberated from Elder Peak, piercing through the air and sending shivers down the spines of all present. Buzz! An invisible and terrifying force surged forth, akin to a blade, hurtling towards the 5 figures of the 9 Nether Ancestors. Boom! The faces of the 9 Nether Ancestors contorted in fear as they turned towards the source of the voice emanating from the mountain peak. A chilling sensation of impending doom surged from their feet to their hearts, their eyes widening in sheer terror. No, they sensed death approaching. The 5 cried out in desperate horror. Ah, no. Bang, bang, bang. Spare us. Bang, bang. Before their words could fully escape their lips, the 5 were instantly reduced to mere clouds of blood mist, erupting violently in the void. Even their souls were obliterated in an instant by the frigid power of that voice. Saint-level cultivators possess formidable souls, capable of rebirth through soul possession if they endure. Yet, before the might of Kunlun's warriors, not even the most powerful souls could hope to escape, let alone those of mere saints. Thus, the 9 Nether Ancestor, once lauded as the epitome of steadfastness, along with the remaining 4 paramount overlords of the Eastern Celestial Domain, met their demise. Witnessing this scene, Luo Lingshue's expression was one of profound shock, her heart racing with exhilaration. This being was undoubtedly more powerful than Elder Qing. Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyun Yin similarly bore expressions of astonishment. Hiss. The other disciples collectively gasped in awe, rendered speechless, their faces betraying an unmistakable excitement, while their hearts brimmed with profound shock. How formidable! How terrifying! Is this the strength of Kunlun? With but a single utterance, 5 saints were annihilated. With such a powerhouse within the sect, who would dare to humiliate us? The disciples, filled with fervent enthusiasm, shouted in unison, some even overwhelmed with joy, weeping uncontrollably. Father, mother, and all my uncles and aunts, did you see this? This is the might of my sect's warrior. Fear not, for soon I shall avenge you. One inner sect disciple knelt upon the ground, his face etched with righteous fury, tears streaming down his cheeks, his eyes reflecting a profound yearning for power. He craved strength, wishing to become formidable enough to avenge his fallen kin. Upon witnessing this scene, all disciples resonated with one another, unable to restrain their emotions any longer. Their eyes glistening with mist, they had endured humiliation and oppression from cultivators who wielded powerful backgrounds and influence, nurturing a deep-seated hatred for those who considered themselves superior, wishing fervently to eradicate them. Yet, they found themselves powerless, lacking the formidable support that others possessed. Their own strength was feeble, and no sect was willing to accept them as disciples. Brothers and sisters, we cannot disappoint our sect. The sect has bestowed upon us teachings and protection. We must elevate our strength to repay the grace of the sect that has imparted its wisdom and sheltered us. A disciple rose, his gaze directed toward the main peak, filled with reverence. The others seemed to feel a shared sentiment, their faces reflecting respect and awe as they turned to deeply bow towards the main peak. Thank you, Sect Master. It was the Sect Master who had granted them this opportunity, allowing them the chance to confront their enemies in the future. At that moment, every disciple held a profound sense of gratitude and reverence in their hearts for their unseen Sect Master, Lu Qin. Rest assured, fellow disciples, as long as the sect stands, and with our senior brothers and sisters by our side, none shall harm you. Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyun Yin, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of sorrow, their eyes gleaming with cold resolve. These were their junior brothers and sisters, and they were saddened to discover the extent of their suffering. The four gazed at the main peak, their eyes filled with awe. They understood that without Lu Qin, without Kunlun, these younger disciples would never have the chance to confront those who had once bullied, oppressed, or even slaughtered their kin. Such is the brutality and cruelty of the path of cultivation. The heavenly laws are merciless, treating all beings as mere fodder. Qin Ruoxian understood better than anyone the harshness of the upper realms, where countless beings were mercilessly annihilated every day. This is the cycle of cause and effect dictated by the heavens. Damn the heavenly laws. Cultivators are in a constant struggle against fate. If the heavens were compassionate, how could suffering exist in the world? Only through relentless self-improvement can one aspire to transcend their limits, to rise above all worldly matters, and ultimately surpass the myriad paths of existence. One could then grasp the sun, moon, and stars, reversing the cosmos and manipulating the flow of time and fate. The heavenly laws could be mastered and held within one's palm. This is true transcendence. Lu Qin's ambition for the sect was to elevate it above all realms, all beings, and all paths, an unparalleled sect. And this was merely the beginning. The disciples of Kunlun would face even stronger foes in the future. And Lu Qin's journey ahead was still long and arduous. After some time, with the demise of the 5 sages, all disciples emerged from their sorrow and shock. Subsequently, Luo Lingxue led all disciples to the Hall of Techniques, urging them to select their skills and enhance their strength as swiftly as possible. For strength is eternally paramount. Qin Ruoxian has embarked on her cultivation journey, currently achieving the remarkable realm of the 9th layer of the Void Realm. It appears she is on the verge of breaking through to the Heavenly King realm. Truly, she is deserving of being a reincarnated emperor from the upper realm. After arriving at Kunlun, Qin Ruoxian swiftly ascended 2 significant levels from the Dao Palace realm, and now she is poised to advance to the Heavenly King level. If Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin were to learn of this, they would likely find it hard to believe. However, both of them possess unique constitutions and have also reached the 9th layer of the Void Realm. Once they select appropriate techniques from the Hall of Techniques, it is certain that their cultivation will experience a substantial enhancement in no time. Meanwhile, Luo Lingxue, practicing the Willow God technique, has attained the 9th layer of the Transformation Realm, just a step away from entering the Void Realm. With the assistance of the Willow God technique, it is likely that Luo Lingxue's cultivation will soon catch up with that of Qin Ruoxian and the others. P.S. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. Thank you all. The author is diligently composing, striving to produce more chapters. I hope you can provide some encouragement and favorable reviews. A little support for the author would be immensely appreciated. Thank you, esteemed patrons. wishing you all prosperity and endless good fortune each day. Chapter 77. The Fall of the Sage, Tremors in the Eastern Sky Domain. As for Lin Yun, there is no need to elaborate. Possessing the formidable body of the Battle Saint, he has likely reached an astonishing level of cultivation by now. Upon his return, he will undoubtedly astonish everyone in Kunlun. Within the main hall, Lu Chen expressed his satisfaction with the performance of his disciples, offering a slight smile as he spoke. Indeed, this is the spirit and pride that our Kunlun disciples should possess, fearless even in the face of a sage. I hope you all can swiftly enhance your strength, for Kunlun may soon confront even more dreadful adversaries. This statement rings true. Currently, nearly all superpowers of the immortal martial continent, including ancient clans, archaic families, and even imperial lineages, have emerged. Remarkably, sages, unseen for millennia, now traverse the immortal martial continent, accompanying the heirs of these superpowers as protectors. Much like the 5 ancestors of the Nine Nether. Had it not been for the Nine Nether ancestor, the other 4 sages would likely not have dared to seek their demise in Kunlun. Subsequently, Lu Chen waved his hand, and a divine light surged forth. Buzz. A radiant barrier imbued with divine essence appeared above Kunlun, enveloping the entire region. All disciples gazed up in sheer astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. However, Lingmu and Zi Yunyan discerned some of its significance, their expressions reflecting a degree of shock. They recognized that their own dynasty possessed formations. Yet the aura emanating from this particular formation was profoundly terrifying, as if harboring an immense and dreadful power. On the disciple peak, Qin Ruoxian's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight as she sensed the atmosphere radiating from the immortal level formation. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her heart quaked intensely. Hiss. This aura. What is this? Directing her gaze towards the main peak, Qin Ruoxian steadied her racing heart, her eyes brimming with reverence for Lu Chen. She could scarcely fathom the true essence of Kunlun. Indeed, this is the immortal level guardian formation bestowed by the system, which Lu Chen had previously refrained from deploying. Now, it is time to provide Kunlun with an additional layer of protection. With the immortal level formation in place, even in the absence of Lu Chen and the elders of Kunlun, should enemies approach, the formation will automatically activate. According to the system's description, this formation transcends the immortal martial continent, impervious even to the might of an emperor. Immortal level. The very term evokes an understanding of the extraordinary nature of such a formation. Not only does it possess formidable defensive capabilities, but it also harbors terrifying offensive power. Simultaneously, far away in the Eastern Sky Domain, the 5 dominant hegemonic forces were in an uproar, for the soul lamps of their respective ancestors had extinguished. They could scarcely believe it. These ancestors were beings of the Sage realm, influential figures in their domains. How could anyone possibly kill an ancestor? Deep within the Nine Nether dynasty, in an ancient and imposing hall, the countenance of the elders from the Nine Nether 3 clans was suddenly suffused with terror. Their eyes fixated in a daze upon the soul lamp that had once ignited the flame of life, now extinguished entirely. It resembled a desolate and barren sea, devoid of even a single drop of water. No. Impossible. How could this be? The ancestor was a sage. The trembling voice of the elder echoed with disbelief and horror. If the divine soul of a sage were to remain intact, the flame of life would never be completely snuffed out. The total extinguishment of the flame now signified that even the soul of the elder had been obliterated. No, cried the 2 aged figures clad in black beside the elder, their faces etched with fear. They were the 2nd and great elders of the Nine Nether dynasty, possessing formidable strength at the 9th tier of the Heavenly King realm. It must be noted that the Nine Nether dynasty was immensely powerful, comparable to the esteemed June family in the southern wilderness. Alas, now the Soul Sage ancestor lay lifeless, and the Nine Nether dynasty faced impending doom. Should Kunlun not obliterate the Nine Nether, other dominant forces would undoubtedly take action to annihilate it. The territory of a sovereign dynasty was coveted by countless observers. Nonetheless, Lu Chen would not allow the Nine Nether dynasty or the other 4 dominant forces to escape unscathed. As for when he would strike down the Nine Nether dynasty, it was believed that he would soon take action. The majesty of Kunlun is not to be insulted. At that moment, a realization dawned upon the elders. Kunlun. Yes, it is Kunlun. The elders of the Nine Nether 3 clans seemed to recall something, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was over. What to do now? With the ancestor fallen, if other forces were to learn of this, the elder of the 2nd clan spoke in a quavering voice, his face revealing sheer terror. None of the 3 had anticipated the true horror of Kunlun. Johan, relay the message. No one in the dynasty is to venture outside, and the fate of our ancestor must remain concealed from all. The great elder of the Nine Nether, regaining a semblance of composure amidst his rising panic, urgently instructed the other elders. In his heart, dread swelled. as he could already surmise that the other 4 sages who had accompanied their ancestor to Kunlun had also perished at its hands. For among the 5, the 9th Nether ancestor was the most powerful, being at the 3rd tier of the sage realm. In the Eastern Celestial Domain, there existed 10 paramount sovereign forces, each led by an ancestor of sage caliber. Now, with the fall of the 5 top sovereign ancestors, one could only imagine the impending bloodshed and turmoil that would erupt across the Eastern Celestial Domain. Meanwhile, within the other 4 top sovereign forces, a similar scene unfolded. Their foundations trembling with panic, fear, and trepidation. They dreaded that at any moment, a powerful figure from Kunlun might emerge to obliterate them. They were aware that their ancestors had ventured into the southern wilderness to confront Kunlun, seeking the ancient token. They had assumed that, against such a seemingly minor entity, their ancestors could easily triumph. Who could have fathomed the terrifying might of Kunlun, resulting in the fall of their own ancestors? In that moment, the gravity of their situation became all too clear. They are all acutely aware of one fact: Kunlun is home to more than one sage. Consequently, the remaining 4 supreme hegemonic powers hastily sealed their ranks, unwilling to disclose the demise of their ancestors to other factions. However, one cannot conceal the truth indefinitely, especially not the fall of 5 revered sages. The death of a sage. It has been tens of thousands of years since such a monumental event has transpired in the Eastern Celestial Domain, let alone the simultaneous demise of 5 sages. Soon, the Eastern Celestial Domain trembled, and countless cultivators and factions learned of the shocking news. Instantly, the faces of numerous cultivators turned pale with terror, their hearts racing. The ancestors of the Jiuyo dynasty, the Yin Yang Palace, the Heavenly Demon Palace, the Divine Spirit Sect, and the Ghost Slayer Hall had all perished in the southern wilderness. Chapter 78. The Techniques of Kunlun. You are yet unworthy to touch them. Meanwhile, in a distant domain, amidst an unknown mountain range, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted at the heart of the mountains, causing a cataclysmic explosion. Countless towering trees were instantaneously reduced to mere dust, scattering throughout the atmosphere. A young man, whose countenance bore a hint of innocence, let out a cold snort. His entire being emanated an astonishingly formidable aura. With a frigid gaze, he shouted at the group of cultivators before him, "Begone! Anyone who dares approach shall meet a gruesome end." His voice echoed like thunder, resonating with immense power. In an instant, the blast continued to erupt as several cultivators at the divine transformation stage were obliterated into clouds of crimson mist. Witnessing this spectacle, the faces of those present shifted dramatically, and they retreated 100 miles in sheer panic. Once stabilized, their eyes reflected a mixture of fear and astonishment as they regarded the young man. How could he be so powerful? At that moment, a powerful young man emerged from the throng of cultivators, exuding an air of nobility that reeked of disdain towards the innocent-looking boy. With his arrival, an expression of reverence spread among the cultivators, who bowed deeply before him. The young man regarded the innocent boy with a detached gaze, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes, as if to convey that the boy's strength had earned him the right to follow. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura of the young man, the innocent boy's demeanor shifted slightly. His eyes glinted like those of an ancient beast, fixated intently on the young man's every move. "Humph, boy, surrender your cultivation methods willingly, or you will face a most miserable demise," the young man's followers clamored, emboldened by their leader's presence. Just moments prior, they would not have dared to act so brazenly, for the innocent boy's strength was truly monstrous. Despite being merely at the 1st level of the Void Realm, he had the capability to overpower those at the 3rd and even the 9th level of the same realm. With a single roar, a cultivator at the divine transformation stage had been reduced to a mere mist of blood. They began to question if the boy was indeed of human descent. It was likely that even the physical prowess of any demonic entity could not match that of the youth before them. His vitality surged like a rainbow, and his physical strength was terrifying. Indeed, this was Lin Yun, the elder disciple of Kunlun. He now stood within a mountain range in the territory of the Floating Pagoda dynasty in the Northern Celestial Domain. Truly, the Battle Saint body was remarkable. In such a short span of time, Lin Yun had ascended from the spirit seed of the Void Realm. It was evident that he had been diligently honing his skills, not only significantly increasing his cultivation but also augmenting his combat experience. It appears that the latent potential of Lin Yun's Battle Saint body had been profoundly awakened. Certainly, this is by no means the utmost potential of the Battle Saint body. Nevertheless, Lin Yun has already proven to be remarkably formidable. Even when confronted by a multitude of adversaries, many of whom possess superior cultivation, Lin Yun remains unfazed, adeptly turning the tables on his opponents. "Humph, begone." Lin Yun's icy gaze pierced through his foe, exuding an aura that was both chilling and formidable. These individuals are truly shameless. Having witnessed him engaged in combat with a Void Realm beast, and recognizing the immense power of his techniques, Consequently, upon failing to obtain what they sought, they pursued him relentlessly, intent on seizing his cultivation methods. You seek your own demise. Before the young master, how dare you act with such insolence? The group of cultivators before him instantly turned furious, their gazes directed at Lin Yun as if he were a specter of death. How audacious of him to behave so recklessly in the presence of the young master. He is clearly unaware of the peril he invites. Haha, how intriguing. You possess considerable merit. Should you relinquish your cultivation methods, I could grant you the opportunity to follow me. The young man, instead of displaying anger, laughed heartily, looking down upon Lin Yun with an air of superiority. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they thought they had misheard. Subsequently, their gazes towards Lin Yun were imbued with profound envy. Hiss. To follow the young master. What an honor that would be. It could propel one to unimaginable heights. It must be noted that the young master hails from. However, they could not deny the terrifying strength of the seemingly simple-minded youth before them. If any one of them were to engage him in battle, they would undoubtedly hesitate. The mere thought sent a shiver down their spines. Upon hearing those words, Lin Yun smirked coldly, regarding his opponent with a hint of wariness. He chuckled darkly. The supreme techniques of Kunlun are beyond your reach. The notion of following him, as suggested by the young man, was laughable. Even serving him as a mere shoe shiner would be far too grand a privilege. Indeed, it was utterly absurd for the young man, with his meager strength, to aspire to recruit Lin Yun as a follower. Although he acknowledged the threat posed by his opponent's power, Lin Yun felt no trepidation in the face of a confrontation. Humph. The methods of Kunlun are not for you to touch. If you wish to avoid death, you may challenge me. Lin Yun's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he stared at his adversary, delivering his cold proclamation. No sooner had he spoken than the atmosphere shifted. How dare you? You seek your own end. The expressions of all present changed dramatically as they shouted in anger. How reckless of him to claim the young master was unworthy. They quickly turned to the young man, noticing his displeasure, and their hearts raced with alarm as they hurriedly interjected, Young master, quell your anger. This fool is but a frog in a well, utterly oblivious to your esteemed status. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression softened slightly, recognizing the truth in their words. His status was indeed exceptionally noble, originating from the central heavenly domain. These feeble cultivators from the northern heavenly domain could hardly comprehend his exalted lineage. Were it not for his intrigue in Lin Yun's formidable cultivation methods, he would not squander his time here. Seize him, extract the cultivation method, and then eliminate him. The young man declared coldly, his patience wearing thin. Yes, young master. With that, the command was given. Aside from the dozen slain by Lin Yun, there remained nearly 100 monks in this place. With a thunderous roar, they unleashed their formidable auras, surging towards Lin Yun like a tidal wave. The weakest among them was at the 9th level of the transformation god realm. At this moment, several half-step heavenly kings erupted with their full might, charging towards Lin Yun and bellowing, Humph, dare to show disrespect to our young master? Prepare to meet your demise. Numerous half-step heavenly kings gathered immense power in their hands, simultaneously unleashing potent lethal strikes. Boom. Chapter 79. With the void of the first layer, defying the realm of the heavenly king boom, a multitude of formidable auras surged forth, transforming into a chilling onslaught. At that moment, Lin Yun finally made his move. His body trembled as an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. He raised his hand, morphing it from a palm into a fist, and in an instant, an immense power surged forth, enveloping his fist in a faint golden glow. With a fierce glare, Lin Yun roared in righteous fury, launching a terrifying punch. Boom. Crack. The space before him shattered instantly, the terrifying golden fist imprint hurtling forward with unwavering might. A deafening sound resonated throughout the vast mountain range, echoing for thousands of miles. The formidable auras that had charged forth were instantly dispersed. Hiss. This scene left the oncoming cultivators astounded. Not good. Strike hard. Hold nothing back. Someone screamed. Even the young man's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. Yet he refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe the unfolding spectacle. Quick. Block it. Everyone felt a wave of impending doom emanating from that punch and unleashed their full potential in an attempt to thwart the terrifying golden fist imprint. They had grossly underestimated Lin Yun's power. A thunderous roar erupted. Boom. The golden holy fist reverberated through the skies, annihilating all obstacles in its path and striking down upon everyone present. Bang. Ah, no. Save me. In an instant, numerous bodies were engulfed by the golden fist imprint, their cries of terror echoing through the air. Bang. Moments later, as the golden light receded, tranquility returned to the space. Where once stood cultivators, now there was only a pervasive sin of blood filling the surroundings. Clearly, Lin Yun's overwhelming punch had reduced all to mere blood mist, utterly obliterated from existence. Such was the fate of those who sought their own demise. The might of the holy body is not something ordinary cultivators can withstand. At this juncture, after having slain 100 individuals, Lin Yun's expression remained unchanged, as if he were accustomed to such occurrences, as though each day unfolded in a similar manner. Indeed, this was not the first time he had faced a siege from numerous cultivators. The moment he employed his cultivation methods and divine abilities, any discerning cultivator would recognize that his techniques were anything but ordinary. How could greed not arise? As was the case this time, however, this was the largest number of opponents Lin Yun had encountered thus far, many of whom were several realms above his own cultivation level. Moreover, a young Heavenly King realm expert was observing with keen interest from the sidelines. At that moment, the young man's expression remained unchanged despite the demise of the cultivators accompanying him. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Lin Yun, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Haha, splendid. I did not anticipate such an opportunity during my journey. The young man's face lit up with excitement, laughing heartily, as though Lin Yun's cultivation methods were already within his grasp. He continued to speak. Young man, do tell me, from which faction do you hail? The young man's gaze was filled with greed, and his tone was commanding as he scrutinized Lin Yun. To possess such a formidable cultivation technique and strength was truly extraordinary. With merely the first level of the Void Realm, he could effortlessly annihilate numerous practitioners at the same realm, and even those on the brink of the Heavenly King realm. If it were he, such feats would be utterly unattainable. He was certainly not foolish enough to assume Lin Yun was an ordinary cultivator. Although he originated from the Central Sky region, the power backing him was merely of moderate standing within that realm. However, to practitioners and factions from other greater domains, his identity was exceedingly terrifying. The Central Sky region serves as the heart of the human race on the immortal Martial continent, brimming with spiritual energy, and home to numerous ancient clans, primeval families, sacred lands, and imperial legacies, each a force to be reckoned with. No superpower from any other domain would dare to offend these formidable entities lightly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun let out a cold laugh, fully aware of the implications behind the young man's words. Was it a matter of preying on the weak while fearing the strong? It was merely that he had witnessed Lin Yun's overwhelming strength and sought to ascertain the faction from which he came, in order to decide whether to proceed with an attack. What does it matter to tell you? I hail from the southern wilderness Kunlun. Lin Yun expressed no fear regarding the young man's faction. Could anything rival the terror of Kunlun? The sect leader had once proclaimed, Kunlun fears no one in this world, nor any faction. Those words resonated within him as the most majestic and authoritative he had ever heard. If there existed an invincible entity in this world, it would be the leader of Kunlun. In Lin Yun's heart, Lu Chun embodied the essence of Kunlun, the most enigmatic and fearsome existence. This conviction compelled Lin Yun, throughout his trials, to declare his allegiance to Kunlun whenever questioned about his origins. He yearned for the name Kunlun to echo throughout the entire immortal Martial continent. Very well. If Lu Chun were to learn of this, he would surely feel gratified. Of course, he would also think to give Lin Yun a stern reprimand for turning his trials into a business venture. Lin Yun mused. Just look at this. Lu Chun is in dire need of sect points. As long as this boy manages to offend every possible faction, others will come knocking at the door, and Lu Chun wouldn't even need to step out. The sect points would come rushing in. The system had stated that annihilating a faction would yield corresponding sect points. Oh, what a burden it is for Kunlun's eldest disciple, Lin Yun. As the eldest, he must personally engage in such dealings. Kunlun, what kind of faction is that? The young man furrowed his brow, desperately searching his mind for any information regarding Kunlun. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he found no traces of such a name in his memory. After a moment, he scoffed. Oh, you clever little brat. You nearly had me fooled. What is this Kunlun? I have never even heard of it. At this juncture, the young man's expression darkened with anger, given his high status. He was appalled that he had almost been intimidated by what he deemed a mere insignificant ant. This realization ignited a fierce ire within him, and he cast a cold, piercing gaze at Lin Yun. Now, you will either obediently surrender the cultivation method, or I shall take matters into my own hands. Boom. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from the young man, enveloping Lin Yun in an instant. In the face of the encroaching, formidable presence, Lin Yun let out a cold snort. Channeling the golden holy blood within him, a powerful aura exploded around him, and he forcefully stepped forward. Crack! With the force of his foot, the ground split open, creating a chasm that stretched for miles. The immense aura rippled outward like waves in water, radiating from beneath his feet. Bang! The two powerful auras collided violently, instantly shattering towering trees for miles around. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed. It was evident that Lin Yun's formidable aura was fiercely devouring the young man's energy, surging toward him in a relentless assault. Damn it. The young man's expression shifted as he was unexpectedly pushed back 2 steps by the overwhelming force. Stumble. Insect. You seek death. Regaining his footing, the young man's face twisted with rage, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust as he howled. How could a mere ant from the Void Realm force him, a being of the first level of the Heavenly King realm, to retreat? This was a disgrace. Chapter 80. My arm has been shattered. Yet, how can I still feel this excitement? Cursed be this humiliation. If the adversaries from the Central Sky Domain were to learn of this, I would never be able to hold my head high again within their realm. Boom. Insect. I shall bring about your demise. The young man's visage transformed into one of sheer ferocity as an overwhelming aura of the King realm erupted from him, directed at Lin Yun with a furious roar. The formidable pressure descended upon Lin Yun's shoulders, making him feel as though he bore the weight of 100,000 mountains. He let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling slightly. Then boom. Confronted with the vast disparity between the King realm and his own, Lin Yun dared not hold back. He swiftly channeled the immense power of his golden blood and energy within, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged forth from his being. In an instant, the resplendent golden energy enveloped the expanse, transforming the surroundings into a sea of brilliant light. At that moment, Lin Yun resembled a golden war god. Come to battle. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the mountains for hundreds of miles, Lin Yun surged forward, his form vanishing in the blink of an eye. He became akin to a golden meteor, hurtling towards the young man. The chasm between the King realm and the Void realm was as vast as the heavens compared to the earth. Upon entering the King realm, one spiritual energy transmuted into formidable magical power, coalescing into an immensely powerful King manifestation, far beyond the capabilities of the Void realm. However, Lin Yun possessed the renowned Battle Saint body, heralded as the pinnacle of offensive prowess across the realms. He was no ordinary Void realm cultivator. Aware of this, Lin Yun seized the opportunity to strike first. Today, he would defy the King realm from the Void realm, seeking to ascertain the true extent of his strength. In a fleeting moment, the golden figure materialized before the young man. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and unleashed a devastating punch. Boom. Crack. The space shattered under the weight of the tremendous force, directly impacting the young man. Die. Sensing the astonishing aura emanating from Lin Yun and the impending strike, the young man's pupils constricted, quickly morphing into a chilling resolve as he roared and retaliated with a ferocious assault. Boom. The young man's magical power surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal palm that struck forward with terrifying might. With a deafening roar, the golden holy fist collided with the magical giant hand. Bang! The two immense forces erupted at the central point between them, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that swept across the surrounding area for 100 miles. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed as a youthful figure was propelled through the golden brilliance, sent flying dozens of miles away. Puff! The young figure stumbled midair, struggling to regain composure, only for his face to turn pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. No, it cannot be. At this moment, the young man, with disheveled hair and a visage that betrayed his former nobility, appeared utterly disheveled. His features twisted in disbelief as he gazed upon the unscathed Lin Yun, and he erupted into a frenzied howl, unable to accept the grim reality. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through him. He glanced down at his left arm, now a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, and in a fit of rage, he expelled another mouthful of blood. No, this is impossible, he exclaimed, as if deeply traumatized, shaking his head vehemently. How could he accept that he had been defeated by an insignificant insect at the first level of the Void realm, losing even an arm to this foe? At that moment, a distant golden light faded, revealing Lin Yun, his face pale as death. He instinctively tasted blood in his throat and spat it out, his gaze fixed resolutely on the young man before him. Truly, the Battle Saint body was formidable. With a golden aura coursing through him, he transcended realms to vanquish a King realm opponent. Defying the heavens, he nearly obliterated his adversary. It was likely that no one across the immortal Martial continent could achieve such a feat, neither the disciples of sacred lands, nor the heirs of ancient families, nor even those from imperial lineages, could hope to accomplish what Lin Yun had, especially at his current level. Remarkably, he had not even fully realized the potential of the Battle Saint body. He had merely tapped into a fraction of its might. Otherwise, with a single strike, he could have shattered a King realm warrior. One could only imagine the terror and strength Lin Yun would possess in the future. You shall perish. Who are you? You cannot possibly be from an ordinary faction. The young man glared at Lin Yun with a malevolent intensity, his voice hoarse. At that moment, he could not fathom that Lin Yun hailed from the Kunlun of the southern wilderness. If he were not a member of a great power, Such extraordinary prowess would be inconceivable. There was no one among the younger generation of the central heavenly domain capable of such terrifying strength. Thus, he was certain that Lin Yun did not belong to that domain. And since he did not, he felt no fear of offending him. The power that backed him was beyond comparison with the forces of these great domains. In the realm of survival, lineage mattered more than mere strength. With that thought, the young man's eyes turned cold and vicious as he stared at Lin Yun, revealing a burning curiosity about his cultivation methods and abilities. Hearing this, Lin Yun responded with a chilling calm, "I have already stated, I hail from the Kunlun of the southern wilderness. Should you wish to fight again, I shall undoubtedly bring about your demise." His gaze was imbued with lethal intent, icy in its resolve, unperturbed by the young man's identity. Should the young man dare to strike again, Lin Yun would pay any price to ensure his downfall. Throughout his journey, Lin Yun had been relentlessly pursued by waves of adversaries, having fought through numerous battles along the way. After enduring 2 fierce confrontations, his internal spiritual energy had dwindled significantly. Moreover, he had recently invoked the power of the Battle Saint body, requiring time to recuperate and regain his peak condition. And now in a brief span of time, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to strike with his peak prowess unless, as Lin Yun himself stated, he was prepared to pay a grave price. This entailed igniting the sacred blood power of his Battle Saint body within, unleashing an overwhelming force to obliterate the young man before him. The golden sacred blood of the Battle Saint body is the very foundation of this physique. Should it all be consumed, the cost would be an irretrievable catastrophe. It is akin to a life force-laden ancient tree. If severed halfway, it may yet survive, but if uprooted entirely, it would be left bereft of any vitality. Lin Yun would never resort to such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. Of course, let us not forget that prior to embarking on his journey of cultivation, Lin Yun had visited the Elder Hall, where Qing bestowed upon him a means of preserving his life. However, Lin Yun was reluctant to invoke the power of his sect, for this was a contest between the younger generations. He yearned to rely on his own strength, to hone himself, and thereby surmount the myriad obstacles before him. He aspired to one day stand independently, without the need for external support. Upon hearing these words, the young man from Kunlun cursed under his breath, seething with rage. Damn it! What manner of force is this? How can there be such a formidable youth among the younger generation? His gaze darkened as he regarded Lin Yun, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes, while simultaneously harboring contempt for the Kunlun he had mentioned. Humph! Ignorant insect, do you believe this is the true extent of my power? I care not from which wretched Kunlun you hail. Today, your life, as well as your cultivation methods, shall be mine. The young man's expression twisted with fury as he subtly moved his hand, revealing that his apprehension was directed solely at Lin Yun, not at Kunlun. At this juncture, the young man remained convinced that the Kunlun Lin Yun spoke of was merely an obscure faction. As for Lin Yun's extraordinary prowess, he remained steadfast in his belief that it stemmed from some fortuitous encounter of his own. He was acutely aware of the myriad terrifying forces within the immortal martial continent and held no knowledge of this so-called Kunlun. Since it was not one of those formidable factions, he felt no fear. This cultivation method was something he must possess. In the ancient secret realm, who could possibly contend with him? As the young man envisioned himself soon acquiring such a cultivation method, an expression of unparalleled excitement illuminated his features. He appeared to have forgotten the pain from his shattered arm, his countenance transforming into one of sheer exhilaration and fervor, even tinged with a hint of madness. As if he were beholding an unparalleled beauty, his gaze fixated on Lin Yun with fervor. Huh? What is happening? Could he be stimulated by this? Surely not. Is it merely the loss of an arm? Lin Yun, witnessing the young man's reaction, was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed. How could a mere exchange of words evoke such a fervent response? With a shudder coursing through him, Lin Yun could not help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Chapter 81. The Cunning Dog. You lack martial virtue and you shall perish. Enraged by Lin Yun's peculiar gaze, the young man's countenance darkened further, and he snapped angrily. What kind of look is that? Does he perceive me as a masochist? Damn fool. He clenched his remaining hand, his eyes fixated on Lin Yun with a chilling intensity, as if gazing upon a corpse. Boom. At that moment, before Lin Yun could react, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura descended upon the entire mountain range spanning thousands of miles. This is bad. Sensing the dreadful presence, Lin Yun's expression shifted to one of alarm. Haha. You shall not escape today. In this world, power is dictated by one's background. Strength alone is of no consequence. Elder, subdue him. I intend to extract his soul and torment him day and night to vent my fury. The young man's eyes glinted with malice as he regarded Lin Yun. Fully aware that he could scarcely capture Lin Yun on his own, lest he jeopardize his own safety, Moreover, he was determined to eliminate Lin Yun. Otherwise, the disgrace of being defeated by a mere Void Realm cultivator would haunt him. If word of this spread, how could he ever return to the Central Heaven domain with any semblance of dignity? Yes, young master. An ancient voice resonated calmly, followed by a surge of terrifying energy that swiftly enveloped Lin Yun. A saint? What the hell? Damn it. Cunning dog. You lack martial virtue. Lin Yun's face paled dramatically as he bellowed at the young man, pivoting and fleeing frantically towards the outskirts of the mountain range. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Yun's figure had traversed hundreds of miles, his speed reaching an astonishing peak, eliciting gasps of awe from onlookers. This speed was truly breathtaking. One could only surmise that Lin Yun had become accustomed to such perilous situations. It was evident that he had faced similar shameless individuals before, prompting their forces to act against him. Indeed, previously, it had always been ancient beings at the 9th layer of the Heavenly King realm who pursued him. Yet Lin Yun had managed to evade danger each time. However, this encounter marked the most perilous moment yet. A saint had intervened. Lin Yun could hardly fathom that a young man of the Heavenly King realm would resort to such disgraceful tactics, enlisting a saint to deal with a mere Void Realm cultivator. Humph, truly a cunning dog. Upon hearing this, the young man's complexion turned a sickly shade of purple. As if struck at a vulnerable point, his expression grotesque with rage as he roared. "Ah, Elder, capture that ant for me." With his words, a deafening boom resounded as the terrifying aura pressed down once more, instantly shattering everything within the vast mountain range. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, cunning dog. Since you eschew martial virtue, do not blame me. Initially, Lin Yun had no intention of resorting to his life-saving trump card. Yet now, faced with a saint, even if Lin Yun were to defy the heavens, he had no choice but to resort to the trump card that a Qing had bestowed upon him. Just as Lin Yun was on the verge of succumbing to the overwhelming pressure and preparing to unleash his hidden strength, a thunderous roar erupted. Suddenly, a far more terrifying aura manifested, instantly overshadowing the oppressive force emanating from the saint behind the young man. With a resounding crash, the two formidable presences collided and dispersed. Goodness, another one has arrived. Lin Yun's expression shifted to one of astonishment, leaving him no time to employ his trump card. A voice echoed through the void. Filled with rage, who dares to seek death? Show yourself. An ancient figure materialized in the air, revealing himself as the venerable saint who stood behind the young man. Upon witnessing the scene, the young man's countenance turned cold. He instantly appeared beside the Ancient One, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Lin Yun, who was hundreds of miles away, eager to discern who dared to obstruct his path of vengeance. "My lord," the Ancient One spoke respectfully. But upon noticing the young man was missing an arm, his expression shifted dramatically, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "My lord, I beg your forgiveness. It was my delay that allowed you to sustain such injuries." He hastily offered his apologies, lamenting that had he not encountered an old friend, he would have been by the young man's side, preventing such harm. "Ancient One, it is of no consequence. A mere trifling injury. Once I return to my clan, it shall heal," the young man replied, seemingly unfazed by the agony of his severed limb, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Lin Yun. "Seeking death? You wretched insect. How dare you raise your hand against my lord?" The Ancient One's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, ready to strike Lin Yun down and deliver him to the young man for judgment. Just then, a disdainful snort pierced the air. In an instant, an elderly man with flowing white hair, exuding a terrifying aura, appeared alongside a young maiden of striking beauty. At that moment, Lin Yun's expression shifted as he recognized the young woman beside the white-haired elder. A glimmer of realization crossed his face, and he relaxed slightly, offering her a smile. The young woman, in turn, smiled back at Lin Yun and nodded in acknowledgement. The elder cast a glance at Lin Yun before addressing the young man. In battles among the youth, losing is no disgrace. Why pursue that young friend to the point of annihilation?" After another glance at Lin Yun, he continued. "This young friend shall be under my protection today. I am aware that your backgrounds are not simple, but this is the Northern Celestial Domain, and it is not your place to act recklessly here." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man retorted, "Who are you to interfere with my business? What connection do you have with that insect? How dare you obstruct my path to vengeance?" His expression darkened with fury as he glared at the elder. Determination etched across his features. He was resolute in his intent to eliminate that wretched insect today. The ancient figure remained motionless, his gaze filled with a hint of trepidation as he looked towards the elder with white hair, a sudden shock coursing through his mind. Hiss. Although the young man regarded all forces outside of the Central Sky domain with disdain, this was merely a reflection of his limited perspective. Not only did this young man feel this way, Even the younger generation from various forces within the Central Sky domain often approached other great domains with an inflated sense of self-worth, dismissing all other powers. However, the Ancient One was different. He hailed from the Northern Sky domain and was fortunate enough to be associated with the force behind the young man. It was precisely because of his presence that the young man chose to venture into the Northern Sky domain this time. P.S. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your generous gifts. This is Chapter 3. There will be another chapter later. Once again, thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 82. The Great Sage of the Northern Celestial Domain takes action. Lin Yun resolves the crisis. It is precisely because of the ancient origins from the Northern Celestial Domain that the Elder comprehends the formidable powers that reside within. Although the forces backing the young man are formidable, they may not receive any deference from the superpowers of the Northern Celestial Domain. For such entities would not fear a mere middle-tier force hailing from the Central Celestial Domain. Now, confronted by the terrifying presence of the white-haired Elder, the Ancient One has already deduced the origin of his opponent. Aside from the few supreme forces, how many in the entirety of the Northern Celestial Domain can boast of a being as fearsome as the Great Sage? Upon hearing these words, the white-haired Elder's aged eyes grew cold, casting a dreadful glance at his opponent. Boom! The young man's expression shifted to one of utter shock, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling dread creeping over him. Humph! Presumptuous! Who do you think I am? You, a mere junior, are not worthy to know, the Elder retorted, his voice laced with authority. No sooner had he spoken than the young man, enraged, momentarily forgot the Elder's terrifying gaze. His face flushed with fury. Since his arrival in the Northern Celestial Domain, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner, except for Lin Yun, of course. Today, having been humiliated time and again, the young man found it intolerable. Everywhere he went, people treated him with the utmost respect. When had he ever endured such disgrace? His pride felt as though it had been ground into the dirt. With this thought, he ceded. Damn it. They all must die. Turning his gaze towards the Ancient One, his expression darkened further, and he coldly commanded, Damn it. Ancient One, why are you still dawdling? Quickly eliminate those few. The fool is none other than himself. Alas, the young man remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He was consumed by anger and humiliation, only desiring to slay his adversaries to assuage his wrath. Anger itself is not terrifying. Ignorance, however, is the most dreadful of all. One must remember that there are always greater skies above, and individuals beyond compare. Seeing the Ancient One hesitating, merely observing the white-haired Elder, the young man's fury intensified. And he shouted, What is happening? Ancient One, why do you not strike down that ant? Kill them all for me. Is my command ineffective? As these words left his lips, the Ancient One finally snapped back to reality, observing the young man's furious countenance. A bitter smile crossed his face, and a look of helplessness flickered in his eyes. My lord, please temper your anger. It is not that I am unwilling to act. The opponent is a great sage. If we make a move today, there may be no retreat. I urge you to consider this carefully. With a sigh, the Ancient One hoped fervently that the young man would not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. For escaping from the grasp of a great sage would prove exceedingly difficult. Undoubtedly, such thoughts are mere flights of fancy, the musings of a deluded mind. Alas, how could the Ancient One be unaware of the pride that resides in the heart of the young man? Yet, it must be noted, this pride is contingent upon whom it is directed toward. Were it not for the formidable backing of his influential faction, the young man's recent insolence toward a great sage might have cost him dearly. If the sage had chosen to eliminate him, his faction would have had no grounds to seek retribution against the venerable Elder. Although a sage in the Central Sky domain is considered merely an ordinary powerhouse, the stature of a true great sage is entirely different. The presence of a great sage in the Central Sky domain is sufficient to command an entire faction. Even the young man's own faction boasts 4 great sages among its ranks, hinting at the terrifying power of those formidable forces within the Central Sky domain. A mere medium-tier faction can possess 5 great sages. Furthermore, the Ancient One is merely a guest elder, and whether the young man's faction possesses even more terrifying entities remains beyond his purview. Great sage. Upon hearing these words, the young man's body trembled, and a flicker of reason momentarily pierced through his furious gaze. It seems he has not yet succumbed entirely to the blinding haze of rage. At the very least, he is not foolish enough to confront a great sage head-on. Although his faction is immensely powerful, witnessing the white-haired Elder's determination to protect Lin Yun, the young man hesitates to provoke a great sage without cause. He now harbors a touch of regret. Had a great sage accompanied him today, he would have no reason to fear his opponent. Cursed fate. The young man silently cursed, his expression dark as he glared at Lin Yun. Humph, you insignificant insect. Consider yourself fortunate that someone protects you today. Should you fall into my grasp another day, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. The young man's cold, menacing gaze fixated on Lin Yun as he spoke in a chilling tone, seemingly attempting to instill terror. Ridiculous. Lin Yun would never cower before his threats, nor would he fear the mighty faction behind the young man. Do you possess a formidable background? While I do not. The young man's faction is indeed powerful, yet the Kunlun behind Lin Yun is even more formidable and fearsome. Ah, a defeated foe. Had it not been for the sage backing you, I would have obliterated you today. Lin Yun, unperturbed by the threats, regarded the young man as a mere jester, his voice laced with derision. Upon hearing this, the accursed insect, I shall grant you a reprieve for now, but mark my words. It will not be long before I annihilate your entire lineage. The young man's countenance darkened once more, a terrifying malice gleaming in his eyes. After casting a wary glance at the fearsome white-haired elder, he struggled to contain the surging tide of murderous intent within him. First level of the Void Realm. Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder turned his gaze to scrutinize Lin Yun closely, his expression shifting slightly, shock rippling through him. Hiss. To contend with a heavenly king at the first level of the Void Realm, and even inflict injury, severing an arm. This young man's talent is indeed formidable. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. And at this moment, the first level of the Void Realm. The young maiden beside him gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Yun. After sensing the aura emanating from him, she realized it was indeed true, and her heart surged with shock. How could this be? Wasn't he merely at the 5th level of the Transformation Realm just 5 days ago? How could he possibly have ascended to the Void Realm in such a short span? Is he even human? As the young girl grappled with her astonishment, the elderly man with white hair, sensing her unease, chuckled lightly. Little one, what troubles you? Your great-grandfather has just saved your benefactor, yet you seem less than joyful. Oh, it's nothing, she stammered, quickly regaining her composure. Ling Long, I am grateful to great-grandfather for intervening. The young maiden turned her gaze toward Lin Yun, her face still tinted with slight astonishment. Very well, this matter is settled. We should take our leave now, the elderly man remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Yun before continuing. Yes, great-grandfather, she replied respectfully, relieved she had refrained from mentioning Lin Yun's previous cultivation level just 5 days prior. Chapter 83. Ignorance? The might of Kunlun is beyond your comprehension. Otherwise, it is likely that the young man would be unable to withstand such a blow, and would directly spit blood and perish. Upon hearing these words, the ancient figure beside the young man also wore a grim expression. How dare this mere insect humiliate the young master in such a manner? Truly a death wish. However, with a great sage present, even in his fury, the ancient figure did not dare to take action. He could only exchange glances with the young man, attempting to convey his wrath through his gaze. At that moment, as the white-haired elder and the young maiden prepared to depart with Lin Yun, the young man scoffed. Insect. Enjoy your brief reprieve. I shall first venture to the southern wilderness and obliterate the forces behind you. It seemed the young man recalled Lin Yun mentioning the words southern wilderness Kunlun, and his eyes turned icy as he glared at Lin Yun, sneering, damnable insect. Since I cannot deal with you now, I shall ensure you experience despair. Ha ha ha. Despair, insect. In this world, power speaks. What do you have to contend with me? However, things did not unfold as he wished. Lin Yun's voice rang out, resonant and unyielding. Ridiculous. You think you can extinguish Kunlun? For tens of millions of years, Kunlun has stood between heaven and earth, unafraid of any person or force. Upon hearing the young man's words, Lin Yun's expression remained unchanged, yet his tone conveyed profound reverence and respect for Kunlun and for Luqian. Tens of millions of years. The white-haired elder and the young maiden exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a peculiar surprise as they regarded Lin Yun. Kunlun? The elder chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly, believing Lin Yun to be speaking nonsense in an attempt to intimidate his opponent. As for whether Kunlun existed in the southern wilderness, he had no interest. The elder was well aware of the major forces in the southern wilderness. There was no such entity as Kunlun. Even if it did exist, it would merely be a minor force unworthy of his attention. With a faint sigh, the elder had initially thought this earnest young man possessed commendable talent and potential, desiring to take him under his wing. However, it now seemed he was disappointed. Such words only revealed ignorance. Were it not for the fact that the young man had saved his beloved junior, the elder would likely have departed with the maiden by now. Ignorance. It would not be long before this very word would befall the white-haired elder himself, at which point he would realize that he was indeed the one who was ignorant. Haha. Tens of millions of years. The ignorant insect. The young man listened to this declaration as though it were the greatest jest, snorting derisively. Subsequently, casting a cold, sinister glance at Lin Yun, the young man appeared unwilling to waste any more time and said to the ancient figure, "Let us depart." Yes, young master. Buzz. The ancient figure cast a seemingly ignorant glance at Lin Yun, then waved his hand, causing a spatial portal to materialize before them. Subsequently, the two stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, the portal vanished. No one knew whether they truly ventured to Kunlun to deliver a head or if they returned to the central heavenly domain. Observing the disappearance of the two, Lin Yun's expression remained unchanged, as if he harbored no fear of their potential destruction of Kunlun in the South Wilderness. How amusing. One could only hope that when confronting my Kunlun, you might utter those very words. At that moment, the elderly man with white hair glanced at the young girl and turned to Lin Yun with gratitude, saying, "Young friend, I am sincerely thankful for your assistance in saving this young lady. Predecessor, you are too kind. I, Lin Yun, also express my gratitude for your timely intervention that helped me avert a crisis," Lin Yun responded, displaying neither subservience nor trepidation in the presence of a great sage. To him, the figure before him appeared as an ordinary cultivator. What a jest! In this realm, the only individuals who instilled awe in Lin Yun were Lu Qin and the elders of Kunlun summoned by the system. Indeed, while the previous actions may have been somewhat ignorant, they were understandable. The white-haired elder, observing Lin Yun's remarkable composure in the presence of such a great sage, nodded in silent approval, seemingly pleased with the young man. "What's this? Are you attempting to pry away a piece of the wall? I doubt you could even budge a stone from Kunlun. Lin Yun, how have you achieved such rapid advancements in your cultivation?" The young girl, named Yu Linglong, nearly 18 years of age, had already reached the 9th heaven of the Void Realm. She was the daughter of the Hall Master of the Sacred Heaven Palace, one of the 5 superpowers in the Northern Heavenly Domain, and the favorite of all the ancestral elders of the palace. Previously, she had ventured out for some leisure, neglecting her cultivation, and encountered a wicked cultivator at the King Realm, unaware of her identity. The assailant sought to drain her essence to enhance his own power. Fortunately, Lin Yun, who was undergoing his own trials, chanced upon the scene and rescued her from the hands of the King Realm Fiend. Despite only possessing the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm at the time, though the encounter was somewhat arduous, it left a profound impression on Yu Linglong. She had never witnessed such an extraordinary individual to dare confront a King Realm adversary with merely the Spirit Transformation Realm, and even rescue her. Now, in a mere 5 days, Lin Yun had broken through to the Void Realm, utterly shattering her previous understanding of cultivation. How could this not leave her in awe once more? "It is merely due to some fortunate encounters," Lin Yun replied with a smile towards Yu Linglong, concocting a casual explanation. "Young lady, what was this young friend's cultivation level prior to this?" The white-haired elder, intrigued by their conversation, inquired with a smile at Yu Linglong, eager to discern what remarkable qualities this seemingly simple young man possessed that could astonish his dearest girl. For Yu Linglong had never disclosed Lin Yun's cultivation level or the tale of his battle against a King Realm cultivator to the elder. Had I known earlier of Lin Yun's extraordinary prowess, I would have taken him away long ago. This led the elderly man with white hair to believe that Lin Yun must have employed some external force to save Yu Linglong. "Grandfather, Lin Yun's prior cultivation level was at the 5th layer of the transformation realm," Yu Linglong exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief, yet the evidence lay before them. Upon finishing her words, a sharp intake of breath ensued. The 5th layer of the transformation realm. Within merely 5 days, he had ascended to the Void Realm. Just moments ago, he had even surpassed the Void Realm to confront the formidable Heavenly King. This was undeniably monstrous talent. Suddenly, the white-haired elder's gaze turned fervent as he looked at Lin Yun, causing the latter to shudder in alarm. "Goodness, this esteemed gentleman, I must not provoke such attention. Please, refrain from any rash actions," Lin Yun thought to himself, startled by the unexpected intensity of the situation. P.S. Esteemed readers, this segment of the narrative has concluded. It serves merely as a prelude to the forthcoming climactic events. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Once again, my heartfelt gratitude for your generous gifts. Thank you. Chapter 84. The Divine Monarch of Kunlun, comparable to the Sacred Land's young friend. May I inquire if the Kunlun you speak of is your sect? The white-haired elder appeared intrigued by the power behind Lin Yun. To possess such a prodigious talent from an obscure force piqued his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun replied earnestly, "Indeed, esteemed elder. I hail from the Kunlun of the Southern Wilderness. My purpose in venturing forth was primarily to undergo trials." His expression was grave, and a sense of reverence illuminated his gaze whenever he mentioned the name Kunlun. Could it be that Kunlun is a hidden sect? The elder furrowed his brow, observing the shifting emotions in Lin Yun's eyes, his mind swirling with questions. A sect that could command such admiration from a talent like Lin Yun must possess extraordinary depth. Yet, it was merely extraordinary in nature, for the power behind the young man was even more formidable. Even he was reluctant to offend them too gravely. Otherwise, Given the young man's earlier disrespect towards him, he would have already eradicated the latter. Young friend, are you aware of the origins of that young man from earlier? To have humiliated him, so could invite catastrophic repercussions upon your sect. The elder spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yun, seemingly eager to witness his reaction. He firmly believed that Lin Yun had only intended to intimidate the young man. Little did he know that Lin Yun's words were not mere fabrications. Ah, esteemed elder. The one facing calamity is not Kunlun, but rather him and the force that stands behind him. Lin Yun's expression remained unchanged as he spoke nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned about the power behind the young man. Ah, you are the protagonist, Lu Chen exclaimed. You've put on quite the show. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong cast a peculiar glance at Lin Yun. Sigh. Those from the Zhangtian domain are not to be underestimated. The elder's gaze shifted, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes as he sighed inwardly before continuing. Young friend, your talent is truly remarkable. Would you consider becoming my disciple? At last, the elder unveiled his true intentions. Indeed, he sought to lure Lin Yun away from Kunlun. Who grants you such audacity? At this declaration, Yu Linglong's countenance shifted, her eyes wide with disbelief at the elder's proposition. She was acutely aware of her ancestor's might. He had never taken on a disciple in his lifetime. To think he would lower himself to make such an offer for Lin Yun was astonishing. As her gaze fell upon Lin Yun, a bitter smile crept upon her face. She had witnessed Lin Yun's extraordinary capabilities, and it seemed her ancestor had also recognized this prodigious talent. Extraordinary? In what manner? Lin Yun protested. I am not extraordinary. I am simply powerful. Seeing Lin Yun stunned into silence, the elder assumed he was overwhelmed with excitement. Seizing the moment, he pressed on with his offer. Young friend, if you are willing to become my disciple, I, an old man, shall accompany you on this journey and assist you in resolving the crisis at Kunlun. This can be considered a way to repay the bond between you and Kunlun. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yun suddenly felt a chuckle rise within him after glancing at the white-haired elder. How audacious. I wonder if this elder would dare to speak such words before the master of Kunlun. Very well, senior. I accept your offer. It is indeed time for me to return to Kunlun. Since you are willing to lend your hand, let us journey to Kunlun together. Seeing the elder's unwavering determination, Lin Yun acquiesced, as he too was due to return to Kunlun. If this elder wishes to go, then so be it. Alas, I can only hope that his heart will be able to withstand the coming events. I must say, Lin Yun, you are quite the rascal. Your persuasive abilities rival those of Lu Chun, and in terms of ostentation, I can only wonder if it has been learned from Chun Beixian. Today, you truly exude the demeanor of a grandmaster. As soon as the words left his lips, the elder burst into laughter, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Lin Yun mused, why does that sentiment sound so familiar? Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, with a hint of exhilaration on her face, turned to Lin Yun and cheerfully exclaimed, Hee, Lin Yun, you must call me senior sister from now on. She was genuinely delighted that the white-haired elder would take Lin Yun under his wing. However, as Lin Yun observed the expressions on the faces of the elder and Yu Linglong, a fleeting pang of conscience struck him, and he let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, a spatial portal appeared, and in an instant, the three figures vanished from their location. In the southern wilderness domain, at Kunlun's main hall, Lu Chen sat regally upon the throne, clad in white. His eyes were slightly closed, and though he emitted no discernible aura, he appeared like an exalted celestial king, radiating an air of supreme authority. Lu Chen's cultivation had reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm, just a step away from ascending to the Great Sage Realm. With Kunlun having formed its initial structure, Lu Chen's next plan was to dominate the southern wilderness domain. As Lu Chen's cultivation advanced, the strength of the summoned warriors from the system also escalated to formidable levels. Kunlun now boasted a divine king, 11 great sages, and 3 sages. A Qing had also ascended from the Sage Realm to the Great Sage Realm. Chun Beixian, serving as Kunlun's elder guardian, had similarly advanced to the Great Sage level. Wang Ming and his companions now existed at the 9th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm. As for the Divine King, that distinction belonged to the formidable Shurpatian, known for his unparalleled prowess. It was entirely reasonable for one who had attained the terrifying cultivation of a Divine King. The other 4 great sages at the 9th heavenly layer, such as Li Chang'an, had opted not to rush their breakthroughs due to the differing paths they pursued from Shurpatian. It could be said that Kunlun's overall strength had seen a significant enhancement, now comparable to that of a sacred land in terms of superficial power. The sacred land is far from the simplicity one might imagine. This is a truth that Lu Chen is acutely aware of. At this moment, a thought flickered in his mind, and he silently commanded, System, open the sect panel. Beep. Understood, host. Immediately, all information regarding the sect materialized in his consciousness. Sect, Kunlun sect. Sect location, Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Sect leader, Lu Chun. Cultivation level, Saint of the Ninth Heaven. Physique, Chaotic Saint Body. Cultivation method, Chaotic Saint Method. Divine ability, Chaotic Divine Spirit Technique. Sect Disciples, Outer Disciples, 1,098. Inner Disciples, 500. True Inheritors, none. Sect Guardians, 3, all at the Ninth Heaven of Saint Realm. Sect Guardian Elder, 1, at the Ninth Heaven of Great Saint Realm. Sect Elders, 10, 1 Divine King and 9 at the Ninth Heaven of Great Saint Realm. Sect Points, 11,000. Sect Ancestor, none. Alas, the number of sect points is indeed rather meager. With a sigh, Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light flashing through them. Curious? At that moment, it seemed Lu Chun recalled something. P.S. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your gifts. The author is immensely grateful. The mundane plot has concluded, and what follows shall be the pinnacle of excitement. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 85. Making the world aware of Kunlun's indomitable majesty. Lu Chun pondered deeply. It had been a considerable time since the system had issued any tasks. Logically speaking, following the recent extermination of a few troublesome saints at Kunlun, the system should have activated a mission. He recalled the 8 formidable patriarchs from the southern wilderness, as well as the Jun family, although at that time, he had not contemplated their annihilation. His intention was merely to utilize their voices to inform the denizens of the southern wilderness of Kunlun's saintly presence. At that juncture, Kunlun comprised only Lu Chun and Iching as saints. Indeed, the time was not ripe for Kunlun to engage in open conflict with the 10 leading powers of the southern wilderness, nor was it wise to provoke the Yaoqi Palace. Although they had not dispatched further emissaries, it was likely they were wary of Kunlun's burgeoning strength. However, the present circumstances had shifted. Kunlun's overall power now rivaled that of a sacred ground. Naturally, Lu Chun could inquire directly of the system, yet he anticipated it would not yield a satisfactory response. Thus, he awaited the emergence of a mission, intending to unleash the elders of Kunlun upon a few dominant forces to instill fear in all. It makes sense now. No wonder, after the demise of those saints, Lu Chun refrained from immediately obliterating their residual powers in the Eastern Celestial Domain. With the system at his disposal, he was well aware of the origins of those saints. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Beep, the system has detected repeated provocations against Kunlun. In utter disregard for its dignity, the host is urged to eradicate those who defy Kunlun's authority and their associated powers. Completing this task will yield corresponding sect points. Note, sect points can be exchanged for various items and resources within the system marketplace. Alas, at last, a task has emerged. The system's cold and unfeeling voice resonated in his mind, prompting Lu Chun to inwardly curse vehemently. He mused to himself, "System, has your detection period become excessively prolonged? If you continue this way, Kunlun's reputation would be dragged through the mud. Had it not been for the allure of sect points, would I have waited this long?" Beep. Rest assured, host. System tasks may be delayed, but they shall never be absent. The system had adopted a classic phrase. Lu Chun felt a touch of exasperation, surprised that even the system had developed a sense of humor. Nevertheless, with the task now presented, it was time for Kunlun to demonstrate its true might. Humph. The world must recognize Kunlun's unparalleled authority. Those who dare to infringe upon it shall face obliteration. With a terrifying glint in his eyes, Lu Chun directed his gaze toward the elder peak of Kunlun, his voice imbued with supreme authority resonating throughout. "Shui, Guqing, come to the main hall." No sooner had he spoken than, we greet the sect master. 2 figures materialized in the main hall, their eyes brimming with reverence as they bowed respectfully to Lu Chun. The 2 were none other than Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing. The majestic Kunlun has been disregarded on multiple occasions. You 2 shall journey to the Eastern Celestial Domain to annihilate the 9 Nether Dynasty and several other factions, thereby proclaiming the might of Kunlun. Lu Chun's voice resonated with authority as he gently waved his hand, imparting a radiant light into the minds of the 2 individuals. This light contained vital information regarding the 9 Nether Dynasty and the locations of the other 4 factions. "Yes, master," responded Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing with utmost respect, their eyes gleaming with a terrifying sword light, anticipation brewing within their hearts. They wondered if anyone in the Eastern Celestial Domain could withstand a sword strike from them. Having spent some time in this realm, their swords were already yearning for battle. At last, they would witness the prowess of the formidable beings in this world, igniting excitement within them. Had they known that the 9 Nether Dynasty and the other factions possessed no one capable of matching them in combat, their expressions would surely have been intriguing. Lu Chun observed the subtle changes in their demeanor and smiled faintly, fully aware of their thoughts. Initially, Lu Chun intended for Wang Ming and his companions to undertake this task alone. Indeed, Two great saints could easily make a name for themselves in the underground circles of the Nine Nether dynasty and its allies. However, to showcase Kunlun's strength to the world, Lu Qin decided to send the two great saints instead. After all, the awe-inspiring presence of a great saint far surpasses that of a mere saint. Furthermore, the overall strength of the Eastern Celestial Domain was superior to that of the Southern Wilderness, and Lu Qin anticipated the potential for unforeseen developments. Thus, he chose to send Shimen Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng together. A short while later, Shimen Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng exited the Grand Hall and promptly set off towards the Eastern Celestial Domain. Meanwhile, in Tianzhou, the arrival of the Holy Sun of Tianxin sent ripples of excitement and astonishment throughout the region. The presence of a Holy Sun is a grand spectacle, drawing numerous factions eager to align themselves with him. Yet, how could a mere provincial force dare to seek an audience with the Holy Sun of a sacred land? As the dominant power in Tianzhou, the Tianjin sect became the temporary residence for the Holy Sun, as only a regional overlord could hope to capture his attention. At this moment, within a grand hall of the Tianjin sect, the Holy Sun of Tianxin sat on a swing, his eyes aflame with desire as he gazed at the voluptuous beauty in his arms, radiating mature charm. Their gazes intertwined, filled with deep affection. As they began to sway on the swing together, I observed this scene, finding it rather mundane. Not far from the grand hall, the sounds of their swinging reached Zhao Wujin's ears, contorting his face with displeasure. He clenched his fists tightly, teeth gritting, producing a series of sharp clicks. Ah, damn that wretched woman. Is it necessary to scream so loudly just for a swing? Ultimately, Zhao Wujin, his face flushed with anger, took a deep breath to suppress his fury, unwilling to linger for another moment, and hastily departed from the scene. P.S. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for the motivation tokens. I am immensely grateful for all the gifts. Chapter 86, so insignificant, yet daring to disrespect Kunlun moments later. Back in the main hall, Zhao Wuji recalled the sound of two individuals playing on the swing, his expression darkening further, reminiscent of a man whose wife had run off with another. The green grassland lay right before him. Indeed, that enchanting woman was Zhao Wuji's wife, also referred to as his companion. Alas, no. She was now the consort of the Holy Sun of Tianxin. Previously, upon arriving at the Tianjin sect, the Holy Sun of Tianxin had chanced upon Zhao Wuji's alluring companion and, without a second thought, whisked her away, administering a potent injection. It was only later that the Holy Sun, Qin Wudao, learned that she was Zhao Wuji's partner. This revelation only heightened his excitement, as it aligned with his peculiar proclivity for frolicking with others' wives in plain view. Yet, what could Zhao Wuji do in his fury? The Holy Sun was beyond his means to offend, and he dared not reveal even a hint of disrespect, instead choosing to suppress all his anger within. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the hall as an elderly man clad in gray entered, a look of excitement on his face, oblivious to Zhao Wuji's grim demeanor. Master, I implore you to grant me an audience with the Holy Sun, he exclaimed. In response, Zhao Wuji sighed. Elder Yun, the Holy Sun is not someone we can approach so casually. His expression turned sorrowful as he continued. Alas, even I lack the privilege to meet the Holy Sun without a summons. He paused momentarily, a flicker of green light passing through his eyes as he gazed at Elder Yun. Indeed, Elder Yun is none other than Yunlong, the elder of the Feathered Ascension dynasty, which was obliterated by Kunlun. During this time, Kunlun's reputation had soared, with rumors of a sage's existence circulating widely. Initially, Yunlong had relinquished thoughts of vengeance against the annihilation of his clan. However, encountering the Holy Sun of Tianxin reignited his desire for retribution. Yet, he was acutely aware that he lacked the qualification to seek an audience with the Holy Sun. Thus, he came to Zhao Wuji, hoping he might facilitate a meeting. Elder Yun, I have heard that you recently found a companion, one who is extraordinarily enchanting and possesses a captivating charm. Zhao Wuji began, leaving the sentence unfinished and directing the question towards Yunlong. Master, do you mean to imply? Yunlong looked at Zhao Wuji with an expression that suggested confusion. He had indeed sought a companion, as the complete annihilation of the Feathered Ascension dynasty meant that, without a new lineage, his bloodline would face extinction. This was a prospect he wished to avoid, hence his pursuit of a partner to continue his legacy. Master, I am not quite sure how this relates to my companion, Yunlong remarked, his gaze fixed on Zhao Wuji, sensing the peculiar undertone. As the last words left his lips, Zhao Wuji sighed. Elder Yun, it is thus. He explained to Yunlong, his countenance darkening, while secretly reveling in the thought that since my companion had been taken, so too shall yours not escape. What? Master, this is impossible. Yunlong's expression shifted dramatically, as if struggling to accept the reality. His companion was brought forth solely to continue the bloodline, and now, without even having taken a single step, he was expected to relinquish her to another. This was utterly intolerable. When the time came, would the offspring belong to him, or to the holy son of Tianxian? Elder Yun, you should listen to me. If you seek vengeance against Kunlun, take your companion and humbly request the Holy Sun's favor outside his palace. Furthermore, should the Holy Sun chance upon your companion one day, it would be beyond your capacity to resist. Zhao Wujie feigned concern, yet within, his thoughts had already turned somewhat twisted. When there is a hat, one must wear it. Elder Yun, do not blame me. I am doing this for your own good. With that, Yun Long's countenance revealed a struggle, as if he were wrestling with a difficult decision. After a brief moment, he declared, Master, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a clenched jaw, Yun Long excused himself from Zhao Wujie and hastily departed from the Heavenly Sword sect, seemingly headed towards a specific destination. Brother Yun, you put that hat on yourself. Observing Yun Long's somewhat greenish retreating figure, Zhao Wujie chuckled softly, already presuming where Yun Long intended to go. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Celestial Domain, chaos had erupted completely. The demise of the ancestors of the 5 supreme hegemonic forces had left 5 positions vacant among the originally 10 dominant powers. Now, any force with a presence in the King realm was launching assaults against the Jiuyou dynasty and the other 4 factions. At this moment, above the Jiuyou dynasty, thunderous booms resounded, shaking the void. Powerful auras erupted as several formidable figures clashed in battle. Suddenly, a blood mist violently exploded in midair. Second brother. You seek death. The Jiuyou dynasty vowed to annihilate all opposing forces. The elders of the Jiuyou 3 clans and the great clan elder witnessed the destruction of their second elder, their faces instantly paling, followed by furious roars as their auras surged dramatically. In an instant, both sides re-engaged, unleashing their formidable king realm powers, ravaging the surroundings for miles. Enough struggling. Yuan and Yugue. Today marks the end of the Jiuyou dynasty. After a series of explosive sounds, several figures swiftly separated in the void, forming opposing stances. An elder cloaked in black robes cast a chilling gaze at the two before him, smirking ominously. Deservedly so. Did you ever imagine that the Jiuyou dynasty would meet such a fate? Today shall be the day of its downfall. The black-robed elder's companions echoed his sinister laughter. The Jiuyou dynasty, as the supreme hegemonic force of Yuzhou, had reigned over countless factions for millennia, bolstered by the presence of a sage ancestor. The development of numerous forces has been stifled, many of which are anchored by powerful kings. Today, those present are the ancestral beings of these formidable factions, with a total of 10 kings surrounding and besieging the Nine Nether dynasty, ruthlessly annihilating the elder members of its 2 clans. It is evident that the fate of the Nine Nether dynasty has reached its conclusion. The audacity! You shall all meet your demise. In response to these words, the elders of the 3 clans of Nine Nether, particularly the elder of the main clan, wore expressions of fury. Their eyes filled with a chilling, killing intent as they fixated intently on every movement of their adversaries. The audacity! Upon hearing this, several individuals across the way exchanged cold smirks, rendered speechless by the shamelessness of the Nine Nether dynasty. Why waste more words? Let us strike together and obliterate the Nine Nether dynasty once and for all. Boom. As the words fell, a surge of powerful auras erupted from the group, just as they prepared to launch their attack on the Nine Nether dynasty. This is the Nine Nether dynasty? I never imagined them to be so feeble, daring to show disrespect to Kunlun, unaware of their impending doom. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the heavens like a divine decree, causing all present to drastically alter their expressions. Just as they intended to act, they found themselves utterly immobilized, a wave of chilling dread surging through their minds. Thank you for the generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Yesterday, I was on the road and found it exceedingly difficult to code, hence the lack of updates. I sincerely apologize. Tomorrow, I shall compensate for the chapters missed yesterday and today. Thank you for your unwavering support. I am utterly exhausted and wish to retire early tonight. Chapter 87. The Kunlun Strikes, the Appearance of the Saints. Boom. As the words fell, an incomprehensibly terrifying aura, akin to the heavens collapsing, descended upon the world. Buzz. In an instant, the vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles trembled violently. Countless ripples akin to those in water surged forth, extending across the sky for miles. At this moment, all cultivators within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were struck with astonishment. Their eyes widened in shock as they gazed upwards. Their hearts filled with dread, silently screaming in terror. Hiss. Oh heavens! What a terrifying aura! What is happening? Is it the descent of the Divine King? At this time, the elders of the Nine Nether 3 clans were already rendered speechless. Their bodies trembling uncontrollably under the weight of this horrific presence, their instincts screaming in terror, their hearts racing. Kunlun. It is. Kuan. Yes, Kunlun. The powerful beings of Kunlun have arrived. The elders of the Nine Nether, their voices steeped in fear, shouted tremulously, as if driven mad by fright. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Nine Nether clan, at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm, was utterly petrified, his terrified gaze fixed upon the heavens above. It seemed as if an immensely formidable entity was watching them, causing his hair to stand on end, leaving him devoid of any will to resist. Kunlun. It is. The very Kunlun that eradicated 5 saints. Hiss. This is utterly horrifying. The faces of those across from him were filled with sheer terror, their eyes reflecting their fear as they could not help but exclaim. They had long heard of how the saints of the Nine Nether dynasty and the other 4 powers were annihilated by Kunlun from the southern wilderness. Initially, they had been skeptical, but in this moment, their fears became reality. They never expected that today, the formidable beings of Kunlun would descend upon them. Humph. The Nine Nether dynasty, disregarding the might of Kunlun, has repeatedly provoked its authority, coming at the behest of their leader to eradicate you all. In the heavens above, a voice of authority resounded once more, echoing throughout the realm, akin to a celestial judge, instilling in all a sense of dread that quashed any notion of resistance. Dong. The sound resonated like a great bell, striking at the hearts of all present. No sooner had the voice fallen than, boom, the heavens roiled with stormy winds. And within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into a terrifying and colossal vortex that enveloped the entirety of the Nine Nether dynasty. What a dreadful aura! Is this a harbinger of destruction upon the world? In an instant, all faces turned pale with fear as they gazed at the ominous vortex above, as if a fearsome power within was poised to emerge and obliterate the land. At this moment, all cultivators across the eastern celestial domain, from various states, were equally alarmed, their eyes wide as they stared at the terrifying vortex looming over the U state. Hiss. Such a terrifying aura. Oh heavens! Even from such a distance, I can feel the overwhelming presence of annihilation permeating the air. The cultivators from each state, their expressions filled with shock and dismay, gazed at the dreadful vortex above U state, engaging in fervent discussions. What could possibly be occurring in the direction of U state? It appeared that someone had discerned the vast region's location, exclaiming in astonishment. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately grasped the underlying implications, yet one voiced skepticism. Impossible. What do you mean, impossible? The presence of such a terrifying aura is not something any other faction can possess. Only forces of the Celestial King realm could dare to strike against the Nine Nether dynasty. It is inconceivable that such a formidable entity would take an interest in its domain. At this, all faces changed, and comprehension dawned upon them. You mean? Indeed. It must be the existence that annihilated those several saintly factions that has made its move. They likely aim to completely obliterate the Nine Nether dynasty along with the other 4 factions. As these words were spoken, astonishment swept through the assembly once more. Hiss. How could this be possible? I have heard that this force hails from the southern wilderness. How could such a fearsome power exist in the southern wilderness? Indeed. The crowd seemed incredulous that such a terrifying faction could arise from the southern wilderness, given that its overall strength pales in comparison to the eastern celestial domain. Aside from 2 superpowers, only the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace could hold their own. But the eastern celestial domain was different. All 10 of the top hegemonic forces possessed saints, though regrettably, only 5 remained now. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed throughout the heavens. A colossal hand emerged in the sky, imbued with a terrifying power that intertwined and swirled, emanating an apocalyptic force capable of engulfing the entire Yuzhou. Hiss. All present widened their eyes, frozen in terror as they gazed at the celestial hand above. In the next moment, a cry of alarm rang out. This is bad. Run. The expression of a cultivator within Yuzhou changed dramatically as they screamed in anguish. That hand intends to annihilate the entire Nine Nether dynasty. Quickly, flee Yuzhou. We are not from the Nine Nether dynasty. Do not perish needlessly. Run. Instantly, all cultivators who had come to Yuzhou unleashed their most profound techniques, desperately leaping away, employing even the life-preserving methods they had long refrained from using, fearful of being a moment too late. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light shot forth from Yuzhou, not daring to linger for an instant, hastily soaring toward other vast regions. Some even ventured to more distant territories, stopping only after covering hundreds of thousands of miles. Continuing to gaze back at the terrifying hand looming above Yuzhou, such a monumental scene was one that many cultivators had never witnessed. At this moment, the astonished faces of cultivators from various regions transformed into expressions of exhilaration. Hiss. This is undeniably thrilling. By the heavens. Perhaps today they would witness an entire region being utterly submerged. It seemed that no one noticed that all individuals from the Nine Nether dynasty appeared to be immobilized by some unseen force, utterly incapable of movement. Escaping Yuzhou was simply out of the question. All their eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Just then, a sound was heard. Humph. An ancient and chilling snort reverberated across the heavens and the earth for hundreds of thousands of miles. Clearly, the speaker intended to convey something significant, to ensure that the people of the Eastern Celestial Domain were aware of its presence. Esteemed one, this is the Northern Celestial Domain. Such actions are a blatant disregard for my sacred floating pagoda. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the void, an elderly man clad in black. His gaunt visage radiating a terrifying aura, casting a grim gaze towards the ominous hand looming in the sky, his eyes betraying a flicker of apprehension. With the appearance of this elder, murmurs spread, the sacred floating pagoda. Now, we are in for a spectacle. How dare that force from the southern wilderness act so audaciously in the Eastern Celestial Domain? Their end is near. How exhilarating. That is indeed the sacred floating pagoda. At that moment, upon hearing the 4 words sacred floating pagoda, whether it was the Nine Nether dynasty or other cultivators and forces truly observing the skies above Yuzhou, all could not help but gasp in astonishment, their expressions transforming into one of sheer shock as they exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed patrons, for your generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. I rose at 5 a.m. this morning to write. I will strive to produce several more chapters today. Once again, thank you all for your support. The author is diligently working on the text. Esteemed patrons, you may wish to save a few chapters to read together. It would be more enjoyable. The author feels less pressure this way." Chapter 88. Those who disregard the might of Kunlun shall be punished. The sacred land of the Buddha. One of the 4 supreme powers of the Eastern Heavenly Domain, boasts a legacy that has endured for over 1,000,000 years, its strength and heritage terrifyingly profound. When compared to the Lingshao dynasty and the Ziyue dynasty of the Northern Heavenly Domain, these 3 powers exist on entirely different planes. The Yuzhou, where the Jiuyou dynasty resides, is precisely one of the vast territories governed by the sacred land of the Buddha. Under normal circumstances, the various factions within these territories vie for dominion, whether it be through the conquest of smaller powers or the obliteration of a regional hegemon. The sacred land of the Buddha remains indifferent to these conflicts, for regardless of who conquers whom, the ultimate sovereign of the territory inevitably falls under the jurisdiction of the sacred land, which consistently demands the timely submission of cultivation resources. However, at this moment, the formidable descent of Kunlun threatens to obliterate the vast Jiuyou dynasty, an act that would undeniably tarnish the reputation of the sacred land. Should such an event transpire today, one can only imagine the disgrace that the sacred land will face before the other 3 supreme powers of the Eastern Heavenly Domain. Moreover, to be humiliated by an unknown force emerging from the southern wilderness is an affront that the sacred land will not permit. With resolute words, it was declared, "Humph! The sacred land of the Buddha? I care not for your title. The Jiuyou dynasty has provoked the might of Kunlun and has offended the divine will. Today, the Jiuyou dynasty shall be annihilated. Any who dare to obstruct this decree shall face the same fate as those who disregard the might of Kunlun, death." A terrifying aura enveloped the skies above Yuzhou, akin to the presence of divine beings. A voice emerged, commanding and imperious, reminiscent of an edict from an emperor, instilling fear in all who heard it. The sound resonated with the power of the laws of the universe, like thunderclaps echoing through the Eastern Heavenly Domain, striking terror into the hearts of all. Who is it? Such a chilling voice. What is happening? And Kunlun, what manner of power is this? How audacious to utter such reckless words. The reverberations of thunder from the heavens caused the countenances of all in the Eastern Heavenly Domain to shift dramatically, their hearts trembling with confusion as they pondered the identity of the Kunlun mentioned in the ominous voice. As the inhabitants of the Eastern Heavenly Domain speculated about the nature of the Kunlun force, suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, the ominous sound reverberated, unleashing a wave of terrifying energies across the vast territories of the Eastern Heavenly Domain. In a heartbeat, the skies darkened, and an ominous atmosphere descended, as if the very heavens were about to collapse, with countless formidable pressures saturating the skies for miles. Impudent, audacious, ignorant beings. To dare provoke me in the Eastern Heavenly Domain is to court death. Following this, a chorus of ancient and fearsome voices resounded through the heavens, echoing across the hundreds of territories within the Eastern Heavenly Domain. Crack. In this moment, innumerable terrifying energies converged, overwhelming the vast expanse of hundreds of territories. Crack. In the vast expanse of the sky, a disquieting cacophony echoed, as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of collapse under a terrifying pressure. The cultivators of the Eastern Celestial Domain were stricken with fear, their bodies trembling violently, eyes wide in horror at the darkening heavens, their hearts pounding with trepidation. What a frightful ordeal! What could possibly be happening? Were they to engage in battle against the entirety of the Eastern Celestial Domain? At this moment, in the region of Yusho, the epicenter of the ominous pressure, whether it be the elders of the Nine Nether clan, the Three Clan elders, or the 10 kings besieging the Nine Nether dynasty, all were rendered utterly terrified, collapsing to the ground, quaking uncontrollably, their eyes reflecting boundless dread. It was too horrifying. They could scarcely believe that a mere utterance from the Kunlun faction above could incite such fury among the formidable beings of the Eastern Celestial Domain. How foolish and reckless, scoffed the Elder in Black, his voice dripping with cold disdain as he observed the movements in the sky. He was eager to see the expression of the audacious individual who dared to speak so brazenly in the Eastern Celestial Domain. Such hubris was tantamount to courting death. Not only would the sacred land of Futuan not tolerate this, but even the fearsome elders from other factions were incensed. As the words faded, a low hum reverberated through the air. 2 figures, radiating a terrifying aura, suddenly manifested in the heavens. They were none other than Shimin Shui and Yi Gucheng. What level of cultivation do those 2 possess? Such a fearsome presence, gasped the onlookers. Moreover, what exactly was this Kunlun faction that could harbor such formidable power? All the cultivators across the 100 states of the Eastern Celestial Domain gazed up at the fearsome figures, collectively inhaling sharply, their hearts racing with shock and awe. 2 great saints at the 9th level. Even the Elder in Black was taken aback, initially believing there to be only one figure in the sky. He had not anticipated the depth of their concealment and frantically searched his mind for any information regarding Kunlun. Alas, he found no trace of this name in his memories. A faction with the presence of great saints was certainly not a trivial matter, yet he had never heard of Kunlun, let alone its formidable saints. Old Yi, I leave this place to you. There is no longer a need for existence here, Shimin Shui remarked to the indifferent Yi Gucheng beside him, casting a glance at the black-clad elder and certain positions in the void. With a thunderous roar, his aura transformed, emanating the terrifying essence of a sword capable of cleaving the heavens. The rest will be my responsibility, he declared. In an instant, Shimin Shui vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Seeking death, the Elder in Black's countenance darkened with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly erupting with wrath. He had not anticipated that the 2 would dare utter such audacious words before him. Such recklessness was tantamount to courting doom. Who did they think they were? One of the esteemed elders of the sacred land of the Stupa, a formidable presence within the realm of the great sage of 9 heavens, had never before experienced such blatant disregard and humiliation. Enraged, he exclaimed, "You seek your own demise, regardless of the power you claim to represent from Kunlun. Today you shall be utterly vanquished in the Eastern Celestial Domain." With his words, a terrifying aura, emblematic of the great sage of 9 heavens, erupted from the black-clad elder. In an instant, this dreadful presence swept across the horizon, casting a shadow over Yi Gucheng. The black-clad elder felt no trepidation towards Yi Gucheng. Even though he too was a great sage of 9 heavens, after all, he had the sacred land of the Stupa backing him. And 2 great sages were hardly worthy of concern. A great sage of 9 heavens. I wonder if you can withstand the might of my blade. Yi Gucheng remarked with a cold smile after casting a glance at the black-clad elder. Subsequently, an even more terrifying and abyssal aura emanated from him. Boom. Chapter 89, The Battle of the Great Sage, a terrifying awe-boom. A dreadful and terrifying aura, as fearsome as an abyss, surged forth like a sword capable of obliterating all, striking directly at the Elder in Black. Thunderous roars echoed. Oh no, cursed be this fate. Faced with the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yi Gucheng, the black-clad elder's countenance shifted dramatically, and an acute sense of crisis surged within him. Boom. The Elder in Black instantaneously unleashed a formidable force, hastily attempting to counter this terrifying onslaught. A thunderous explosion resonated through the void, as an immense power erupted, rippling through the air like waves across water, devastating a vast expanse of 10,000 miles. In an instant, the dreadful power swept through, obliterating the entire territory of the 9 Nether dynasty along with its practitioners and edifices, all shattering as if caught in a cataclysm. Boom, boom, boom. Help, save me, boom. The terrifying force instantly transformed all practitioners into mere clouds of blood mist. No. At that moment, even the last 2 elder kings of the 9 Nether dynasty, along with the 10 kings, could not escape the residual might of the great sage's overwhelming presence. They too were reduced to mere blood mist. Such is the terror of a great sage. Even the remnants of their might are beyond the reach of those in the king realm. It is likely that even a saint would find it challenging to withstand such power. Who could have imagined that a top-tier hegemonic force would be utterly extinguished in this manner? At this moment, the Elder in Black's face paled. and he staggered back 2 steps in the air. Crack! The tremendous force he exerted upon landing shattered the very fabric of space. Cursed be this fate. It cannot be. The black-clad elder's expression was one of profound dismay, his gaze filled with a chilling, murderous intent as he fixed his eyes upon Yi Guqing. Clearly, despite being at the same terrifying level of the great sage's ninth heaven, the elder in black had already succumbed to Yi Guqing's overwhelming aura. This is Yi Guqing, the celestial swordsman. It seems that the black-clad elder's strength is insufficient for Yi Guqing to even unleash his celestial swordplay. Hiss. A great sage. This is a great sage. At this moment, all the patriarchs of the king and saint realms from various regions in the eastern celestial domain, who had been observing from afar, could not help but draw in a sharp breath, their minds fracturing, hearts pounding, and bodies trembling with fear. So terrifying. What force does Kunlun represent? How dare they act against the sacred land of the Buddha? Moreover, how could such a formidable entity exist? Everyone was shaken to their core. The impact of what they witnessed today was simply overwhelming. At this moment, all eyes were transfixed upon the ominous figure in the sky above Yuzhou. Appearing like a sword poised to strike from the depths of an abyss, an alarming thought surfaced in their minds. Perhaps today, they would witness the fall of a great sage. Though they were unaware of who it might be, it mattered not, whichever side it may be. If a great sage were to fall in the eastern celestial domain, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. And thus, this is the battle of the great sage. It is important to note that an unprecedented and breathtaking event has transpired in the eastern celestial domain after countless millennia. The moment the two parties engage in combat, it signifies that retreat is no longer an option. At this juncture, even the most naive individuals across the various states in the eastern celestial domain can surmise that Kunlun is undoubtedly a force of formidable depth. Not only does it boast the presence of a great sage, but it also dares to challenge the superpower of the floating pagoda sacred land. Moreover, they are aware that just moments ago, another ominous presence had materialized, which has now seemingly vanished. For instance, the terrifying auras that previously erupted across the various states have now fallen silent. It remains uncertain whether they were approached by Shimin Shui Shui, or if they have chosen to conceal themselves upon witnessing the overwhelming strength of their opponent. Simultaneously, on the boundary between the eastern and northern celestial domains, 3 figures materialized in the void above an unnamed mountain range. Among them is an elderly man with white hair, accompanied by a boy with a simple demeanor and a young maiden with a charming face. Indeed, it is Lin Yun and his granddaughter Yuling Long, who have just entered the eastern celestial domain. The distance between the northern celestial domain and the southern wilderness is vast, spanning tens of millions of miles. Even a great sage requires some time to traverse space. Thus, they first arrived in the eastern celestial domain, the closest region to the southern wilderness, intending to make a subsequent spatial leap. This ensures their safety, for traversing space is not to be taken lightly, unless one possesses an extraordinarily formidable cultivation. Enduring the chaotic pressures of spatial turbulence over extended periods is a daunting challenge. This is precisely why only those at the 7th level of the Void Realm or above can undertake spatial traversal, the lower one's cultivation. The less capable one is of withstanding the terrifying pressures of space. What is happening? Such a terrifying aura. This is the clash of great sages. Upon sensing the dread that permeates the air, the white-haired elder's expression shifted drastically, his heart seized with alarm. Hiss. A great sage at the 9th heaven. After a careful appraisal, the elder's trepidation deepened, for he himself is merely at the 5th heaven of the great sage realm. At this moment, such a fearsome aura spreads across 1,000,000 miles of the heavens. How could this not instill fear and trepidation in his heart? Grandfather, this is. Yuling Long also felt the terrifying aura, her countenance paling instantly. She glanced at the white-haired elder, her voice trembling as she spoke. What a terrifying aura. Even Lin Yun, who often recklessly provokes the saints, is now somewhat shaken. He may be bold, but he is not foolish. Were it not for the fact that the 3 of them currently stood at the boundary of the eastern celestial domain, they would likely experience an even more harrowing sensation. In response, the white-haired elder remained silent, his aged gaze fixed upon a certain point in the sky, trembling within. He sensed an extraordinarily terrifying presence there, engaged in a standoff with another great sage at the 9th heaven. It is astonishing that upon arriving in the eastern celestial domain, they have already encountered a battle of great sages. The white-haired elder gazed intently at the heavens above, feeling an aura that transcended the 2 great saintly presences currently manifesting in the eastern celestial domain. He sensed several other formidable energies subtly permeating the atmosphere around him. Had it not been for his formidable cultivation, he might have remained oblivious to their existence. Upon hearing this revelation, both Lin Yun and Yuling Long were taken aback. They were astounded to learn that a battle between great saints was underway. The clash of great saints. This was not merely an unprecedented spectacle in the Eastern Celestial Domain over the past several millennia, but also a phenomenon that had not occurred in any other major regions outside of the Central Celestial Domain. Indeed, a single great saint, even within the ranks of superpowers, is often regarded as an ancestral figure, much like the white-haired elder himself, who was merely one of the ancestors of the sacred heavenly hall in the Northern Celestial Domain. There existed several others above him with even more terrifying cultivation. Hence, regardless of which two factions were engaged in conflict, the presence of a great saint typically deterred genuine warfare unless there was a profound enmity at stake. It was inconceivable that the elder was sensing an actual battle occurring between the two sides. The demise of a great saint would be intolerable for any superpower. Such a loss could not be compared to that of a saint. The fall of a saint might be regrettable, but the ascension to the realm of a great saint is exceedingly arduous. P.S. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed individuals for their generous gifts. Thank you for your unwavering support. The author is immensely grateful. Without your encouragement, it would have been challenging for me to persist in my writing journey thus far. Thank you. Chapter 90. The War Against the Sacred Land. The world is astounded at this moment. It appears that the Eastern Celestial Domain is on the brink of chaos. If it were not for the impending journey to the southern wilderness, I would genuinely wish to witness which two factions are clashing. The elderly man in white glanced at Lin Yun, and then, with a slight change in expression, he spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback by the old man's gaze. If you wish to see, just say so. What does the look mean? Surely, as a prestigious saint, do you still require my approval to act? Indeed, if the old man in white had not recognized Lin Yun's extraordinary talent, he would not have lowered himself to accompany Lin Yun to the southern wilderness. Senior, how about we? Very well, young friend. Let us linger in the Eastern Celestial Domain for a while. The old man reassured Lin Yun. Do not worry. The Northern Celestial Domain is tens of millions of miles away from the southern wilderness. That young man cannot reach the southern wilderness in a short span of time. Before Lin Yun could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the elder, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Goodness, are you not concerned about becoming collateral damage in this spectacle? Lin Yun felt a twinge of frustration and could not help but mutter to himself, you will always be you. Interestingly, Yulin exhibited no reaction, suggesting that the elder was accustomed to such antics. It seemed that wherever a major conflict arose among the great powers, Lin Yun surmised that the figure of the white-haired elder would invariably be present. In truth, one cannot fault the old man. Those who possess the status of a saint typically belong to a formidable superpower. However, Kunlun is an exception, currently only holding a modest reputation in the southern wilderness. Moreover, the major superpowers across the various domains are well aware of each other's standings. Hence, the elder's desire to discern which two factions were at war makes sense, as a tumult in the Eastern Celestial Domain would undoubtedly alter the dynamics of the Northern Celestial Domain. Superpowers are not to be trifled with. Their dominion is far more terrifying than what the world perceives. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, the elder caused the three to vanish from sight in an instant. It seemed the elder was eager to witness the unfolding events. At that moment, above the sky of Yuzhou, Yi Guqing cast a cold glance at the dark-clad elder, whose expression was exceedingly grim, and then, in a calm tone, he proclaimed, the floating pagoda sacred land, in defiance of Kunlun's celestial might, shall be punished according to the law. His voice, imbued with the power of laws, resonated throughout the heavens and earth, clearly reaching the hundreds of territories within the Eastern Celestial Domain. Boom. Hiss. Has he lost his mind? Such audacity. How could he dare to audaciously proclaim the annihilation of the floating pagoda sacred land? In an instant, all cultivators and myriad factions across the hundreds of territories in the Eastern Celestial Domain turned their gazes toward the imposing figure aloft in Yuzhou, their hearts trembling with trepidation, convinced that this individual must surely be insane. It is over. It is over. That saint has undoubtedly lost his sanity. He truly dares to wage war against the floating pagoda sacred land. Indeed, what manner of force is Kunlun to be so recklessly bold? The expression of every cultivator across the various states shifted in shock as they engaged in fervent discussions. Do not presume that upon witnessing the presence of a great saint in Kunlun, one would regard it as anything extraordinary. Yet, it is merely extraordinary in its own right. The terror of the Buddhist sacred land is something that all cultivators in the Eastern Celestial Domain are acutely aware of. The Buddhist sacred land ranks as the second most formidable among the four superpowers. So what? To speak of annihilating a sacred land at the slightest disagreement. Who in this world would dare utter such words? Only we, the Kunlun. Kunlun. To disregard the celestial might of Kunlun is to invite destruction. As Lin Yun, accompanied by the white-haired elder, heard the name Kunlun, his heart surged with astonishment, and a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. Kunlun. These are the powerful beings of my Kunlun. This undoubtedly signifies the awakening of other formidable beings within Kunlun. Such proclamations can only be uttered by the mighty of Kunlun. Indeed, although Lin Yun did not know the source of this voice, anyone who dares to identify themselves as Kunlun must surely be the very Kunlun in his heart, for only that Kunlun holds the right to bear the name Kunlun. Kunlun, the Buddhist sacred land. Could it be? The white-haired elder and Yu Linglong also heard the name Kunlun, their expression shifting as they cast a glance at the somewhat agitated Lin Yun, astonished in their hearts. Hiss. It is indeed the Buddhist sacred land. Moreover, how audacious for Kunlun to challenge it. The white-haired elder, well aware of the terror of the Buddhist sacred land, was startled. Never having anticipated that anyone would dare utter such brazen words in the Eastern Celestial Domain. This is beyond arrogance. This borders on recklessness. The elder sighed inwardly, feeling pity for the one who spoke from above the heavens. He then looked at the visibly excited Lin Yun and curiously inquired, "Young friend, might this Kunlun you speak of be the same as the one in your heart?" Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong also cast a questioning glance. While excitement coursed through him, Lin Yun was not foolish should he reveal that the domineering voice from the heavens belonged to his Kunlun. The elder would likely flee in terror. Having finally managed to persuade him to come, Lin Yun did not wish to scare him away midway. "Senior, this should not be the Kunlun I speak of. The strongest among my Kunlun before was merely a sage." "Oh, just a sage. That is a relief." The white-haired elder breathed a sigh of relief. Had it been the Kunlun Lin Yun referred to, even he would not dare to involve himself. Previously, had his ears deceived him? If the elder had listened carefully, he might have thought otherwise. As a superpower among various domains, the foundation of the Buddhist sacred land is several times more terrifying than that of the sacred heaven palace. The disparity between the two is not trivial. It is precisely for this reason that the elder considered the speaker from above the heavens to be utterly ignorant. At that moment, hearing these words, the elder in black was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. What a foolhardy being! To speak of annihilating the Buddhist sacred land? Who has given you the audacity to utter such arrogant words? The elder cloaked in black suddenly came to his senses, as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. He erupted into maniacal laughter, his gaze turning sinister and bloodthirsty, akin to that of one gazing upon a corpse, as he fixed his eyes upon Yi Guqing. As his words fell, a tremendous force emanated from the elder, the terrifying might of the great sage of the nine heavens, unleashed without restraint. "Ignorant fool, you seek death." He was determined to eradicate this arrogant and oblivious individual before him. Surging waves of dark power encircled the elder, and from a distance, he resembled a grim reaper of the night, instilling a profound sense of dread and terror. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a colossal moon radiating an ominous aura materialized, casting a shadow that dimmed the very heavens, as if it could devour all things in existence. "Devour the moon, heaven and earth. Arise," the elder bellowed. As the immense moon, akin to a meteor descending from the sky, hurtled towards Yi Guqing with terrifying force. Boom! The earth trembled. "Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your gifts." The author expresses heartfelt gratitude. "I can only repay you with fervent writing. Last night, while typing on my phone in bed, I inadvertently fell asleep, awakening at 3 in the morning, only to resume my writing immediately. The author yearns to provide more chapters, but has been exceedingly fatigued lately. I ask for your understanding. The author will diligently compensate for the remaining 4 chapters, delivering one each day, which means there will be 4 updates daily henceforth." Chapter 91. A sword strikes the great sage, the sacred land of the stupa and fury. Boom. Crack. Rumble. The terrifying force surged forth, instantly collapsing and shattering the layers of space and the heavens. Countless fragments of the void floated out from the abyssal black hole. Hiss. How terrifying. The entire expanse of 10,000 miles was utterly shattered. Is this the power of the great sage? In this moment, even the cultivators from the distant regions of Baijiu, separated by hundreds of thousands, even millions of miles, widened their eyes in horror, gazing at the dark round moon emanating a dreadful aura in the sky. They collectively inhaled sharply, their scalps tingling with an icy dread that swept over them, making them shudder involuntarily. It's over. It's over. That great sage from Kunlun is truly courting death. Surely, he will be reduced to ashes now. At this moment, everyone believed that the figure in the sky would be obliterated instantly before such terrifying power. Yet, amidst the chaos, they witnessed, boom. The indifferent gaze of Yi Guqing remained unchanged as he faced the colossal dark moon descending upon him. A calm voice emerged from his lips, resonating throughout the realm. "One sword shall cleave you." Hiss. My heavens. One sword shall cleave the great sage. What audacious words. Such arrogance. Yet, I find it exhilarating. Upon hearing Yi Guqing's defiant declaration once more, all cultivators in Baijiu were left in awe. They could not help but acknowledge the sheer dominance of that figure. Even in the face of the great sage from the sacred land of the Stupa, he remained fearless. Could this be the confidence bestowed upon him by Kunlun? With that, Yi Guqing stepped lightly forward in the void. Boom! His aura intensified once more, becoming even more terrifying. As he stood there as if a divine sword capable of annihilating the heavens, causing all to avert their gaze from its brilliance. Haha, one sword shall cleave me. I shall see what you wield to counter my strike. Die. Hearing Yi Guqing's audacious words, the old man in black could not suppress his rage, a twisted smile forming on his lips. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Guqing, he displayed no hint of fear, raising his withered hand to strike down fiercely. Rumble. The massive dark moon, radiating a terrifying aura, accelerated towards Yi Guqing with ferocious intent. Buzz. Yi Guqing finally made his move. He raised his hand, and a chilling sword, 3 feet and 3 inches in length, materialized in his grasp. It was his sword, Fei Hong, now aptly referred to as a weapon of the great sage. Old friend. It has been a long time. Today, let us once more engage in battle, to showcase the might of Kunlun. Yi Guqing murmured to the Fei Hong sword, seemingly unfazed by the impending catastrophic strike from the old man in black. Buzz. The Fei Hong sword emitted a terrifying resonance, as if responding to Yi Guqing's call. With a gentle smile, Yi Guqing gazed at the colossal round moon surging towards him. He raised his sword hand ever so slightly, and with a voice akin to the might of a divine blade, he uttered a single word, slash. Buzz. With a delicate flick of his sword hand, an overwhelming sword force, forged from myriad laws of power, surged forth from the 3-foot azure blade with ferocious intensity. Boom. The towering sword might, imbued with the power to rend the heavens, instantaneously tore through the boundless void, bearing its dreadful strength towards the dark-clad elder. Crash. Thunderous roars echoed as the sword force struck the gigantic, ominous round moon, resulting in a cataclysmic collision. Bang! An earth-shattering clap of thunder reverberated across the vast expanse of the eastern celestial domain, startling hundreds of great states. Hiss! Such terrifying power. Is this destined to annihilate an entire state? In that fleeting moment, all cultivators across the hundreds of states gazed in horror at the terrifying forces clashing above Yuzhou. They beheld as the immense and fearsome round moon was swiftly cleaved by the sword force. Bang! The remnants of the shattered moon unleashed a chaotic torrent of menacing and tumultuous laws, flooding a space of tens of thousands of miles. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted. The formidable sword force, having obliterated the terrifying moon, retained its immense might, embodying the power to slice through all, as it descended fiercely upon the dark-clad elder. Boom! 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 No! You dare to kill me! The elder screamed in abject terror, his countenance twisted with fear. Entirely stripped of the proud demeanor befitting his esteemed status in the sacred land, the dread of the sword force rendered the dark-clad elder incapable of even contemplating resistance. Alas! Such impotent rage proved utterly futile. Bang! Ah! The sword of the heavens descended with a thunderous roar, and the dark-clad elder possessed no semblance of resistance. His formidable body erupted, his very soul ensnared by the sword's aura, vanishing before he could even attempt to flee, culminating in a final, anguished cry. One sword slaying a great sage. Who in this world could achieve such a feat? At this moment, the scene of the great sage being extinguished unfolded. Hiss! He is dead. Dead. The great sage of the floating Buddha sacred land has perished just like that. It is over. It is truly over. The sacred land is poised for war. The eastern celestial domain is on the brink of chaos. Cultivators across the hundreds of states gazed in awe at the dark-clad elder, now slain by a single sword. Their faces etched with terror and disbelief. Kunlun. What kind of force is Kunlun? How could it possess such a terrifying great sage? All eyes were fixed in astonishment upon the figure radiating formidable sword might above the heavens, and they could not help but exclaim in wonder. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and his companions, still present, were equally astounded as they witnessed the great sage being annihilated by a single sword strike. Hiss! Who would have thought that a great sage of the floating Buddha sacred land could be so effortlessly vanquished, both in body and soul? What power does Kunlun truly wield? The white-haired elder gasped in shock, unable to contain his astonishment. To slay a great sage with a single sword. What an extraordinary and unfathomable spectacle. Even the profound strength of a great sage from the Holy Hall cannot achieve such an astonishing feat. As a member of Kunlun, I wonder if the Kunlun this young man speaks of is truly as he claims. At this moment, the white-haired elder cast another glance at Lin Yun, and a sense of suspicion arose within him. He harbored an implicit feeling that this seemingly simple-minded youth might not be entirely truthful. The elder was truly formidable. Could this be what the sect leader referred to, that Kunlun possesses countless powerful beings, And this is one of them? Meanwhile, deep within Lin Yun's eyes, an overwhelming excitement emerged as he recalled the words spoken by Lu Qin. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from a certain region of a vast continent. An unimaginable pressure swept across the skies for hundreds of thousands of miles, even more fearsome than the previous auras. Seeking death. How dare they attempt to slay the esteemed elder of the Buddha sanctum? Several thunderous roars of fury echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Today is New Year's Eve. The author wishes all esteemed readers a prosperous new year, filled with good fortune and increasing charm. Thank you once again for your generous gifts. Today has indeed been rather hectic. As an author from Guangdong, those familiar with the customs of the New Year in this region will understand that there are numerous traditions to observe. Hence, the updates have been slower than usual. It is not due to the author's negligence. I ask for your understanding as I am fervently typing away. Chapter 92. I desire all 5 great saints buzzing. In an instant, 5 ancient figures emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura materialized in the void above Yuzhou, their fearsome gazes fixated intently on Yi Guqing. Hiss. The great saints. These are the formidable beings of the Buddha's sacred land. At this moment, all cultivators throughout the land of Baizhou displayed expressions of dread as they gazed from afar at the 5 terrifying figures hovering in the void above Yuzhou. Even at distances of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of miles, every cultivator felt the oppressive and horrifying aura saturating the expanse of space. It sent shivers down their spines and threatened to shatter their minds. This is the Buddha's sacred land. The presence of such numerous great saints is astonishing. Each ancient figure exuded an aura as fearsome as that of the previous dark-clad elder. Clearly, these 5 elders were equally formidable beings of the 9th tier of the Great Saint realm. The 9th tier of the Great Saint. This is the mightiest existence beneath the Divine Kings. For countless millennia, the realm of Xianwu has not witnessed the emergence of a Divine King. This is why the existence of a single Great Saint can alter the power dynamics of an entire faction, not to mention the presence of 5 9th tier Great Saints. It is likely that this is not even the true extent of the Buddha's sacred land's power. Humph! You seek death. How dare you slay the esteemed elder of my Buddhist sacred land? I care not who you are, today. Not only you but also the Kunlun behind you shall be utterly obliterated from this world. One of the emaciated elders spoke with an icy voice, while the other 4 cast ominous glances at Yi Guqing. Seeking death. Kunlun? They had never even heard of such a force. Regardless of whether a great saint exists, they would still be unable to stir up any waves before the Buddha's sacred land. This had been their belief, which ultimately led to the demise of the dark-clad elder. Hiki, what? Do you intend to wage war against my Kunlun? Yi Guqing maintained a nonchalant demeanor, revealing no trace of fear even in the face of 5 terrifying great saints, merely responding with a casual remark. Insolence. Kunlun, I have never even heard of it. Yet you dare to speak of waging war against my Buddhist sacred land? Ridiculous. An elder bellowed angrily, incensed by Yi Guqing's words. Humph! A nameless faction dares to claim it is worthy of battling my Buddhist sacred land? Ignorance. The other elders scoffed, their gazes cold as they regarded Yi Guqing. Hee. There is no need to waste words with him. Seize him and extract his soul, allowing him to witness how Kunlun is annihilated. Boom. As the words fell, one elder radiated a terrifying might, and his ancient figure vanished in an instant. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome elder appeared before Yi Guqing, his hand morphing into a claw as he lunged forward, aiming to seize Yi Guqing. Boom. Rumble. The dreadful force tore through the very fabric of space. Confronted by the terrifying force of the elder's colossal hand, Yi Guqing's expression remained unchanged. He merely gazed calmly at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a dreadful beam of sword light sliced through the air from tens of thousands of miles away, akin to a thunderbolt crashing down from the heavens. Retreat quickly. The faces of the other 4 elders shifted dramatically as they shouted in alarm. Damn it. The elder who finally grasped the situation felt a chill run down his spine. His formidable aura surged violently as he reached for the descending sword light. Boom. A piercing scream echoed throughout the realm as the sword light descended. Who dares? Step forward. The elder was abruptly propelled back 100 miles, his visage contorted in horror as he beheld the withered hand that had narrowly escaped annihilation. He bellowed in rage into the distance. What is this? Do you think Kunlun is devoid of champions? A chilling voice reverberated, filling the air, and in an instant, a figure materialized beside Yi Guqing. It was none other than Shimin Shui, who had come to obliterate the other 4 factions and some hidden foes. To dare defy the might of Kunlun is to invite dire consequences. Hiss. 2 great saints against 5. It is over. The 2 great saints of Kunlun are doomed. As all eyes turned toward the scene above Yuzhou, expressions shifted to shock and dread. Indeed, no matter how formidable the 2 great saints might be, escaping such a dire confrontation with 5 great saints was implausible. Humph. Excellent. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out. I shall eliminate the two of you first, and then I will uproot Kunlun from the southern wasteland." As Shimin Shui Shui appeared, a sinister killing intent flickered in the eyes of the five elders. One elder clad in gray spoke coldly. Faced with the terrifying pressure of the five, Shimin Shui Shui did not even glance their way. "Five great saints. Oldie. I leave for just a moment, and you create such a grand spectacle? TSK, a single sword strike to fell a great saint surely. You Haven T resorted to celestial flight?" At Shimin Shui Shui's teasing words, Yi Guqing shot him a glance but remained silent. His gaze reflecting a dreadful sword light as he regarded the five formidable great saints before him. "Old Yi, with five great saints, do not contest with me this time. I shall claim 3. Shimin Shui Shui declared with unyielding confidence, as if dividing spoils. "I shall take them all," Yi Guqing replied, casting a glance at Shimin Shui Shui. "Presumptuous. You seek death." Upon hearing their words, the five elders' faces blazed with fury, their eyes brimming with a chilling intent to kill. Who were they? The revered elders of the Buddha Holy Land, of saintly stature, had never been subjected to such humiliation. It was as if they were being regarded as less than human. Do you think this is merely dividing spoils? Choose whichever piece you desire. Damn it. Attack together. Kill them. The more they pondered, the angrier they became. And with a collective roar, the five elders erupted with an unfathomable aura, their figures vanishing in an instant. Boom. Let the battle commence. Upon witnessing the scene, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Guqing bellowed in unison, their bodies emanating a terrifying sword intent that surged through the air. In an instant, the two charged towards the five great saints of the floating pagoda's sacred ground. Boom. The heavens resonated with a dreadful presence, and the terrifying sword radiance swept across the cosmos, instilling a sense of dread. Die. Several fearsome figures clashed in the sky, their voices echoing with fury. Bang, bang, bang. All cultivators widened their eyes, witnessing streaks of terrifying light collide and then separate in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of colossal thunder reverberated throughout the heavens, as an overwhelming aura and formidable power surged through the vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles. Hiss. This is a grand battle among great saints. It is utterly terrifying. Everyone was profoundly shaken, gazing at the spectacle before them, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves. P.S. Wishing all esteemed individuals a happy new year. Thank you for your generous gifts. Thank you. Chapter 93. The War Against the Holy Land. The Awakening of Kunlun's Mighty One's Heavens. A great sage has already fallen. Is it possible that another sage will perish today? What unfolds before them is undoubtedly the most astonishing spectacle they have ever witnessed in their lives. Thunderous roars reverberate through the void, shaking the very fabric of the earth. The terrifying force of the laws of nature sweeps across tens of thousands of miles. Before their eyes, the vast expanse of void is shattered by the overwhelming aftermath of power. 7 great sages engage in a fierce battle, leaving the world in awe. This is certainly not a conflict that can be resolved swiftly. Even though Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Guqing are extraordinarily powerful, they find themselves somewhat overwhelmed by the onslaught of 5 ninth-tier great sages. Yet, they remain merely somewhat strained. Though it is no longer as effortless as when Yi Guqing had once effortlessly vanquished a great sage with a single sword strike, it is still far from the capability of these 5 great sages from the Buddhist sacred land to subdue the two. They are simply too formidable. This is the might of Kunlun. Lin Yun gazes upon the breathtaking scene in the void, his heart filled with an indescribable shock, feeling the blood of battle surging wildly within him. What kind of force is Kunlun? How can there be such powerful sages? They truly dare to wage war against the Buddhist sacred land. At this moment, the white-haired elder is already overwhelmed with astonishment, casting a glance at Lin Yun, recalling the nonsensical words Lin Yun had uttered earlier. Taken aback by the peculiar gaze directed at him, Lin Yun momentarily freezes, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that this elder has discovered something? Indeed, Lin Yun had deceived the elder and his grandson from the northern celestial domain, and now he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness domain, Kunlun, within the main hall, Luqian sits in a position of authority, his eyes slightly closed. A radiant light emanates from behind him, as if countless great worlds are manifesting, appearing like a supreme celestial king surveying the realm, exuding immense majesty. At that moment, a cool voice resonates within Luqian's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the sect elders Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui Shui are under siege by 5 great sages from the superpower Buddhist sacred land in the eastern celestial domain. Please make an immediate decision. With a swish, Luqian's eyes fly open, a terrifying brilliance shooting forth. The Buddhist sacred land? 5 great sages. It seems my suspicions were not unfounded. Indeed, unforeseen variables have emerged. Previously, Luqian had sensed that unexpected events might arise. but he never anticipated that a sacred land would take action. Humph. What of the sacred land? Now, Kunlun's might is such that even a sacred land is not to be feared. System, retrieve all information regarding the Buddhist sacred land. Lu Xun muses inwardly, eager to unveil the resources that a sacred land possesses. Ding. The Buddhist sacred land, one of the superpowers in the Eastern Celestial Domain, has inhered for nearly 1,000,000 years. Within the sacred land, there are hundreds of experts at the heavenly king and sage levels, 15 great sages, and 5 divine kings sealed within the divine source. The specifics of the quasi-emperors and emperors remain unknown. Goodness. 5 divine kings. Truly. This is the might of a sacred land. After perusing the information regarding the Tower of the Saints, even Lu Xun was taken aback. It seemed he had underestimated the significance of a holy land. Initially, he believed that with the emergence of a divine king in Kunlun, its strength would be comparable to that of a holy land. However, reality proved him mistaken. It appeared that the Tower of the Saints might very well harbor entities beyond the divine king. Lu Xun refrained from inquiring further with the system, aware that it would not divulge such information. Undoubtedly, this was the most formidable adversary Kunlun had encountered thus far, a holy land. Humph. What of a holy land? Those who dare to strike against Kunlun and disregard its celestial might shall pay a severe price. A chilling glint flickered in Lu Xun's eyes. He would not be intimidated by the presence of 5 divine kings in the Tower of the Saints. In this world, no person or force had yet instilled fear within him. Let us not forget that Lu Xun still possessed 2 unused chances for a lottery draw. Moreover, the other elders of Kunlun were extraordinary powerhouses. Although they were merely at the 9th level of the Great Sage Realm, they could contend with divine kings, and perhaps even slay one. Not to mention the terrifying might of Sherpa Tian, who had already reached the 9th level of the Divine King realm, who could rival Dog Brother if a quasi-emperor did not intervene. If war is to ensue, let the world witness the true strength of Kunlun. As these words fell, a multitude of formidable auras suddenly enveloped Elder Peak. At that moment, all disciples of Kunlun were astounded, looking towards Elder Peak in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the source of such terrifying energy. The sect's powerful beings have awakened. Qin Ruoxin's eyes flashed with astonishment as she gazed at Elder Peak, her heart racing as she sensed several terrifying auras. Meanwhile, Luo Lingxue, Lingmu, and Ziyunyin also looked on in shock at Elder Peak, still unaware of the extent of Kunlun's powerful existence. As they felt the overwhelming energy saturating the air, excitement sparked in their eyes. Outside the Tomb of Immortals, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the void, their gazes trembling as they looked towards Kunlun. Hiss. This is the aura of a great sage. Moreover, it seems there is more than one. How is this possible? These 2 figures were none other than the protectors of Ling Mu and Ziyunyin, Elder Mu and Elder Lan, who had not departed from the southern wilderness but had remained concealed outside the Tomb of Immortals. Although Ling Mu and Ziyunyin had previously shared the mysteries of Kunlun with them, Elder Mu and Elder Lan found it difficult to believe in the existence of great sages within Kunlun. At this moment, sensing that the entire Tomb of Immortals was suffused with the terrifying aura characteristic of great sages, their faces turned pale with astonishment. After exchanging a glance, they promptly contacted Ling Mu and Ziyunyin, eager to ascertain the situation. Elder Mu and Elder Lan understood that the emergence of a single great sage could alter many things. Even the dynasty backing them would be unwilling to offend a force harboring a great sage. Now, their respective princes and princesses have become disciples of Kunlun, thereby establishing a unique bond between Kunlun and the empires they represent. This connection is, at the very least, advantageous to the empires behind them. As the disciples stood in astonishment, speculating about the unfolding events, a voice of divine authority resonated with an imposing presence. In the Eastern Celestial Domain, the sacred land of the floating pagoda has provoked the majesty of Kunlun, launching an assault against our people and disregarding our dignity. Elders, it is time to awaken. With that declaration, a thunderous wave of formidable energy erupted from Elder Peak, soaring towards the heavens. In an instant, this terrifying aura surged forth from the buried Immortal Mountain range, sweeping across the southern wilds, casting an overwhelming presence over 1,000,000 miles of sky. The ominous pressure descended like dark clouds from the 9th heaven, crashing down upon all the great continents. In that moment, the atmosphere was charged with fear and dread. What could possibly be happening? Such a terrifying energy. Could it be that a powerful being has emerged? The faces of all cultivators in the southern wilds changed dramatically, as they were struck with awe and trepidation. Chapter 94. Another great sage has fallen. Before the cultivators of the southern wilderness could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar echoed across a vast expanse of sky, an ominous aura pressing down upon 1,000,000 miles of emptiness, causing the void to tremble violently. This was the presence of a great sage, and not just one. How could this be possible? Such power could not exist within the southern wilderness. The heavenly Xian Holy Land has finally encountered a worthy adversary. Who would have thought that, aside from the primordial Holy Land? An equally formidable force lurked within the southern wilderness. Regardless of its identity, if it dares to oppose the heavenly Xian Holy Land, its fate is sealed, utter annihilation from this world. The ancient secret realm is on the brink of emergence. Let us not forget our prior agreement. After millennia of planning, it is time to reap the rewards. In the void, thoughts exchanged between entities, suggesting that one was not from the southern wilderness, while another hailed from the heavenly Xian Holy Land. At that moment, even the mightiest force in the southern wilderness, the primordial Holy Land, was shaken. A middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, radiating a terrifying aura, suddenly appeared in the void, his expression one of shock. Hiss. This is 9 great sages. Such a potent aura. This is no ordinary sage. It is astonishing that such a mysterious force exists within the southern wilderness. It seems the dynamics of the region are about to change. I hope this enigmatic power does not disrupt the balance. Upon uttering these words, his figure vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, in the heavenly state, after Yunlong had presented his Tao companion to the holy son of the heavenly Xian, Qin Wudao felt quite pleased. Following a successful injection, the results were gratifying. Subsequently, after hearing Yunlong's request for vengeance, he dispatched a sage elder to assist him. Just as the two were about to set off for the Qing state, they were rooted in place by an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Yunlong stared blankly towards the direction of Qing state, his heart sinking into despair. Even the elder from the heavenly Xian Holy Land appeared fearful, trembling slightly. The heavenly state, being the closest to Qing state, felt the most intense pressure. Even the holy son's face displayed a hint of fear as he hurriedly led several elders away, not daring to linger for a moment. At this moment, as all cultivators in the southern wilderness were bewildered by the unfolding events, a buzzing sound filled the air. Suddenly, several terrifying figures appeared in the void above the southern wilderness, only to vanish in an instant. Hiss. That direction in the void leads to Qing state. Could it be Kunlun? In that instant, it seemed as though everyone had deduced the source of the terrifying auras, their expressions filled with astonishment. The only force in Qing state that could provoke such thoughts was indeed Kunlun. While many struggled to believe that a great sage could exist there, the myriad tales of Kunlun compelled them to consider the possibility. Meanwhile, above the eastern heavenly domain, a resounding boom echoed. Before one's eyes, the vast expanse, extending for tens of thousands of miles, lay in ruins, shattered by the chaotic battle among 7 mighty sages. Countless fragments of space floated in the air, and the pitch-black void instilled a chilling fear in all who beheld it. Suddenly, a piercing scream of agony reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Boom. A terrifying blade of light descended upon an elderly figure, the overwhelming force of the sword effortlessly tearing through layers of defense. Bang. No. The might of the sword instantaneously reduced the opponent to a mist of blood, leaving even their soul with no chance to escape, utterly obliterated beneath the dreadful sword intent. Hiss. How horrifying. Yet another sage had fallen. How could it be so formidable? All the cultivators of the eastern celestial domain stared vacantly at the horrifying scene above, their hearts filled with dread. You seek death. Witnessing this, the remaining 4 sage elders roared in fury, their auras becoming even more terrifying. Those were 2 sages. Just like that, they were gone. They had never anticipated that within a single day, the Fuda Sacred Land would lose 2 venerable elders of Sage Realm. It could be said that, regardless of the outcome, the Fuda Sacred Land had utterly lost face today. Contemplating this, the gazes of the 4 elders turned exceedingly sinister and dreadful. Boom. A terrifying aura surged wildly from the 4 elders. The overwhelming power of the laws surged through the heavens and the earth like a tidal wave, rushing towards Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui Shui. Rumbling. Upon witnessing this, Yi Guqing and Shimin Shui Shui exchanged glances, and in an instant, an astonishing sword intent erupted from their beings, followed by a cold shout. Kill. Seek death. Seeing their adversaries charging once more, the 4 elders' expressions turned icy, and with a roar, they launched a fierce counterattack. Bang. 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 The sound of thunderous explosions echoed across the heavens and the earth. Then, from the void, Yi Guqing's voice, resonating with the might of a divine sword, called out coldly as he swung his sword. A 10,000 zhang sword intent appeared from the heavens, crashing down towards the 4 elder sages. Rumbling. Crack. The void was cleaved open, revealing a gaping chasm akin to an endless abyss. Damn it. Block it. Sensing the impending cataclysmic sword strike, the faces of the 4 sage elders from the Futu Sacred Land changed drastically, and they roared in unison, unleashing their formidable divine abilities. Yin-Yang Diagram. Activate. Thunderous Law. Netherworld Divine Diagram. Annihilate the stars. Numerous terrifying divine abilities converged, pressing down from the heavens, colliding with the awe-inspiring sword strike. Hiss. So powerful. Is this the terror of the Sage Realm? Gazing at the myriad of divine abilities in the void, all present gasped in astonishment, their hearts stirred by tempestuous waves. Unable to settle. At that moment, Shimin Shui stood above the void, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded the four venerable elders who had just unleashed their formidable powers. Suddenly, the sword in his hand trembled violently, emitting a terrifying sound akin to the cry of a mighty blade. With a swift motion, he swung his sword, and an overwhelming intent surged forth, soaring into the heavens like a celestial being from the realm of Yegisheng, instantly descending upon the four elders with lethal intent. Whoosh! Thunderous roars echoed. Ah! Cursed be this! Quickly, let us strike together. The four great sages of the floating stupa sacred land, having momentarily relaxed, were now overtaken by panic as they shouted furiously at Shimin Shui. However, before they could fully react, two fearsome sword energies and intentions shattered all obstacles, descending upon the elders with tremendous force. Ah! Bang! 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 P.S. Heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. The author is immensely thankful. Thank you. The author sincerely wishes to avoid wordiness, but today has been time-constrained and thoughts somewhat scattered, resulting in unnecessary elaboration. This is the author's oversight. I humbly ask for your understanding. Chapter 95, The Emergence of the Divine King of the Sacred Land, Shaking the Immortal Martial Continent. Ah, no, it cannot be. Quickly, block it. As the terrifying power of the swordsmanship descended from the heavens, the four venerable sages were instantly gripped by fear, their voices rising in frantic cries. Boom. The sword might shattered the heavens, its intent cleaving through the world. All the formidable powers of the sages crumbled like fragile paper before this sword force, swiftly torn apart, their protective barriers obliterated in an instant. Sizzle. Bang. 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 Ah. Ah. Two monstrous streams of sword intent surged forth, striking before the four sages could react, and in that fleeting moment, their bodies were torn asunder by the overwhelming force, transforming into clouds of blood mist that erupted violently in the void, with the reverberations of explosions echoing. All cultivators in the 100 prefectures gazed in a daze at the horrifying scene unfolding in the void of Yuzhou. Heaven above. It is too terrifying. For venerable sages, they were obliterated. Instantly, the expressions of everyone transformed into one of profound shock, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Hiss! What kind of force is Kunlun? How could such a terrifying existence arise? Chaos. Total chaos. Regardless of the faction. Today, the Eastern Celestial Domain is destined to erupt into conflict. The cultivators of the 100 prefectures could almost foresee that soon. The Eastern Celestial Domain would descend into utter turmoil. A great battle is imminent. Today, two venerable sages fell in the floating pagoda sacred land, while the remaining four were brutally annihilated, leaving only their feeble divine souls behind. Before them, four radiant souls swiftly manifested in the space, their gazes filled with terror as they looked towards Yiguqing and Shimin Shui. Ah, damn it. You shall pay for this. The four spectral souls, their voices hoarse and brimming with rage, roared in fury, unable to accept the grim reality before them. 5 venerable sages, a total of 5, including the earlier black-clad elder. The floating pagoda sacred land had suffered the destruction of 6 venerable sages today. Who would have imagined such a defiance would stem from the two frail yet formidable figures above the heavens? This is the fate of opposing Kunlun. Perish. Yiguqing and Shimin Shui cast their cold gazes upon the 4 divine souls, delivering a sentence of death. Boom. Another terrifying sword chi, spanning myriad dimensions, sliced through the layers of space, aiming at the 4 divine soul apparitions. Ah, how dare you! Seeing this, the 4 divine souls howled in desperation. Abandoning any thought of maintaining the floating pagoda sacred land's dignity, they hastily fled in all directions. Quickly, escape. At this moment, the 4 venerable sages had abandoned all semblance of dignity, fleeing like lost dogs desperate for survival. You wish to escape? Ignoring the might of Kunlun, defying the heavens. Today you shall all pay the price of annihilation. Boom. As the terrifying sword energy was about to descend and utterly annihilate the 4 great saints, a formidable voice, ancient and fearsome, reverberated across the heavens for millions of miles. Preposterous. 2 mere saints dare to take the lives of those from the sacred land of Buddha, utterly unaware of their impending doom. With a thunderous crash, an invisible, dreadful force instantaneously shattered the immense sword energy. Following this, a chilling and overwhelming aura descended, exerting its oppressive weight across the vast expanse of the sky. The earth and sky trembled over millions of miles, emitting faint sounds of fracturing, as if they could collapse and shatter under the dreadful pressure at any moment. This was the moment of revelation for Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng, their expressions betraying their astonishment. After exchanging a glance, they unleashed their full power, the principles of the sword enveloping them. Their gazes fixed intently on a specific point in space, as if an extraordinarily fearsome being were about to emerge from there. Haha, you are truly courting death. To oppose the sacred land of Buddha, no one can save you today. Upon witnessing the destruction of the terrifying sword energy, the four great saints looked towards a certain space with awe in their eyes, their laughter turning wild and unrestrained. Completely forgetting the pain and humiliation of having their bodies shattered earlier. This was the so-called might of the powerful. The dignity of the saints was utterly discarded at this moment. Then, another overwhelming pressure descended upon the space occupied by Yi Gucheng and Shimin Shui Shui. The horrendous force elicited a muffled groan from both, their complexions paling slightly, yet their eyes betrayed no hint of fear. They promptly unleashed the full extent of their cultivation at the 9th level of the Great Saint, barely managing to withstand this terrifying pressure, and simultaneously exclaimed, "The God King." Indeed, this was the awakening of a true terrifying power from the sacred land of Buddha. In that moment, an aura so fearsome it seemed to have awakened from the annals of ancient time enveloped the vast sky. What? Such a terrifying presence. What existence has awakened? What is happening? In mere moments, the entire immortal martial continent trembled, countless cultivators feeling the dreadful aura, their expressions turning aghast, filled with profound dread. This presence is. The human race is about to go to war. Quickly, awaken the ancient power of our demon race. Even the demon race within the demon domain. Sensing this ancient and terrifying aura, were taken aback, believing that the human race was about to wage war against them. And they hastily summoned several formidable powers of their own. This aura seems to be those ancient beings from the sacred land of Buddha in the eastern heavenly domain. Is the sacred land of Buddha intending to violate the agreement of the God King's decree? I doubt it. The sacred land has not dared to challenge all the major powers of the immortal martial continent. It seems that the sacred land of the stupa is facing formidable adversaries. Otherwise, how could those ancient beings awaken from the divine source? It is truly baffling which faction dares to challenge them. The profound heritage of the sacred land is something even we must regard with utmost caution. I suspect it is a newly emerged reclusive power that is so foolishly ignorant. As the great era descends, we too must make our appearance. I sincerely hope that this time, the passage to the upper realm can be completely reopened. Countless ancient consciousnesses, imbued with an aura of antiquity, are exchanging thoughts above the Xianwu continent. It is evident that these ancient entities harbor considerable trepidation towards the sacred land of the stupa, believing that the faction waging war against it is courting death. Clearly, this aligns with Lu Qin's conjecture. The sacred land of the stupa is exceedingly formidable, and within its depths surely lies an astonishing heritage that is yet to perish. P.S. A heartfelt thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Today is the 2nd day of the new year, and I have been visiting relatives since 8 in the morning, only returning to write at 6 in the afternoon. I am still in the midst of writing and hope to complete 3 chapters tonight. If I am unable to do so, I will strive to make it up tomorrow. Chapter 96. The Terrifying Existence. The divine slaughter ancestor. At this moment, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a torrential flood, instantly doubling the burden on Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng. They could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, their faces paling by 3 shades. Yet, the two maintained their composure, devoid of any fear, fervently channeling the power of the laws within their bodies, their swords radiating a brilliant and resplendent light. Buzz. Despite being formidable sword masters at the 9th level of the Great Sage, they now faced the terrifying might of a divine king. The fact that they had yet to succumb was already enough to astonish the world. 2 ignorant ants dared to harbor hostility towards me, unaware of their impending doom. The ancient voice reverberated through the heavens, filled with ire at their audacity to act disrespectfully under his oppressive aura. Annihilate. With a single word uttered, the heavens shifted, and a monstrous force surged forth, crashing down upon Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng. Break. The two roared in unison, their terrifying auras escalating to unprecedented heights, seemingly transcending the realm of the Great Sage, as if on the verge of stepping into an entirely different echelon. With a thunderous explosion, the immense force erupted, sending shockwaves across a million miles of space. Hiss. Witnessing this spectacle, the 4 great sages trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with disbelief. Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng were astonishingly powerful, able to withstand a casual strike from such a being. 2 insects seeking their own demise. Boom. The ancient voice, tinged with anger, echoed through the cosmos, followed by an even more terrifying force descending upon Yi Gucheng and Shimin Shui Shui. At that moment, a sudden shockwave of formless energy appeared, instantly nullifying the dreadful force. Then, buzzing sounds filled the air as 9 figures emanating a fearsome aura materialized beside Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng. Well, upon witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Great sages. There are 9 great sages. How is that possible? What kind of power does Kunlun possess to have so many great sages? Everyone in the Eastern Celestial Domain stared in shock at the 9 figures hovering in the void, their hearts filled with trepidation. Hiss. 9 plus 2. That amounts to 11 great sages. Heavens! What kind of force is Kunlun? The cultivators were engulfed in astonishment and exclamations. Elder Qing. At this moment, Lin Yun's gaze was filled with excitement upon seeing a Qing beside Yi Gucheng, his heart racing in disbelief. Hiss. Are those the awakened powerhouses of my Kunlun? Seeing the remaining terrifying figures in the void, Lin Yun was once again overwhelmed, his excitement nearly propelling him forward. Fortunately, he was aware that the current situation was beyond his qualifications to intervene. Noticing the change in Lin Yun's expression, the white-haired elder and Yu Linglong exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily taken aback. Kunlun. Kunlun. Could it be that the 2 terrifying great sages spoke of Kunlun? The same Kunlun referred to by that lad? The elderly man with white hair gazed with a tremor of astonishment at the 9 mighty beings that emerged from the void. Glancing once more at Lin Yun, his heart filled with bewilderment. At that moment, the old man was utterly astounded by the name Kunlun. Even he could scarcely believe that an obscure Kunlun possessed such terrifying depth. I must say, if you had arrived any later, both I and old you would have perished, remarked Shimin Shui Shui, casting a teasing glance at the assembled crowd before fixing his icy gaze on a distant point in space. Humph. Those who dare lay a hand against my Kunlun, defying heavenly might, shall witness the obliteration of the entire Buddhist sacred land today. A voice, imbued with overwhelming authority, resonated like that of celestial deities from a faraway realm, reverberating through the heavens. As the words fell, the sky above the Eastern Celestial Domain suddenly roiled with tumultuous clouds, the atmosphere darkening over a million-mile expanse as if an unparalleled power were crossing realms to arrive. Good heavens! Once again, it is Kunlun. Could it be that another terrifying powerhouse from Kunlun is about to descend? All the cultivators stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, gazing at the unfolding scene. In that instant, a colossal hand, radiating unfathomable might, emerged from the heavens, descending fiercely toward a particular region of the Eastern Celestial Domain. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as the overwhelming force compressed and shattered the ethereal space across tens of thousands of miles. A tremendous chasm, stretching for hundreds of thousands of feet, appeared before the eyes of all the cultivators, rendering them speechless in sheer terror. It was evident that should that formidable hand fall, an entire continent would be irrevocably submerged. That is the continent housing the Buddhist sacred land, gasped the onlookers. Could Kunlun truly intend to annihilate the entire Buddhist sacred land? Annihilate the Buddhist sacred land? Impossible. While Kunlun is indeed fearsome, the depths of the Buddhist sacred land's strength need not be elaborated upon. The cultivators from all 100 states were in a frenzy of astonishment, their expressions a blend of awe and dread toward the Buddhist sacred land. Even upon witnessing the formidable presence of Kunlun, they could not fathom that Kunlun possessed the strength to contend against the Buddhist sacred land. At that moment, a voice filled with fury thundered through the air, carrying an overwhelming pressure that pierced a million miles of sky, akin to the crack of a mighty thunderclap. Bold fools, you seek death. A torrent of terrifying power surged forth from another realm, with the force of laws akin to heavenly thunder crashing down, striking the colossal hand directly. A deafening sound erupted as 2 forces collided in the void. The cataclysmic clash unleashed a tempest of law and residual energy that swept across the ethereal expanse, tearing the very fabric of space asunder. In that fleeting moment, the entire sky of the Eastern Celestial Domain quaked as if the world were on the brink of collapse, causing all cultivators to tremble uncontrollably with fear. Buzz. Moments later, before the void, a figure emerged, stooped and gaunt, resembling a mere skeleton draped in skin, as if freshly unearthed from the depths of the earth. A terrifying aura of decay enveloped him, emanating an overwhelming presence that could not be contained. The very fabric of the surrounding space was tainted by this miasma, producing a dissonant sound. It was the ancestor of Godslayers. Upon witnessing this hunched figure, the 4 great sage spirits were instantly elated, their hearts racing with both joy and trepidation. They had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable existence, reputed to have reached the pinnacle of divinity. We have beheld the ancestor of Godlayers, they proclaimed, bowing deeply in reverence, fearing that the long slumber might have dulled the ancestor's senses. Chapter 97. Oldly, if you cannot handle it, allow me to take charge. Humph. A few useless fools. To be unable to subdue even two mere great saints is truly a disgrace to the floating Buddha Holy Land. The emaciated, decrepit elder cast a shadowy gaze upon the four great saint spirits, his voice cold as ice. Upon hearing these words, the four great saints trembled uncontrollably, their ethereal forms fading, on the verge of dissipating into the void. Before this formidable being, even as esteemed elders of the Holy Land, they felt like mere juniors, too intimidated to show any sign of disrespect. With a swift motion, an invisible force enveloped the four weakened spirits, visibly solidifying before their eyes. An awe-inspiring display that left all present utterly astonished. Humph! It seems I have slumbered for too long. How dare anyone lay a hand upon my floating Buddha Holy Land? Ancestor, they hail from a faction known as Kunlun. We implore you to annihilate Kunlun. The four great saint spirits directed their cold, vengeful gazes toward Yiguqing and Shimin Shui Shui, seething with rage. Humph! Kunlun? In my several 100,000 years of existence, I have never heard of such a name. Yet, possessing 11 great saints and a divine king is indeed intriguing. His tone dripped with disdain, despite the opponent's 11 great saints in his eyes. They remained merely a third-rate faction. This confidence stemmed from the terrifying foundation of the floating Buddha Holy Land. The frail elder was acutely aware that the figure he had clashed with earlier was a divine king, yet he felt no apprehension whatsoever. What? A divine king? Kunlun actually possesses a divine king. How terrifying. What kind of force is Kunlun? All cultivators in the 100 states trembled with shock, initially believing they had misheard. However, such words could only come from the mouth of a divine king of the Holy Land. Surely, they were not false. Heaven help us. Two divine kings have emerged. Is a battle of divine kings about to erupt today? This astonishing spectacle was undoubtedly the most shocking event they had ever witnessed in their lives. Boom. Humph. Since you refuse to show yourself, I shall force you out. The emaciated elder, having lost patience with the absence of his earlier opponent, coldly snorted, his gaze turning ominous as he looked at Yiguqing and Li Chuangang. Boom. Suddenly, he reached out with a hand, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power that surged toward Li Chuangang and his companions. Rumble. The void, which had only recently been mended, was once again torn asunder by this dreadful force. Facing the overwhelming hand descending upon them, Li Chuangang, Yiguqing, and the others remained utterly calm, their expressions unchanging as they gazed on. Ha! A divine king, you say? I wonder if the cultivators of this world can withstand a single strike from my sword. Li Chuanggang's laughter echoed, his being enveloped in a terrifying sword intent, as if a mere strand could rend the heavens and the earth, an utterly fearsome presence. With a resounding crash, he shattered the terrifying hand that the ancestor of slaughtering gods had unleashed. Cough, cough. I said, Old Li, you have gone too far. My peach blossom branch has not severed a celestial being for quite a while. If you cannot grasp this battle, allow me to take the lead. Upon uttering these words, the individuals beside me instantly expressed their discontent. Deng Taiye was particularly eager to strike first, aiming to slay a deity and assert the might of Kunlun. Had it not been for Sure Potion's intervention, it is likely that Li Chuangang and Du Guqiabai would have acted immediately. Although they all shared the same cultivation level of the great sage Ninth Heaven, their true power far exceeded that of Shimin Shui Shui, Yiguqing, Xie Xiaofeng, Chen Bei Xian, and Yan Nantian. Even Gai Nye was brimming with sword intent, ready to make his move. Humph. A few insignificant insects. You seek death. Witnessing the contemptuous demeanor of his opponents, who remained unfazed in the face of his terrifying strike, the ancestor of slaughtering gods felt deeply humiliated for the first time in over 100,000 years, his expression darkening ominously. Boom. Suddenly, the aura emanating from the ancestor of slaughtering gods shifted dramatically, a chilling presence akin to that of the Nine Hells cold spring pressing through the vast expanse of space, his bony hand exerting a fierce force. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, Li Chuangang disregarded the commotion of those around him, stepping into the void with a single stride, raising his hand with a resounding crash, his voice echoing like a great bell throughout the heavens and the earth. Hiss! This is sword intent. What on earth is happening? In that instant, all sword cultivators in the eastern celestial domain felt a profound change in their countenance, their innate sword essence quivering within them. Even the swords stored in their spatial compartments appearing to tremble in response. Today, I shall sever you with a single sword. Having spoken, Li Chuangang stood in the void, grasping at the air, and then an astonishing scene unfolded before the world. Buzzing, swishing, countless spiritual swords surged forth from beneath the 100 states of the eastern celestial domain, filling the sky within moments, transforming the expanse into a dense and terrifying net of swords stretching for thousands of miles. Hiss! Is this truly the measure of a great sage? Even a deity could not achieve such a feat. It is utterly terrifying. Who is this individual? What force does Kunlun represent? At this moment, all cultivators stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with horror. This is bad. Damn it. What exactly is this Kunlun? The sight caused the ancestor of slaughtering gods to drastically change his expression, for even as a deity, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Boom. Instantly. A terrifying aura erupted from him, revitalizing his decayed form as if rejuvenated, his vitality intensifying. Hiss. This old wretch is so frightened that he has ignited his life essence. After this battle, even if the ancestor of slaughtering gods survives, his existence in this world will be tenuous. Swish. Swish. Countless spiritual swords converged in the vast sky, instantly forming a colossal sword several thousand zhang in length. Li Chuangang fixed his piercing gaze upon the ancestor of slaughtering gods and uttered a single word. Sever. Boom. Bang. The fearsome giant sword descended upon the location of the ancestor of slaughtering gods, shattering and collapsing layers of void for hundreds of thousands of miles. Ah, damn it. Slaughtering God realm. Open. The specter of death loomed ominously, and the ancient ancestor of the god slayer was engulfed in terror. He unleashed his most formidable divine ability without the slightest hesitation, fearing that under the weight of this terrifying sword, his very existence might be obliterated. With a thunderous roar, a dreadful realm of death manifested across the vast expanse, cleaving the void from the heavens, just barely managing to intercept the colossal sword descending from above. Yet, this defense was but fleeting. A cataclysmic sound reverberated through the air. In an instant, the immense sword shattered the godly defenses of the god slayer, annihilating both his physical form and soul from existence. The souls of the four great saints, too, were extinguished without uttering a single cry, vanishing entirely from the world. Such overwhelming power. With a single stroke of the sword, a multitude of blades emerged, vanquishing the divine kings and astonishing the world. This was the unparalleled master of swordsmanship, Li Chang'an. Witnessing the sheer ferocity of old Li's strike, even the likes of Dugu Qiubai, Gainia, Yi Guqing, and Aqin could not suppress their awe. Such swordsmanship is truly the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 98. The Divine King of the Lower Realm and the Emperor of the Void God. Such overwhelming power. To defy the heavens and slay a divine king at the 9th layer of the great sage, who in this world could achieve such a feat. It is crucial to note that the ancestor of God Slaughter is a terrifying existence at the 7th layer of the divine king. Surely, even the ancestor of God Slaughter could not have anticipated such an outcome. Having just emerged from the divine source, he was vanquished by a single sword strike. In that moment, the eastern celestial domain erupted in fervor, and the populace was left in awe. My goodness, the divine king has perished. How could the warrior from Kunlun possess such terrifying prowess? No one could fathom the scene before their eyes. A divine king had actually fallen. It had been countless millennia since the last time a divine king had met such a shocking demise on the immortal martial continent. Now, right before their eyes, a divine king had been brutally obliterated. How could they not be struck with terror? And at that moment, this is the might of Kunlun. Lin Yun was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that during his brief absence, such formidable power would awaken in Kunlun. His heart surged with excitement. With such a powerful sect master among them, how could Lin Yun, as Kunlun's eldest disciple, not be overwhelmed with exhilaration and shock? A divine king. How could this be? The white-haired elder and Yu Linglong were also left in a state of shock, rooted in place, unable to recover from their astonishment. Their eyes wide as they gazed upon the terrifying figures in the void above. At that instant, boom, 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 a series of horrifying auras re-emerged, even more terrifying than that of the ancestor of the floating pagoda, sending tremors through the hearts of all cultivators in the eastern celestial domain. Their bodies could not help but shudder uncontrollably. Oh no, another divine king. It's over. It's over. Another divine king from the floating pagoda is about to descend. The eastern celestial domain will be plunged into chaos. Everyone understood that with one divine king and 6 great sages having fallen at the hands of Kunlun, the situation had become irretrievable. It was now a matter of life or death. Either you perish, or I do. Even if Kunlun had an emperor, the floating pagoda would not cease its hostilities. Damn it, you seek your own demise. A voice filled with fury and terrifying pressure surged toward Li Chang'an and the others. Boom, bang. The immense hand of Deng Tai shattered all oppressive forces in an instant, revealing a dreadful sword intent in his gaze as he fixed his eyes on a spot in the void 100 miles away. He chuckled softly. Well, it seems we have some ignorant souls arriving once more. It's my turn to take action. Sitting casually atop a donkey, Deng Tai's ordinary peach blossom branch erupted with a fearsome sword intent, rippling across the vast expanse of the sky. If Li Chang'an could slay a divine king with a single sword stroke, so too could he extinguish a divine king with one strike. Even when facing a divine king, He had no intention of employing his 12 flying swords, demonstrating his unwavering confidence in his own strength. Indeed, Old Deng's foundation in the sword path is remarkably formidable. The likes of Gu Duqiu Bai and others felt the overwhelming sword intent emanating from Deng Taya for the first time. And they could not help but marvel in awe. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a surge of chaotic energy emanated from a certain space, revealing three figures whose auras were decayed. Resembling elderly men on the brink of death. You seek your demise. How dare you kill so many in the sacred ground of the stupa? Today, not even the heavens can save you. This proclamation resonated with a sense of familiarity. It echoed the words spoken by the ancestor of slaughter moments ago. These were indeed the remaining three divine kings of the sacred ground of the stupa, who, upon sensing the demise of the ancestor of slaughter, emerged from the source of divinity. All three were at the 6th tier of divine kings. Although they were acutely aware that the ancestor of slaughter had perished at the hands of their adversaries, they did not exhibit any sign of trepidation towards Li Chuangang and his companions. Rather, they regarded them with the indifference reserved for the deceased. In this scenario, they were either unafraid of death or possessed formidable backing. It was evident that the trio relied on the latter. At that moment, Li Chuangang and his companions sensed a shift, their expressions betraying a hint of apprehension as they gazed towards a certain region of the continent, the domain of the sacred ground of the stupa. Meanwhile, the three divine kings of the stupa cast their reverent gazes in that direction. Boom, boom. It appeared that both sides had reached a tacit understanding, refraining from immediate confrontation while unleashing a terrifying pressure in a standoff. Quasi-Emperor. A voice resonated from a mysterious space belonging to Sherpa Tian, who did not act immediately, but instead focused on the southern wilderness where Kunlun lay, seemingly awaiting something. Sherpa Tian was a 9th-tier divine king, capable of contending even against a quasi-emperor. Meanwhile, in Kunlun's main hall, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with divine light as he pierced through layers of spatial barriers, landing his gaze upon the battlefield of Yuzhou in the eastern celestial domain. Quasi-Emperor. Indeed, this was Lu Chen's chaotic divine eye, capable of glimpsing through the annals of time. However, he could not yet achieve such a transcendent feat as he had surmised. The sacred ground of the stupa still harbored beings above the divine king tier. System. Initiate a random lottery draw. Faced with the formidable foundation of the sacred ground of the stupa, Lu Chen, though confident in the extraordinary capabilities of Sherpa Tian to contend with a quasi-emperor, was uncertain whether the stupa possessed only one such entity. It was indeed time to unveil his trump card. The random lottery could summon figures of equivalent or even superior might when confronted with a corresponding crisis in Kunlun. Thus, Lu Chen had refrained from utilizing his 2 lottery draws until now. Ding! Lottery draw successful. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 9th-tier divine kings and 5 emperor-level beings. Note, the divine king realm in the immortal martial continent is not the true divine king, but rather a designation for this potent tier, referred to as the ethereal void realm in the upper realms. Similarly, emperors in this context are not the true emperors, but are classified as void deities in the upper realms. Ethereal void realm, void deity realm. Upon reviewing the information, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, his expression reflecting surprise. It seemed that the inhabitants of the immortal martial continent were rather self-indulgent. So that was it. Lu Chen had long harbored a suspicion regarding the absence of any discernible fate in the immortal martial continent. At the level of Lu Chen, it is only natural that he should sense the existence of destiny, an ethereal concept, in the depths of the universe. Furthermore, in his previous life, Lu Chen was a promising youth from Blue Star, frequently engaging in discussions about these enigmatic matters in the comment sections of novels with esteemed readers. He was, without a doubt, quite knowledgeable in this realm. It seems that the quasi-emperor realm is akin to that of a demigod. The sacred land of floating pagodas is surely on the brink of destruction. Lu Chen cast a cold gaze towards a certain area in the eastern celestial domain, his voice frigid as he spoke. Esteemed readers, I am currently in the process of drafting. There is still one chapter that the author will not release just yet. It will be shared tomorrow along with the others. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your generous gifts. Chapter 99. The Pinnacle of Humanity. The 5 Elders of the Sword of Immortality, 5 beings of the Divine King Realm, 5 Emperors. The power that Kunlun possesses is utterly terrifying. Lu Chen is convinced that with Kunlun's current strength, even if the floating Buddha sanctuary harbors a yet-to-die emperor, it would still be unable to escape the fate of annihilation at the hands of Kunlun. System. Display the information of individuals in the Divine King Realm. Lu Chen mused. Regardless of whether it is the Spirit Void Realm or the Void Divine Realm, what truly matters is the pinnacle of power within the immortal martial continent. The upper realm feels exceedingly distant for him at this moment. Lu Chen senses that the depths of the immortal martial continent are profound, likely entwined with some ancient forces and individuals from the upper realm. Beep. The characters of the ninth heaven in the Divine King realm are Zhang Sanfeng, Zai Yozi, Huang Shang, Wu Ming the Heavenly Sword, and Emperor Sakya. By heavens, these are formidable figures indeed. Lu Chen was taken aback upon reviewing the character information. Each of these individuals is a legendary presence in the martial arts world. Huang Shang, creator of the Nine Yin True Scripture, single-handedly confronted an entire sect, overpowering Yang Dingtian on the Bright Summit. Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi need no introduction. Both are reclusive masters whose prowess surpasses that of any contender in the martial arts arena. Wu Ming, known as the Heavenly Sword, is overwhelmingly powerful, while Emperor Sakya is renowned for daring to confront dragons head-on. To label these two as mere martial practitioners would be an understatement. They are truly extraordinary beings, and they share a unique bond. Both are as monstrous as Dog Brother. Yet the strength of Shipo Tian likely exceeds even that, as becoming a formidable challenger is no simple feat. This is evidenced by Shipo Tian's ascension from the Great Sage realm to the Divine King realm, a remarkable trajectory, undoubtedly influenced by Lu Chen's own cultivation advancements. In the vernacular of this world, Dog Brother could be likened to the child of Heaven Sway, blessed with extraordinary fortune. System, immediately investigate the 5 emperors. Lu Chen eagerly anticipated discovering the identities of these 5 powerful emperors. Strictly speaking, they should be classified within the Void Divine realm. Yet it is more fitting to refer to them as emperors while still within the immortal martial continent. Beep. The 5 emperors of the ninth heaven are Qing Wei, Song Gu, Jing Ming, Yu Xian, and He Yang. Note, the true cultivation power of these 5 has surpassed the boundaries of the immortal martial continent. The strength displayed here is suppressed and does not reflect their actual peak capabilities. By heavens, the elders of Mount Shu. Upon seeing the information of the 5 emperor-level figures, Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, invoking a piece of national essence. Indeed, these 5 emperors are none other than the 5 great elders of Mount Shu from the world of Sword of Immortality. These individuals are genuine cultivators. They are hailed as the pinnacle of the human realm. Particularly, Qing Wei, the head of Mount Shu, possesses a cultivation level that could contend with the ruler of the demon realm, having already stepped into the domain of immortality. They are incomparable to martial practitioners like Zhang Sanfeng, and even legendary figures like Dog Brother, Shipo Tian, and Emperor Sakya fall short in their presence. Beep. Would you like to immediately summon 10 powerful beings from the myriad heavens? Quickly, summon them. Ding. The moment of fear has passed, as 10 formidable beings from the myriad realms are hastening towards the host. Now, why hesitate? At this moment, Lu Chen's heart swells with excitement, with these 5 elders. Even a single one could effortlessly obliterate the floating pagoda sacred land. Moreover, Kunlun boasts 6 exceptionally powerful divine kings, each capable of transcending boundaries to vanquish their foes. The strength of Kunlun now rivals that of the truly ancient powers in the immortal martial continent. The floating pagoda sacred land? It would be but a mere afterthought to extinguish. Lu Chen's gaze gleamed with a chilling brilliance, piercing through the layers of void to alight upon a certain region in the eastern celestial domain. Although Lu Chen's cultivation remains at the 9th heaven of the Saint realm, he possesses numerous formidable divine abilities, allowing him to subdue even a divine king with ease. Let us not forget, Lu Chen embodies the Chaos Saint body and cultivates the Chaos Saint law. Overcoming adversaries beyond his realm is merely a trivial task for him. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly smiled lightly, his gaze fixed upon the center of the grand hall. Buzz. Instantly, 10 figures devoid of any discernible aura materialized within the hall, as if conjured from thin air. We have seen the sect master, they reverently declared, their eyes filled with awe as they bowed to Lu Chen, seated upon the high throne. Indeed, these were the 10 formidable beings summoned moments ago, now gathered before Lu Chen. Haha, esteemed elders, there is no need for formality. Your arrival is perfectly timed. There are those who dare to disregard Kunlun's might, and I require several of you to journey to the eastern celestial domain and eradicate a sacred land to assert Kunlun's supremacy, Lu Chen stated. Cutting directly to the heart of the matter, the annihilation of the floating pagoda's sacred land imminent. Master, allow me to accompany Nameless on this mission. I assure you we shall amplify Kunlun's prestige. Elder Di Shirtian promptly replied with respect, fearing that someone might seize this opportunity. Nameless, upon hearing this, revealed a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Clearly, all beings summoned by the system were restless, perpetually yearning for a worthy opponent. The floating pagoda's sacred land? Humph. Utterly oblivious to their impending doom. How dare they disregard Kunlun's might? Each figure summoned by the system had been implanted with comprehensive knowledge of the immortal martial continent. And upon hearing this, the expressions of the 10 turned icy, They could hardly believe that anyone would dare to show disrespect to Kunlun or its sect master. Very well. Let Elder D and Elder Nameless undertake this mission, Lu Chen proclaimed, his gaze settling upon the two, eager to witness the extent of their extraordinary capabilities. With a flick of his hand, a divine radiance entered their minds, and with a respectful farewell, they vanished from sight. At this juncture, Lu Chen turned his attention to Qing Wei. Indeed, she appeared as ethereal and otherworldly as he recalled, her presence devoid of any emanation, resembling a venerable elder, making it difficult to associate her with the stature of an emperor. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the others, Zhang Sanfeng, Xian Yuzi, and the like bore little difference from his memories. Esteemed elders, please proceed to Elder Peak and select your respective abodes. Soon, Kunlun shall unveil itself to the world, and it will not be long before your talents are required, he remarked with a nod and a gentle smile. Yes, Sect Master. Qingwei, Zhang Sanfeng, and others spoke with utmost reverence before retreating from the Grand Hall. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from a certain region within the Eastern Celestial Domain, sending tremors across millions of miles of sky. Instantly, all cultivators were seized by fear. Ah, what a terrifying presence. What existence has awakened? Why does this mere aura provoke such dread? Ah, I can hardly breathe. This pressure, even a divine king cannot instill such terror. Cultivators of lesser cultivation turned pale, as an overwhelming sense of suffocation surged within them, making them profoundly uneasy. Those situated further away from the source of this ominous energy were fortunate. Otherwise, they might have been crushed by the sheer force of its oppressive presence. Hiss. Could it be the Emperor? All cultivators were left in a state of horror and trepidation, too frightened to contemplate further. Such beings were beyond the realm of their imagination. Chapter 100. The Fall of the Provisional Emperor. Kunlun shocks the world. The ancient ancestor has awakened completely. The three venerable figures from the Buddhist Holy Land gazed with reverence towards a particular region, their voices trembling with awe. Clearly, the existence that could be referred to as the Great Ancestor by the venerable ones of the Buddhist Holy Land was the very aura of the Provisional Emperor felt by Shipo Tian. Haha, not only shall you face annihilation, but even the Kunlun that stands behind you shall meet the same fate. This is the consequence of opposing our Buddhist Holy Land. The three venerable figures of the Buddhist Holy Land cast sinister glances at Li Chuangang and his companions. Previously, upon witnessing the formidable strength of their adversaries, they refrained from direct confrontation, fearing the fate that befell the ancestor of divine slaughter. Caution above all. They had no desire to be extinguished immediately upon their emergence, so after stepping out from the divine source, they hastily awakened the true essence of their holy land. Having lived for over 100,000 years, they were far more prudent than the ancestor of the Jiao dynasty, having directly unearthed a living fossil. Humph. Boom. A chilling snort, imbued with terrifying power, surged forth, causing the countenances of Li Chuangang and his companions to shift dramatically. The divine kings remained undaunted. Yet this overwhelming aura transcended the realm of divine kings, reaching the domain of the Provisional Emperor. Even though they were defiant, facing a Provisional Emperor rendered them incapable of being adversaries, leaving them to barely withstand the pressure. At that moment, bang, an invisible force instantaneously obliterated the terrifying pressure. Shortly thereafter, two figures appeared before Li Chuangang and the others, with Di Shitian offering them a gentle smile. Esteemed ones, I shall take over from here. You and Elder Wuming shall proceed to obliterate the Buddhist Holy Land entirely and assert the might of Kunlun. Buzz. The aura emanating from the two elders was immensely powerful. Startled by their presence, Li Chuangang and his companions recognized these formidable beings as a manifestation of Lu Chen's prowess. Following a brief exchange, they quickly grasped the situation. Very well, we shall entrust this to Elder D. With no further ado, they exchanged pleasantries, and in an instant, the group along with Wuming vanished from their location. Impudent fools! You seek your demise. Upon witnessing this, the three venerable figures of the Buddhist Holy Land bellowed in fury, astonished that their adversaries would dare to utter such words before the ancient ancestor. Immediately after, the three figures of divine kings also vanished from sight, seemingly rushing back to rescue the Buddhist Holy Land. They were acutely aware of the terrifying strength possessed by Li Chuangang and his companions. Should they delay even for a moment, the Buddhist Holy Land would surely be erased from existence. Boom. Seeking death. Mere ants of the divine king realm dare to strike at me, ignorant of their impending doom. Die. A hoarse and malevolent voice echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it. Boom. Suddenly, from a certain space, a skeletal hand, emaciated and frail, emerged, shrouded in a dense aura of decay and death, reaching towards Di Shitian. Rumbling. The fearsome power instantly tore through the sky, descending upon Di Shirtian. Humph. Disregarding my heavenly might of Kunlun, even if the Emperor of the Floating Land were to resurrect today, annihilation would still await him. The voice of Emperor Shirtian was frigid, and an aura of terror that seemed to transcend the realm of the Divine King erupted from within him. Boom. Behold. The power of the laws of heaven and earth surged from the firmament above, gathering like a torrential flood, instantly coalescing into a formidable force that struck the emaciated hand with a resounding force. Thunder rumbled. Bang. A heart-wrenching scream echoed across millions of miles of space, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard it, who turned their terrified faces towards the void. Hiss. It is the existence of the floating land. Black, decayed blood rained down in the void, a thick aura of death pervading the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. You shall perish. In a certain space, a violent tremor erupted, accompanied by a hoarse and eerie voice. An old man, horrifyingly withered and decayed, appeared before all. Buzz. Kunlun, what manner of power is this? To force this old wretch out despite the loss of his life essence. My esteemed colleagues, are you familiar with this Kunlun? A powerful divine consciousness inquired. And after a moment, it continued. I have never heard of anything called Kunlun. How strange. Such a terrifying force could remain so profoundly hidden. Hiss. I previously thought that Kunlun was merely ordinary, yet, unexpectedly, powerful beings continue to emerge, proving that I too can misjudge. Oh, it appears that the floating land truly faces a formidable enemy. I have a premonition that the floating land may soon be obliterated by Kunlun. What? It seems that the words of that divine consciousness never err, prompting exclamations from the other divine consciousnesses. Esteemed colleagues, from my perspective, Kunlun is exceedingly extraordinary. Perhaps it is a fearsome force deeply concealed since the ancient times. As for the matters of the floating land, I shall not involve myself. Alas, Kunlun. It seems that the balance of the immortal martial continent is about to shift once more. Kiki, none of this is of any consequence. Let us depart. The absence of the floating land is inconsequential, and I believe Kunlun will also be interested in the restoration of the passage. Several formidable divine consciousnesses swiftly retreated from the eastern celestial domain. Evidently, their appearance was in regard to the floating land, suggesting that all the superpowers across the great regions of the immortal martial continent share some form of connection or transaction. No wonder that earlier divine consciousness seemed so well acquainted with the floating land. Indeed, this quasi-emperor is the strongest foundation of the floating land, the ancestor of slaughtering immortals. I must say, the names of the ancestors from the floating land are increasingly audacious. They are either slaughtering gods or slaughtering immortals. No wonder they perish so swiftly. Humph. Instead of lying in the earth awaiting their demise, they choose to emerge and hasten their end. At this moment, Emperor Shirtian let out a cold snort. The terrifying golden power of the laws swirling around him, trembling the very heavens and earth. Damn it! What force is Kunlun? How can there be such a terrifying divine king-level powerhouse? The ancestor of slaughtering immortals glanced at the arm from which black blood continuously poured. His eyes filled with profound trepidation. The opponent, despite possessing only the 9th layer of the divine king realm, exuded an aura more terrifying than that of a quasi-emperor, leaving him incredulous. With a single strike, he was injured, further shattering his already decaying body, and the essence of his life began to drain desperately. You shall pay for this. Even if I perish today, I will drag you, Kunlun, down with me. With a howl of defiance. The ancestor of slaughter had already realized that the sacred land of Floating Pagoda could not escape this calamity. Even he could not hope to survive in this world any longer. Boom. The ancestor of slaughter, whose life essence was already scarce, now found it dwindling even further. Igniting the remnants of his life force to briefly restore his strength to the pinnacle of a quasi-emperor. He intended to take everyone down with him. Die for me. The overwhelming might of a quasi-emperor surged forth, and the terrifying black laws filled a million-mile space, igniting chaos. What a dreadful aura. Is this the resurgence of the great emperor? The nearby cultivators turned pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they cried out in terror. No, this is a quasi-emperor. What? That is indeed a quasi-emperor. A white-haired elder voiced the dreadful speculation that lingered in the hearts of all the cultivators. It was none other than Yu Linglong's grandfather. At this moment, he trembled uncontrollably, for that was a quasi-emperor. Even the sacred heavenly palace had only one. Could it be that such an existence would perish at the hands of Kunlun today? The white-haired elder gazed in horror at the formidable figure radiating golden laws, his heart quaking with dread. Boom. A terrifying force converging from the dark laws enveloped the vast sky, suddenly sweeping towards Emperor Shakyamuni. Rumble. The expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles instantly collapsed, shattering under the weight of this dreadful blow. Even a divine king would be obliterated in an instant before such terror. This was the horror of a quasi-emperor, a being who had already one foot in the realm of the void god. Humph. Emperor Shakyamuni remained calm, dismissing the oncoming terrifying force as insignificant. A damaged quasi-emperor meant little to him. Boom. With a wave of his hand, the laws of power surged across tens of thousands of miles, instantly coalescing into a force exuding the ability to annihilate heaven and earth. Exterminate. Uttering a single word, sounding like a decree, the terrifying power of the laws surged forth. Bang. A thunderous explosion resonated in the air, echoing throughout a million-mile expanse. Dong dong. All cultivators in the Eastern Heaven domain felt as though their eardrums were about to burst, hurriedly shielding themselves with spiritual power, barely withstanding the residual terrifying force that rushed in. Boom. Ah, no. It cannot be. A cry of agony rang out as the ancestor of Slaughter's aura had weakened to its utmost limit, his body now in a state of utter ruin, black. Putrid blood continuously oozing from his form, a sight both horrifying and unsettling. Cough, cough. Kill me, and one day your Kunlun shall also perish. A resounding boom echoed as the words of the ancient ancestor of Slaughter were abruptly silenced. A force of law instantaneously obliterated his shattered body along with his very soul. Thus, the ancient ancestor of Slaughter met his demise. The death of a quasi-emperor sent shockwaves throughout the world. Hiss. He is dead. The god, the divine king has annihilated a quasi-emperor. How is this possible? All the cultivators stood in frozen disbelief, their bodies trembling in terror, unable to accept the stark reality before them. Yet, the truth lay plain before their eyes, rendering denial futile. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. The author is immensely thankful. Thank you. The only way the author can repay you is through relentless writing. If the updates are slow, feel free to express your frustrations towards the author. I shall accept it all. Additionally, I kindly ask the esteemed patrons to share screenshots with other authors. Chapter 101. The complete annihilation of the floating pagoda sacred land indeed. The power of the deity chakra was extraordinarily formidable. Before Shurpatian could even intervene, the adversary was obliterated. The fall of the divine king upon the semi-emperor. This incident reverberated throughout the entire immortal martial continent, and it is believed that soon the name of Kunlun will echo across all major domains. Just as everyone remained in shock, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Ah, no. You. Kunlun will pay. Boom, boom, boom. In a certain region, anguished cries of despair filled the air, resonating for tens of thousands of miles, chilling the hearts of those who heard it, leaving them to ponder the horrific events that had transpired in that state. Swish, swish, swish. Countless cultivators appeared in the void, gazing towards that state, their expressions transforming in horror as they began to grasp the dreadful reality. The floating pagoda sacred land. Indeed, that region was the domain of the floating pagoda sacred land, entirely populated by its denizens. At this moment, Li Chang'an, Dugachiobai, Aching, and others were exterminating all the individuals from the floating pagoda sacred land to demonstrate the might of Kunlun. Even the three ancient divine kings could not escape, vanishing completely from the realm at the hands of Li Chang'an and his companions. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder echoed through the heavens and the earth. Terrifying power erupted in that state, causing countless colossal mountains to collapse, the very fabric of space to tear apart, and the land, extending hundreds of thousands of miles, to sink dramatically, plummeting down over 10,000 zhang. This was the fate of those who dared to disregard the might of Kunlun. The utter obliteration of a superpower. The floating pagoda sacred land, which had endured for over 1,000,000 years, served as a warning to the world. The might of Kunlun is not to be insulted. Hiss. Kunlun is truly terrifying. It has literally sunk an entire state. Is this the fate that befalls those who offend Kunlun? All cultivators gazed at the scene before them, their eyes wide with disbelief, frozen in place as fear surged within their hearts. In that moment, the world was engulfed in terror. Before long, all factions, large and small, in the Eastern Celestial Domain began to caution their members. Should they encounter anyone from Kunlun, they must not offend or show disrespect. Any who dare to act recklessly will be severed from their sect or family. This meant that if one sought death, they should not involve their entire sect or family. Even the other three superpowers were filled with trepidation, fearing that Kunlun might next turn its gaze upon them. To obliterate a sacred land over a mere disagreement, who could withstand such might? The pivotal moment was that only a single divine king had unleashed such terror. Who could say whether Kunlun harbors even more dreadful entities? As fellow superpowers in the Eastern Celestial Domain, the other three knew their foundations could not possibly stand against Kunlun. Otherwise, Kunlun's brazen actions would have compelled the three superpowers to take action against them. But at present, they lacked the courage. Do not inquire why. For the other three superpowers possessed merely one semi-emperor's foundation. Did they not witness an entire state being sunk by Kunlun? They certainly did not wish to follow in the footsteps of the floating pagoda sacred land. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, figures emerged from the void, comprising Li Chuangang and his companions who had just obliterated the sacred land of the floating pagoda. Haha, how exhilarating. It has been ages since I engaged in such a grand battle. Only those three divine kings possess any real strength. The rest are rather lackluster. Li Chuangang, along with Deng Taiye, burst into laughter, clearly reveling in the presence of worthy adversaries. Emperor Shitian shared in their joy, laughing heartily as well. Brother Dugu, Sister Aching, and Brother Yi, your swordsmanship is truly formidable. Upon our return to Kunlun, I shall seek to learn from you in earnest, Li Chuangang remarked, his admiration evident after witnessing their impressive sword techniques. Old Li, do not forget about me. My 12 flying swords have not been drawn from their sheath in quite some time. Deng Taiye chimed in, eliciting further astonishment from the group. Each member filled with profound respect for one another's martial prowess. Indeed, it was the sect leader's extraordinary ability to gather such a multitude of sword masters in one place. At that moment, the reverence for Lu Qin in everyone's hearts reached unprecedented heights. Senior Qing, Senior Qin, it's me. Just then, a figure darted towards them. It was Lin Yun, accompanied by the somewhat terrified duo of Yu Ling Long and her grandfather. Lin Yun, what are you doing here? Aching and Chen Beixian exchanged surprised glances, wondering why he was not out in the eastern celestial domain honing his skills. If the sect leader were to discover this, it would likely lead to some trouble for Lin Yun. They found the situation amusing, yet they held high hopes for him. Ah, so it is this young man. Upon hearing the remarks, Li Chuangang and the others turned their gazes towards Lin Yun. As elders of Kunlun, they were well aware of the circumstances and information concerning all disciples, having been imbued with this knowledge when summoned by the system. Oh dear, the pressure is immense. Lin Yun thought to himself, feeling the weight of the esteemed elder's scrutinizing gazes. How could it not be overwhelming? These were the powerful figures of the sect. To reach the Void Realm at such a young age is impressive indeed. Young man, would you care to learn swordsmanship from me? Li Chuangang immediately recognized the astonishing potential and strength within Lin Yun, believing that though he was currently weak, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. Not only Li Chuangang, but also Emperor Shitian and Dugu Qiubai shared similar sentiments. Elders, Lin Yun began, but was interrupted by Chen Beixian, who advised. Lin Yun, these are the elders of Kunlun who have recently awakened. You must seize this opportunity wisely. Both he and Aching had hoped to take Lin Yun as a disciple, but regrettably, their paths did not align with his potential. Chen Beixian followed the path of pretentiousness, while Aching's Yun's sword technique was better suited for female practitioners like Luo Lingxue and Ziyun Yin. Lin Yun, I greet all esteemed elders. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Lin Yun promptly addressed them with utmost respect, his heart brimming with excitement. He had just witnessed the formidable power of the elders before him. How could he possibly let such a rare opportunity slip away? There is no need for excessive formalities. The elders chuckled lightly, clearly pleased with Lin Yun. Being the senior disciple of Kunlun, they were determined to cultivate him into an unparalleled powerhouse. Well, the sacred land of Futuo has been eradicated. It is time to return and report to the sect leader, said Emperor Shitian, recognizing that there was no longer any reason to linger in the eastern celestial domain. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your generous gifts. The author expresses profound gratitude. Apologies for the slow updates. I am still diligently typing away. I have not been idle. I stayed put today, hoping to accumulate several chapters in return for the elders' gracious gifts. If updates are delayed, feel free to scold the author. I will not contest it. Rest assured, esteemed elders. Chapter 102. The name of Kunlun shakes the 6 great domains of immortal martial arts. Esteemed elder, please hold for a moment. There is an elder who wishes to visit Kunlun to pay respects to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun turned to the white-haired elder behind him and Yu Ling Long, hastily speaking, while secretly amused. The white-haired elder had previously expressed a desire to take him as a disciple, and he was curious about the elder's current feelings. I did not. Do not speak recklessly. The elder's expression darkened, and he felt an urge to slap Lin Yun, yet he dared not. Oh dear, you insufferable brat. If I had known Kunlun was so terrifying, would I have journeyed millions of miles to be here? Our Kunlun has inherited its legacy for countless millennia, with innumerable powerful beings, Lin Yun remarked. Did I ever say that? Good sir, it was you who insisted on coming to assist Kunlun in its predicament. At this moment, Yu Ling Long was also taken aback, her complexion paling in shock. She had not anticipated that the Kunlun Lin Yun spoke of was the very Kunlun that had recently annihilated a sacred land. Oh? You wish to visit Kunlun? Upon hearing this, Emperor Shutian, Li Chang'an, and others cast stern glances at the white-haired elder. While Yu Linglong was not deemed worthy of their attention, boom, the imposing gaze bore down on him, causing the white-haired elder to tremble, his body involuntarily shivering. Why yes. I hail from the Holy Heaven Palace in the Northern Heavenly Domain. Seeing the elder so frightened that his speech faltered was quite amusing, after all. He was a great sage. Not to be so easily shaken, right? Not to be so easily shaken? Why don't you try it? Truth be told, if not for the presence of the elders, Lin Yun would have undoubtedly been subdued by the white-haired elder. Lin Yun was truly incorrigible. Hiki, the Holy Heaven Palace? What a trifling faction, daring to seek an audience with Kunlun. You are not yet worthy to meet the sect leader, Emperor Shutian stated with a nonchalant tone. For it was likely only someone from Kunlun would dare label one of the 5 superpowers of the Northern Heavenly Domain as a minor faction. A minor faction? Holy Heaven Palace? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the white-haired elder and Yu Linglong shifted dramatically, as if they were about to reprimand the speaker. However, after uttering a word, they suddenly regained their composure and shuddered, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Phew, that was close. Both were startled, their minds filled with bitter laughter, as they realized they could scarcely recall when someone had dared to show such disrespect towards the Holy Heaven Palace. Perhaps only these formidable beings before them had the audacity to do so. Subsequently, after Lin Yun provided an explanation to the elders and grasped the situation, he nodded. Emperor Shutian spoke in a calm tone. Given that you have assisted this young man once, you may accompany us back to Kunlun. As for your desire to meet the sect leader, that shall depend on the sect leader's wishes. I am deeply grateful to the esteemed elders. I do not dare to hope for an audience with your sect leader. Simply visiting Kunlun would be an honor. The white-haired elder's face radiated joy as he spoke respectfully, his heart brimming with excitement. If one could establish a favorable rapport with the formidable Kunlun, it would undoubtedly be a momentous fortune for the Holy Heaven Palace. In the future, with the connection to Kunlun, the Holy Heaven Palace would no longer face threats from all sides in the Northern Celestial Domain. Indeed, it appears that my great-grandfather seeks to forge an alliance with Kunlun. Yu Linglong seemed to decipher the elder's intentions and gasped in astonishment. An alliance? Such a notion has never existed in Kunlun's eyes. Only submission and annihilation prevail. It remains uncertain which path the Holy Heaven Palace will tread. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Emperor Shutian caused everyone to vanish in an instant, leaving not even a trace of their presence, as if they had never graced the Eastern Celestial Domain. As the group departed, a myriad of rumors regarding Kunlun surged throughout the Eastern Celestial Domain. Some proclaimed Kunlun as the supreme lineage of emperors, while others referred to it as an ancient sect of great renown. Ultimately, the essence of all these narratives converged on a singular truth. Kunlun is exceedingly terrifying, and one must never provoke or offend it. This sentiment has spread across the entire Eastern Celestial Domain. Before long, the annihilation of 4 divine kings, the fall of a quasi-emperor, and the obliteration of a sacred ground sent shockwaves throughout the various realms of the immortal Martial Continent, leaving the populace trembling in disbelief. In an instant, all cultivators and factions, regardless of size, were engulfed in horror, unable to fathom the reality. A quasi-emperor has fallen. A sacred ground has been destroyed. Who in this world could achieve such a feat? Swiftly, factions from various realms dispatched envoys to the Eastern Celestial Domain to ascertain the truth, including the demon realm, which sent powerful demon experts to investigate. Although this was a conflict among human factions, it resulted in the destruction of a sacred ground. Even the demon races could not remain indifferent, for it signified the emergence of an ancient and terrifying force among the human race, one that they could not afford to overlook. For the demon race, a sacred ground represents a formidable adversary, let alone one capable of obliterating such an establishment. Soon, news returned, confirming that the floating pagoda's sacred ground in the Eastern Celestial Domain had been annihilated by an unknown yet formidable force hailing from the southern wilderness. Hiss. What kind of power is Kunlun? Why has no one ever heard of such a terrifying force emerging from the southern wilderness? Indeed, it is utterly frightening. It is said that Kunlun deployed dozens of formidable saints and numerous divine kings, directly sinking an entire region. What? Dozens of great saints? Dozens of divine kings? Indeed, this is the truth. A friend of mine witnessed it firsthand. She claimed it terrified her to the point of being drenched in fear. Goodness. Even more terrifying is that the floating pagoda's sacred ground was obliterated by a single move from one of Kunlun's divine kings. What? How could that be possible? Countless cultivators across the realms were gripped with trepidation, speculating about the true nature of Kunlun from the southern wilderness, which seemed so dreadfully powerful. Meanwhile, the southern wilderness was in uproar. Kunlun, who knows it better than the cultivators of the southern wilderness? Thus, countless cultivators in the southern wilderness were rendered utterly horrified. Hiss. Is Kunlun not solely comprised of saints? How could it be so terrifying? The quasi-emperor has been annihilated. Hiss. Could it be that Kunlun possesses an emperor? The cultivators of the southern wilderness dared not ponder further, for it was simply too dreadful. Who could have anticipated that the Kunlun, which had recently sent shockwaves throughout the southern wilderness, would now obliterate a holy ground? At this moment, the leaders of the 8 supreme factions who had previously ventured into Kunlun with reckless abandon were engulfed in fear and trepidation within their respective abodes. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Prepare lavish gifts. Get lost. You unfilial son, what are you still preparing for? Quickly sell off your entire clan or sect and take the proceeds to Kunlun to plead for mercy. Move. An elder of the Heavenly King realm, his face ashen with fear, kicked the faction leader away and bellowed. Sell everything. Upon hearing their elder's command, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. But they soon regained their wits. How could Kunlun possibly be interested in the trivial offerings of their mere top-tier factions? Only by surrendering the entirety of their resources could they barely attain the qualification to approach Kunlun and seek forgiveness. Thank you to all the esteemed readers for your generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Today marks the 5th day of the new year, celebrating the arrival of the God of Wealth. I wish everyone prosperity, smooth sailing, and abundant fortune in the coming year. Thank you. After welcoming the God of Wealth, the author will also set out this afternoon to work and earn money. Today's update may only consist of a single chapter. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 103. The Celestial Martial Temple, the Decree of the Divine King, the Prohibition of the Gods before long. Astonishing scenes unfolded among the other top hegemonic powers. If one were to identify who felt the most trepidation, it would undoubtedly be the Jun family. At this moment, the countenance of their venerable sage ancestor had turned ashen. After all, he had directly engaged with Kunlun. Quick, gather our belongings and head to Kunlun. Yes, esteemed ancestor. Jun Wuhui responded with palpable fear. While several other ancestral figures of the Heavenly King realm fidgeted restlessly, their hearts in disarray. The Divine King and the Quasi-Emperor were figures of immense stature. Now, they had been eradicated by Kunlun. One could only imagine the formidable horrors that Kunlun must possess. At this moment, the ancestors of the Jun family were filled with regret. Yet they were relieved that Kunlun had not yet turned its wrath upon them. It is not that Kunlun refrained from striking against them. Rather, they are simply unworthy. Were Kunlun intent on annihilating these top hegemonic forces, Lu Qin would have long since instructed the sect elders to act. Whether it be the Jun family or the other 8 top hegemonic powers, they were fully aware of this truth. Conversely, amidst the panic of these top hegemonic forces, Yaoqi Palace seemed utterly disinclined to approach Kunlun to seek atonement, remaining notably silent thus far. Esteemed ancestor, are we truly not going to Kunlun to plead for mercy? The former palace master, Lin Shi, spoke with a flicker of fear in her eyes when discussing Kunlun, while Lin Yu beside her trembled slightly. Had it not been for the presence of their venerable ancestor, they would have surely rushed to Kunlun to seek forgiveness. A sacred land had been obliterated. Was Yaoqi Palace not easily extinguishable? They could not fathom why their ancestor had plunged Yaoqi Palace into such peril, though Yaoqi Palace was backed by a formidable sacred land. Had they not witnessed Kunlun's capability to annihilate even quasi-emperors? It was unlikely that they would offend Kunlun merely for the sake of Yaoqi Palace. Fear not. The background of Yaoqi Palace is far from simplistic. Even Kunlun cannot be compared to the sacred land that stands behind us. An elderly matron spoke with a calm demeanor, seemingly in awe of the sacred land that supported Yaoqi Palace. Even upon learning of Kunlun's destruction of a sacred land, she remained unfazed. Esteemed ancestor. But upon hearing this, Lin Shi and Lin Yu expressed their profound concern. They were not well acquainted with the sacred land backing Yaoqi Palace, only this venerable ancestor, who had engaged with individuals from the sacred land, possessed such knowledge. Rest assured, I shall promptly journey to the Central Sky Domain to clarify the situation between Yaoqi Palace and Kunlun with that esteemed individual. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Shi and Lin Yu gasped in unison, their eyes reflecting awe. They undoubtedly knew who the esteemed individual referred to was. It was precisely because of this existence that Yaoqi Palace held its position as the second most powerful hegemonic force in the southern wilds. Subsequently, the ancestor of Yaoqi Palace immediately set forth towards the Central Sky Domain. Meanwhile, in the Central Sky Domain, this is the cultivation center of the human race, where spiritual energy permeates the air. Its expanse dwarfs that of other great domains by several fold, stretching far and wide, populated by numerous great saint families, divine royal households, ancient clans, and super sacred lands, as well as the archaic families and imperial clans that stand tall within. The strong thrive here, which has led to a saying circulating among the various human domains without entering the realm of the heavenly kings. One cannot tread the path of cultivation in the central domain. This indicates that cultivators below the heavenly king realm lack even the ability to protect themselves when venturing into the central domain. Only those who ascend to the heavenly king realm can hope to possess a modicum of self-defense. This underscores the terror of the central domain. Without formidable cultivation or a powerful background, even saints find it exceedingly challenging to advance. At this moment, within a transcendent and enigmatic realm, the air is thick with spiritual energy, shrouded in mist, where countless ancient palaces and towers rise majestically atop peaks that resemble a celestial paradise. Each mountain soars toward the heavens, as though existing above the very firmament, presenting a scene that astonishes all who behold it. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the heavens, within a colossal palace exuding an aura of extreme antiquity, 36 stone seats adorned with peculiar runes are arranged in the central area. Looking toward the main position of the grand hall reveals an additional 24 stone seats, similarly engraved with unique runes, yet bearing the indelible marks of ancient times, as if they have existed for millions of years. Suddenly, a voice echoes within the regal palace, resonating as if traversing through the annals of time. Indeed, if Kunlun is a remnant force from the archaic era, how could our immortal martial temple remain unaware of it? With the fall of the Stupa sacred land and the absence of a demigod's power, perhaps we could allow Kunlun to partake in the restoration of the passage. Surely, the master of Kunlun is not an ordinary individual and may possess insights regarding matters of the higher realms. Another ancient voice reverberates through the hall, filled with traces of time long past. This voice seems to belong to one of the divine consciousnesses that had previously manifested in the eastern domain, appearing indifferent to Kunlun's actions. As the words linger, a voice imbued with barely concealed anger resounds within the palace. While that may be true, how dare Kunlun violate the divine king's decree set forth by our immortal martial temple, leading to the demise of a demigod? Should we not deliver a lesson? Our temple's future edicts may be called into question. A voice brimming with dissatisfaction echoes within the hall, seemingly resentful of Kunlun's actions against the Stupa sacred land, harboring a palpable enmity toward Kunlun. Indeed, for over 1,000,000 years, no force has dared to flout the decrees established by our immortal martial temple. Neither the divine king's edict nor the prohibition against deities has ever been disregarded. Given Kunlun's blatant disrespect for our temple's laws, I propose we dispatch an elder deity to the southern wasteland to demand an explanation from Kunlun. A voice, ancient and echoing across the ages, resounded, expressing profound agreement with the slightly irate speaker's assertion that Kunlun must be taught a lesson. The Celestial Martial Temple. This enigmatic and formidable entity stands as the most mysterious and terrifying presence in the Celestial Martial Continent. No one knows who founded the Celestial Martial Temple. It is known only that it existed long before the era of primal antiquity. The era of primal antiquity. It is important to note that this epoch predates us by over 1,000,000 years. If the Celestial Martial Temple indeed existed prior to this time, it may have been in existence for several million years, or even longer. Moreover, the Celestial Martial Temple governs the sovereignty of all 5 realms of humanity, signifying that any powerful being, such as a divine king or above, must leave their mark and register with the temple. Thank you for the generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. I set out on the 5th day of the new year at 3 o'clock, and due to heavy traffic, I spent the entire night traveling, only arriving at my destination around 3 or 4 in the morning. Indeed, I was exhausted and slept until 5 o'clock this afternoon, managing to write only this chapter. I appreciate your understanding, dear readers. Tonight, I shall stay up a bit later to continue writing. Chapter 104, Disregarding the Edicts of the Temple, Utterly Annihilated. The Immortal Martial Temple, a formidable entity that commands respect from all divine kings and emperors across the immortal martial continent. The Immortal Martial Temple stands supreme over all factions. Whether they be top-tier sacred grounds, ancient clans, or venerable lineages, none dare to show it disrespect, save for the demon race of the demon domain. The might of the demon race instills fear in all powerful beings of the human race, and they certainly do not regard the edicts of the Immortal Martial Temple with any seriousness. Nevertheless, it is peculiar that throughout the course of hundreds of thousands of years, in every upheaval initiated by the demon race, no powerful beings of the divine king realm have ever emerged, as if they had reached some tacit agreement with humanity. Here, the foremost powers of the human race, each boasting a presence above the quasi-emperor level, gather. Whenever significant matters arise, the demigods from these paramount factions convene to deliberate. This is precisely why no divine kings or emperors have appeared in the span of hundreds of thousands, even millions of years on the immortal martial continent. The temple has decreed that such beings must not manifest in the mortal realm. and each divine king and emperor bears a trace of their life essence etched within the temple, ensuring that should any such entity fall, the temple will be the first to know. The Divine King prohibition refers to all entities of the Divine King realm, as well as the factions harboring such beings. Without the temple's permission, they are entirely forbidden from entering the world or participating in conflicts among factions. The Divine Prohibition, on the other hand, forbids the emergence of those in the Void God realm, commonly referred to as emperors, though the reasons behind the temple's issuance of such decrees remain unknown. It is undoubtedly a preparation for an extraordinary event, perhaps related to the so-called restoration of pathways they speak of. It is evident that the temple's designation of quasi-emperors as demigods indicates a profound awareness of the nature of emperors who exist in the Void God realm. It is probable that in some ancient epic, the immortal martial temple had contact with beings from the upper realm. Or perhaps its founders hailed from the ranks of these upper realm denizens. The temple may very well aim to re-establish communication with those from the upper realm, thus encompassing all beings above the Divine King and quasi-emperor levels within its fold as a preparatory measure. Now, with Kunlun having eradicated the floating pagoda's sacred ground, and with an important force of demigods at stake, the immortal martial temple will not permit such blatant disregard for its edicts. Every divine king and quasi-emperor is an invaluable asset in the temple's grand designs. Thus, it is conceivable that the temple may indeed take action against Kunlun, perhaps even delivering a cataclysmic blow. At this moment, it is clear that Kunlun's defiance of the temple's decrees cannot go unpunished. They shall pay a grievous price for their insolence. Remember, it is a grave consequence. Following this, an ancient voice resonated, expressing strong support for taking action against Kunlun. Humph. I do not concur. Are you aware of how that demigod from the floating pagoda, sacred ground, met their demise? As the words fell, multiple voices, tinged with anger, echoed throughout the vast ancient hall. Preposterous. Tai, this is the divine martial temple. Do not presume that we are unaware that Kunlun hails from your southern wilderness. Indeed, Tai, this matter does not require the intervention of your primordial sacred land. Kunlun must pay a grave price. Humph. Tai, we know what you wish to convey. It merely concerns the ancient being of Stian being vanquished by a deity of Kunlun, and you fear the terrifying presence of a void god within Kunlun. Wishing to abstain from involvement. Aha. Preposterous. As a senior elder of the Divine Martial Temple, you tremble before an obscure force. Perhaps it would be best for your primordial sacred land to withdraw from the temple, lest you tarnish its reputation. A derisive laugh echoed throughout the grand hall in response. Indeed, even if Kunlun possesses a void god, our divine martial temple can effortlessly summon an ancient deity to obliterate them. Quite right, in my opinion. Kunlun lacks the qualification to partake in the restoration of the passage. It should be utterly annihilated to serve as a warning to others. The edicts of the divine martial temple are not to be scorned. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Originally, there were proposals for Kunlun's involvement in significant matters of the divine martial temple, yet now numerous voices arose in opposition, advocating for Kunlun's destruction to assert the temple's authority. As the last words fell, a terrifying aura instantly engulfed the ancient hall, potent enough to obliterate a deity in an instant. Whether or not my primordial sacred land has a say in this is irrelevant. Your northern royal family lacks the qualification to utter such words. As soon as the proclamation ended, an ancient and chilling voice reverberated through the ancient hall, its commanding tone echoing deafeningly within. Seeking death. Taixian. Tai. Do you dare to oppose the entire temple? As soon as the words were spoken, the grand hall trembled with a series of thunderous sounds. In the central position of the hall, 8 of the 33 ancient stone seats radiated divine light, as if ominous presences were about to descend upon them. This was the manifestation of the elders of the temple. The 33 ancient stone seats represented the elders of the divine martial temple, only those superpowers with 5 demigods, or quasi-emperors, from various domains qualify for positions among the temple's elders. Each stone seat signifies a quasi-emperor. The floating earth sacred land does not possess the qualification to be seated among the elders of the divine martial temple. It is evident how formidable the superpowers that hold these positions are. Just the presence of so many quasi-emperors hints at the true depth of their terrifying might. Humph. Northern royal family, do you wish to wage war against my primordial sacred land? More ancient voices descended, and 6 more stone seats shimmered with divine radiance, indicating the appearance of other elders from the primordial sacred land. Yet, their figures were not visible. Only the flowing divine light above their seats and the ominous aura that filled the hall caused it to resonate with thunderous roars. War? Your primordial sacred land is not yet qualified to engage in battle with my northern royal family. The elder of the Wang family, representing the imperial pavilion, disdainfully remarked that were it not for the balancing force of the celestial martial temple, The formidable superpowers across the various domains would have undoubtedly engaged in conflict tens of thousands of years ago. Instead, they now find themselves convening within the same hall to deliberate matters of significance. Despite all being members of the Celestial Martial Temple, no faction is inclined to collaborate on important affairs with a rival they regard with disdain. Take the Wong family of the Northern Lands, for instance. The foremost superpower of the Northern Celestial Domain, renowned as the lineage of the Great Emperor, associated with the Void Divine Realm. Conversely, the primordial sacred land reigns as the supreme force of the southern wilderness, commanding respect even from the heavenly profound sacred land, which would not dare to offend it in the slightest. Should your Wong family of the Northern Lands wish to take action against Kunlun, the primordial sacred land will not interfere. However, if you intend to invoke the decree of the temple to compel our involvement, I regret to inform you that our esteemed existence within the primordial sacred land will certainly not intervene. An elder from the primordial sacred land boldly proclaimed. Unperturbed by the threats posed by the Wong family, the Wong family may possess an emperor, but so too does the primordial sacred land. Thus, they harbor no fear of the Wong family's intimidation. Even in the event of war, the primordial sacred land would not hesitate in the slightest. The reasons behind the primordial sacred land's reluctance to engage in the annihilation of Kunlun remain shrouded in mystery. As the word settled, the 6 stone seats at the center gradually dimmed, and tranquility quickly returned to the Grand Hall. In that case, let us collectively summon an elder to take action against Kunlun in the southern wilderness. Observing the retreat of the elder from the primordial sacred land, several elders from the Wong family chose not to elaborate further, clearly not wishing to incite enmity with the primordial sacred land, but rather to maintain their imposing presence. The Divine Elder, a formidable entity of the Void Divine Realm, is what the populace refers to as the Great Emperor. Thank you, esteemed lords, for your generous gifts. Thank you. Chapter 105, The Abandoned Forces, the Celestial Xian Holy Land. The Venerable Elder God, a terrifying existence of the Void God Realm, is regarded by the world as the mightiest cultivator of the immortal martial continent, a true emperor. The immortal martial shrine has existed for over 1,000,000 years. Yet the exact number of elder gods remains a mystery, known only to those within the shrine. However, it is apparent that those who hold positions among the elder gods of the shrine possess formidable powers within the Void God Realm. For instance, the Wong clan of the Northern Lands, the Taichu Holy Land of the Southern Wilderness, and numerous ancient forces that have endured for over 1,000,000 years all harbor beings of the Void God Realm. Yet none serve as elder gods within the immortal martial shrine. Recently, it appeared that the Wong clan and various esteemed elders of the shrine sought to summon a presence that ought to exist within the immortal martial shrine itself. This indicates that the elder gods of the shrine are not bound to any particular faction, and in times of great need, they possess the authority to decide whether to summon those dread beings into action. As for why the Taichu Holy Land is reluctant to involve itself in the affairs of Kunlun, it stems from an exception. There exists an elder god among them who holds a position as a guest elder in the shrine. A guest elder is one who, in the event of significant occurrences, is called upon to act, while the other elder gods remain in the background. Notably, there is only one such guest elder, a being of the Void God Realm from the Taichu Holy Land. It is no wonder that the Taichu Holy Land expressed strong disapproval upon hearing that the elder of the Wong clan and several other elders intended to summon an elder god. Before truly discerning the depths of Kunlun, the Taichu Holy Land was unwilling to risk one of its own Void God Realm beings in such an endeavor. It is worth noting that the Taichu Holy Land has existed far longer than many forces that have endured for over 1,000,000 years, possessing knowledge of countless secrets hidden from the world. The sudden emergence of Kunlun in the southern wilderness was not something they regarded lightly. Unlike the Wong clan and other esteemed elders, who believed that even if Kunlun had a presence of the Void God Realm, it was merely one being and thus not a cause for concern. Meanwhile, in the southern wilderness at the Celestial Xian Holy Land, within a grand hall, the Celestial Xian Lord, seated in a position of authority, wore a grave expression. He had only just learned of Kunlun's destruction of a holy land. Prior to this, he had been in seclusion. How could this be? How could Kunlun possess such terrifying strength? The Celestial Xian Lord exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that the Kunlun he had previously dismissed as an arrogant and ignorant sect had managed to annihilate a holy land. As a superpower within the same domain, the foundation of the floating Buddha Holy Land is nearly on par with that of the Celestial Xian Holy Land, a fact that Xian Song understood all too well. Now that Kunlun had eradicated the floating Buddha Holy Land, it implied that even the Celestial Xian Holy Land would be no match before them. This represented a devastating blow to the status of the Celestial Xian Holy Land within the southern wilderness, a scenario that Xian Song fervently wished to avoid. My lord, the foundation of Kunlun may be far more complex than we imagined. I have heard that the floating Buddha Holy Land was vanquished by a god king of Kunlun. Indeed, Master. It is advisable for our Tianxian sacred land to refrain from excessive contact with Kunlun at this time. 8 formidable elders stood below, each a powerful presence of the Grand Sage realm, their faces etched with profound alarm. The God King has vanquished the Emperor. This is truly an extraordinary occurrence. Our Tianxian sacred land possesses only one such terrifying entity. It is evident that should we engage in conflict with Kunlun to secure our position in the southern wilderness, it would spell catastrophic ruin for us. Curse be it. Where has this Kunlun emerged from? Our Tianxian sacred land has been suppressed by the Taichu sacred land for nearly 1,000,000 years, and now another unknown force arises to overshadow us. The sacred master of Tianxian wore a grim expression, his voice hoarse as he lamented. He had anticipated that the imminent return of a formidable being, as foretold by the ancestors, would herald the rise of Tianxian's sacred land as the preeminent power in the realm of immortals and martial arts, freeing them from the yoke of Taichu's sacred land. Who could have foreseen that Kunlun would now loom over them? One can only imagine the depth of fury and resentment boiling within Xuanzang. With Taichu's sacred land already pressing down upon us, now Kunlun too? Then let us fight. Alas. Please, Master, reconsider. Think of the legacy of our Tianxian sacred land. The 8 elders, well acquainted with the sacred master Xuanzang, discerned his intentions at once and hastily urged him to reconsider. What folly is this? To engage in battle with Kunlun merely to secure our standing in the southern wilderness is akin to courting death. Although Kunlun did not present an emperor that day, it was evident to all that they are formidable. Throughout the history of the immortal martial continent, the likes of a god king vanquishing an emperor has never occurred. Even a fool could surmise that such a powerful god king could not arise from a lack of formidable foundations. Not all powers are akin to the immortal martial temple. Our Tianxian sacred land does not even possess the qualification to sit among the elders of the immortal martial temple. Should we dare to confront Kunlun? It would be nothing short of self-destruction. Xuanzang, this matter is of grave significance. There is no need to provoke Kunlun over a mere dispute for status. We should await the emergence of the ancient secret realm, when the machinations of the people from the central heavenly domain will come to fruition. At that time, the passage to the higher realm will be reactivated, and our esteemed presence from Tianxian will return to the world. When that moment arrives, whether it be Taichu sacred land or Kunlun, they shall all serve as stepping stones for our Tianxian sacred land. Just as Xuanzang grappled with his indecision, an ancient voice resonated within the grand hall. Ancestor. Upon hearing these words, the countenances of all present transformed into expressions of utmost reverence, trembling, and deference. Ancestor. Might you be referring to those individuals from that realm? Xuanzang had merely heard from the ancestor that the passage to the upper realm was about to be reactivated, and he was entirely unaware of who the individuals from that realm mentioned by his ancestor were. Astonishingly, it was the central heaven domain. The 8 supreme elders shared a similar reaction, their expressions reflecting profound shock. It was evident that anyone mentioned by the ancestor required utmost caution, indicating they were individuals whom the heavenly Xian Holy Land could not afford to offend. Who were those individuals? It would be prudent for you not to delve too deeply into this matter. When the time is right, you will come to understand everything. While the heavenly Xian Holy Land has maintained its legacy for nearly 1,000,000 years, the departure of that particular existence left its foundational strength languishing at the bottom among numerous superpowers. It has long been looked down upon by those superpowers possessing quasi-emperors across the various domains. Ironically, even those individuals from that realm have consistently turned a blind eye to the heavenly Xian Holy Land, denying even me, an elder with quasi-emperor cultivation, the right to step foot there. How lamentable. Every being above the divine king realm among the human race in the immortal martial continent possesses the eligibility to enter that place, yet I, an elder, am unworthy. The elder's voice resonated with a sense of bitterness and helplessness, as if he had been forsaken, a notion difficult for him to accept. How infuriating. Ancestor, who are those individuals that dare to treat you and the heavenly Xian Holy Land in such a manner? Xuanzang and the 8 supreme elders were engulfed in rage, detecting the elders' underlying bitterness and a sense of humiliation. Enough. These matters do not require your immediate concern. It will not be long before the heavenly Xian Holy Land exacts a heavy price from everyone, even those from that realm. As the voice faded, tranquility returned to the great hall. A sinister determination flickered in the depths of Xuanzang's eyes. He vowed to annihilate all those who looked down upon the heavenly Xian Holy Land. The 8 supreme elders felt the same. They had long believed that the presence of a quasi-emperor ancestor ensured that no force dared to offend the heavenly Xian Holy Land, only to realize, after hearing their ancestors' words, that the Holy Land seemed to have been cast aside. Indeed, it had been abandoned. This was knowledge shared among all superpowers across the domains. Perhaps only the heavenly Xian Holy Land, apart from that quasi-emperor ancestor, remained oblivious, because this was a disgrace for the heavenly Xian Holy Land. A humiliation for a superpower among the human race. It was a matter even the heavenly Xian ancestor was reluctant to mention. P.S. Thank you to all the esteemed readers for your generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. These chapters serve to lay the groundwork for the forthcoming plot. Soon, the ancient secret realm will emerge, and the passage to the upper realm will be reactivated. The heavenly Xian Holy Land is also a part of this narrative. I must clarify this, as it may seem rather mundane. I hope all esteemed readers can forgive me. Chapter 106, Disciples of the Inner Sect of Kunlun. 300 in the realm of heavenly kings. Meanwhile, in Kunlun, following this battle, the name Kunlun has not only gained immense renown in the southern wilderness but has also profoundly shaken the various domains. It can be said that Kunlun is now regarded by the world as a superpower. The public is aware that Kunlun openly boasts a divine king and 11 great saints. Yet everyone understands that the foundation of Kunlun is far more formidable than it appears. The divine king vanquishing the quasi-emperor. Such an extraordinary feat would be utterly unbelievable without a robust foundation. On the disciples' peak, all the disciples have erupted into a frenzy, their faces illuminated with astonishment and exhilaration. They had only learned during their missions that their sect had obliterated a holy land. Heavens! No wonder there were several terrifying auras emanating from the sect that day. It was the sect's powerful figures annihilating the holy land. The disciples were filled with awe and excitement. They always knew their sect was extraordinary. But who could have imagined that even a holy land could be extinguished? This revelation shattered their preconceived notions of the lofty and supreme holy lands, illustrating that even these revered establishments are not invincible and can indeed be destroyed. And the force capable of obliterating a holy land is none other than their own sect. I have no regrets in joining Kunlun, senior brother. At last, the great vengeance of your kin can be avenged. We can finally seek retribution for our families without fearing disaster befalling our sect. Many disciples express their fervent emotions, previously worried that avenging their kin might lead to calamity for the sect. Now, witnessing the immense strength of their sect, their fears have dissipated entirely. Indeed, it is true. Although all disciples were aware that Kunlun could provide them with protection and support, only they understood the terror of their former enemies' powers. They had been concerned that seeking vengeance for their families could bring ruin upon the sect. Among them were those from grand clans, as well as others hailing from various domains. This was something Lu Qin had not known. He had assumed all disciples were merely lowly cultivators. However, this is no longer pertinent. Lu Qin could not possibly scrutinize every disciple's information, nor would he indulge in such an act, as it would reflect a lack of trust in his own sect's disciples, a notion he would never entertain. Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, sect master. What do you mean by this? Your situation is unique. Understand? The crux is that they are all disciples of Kunlun. Whoever dares to harm a Kunlun disciple shall pay the ultimate price. We must personally eradicate those who have humiliated, oppressed, and harmed our kin. With this thought, all disciples were filled with fervor and reverence for Lu Qin and Kunlun. The aforementioned disciple clenched his fists tightly, his eyes gleaming with an overwhelming killing intent. Ever since the disciples selected suitable cultivation techniques in the Hall of Techniques, their abilities have experienced tremendous enhancement, reaching astonishing heights. Especially that inner sect disciple whose entire clan was annihilated. In a fervent quest for vengeance, he has dedicated himself to arduous cultivation and accomplished numerous tasks for the sect during this time. His cultivation level has remarkably ascended from the Dao Palace realm, which he possessed upon entering Kunlun, to the formidable Heavenly King realm. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. Who could possibly believe such a prodigy exists? Such an extraordinary individual surpasses even Lin Yun. Lin Yun? No. I mustn't take such credit. I, as the senior brother, am still at the Void Realm. Do you have any shame? You, at the Void Realm, are toying with the Heavenly King realm. When you reach the Heavenly King realm, will you not be able to trample the great saints? Lin Yun, keep it low-key. However, is this what shocks the world? No. There is even more astonishing news to come. If all disciples of Kunlun were to possess such prowess, would they not utterly devastate the so-called peerless prodigies of the immortal martial continent? Indeed, this is the case. Presently, every disciple of the outer sect has broken through to the spirit transformation realm, and many are on the verge of breaking into the void realm. The inner sect disciples have all achieved the astonishing Heavenly King realm. Yes, all 300 inner sect disciples possess formidable Heavenly King cultivation. This is what truly astounds the mundane world. If all 300 of these inner sect disciples were to appear in the southern wilderness, or even in any major domain, it would surely terrify the populace. 300 Heavenly Kings. This implies the potential to forge 300 top-tier hegemonic powers. Not even a sacred land would dare claim to have 300 such young Heavenly King disciples. It is imperative to understand that the existence of a heavenly king typically requires nearly 10,000 years to attain. And breaking through to this realm is not merely a matter of desire. It necessitates a robust foundation and profound comprehension. At this moment, Luo Lingxue approached from a distance. Her expression filled with excitement as she called out, Yufan, Lingmu, Yunyan, hurry. The sect leader has summoned us to the proactive hall. Is it true that senior brother has returned? Qin Ruoxian, who shares the closest bond with Luo Lingxue, immediately discerned the excitement in her eyes. Higi, Ruoxian, you truly know me well. Not only has senior brother returned, but the elders who went out on missions have also come back. As she spoke, Luo Lingxue's eyes brimmed with awe. Had she not just witnessed the elders in the main hall, she would scarcely have believed that so many formidable entities had awakened within the sect. She was, of course, aware that her sect, Kunlun, had annihilated a sacred land in the Eastern Sky Domain, which only heightened her astonishment and exhilaration. Luo Lingxue shared the sentiments of all the disciples, comprehending that their sect harbored terrifying presences capable of obliterating a sacred land. The impact of this realization was unprecedented in its shock and awe. The elders have returned. On Disciple Peak, upon hearing this news, all disciples gazed toward the main peak with eyes filled with reverence. Very well, let us proceed to meet the sect leader. Qin Ruoxian nodded, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in her eyes. What an enigma! How many formidable entities within the sect remained dormant? Upon hearing her words, Lingmu and Ziyun Yin were profoundly shaken, for since their arrival at Kunlun, they had only encountered Wang Ming and his companions, never having laid eyes on any other elders of the sect. On that fateful day, when several terrifying auras had manifested at Kunlun, they speculated that perhaps the elders were on the verge of awakening, yet none had made an appearance. It wasn't until today, while engaged in sect missions alongside fellow disciples, that they learned of the sect's annihilation of a holy ground, prompting them to hastily join their brethren. Now, they were finally on the cusp of encountering those formidable presences within the sect. Both of them were filled with a profound sense of reverence and exhilaration, convinced that their decision had been sound. At this moment, they felt immense gratitude for having become disciples of Kunlun. Despite their origins from the superpowers of the Northern Celestial Domain, the Ling Shao dynasty, and the Ziyue dynasty, they recognized that these pale in comparison to the Eastern Celestial Domain's Buddha Holy Land, which existed on an entirely different echelon. What constitutes a superpower? It is a force where divine kings reside, yet even within this classification, there exist various tiers, akin to the distinctions found among hegemonic powers. Chapter 107. In the Central Heaven Domain, another great clan faces annihilation. At the summit of Kunlun, within the main hall, the elders of the Great Sage Realm and 6 elders of the Divine King Realm gathered. Among them were Wang Ming and Lin Yun, along with the white-haired elder and the young maiden, Yu Linglong. The duo stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Utterly astounded by the unfolding scenes in Kunlun, they were thoroughly overwhelmed by the grandeur of Kunlun. As for the 5 sword-wielding elders of the emperor rank, they were notably absent. Indeed, due to the disparity in cultivation levels, Lu Qin had designated the 5 individuals, Qing Huan and her companions, as the sword-wielding elders of Kunlun. Since there was no position of supreme elder in Kunlun, these 5 now represented the true foundation of Kunlun, though the most formidable asset remained Lu Qin himself. Despite still being at the Sage Realm, his power was fearsome to an unimaginable degree. Even a divine king would find themselves subdued at a mere gesture of his finger. This was the master of Kunlun, Lu Qin. At this moment, in the Northern Heaven Domain's Sacred Sky Hall, Lu Qin expressed his gratitude to the 2 individuals present for assisting Lin Yun in averting a crisis. His deep, captivating gaze fell upon the white-haired elder and the striking young woman. With a calm tone, he acknowledged that he understood the circumstances through Lin Yun's account. What an overwhelming aura. Is this the master of Kunlun? To think there exist 6 divine kings within Kunlun. How terrifying indeed. The white-haired elder cautiously glanced at the 6 formidable beings meditating on the left side of the hall. He had never anticipated that such a terrifying Kunlun would be governed by the young man before him. The elder's heart trembled with astonishment, waves of anxiety surging within him. He dared not meet the terrifying gaze of the young man seated at the head of the hall. As for Yu Linglong, she had never encountered such a fearsome scene. Her delicate face paling in fright, paralyzed with trepidation. Please, Master Lu, do not be so gracious. My actions were merely unnecessary, the white-haired elder replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips. He had come to realize that even without his intervention, Lin Yun would not have faced any danger. Kunlun was simply testing its disciples. Master, you must hold to your word. Did you not wish for me to join your ranks? Prompt the esteemed master about it. Lin Yun glanced at the terrified elder, suppressing a chuckle. He had already conveyed to his elder that Kunlun was home to countless powerful beings, yet the elder had chosen to disregard it. Indeed, Lin Yun, you truly are quite mischievous. Ah, there is no need for such formality. Kunlun is not unreasonable. Lin Yun saved that young girl, and you intervened to assist him once. That suffices, Lu Chen remarked, dismissing the trivialities. He perceived that the white-haired elder merely sought to establish a connection with Kunlun. Yet the current Kunlun was not a power with which just anyone could associate. It had undeniably ascended to become a top-tier force in the southern wilderness. This is a fact that is evident to all, even the Taichu sacred land, which has dominated the southern wilderness for 1,000,000 years. Dares not harbor the slightest hostility towards it. Of course, these are matters that Lu Chen remains unaware of. But soon all disciples of Kunlun will discover that wherever they go, simply declaring themselves as disciples of Kunlun renders them untouchable. Indeed, the sacred hall does not even merit the attention of this young sect master. The white-haired elder could hardly miss the implication in Lu Chen's words. And he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, realizing that he had anticipated such an outcome upon his arrival, though he had harbored a flicker of hope. He promptly responded. This old man expresses his gratitude to Sect Master Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, seated in the main position, nodded in acknowledgement. Choosing not to send the two away immediately, since they had arrived at Kunlun, they were guests nonetheless. Humph, Lin Yun, this time you did not bring shame to Kunlun. And I shall not pursue the matter further. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Lin Yun, giving a cold snort and feigning mild anger. He had not expected Lin Yun to be quite so formidable, defeating a King Realm opponent even at the Void Realm, truly worthy of the title of Battle Saint Body. His expectations for Lin Yun were exceedingly high, for as the eldest disciple of Kunlun, his prowess must be extraordinary. Lin Yun had momentarily met the standard, which left Lu Chen quite satisfied. However, he felt it necessary to apply some pressure on Lin Yun, hence his pretense of irritation. Otherwise, Lin Yun might become overly complacent, especially since his current cultivation level was on par with some outer disciples, which was somewhat unbecoming. Ah, my esteemed sect master, I nearly met my demise at the hands of another. You show no concern for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun felt a wave of frustration. Yet he understood that Lu Chen held high expectations for him, recognizing that Lu Chen's words were intended to spur his rapid growth. Rest assured, sect master, I will not disappoint you. With this thought, he resolved to elevate his strength forthwith. Knowing that Kunlun was no longer merely a sect of some renown in the southern wilderness, but had become a superpower in the eyes of cultivators across various domains. As the eldest disciple of Kunlun, he had to uphold the sect's honor. No, sect master. It was I who brought shame upon Kunlun by failing to eradicate the one who insulted our name. Lin Yun hastily replied respectfully, for in his heart, the reputation of Kunlun was even more vital than his own life. Regrettably, he lacked the power at that moment. Otherwise, how could he have allowed that young man the audacity to utter such arrogant words? Indeed, this sentiment was not unique to Lin Yun. All disciples of Kunlun shared similar feelings. Should anyone dare to insult the name of Kunlun, its disciples would ensure that the offender paid a grievous price, the price of annihilation. No matter, Lu Chen said, gazing at Lin Yun with indifference. He recognized that Lin Yun had performed admirably and sensed that had Lin Yun been more powerful, he might have already stormed the central heaven domain. Lu Chen could feel Lin Yun's profound sense of belonging to Kunlun, akin to that of one's own family. Humph. As for the individual who dares to threaten the honor of Kunlun, I shall send the elders to the central heaven domain to obliterate him, thereby proclaiming to the world that the name of Kunlun must not be tarnished. Lu Chen scoffed coldly, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, while an unfathomable glint of icy coldness flickered in his eyes. In an instant, everyone within the grand hall felt as though they were standing upon the frozen heights of the night sky, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The name of Kunlun, when insulted, must face annihilation. Hiss! What a terrifying aura. The young master of Kunlun possesses an unfathomable level of power. The white-haired elder, with a cultivation level of a great sage, felt a chilling sensation crawl over his scalp, his heart racing with trepidation. The central heaven domain. Yet another great clan is destined to vanish from the world. The elder mused, realizing that when a mighty force decides to extinguish another, only Kunlun has the capability to achieve such a feat soon. This dreadful abyssal chill manifested swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Phew. The master's power is truly formidable. At this moment, all the elders of the sect, including Lin Yun, found their awe for Lu Chen reaching unprecedented heights. In their hearts, Lu Chen was the supreme being who overlooked all existence, capable of achieving anything. Chapter 108. A branch of peach blossom, once slaying 88 immortals at that moment. Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Xiun Yin entered the hall. Hiss. Are these truly the elders of Kunlun? As they approached the center of the grand hall, Apart from Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue and the other two cautiously cast glances at the elders on either side, their hearts filled with astonishment. Disciples pay their respects to the sect master. They hastily said to Lu Chun, unable to ponder further. Disciples pay their respects to all esteemed elders. They then respectfully greeted the elders on both sides. Oh, no need for excessive formalities. Lu Chun nodded, observing the smiles emerging on their faces. The cultivation levels of all Kunlun disciples had significantly surged, especially Luo Lingxue and her companions, who had remarkably ascended to the realm of the saints. This brought great satisfaction and comfort to Lu Chun. Indeed, such young ones have already attained the saint level of cultivation. The elders cast curious glances at the four, seemingly intrigued. Witnessing this, Lu Chun smiled faintly. It was no small feat to earn praise from these venerable elders. "Young man, you practice the sword path," remarked Li Chuanguang. His gaze fixed on Ling Mu as he smiled, having sensed a nascent sword intent emanating from him, which piqued his interest. Not only Li Chuanguang, but also the sword elders like Duge Qiubai, Gai Nye, Yu Guqing, and Deng Taiye turned their attention to Ling Mu. What do the elders intend? He had indeed only recently begun to manifest the embryonic form of sword intent. Under the scrutiny of so many formidable gazes, Ling Mu felt immense pressure and was momentarily at a loss. He truly was a practitioner of the sword path. "To all esteemed elders, I indeed practice the sword path." Ling Mu quickly replied, not fully comprehending their intentions. "Haha, splendid, splendid. At last, we have encountered a promising talent. Young man, would you be willing to study the sword path under my guidance?" Li Chuanguang laughed heartily, recognizing the rarity of a genius capable of manifesting sword intent at such a young age. Indeed, the sword path ranks among the top 10 in the myriad paths of cultivation, and those who achieve great mastery in it are exceedingly rare. It is clear that Ling Mu may one day become a formidable master of the sword path. Cough, cough. Old Li, I have my eye on this lad as well. You cannot claim him for yourself. Yes, Old Li, do not think you can monopolize this talent. Very well, young man, we are all masters of the sword path. And we now offer you an opportunity to follow one of us and cultivate the sword path. The sword elders echoed in unison, clearly expressing their great interest in Ling Mu, all eager for him to study under their tutelage. "Youth, do not choose them. Come study beside me. I shall ensure you become a grandmaster of the sword path, where slashing through the heavens and earth will be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist." Even the mighty Emperor Shi Tian expressed immense interest. A sword path powerhouse at the Divine King realm certainly had the qualifications to make such assertions. "Child, disregard them all. If you follow me and learn the peach blossom sword path, even celestial beings descending from the heavens can be vanquished with a single strike." At this moment, Deng Taiye proclaimed with an imposing demeanor. The seemingly unremarkable peach blossom branch in his hand suddenly emanated an awe-inspiring sword intent, as if it had once absorbed the blood of immortals, revealing wisps of tattered and ethereal celestial energy. This essence was the remnant soul of an immortal, entirely sealed within the branch. Could it be the breath of the immortal path? How is this possible? At this juncture, Qin Ruoxian gazed in astonishment at the celestial aura emanating from the peach blossom branch, her heart trembling with disbelief. There could be no mistake. This was undeniably the essence of the immortal path. Having previously encountered the corpse of an immortal, she was certain of her perception. Contemplating this, Qin Ruoxian found herself increasingly unable to fathom the depth of her sect's heritage, her heart racing with trepidation. The elder before her had slain an immortal. Such terrifying sword intent. Ling Mu, devoted to the study of swordsmanship, could distinctly perceive the formidable sword intent wafting from the peach blossom branch. For a moment, Ling Mu stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a word, astonished that he had garnered the attention of such powerful elders of the sect. "Ling Mu, what are you still dawdling for? This is a rare opportunity." Seeing this, Lu Qin was nearly exasperated enough to give Ling Mu a slap. To be noticed by these grandmasters of swordsmanship was undoubtedly the greatest fortune of Ling Mu's life, yet the lad remained in a daze, inciting Lu Qin's ire. "I can actually follow the elders to study swordsmanship." Ling Mu promptly regained his senses, his face alight with exhilaration, and he hurriedly declared, "Esteemed elders, I choose to follow this elder to study the way of the sword." As soon as the words left his lips, Deng Taiye burst into hearty laughter. "Haha, not bad. Lad, Old Li, my fellow elders, this boy shall be under my tutelage." His joy was rare and palpable, for receiving a disciple with such talent in swordsmanship undoubtedly pleased him immensely. "Young man, diligently follow Old Deng and hone your skills. His sword has once severed the lives of 88 immortals, so do not tarnish Old Deng's legacy in swordsmanship." The other elders smiled at Ling Mu. Regardless of whom he followed, as long as they could nurture a disciple of Kunlun into an unparalleled master, they would feel deeply gratified. Is this truly the case? The Elder has slain 88 immortals? Do immortals truly exist in this world? Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and others were taken aback by this revelation. They held unwavering belief in the words of the sect elders and harbored no doubt. As for the existence of immortals, they chose not to ponder it further. The white-haired elder and Yu Linglong were similarly stunned into silence. Rest assured, esteemed sect leader and elders, I will earnestly follow my master to study the way of the sword and uphold the celestial might of Kunlun, Ling Mu declared with fervent excitement. Well said, well said. By the way, Ling Mu, Yin Yan, this is your senior brother, Lin Yun. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lin Yun, smiling at Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. Greetings, senior brother. Upon hearing this, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan turned to Lin Yun and clasped their hands in greeting. However, upon sensing Lin Yun's cultivation level, both were struck with astonishment. The Void Realm. How could this be possible? Their senior brother had actually reached the Void Realm. Hadn't the sect master stated that he was merely at the Spirit Sea realm when he set out for training? This was utterly incomprehensible. To think that their senior brother had broken through 3 major realms in such a brief period. Reflecting on this, they couldn't help but smile wryly. They had believed themselves to be extraordinary prodigies for achieving saint status at such a young age, only to realize that their senior brother was the true prodigy. Is this what one would call a prodigy? If only Zi Yunyan and Ling Mu were aware that Lin Yun could contend against the Heavenly King realm at the first level of the Void Realm. One could only imagine their astonishment. This was no mere crossing of realms in battle. It was a formidable leap across major realms. Chapter 109. The Body of Yin and Yang. The Saint of the Moon. This is the might of the battle saint body, born for the sole purpose of combat. Even the innate supreme bone of Ling Mu pales in comparison, just as Ling Mu and his companions recovered from the earlier words of the elders. Their gazes turned to a corner of the grand hall. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan's expressions changed instantly, filled with surprise. It is you, Yu Linglong. Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder and Yu Linglong also lifted their gazes towards the center of the hall, their faces reflecting astonishment. Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, you are. The expressions of the group were filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend how the others had also appeared in Kunlun. Yu Linglong, the prodigy of the Holy Heaven Palace, had attained the Void Realm at a young age. In the northern celestial domain, she, along with Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, were esteemed figures among the younger generation, having crossed paths before. Thus, their reunion in Kunlun was nothing short of shocking. Oh, I just realized that you all seem to hail from the northern celestial domain. No wonder you recognize each other. How is this possible? Yu Linglong finally reacted, her heart racing as she observed the attire of the two, grasping the situation. Alas, is it true that Kunlun and my Holy Heaven Palace are fated to be apart? The white-haired elder was also aware of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, as both were exceptional talents in the northern celestial domain, attracting the attention of many elder powerhouses. Indeed, we are now inner disciples of Kunlun. By the way, how did you come to be here? Seemingly sensing the other's curiosity, Ling Mu spoke directly, his eyes brimming with reverence when mentioning their status as disciples of Kunlun. This. Upon hearing this, Yu Linglong cast a slightly resentful glance at Lin Yun, before hesitantly continuing. She then cautiously glanced at the supreme figure seated in the main position. Confronted with the gaze of Yu Linglong, Lin Yun suddenly felt a pang of conscience. Interesting. At such a young age, she has reached the Void Realm, and it appears that there is a unique power lying dormant within her. Yet, how peculiar that the system remains unresponsive. At this moment, Lu Chen also became intrigued. Assessing Yu Linglong, by all accounts, such talent should belong to the realm of genius, yet the system remained silent. Ding. The system has detected an unparalleled genius within the Grand Hall. Please, host, swiftly recruit her into Kunlun as a disciple to complete the task and receive a random lottery draw, along with an Imperial-level summoning card. It has arrived. The voice has finally sounded. Just as Lu Chen pondered, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Unparalleled genius. Imperial-level summoning card. Hearing the system's words, Lu Chen's heart jolted with excitement. System, what is going on? Your response has been so slow lately. Lu Chen felt somewhat speechless. The system's detection capability seemed to be declining with each passing moment, nearly causing him to miss out on yet another unparalleled genius. System, you are so lofty. You are remarkable. Why not take over? Faced with Lu Chen's words, the system opted for silence. System, retrieve information on Yu Linglong. Lu Chen was eager to discern the extraordinary qualities of this girl, who had been identified by the system as a peerless genius. Beep, Yu Linglong, age 18. Cultivation level 9th stage of the Void Realm, possessing the rare physique of the Holy Yin body, currently dormant and in a period of quietude. Due to the uniqueness of the Holy Yin body, no one in the Sacred Heaven Palace is aware of Yu Linglong's possession of this physique. Note, the Holy Yin body is one of the 10 greatest sacred physiques across all realms, standing alongside the Holy Sun body as a duality of the Supreme Path. Once activated, the bearer of this physique, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, is destined to become an unparalleled power in the myriad realms. The Holy Yin body. How does it seem even more formidable than Lin Yun's Battle Saint body? After perusing Yu Linglong's information, Lu Chun felt a slight astonishment. He had not anticipated that another sacred physique would present itself to him so readily. Excellent. Lin Yun, didn't he expect this, did you, my esteemed sect leader? I brought her here. Now that Yu Linglong had arrived in Kunlun, as a prodigy, Lu Chun was determined not to let her slip away. Yu Linglong, your talent is commendable. At such a young age, you have reached the 9th stage of the Void Realm. I can offer you an opportunity. Do you wish to become my disciple at Kunlun? Lu Chin's authoritative gaze fell upon Yu Linglong as he spoke calmly. Harboring no concerns that she would decline such an offer, the elderly white-haired man had intended to forge a connection between the Sacred Heaven Palace and Kunlun. Indeed, it was an exceptional opportunity, one that would be difficult for anyone to refuse, especially since entry into Kunlun was no longer granted to just anyone. What? Let Linglong become a disciple of Kunlun. This is a fortune for our Sacred Heaven Palace. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's face lit up with excitement. Already thrilled within, knowing the significance of this for the Sacred Heaven Palace. Ah, looks like we'll have another junior sister. At that moment, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyun Yin all exchanged smiles as they regarded Yu Linglong. This. I can also become a disciple of Kunlun. At this moment, Yu Linglong was utterly stunned, momentarily believing she had misheard. Her expression resembled that of a startled bird, her small face tense as she respectfully gazed at Lu Chun, seated in the main position. Disciple pays respects to the sect leader. Indeed. Splendid. From this day forth, you shall be the 6th senior sister of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun felt immense joy within, though his exterior remained composed and indifferent. As his words fell, a notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a peerless genius, completing the system task, and receiving an Emperor-level summoning card, along with 1 chance for a random draw. An Emperor-level summoning card. It has finally come into my possession. At this moment, Lu Chun was exhilarated. Yet it was not the time to ponder what powerful beings could be summoned with the card. Then, the elderly man spoke. I, Yu Zhanqing, express my gratitude to sect leader Lu for your favor towards Linglong. Here, I, the aged representative of the Sacred Heaven Palace, solemnly pledge an oath to the heavenly path, declaring that henceforth, the Sacred Heaven Palace shall stand united with Kunlun. The enemies of Kunlun shall henceforth be deemed the enemies of the Sacred Heaven Palace. The white-haired elder, named Yu Zhanqing, was visibly excited upon witnessing Yu Linglong's official acceptance as a disciple of Kunlun, and he promptly approached Lu Chun with utmost respect. Indeed, it is no surprise that an old man like me is wise, Yu Zhanqing expressed, seemingly anxious that Lu Chun might retract his words. United with Kunlun? I fear the Sacred Heaven Palace may not withstand the forthcoming trials. The enemies that Kunlun must confront could effortlessly obliterate the Sacred Heaven Palace. Indeed, there is no need for such trepidation. Linglong is now my disciple. Should the Sacred Heaven Palace encounter peril, Kunlun shall undoubtedly extend its assistance. Lu Chun paid little heed to Yu Zhanqing's words, for it would not be long before the Sacred Heaven Palace comprehended the true terror of Kunlun's adversaries. Having spoken, he turned to Yu Linglong and, glancing at Lin Yun and the others, continued, Linglong, Lin Yun is your senior brother. Luo Lingxue is your 2nd sister. Qin Ruoxian is your 3rd sister. Ling Mu is your 4th brother, and Ziyun Yin is your 5th sister. I hope you all engage in fruitful exchanges henceforth. Rest assured, Sect Master, Linglong will certainly not disappoint you. Yu Linglong was well aware of Lu Chin's intentions, although her current strength might be the weakest. She sensed the formidable prowess of her 2nd sister, 3rd sister, 4th brother, and 5th sister. This revelation astonished her, for she knew the former cultivation levels of Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin, both of whom were previously at the Void Realm, yet had evidently ascended to the King Realm or even higher. As for Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian, she was far less informed. Lin Yun, however, was a different story. She had witnessed his extraordinary feats firsthand on 2 occasions, which filled her with considerable pressure, not to mention the other junior brothers and sisters. She remained unaware of their cultivation levels. She was certain that anyone who could become a disciple of Kunlun possessed extraordinary, if not astounding, talent. Indeed, this young girl is far more obedient than that rascal Lin Yun. Lu Chun nodded with satisfaction, recognizing that Kunlun had developed remarkably well, boasting 6 disciples of unparalleled genius. Subsequently, Yu Linglong respectfully greeted the elders on both sides. Linglong pays her respects to all esteemed elders. Indeed, this young girl seems to harbor a unique power within her, which may enable her to train alongside a Qing in the Yu sword technique. The elders nodded in agreement, as if they too sensed the unusual essence residing within Yu Linglong. That special power. How could the elders be aware of it? At this revelation, Yu Linglong's heart raced. She indeed felt a mysterious force within her, a sensation she had only recently noticed. It posed no danger to her. Instead, she felt a profound affinity for it, as if it had always resided within her. This was a secret she alone bore, unbeknownst even to the esteemed figures of the Sacred Heaven Palace, including her great-grandfather, who had not detected the anomalous power within her. The elders possessed such formidable power that they could obliterate even the emperor. How could they fail to perceive the anomalies within me? With this thought, Yu Linglong decided not to dwell further on it. At the same time, Yu Zhaoqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind those words. However, he recognized that the current situation was not one in which he could interject and resolved to seek clarification from Yu Linglong at a later time. Little girl, would you like to come to my side to cultivate? At that moment, the melodious voice of a Qing resonated, her gaze as clear as frost directed towards Yu Linglong. As soon as the words fell, Yu Linglong promptly responded, I am willing, master. Your disciple pays her respects. She understood all too well that the opportunity to study alongside an elder was a rare privilege, one that only disciples favored by the elders could attain. Faced with such an opportunity, hesitation was not an option. It must be said that Yu Linglong was quite endearing. She was charmingly beautiful, with lively and enchanting eyes, reminiscent of Luo Lingxue, resembling a delightful neighborly girl. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your generous gifts. The author expresses profound gratitude. The pacing of the narrative has been accelerated, yet certain daily rituals of the sect must still be included. Otherwise, it would merely be a relentless cycle of combat. The battle shall commence soon. Chapter 110, The Celestial Domain, the Royal Family of the God Kings, the Lu family. Upon witnessing this scene, one could only hope that these esteemed elders would be satisfied with their disciples. Each elder of Kunlun has seamlessly perfected their own path. Much like Li Chang'an and other masters of the sword, it is no exaggeration to assert that none can surpass their prowess in the realm of swordsmanship. This is the essence of Kunlun's might. Each elder is an awe-inspiring force. Undoubtedly, in the future, all disciples of Kunlun are destined to become formidable powerhouses. It is likely that this realization will not take long to manifest. At present, Kunlun can already claim dominion over the southern wilderness. Reflecting on this, Lu Chun felt a deep sense of satisfaction, relieved that his prolonged efforts had not been in vain. Linglong, are you aware of the changes within your body? He inquired, turning his gaze towards Yu Linglong. Responding to the sect master, I indeed experienced a sudden surge of a peculiar power within me not long ago. Yu Linglong replied respectfully, her face alight with excitement, for she understood that the sect master's inquiry hinted at a deeper knowledge. Ah, the mysterious force within you is due to your possession of the Taiyin sacred body. There is no need for concern. This is a fortuitous development, Lu Chen said with a gentle smile. He mused that had this young girl not come to Kunlun, her sacred body might have remained obscured. Ah, a sacred body. The Taiyin sacred body. What an extraordinary constitution. The revelation caused astonishment among all present, save for the elders, who had not anticipated that Yu Linglong harbored such a remarkable lineage. No wonder I sensed a familiar aura emanating from the 6th junior sister. Qin Ruoxin's eyes flickered with astonishment. Since arriving at Kunlun, she had encountered Lin Yun's battle saint, then Ling Mu's supreme bone, and now the emergence of a junior sister with the Taiyin sacred body. It was almost unbelievable that such exceptional constitutions could arise in the lower realms. The notion of a foster ground flashed ominously in Qin Ruoxin's mind. Could it truly be as those celestial beings from the upper realms claimed, that all lower realms serve as breeding grounds for children of fortune? Yet how could that be? The Tao of the lower realms is fundamentally incomplete. Perhaps the void god realm represents this world's utmost limit, making the birth of any beings beyond that realm exceedingly unlikely. It seemed that Qin Ruoxian was privy to certain secrets of the upper realms. Yet her understanding was not comprehensive, for in her previous life, she was merely an emperor, and many of the world's true mysteries were beyond her reach. This, how could it be? Linglong is actually a sacred body, Yu Zhaoqing exclaimed, his expression one of shock. He found it hard to believe, yet could not dismiss the truth, for these words had come from the formidable young lord of Kunlun. A sacred body. I am indeed a bearer of a sacred body. Yu Linglong was taken aback, having heard whispers of sacred bodies, given their origin from superlative powers. With a smile at Yu Linglong's astonished expression, Lu Chen gently flicked his fingers, sending a divine radiance into her being. That is the method to activate the sacred body of the Taiyin. It was just transmitted to Lu Chen by the system. Boom. In an instant, a profound aura of the duality of yin and yang emanated from Yu Linglong's being, revealing a magnificent Taiji diagram behind her, where yin and yang radiated with resplendent divine light. At this moment, Yu Linglong appeared like an unparalleled empress straddling the realms of yin and yang. Hiss. Such a powerful presence. Is this truly the sacred body of the Taiyin possessed by the sixth junior sister? Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Ling Mu, and Zi Yunyan were all taken aback. At this time, Yu Zhanqing was left speechless, astonished. A sacred body had just become a disciple of Kunlun, which filled him with regret. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that without the current lord of Kunlun before him, no one would have been able to recognize Linglong's exceptional constitution. Reflecting on this, Yu Zhanqing felt a renewed sense of reverence towards Lu Chen, who sat above him. Buzz. At this moment, Yu Linglong gently closed her eyes. The aura of the duality of yin and yang continuously surging from within her. This was the process of awakening the potential of the sacred body of the Taiyins. The extent of this awakening would depend on Yu Linglong's own foundation, and she would need to continuously develop her potential thereafter. Buzz. After a moment, the Taiji diagram behind Yu Linglong gradually flowed into her body, and the radiant divine light surrounding her dissipated. Observing this, Lu Chen above smiled gently, confident that it would not be long before Yu Linglong's cultivation would make astounding progress. As for the cultivation methods suitable for the sacred body of the Taiyin, the system had just imparted them into Yu Linglong's mind, sparing her the trip to the Hall of Techniques, reaching the Heavenly King realm, slowly opening her eyes. Yu Linglong felt the changes within her body and was filled with excitement and delight. She sensed a tremendous power lurking within her Dao Palace, as if it could annihilate everything upon its eruption. The sacred method of the Taiyin. Suddenly, a method of cultivation flashed in her mind, amplifying her exhilaration. For she knew it had been bestowed upon her by the sect leader. Disciple expresses gratitude to the sect leader for the impartation of teachings and the gift of rebirth. She bowed deeply to Lu Chen, silently vowing not to disappoint his expectations. Indeed, Linglong, Lin Yun, you all are the strongest disciples of Kunlun. Should you venture outside, do not disgrace the name of Kunlun. Yes, rest assured, sect leader, we shall uphold the might of Kunlun and ensure that its name is not tarnished. For those who insult it shall face annihilation. Lin Yun and the others responded in unison with respect and determination. Very well, since there is nothing further, take Linglong to meet the other brothers and sisters of the sect, so that everyone may exchange insights. Yes, sect leader. Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and the others respectfully replied, just as they were about to exit the Grand Hall. Sect leader, I wish to return to the Northern Celestial region. I humbly request your permission. At this moment, Ling Mu suddenly spoke, for he had been away for quite some time and had not returned to the Lingxiao dynasty, which caused him some concern. His guardian had remained within the Jiuzhou dynasty in Qizhou as well. Similarly, Zi Yunyan's guardian was in the same situation, upon realizing the formidable strength of Kunlun. Both Elder Mu and Elder Lan were thoroughly frightened, persistently requesting Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan to escort them to meet Lu Chen. After all, the two guardians had been lurking in the Burial Immortal mountain range, which was undeniably a sign of disrespect towards Kunlun. However, Lu Chen did not dwell on this matter, as he had always been aware of their presence. Master, I wish to return to the Northern Celestial Domain, the disciple implored. I earnestly request your permission for my fourth senior brother and me to travel together. In response, Zi Yunyan respectfully addressed Lu Chen, noting that it was indeed time for her to return as well. Granted, Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, indifferent to their reasons for leaving. Understanding that they had family ties, something entirely natural. As the sect leader, he would not restrict the freedom of his disciples. Thank you, Master. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan replied with deep respect, their hearts racing with anticipation to see the expression on their father's face upon learning they had become disciples of Kunlun, especially now that they had attained the realm of a sage. Ah, the Northern Celestial Domain again. Perhaps I shall indulge in some exploration. Lin Yun seemed to regain his enthusiasm and promptly addressed Lu Chen with deference. Master, I too wish to accompany my junior brothers and sisters. Oh, is this lad not just back from the Northern Celestial Domain? Lu Chen mused, casting a contemplative glance at Lin Yun before snorting softly. Humph, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Then, glancing at Luo Lingxue and the others, he continued, in that case, Lingxue, Ruoxian, Linglong, you shall accompany Ling Mu, Yunyan, and your senior brother on this journey. Yes, Master, they responded respectfully. Originally, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian had intended to venture into other great domains for training, and this opportunity was perfectly timed. As for Yu Linglong, Her cheerful demeanor reflected her excitement to return with her great-grandfather. In light of this, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were equally delighted, with their senior brother and senior sisters from Kunlun accompanying them. Their return to the imperial court would undoubtedly instill a sense of apprehension in those who harbored ill intentions towards their dynasty. Master Lu, I shall take my leave now. Whenever you visit the northern celestial domain, my holy heavenly palace will extend the highest form of welcome. Yu Zhanqing respectfully bid farewell to Lu Qin. Currently, the relationship between Kunlun and the holy heavenly palace was delicate, and he was uncertain about the young sect leader's stance. Thus, he could only return in this manner. There's no need for such formality. Should I have the time, I will naturally descend upon the northern celestial domain. Lu Qin nodded, responding calmly. Subsequently, after Lin Yun and Yu Zhancheng exited the Great Hall, Lu Qin intended to arrange for the elders to venture into the central heavenly domain, as certain individuals deserve to be eradicated. He then silently mused, System, retrieve the identity information of the young man Lin Yun encountered in the northern celestial domain. Ding. The identity of the young man encountered by disciple Lin Yun in the northern celestial domain is a member of the moderate power Lu family in the central heavenly domain, also known as the Divine King clan, with their ancestral residence located in the ancient city of Shenlu. The clan boasts 4 great sages and 2 divine kings. Is that so? Remarkable. Lu Qin initially believed it to be an ancient and formidable power, only to discover that merely 2 divine kings were present. Indeed, this is the case. However, a force boasting a single divine king would be considered a superpower in other vast realms. Yet, in the central heaven domain, it is merely regarded as a mid-tier force. One can only imagine that within the ranks of other truly powerful ancient factions, the presence of divine kings and quasi-emperors is undoubtedly far more abundant than just a few. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. The author expresses profound appreciation for everyone's support. Thank you. Chapter 111, 100 Great Sage Guardians. Lu Qin ascends to the Emperor's realm subsequently. The Lu family of the Zhangtian domain dared to insult the name of Kunlun. Lu Qin, with a fierce glint in his eyes, addressed the assembly of elders below, inquiring which elder would dare to venture forth and obliterate them, thus demonstrating the might of Kunlun to the world. He refrained from directly appointing an elder, for these summoned powerhouses each harbored their own ambitions. A mere deity-level power, he knew, was unworthy of the elders' attention. It would be more prudent to allow them to make their own choices. Master, I am willing to travel to the Zhongtian domain and ensure the complete annihilation of the Lu family, for any insult to the name of Kunlun must be avenged. Master, I humbly request permission to go. Master, grant me the opportunity to proceed. Upon hearing these fervent declarations, a chilling resolve emanated from the eyes of all the elders as they vied for the opportunity to serve. Witnessing their eagerness, Lu Qin couldn't help but chuckle. If they all went, the Lu family would surely be terrified into submission. However, such a display was unnecessary, after all. A mere deity-level faction did not warrant the mobilization of all Kunlun's elders. Very well, let Elder Zhang and Elder Xiao make the journey. They have yet to engage in battle, and I can see their keen interest in the practitioners of that realm. Elder Zhang, known as Zhang Sanfeng, and Elder Xiao, referred to as Zaya Yozi, were chosen. Given that this mission involved the Zhongtian domain, it was likely to entail unforeseen events. Haha, rest assured, Master. We shall surely showcase the might of Kunlun, exclaimed Zhang Sanfeng and Zaya Yozi, their laughter resonating with confidence as they expressed their readiness. After the arrangements were made, the elders departed the Grand Hall, eager to assess whether there were any suitable disciples among the Kunlun ranks for mentorship. Each elder's path was extraordinarily powerful, making it a daunting task to find a disciple aligned with their cultivation philosophy. Additionally, they would take the opportunity to guide all disciples of the sect and address any challenges or bottlenecks in their training. At this moment, Lu Qin contemplated opening the sect panel. He had yet to ascertain the extent of the sect's rewards, especially after Kunlun had obliterated 5 top-tier hegemonic forces and a superpower. The floating Buddha Holy Land. Beep. Panel opened. Please check. Host. Immediately, all information regarding the sect materialized in his mind. Sect, Kunlun Sect. Sect residence, Burial Immortal Mountain Range. Sect leader, Lu Qin. Cultivation level, 9th layer of the Saint Realm. Physique, Chaotic Sacred Body. Technique, Chaotic Sacred Method. Divine ability, Chaotic Divine Spirit Method. Unutilized system rewards, 2 random lottery chances, 1 Emperor level summoning card. Sect disciples, Outer disciples, 1098. Inner disciples, 500. True inheritors, 2. True inheritors are disciples of the sect elders. This does not imply a higher status than the ranking of sect disciples, as seen with Lin Yun's senior brother, second sister Luo Lingxue, and third sister Qin Ruoxian. The position of sect elder cannot be assumed by anyone else. It is reserved solely for the formidable beings summoned by the system. The sect guards consist of 3 individuals, each at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. There is 1 elder guard at the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm. The sect comprises 16 elders, 10 at the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm and 6 at the 9th level of the Divine King Realm. Additionally, there are 5 sword-holding elders, each at the 9th level of the Void God Realm, Emperor. The sect currently possesses a staggering total of 11,101,000 sect points. Upon realizing this, Lu Xun felt a slight shock, over 10 million points. It seems that extinguishing a top-tier hegemonic force would yield at least 200,000 sect points. As for the 10 million sect points, it is likely the reward for obliterating a sacred land. A superpower with a quasi-emperor would indeed accumulate around 10 million points, implying that vanquishing 10 such powers could amass 1 billion. Gasp! With this revelation, Lu Xun sensed a potential path to prosperity unfolding before him. However, he pondered how many points could be gained from annihilating a superpower with an emperor. He mused that the opportunity for wealth had presented itself. Yet, upon considering that the truly valuable items in the system store often cost upwards of 1 billion sect points, a pang of regret pierced him. This system is rather ruthless. Nevertheless, it is indeed possible to exchange some points for cultivation resources, just enough to sustain the sect's operations. Sigh. The journey ahead is long and arduous. With a heavy heart, Lu Xun felt that the depths of the Xianwu continent were far more profound than he had previously imagined. It appears that the time has come to elevate his cultivation. He hoped for a stroke of luck in the random draw. Now felt like the right moment to enhance the strength of the sect's elite. System, I wish to utilize a random draw opportunity. Ding. Random draw successfully executed. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the 9th level of the Void God Realm, Emperor. Note, due to the host's remarkable reputation throughout the Xianwu continent, the system grants an additional reward of 109th level Great Saint Realm Sect Guards. What the heck? 100 Great Saint Realm Guards. System, are you certain there rests no error? Lu Xun was startled by the system's announcement and quickly thought to himself. He understood the system well and was astonished by its generosity this time. He hoped this would not turn out to be another instance of the system retracting rewards. Lu Xun had experienced such situations firsthand. Losing his cultivation at the Saint King level was a bitter memory, and now he found himself in service to the system once more. Ding. Please rest assured, host, the system has never made a mistake. System, quickly. Merge the cultivation. Ding. Void God Realm cultivation merge successful. What is this sensation? It feels nothing at all. Boom. Just as Lu Xun was about to vent his frustration at the system, an overwhelming force surged into his body, instantly filling him with energy. The power of the laws within him rapidly transformed into divine power laws, marking him as a true contender at the Void God Realm. The Emperor level. Void God. Void God. This signifies that he has genuinely stepped onto the threshold of divine realm. In the realm of the Void God, Emperor, Stronghold, one transcends the shackles of heaven and earth, effortlessly connecting with the divine forces within the myriad pathways of the cosmos, with but a thought. With a mere step, one could traverse countless miles of the universe, wielding the power of the stars as if it were one's own. Just a thread of divine law is sufficient to obliterate a divine king or quasi-emperor. Moments later, Lu Xun gradually opened his eyes. Witnessing countless grand worlds ebbing and flowing within his gaze, his aura becoming increasingly profound and formidable. In an instant, Lu Xun reigned in his overwhelming presence. Appearing as an ordinary individual, devoid of any discernible fluctuations in energy, he had reached the pinnacle of the immortal martial continent, the Void God Realm, Emperor. Upon sensing the transformations within his being, Lu Xun felt a surge of joy. With the addition of the chaotic holy body and various extraordinary divine abilities, he had become an invincible force within the Void God Realm. Indeed, it seemed that even those above the Void God might find themselves challenged by Lu Xun. Though he seldom revealed his strength, there was no doubt regarding his prowess. It is believed that soon the world shall witness the enigma and might of the Lord of Kunlun. Chapter 112. A plea for the ancestor to depart this life. At this moment, atop Elder Peak, the elders of the sect were immersed in meditation within their respective pavilions. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and his companions sat cross-legged on Tianan Peak, alongside Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi, who were about to embark toward the Middle Heaven domain. Suddenly, a powerful force surged into their bodies, prompting all the sect elders and the trio of Wang Ming to cast their awestruck gazes towards the main peak, before swiftly closing their eyes to assimilate the influx of energy within them. Indeed, this was a result of Lu Xun's cultivation breakthrough. The strength of the summoned powerful beings from the system had risen to a new echelon as well. However, aside from the 5 individuals, Qi Han and her companions, who had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal martial continent, could not surpass their limits due to the incomplete heavenly laws of the realm, which could not withstand the presence of beings beyond the void god realm, Emperor. Within the main hall, the realization dawned that all had achieved breakthroughs. With this, Kunlun should now be regarded as one of the most formidable forces on the immortal martial continent. Lu Chen, seated at the principal position, sensed the shifts in the auras of the elders and nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he was acutely aware that there existed even more terrifying forces within the immortal martial continent. Indeed, at present, Li Chuanguang, Deng Taiye, Aching, Duge Qiubai, Yi Guqing, Shimen Shui Shui, CS Yaofeng, Yin Shizan, Yin Nantian, Gai Nye, and Chen Bei Xian had all ascended directly from the 9th layer of the Great Sage Realm to the 9th layer of the Divine King Realm. Meanwhile, Sherpa Tian, Wuming, Di Shitian, Huang Shang, Zhang Sanfeng, and Xia Yozi had directly advanced from the Divine King Realm to the 9th layer of the Void God Realm, Emperor. As for Wang Ming and his companions, they too had reached the 9th layer of the Great Sage Realm. Thus, the collective strength of Kunlun had ascended significantly. Now, Kunlun's might could be deemed exceedingly formidable, potentially rivaling that of the Immortal Martial Hall. Yet, the true extent of the Immortal Martial Hall's deep-rooted power remained shrouded in mystery, its terrifying legacy known only to a few. 103 great sages, 11 divine kings, and 11 void god realm, emperor, beings that encapsulated the entirety of Kunlun's strength. The 100 great sage realm guards had also taken up their positions on Tianmen Peak, upon sensing the sudden emergence of 100 fearsome figures. The expressions of all disciples in the sect transformed into profound shock, their minds racing with the realization that another wave of powerful beings from the sect had awakened. They had not anticipated such a multitude of formidable figures to arise at once. Gasp. That was Tianmen Peak, the stronghold of Wang Ming and his two companions. How could sect powerhouses appear there? Could it be that these formidable beings were brothers? Could they possibly be? As the realization dawned, the disciples were further astounded, rendered speechless by the overwhelming revelation. On the other side, the Kunlun-affiliated force, the Jiuzhou dynasty, had gained renown across the world. Witnessing the terror of Kunlun, all cultivators in the southern desolation domain now regarded the Jiuzhou dynasty with utmost reverence, daring not to offend them in the slightest. Who now is unaware that behind the Jiuzhou dynasty lies Kunlun? Who would dare to offend it, lest they seek their own demise? The Jiuzhou royal city, having been previously destroyed, has now been rebuilt. Within the grandiose palace, two formidable figures, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan, sit on the main throne flanked by two positions. With the assistance of Lu Chun, both have now attained the formidable cultivation of the Heavenly King realm, while Qin Yuan and Qin Lan have shockingly reached the terrifying realm of the saints. After all, as a subsidiary force of Kunlun, it would be a disgrace for their strength to be lacking. Esteemed guests, we dare not speculate upon the thoughts of our main sect's leader. Furthermore, your actions have been shockingly audacious. Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan observe the esteemed Heavenly King ancestors and leaders from various states below them, along with the Jun family, and cannot help but feel amused. Once, these great powers held themselves in high regard. Now, they show them utmost respect. The tides of fortune have indeed turned. Yet, both are acutely aware that all of this is due to the existence of that entity from Kunlun, which has granted them their current might and status. It's over. It's over. What shall we do? The crowd below grows increasingly anxious upon hearing these words. Even if they were given tenfold courage, they would not dare approach Kunlun directly. Hence, they arrived at the Jiuzhou dynasty first, seeking Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan to lead them in making amends. Noble sovereigns, we were indeed blinded and unwittingly offended the celestial might of Kunlun. Yes, it was our ignorance. We implore you, noble sovereigns, to guide us to Kunlun to seek forgiveness. The more they spoke, the more frantic they became, with the Jun family's saint ancestor being the most terrified of all. He had dared to act against Kunlun, and now he was filled with regret, wishing he could strike down Jun Wuhui and a few other younger heavenly kings with a single blow. Jun Wuhui, I implore the ancestor to spare us. Such filial piety is overwhelming. To meet that entity, you have yet to earn that privilege. Hearing this, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan exchanged cold smiles. Were it not for Lu Chen's orders to eliminate all forces from the southern wilderness, they would have considered annihilating the lot right then and there. To meet that entity, you all lack the privilege. And even we would not have the right to do so without the summons of our main sect. Begone. Were it not for that entity's lack of orders, you would all be facing annihilation here today. A murderous intent flickered in Qin Zhan's eyes as he snorted disdainfully, while Luo Wushuang's gaze turned icy. Unleashing the overwhelming aura of the 9th level of the Heavenly King realm, pressing down upon the gathering below. Boom. The powerful pressure immediately caused the leaders of those great powers to cough blood and collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Witnessing this, the heavenly kings and the Jun family's saint ancestor dared not retaliate, knowing that any act of defiance would lead to their complete annihilation. They were aware that two saints resided within the Jiuzhou dynasty. Please, quell your anger. Two sovereigns, please show mercy. We are willing to pledge our eternal allegiance to the Jiuzhou dynasty. Several venerable ancestors from the heavenly king realm and the saints of the Jun family exclaimed in terror, their faces ashen with fear. Subordinate forces. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang exchanged a glance, aware that they could not accept these factions without Lu Qin's approval. Humph, you are indeed clever. In that case, we must seek the decree of that esteemed individual. Yes, we understand. Thank you, noble sovereigns. The crowd's expressions brightened at Qin Zhan's words, hastily responding, for who would wish for death when there was a chance to survive? Subsequently, Luo Wushuang contacted Wang Ming, who informed Lu Chun of the situation. Lu Chun, indifferent to the matter, instructed Luo Wushuang to handle it as she saw fit. Thus, the Jiuzhou dynasty incorporated several top-tier dominant forces, expanding its territory significantly. Soon after, the Jiuzhou dynasty emerged as the fourth major power in the southern wilderness. Kunlun, along with its subordinate force, the Jiuzhou dynasty, and the Tianxian Sacred Land and Taichu Sacred Land, would soon unify the southern wilderness. Even the other great domains would not escape the fate of being dominated by Kunlun. Chapter 113, the 10 Supreme Ancient Powers on the Other Side. In a mysterious location within a unique region, the environment starkly contrasts with that of the southern wilderness. Here, the spiritual energy is not only abundant, but is also adorned with numerous ancient grand halls, while mountains stretch for hundreds of miles, forming a magnificent aura reminiscent of the character Tai. This is the holy land of primordial beginnings, the true dominion of the ancient powers in the southern wilderness, boasting a lineage that surpasses 1,000,000 years, with a heritage that can only be described as terrifyingly profound. Furthermore, it is one of the 10 supreme ancient powers of the human race on the immortal Martial Continent. The 10 supreme ancient powers include the Imperial Clan of the Northern Celestial Domain, the Wuji Holy Land of the Eastern Celestial Domain, the Spirit Eagle Holy Land of the Western Celestial Domain, the Divine Martial Empire of the Central Celestial Domain, as well as the ancient Luo Clan, the Imperial Qin Clan, the Taiwan Holy Land, the Kanglan Holy Land, and the Ancient Commerce Association. The foundation of the demon race is equally formidable, with an ancient temple that gathers all the powerful beings of the demon clan, the Demon God Temple. This temple, alongside the Immortal Martial Temple, is revered as the two great temples standing above all ancient powers, which explains why the demon race and the human race have maintained a state of equilibrium. At this moment, within the ancestral ground of the Holy Land of Primordial Beginnings, the Holy Master stood at the entrance, expressing utmost reverence as he addressed the elders. He inquired whether the Holy Land should send individuals into the ancient secret realm, which would open completely in 3 days. A matter of great significance that necessitated consultation with the elders. After a brief pause, an aged voice resonated, "There is no need to dispatch anyone. Let the Holy Land of Primordial Beginnings refrain from meddling in this turbulent affair. The item within the ancient secret realm is merely a scheme devised by those old ones of the Immortal Martial Temple. Indeed, you should also pay a visit to Kunlun and strive to establish amicable relations. Under no circumstances should you become adversaries. The machinations of those individuals from the Immortal Martial Temple are vast, and the Holy Land of Primordial Beginnings cannot remain detached. We must seek a powerful ally to weather this impending calamity." Another deep, aged voice echoed, seemingly aware of certain clandestine matters concerning the Immortal Martial Temple. "Return to the elders. There is one matter that confounds me," the Holy Master replied, trembling at the authoritative tone. "Elders, is it truly as terrifying as the two ancient ancestors speculated regarding Kunlun? Why should our Holy Land venture into conflict with such a colossal entity as the Immortal Martial Temple?" The Holy Master was utterly perplexed. The elders were well aware that the Immortal Martial Temple was preparing to take action against Kunlun, yet they still sought to establish an alliance. Despite his understanding that Kunlun was formidable, having learned from the elders that at least one being of the Void God realm resided there, he felt that engaging in conflict with the ancient and colossal Immortal Martial Temple was an unwarranted risk for the Holy Land of Primordial Beginnings. "Taiyuan, Kunlun is not as simple as you presume. Two ancient ancestors once ventured to the burial Immortal Mountain, where they sensed more than 5 overwhelmingly terrifying auras. Upon their return, they implored us repeatedly to avoid enmity with Kunlun." The aged voice resounded once more, a tremor evident in its tone. "Is it possible that Kunlun harbors 5 such beings?" Upon hearing these words, the primordial Saint Lord could not help but draw in a sharp breath. the presence of 5 or more formidable auras was palpable. He was acutely aware of the extraordinary prowess of the two ancient ancestors, which represented the pinnacle of the celestial martial continent. An aura that even the ancient ancestors feared signified a being standing at the zenith of celestial martial might. Returning to the presence of several ancestors, the primordial Saint Lord understood the gravity of the situation. He promptly bowed respectfully into the depths of the ancestral land. Yet his expression shifted abruptly as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Returning to the several ancestors, the Celestial Martial Temple is poised to strike against Kunlun. If they learn of our favorable relations with it, the temple may very well turn its aggression toward us. As soon as he spoke, he was met with reassurance. Worry not. With two ancient ancestors present, the individuals from the Celestial Martial Temple will not dare to make a move against our primordial sacred land for the time being. Indeed, as long as the passage to the upper realm remains unrepaired, the elders of the temple will not turn hostile. Furthermore, with that esteemed being from the upper realm in our midst, the Celestial Martial Temple will not risk launching a full-scale attack against our sacred land. Hearing these words, the primordial Saint Lord felt a profound sense of helplessness. Once, the primordial sacred land stood as the foremost among the top 10 elite forces. However, ever since that revered entity departed the celestial martial continent for the upper realm, the strength of the primordial sacred land has plummeted. Now, it is frequently suppressed by the northern royal family, while other factions also conspire against it, even diminishing its voice within the celestial martial temple. Were it not for the temple's need to amass sufficient power to reopen the passage to the upper realm, war against the primordial sacred land would likely have commenced long ago. Simultaneously, within the depths of the northern celestial domain royal family's ancestral ground, where the true foundation of the Wang family lay dormant, several ancient voices were engaged in discourse. Has there been any news from the temple? Not yet. Those old ones seem to still be in a deep slumber. Humph. I fear not their slumber. It would be best if they never awaken. An exceedingly ancient hoarse voice snorted, clearly displeased with those from the temple. By the way, according to Wang Gu and others, it seems a mysterious force known as Kunlun has emerged in the southern wasteland. An ancient voice inquired, is this true? Indeed. Wang Gu and the others reported that Kunlun has annihilated the floating pagoda's sacred land, suggesting the presence of a void god among them. Interesting. Let the temple concern themselves with such matters. Rest assured, Wang Gu and his allies have conspired with other esteemed factions to awaken an ancient being from the temple to extinguish Kunlun. A hoarse voice responded, however. According to Wang Gu, the primordial sacred land expresses strong opposition to this plan, seemingly reluctant to become enemies with Kunlun. Humph. The primordial sacred land. Before long, my Wang family shall eradicate it. Indeed, it is time for the primordial sacred land to vanish. Once the passage to the upper realm is restored and my Wang family's esteemed being descends, that will mark the day of the primordial sacred land's demise. Upon hearing these words, several ancient voices echoed in agreement, clearly dismissing the primordial sacred land with disdain. This is indeed the case. The Wang family was once a venerable force that rivaled the Taichu sacred land, naturally holding it in contempt. It also ranked second among the top 10 ancient powers. There is no rush regarding this matter. Once the passage is reopened, all the top-tier forces will descend upon the upper realm. At that time, it is likely that my Wang family will not need to intervene, as other factions will be unable to restrain themselves from striking at the Taichu sacred land first. Humph. Indeed, this is all the consequence of the Taichu sacred land's own actions. When the time comes, even if those from the Taichu sacred land in the upper realm attempt to intervene, they will be powerless to prevent their destined demise. As the ancient voice faded, the vast ancestral land swiftly returned to tranquility. It seems that all the top powers harbor significant animosity towards the Taichu sacred land. This is certainly the case. 1,000,000 years ago, the Taichu sacred land, as the foremost among the top 10 ancient powers, was at the pinnacle of its strength, decisively suppressing the other top forces in all aspects. Chapter 114. The emergence of the demon domain and the demon god temple in the realm of the West Heaven. One could argue that it possesses the least presence among the 6 great domains of the immortal martial world. This is largely due to the reluctance of cultivators to venture into this vast territory, while the inhabitants of the West Heaven seldom traverse to other domains. It seems as though the entire region has been shrouded in a self-imposed isolation. For 1,000,000 years, even the demon race has refrained from instigating any turmoil within the West Heaven. The reasons for this remain a mystery to all. The only widely acknowledged fact is that the West Heaven is home to 2 formidable powers, the Lingzhou sacred land, which truly governs the domain, and the Tianyin sacred palace. Beyond these, the existence of other dominant factions remains largely unknown to cultivators from other regions. The Lingzhou sacred land is situated at the heart of the domain, wielding absolute control over the expansive West Heaven. It is akin to a vital organ, with a rich vein of spiritual energy pulsating through it, connecting the entire region like an immense magical formation traversing mountains and rivers. One could assert that the Lingjiu Sacred Land is the lifeblood of all forces within the domain. To vanquish the Lingjiu Sacred Land would be to claim dominion over the West Heaven. Deep within the sacred land lies an ancient hall, permeated with an aura of antiquity and a pungent scent of decay that wafts through the air. The subtle tendrils of this decay are profoundly ominous. Even a god king would find their life essence swiftly drained upon exposure. Above the hall, 6 altars adorned with the marks of time stand sentinel, and behind them, 5 more altars lie in a state of utter decomposition. Strangely, the entire hall is devoid of any presence. Suddenly, an exceedingly ancient voice, as if awakened from a long slumber, reverberates throughout the hall. Esteemed ones, the era of great change has arrived. We must awaken. In an instant, a brilliant divine light emanates from the altars, banishing the foul stench of decay in a heartbeat. After several tens of thousands of years, it is time for the Lingjiu Sacred Land to re-emerge. Indeed, I wonder if those old fogies from the immortal martial temple have awakened. Humph. Those old-timers have schemed for ages. Having finally reached this era, they would not let this opportunity slip away. Haha. The matter of the upper realm passage has been sealed for far too long. Those ancients must be impatient. A series of aged voices, seemingly just roused from their slumber, express their ignorance regarding recent events on the immortal martial continent. What significant occurrences have transpired over these tens of thousands of years? Haha. It's quite simple. No sooner had the words been spoken than a divine light erupted from one of the altars. Within the main hall of the sacred land, the Lingjiu Sacred Lord, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly shuddered. Moments later, a beam of divine radiance detached from him and vanished. The Lingjiu Sacred Lord abruptly opened his eyes, his expression filled with astonishment, and exclaimed with fervor, "Ancestor." Yes, the ancestors have awakened. In the ancient hall, a voice inquired, Kunlun? What kind of power is this? Having just gleaned information about the Xianwu continent from the mind of the Lord of the Spirit Vulture, an aged voice expressed surprise upon learning of recent events. What is happening? It inquired. Subsequently, the owner of that voice swiftly recounted the recent occurrences to the others within the ancient hall. How intriguing. I am truly eager to witness the expressions of those old relics in the divine temple, as a decree that has endured for hundreds of thousands of years has been shattered by an obscure force. What a slap in the face. Humph. A little humiliation is well-deserved. Those ancient ones have always been so self-righteous. Were it not for the presence of that individual from the upper realm, could the Xianwu Divine Temple ever have lorded over us? Several voices expressed their discontent, evidently holding significant grievances against the Xianwu Divine Temple. Enough. We must not dwell on this matter. The priority is the reactivation of the passage when our esteemed one from the Spirit Vulture Holy Land descends. We shall have no reason to fear the Xianwu Divine Temple. Let us proceed. It is time to pay a visit to those venerable beings. Upon the conclusion of these words, all the tablets returned to their previous dilapidated state, clearly indicating that the Spirit Vulture Holy Land possesses an unfathomable depth of power. Meanwhile, in the demon domain, following the recent annihilation of a holy land by Kunlun, a tremor has rippled through various realms, awakening the latent powers of many demon kings and quasi-emperors. Moreover, with the impending opening of the ancient secret realm, members of the demon clan invariably enter this realm, fully aware of the secrets it harbors. At this moment, within the most ancient mountain range of the demon domain, a colossal peak towers into the clouds, upon which stands a grand hall exuding an aura of antiquity. This is the Demon God Hall, the sanctum of the demon clan, where the essence of countless generations of demons lies in slumber. Within the hall, 100 ancient seats are arranged on either side, while 46 more ancient stone seats occupy the central position above. Only those of the God King and Quasi-Emperor rank are entitled to sit upon the 100 stone seats, whereas the 46 above are reserved for the existence of the Void God Realm Emperor. This arrangement starkly illustrates the formidable heritage of the entire demon clan. However, in comparison to the overall might of the human race, the demon clan is somewhat lacking. The human race has always been characterized by intrigue and mutual exclusion, making it challenging for them to unite as the demon clan does. Indeed, it is true. Chaos. Utter chaos. Unless someone can unify the various domains of the human race and completely seize the narrative power, it will be difficult for the numerous factions within the human race to truly coalesce as the demon clan does. Suddenly, a resonant sound echoed through the grand hall, as if an ominous presence were about to descend. Esteemed ones, a void god from the human realm has awakened. A voice declared, its gender indiscernible. In the demon clan, once one attains the transformation realm, they can assume a human form. This form is deemed most suitable for comprehending the myriad paths of heaven and earth compared to their original demonic forms. As the words settled, a chorus of sounds reverberated, and an ancient voice resonated throughout the vast palace. Alas, as time has passed, countless eons have gone by, and the moment has finally arrived for my demon god temple to emerge. Subsequently, an ancient voice resounded, inquiring further. Yet, the venerable beings of the immortal martial temple have awakened. No, it is the sacred land of the spirit vulture in the western domain. However, the elder beings of the immortal martial temple should soon awaken as well. The initial voice responded briefly, then recalled something and continued. Furthermore, recently, a power known as Kunlun has unexpectedly emerged among the human race, seemingly possessing strong beings at the Void God realm, which subsequently obliterated a quasi-emperor-level sacred land in the eastern domain. Oh, Kunlun? Intriguing. It is unexpected that the decree issued by the immortal martial temple for several 100,000 years has been disregarded by an unknown force. Hehe. Considering the nature of the elders of the immortal martial temple, it is likely that Kunlun will face annihilation. Indeed, this is even better. With one less void god among the human race, my demon kin will surely be able to breach the various domains of humanity and dominate the immortal martial continent entirely. Numerous voices followed in succession, revealing a familiarity with the immortal martial temple, as if they had engaged in countless dealings with it. Indeed, yet, at this moment, my demon kin cannot engage in war with the human race. Everything must await the restoration and reactivation of the upper realm passage in collaboration with the elders of the immortal martial temple. Only then can we wage war once the entities from our upper realm descend. It turns out that the restoration of the upper realm passage involves the intervention of the demon kin. No wonder, throughout these hundreds of thousands of years, there have been no true powerful beings appearing amidst the rebellions instigated by the demon kin. It seems both sides have an agreement to refrain from allowing any beings above the Divine King realm to intervene in the great conflict. Long ago, the southern wilderness domain was besieged by the demon kin, and it was only when powerful beings from the human race appeared that the war ceased. It was likely only saints or great saints. However, the collusion between the immortal martial temple and the demon kin is known only to the elders of the immortal martial temple, with no one else in the world being aware. Yet, nothing in this world is absolute. Perhaps the two ancient ancestors of the primordial sacred land are privy to some hidden truths. Indeed, however, we must remain vigilant against the elders of the immortal martial temple. We cannot allow ourselves to be ensnared by their schemes. An ancient voice expressed apprehension towards the immortal martial temple. Indeed, we must exercise caution and prudence with those elders. This is the cunning of the human race. Those elders can scheme against their own kind. Thus, my demon kin must be even more wary. It appears that a terrifying conspiracy exists between the demon god temple and the immortal martial temple, one that possibly eludes the awareness of other forces. Indeed, it is likely that the 10 top powers among the human race will not even realize they are being led to their demise by their own kin. Truly, the immortal martial temple harbors grand ambitions and has formed an alliance with the demon god temple. If such a shocking affair were to transpire, the immortal martial temple would bear the blame of betraying the human race. Yet, who knows how long the immortal martial temple has been plotting this monumental scheme. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your generous gifts. Thank you for your unwavering support. The author, having not yet dined, has completed this chapter and can finally enjoy a peaceful meal. The pace will quicken from here on. It is essential to elucidate the narrative surrounding the celestial martial temple. Chapter 115. You wretched being. I should never have brought you into this world. On the other side, in the Divine Tower ancient city of the Zhongtian domain, this is the residence of the Lu family, a prominent clan among the divine families, ranking within the top 20. At this moment, within a grand hall, Lu Pashing, the head of the Lu family, gazes upon his son, who has just returned from the northern heavenly domain, his expression dark and filled with an unmistakable panic. Suddenly, he erupts in furious exclamation. Damn it, you reckless fool, do you wish to bring ruin upon our Lu family? Confronted by his father's wrath, Lu Yu trembles with fear, his face pale and stricken. Father, what shall we do? What shall we do? Will Kunlun take action against our Lu family? Lu Yu is the young man who had confronted Lin Yun in the northern heavenly domain, and he has hastily returned home. He had not ventured to the southern wilderness but remained in the northern heavenly domain due to an ancient council, intending to return to the Zhongtian domain and rally the family's strength to annihilate Kunlun. Little did he foresee that Kunlun would annihilate the Stupa sacred ground, sending shockwaves throughout the realms. The mere thought had nearly terrified him to death, fearing that Lin Yun from Kunlun would come seeking retribution. Thus he had remained hidden with the Ancient One in the northern heavenly domain until today, when he desperately rushed back to his family. Master of the house, it is my fault. I should not have taken the young master to the northern heavenly domain. The Ancient One, trembling and pale with fear, kneels before Lu Pasheng, having been thoroughly frightened, for he had indeed confronted Lin Yun on that fateful day. Upon hearing this, Lu Pasheng's expression darkens further, and he feels an overwhelming urge to eliminate both of them. Subsequently, he kicks both men, sending them crashing to the ground. Thud. Blood spills from their mouths as they lay there. You wretched fool. I should never have brought you into this world. Lu Pasheng roars in unbridled fury, shocked that his own kin would dare to threaten the annihilation of Kunlun, a declaration that could spell disaster for the Lu family. Suddenly, four venerable figures materialize in the Grand Hall, the ancestors of the Lu family. We pay our respects to the four ancestors. Upon their arrival, Lu Pasheng quickly steps forward in deference. What's the matter? The four ancestors glance at the two fallen individuals before turning their attention to Lu Pasheng. Ancestors. It is as follows. Lu Pasheng swiftly recounts the events that transpired, threatening the annihilation of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, the faces of the four ancestors change dramatically, their eyes filled with dread. You wretched being. I should never have brought your grandfather into this world. One ancestor delivers a resounding slap across Lu Pasheng's face, being the direct ancestor of his lineage. With a loud crash, Lu Pasheng is sent flying several meters, crashing against a pillar in the hall. Fortunately, as a great sage, he is not seriously harmed, for the ancestor did not intend to kill him. Ancestor. Struggling to rise, Lu Po's mind buzzed with confusion, as if the current situation had just transpired. What now? If the rumors of Kunlun's formidable methods are to be believed, my Lu family is surely doomed. An elder's face betrayed utter panic, completely devoid of the dignity befitting a being of the Divine King realm, his voice trembling as he spoke. Hurry. Go to the Imperial Dynasty and seek the Crown Prince. At that moment, another elder snapped back to reality, shouting urgently. The Crown Prince. Yes, the Crown Prince. Surely he will not allow any harm to befall the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the other three elders finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, their expressions brightening. Moments ago, they had all succumbed to fear, nearly forgetting that their illustrious family boasted a favored daughter who was the beloved consort of the Crown Prince of the Imperial Dynasty. The Crown Prince. In the Central Heaven Domain, there is only one person who can be referred to as such, and that is the son of the Emperor of the Divine Martial Dynasty, Wu Jifeng. Subsequently, one elder hastily made his way to the Divine Martial Dynasty, not daring to delay for even a moment, fearing that the next instant, the people of Kunlun would arrive to annihilate the Lu family. Indeed, at this juncture, it is not merely the Divine King families that must be concerned. Even other prominent clans are acutely aware that within Kunlun, the presence of a Void God Emperor is assured. After all, whose Divine King could obliterate a quasi-emperor with a single strike? If one were to claim that it was an invincible Divine King, who would believe such a statement? To assert that there is no Void God Emperor behind the scenes would be utterly incredulous. This is indeed the case. While cultivators from other great domains may remain unaware of certain matters, those in the Central Heaven Domain, along with various factions, are fully cognizant of the terror posed by any force harboring a Void God Emperor. Within the Central Heaven Domain, the existence of a mighty force possessing a Void God Emperor is far from a secret. All cultivators and factions are acutely aware. Any family boasting a formidable protector would be foolish not to showcase their might. This is the Central Heaven Domain, where one must wield awe-inspiring power to maintain a foothold. It is not like the other great domains. Of course, on the surface, there may appear to be only one such entity, but whether there exist others behind the scenes is knowledge beyond the grasp of the common populace. In contrast, in other great domains, the mere existence of a Divine King is exceedingly rare. It has been over 100 millennia since anyone has witnessed such a being. Were it not for Kunlun's intent to obliterate the Stupa Sacred Land, the emergence of numerous Divine Kings would likely have been delayed for countless millennia, leaving cultivators in those great domains bereft of any opportunity to encounter a Divine King or quasi-emperor. At this very moment, as one elder of the Lu family departed towards the Divine Martial Dynasty, suddenly, two ethereal figures devoid of presence materialized above the ancient city of Shenlu. Casting their terrifying gazes upon the colossal city below, one figure uttered a chilling voice. Humph, is this the Lu family that dares to threaten the annihilation of Kunlun? It must be. The two figures were none other than the elders of Kunlun, Zhang Sanfeng and Xia Yozi. Elder Xiaoyao. It seems that a deity from the Divine King realm has just departed from this place, evidently aware of Kunlun's impending actions against them. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Zhang Sanfeng's eyes as he cast a glance towards a certain void, where remnants of an aura lingered. He chuckled softly. suggesting that the Lu family might possess additional backing and has likely gone to seek reinforcements. Zai Yaozi, with a serene demeanor, spoke slowly. Both men discerned the intentions of the Lu family. Annihilate them, he declared. As the words fell, Zhang Sanfeng raised his hand towards the void and gently pressed downwards. Boom. Chapter 116. Could it be the Emperor making a move? In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura enveloped the massive ancient city, stretching for over 1,000 miles. Hiss. What is happening? Such a dreadful presence. Could it be that an emperor is intervening? Within moments, this terrifying aura permeated throughout the entire central sky domain, causing the expressions of all cultivators to drastically change, their hearts trembling with fear. Moreover, deep within the major factions, similar horrific energies began to stir. As if awakened from a slumber that had lasted countless eons, now shaken by this formidable presence. This is bad. This is the realm of the Void God. What is going on? Who dares to disregard the edicts of the Divine Temple and unleash such power? As these thoughts echoed, the menacing auras abruptly vanished. Meanwhile, in the skies above the ancient city of Shenlu, an oppressive force descended like the collapse of the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Boom. Within the colossal city, countless anguished cries erupted. Ah, no ancestor save us. Ah, puff, puff, bang, bang. For those in the ancient city who were not of the great sage realm or higher, they were utterly oblivious to what was transpiring, as they were instantaneously obliterated by the overwhelming pressure, without a shred of resistance. This was a deliberate act by Zhang Sanfeng. Otherwise, even a mere wisp of the Void God's, Emperor's, aura could annihilate every living being and entity within the vast ancient city. If the world remained unaware of the true terror of Kunlun, there would inevitably be a continuous stream of foolish souls seeking their demise. Thus, Zhang Sanfeng released his aura to permeate the entire central sky domain, to inform the world of the existence of the Void God Emperor within Kunlun. Those who dare to disregard Kunlun's celestial might shall face annihilation. Bang, bang. Countless grand structures shattered in succession, as clouds of blood mist erupted within the ancient city. An utterly terrifying sight. The ancient city was entirely inhabited by the Lu family. Entry was impossible for those not of their bloodline. Bang, whoosh, whoosh. 3 elderly figures, drenched in blood and in a state of disarray, burst forth from the crumbling halls. Puff, puff. As soon as they landed, blood gushed forth from their mouths, their faces turning ghostly pale, their eyes reflecting deep-seated terror, as if they had already grasped the dire situation, struggling to support their battered bodies. It is Kunlun. These 3 figures were the elders of the Lu family who had just appeared in the hall, one of whom had already fled to the Divine Martial Empire for assistance. As they raised their eyes to the void, the pupils of the 3 elders of the Lu family widened in horror, as 2 incomparably terrifying figures manifested before them. This is the Emperor. It's over. It's over. Our Lu family is finished. At this moment, the 3 ancestors of the Lu family felt utterly despondent, their hopes extinguished in an instant. They could scarcely believe that Kunlun had indeed traversed millions of miles to annihilate the Lu family, and that 2 emperors had been dispatched. Such esteemed figures would hardly incur the wrath of Kunlun for the sake of a mere family. Indeed, this was the truth. Yet, this was the Middle Heaven domain. What held up most significance? Precisely, it was the preservation of face that mattered most. Those formidable powers placed paramount importance on reputation. They could afford to lose anything but their dignity. They would rather face annihilation than lose face in this world. In the void above, the gazes of Zai Yaozi and Zhang Sanfeng were piercing as they casually regarded the 3 divine kings below. The Lu family dares to disregard the might of Kunlun today. They shall be obliterated. Zhang Sanfeng's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing throughout the entire Middle Heaven domain. No, please, do not kill us. We implore you. Esteemed ancestors of Kunlun, spare us. We have already slain that wretched creature. The 3 ancestors of the Lu family cried out, desperation lacing their words. Yes, esteemed elders. This has nothing to do with us. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 ancestors knelt upon the ground, desperately prostrating themselves to Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi in the void, their heads striking the earth and creating cracks that extended for hundreds of feet. Incredible! Truly. The ancestors of the Divine King realm, despite their battered bodies, still displayed remarkable resilience, causing the earth to fissure beneath them. If given the chance to live, who would choose death? These aged individuals, the longer they lived, the more they feared the end. In the face of the Lu family's frantic pleas for mercy, Zhang Sanfeng's gaze remained cold. He raised his hand once more, pressing down upon the ancient city below. Boom. A colossal palm seal, imbued with an aura of annihilation, manifested in the sky and descended upon the ancient city below. Thunderous roars echoed, and the earth trembled violently within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. as if struck by a cataclysmic earthquake. Countless immense fissures split the ground for tens of thousands of miles, a sight truly terrifying. This was the appalling might of a being in the void god realm, Emperor. A mere casual strike could rend the very fabric of the world apart. What is this? By heavens, the earth is splitting. Run. In an instant, countless cultivators within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles witnessed the ground beneath them shatter, their expressions shifting dramatically in horror. They hurriedly took to the skies, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed upon the seemingly endless chasms below. Good heavens! That nearly terrified me to death. I thought we had ruptured the earth with a wild skirmish. One cultivator exclaimed, his heart still racing as he hastily adjusted his trousers. Beside him, a stunning woman, her complexion flushed, trembled uncontrollably. Goodness! It has emerged. Brother, you are remarkable. The crowd glanced at the flushed, trembling beauty, and one by one, they raised their thumbs in admiration towards the cultivator adjusting his trousers. Look, that terrifying aura seems to be emanating from the Liu family. Could it truly be the great emperor? This is dire. We must flee. Many cultivators, their faces turning pale with shock, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and swiftly vanished in a flash. Could it be the great emperor is waging war? Hurry, run. Upon hearing these words, all the cultivators reacted in unison, desperately fleeing as if their lives depended on it, their figures transforming into streaks of light. Daring not to linger for even a moment, it is not without reason for their panic, for the existence of the virtual divine realm, Great Emperor, is terrifically fearsome. Should a great emperor truly engage in battle, it would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the heavens and the earth. Even though they were separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, the cultivators dared not tarry. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for your generous gifts. The author is immensely thankful for your support. Today's writing session has been rather unproductive, as my boss came to inspect the store, rendering me unable to write until after I returned from dinner, at which point I finally completed this chapter. Alas, the author was unjustly reprimanded by the boss, who accused me of flirting with female colleagues. Today has been quite vexing for me. Chapter 117, The Name of Kunlun. Is it something you can speak of? At this moment, the vast ancient city of the 1,000-mile divine tower was struck down by a palm that blotted out the sky, sinking it over 1,000 fathoms, along with the 3 ancestral figures of the Liu family who vanished from existence. Thus, the central heaven domain lost yet another royal family of divine kings. This is the tragic outcome of disregarding Kunlun's celestial might and tarnishing its name. For countless millennia, the immortal martial continent has not witnessed events as astonishing as those of recent times. First, a sacred land was annihilated, and then a royal family of divine kings was eradicated, particularly a force from the central heaven domain. It is evident that every action taken by Kunlun sends shockwaves through the world. Is this indeed the Kunlun of the southern wilderness? It seems so. Who would have thought they would strike against a divine king force in the central heaven domain? 2 figures in the void god realm. It appears Kunlun is not to be trifled with. Unexpectedly, aside from our own power, there exists such a deeply hidden force in this world, in the boundless void. Several divine thoughts resonated. These belong to the ancient powers of the central heaven domain, showcasing their formidable heritage. Not long ago, did not the Beatty Wong family unite with other elders to summon an ancient being from the immortal martial temple? Suddenly, a divine thought interjected. I believe those old geezers must be in a deep slumber, as they remain unresponsive even when the temple's edicts are disregarded. One divine thought expressed its dissatisfaction with the immortal martial temple. As for the matter of attacking Kunlun, my Taiwang's sacred land shall not be involved. Another divine thought chimed in, representing one of the esteemed figures of the Taiwang sacred land, which also holds a position among the temple's elder ranks. Hualan. I see that both your Taiwang sacred land and the Taichu sacred land are unworthy of being elder ranks within the temple. Indeed. Even if Kunlun possesses more than 2 or 5 figures in the void god realm, can they possibly compare to the depth of any of our forces? Upon hearing this, several divine thoughts burst into laughter, seemingly unfazed by Kunlun's might. It appears these great powers possess truly terrifying foundations. Each of these factions likely harbors several or even more figures in the void god realm. Wutsong, this is the territory of your divine martial empire. Are you simply going to let Kunlun's people act with impunity within your domain? At this moment, a divine thought mockingly inquired, seemingly urging the void god figures of the divine martial empire to suppress Kunlun's momentum. Indeed, these old-timers are remarkably shrewd. They speak of Kunlun's recklessness in disregarding the immortal martial temple's edicts, yet they themselves are reluctant to take action, preferring to incite others to act, even leveraging the elder positions within the temple to summon those quasi-emperor realm elders to intervene. It seems they are all cut from the same cloth as the Beatty Wong family. Humph. As for what I should do, there is no need for the Kanglin's sacred land to advise me. As the words fell, several divine thoughts suddenly ceased to make a sound, as if they had encountered something utterly astonishing. Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi's terrifying gazes glimmered with a divine light as they cast a casual glance at the void space, evidently having discerned something significant. Humph. Those who hide and reveal themselves, how dare you utter the name of Kunlun? With these words, Zai Yaozi took a slow step into the void, causing a formidable force to materialize beneath his feet, instantly sweeping across a radius of 1,000,000 miles. The dreadful power surged like ripples in water, abruptly shattering layers of the void, as countless fragments of space drifted out from the abyssal black hole. Crack, crack, hiss. In an instant, the vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles seemed to collapse, plunging into an endless, terrifying darkness. Hiss. Is the world collapsing? Countless cultivators gazed in horror at the suddenly pitch-black sky, their hearts gripped by profound shock. Among them, some seized the opportunity to cultivate the abyssal great method. Truly, they were the great cultivators who contended with fate itself. A paragon among countless practitioners, even amidst the boundless darkness, they persevered, undaunted by the possibility of straying from their path, entering the forbidden depths to pave the way for peace throughout the ages. Meanwhile, within a certain mysterious realm, alarm rang out. Not good. Damn it. In the void, several astonished voices echoed. Swish, swish, swish. 6 exceedingly aged figures materialized in the void, each enveloped in a faint aura of decay. It was evident that these ancient beings had existed for countless millennia, their withering presence barely concealed. Humph. Have you finally decided to show yourselves? Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi exchanged glances, their voices icy. With their pinnacle cultivation at the 9th level of the Void God realm, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to remain hidden from their sight. What audacity! To dare strike at us. You truly seek your own demise. As the 6 aged figures locked eyes with Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi, their expressions turned grim, and one of them bellowed in fury. Clearly, none had anticipated that they would be discovered, nor had they expected the audacity to force them out. Humph. The name of Kunlun is not something you can bandy about at will. If a satisfactory explanation is not provided, you shall remain here today. P.S. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Today, I faced an unexpected reprimand from my employer, leaving me rather disheartened and melancholic, which may have reflected in my writing. I hope you all can forgive me. Chapter 118. The 6 Ancient Forces and the Emergence of the Supreme Deity. As the words fell, Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi simultaneously unleashed the immense aura of the Supreme Deity, pressing down upon the 6 adversaries. Boom. Panic surged. This was the presence of a supreme deity at its pinnacle. The 6 elders, 100 miles away, were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as their hearts trembled with dread. Boom. The 6 quickly summoned their full strength, reaching the 8th level of the supreme deity realm, just barely managing to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Their feet stumbled back, retreating over 100 steps, each step fracturing the very fabric of space beneath them. Crack, crack. Cursed be this audacity. Kunlun, you have gone too far. This is the central sky domain, and yet you dare to strike at us. You show utter disrespect to the 6 ancient forces. At this moment, the 6 ancient elders regained their footing, their faces pale and marred with grim expressions. They had not anticipated such boldness from their adversaries and shouted in unison, their fury palpable. Truly courting death. Who do they think they are? The ancestral figures of the 6 ancient forces of the central sky domain. For countless millennia, none have dared to disrespect them. Ah, Kunlun, you seek your own demise. With growing ire, one elder clad in black and white robes roared in fury, his voice resonating with a terrifying divine law, akin to the thunder of the heavens, rapidly cascading forth. Rumble. He was Tsang Sun, an elder from the Kanglin Holy Land. Fully aware that his opponents were at the peak of their power yet still bold enough to confront them, clearly indicating that formidable forces also resided within their own sanctum. This was the confidence born from being an ancient power. What of the ultimate beings? Should they dare to confront them, they would ultimately pay a steep price. Facing the 6 elders of the ancient forces, Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi's eyes glimmered with a chilling ferocity, showing no concern for their adversaries' identities. Rumble. The echoes of thunderous roars swiftly traversed the vast expanse of the central sky domain. Hiss. Is that a deity's roar? How could it be so fearsome? In an instant, the entire realm of the central sky domain erupted with commotion. Kunlun. What could this mean? Is it possible that the forces of the southern wilderness are involved? What is unfolding? How could the might of Kunlun manifest in the central sky domain? Could it be that A single roar reverberated, causing countless cultivators in the central sky domain to feel their eardrums ringing, their expressions filled with astonishment. Some, from a distance of nearly 100,000 miles, began to piece together the ominous atmosphere that had pervaded the area prior. Hiss. Could it be that the might of Kunlun is preparing to engage in battle with one of the great forces of the central sky domain? The astonishing news of the impending war involving the existence of the Void Divine Realm, Emperor, swiftly permeated the vast expanse of the central sky domain. Whoosh, 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 followed by a flurry of powerful beings at the God King and Quasi-Emperor realms appearing in the void. Gazing intently at the direction of the ancient city of divine towers from tens of thousands of miles away. Hiss. Those figures were indeed. It seemed that some of the ancient ancestors from the six great powers had been recognized by someone, prompting an immediate gasp of shock. Hiss. An astounding number of over 100 beings at the God King and Quasi-Emperor levels had manifested here. It must be said that the overall strength of the central sky domain was indeed formidable. Nearly every power capable of standing tall in this realm possessed a God King, with some even boasting Quasi-Emperors. Indeed, these were the illustrious ancestors from various powerful factions within the central sky domain, all now present in the void. As for the other weaker cultivators, they had all retreated over hundreds of thousands of miles away, too fearful to approach this area, lest they be caught in the destructive fallout of a battle between the Void Divine Realm Emperor. The existence of a Void Divine Realm Emperor was steeped in terrifying legends. Each was said to possess the capacity to obliterate the heavens and the earth, an unfathomable horror. This was indeed true. The Void Divine Realm Emperor represented the pinnacle of cultivation in the immortal martial continent, endowed with unimaginable and terrifying powers. Could it be? Were those two figures the Void Divine Realm beings from Kunlun? Such a fearsome aura. It was. It was even more terrifying than that of the six powerful ancestral figures, even from tens of thousands of miles away. The overwhelming presence of those two figures sent shivers of dread through the hearts of several quasi-emperors present, causing them to gasp in alarm. How could this be? How could Kunlun harbor such entities? Hiss. Could it be that, in the void, all the God King and Quasi-Emperor ancestors seemed to grasp a terrifying realization? Their expressions filled with trepidation. The ultimate existence. In an instant, they collectively could not suppress their horror as they voiced the thoughts that echoed in their minds. Indeed, those who ranked among the ninth tier of the Void Divine Realm Emperor were referred to as ultimate existences in the immortal martial continent. What does it mean to be ultimate? It signifies having reached the zenith of cultivation in the immortal martial continent. The ultimate beings of the Void Divine Realm Emperor truly represent the pinnacle of cultivation, yet they are not the most fearsome entities. This is indeed the case. Ancient records from the central sky domain reveal the existence of entities even stronger than the ultimate beings. As these words fell, a chilling laughter echoed. Are we Kunlun courting death? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi, whose eyes had already glinted with coldness, suddenly erupted with two terrifying divine lights. Boom. Not good. The countenance of the ancestor from the Kanglan Holy Land instantly changed, a wave of alarm surging within, as he hastily summoned a formidable aura, preparing to defend himself. Bang. Bang. A cry of anguish erupted. A piercing scream suddenly echoed, causing everyone to react in horror, their gazes filled with shock as their hearts trembled violently. How could it be so powerful? Before them, the ancestor of the Kanglan sacred land had been violently hurled hundreds of miles into the void by two beams of divine light. His tattered robes fluttered in tatters, and his aged face twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Just as he attempted to unleash a furious roar, blood erupted from his mouth. Ah, you seek death. You shall all perish. The Kanglan sacred land will surely annihilate you, Kunlun. The ancestor's face contorted into a terrifying visage, akin to a madman, as he bellowed in fury, clearly having suffered a grave shock. Boom. Chapter 119. Even if you step into the realm of the extreme, you shall perish today. How terrifying. Is this the dreadful might of the ultimate existence in the Void Divine Realm? Merely two piercing gazes can inflict such utter devastation upon an eighth-tier existence of the Void Divine Realm. This scene sent tremors through every soul tens of thousands of miles away. Then, with a thunderous roar, even in the face of the ultimate beings of the Void Divine Realm, the ancestral figure of the Kanglan Holy Land remained undaunted. At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of madness, thoroughly disgraced as the venerable ancestor of a holy land. In an instant, all the cultivation power of the eighth tier of the Void Divine Realm erupted from the ancestral figure of the Kanglan Holy Land without reservation. Crack, crack. A terrifying aura surged forth, causing the space within hundreds of thousands of miles to collapse and shatter continuously. Boom. The infinite space, which had just been restored by the power of the heavens and earth, was instantly reduced to ruins once more. The Tao of the celestial martial realm cried out, "Stop! Please, cease this battle." The pitiful and feeble Tao, already incomplete, now faced relentless devastation. Hiss. The battle is about to commence. Quickly, retreat. Observing from tens of thousands of miles away, the ancestral figures of the Divine King realm and the quasi-imperial forces realized a terrifying conflict in the Void Divine realm was imminent, prompting them to retreat further into the void. Wusong, are you not going to make your move? What are you waiting for? The ancestral figure of Kanglin glared fiercely at the other 5 great powers ancestors, roaring in fury. Clearly, he retained a modicum of rationality. Not foolish enough to confront the ultimate beings of the Void Divine realm alone, especially not 2 of them. Upon hearing this, the other 5 ancestors of the Void Divine realm's great powers exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus, and immediately shouted in unison, "Kunlun, you are far too audacious. Even if you are ultimate beings today, you shall pay a severe price." No sooner had the words left their lips than a series of explosive sounds echoed. Boom, 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 boom. 5 formidable auras, seemingly capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, erupted simultaneously. Crack, bang. The void spanning millions of miles trembled violently, as if it could barely withstand the oppressive force of these terrifying auras. At this moment, even the ancestor of the Tai Huang Holy Land, who had previously wished to avoid conflict with Kunlun, was incensed and took action. Kunlun had grown far too arrogant, daring to act so recklessly in the central heavenly domain. As an ancient power within the central heavenly domain that had endured for untold ages, they could not allow anyone to disregard their existence, regardless of the opposing force. Today, they were determined to make the other party pay a grave price. Boom. The space of millions of miles continued to shatter and collapse, revealing dark, terrifying chasms that loomed in the endless sky. Hiss. Quickly. Run. A great emperor is about to engage in battle. Within the vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles, countless cultivators quaked in fear, their hearts racing and spirits trembling as they desperately fled from the ominous aura that threatened to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Upon hearing the words of the 6 adversaries, Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi remained unfazed, a mere cold snort escaping their lips. Boom, boom. Subsequently, an even more terrifying energy erupted from the 2, reverberating through the void with thunderous roars. The overwhelming intensity of their supreme powers swiftly suppressed the annihilating might of the 6 formidable beings. Damn it! How can they be this powerful? The 6 ancestral figures, struck with astonishment, felt their hearts quiver and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed their respective divine abilities. Celestial path of the ocean, devour the universe, arise. Primal ancient way, traverse time and space, manifest. Divine martial suppression, subdue the world. Ancient merchant sorcery, summon wealth. Primordial destruction technique, annihilate. Heavenly reversal technique, obliterate. Boom, boom, boom. Divine chains of the void surge forth, stretching across the vast skies of millions of miles, as astonishing manifestations of divine powers erupted in unison. The might of these abilities threatened to extinguish existence itself, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. In that moment, a colossal Xuanwu stood tall in the sky, trampling the endless void as it charged towards Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi. An ancient path of profound mystery hung in the air, seemingly poised to consume all living beings. 3 ancient techniques, exuding an overwhelming force of annihilation, rained down like a torrential storm, carrying with them the destructive essence of the divine. Crack, crack. The heavens and earth resonated with thunderous sounds as the atmosphere brimmed with the scent of impending destruction. Kill, die. The 6 ancestral figures of the great powers bellowed in fury, relentlessly channeling their divine abilities toward Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi. Boom. Humph. You shall be eradicated today. In the face of the onslaught of formidable divine techniques, Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi remained as calm as still water, their composure unshaken. Boom. Terrifying energy surged from their beings, the divine assaults failing to breach the 100-mile radius surrounding them, each strike resonating with explosive force. Then, with a tranquil expression, Zhang Sanfeng raised his hand, and a grand Taiji diagram of yin and yang manifested above the heavens. Annihilate. His voice echoed across the vast expanse, akin to a divine decree descending upon the world. Boom. Above the firmament, the Taiji diagram radiated brilliant divine light, the yin and yang swirling as if embodying the very essence of existence, unleashing an overwhelming force that cascaded downward. Boom, boom, crack. As I gazed upon the vast expanse of the heavens, I beheld the formidable forces embodied within the intricate yin-yang Taiji diagram, a terrifying power cascading down in a relentless torrent. The pupils of the ancestors from the 6 great factions constricted sharply, an icy dread enveloping their beings, as an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within their hearts. With scarcely a moment to ponder, one among them shouted urgently, "This is dire. Quickly, block it." Boom, boom. 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 The intensity in the ancestors' eyes sharpened as they resolved to burn their life essence without hesitation. A formidable divine power erupted from within them, fervently augmenting their forms for an ultimate transformation. The air was filled with thunderous roars, resonating through the cosmos as the inexhaustible force of the Taiji above continued to descend. The six ancestors struggled valiantly, employing their extraordinary abilities to withstand the onslaught. "Ah, block it!" they cried. With a resounding crack, the prowess of these beings, each at the 8th level of the Void Divine Realm, was undeniable. They disregarded the depletion of their life force, channeling every ounce of their essence into their defenses, momentarily achieving a pinnacle of strength. It was no wonder they could endure so long against Zhang Sanfeng. "Interesting," Zhang Sanfeng remarked. Sensing the shift in the energy of the six, his expression remained unchanged, and he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Do not forget, Zayayozi has yet to make a move. To contend with six ancient beings who have lived for countless millennia, we need not engage both of us simultaneously. P.S. I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for your generous gifts. Thank you." The author shall pause for a meal before resuming writing. Chapter 120. The world trembles as the foundations of the great domains emerge upon hearing these words. Faced with the terrifying forces of divine yin and yang cascading from the heavens, the ancestors of the six major powers finally displayed unmistakable fear upon their faces. "Kunlun, how dare you? Do you intend to wage a full-scale war against my six great powers?" The six ancestors of the Void Divine Realm, Emperor, bellowed furiously at Zhang Sanfeng and Zayayozi, their voices thunderous, striking terror into the hearts of all who listened. Impossible. How could Kunlun truly dare to confront the six ancient powers? Those divine kings and quasi-emperors who had retreated hundreds of thousands of miles away were utterly astonished, their hearts racing with disbelief. They had thought this was merely a simple skirmish, but it had escalated to the level of an all-out conflict between their factions. In response to their threats, Zhang Sanfeng and Zayayozi remained composed, their expressions unchanged as they spoke softly. "Huh. What of war? My Kunlun stands firm amidst the myriad realms, unafraid of any power or individual in this world." Their calm words resonated through the heavens and earth, causing all who heard to change countenance. The six Void Divine Realm experts had believed that invoking the six great powers would compel their adversaries to retreat. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that Kunlun feared not a complete confrontation with them. "Kunlun, you shall pay for this." As they heard their adversaries express no fear of war, the expressions of the six ancestors grew increasingly grave. They never anticipated that their opponents would dare to annihilate them. They summoned the powers of divine law into their voices, their furious roars echoing towards the sky. "Awaken, you old fools. Why do you not awaken?" Their words, imbued with the might of celestial law, reverberated like thunder across the entirety of the immortal martial continent. The sound of divine law shook the heavens and earth. Roar. Boom. "Awaken, you ancient ones." What does this mean? Such terrifying roars. What on earth is transpiring? Could it be someone is awakening to the... In that moment, all cultivators across the various domains of the immortal martial continent were filled with trepidation, their hearts quaking beneath the immense thunderous roars. They could scarcely believe that a single voice could resonate throughout the vast expanse of the heavens and earth. How terrifying. Has some dreadful entity declared war? Simultaneously, the cultivators across the various domains began to piece together the implications, though they remained uncertain about the location of this cataclysmic battle. The weaker cultivators were oblivious, but the divine kings and quasi-emperors possessed formidable perception. They could sense the ominous fluctuations of power, allowing them to discern the domain where this monumental conflict was unfolding. In the northern celestial domain, boom, 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 within the depths of the Imperial Clan's stronghold, a terrifying aura was unleashed, trembling the heavens across millions of miles of endless space. Boom, boom, boom. Similarly, in the depths of the sacred land of Lingjiu in the western celestial domain, several terrifying auras permeated the air. The demon domain. Within the demon god temple, an array of even more terrifying auras began to emanate. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the vast demon domain was engulfed by a terrifying demonic energy that spread for millions of miles, as if dreadful entities were awakening from their slumber. Meanwhile, in the eastern celestial domain, deep within the infinite sacred land, several formidable auras were also unleashed, instantly saturating the entire eastern celestial domain with an overwhelming presence. Ah, such a terrifying aura. What is happening? The emperors. Have the emperors truly descended? At this moment, the populace was struck with horror, their spirits trembling, for an oppressive and dreadful aura enveloped the entire immortal martial continent, inducing a stifling sensation that made it difficult for all cultivators to breathe, their faces paling in response. In the southern wilderness domain, deep within the primordial sacred land, similar terrifying auras erupted, undeterred and resonating through the boundless expanse. What is occurring? It's unclear. It seems that several void deity-level beings are battling within the central celestial domain, though the aura feels familiar. Furthermore, it appears that void deity-level entities across the various domains are awakening one after another. Something significant must be transpiring. Quickly, let us venture to the central celestial domain. A number of ancient voices exchanged rapidly, representing the profound heritage of the primordial sacred land, the existence of the void deities. Just as they were about to head to the central celestial domain to ascertain the situation, a voice of immense authority resounded. Belonging to one of the strongest elders of the primordial sacred land, the ancestor. Upon hearing this, the ancient voices immediately responded with respect. Indeed, this is a conflict between the Kunlun forces and the void deities of the six major powers. Remember, the primordial sacred land must not intervene in this matter. Moreover, you must send someone to Kunlun at once to inform their leader of the situation. Should they require assistance, the primordial sacred land is prepared to mobilize its sacred strength. Once these words were spoken, several voices promptly replied with reverence. Yes, we shall heed the ancestors' counsel. We have already dispatched Tai Yuan to visit Kunlun. He should have met with their leader by now. As soon as this was said, the authoritative voice echoed once more. No, this matter is of utmost importance. One of you must personally go to Kunlun at once. As soon as the words fell, an ancient voice respectfully responded. Rest assured, ancestor. I shall proceed to Kunlun immediately to meet with their leader. In the void above, upon hearing the words of the six individuals, Zhang Sanfeng and Zhao remained unaffected, as though undaunted by the awakening of the foundational forces of their adversaries. With a piercing gaze, Zhang Sanfeng disregarded the six and raised his hand in the void, gently pressing downwards. Boom. Suddenly, the immense Taiji Yin-Yang diagram in the heavens crashed down with a thunderous roar. The terrifying power instantaneously collapsed and shattered the infinite void, tearing it apart. Where the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram descended, vast expanses of space were utterly obliterated, with countless fragments of reality drifting amidst the heavens and earth. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, no. Block it for me. Ah. The Taiji Yin-Yang diagram swiftly nullified all divine abilities, striking down upon the ancestors of the six major factions with the force of millions of pounds, directly overwhelming them to the ground. Their legs deeply embedded in the remnants of the Emperor's might, desperately resisting with the last vestiges of their strength. Boom. Bang. A thunderous roar echoed as the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram shimmered and spun, its fearsome power becoming increasingly terrifying, suddenly dismantling all the divine laws wielded by the ancestors of the six great factions. Boom. Bang. Chapter 121. The terrifying heritage of the six major powers. The 12 limitless virtual deities. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the earth trembled violently over millions of miles, seemingly on the verge of collapse. No, this cannot be happening. Suddenly, heart-wrenching screams echoed across the heavens and the earth, sending chills down the spines of countless cultivators, their hearts quaking in terror. Boom. At that moment, a series of terrifying, abyss-like energies erupted mysteriously from various realms within the central sky domain, shaking the boundless space for millions of miles around. Rumbling. Crack. Crack. ZZZ. Following this, 12 overwhelming presences descended relentlessly upon the locations occupied by Zhang Sanfeng and Zhao as layers of ethereal space were mercilessly torn apart, shattered, and collapsed under the immense pressure. Gaping chasms and black holes materialized, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who beheld them. Bold fools, you seek death. Thunderous shouts echoed, reverberating through the cosmos. Limit of the virtual deity realm, Emperor. Feeling the weight of these terrifying pressures, Zhang Sanfeng and Zhao expressions shifted for the first time. They unleashed their utmost cultivation at the 9th level of the virtual deity realm, divine laws entwining around them as the terrifying pressure continued to rain down. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, 12 ancient figures radiating an extraordinarily fearsome aura appeared in the void, all of them beings at the pinnacle of the virtual deity realm. Indeed, these were the formidable legacies of the six major powers forcibly awakened moments ago. Truly, it is no surprise that these ancient powers, with lineages exceeding 1,000,000 years, possessed such terrifying depth. Two limitlessly powerful virtual deities. You dare to challenge us? The elder faces of the 12 limitlessly strong beings bore an astonishing murderous intent as they surveyed the ground and then turned their furious gazes upon Zhang Sanfeng and Zhao. They could hardly believe that anyone would dare to confront their six major powers. Kunlun, even in the presence of 12 limitlessly strong virtual deities. Zhang Sanfeng and Zhao displayed no hint of fear in their eyes, calmly uttering two words. Buzz. Zhang Sanfeng, composed and unperturbed, raised his hand in the face of the 12 limitlessly strong beings, prepared to continue his assault to obliterate the 6 virtual deities within the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Boom. You seek death. Seeing the opponent daring to strike again, the expressions of the 12 limitlessly strong virtual deities darkened ominously, and they erupted in furious shouts, unleashing their terrifying might. Rumbling. Humph. Elder Zhang, proceed. Upon witnessing the scene, the carefree master stepped forward, letting out a cold snort before uttering a phrase. In an instant, an overwhelming sword intent surged from his being, manifesting as terrifying strands of sword energy that coiled around him, as if summoned. These strands of sword intent suddenly blazed with brilliant intensity, erupting forth. Boom. Bang. Simultaneously, Zhang Sanfeng's powerful hand descended, causing the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram on the ground to explode violently. The beings of the illusory divine realm, distinct from the divine kings and quasi-emperors, were formidable entities who had stepped onto the path of divinity, exceedingly difficult to vanquish. The 6 individuals who had just been subdued were merely their physical forms that had been destroyed, yet their souls remained unscathed. At this moment, as the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram vanished, those 6 beings of the illusory divine realm were finally obliterated from existence. You seek death. Boom. Rumble. The 12 ultimate-level ancient immortals sensed the complete disappearance of the 6 individual Zoras, their faces contorting with fury. Instantly, they unleashed an even more terrifying might, pressing relentlessly towards Zhang Sanfeng and the carefree master. Bang. Bang. Facing the simultaneous assault of 12 ultimate-level beings from the illusory divine realm. Both Zhang Sanfeng and the carefree master were forced back several hundred steps, each footfall shattering the void with a resounding echo, their faces paling slightly. Humph. The summoned powers of the system are indeed invincible entities, yet this invincibility is only applicable against 1 or 2 adversaries of the same realm, and even against 3. They could obliterate their foes. However, at this moment, Zhang Sanfeng and the carefree master confronted a full 12 ancient immortals of the ultimate level, and what they had accomplished was already commendable. At the very least, it would be exceedingly difficult for these 12 ultimate level beings to subdue Zhang Sanfeng and the carefree master in a short time. Rumble. Bang. Even now, a relentless onslaught of terrifying might and divine power surged towards the two, compelling Zhang Sanfeng and the carefree master to unleash unprecedented levels of terrifying strength in their battle. At this time, in the southern wilderness domain, Kunlun, suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from Lu Chun, who sat atop the main seat, his eyes radiating a mysterious and fearsome light that pierced through layers of void. Hiss. Such a terrifying aura. What is the origin of this young master of Kunlun? Why is there no record of Kunlun in the archives of my Taichu sacred land? Below the grand hall stood a middle-aged man in a blue robe. The sovereign of the Taichu sacred land, Tai Yuan, a formidable figure at the 5th level of the Divine King realm. Indeed, his purpose for coming to Kunlun was to convey the intentions of the old ancestors of the Taichu sacred land, hoping to establish an alliance with Kunlun. Hiss. How could this be possible? Is Kunlun a force from the mythological era? At this moment, the Taichu sovereign's gaze trembled slightly, his mind racing with speculations about Kunlun's origins. Before his arrival, he had always believed that Kunlun might be a deeply hidden, ancient sect from the primeval era. The Taichu sacred land is indeed a remnant of the ancient era. Tai Yuan is aware of the terrifying powers that once existed during that time. However, for various reasons, many of these great forces have vanished from the world, while others have chosen to remain hidden. At this moment, no matter how Tai Yuan searches his mind for information, he cannot find any mention of the formidable force associated with the name Kunlun. Sigh. Perhaps upon returning to the sacred land, he can inquire with the ancient ancestors, who may possess knowledge regarding the era of Kunlun. Taking a deep breath, Tai Yuan cast a reverent glance at the young lord of Kunlun seated in the principal position, and he was struck with astonishment. It seems this young leader has reached an extraordinary level of cultivation. Tai Yuan sighed inwardly. The esteemed lord of the Taichu sacred land could not fathom the slightest aspect of this young sect master, realizing that he was no longer on the same plane to engage in conversation. Indeed, during their earlier dialogue, Lu Chun had merely responded with a few casual remarks. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their gifts. Writing amidst the demands of work is truly challenging, and I appreciate your understanding regarding any delays and updates. I have been sleep-deprived and quite exhausted while still managing my job. Nevertheless, I assure you that I will not cease my updates. Chapter 121. The ancestor of the primordial sacred land arrives. Elders of Kunlun mobilize as the primordial holy master was lost in astonishment. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lu Chun, employing his chaos divine eyes, swiftly perceived the various circumstances within the central celestial domain. A cold snort escaped his lips, and an aura of dread, reminiscent of the chilling ice of the heavens, permeated the grand hall. His voice turned frigid as he proclaimed, "Foolhardy mortals, how dare you lay a hand on my Kunlun brethren? You seek death." At present, Lu Chun had attained the pinnacle of the void divine realm. Once he activated his chaos divine eyes, he could penetrate the veils of the immortal martial continent, discerning areas devoid of formidable restrictions. This included the immortal martial shrine, the demon god shrine, and the 10 ancient powers, all of which resided in enigmatic territories. Even Lu Chun found it arduous to discern the true nature of these places, as they were legacies that had endured for over 1,000,000 years. Their formidable foundations beyond imagination. Hiss. What is happening? The primordial holy master, sensing the overwhelming aura that filled the hall, felt his body tremble involuntarily, his mind quaking with uncertainty. He could not fathom what had transpired to render the young master of Kunlun's presence so fearsome. This is troubling. Could it be that the ancient beings of the immortal martial shrine have been awakened? A sudden realization struck the primordial holy master, who feared that the old entities within the immortal martial shrine had been roused by the Wang clan and were now targeting the people of Kunlun. After all, this was Kunlun, fortified by protective formations. The furious roar that had reverberated across the immortal martial continent, along with the terrifying auras emanating from various domains, could not affect Kunlun. Thus, those within Kunlun remained oblivious to the turmoil outside, save for the elders who could sense it. However, as Lu Chun made no immediate move, the elders of Kunlun were not overly concerned about any impending catastrophe. Yet, Lu Chun had now grasped the situation in the central celestial domain. A great war was imminent, and Kunlun's strength was poised to be revealed to the world. Master Lu, may I inquire if a significant event has transpired? The primordial holy master regarded Lu Chun with a hint of reverence as he posed his question. Indeed, Lu Chun replied tersely, then turned his gaze to the elder peak, his voice resonating with divine authority. Kunlun shall reveal itself to the world. Qing Yun, Sherpa Tian. You are to proceed at once to the central celestial domain and assist Zhang Sanfeng and Xiao Yaozi in annihilating all enemies of Kunlun. Let it be known that the might of Kunlun is not to be trifled with. As his words echoed, numerous respectful voices arose from Elder Peak, affirming, "We shall obey the master's command." Buzz. In an instant, a multitude of formidable auras surged forth from Elder Peak, only to vanish as swiftly as they had appeared. Who dares? Who has the audacity to infringe upon the majesty of Kunlun, inciting such fury in our master? As the words fell, the expressions of all disciples atop the peak of disciples turned icy. Had it not been for Lu Chun's prior decree forbidding all disciples from venturing out for training or tasks during this time, they would likely have accompanied the elders of the sect to annihilate those who dared to infringe upon the dignity of Kunlun. How infuriating! It is all due to our insufficient strength. We are powerless to join the elders in vanquishing those detestable individuals who tarnish the name of Kunlun. The faces of the disciples blazed with indignation as they fervently blamed their own inadequacies. Fellow brothers and sisters, we must swiftly enhance our abilities. We cannot betray the expectations of our sect master and elders. Indeed, what my senior brother says is correct. Let us not squander time here. We must seize the moment to cultivate. Yes, my senior brother is right. We must hasten our training to elevate our strength. An inner sect disciple, Lin Xiao, declared aloud, prompting all disciples to respond immediately. He was among the most powerful disciples, second only to a few like Lin Yun. Thus, after Lin Yun and his companions ventured to the northern celestial domain, Lu Chun summoned Lin Xiao, instructing him to lead the other disciples diligently. It was evident that, despite knowing their adversaries might be exceptionally powerful, the disciples remained undaunted. In their hearts, Lu Chun and Kunlun represented the most sacred and formidable presence. Any who dared to insult the name of Kunlun or challenge its might would pay the ultimate price. All elders of Kunlun mobilized. This was a first, indicating that Kunlun would undoubtedly astonish the world and quell all major powers. Indeed, as the ancient ancestors had foretold, the foundation of Kunlun was exceedingly formidable. How terrifying! The dreadful auras that had just manifested bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the ancestors within my Taichu sacred land. Who could it be that dared to wage war against Kunlun at this moment? Could it be the central celestial domain? At this instant, the Taichu sacred lord was once again overwhelmed with astonishment, his heart turbulent as he speculated which force was engaging in battle with Kunlun, capable of prompting such formidable appearances. Just then, a swift figure entered the great hall. Wang Ming, deep in thought, cast a glance at the Taichu sacred lord before respectfully addressing Lu Chun, seated at the main position. Reporting to the sect master. A person claiming to be an ancestor of the Taichu sacred land requests an audience with you regarding an urgent matter. Upon hearing this, the ancestor, The Taichu Sacred Lord could not help but exclaim in surprise, realizing that his own ancestor had personally come. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Indeed, something monumental was about to unfold. No wonder so many powerful beings from Kunlun had appeared. It seemed that one of the top 10 forces was undoubtedly involved. The Taichu Sacred Lord had already deduced the answer, for in his recollection, only the top 10 forces possessed the strength to contend with Kunlun. An ancestor from the Taichu Sacred Land? Lu Chen cast a discerning glance at the Supreme Master of Taichu, utterly perplexed by the other's intentions. First, the Lord of the Sacred Land had come, and now the venerable ancestor had personally arrived. Quite intriguing. If there are no matters of urgency, allow him to enter. Lu Chen remarked nonchalantly. He was eager to discover the profound heritage of the Taichu Sacred Land, which had dominated the southern wilderness for an entire millennium. Do not inquire why Lu Chen refrained from consulting the system, as he ascended to a realm where entities of the void god level existed. Accessing comprehensive information about them would necessitate the expenditure of corresponding sect points. Moreover, the required sect points were exceedingly numerous. Having recently acquired a modest amount of sect points, Lu Chen was understandably reluctant to allow the system to exploit them. One must admit, the system was rather avaricious. Its services were far from satisfactory. It was one thing to have Lu Chen work for free, but to demand that he also assist in counting its earnings was quite another. TSK. Oh, system. Will your conscience ever be stirred? System, never. In fact, I find it rather exhilarating. Chapter 122. The Limitless Existence Battle of the Void Divine Realm. The world trembles in fear atop the Heavenly Gate Peak, the sole mountain that grants access to Kunlun and serves as the bridge to the celestial ladder. Anyone aspiring to ascend must tread upon this heavenly staircase. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in a white and blue robe trembled slightly. His eyes filled with astonishment as he gazed at the majestic peaks floating in the void, his heart quaking with trepidation. Indeed, the foundations of Kunlun are as fearsome as the ancient ancestors had proclaimed. Particularly alarming were the dread energies that had just departed from Kunlun. It seemed they were journeying towards the central heavenly domain. His gaze then shifted to certain pavilions atop the Heavenly Gate Peak, and after a careful assessment, his heart quaked even more fiercely. Hiss. How could this be possible? There were over 100 formidable beings at the 9th layer of the Great Sage realm present. Could these be the renowned guardians of Kunlun spoken of by the world? This venerable elder was none other than Taiwu, one of the esteemed ancestors of the Taichu Holy Land. Even as a 9th layer void divine realm existence, he dared not roam recklessly within Kunlun, opting instead to await Lu Chen's summons atop the Heavenly Gate Peak. Moreover, when the Holy Master of the Taichu arrived, he was kept waiting outside for an extended period. Similarly intimidated by Wang Ming and his companions, the fact that great sage beings were assigned to guard the entrance was enough to unsettle the Holy Master. After all, Tai Yuan was merely a great sage himself. It is easy to imagine the feelings of the Holy Master of Taichu when faced with such a reality. Had the Holy Master known there were over 100 great sage beings at the Heavenly Gate Peak, the scene would have been unimaginable. More than 100 great sage existences. Even the accumulated heritage of the Taichu Holy Land over the course of 1,000,000 years could not boast such a number. He found it difficult to fathom how many divine kings and void divine beings existed within Kunlun. Subsequently, the elder's aged eyes flickered with apprehension as he looked towards the magnificent main peak, encircled by numerous mountains. Suddenly, his heart jolted violently, and his countenance paled. Hiss. A catastrophe was nearly averted. It appears that the Lord of Kunlun is indeed an exceedingly terrifying existence, perhaps on par with the ancient ancestors. Alas, it is the fault of this old fool for being too hasty. I hope that the Lord of Kunlun does not harbor hostility towards the Taichu Holy Land. The elder of the Taichu Holy Land was suddenly filled with lingering fears, casting a reverent glance at the main peak. Earlier, when he attempted to sense the situation within that imposing peak with his divine awareness, he was caught off guard by an immensely terrifying invisible force that almost obliterated his consciousness. That dreadful force had even pursued the source of his primordial soul. Fortunately, it inexplicably vanished in the end. Within the main hall, Lu Chen cast a commanding gaze at the Heavenly Gate Peak before retracting his attention. Just then, Wang Ming emerged from the main hall, accompanied by the elder of the Taichu Holy Land. Moments later, as the elder stepped into the main hall, his gaze trembled violently, and his heart was filled with profound astonishment. Hiss. How could this be? This is the Lord of Kunlun. Continuing, he glanced at the somewhat reserved Empress Tai Yuan and hastily bowed towards the main seat. I have come from the Taichu Sacred Land to pay my respects to the Lord of Kunlun. At the same time, Taiwu was profoundly shaken. He never anticipated that such a formidable Kunlun would be led by a man so youthful, an ultimate being of the void god realm. Seated in the main position, Lu Chen slightly raised his gaze and regarded the visitor before responding in a calm voice. There is no need for formality. His indifferent tone caused the elders of the Taichu's sacred land below to shudder. They could not fathom the depth of this young Kunlun lord. It seemed that only those of the elder's caliber would warrant the attention of the Kunlun lord. The Taiyuan sacred lord sighed inwardly, standing aside and daring not to utter a word. Conversations at this level were beyond the realm of a mere sacred lord of the great saint realm. I wonder what brings the two of you to Kunlun, Lu Chen remarked, casting a glance at the two men below. Even though one was a peak void god, he remained unperturbed. Lord Lu, this Kunlun lord is surnamed Lu. Observing his elder's hesitation in addressing Lu Chen, the Taiyuan sacred lord quickly transmitted a thought. Such a minor ruse was not lost on Lu Chen. He merely glanced at the elder, whose dignified gaze nearly overwhelmed him with fear. Fortunately, Lu Chen paid little heed to such trifles. Promptly, the elder of the Taichu sacred land spoke. Lord Lu, the matter is as follows. Meanwhile, at another location, there erupted a series of thunderous roars, reverberating through the void, the terrifying force shaking a vast expanse of sky, instilling awe and dread in the hearts of all. Zhang Sanfeng, empowered by the forces of Yin and Yang, caused the very heavens to tremble with each strike he unleashed. Damn it! How can you be so powerful despite being in the same realm? One of the three ancient figures opposite him bellowed in frustration, their hands continuously bombarding Zhang with divine power, shattering the boundless space around them. This scene instilled terror in countless cultivators situated a million miles away, their hearts racing with fear, none daring to approach within that distance. Even the previously confident divine kings and quasi-emperors had retreated far from this realm. The cataclysmic battle between ultimate beings of the Void God realm was indeed earth-shattering, far beyond what ordinary Void God practitioners could comprehend. The strength of Kunlun is beyond your grasp, Zhang Sanfeng declared, undeterred even when confronted by three ancient Void God beings. He remained relatively unscathed. Though his complexion appeared slightly pale, the Taiji diagram behind him radiating brilliance as he unleashed the power of Yin and Yang against his foes. In contrast, the three aged figures across from him appeared somewhat pallid, showing clear signs of injury, driven nearly to madness by Zhang Sanfeng's overwhelming might. They felt utterly humiliated. You shall pay for this. Do not hold back. Unleash everything to obliterate him. At this thought, an aged elder roared in sheer fury, his voice echoing through the heavens and earth, causing countless souls to tremble in terror. Boom! A more horrifying and profound force surged forth from the three ancient figures, a terrifying divine power that seemed inexhaustible. The thunderous sounds resounded, clearly indicating that despite the protracted battle, none had truly exerted their full strength. P.S. I express my gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. Thank you. Tomorrow I will take a day off, but the author will still provide another update. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 123. Kunlun feared no power. Engaging in battle with the six ancient forces indeed, it began with a single figure taking action. But upon witnessing the overwhelming strength of Zhang Sanfeng, two more shameless individuals joined the fray, forming a formidable encirclement with three ancient beings unleashing a terrifying assault against him. Yet, despite the combined might of these three supreme entities, they found themselves utterly incapable of subduing Zhang Sanfeng within a short span of time. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng's might had driven them to the brink of madness. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the three ancient beings erupted with an extraordinarily terrifying aura, their formidable presence shattering the void for millions of miles around. Divine Arts. Activate. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the vast expanse, the trio unleashed their dreadful divine abilities, intent on annihilating their adversary to vent their pent-up fury. The Ancient Desolation Divine Art. Suppress. The Celestial Severing Divine Art. Suppress. The Ancient Commerce Divine Art. Suppress. Boom. Three ancient divine arts intertwined, manifesting countless ethereal chains that converged into an immense net of divine laws, descending upon Zhang Sanfeng's position. Crack. Rumble. As the colossal net of divine laws loomed overhead, Zhang Sanfeng's expression shifted, and an overwhelming force surged around him, connecting him with the cosmic balance of Yin and Yang, enhancing his power. From the Taiji emerged the two forms. From the two forms arose the four symbols. The forces of Yin and Yang reversed the heavens and the earth. Boom. As Zhang Sanfeng's voice resonated like a thunderclap, the Taiji diagram behind him expanded, radiating brilliant divine light, with the black and white forces of Yin and Yang striking forth with ferocious intensity, shaking the very foundations of the universe. Boom. Bang. Bang. The resounding thunder echoed continuously, and the void of millions of miles had already collapsed and reformed countless times, endlessly cycling through destruction and restoration. ZZZZ. This was the existence of the supreme natural force within the universe, To truly obliterate a vast world was beyond even the reach of the supreme beings. Ah! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream of agony reverberated through the heavens and earth, sending shockwaves of terror through countless souls from miles away. Hiss! This sound. Could it be? A great emperor has been. The emperor. In the realm of Xianwu, aside from the superpowers and ancient factions, all other cultivators had always believed that the existence of an emperor represented the pinnacle of the cultivation path, entirely unaware that an emperor was, in fact, a being of the supreme realm. Indeed, an emperor was the ultimate cultivation stage within the Xianwu continent. Not far, in a dire battlefield thousands of miles away, stood the formidable figure of Zaiyaozi, single-handedly confronting three supreme beings, each exuding an overwhelming sword intent that relentlessly surged forth, striking down upon his adversaries. Boom! Bang! Bang! At this moment, several dozen miles away in the void, three aged immortals bore distinct injuries. One of them had a withered arm severed, and divine blood from the void god realm gushed relentlessly from the wound, a sight most unsettling. The harrowing scream that had echoed moments earlier belonged to this very immortal. His aged visage was pallid, as he desperately channeled divine power into the wound in a futile attempt to restore his severed limb. However, the terrifying sword intent left by the carefree master continued to erode the injury, and the ensuing agony surged through his body, prompting another anguished roar. Ah, damned! I shall have your life. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the three aged immortals unleashed their formidable powers, each employing their divine abilities with unrestrained ferocity to retaliate. Thunderous sounds erupted, shaking the heavens and earth as the battle raged on. The carefree master, though his complexion had paled slightly, exhibited no trace of fear in his eyes. Observing this, he let out a cold snort. Humph! Suddenly, an awe-inspiring aura erupted around him, as his sword became enveloped in an overwhelming sword intent, akin to a torrential downpour, surging towards the incoming divine abilities. Bang! Bang! The sound of thunder resonated through the void, shaking the atmosphere for miles, instilling terror in all who witnessed. By the heavens! What force is Kunlun? How can these two be so powerful? In a distant void, six ancient figures exuded a menacing aura, their expressions grim as they surveyed the two battlefields. These were the six immortals of the void god realm who had refrained from intervening. They hailed from six ancient powers, and each battlefield featured one representative from each faction. Humph! Regardless of what power Kunlun possesses, those two must be eliminated today, intoned one figure with a chilling voice, originating from the sacred land of Kanglan. Indeed, Kunlun is truly oblivious to the peril it faces. Do they think that possessing two void god realm immortals allows them to stand alongside our forces? Absurd. Another Rast, hailing from the Qin clan. Correct. Today, we must eradicate these two and subsequently obliterate that presumptuous Kunlun. Otherwise, will we not be the subject of ridicule among the six great powers in the future? The six immortals exchanged glances, their expressions dark, resolute in their intent to annihilate Kunlun and restore their dignity. This was imperative. For in over 1,000,000 years on the immortal martial continent, apart from the peak era of the primordial sacred land, no faction had dared to confront the six ancient powers of the central heaven domain. Now, Kunlun had not only slain one of their own from each faction, but had repeatedly humiliated them. Indeed, the six venerable beings of the ultimate void god realm, despite their simultaneous efforts, were unable to vanquish Zhang Sanfeng and Zaiyaozi. One can only imagine the turmoil within their hearts. Furthermore, the profound heritage of these six ancient factions is far from trivial. Knowing that Kunlun harbors two such formidable figures, they could surmise that other powerful entities must also exist within its confines. Nevertheless, they remained undeterred in their intention to wage war against Kunlun, intent on obliterating it to preserve their stature and authority in the eyes of the world. Humph! Enough waiting. The strength of these two individuals is indeed extraordinary. Prolonging this encounter could lead to unforeseen complications. One of the aged beings, casting aside his last vestige of dignity, promptly proposed that they all act in unison. This was indeed the case, as powerful beings of the void god realm possess their own pride, especially those who have lived for millennia. Had it not been so, they would not have initially sent only two of their kind into battle, which later escalated to three simultaneously confronting each adversary. Upon hearing this, the visages of the other ancient beings grew grim. It was evident that their six factions had lost all semblance of face today. With this thought, the remaining elders cast cold, penetrating gazes towards the two battlegrounds occupied by Zaiyaozi and Zhang Sanfeng, and without hesitation, they spoke in unison. Let us strike together. Swiftly and decisively eliminate these two, and then move to annihilate that oblivious Kunlun. As their words echoed, a cacophony reverberated through the air. The six venerable beings erupted with a terrifying aura, poised to join the fray and swiftly eliminate Zhang Sanfeng and Xia Yozi. However, a chilling snort, resonating like a great bell, pierced the heavens, imbued with the formidable power of divine laws, causing a subtle shift in the expressions of the ancient beings present. They have arrived. Zhang Sanfeng and Xia Yozi exchanged smiles, sensing the impending presence of formidable energies, alarmingly, as they felt dozens of fearsome auras converging. The 6 ancient beings on the battlefield made a swift decision to retreat, their figures instantly merging with the others in a position of strategic advantage. Their gazes dark and focused on the void ahead. Buzz. Thunderous roars echoed. In the void, 20 figures emanating terrifying auras materialized. These were the esteemed elders of Kunlun. Cursed be this fate. How can this be possible? Another 9 beings of the ultimate void god realm have arrived. The 12 ancient beings, upon sensing the formidable presence of Qinhan, Shipo Tian, and their companions, were struck with disbelief and trepidation. Swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, Zhang Sanfeng and Xia Yozi appeared alongside the gathered elders. How fares it, old Zhang Xiaoyao? Are you both unscathed? The elders looked upon the two with concern, as the hierarchy among Kunlun's elders is devoid of superiority. Whether it be the 5 sword-wielding elders, or those like Duge Qiubai and Li Chuanguang, who currently possess only the realm of the Divine King. Haha, we are quite well. With these ancient beings, they lack the power to vanquish us in a short span of time. Upon hearing this, the countenance of the 12 venerable figures darkened considerably. Their faces clouded with an undeniable fury, nearly prompting one of them to erupt with a spout of aged blood from 1982. Subsequently, one of the elders, with a hoarse and icy tone, declared, Kunlun, are you truly intending to engage in a full-scale war with our 6 great powers? How brazen! They have cast aside their dignity. Just moments ago, they proclaimed their intent to eradicate Kunlun, and now they utter such shameless words. Truly, they are ancient beings of unfathomable age. The expression on that aged face shifted in an instant. Humph, what of war? Has Kunlun ever feared any force or individual in this realm? Those who dare to strike against Kunlun shall pay the price of annihilation. Qingyun's gaze was frosty as she regarded her adversaries, her tone exuding no fear of the 6 great powers, as if she had no trepidation even when facing the entire forces of the immortal martial continent. Damn it, where did this Kunlun emerge from? Possessing such a multitude of peak virtual divine realm practitioners? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 12 venerable figures grew even more grim, leaving them speechless as they exchanged furtive glances, silently communicating among themselves. Cowed? No, they're all seasoned beings, well aware that once one of them takes the initiative to fight, the others will not lend their support. Moreover, they all believed that Kunlun could not possibly possess the strength to challenge all 6 of their factions simultaneously, despite the fact that one of their own, a peak virtual divine realm practitioner, had fallen at Kunlun's hands. However, the loss of merely one peak practitioner was insufficient to compel them to recklessly jeopardize their true strength for the sake of mere reputation. Indeed, this was the case. As for their earlier determination to eliminate Zhang Sanfeng and Xia Yozi, it stemmed from the belief that Kunlun's foundation was not formidable. Yet now, upon witnessing Kunlun's 11 peak virtual divine realm practitioners, should they recklessly initiate conflict, there would undoubtedly be dissent among their ranks, threatening their respective powers standing in the central heavenly domain, even placing them in grave peril. Humph. You Kunlun have slain members of our 6 great powers. Today, you must provide us with an explanation. Indeed, should both sides engage in true warfare, it would be detrimental to all. We hope that you Kunlun will deliberate carefully. At this juncture, 2 venerable figures, their expressions darkened, spoke in unison, one from the Ancient Commerce Association and the other from the Taiwan Sacred Land, clearly exhibiting signs of retreat, yet insisting that Kunlun provide an account. Humph. Do not presume that we fear you, Kunlun. Observing Kunlun's members merely regarding them as if they were a spectacle, the ire of all the venerable figures intensified, prompting one to unleash his fury, exclaiming loudly, "Ah, this old being prattles on," seemingly convinced that Kunlun would not dare to engage in true conflict with all 6 of their powers. How laughable. This is merely the notion of the 12 ancient immortals. Kunlun is indifferent to your affiliations. Should anyone dare to strike at a member of Kunlun, Lu Qin shall ensure that they pay the ultimate price for their transgressions. Even if it means engaging in battle against the 6 major factions simultaneously, Kunlun remains unafraid of any challenge. Oh, you seek an explanation from Kunlun, do you? Upon hearing these words, Qing Mian smiled, which caused the 12 immortals to momentarily brighten with hope, believing that Kunlun was on the verge of capitulation. Yet, before they could fully comprehend, the explanation they desired would be none other than the complete obliteration of their factions. Qing Mian's tone suddenly turned frigid. her voice cutting like ice, revealing that the lengthy discourse was merely to allow Zhang Sanfeng and Zai Yaozi to swiftly replenish their divine energy. As her words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. The 11 Supreme Elders, including Qing Mian and Shi Patian, emanated a cataclysmic aura that bore down upon their adversaries with overwhelming force. As for Li Chuangang, Duge Qiubai, and the other 11 Elders, they remained at the 9th level of the Divine King realm. Far too inexperienced to partake in such a dreadful confrontation, they swiftly withdrew hundreds of thousands of miles, seemingly awaiting an opportune moment. The ground shook violently as a terrifying presence surged forth, bearing down upon the old immortals of the 6 factions. The air was filled with a clash of power, and the elders' expressions transformed into fury upon realizing that Kunlun had indeed dared to wage war against them. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed the full extent of their formidable might. The atmosphere crackled with tension as they unleashed their myriad powers, relentlessly assaulting Qing Mian and her companions, leaving no room for restraint. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Apologies for the slow updates. This chapter consists of 4,000 words. Writing during my off hours is no easy feat. If the writing does not meet your expectations, I humbly ask for your understanding. It would be greatly appreciated if you could offer a nudge for updates and a favorable review. The author is profoundly thankful. Thank you. Chapter 124, The War of Kunlun. The 6 great powers shake the immortal martial continent. Boom. Crack. Zzz. The sound of thunder reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as an overwhelming pressure was unleashed by more than 20 entities at the pinnacle of the Void God realm. Terrifying divine abilities surged forth, causing the vast sky to tremble. While the heavens themselves seemed to be in turmoil, the void fracturing and collapsing as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. At this moment, the populace was engulfed in sheer terror, their gazes fixed upon the tumultuous changes above. Even countless cultivators, situated thousands of miles from the battlefield, could feel their hearts racing and their spirits shaken. Hiss. The Emperor. What? Could it be that someone has truly awakened? The Emperor? How is this possible? Is the Emperor truly engaging in battle? This is utterly terrifying. What has transpired? The Emperor has actually descended. At this instant, all cultivators in the human domain displayed expressions of profound shock. Powerful beings at the Divine King realm appeared in the void, exclaiming in disbelief that it was indeed an Emperor engaged in combat. The term Emperor had nearly faded from memory. The immortal martial continent had not witnessed such a figure for countless millennia, and now, with their emergence, an imperial war was igniting. How could they not tremble at this revelation? Hiss. Yes, Kunlun. Kunlun is truly at war with those powers in the Middle Heaven domain. How can this be? Across the skies of various domains, numerous formidable figures emerged, comprised of superpowers with divine kings and quasi-emperors. Hiss. How dare Kunlun to challenge all 6 great powers simultaneously? Did they not fear obliteration? Kunlun is indeed extraordinary. It appears we have all underestimated their profound foundation. In the Eastern Heaven domain, quasi-emperors expressed their astonishment. Indeed, who would have anticipated that Kunlun possessed the strength to confront those 6 ancient powers? Previously, they had already gathered intelligence on the situation in the Middle Heaven domain, believing that a true conflict would never arise, considering that aside from the 10 major powers in the immortal martial divine palace, no other factions possessed entities at the Void God level. They thought both sides would exercise caution. Who could have foreseen that a full-scale war would erupt at this moment? In the Northern Heaven domain, dozens of powerful ancient figures were equally astonished, their expressions betraying their shock as they spoke in unison. Hiss. It has truly erupted into war. A quasi-emperor exclaimed in disbelief, then glanced at an elderly man beside him, clad in royal robes. Hey, Lingpan Shan. I have heard that the young one from your Ling Shao dynasty has brought people from Kunlun here. Upon hearing this, the elder scoffed. Humph. Old fool. Do not think that I am unaware of your intentions. The aged figure clad in imperial robes is none other than the venerable ancestor of the Ling Shao dynasty. Recently, he learned that the most gifted individual within the dynasty, Ling Mu, has become a disciple of Kunlun. Initially, this news filled him with excitement, prompting him to instruct the Ling Shao emperor to warmly welcome Lin Yun and his companions. However, now he is engulfed in profound anxiety. His weary gaze shifted towards the esteemed ancestors of the Ziyue dynasty and the Holy Heaven Palace, a look of concern etched upon his features. Alas, what are we to do now? If Kunlun is obliterated this time, it is likely that we too shall not escape the fate of being extinguished by the 6 great powers. Upon hearing these words, the ancestors of the Holy Heaven Palace and the Ziyue dynasty exchanged uneasy glances, fully comprehending the implications of the Ling Shao ancestors' sentiments. Curse it! Could it be that among them, there are youths who are disciples of Kunlun? Observing the changing expressions of the quasi-emperors from the 3 superpowers, one of the quasi-emperors A representative of the heavenly demon palace among the 5 great powers of the northern celestial domain, suddenly grasped the underlying tension. A glimmer of sinister understanding flashing in his eyes. Historically, apart from the Imperial clan, the heavenly demon palace has been the weakest among the 5 factions, possessing only a single quasi-emperor, much like the Ling Shao dynasty. Yet, the heavenly demon palace has fewer divine realm experts than the Ling Shao dynasty. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "I believe we need not be overly concerned. Judging by Kunlun's past conduct, they are unlikely to engage in such reckless actions, regardless of how Kunlun's situation unfolds. Now that we are entangled with them, retreat is not an option. Moreover, Kunlun is shrouded in mystery for over 1,000,000 years. There has been no record of this force within the realm of a mortal martial continent." One of the quasi-emperors from the Ziyue dynasty articulated his analysis, asserting that Kunlun would not dare to commit such self-destructive acts, and that there must be formidable foundations supporting their audacity to confront the 6 great powers simultaneously. Indeed, the ancient beings of the 6 venerable forces from the central celestial domain are well aware of this reality. Hence, they sought to compel Kunlun into submission with minimal cost. Yet Kunlun remains impervious to such tactics. When they declare war, they do so without hesitation. In response, a quasi-emperor from the Holy Heaven Palace remarked, "Indeed, Kunlun's enigma is daunting. Its depth is likely beyond imagination. Furthermore, one of the great saints within my Holy Heaven Palace once encountered the leader of Kunlun, a remarkably youthful man. According to his account, this leader is exceedingly formidable. Despite his youthful appearance, I surmise he may very well belong to that extraordinary echelon of existence. Otherwise, how could such a fearsome Kunlun be led by one so young?" Upon hearing the last 2 statements, the Ling Shao ancestor and the 3 quasi-emperors of the Ziyue dynasty felt a profound tremor within their hearts, fully aware of the implications of such a level of existence. It is said that beyond the realm of the virtual divine, there exists a terrifying domain that transcends all virtual divine and ultimate beings within the immortal martial continent, possessing earth-shattering power, capable of effortlessly obliterating even those at the pinnacle of the virtual divine realm. Suddenly, several individuals exchanged glances, not foolish enough to believe that a being at the great sage level could discern the true depth of the master of Kunlun. Although the individual in question was youthful, the sheer authority wielded over such a formidable entity as Kunlun suggested that this young master was far from simple. Indeed, his power was likely beyond imagination. Regardless of the circumstances, if both sides were to mobilize their full strength, we ought to partake in the fray as well. While we may lack the terrifying presence of a void god, we do possess formidable beings at the God King and Quasi-Emperor levels. Upon hearing this, the Quasi-Emperor ancestors of the 3 great superpowers sighed, as if having reached a momentous consensus. Their younger generation had now become disciples of Kunlun. Should Kunlun ultimately face destruction, they too would not escape the reckoning of the 6 ancient powers. In an unspoken understanding, the Quasi-Emperor ancestors of the 3 superpowers had come to an agreement. At this moment, the previously silent ancestor of the celestial demon Hull couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile before quickly regaining composure. Boom. The great battle had yet to truly commence, yet the various divine powers of the undying elders from the 6 major factions were forcefully shattered by the elders of Kunlun. Bang. Ah, damn it. Impossible. Faced with the overwhelming assault from Qing Huan and her companions, the 12 ancient beings were driven to madness, an ominous premonition washing over them. Despite all being at the pinnacle of the void god realm, the aura and divine force emanating from each of their opponents were terrifying to the extreme. Boom. Thank you, esteemed patrons, for your generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Thank you. The author is off for the day. It's time for a meal. Chapter 125. The 12 undying beings of the virtual deity realm are annihilated. The elder of the celestial martial temple appears. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, a sudden explosion that reverberated with a deafening sound. Humph. Nothing is impossible. How could you comprehend the might of Kunlun? Today, your demise is inevitable. The formidable divine power swirled around Qing Yun, her voice a chilling whisper that resonated across the heavens. The moment her words fell, a resounding boom erupted. Sherpatian radiated a terrifying aura, his figure vanishing in an instant, clearly unable to contain his eagerness to obliterate his foes. The remaining elders of Kunlun, witnessing this, unleashed an even more formidable presence, channeling their divine energies to strike mercilessly. Kill. The 12 undying beings were visibly shaken, their expressions altering drastically. In unison, they bellowed, their furious cries echoing throughout the celestial martial continent, causing countless hearts to tremble with dread. With an overwhelming force that surpassed their previous might, the divine principles surged around them, a terrifying spectacle as they charged towards the radiant shadows of divine light. Truly, they were cunning veterans, having held back their full strength until now. The clash was cataclysmic. 10 elders of Kunlun faced off against the 6 great powers and the 12 undying beings, while Shurpatian single-handedly pressured 2 of the undying beings into a precarious position. In an instant, the vast expanse of sky bore witness to 10 horrific battlefields, each pulsating with immense power, shaking the very heavens. Dark clouds gathered ominously above, while thunderous roars cascaded through the atmosphere, creating a scene of unparalleled terror. As Shurpatian and the might of Emperor Shurtian surged forth, the 12 undying beings found themselves hopelessly outmatched in direct confrontation. They desperately unleashed their most potent divine techniques. Their formidable powers aimed at their adversaries. The air crackled with energy as divine lights clashed, sending forth shockwaves that reverberated through the realm, striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. The battle raged on, with the 12 undying beings being relentlessly suppressed by the elders of Kunlun. Soon, anguished screams of pain erupted from several of the undying beings, their enraged roars echoing in the chaos. Amidst it all, Qing Yun remained a silent observer, her piercing gaze fixed upon a certain void in space, as if she had discerned something significant. Among all the elders of Kunlun, her prowess was unparalleled. Though she too stood at the extreme limits of the virtual deity realm, her true power had ascended to a level of terrifying renown. Of course, Shurpatian, Emperor Shurtian, and the 4 sword-wielding elders possessed an equally overwhelming strength. Suddenly, heart-wrenching screams pierced the air, reverberating across the land, sending shockwaves of fear through the hearts of countless cultivators within a radius of millions of miles. Suddenly, a series of blood mists erupted violently across the battlefield, striking terror into the hearts of all who beheld them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following this, 6 beams of divine light swiftly attempted to flee. Indeed, these were the 12 immortal beings of the 6 great factions, their bodies forcefully shattered by the likes of Shipo Tian and his companions. Attempting to escape? Upon witnessing the souls of those ancient beings striving to elude capture, Shipo Tian and Emperor Shurtian exchanged cold smiles, preparing to strike once more to annihilate their foes entirely. Boom. At that moment, it was Qing Wen who made his move. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, countless ethereal chains of divine force instantly sealed off a space spanning 1,000,000 miles, preventing the 6 souls from fleeing. No, you cannot kill us. If you do, Kunlun will pay a price of annihilation. The ancestor will not spare you. The remaining 6 immortal souls, realizing their inability to escape, roared incessantly at Shipo Tian and his allies, utterly gripped by fear of their impending demise. Who among the living wishes for death, especially those who have existed for countless millennia? This is the fate that befalls those who oppose Kunlun. Shipo Tian stated coldly, no longer engaging in idle chatter, and reached out with a massive hand towards the 6 souls. Boom. A colossal hand, imbued with terrifying power, descended with a resounding crash. No. The 6 immortal souls found themselves utterly powerless against such might, their desperation giving way to furious cries. How dare you? At that moment, an ancient voice boomed, and an invisible, formidable force shattered the descending hand's authority. Observing this, Qing Wen snorted disdainfully, waving his hand to unleash an even more formidable divine power. Bang! This dreadful strike obliterated all invisible barriers, and before the 6 immortal souls could react, they were utterly annihilated, vanishing from existence. Boom! Kunlun, you seek death. A voice filled with ancient fury resonated from the heavens, seemingly originating from a formidable entity within the divine martial hall. Moreover, the capability to instantly dismantle Shipo Tian's strike indicated that the voice's owner had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level of power, surpassing the limits of the ethereal realm. Divine Martial Hall. Regardless of what temple you represent, if you seek to obstruct Kunlun from annihilating those 6 factions, you too shall pay the price of destruction. Qing Wen retorted coldly, his gaze illuminating with divine radiance. It mattered not what the divine martial hall was, should they disregard the might of Kunlun. Even the Tao of Heaven would incur serious consequences. As his words hung in the air, laughter erupted. Foolish. Do you truly believe that the 6 factions are so easily dealt with? Today, even if I do not intervene, you cannot escape this place, and Kunlun shall be obliterated. However, Kunlun possesses considerable strength. Should you be willing to join the Celestial Martial Temple, I could indeed assist you in alleviating this crisis. An ancient voice echoed from the heavens, seemingly well acquainted with the profound heritage of the 6 ancient powers. Buzzing sounds filled the air. At that moment, several figures materialized in the void, their gazes tinged with apprehension as they regarded Qing Yu and her companions. Indeed, they were the remaining 3 factions of the 10 forces that had been lurking in the void, observing the unfolding events. However, the disciples of the primordial Holy Land were conspicuously absent. Divine Elder, Kunlun has disregarded the edicts of the temple. It must be utterly eradicated to serve as a warning to the world. How could it be integrated into the temple? This matter is not supported by my northern royal family. At this juncture, the ancient being of the northern royal family spoke coldly, clearly intending to leverage the celestial martial temple's might to annihilate Kunlun. What are the true intentions of the northern royal family? Chapter 126. The Conspiracy of the Celestial Martial Temple, Sacrificing All Divine Kings and the Limitless Void Realm. As the words faded into the air, a chilling snort resonated from the heavens above, infused with unparalleled divine power that struck the elder of the Wong family, a being at the pinnacle of the limitless void realm. Boom. Spurt. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, and the elder's countenance paled instantly, his gaze shifting upward, where a flicker of cold malice briefly glimmered in his eyes. Hiss. What manner of existence is this? Merely with a single utterance, an entity at the apex of the limitless void realm was rendered wounded and spitting blood. Though it was but a trivial injury, it sufficiently illustrated the terrifying nature of the being known as the Divine Elder above. It was evident that this was no ordinary pinnacle of the limitless void realm. Instead, it had transcended into that dreadful realm rumored to exist beyond limits, beneath the heavenly Tao, at the zenith of celestial martial prowess. Such a domain was profoundly enigmatic, above the void realm. Sensing the overwhelming aura that pervaded the atmosphere, Qing Hun, Sherpa Tian, and the others exhibited no change in expression. Yet their eyes brimmed with an array of dreadful divine radiance. Divine Elder, do you intend to act against my Wong family? Upon witnessing the scene, the remaining elders of the Wong family wore grim expressions, their voices rising in furious indignation, seemingly unperturbed by the Divine Elder in the heavens above. Impudent! Are you teaching this sovereign how to conduct affairs? Were it not for the presence of those two ancient figures from your Wong family, I would have taught you a lesson for your disrespect. The voice, aged beyond measure, reverberated through the cosmos once more. Damn it! At these words, the elders of the Wong family grew even more ashen, cursing inwardly, and then fell silent, their gazes turning malevolently toward Qing Hun and the others. Observing this, the elders from Lingjiu Sacred Land and Wuji Sacred Land had intended to interject but ultimately refrained, their expressions heavy as they regarded Qing Hun and the others. They had not anticipated the Kunlun faction to possess such a multitude of apex limitless void beings. Moreover, each of them was overwhelmingly powerful. They had just witnessed the formidable annihilation of the elders from the 6 major factions. Kunlun, what sort of force is this? How could it harbor so many at the pinnacle of the limitless void realm? Yet, why has there been no record of Kunlun for over 1,000,000 years in the celestial martial continent? At this moment, aside from the arrogant elders of the Wong family, the others from the 2 major factions silently pondered. My Kunlun has stood the test of time, and you, celestial martial temple, presume to claim the right to include us? The ignorant one here is you. With a cold snort, Qing Hun's voice echoed, and her figure vanished into the void. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the heavens above. You seek death. How dare you, with your limitless void pinnacle cultivation, attempt to strike at me? A voice filled with rage and incredulity thundered through the cosmos. Rumbling. 2 terrifying auras erupted suddenly from the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming force that cascaded down relentlessly, shattering and collapsing millions of miles of boundless void. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the entire Xianwu continent. It was more terrifying than the collective clash of all the ultimate transcendent beings, leaving hearts shattered and minds in horror. The ancient immortals hastily turned their attention upwards, witnessing countless divine lights flickering among the clouds, where the most powerful divine forces collided with one another, instilling a profound sense of disbelief and dread. No. How could this be possible? How could that individual's strength be so formidable as to contend with the divine elders? In that moment, even the arrogant elders of the Wong family widened their eyes, filled with incredulity, utterly unable to accept the reality before them. Indeed, beyond the limits of the transcendent realm, there existed entities so terrifying that they were beyond the comprehension of ultimate powerhouses. To suppress such beings was as effortless as flipping a hand. This is precisely why these ancient immortals feared the Divine Hall, had there not been such terrifying existences among their respective factions. The Xianwu Divine Hall would have long since unified the human domains. In the Kunlun Main Hall, upon hearing the words of the ancestor from the Taichu Sacred Land, Lu Qin's heart was momentarily startled, yet his expression remained as calm as ever, as if nothing in this world could penetrate his gaze. With a commanding look directed at the ancestor of the Taichu Sacred Land, he spoke coolly, Indeed, as you say, those from the Xianwu Divine Hall intend to sacrifice all the divine kings and transcendent cultivators of the human race to reopen the passage to the upper realm. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of the Taichu Sacred Land promptly responded, Yes. The object within the ancient secret realm is a contingency left by that individual from the Xianwu Divine Hall over 1,000,000 years ago when he ventured to the upper realm. Once the people of the Xianwu Divine Hall acquire that object, the divine kings and transcendent powerhouses from all human domains will be unable to escape being sacrificed. The intention of those in the Xianwu Divine Hall is to summon beings from the upper realm, thereby solidifying their dominance on the Xianwu continent. At this point, the ancestor of the Taichu sacred land could not help but tremble at the revelation of such a monumental secret, recalling how he had been profoundly startled upon first learning of it from his own ancient ancestor. Furthermore, it was due to the unwitting discovery of the Xianwu Divine Hall schemes by the ancient ancestor of the Taichu sacred land that the immortals of the Xianwu Divine Hall, fearing unforeseen consequences, compelled an ancient ancestor of the Taichu sacred land to become a divine elder of the hall to maintain control over them. Who would have imagined that an ancient ancestor of a sacred land would be imprisoned within the divine hall? This was a fact unknown to other major factions. Thus, it became clear the elders of the Xianwu Divine Hall had begun their schemes over 1,000,000 years ago. No wonder they insisted that all divine kings and transcendent beings of the human race leave their marks within the Xianwu Divine Hall. It may be in anticipation of a future wherein a mysterious force could be employed to sacrifice the unsuspecting sovereigns and ethereal beings from various powerful factions, thereby reopening the celestial passage, the essence of the world. Above the main seat, Luchin furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, he had presumed that the ancient secret realm harbored some extraordinary artifact that would allow the disciples of Kunlun to explore its depths. However, it turned out to be a site of conspiracy. Yet, why should Kunlun concern itself with such matters? As per the words of the venerable ancestor from the primordial sacred land, only those sovereigns and ethereal cultivators who bear the mark of the immortal martial hall would find it exceedingly difficult to evade the fate of being sacrificed by its denizens. Chapter 127. Above the illusory deity, perceiving the true self at this moment. Luchin has come to realize that the greatest obstacle to truly mastering the entire immortal martial continent is the immortal martial temple. Moreover, according to the ancient ancestor of the primordial sacred land, the foundations of the immortal martial temple are exceedingly formidable, boasting at least 20 formidable beings at the illusory deity realm. Truly, it is terrifying. It is no wonder that it is regarded as one of the most fearsome forces on the immortal martial continent, alongside the demon god temple of the demon clan. However, the demon god temple, which encompasses the entirety of the demon clan's resources, may still fall short in comparison to the immortal martial temple. After all, it is the oldest force on the immortal martial continent, having accumulated an unfathomable amount of strength over countless millennia, making such depth entirely reasonable. Furthermore, the true terror of the immortal martial temple does not reside merely in those ancient beings at the peak of the illusory deity realm. The real foundation lies in the terrifying entities that have transcended even the illusory deity realm. However, such beings do not exceed the number of 10 throughout the entire immortal martial continent. It appears that the immortal martial temple is indeed my greatest adversary in Kunlun, though I remain uncertain of the extent of its true power. Moreover, should those formidable entities from the upper realm descend, Kunlun would undoubtedly face a monumental crisis. Given this situation, it seems Kunlun cannot remain a bystander. After pondering for a moment, Luchin formulated a plan. He then contemplated inwardly, system. How many sect points are required to access all information regarding the immortal martial temple? Soon, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Accessing all information about the immortal martial temple requires 10 million sect points. 10 million sect points. This system is truly ruthless. Hearing the system's words, Luchin felt a pang of regret. He had just earned 10 million sect points recently and had not yet had the chance to utilize them, only for the system to demand such a steep price. System, utilize my sect points to access the information. Resolutely, Luchin thought to himself that without understanding the true foundation of his adversary, he could never feel at ease. Especially since Kunlun currently lacks any formidable beings beyond the illusory deity's peak. Nevertheless, Luchin believed that with his own strength and that of Qing Ming and others, they could still contend even against those who have surpassed the illusory deity threshold. Ding. Usage successful. 10 million sect points have been deducted from the host. This merciless system not only takes lives but also strikes at the heart. Ding. The immortal martial temple comprises 20 ordinary illusory deity realm experts, 10 at the peak of the illusory deity realm, and 3 at the true self realm. Note, the founder of the immortal martial temple is currently a significant power from the upper realm, and that power also oversees the immortal martial continent. Overseeing the immortal martial continent. What does this mean? System, does the immortal martial continent harbor any secrets? Upon hearing the system's message, Luchin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend what could possibly warrant oversight from beings of the upper realm on the immortal martial continent. upon the celestial realm of Xianwu. A flaw in the heavenly Tao has manifested, resulting in a forsaken land, an area where the supreme senses of the myriad realms are evaded. This enigmatic place is gradually giving rise to individuals with extraordinary constitutions, ones that are deemed intolerable by heaven and earth. The denizens of the upper realm have overseen Xianwu for over 10 millennia, with the intention of nurturing these unique beings into unparalleled powerhouses, thereby securing their own status in the upper realm unscathed. No wonder. It becomes clear now, after perusing the information from the Xianwu Shrine. Lu Qin understands that the Xianwu continent serves as a breeding ground for the upper realm's inhabitants. It is no surprise that Lin Yun, Ling Mu, Yuling Long, and Zi Yunyan have faced significant limitations in their abilities on the Xianwu continent. This realm is conducive to the birth of those with special physiques. Yet it stifles their growth. The heavenly Tao is flawed. The myriad paths are unsatisfied. The Xianwu Shrine indeed stands as the most ancient power of the Xianwu continent. The number of those in the Void God realm is astonishing. Kunlun possesses but 11 such beings. However, these 11 are exceedingly powerful, especially the 5 sword-wielding elders of Qi Hong. Though they are merely at the pinnacle of the Void God realm, they could easily slay terrifying beings of the True Self realm. The True Self realm. To Lu Qin's astonishment, the Xianwu Shrine actually has 3 members at this level. Yet, he does not harbor the slightest fear of the Xianwu Shrine. As for the True Self realm, he only comprehended its essence upon grasping the pinnacle of the Void God realm. In the depths of the unknown, between the illusory and the real, only those at the highest tier can sense this. However, transcending to this level is as arduous as breaking through the heavens. What is the true self? Amidst the myriad paths of heaven and earth, discerning the true self amidst illusion is the essence of reality. Only those who enter this realm can be considered to have reached the true end of the cultivation journey on the Xianwu continent, making them the most fearsome existence. The true self realm is exceptionally unique, for in essence, it still resides within the Void God realm. Yet, within the interplay of illusion and reality, one sees through the ephemeral, realizes their true self, and thereby enhances their comprehension of the divine laws within the myriad paths of heaven and earth. With but a thought, they can summon boundless divine power. An awe-inspiring feat, they surpass even the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of the Void God realm, capable of suppressing them effortlessly. Thus, the Xianwu continent has bestowed upon this realm the designation of True Self. Beep, the elder of your sect, Qing Hong, is currently engaged in combat with an elder from the Xianwu Shrine. Moments later, the system's voice echoes in his mind. The Xianwu Shrine. Humph. I had not yet made my move, yet they have already targeted my Kunlun. This is tantamount to seeking death. With the system's words, Lu Qin feels a chill in his heart. He had previously neglected the situation in the central heavenly domain. He had believed that with Qi Hong and the others intervening, the forces within the central heavenly domain would be swiftly dealt with. He never anticipated that the Xianwu Shrine would also intrude. Beep. Alerting the host, the 6 great powers of the central heavenly domain and the Wang family of the northern heavenly domain currently have true self-realm experts awakening, and they are en route to the central heavenly domain. Once again, the true self-realm. Indeed, within the 10 major powers, there exist beings of the true self-realm. Humph. Are they all preparing to strike against my Kunlun? Very well, let us seize this opportunity to reveal the true strength of Kunlun to the world. Lu Qin's heart felt as cold as the abyss. He immediately opted to utilize the Emperor-level summoning card. System, I wish to use the Emperor-level summoning card. Ding. The Emperor-level summoning card is temporarily unavailable. Note, the beings summoned by the Emperor-level card transcend the realm of the immortal martial continent. The host must await the reopening of the celestial passage and the alteration of the realm's rules before it can be used. Temporarily unavailable? Must I wait for the celestial passage to reopen? Does that mean I must sacrifice all the divine kings and those in the void realm? Lu Qin felt a pang of helplessness. If he were to ascend to the upper realm while annihilating the immortal martial temple, would it not ultimately fall upon him to resolve this situation? To be frank, although he was not a native of this world, the thought of sacrificing the powerful beings of the human race left him troubled. Even if Kunlun dominated the immortal martial continent, the world might very well revile it. This was certainly not the outcome he desired. Thus, he pondered silently. System, if I were to annihilate the immortal martial temple and wish to ascend to the upper realm, aside from traversing the celestial passage, is there any other means to reach the upper realm? Ding, please rest assured. As long as the disciples of your sect reach the pinnacle of this realm, the system will transport the host to the upper realm. That is reassuring. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Qin felt a sense of relief. He then continued to contemplate. In that case, I shall utilize a random draw. Esteemed readers, the author has indeed been somewhat disoriented lately. I will expedite the conclusion of this segment in the immortal martial continent, allowing the protagonist to ascend to the upper realm. The subsequent plot will become clearer. Due to my work commitments, time has been quite limited, leading to a certain chaos in my thoughts and consequently, the narrative. The outline of the immortal martial continent has diverged somewhat, becoming tangled beyond control. I seek your understanding. Esteemed readers, only 2 chapters remain. Chapter 128. The Temple of the True Self. The venerable elder of the True Self realm appeared as insignificant as an ant. Indeed, Lu Chen still had 2 opportunities for a random draw yet to be utilized. It was time to exhaust these available chances. Ding! Random draw successfully activated. Congratulations. The host has acquired 1 chance to elevate the cultivation levels of all senior members of the sect. Note, this is a random infusion of cultivation levels. It may enhance to the pinnacle of this realm or merely elevate 1 major or minor tier. Truly, the system is remarkable. It can conjure all manner of extraordinary aids. And now, the random draw has transformed into a random cultivation enhancement. System. Will the strength of the sect's guardians also be elevated? Lu Chen pondered, convinced that the guardians of Kunlun were indeed high-ranking figures, as they were formidable beings summoned by the system. Ding, in response to the host. Yes, all beings summoned by the system can have their cultivation levels randomly enhanced. Splendid. With this, the overall strength of Kunlun would undoubtedly surpass that of the Celestial Martial Temple. With this thought in mind, Lu Chen promptly commanded, System. Immediately utilize the opportunity for collective cultivation enhancement. Ding, congratulations to the host for the successful activation. At the very instant the system's voice echoed in his mind. A tremendous and terrifying force surged within Lu Chen. His eyes shimmered with divine light as he swiftly contained the overwhelming power within, allowing it to merge rapidly. What is happening? Why has the aura of the Lord of Kunlun suddenly become so dreadfully formidable? Has something monumental occurred? Below, the Supreme Lord of Taichu and the ancestral elder of the sacred land were both seized with astonishment, their minds trembling in trepidation. The terrifying aura inadvertently radiating from Lu Chen made them feel as though they were confronting an unfathomable and dreadful entity. A sensation they had never experienced even in the presence of their own ancient ancestors. Exchanging a glance, they discerned profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. Simultaneously, a resounding tumult echoed. Atop Tianmen Peak, over 100 guardians of the sect experienced a similar phenomenon. A terrifying power erupted within them, compelling them to gaze in profound reverence towards the main peak, hastily merging their newfound strength. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky of the central heaven domain, where the battle raged on. Although Qin Yun's power was suppressed and her capabilities were limited, she still managed to exert her utmost cultivation to relentlessly confine that elder of the Celestial Martial Temple, driving him nearly to madness. Bang! Damn it! Impossible! Who are you? How can your strength be so overwhelming? Above the heavens, an enraged roar pierced the air, deafening and causing the hearts of all to tremble. Yet, no one answered his ignorant inquiries. Instead, he was met with waves of terrifying divine laws relentlessly crashing towards him. At that moment, an explosive sound echoed. A formidable power surged within the bodies of all the elders of Kunlun. It is the sect master. In that instant, every elder seemed to grasp a profound realization, their gazes reflecting a deep reverence for Lu Chen. They hastily merged the energies within them. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, Qing Han relentlessly suppressed the venerable deity of the divine temple while swiftly integrating her own power. Boom! A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the realm, as if each breath could effortlessly annihilate a formidable being of the virtual god realm. Crash! Hiss! What is happening? Why has the aura of those from Kunlun suddenly become so fearsome? The ancient ones present were stricken with shock, their faces pale as they turned their astonished eyes towards Shi Patian and Li Chungang, who stood hundreds of thousands of miles away. No. How? Is this possible? This is undeniably the aura of the true self realm. They are all beings of the true self realm. The dreadful aura spreading through the heavens and the earth grew increasingly terrifying and real, causing the ancient ones to tremble in fear. For their opponents were indeed all beings of the true self realm. No, this cannot be. Are they human or ghost? The elders of the Wang family, in particular, wore expressions of sheer terror, panic filling their eyes as they beheld each of their opponents, whose bodies radiated an ominous divine light. Just then, a resounding bang echoed through the heavens. Ah! A cry of anguish reverberated, followed by an incredibly aged figure plummeting from the skies, utterly disheveled. Boom! The vast earth trembled violently, as if struck by a colossal meteor. Puff! As the dust settled, a battered and elderly figure emerged before the crowd. It was the venerable true self being from the divine martial temple. Hiss! How could this be? The ancient one's pupils constricted, gasping in disbelief, their eyes filled with dread. The true self realm. That is an exalted being of the true self realm. And yet, how could they be so utterly wretched? The scene before them sent the ancient ones into a frenzy of madness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, all the elders of Kunlun completed their fusion, instantly appearing above the venerable deity, gazing down upon the arrogant and disheveled true self being as one would upon a corpse. Puff. How could this be? No. It is. Impossible. You are certainly not from the divine martial continent. The venerable deity struggled to rise, blood spewing forth as terror filled his eyes while he gazed at the Kunlun elders in the void, his voice trembling in disbelief. Over 20 beings of the true self realm. Indeed, the elders of Kunlun have all ascended to the realm of true self, which signifies the ultimate pinnacle of the immortal martial continent. Such an extraordinary occurrence has driven this venerable deity into a state of madness and despair. The celestial martial temple, having endured for millions of years, has barely managed to sustain 3 true self beings, yet now, over 20 of them have astonishingly manifested before his very eyes. How could he possibly accept such a reality? He has even begun to doubt whether Kunlun belongs to the immortal martial continent at all. At this moment, within the zenith of the immortal martial realm, the existence of true self-beings is akin to mere ants. Qing Huan is indeed worthy of having exchanged blows with that supreme entity from the demon realm. Her power is truly formidable. With just a slight enhancement in strength, she can effortlessly vanquish opponents of the same realm in an instant. Of course, other elders can achieve similar feats, though none possess the sheer strength of Qing Huan to defeat their adversaries so swiftly. Nevertheless, they can still overcome their foes in remarkably brief spans of time. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Kunlun, Lu Qin's eyes shimmer with a terrifying radiance, and a faint smile suddenly graces his countenance. What could this mean? Observing this, the Taichu Holy Master and the Ancestor exchanged startled glances, rendered speechless. Particularly upon sensing the increasingly fearsome aura emanating from Lu Qin's throne, they fell into a deeper silence. Subsequently, a dreadful thought began to surface in their minds. Could it be that the 6 major powers, before they could fully grasp the implications, Lu Qin's divine and supreme gaze fell upon them. Boom. The Taichu Holy Master and the Ancestor trembled violently, as if they had been scrutinized by an exalted deity. Their hearts quaking with trepidation, they looked up in reverent awe towards the throne and hastily inquired, Master Lu, might there be some significant event unfolding? Chapter 129, The Annihilation of the Immortal Martial Temple? The mysterious unknown world. It is of no concern. You may return. As for the matter you spoke of, I had no intention of becoming embroiled in it. However, now that the people of the Immortal Martial Temple dared to strike against my Kunlun, their existence is utterly unnecessary. The voice, calm and measured, fell like a whisper of triviality. Gasp. The Immortal Martial Temple is unnecessary. The Holy Master of Taichu and the Elder Ancestor below exchanged incredulous glances, their faces awash with disbelief. What does Master Lu mean? The Elder of the Taichu Holy Land spoke with a tremor in his voice, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the formidable young figure on the throne, his heart trembling intensely. Annihilate the Immortal Martial Temple. The words resounded once more, as if a divine decree, compelling and irrefutable. Heavens! To obliterate the Immortal Martial Temple. Who in this world would dare utter such words? Not even the Demon God Temple would be so audacious. The Elder of the Taichu Holy Land finally grasped the meaning behind those words, his heart reeling in shock. The Holy Master of Taichu stood frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. Without delay, the two hurriedly took their leave from Lu Qin. They dared not linger for a moment. Such a monumental event necessitated their immediate return to inform the 2 ancient ancestors of the Taichu Holy Land. As Lu Qin observed their departing figures, his gaze turned icy. Humph. The Immortal Martial Temple. Even if beings from the upper realm descend, they cannot thwart my Kunlun's obliteration of you. Lu Qin was acutely aware that once war commenced, should the people of the Immortal Martial Temple be driven to madness, they would undoubtedly find a way to contact the upper realm. This was knowledge gleaned from the Elder of the Taichu Holy Land. Moreover, it was not solely the Immortal Martial Temple that possessed the means to reach the upper realm. The other 10 great factions could do so as well, albeit at an exorbitant cost. This was precisely why the Immortal Martial Temple had refrained from annihilating the 10 great factions for 1,000,000 years, instead incorporating them into the temple, while also preparing to reopen the passage to the upper realm, to become cannon fodder. With sufficient energy, the passage to the upper realm could be reopened. With a quiet thought, he commanded, System, open the sect panel. Ding, opened. As the words left his mouth, the sect panel materialized within Lu Qin's mind. Sect, Kunlun Sect. Location, Burial, Immortal Mountain Range. Sect Master, Lu Qin. Cultivation, True Self Realm. Physique, Chaotic Sacred Body. Technique, Chaotic Sacred Method. Divine Ability, Chaotic Divine Spirit Method. Sect Disciples, Outer Disciples, 1,098. Inner Disciples, 500. True Inheritors, 2. Sect Guardians, 103. Cultivation, limit of the Void Spirit Realm. Sect Guardian Elder, 1. Cultivation, True Self Realm. Sect Elders, 15. Cultivation, True Self Realm. Sect Sword Elder, 5. Cultivation, True Self Realm. Sect Points, 11,000. Sect Ancestors, none. Having reviewed the sect panel information, Lu Xun was left with an overwhelming sense of contemplation. Kunlun has finally ascended to become the most formidable force in the realm of immortal martial arts. Now, all that remains is for every disciple of Kunlun to elevate their cultivation to the utmost limits of the immortal martial continent before they can venture into the higher realms. However, this will likely be a protracted wait, for it is impossible for Lu Xun to impart cultivation to the disciples of the sect. And the system will not provide such an opportunity. All disciples must rely on their own efforts to ascend step by step. The immortal martial temple. It appears that I, as the Lord of Kunlun, must make my presence known. With that thought, Lu Xun gently waved his hand, transmitting a message to the Tianmen Peak. And in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Buzz. At that moment, 100 beams of divine light flickered on Tianmen Peak, only to vanish just as swiftly. If any disciples were to carefully sense the atmosphere, they would realize that all the guardians of the sect on Tianmen Peak had disappeared. Meanwhile, in an unknown and vast, magnificent, and mysterious realm, the atmosphere was thick with celestial energy, spanning an immeasurable expanse. In a certain small region, countless grand and imposing pavilions stood tall. Within a grand hall, a middle-aged man exuding a terrifying aura knelt on one knee, his presence radiating a power that could effortlessly obliterate the existence of a true self-realm practitioner. He gazed in awe at the empty main seat above the hall. "What is it?" A voice of unparalleled authority resounded from the main seat. "Reporting to you, my lord. This subordinate, upon visiting the observation realm today, discovered that one of the small worlds overseen by the monitoring pavilion seems to be experiencing some changes." Before he could finish, a disdainful voice interrupted. "Useless wretch." Boom. An invisible and terrifying force instantly sent the middle-aged man hurtling backward, crashing violently against a pillar. Blood gushed from his mouth, his face paling in terror as he hurriedly crawled back to his original position and knelt, speaking in haste. "Please, my lord, calm your anger. This subordinate will resolve the matter promptly." The authoritative voice resounded once more from the main seat. You had better do so. If any unforeseen events or anomalies arise in that small world, affecting the mood of the several pavilion lords a month from now, not only you, but even I, as the vice pavilion lord, shall face severe punishment. You had best expedite the resolution of this issue." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face grew even more frantic, and he quickly responded, "Yes, please rest assured, my lord. I hail from that very small world and possess a legacy. I will immediately travel there to rectify the situation." As his words fell, the authoritative voice echoed again, not inquiring about what had transpired. "It has been 1,000 years, and I had almost forgotten that you and Wang Tung hail from the same small world." Then, a terrifying gaze fell upon the middle-aged man from the main seat. Indeed, it is commendable that a breakthrough has been achieved in merely 10,000 years. It appears that I did not err in my judgment of you all back then." Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man kneeling below felt a deepening sense of reverence and hurriedly expressed his gratitude aloud. "You flatter me, my lord. Without your assistance, I might still be languishing in that small world where time flows so swiftly and the will of heaven is unsatisfied." At this point, the middle-aged man's demeanor grew even more respectful, and he straightened himself to bow deeply towards the throne. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you all. Though the passage of time in that small world is exceedingly rapid, the esteemed leaders place great importance upon it. Over the past several millennia, our monitoring pavilion has painstakingly uncovered the uniqueness of that realm, and after such a prolonged wait, it is likely that individuals with exceptional constitutions have emerged. As we approach the 11,000th holy pilgrimage, our monitoring pavilion must not fall behind the likes of the monitoring palace once again. Otherwise, the Holy Court may issue a decree to strip us of our position. At that time, apart from the esteemed leaders, we shall all face severe consequences." Upon hearing the authoritative words from the throne, the middle-aged man's expression grew solemn, and he hastily replied, "Rest assured, my lord. I will ensure this matter is resolved thoroughly and will not impact the upcoming celestial hunt in a month's time. I will present a result that will satisfy the esteemed leaders." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the imposing voice resonated once more, and soon the hall returned to a state of tranquility. Subsequently, the middle-aged man quickly rose, casting a cautious glance at the throne before hastily exiting the hall. P.S. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Writing immense work is truly challenging, and I am somewhat fatigued. I hope that all esteemed patrons can lend a hand to encourage more updates. It would be even more wonderful if you could support the author with a token of appreciation. Thank you. Chapter 130. The Emergence of the Ancients from the Nine Great Powers, the Mad Elder meanwhile, in the Central Sky Domain. Just as Qingwen was about to unleash a decisive strike to obliterate the Elder of the Immortal Martial Temple below, thereby proclaiming to the world that the majesty of Kunlun was not to be trifled with, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, a terrifying aura, as deep as an abyss, descended upon the land, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth, leaving all in awe. The space within a radius of millions of miles began to collapse and shatter, only to be instantly reformed. The ancients had awakened, sensing some familiar presences. The ancient beings present displayed expressions of joy, yet their gazes turned gravely serious as they glanced towards the elders of Kunlun. In stark contrast, Qingwen, Sherpatian, and Li Chengdan remained unfazed, merely casting a casual glance at the heavens above. In that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura swiftly permeated the entire immortal martial continent, seemingly issuing a warning to all. The people trembled in fear, their hearts quaking uncontrollably, as they collectively looked up towards the vast sky of the immortal martial continent. Humph. Fellow Taoist, you have gone too far. You have slain so many from our 6 great powers, and now you dare to injure the Elder of the Temple? Do you seek to oppose the entire human race? A hoarse, ancient voice reverberated through the heavens. Buzz. Then, 6 ancient figures emerged in the sky, representing the true ancients of the 6 great powers of the Central Sky Domain, each one a pinnacle of the immortal martial realm. But that was not all. Boom, boom, boom. More terrifying presences surged forth, as 4 additional ancient figures manifested in the sky, all of whom were also of the true self realm. One was the ancestor of the sacred place of the Spirit Vulture in the Western Sky Domain, another from the infinite sacred place in the Eastern Sky Domain, while the last 2 were the ancestors of the Wang family in the Northern Sky Domain. At this moment, with the exception of the primordial sacred place, the strongest foundations of each of the 10 ancient powers of the human race on the immortal martial continent had made their presence known. In the sky, 10 ancient figures released a terrifying aura, exerting pressure throughout the universe. At that instant, the world was shaken, and all eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed upward. Hiss. What an abyss-like terror. What beings are those? Even the auras of the previous emperors pale in comparison. Hiss. Could it be the legendary? All the Divine King and Quasi-Emperor experts from various domains were struck with a profound shock, exclaiming in horror, while their minds raced with thoughts they dared not voice. The existence of the true self-realm. This was a domain exclusive to the 10 great powers and the immortal martial temple, while ordinary superpowers lacked even a single being of the illusory god realm. They had only encountered descriptions of the true self-realm in ancient texts. They had assumed that the illusory god realm was the ultimate pinnacle of the immortal martial world, only to discover that such terrifying beings of the true self-realm truly existed in this world. You, who hold power, show utmost disrespect towards Kunlun. Such an affront is punishable by death. Those who dare to challenge the celestial authority shall inevitably face annihilation. A calm yet authoritative voice emanated from Qingyun, causing the expressions of the 6 ancient ancestors from the major factions above the heavens to darken ominously. Damn it! Where did this Kunlun emerge from? How could there be such a multitude of true self-realm cultivators? Their gazes, filled with trepidation, turned toward Qingyun and the others, their hearts astonished. Despite clearly understanding that Kunlun possessed numerous true self-realm strongholds, they did not exhibit any signs of fear. This was indeed perplexing. The existence of even one true self-realm cultivator could dominate the world. Now, with Kunlun revealing over 20 such formidable beings, the 6 major factions still dared to engage in conversation with Kunlun, indicating that they had formidable support emboldening their audacity. Boom. As her words concluded, an overwhelming aura radiated from Qingyun, pressing down upon the heavens, while her voice resonated softly. Humph. You stand too high. It is time to descend. Boom. The terrifying pressure, akin to the weight of countless tons, crashed upon the 10 figures in the sky, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Yet, anger swiftly replaced their shock, particularly in the case of the 2 ancient ancestors from the Wang family, who bellowed furiously, Kunlun, our Wang family bears no grudge against you. How dare you strike at us? Not only were the 2 ancient beings from the Wang family incensed, but the immortal elders from the Wujian Holy Land and the Lingzhou Holy Land also erupted in fury. Kunlun, you have gone too far. This is merely a matter between you and the 6 major factions. We have only come to ascertain what has transpired. Do you truly wish to provoke a complete war with all 9 of our factions? Indeed, there may not have been direct enmity. However, the frail elder of the Xianwu Divine Hall, who had been summoned by the Wang family, Wujian Holy Land, and Lingzhou Holy Land to obliterate Kunlun, was now in a perilous state himself. Though the elders of Kunlun were unaware of this situation, standing atop them was an undeniable act of disrespect towards Kunlun. Wherever the people of Kunlun tread, they embody the very essence of heaven and earth. Who dares to rise above them? If any do. It is a blatant insult to the cosmos and an affront to Kunlun. Ah, damn it. You shall not meet a good end. It was clearly your faction's elders who summoned me to obliterate Kunlun, yet now you disregard my life. Do you wish to bear the wrath of the Xianwu Divine Hall? Upon hearing the words of those ancient beings above, the frail elder below was driven to the brink of madness, roaring with a heart-wrenching fury, until, overwhelmed by anger, he spat out blood. Old fool, what nonsense are you spewing? It is your Xianwu Divine Hall that fears the emergence of Kunlun will disrupt your plans. You, an ancient relic, have risen from your coffin to seek your own demise. In the firmament, the countenances of the ancient beings grew markedly pallid as they endeavored to withstand the terrifying divine pressure emanating from Qing Han. Their hearts were filled with dread, prompting them to vehemently denounce the divine elder, seeking to distance themselves from any association. Ah, the spectacle of dogs biting dogs. These ancient beings, far more cautious than the previous limitlessly powerful entities, understood the gravity of the situation. They would not hastily summon their ancestors to face certain death. So it is. Then let you all meet your demise alongside the 6 formidable factions today. As the words fell from the air, the elders of Kunlun's eyes turned icy, simultaneously unleashing the formidable power of the true self-realm's divine laws. Their overwhelming might surged forth like a torrential flood, shaking the heavens and trembling the earth, instilling terror in the hearts of all. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed individuals for their generous gifts. Special thanks to one eminent benefactor for their magnificent present. The author is immensely grateful. Chapter 131. The Sound of 9 Heavens, Lord of Kunlun. Boom. In an instant, over 20 terrifying forces capable of annihilating the heavens descended upon the ancient, immortal ancestors of the 9 great powers. Within moments, an overwhelming might filled the entire Xianwu continent, causing all the ultimate immortals within a radius of 1,000,000 miles to be on the verge of explosion, their lives hanging by a thread. Ancestor, save me. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with resounding, anguished cries as those ultimate beings suddenly exploded, their souls attempting to flee only to be violently obliterated by the dreadful laws of the true self that permeated the endless space, vanishing completely from existence. Kunlun. Witnessing their young ultimate beings being erased by Kunlun's forces, the true immortals in the heavens roared in madness. Helplessly they screamed. No. Bang. Another chilling scream echoed through the skies, belonging to an elder of the Xianwu Temple, whose already frail body disintegrated under the overwhelming power of the Kunlun elders, along with his formidable true soul. Boom, boom. At that moment, 2 powerful auras of the true self descended, and 2 aged figures materialized in the void. Kunlun, stop. All of you, cease this at once. The 2 ancient figures radiated terrifying might as they struggled to withstand the overwhelming force engulfing the space while shouting fiercely. They were the last 2 true immortals of the Xianwu Temple. You old fools, why aren't you rushing to assist? Seeing the elders' arrival, the immortals of the 9 great powers rejoiced and immediately shouted at the 2. In response, the Kunlun elders erupted with an even more fearsome force, launching a thunderous assault. Boom. Bang, 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 bang. A series of earth-shattering sounds erupted as the true immortals of the 9 great powers finally succumbed to the overwhelming might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With great difficulty, they steadied themselves in the void, but soon their throats turned sweet, and blood gushed from their mouths, their aging faces paling drastically. Kunlun. Then, all the immortals gritted their teeth, glaring at their opponents as if they wished to slay Qing Yun and the others with their gazes. They then turned to the 2 elders of the Xianwu Temple, speaking in a grave tone. Damn it, why aren't you 2 old fools intervening? In response, the 2 elders paid no heed, their expressions dark, their gazes heavily scrutinizing the Kunlun elders, their hearts filled with alarm as they solemnly declared. Kunlun, although we do not know from where you have emerged to possess such a multitude of true immortals, it does not imply that our Xianwu Temple fears Kunlun. Today, you have slain numerous formidable beings of the Void Realm, inflicting significant losses upon our human race. Should you persist in this course of action, the various domains of humanity will inevitably fall prey to the Demon Clan. Do you truly wish to become the pariahs of our kind? Upon hearing these words, the elders of the 9 great factions cast dark, brooding glances towards the Kunlun elders. They were indifferent to the consequences. Their singular desire was the annihilation of Kunlun. regardless of the cost. Indeed, the only ones genuinely concerned for the safety of the human race on the immortal Martial continent are the primordial sacred grounds. These factions are embroiled in treachery, each yearning to eliminate the other. Responding to their words, Qing Mo retorted, "As long as Kunlun stands. Should the Demon Clan dare to initiate a war, we shall eradicate them." Unfazed by their threats, she declared that whether it was the 9 great factions or the immortal Martial Temple, having acted against Kunlun, they would pay the price of obliteration. Humph. Who are you to speak? This matter concerns the very survival of humanity. Do not mislead yourself. One could not help but note the audacity of the Divine Elder from the immortal Martial Temple, who for countless years had conspired with the Demon Clan. Now, in a bid to reopen the Heavenly Passage, he feigned concern for the fate of humanity, despite knowing the significance of the forces Kunlun was dismantling. Seeing that Qing Mo and her companions dismissed him, the Divine Elder, rather than displaying anger, continued, "Esteemed friends, I assure you, this is no jest. I hope you can summon the leader of Kunlun for a meeting. I could overlook the murder of one of my elders, and I shall ensure that the 9 great factions provide a satisfactory explanation regarding their actions against Kunlun." As his words lingered in the air, the elder from the 9 factions began to question the intent behind his statement, but upon locking eyes with another elder, they exchanged knowing glances. Gritting their teeth, the representative of the elders spoke gravely, "Kunlun, today, we, the 9 great factions, concede defeat." After uttering these words, the expressions of all the elders darkened further, harboring a deep-seated desire to reduce all of Kunlun's members to ashes. "Kunlun, accursed Kunlun, you may enjoy a brief respite, but once the Heavenly Passage is restored, your time shall come." A sardonic smile crept onto their faces, for it was clear that the true reckoning would soon unfold. It was indeed a farce. The 9 great factions had dominated the immortal Martial continent for eons. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Even the immortal Martial Temple could not compel the 9 factions to bow. Only Kunlun had the audacity to achieve such a feat. Humph. The leader of Kunlun holds a status far beyond what you can merely wish to see. No sooner had these words echoed than the elders' faces darkened with fury. They had assumed that their concession would prevent a complete rupture, especially the Divine Elder, whose expression was as dark as thunderclouds. Just as he was about to speak, a deafening boom resonated through the air. A terrifying presence descended upon this realm, akin to the fearsome aura of divine beings from the heavens, causing the pupils of all the ancient immortals present to constrict sharply, their hearts trembling with trepidation. The sect leader. Upon sensing this divine essence, the elders of Kunlun were filled with reverence, astonished that the sect leader had personally arrived. What? The Lord of Kunlun. Hearing the words of the Kunlun elders, the ancient immortals were stricken with horror, their hearts gripped by an icy dread, for this presence was utterly terrifying, rendering them unable to summon even the slightest desire to resist. Just as their hearts were seized by fear, a voice, ethereal and commanding, resonated from the highest heavens, declaring, "Those who disregard Kunlun's authority and offend celestial might shall be punished." Chapter 132, The Destruction of the False Deity and the Annihilation of the True Self. Boom. A sound akin to the resonance of the heavens reverberated throughout the entire Xianwu continent. In that moment, the world was astounded. Countless individuals stood in shock, speculating who possessed the audacity to utter such words. Far in the northern celestial domain, Lin Yun, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, and others from the Lingxiao dynasty felt their bodies tremble, eyes filled with profound reverence as they gazed towards the celestial expanse above. The sect master. He has indeed departed from Kunlun. They were well aware that their sect had already engaged in conflict with the various formidable forces of the Xianwu continent. What? It is the master of Kunlun. The Lingxiao emperor and the esteemed elder of the quasi-imperial realm beside him were equally shaken, realizing that this celestial voice, so compelling and divine, belonged to the youthful master of Kunlun. Moreover, it appeared he had personally descended into the central celestial domain. In the void, all the ancient beings shuddered, suddenly comprehending that today's events would not conclude peacefully. The venerable elder, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Damn it, Master of Kunlun! Do you truly wish for an eternal conflict with us?" With no response from the heavens above, the elder's visage twisted in fury, an ominous aura erupting from him. Boom. As a senior figure of the Xianwu Divine Hall, who had resided atop the clouds for countless millennia, he had never endured such humiliation. Even if the opposing force boasted over 20 true self-realm experts, it mattered not. "Xianwu Divine Hall, heed my command. Engage in battle," he bellowed, his voice shaking the very firmament. Commence the assault. Realizing there was no path of retreat, the elders of the 9 great forces turned grim, understanding the dire circumstances. It was a matter of either their demise or survival. They erupted in a collective roar, their voices echoing across every corner of the Xianwu continent. Boom! The sound of thunderous war drums resonated from the various domains, and in an instant, an atmosphere of destruction enveloped the entire Xianwu continent. Rumble! The populace trembled in fear. Was this the harbinger of the world's annihilation? Qing Han, Sherpa Tian, Li Chang'an, and others maintained their composure, not rushing to take action, fully aware of their adversaries' intentions. They sought to deploy their entire arsenal. Kunlun could hardly wish for more, as it spared them the trouble of seeking them out. A perfect opportunity for total annihilation had presented itself. They intend to employ a strategy of sheer numbers. Lacking sufficient true self-realm experts, they resorted to utilizing those of the false deity realm, even stretching to the utmost limits of that realm. Yet, could the prowess of true self-realm warriors truly be compensated for by mere quantity? Moments later, a series of false deity and peak false deity experts appeared in the heavens, their terrifying auras released without reservation, overwhelming the skies for countless miles. Hiss. Over 200 ordinary false deity realm warriors and 90 peak false deity realm fighters emerged. This was indeed the full extent of the foundation possessed by the 9 great forces and the Xianwu Divine Hall, all converging for a life-and-death confrontation with Kunlun, willing to sacrifice their entire reservoir of powerful beings if necessary. As for those of the Divine King and quasi-imperial realms, none were present in such a grand conflict. They would merely serve as fodder, no, not even worthy of that designation. Kunlun, can you truly withstand such consequences? Upon witnessing the arrival of formidable beings from their respective factions, the elder deity ultimately refrained from initiating a genuine conflict, proclaiming in a thunderous voice. Just as his words resounded, the void quaked violently once more. Had another entity of the void divine realm manifested? Before the astonished gazes of the Ancient Ones, a staggering assembly of over 100 figures emanating a terrifying aura emerged. It was inconceivable. Over 100, at the pinnacle of the void divine realm. Apart from the elders of Kunlun, every soul present wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Even the eyes of the immortal beings of the true self-realm widened in disbelief. How could such a terrifying force exist in this world? Even these ancient powers, with legacies spanning over 1,000,000 years, had collectively amassed fewer than 100 beings at the pinnacle of the void divine realm over eons. Now, Kunlun alone possessed such an overwhelming multitude, instilling dread in the hearts of all. Madness. How could this be? Had the world itself transformed? Or was Kunlun never truly a force within the realm of a mortal martial continent? The immortal beings of the true self-realm hesitated, a flicker of trepidation creeping into their hearts. Although there were entities in the upper realm, they had not been in contact for 1,000,000 years, which led to the recent plans of the immortal martial temple to reopen the passage to the upper realm. Little did they know, that passage had been sealed by their own kind in the upper realm, intended to prevent others from learning of the peculiarities of the immortal martial continent. Unfortunately, the denizens of the immortal martial temple remained oblivious, obsessively plotting the reopening of the upper realm passage. Boom, boom. With the opponent's latent strength now revealed, it was time for Kunlun to reap its rewards. The elders of Kunlun, alongside more than 100 guardians, radiated an overwhelming force of divine laws, disregarding the opponent's frenzied utterances, and charged forth. Roar, kill. Today, it shall either be the annihilation of Kunlun or our own obliteration. Unleash your full power. The immortal beings of the true self-realm bellowed, their voices like thunder, resonating across the heavens. All factions realized there was no turning back. They fought desperately, unleashing their utmost strength without hesitation. The terror of Kunlun was unparalleled. Bang, boom. In mere moments, the area spanning millions of miles was shrouded in dark clouds, and the heavens erupted with a deafening roar. The endless space was relentlessly torn apart, and a cataclysmic force filled the world for thousands of miles, instilling profound horror. At that moment, all present were struck with astonishment, their minds teetering on the brink of chaos. The void divine realm could rend mountains and rivers, while the true self-realm could obliterate the very fabric of existence. Sword arise. A voice cried out, and in an instant, the mightiest laws of the divine realm were summoned, manifesting millions of divine swords, suspended in the sky. No, how could you be this powerful? The immortal being of the true self-realm from the boundless holy land roared in terror, yet before the words could fully escape his lips, he was pierced by millions of divine swords and exploded in an instant. Bang. In ancient times, countless swords pierced the heart. Now, Li Chang'an has summoned myriad divine swords to subdue the true self-realm. Whoosh. Bang. The formidable being of the true self-realm was annihilated before its very soul had a chance to flee. Blood rained down from the heavens, piercing through endless space. The true self-realm experts, under the Tao of Heaven, stand at the pinnacle of immortal martial arts, Each one is supremely powerful, their blood imbued with terrifying might. Hiss. Witnessing this, the remaining elders of the true self realm gasped in shock, their bodies trembling with fear, completely oblivious to the life or death of their adversary. They immediately unleashed their various divine abilities and forbidden techniques to fend off the onslaught from the Kunlun elders before them. Bang, bang, bang. One Kunlun elder confronted an ancient being of the true self realm, while the other elders of the true self realm flanked the battlefield. Rumbling. The heavens and earth trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. The world was engulfed in terror, and humanity descended into madness. The prominent figures still have one chapter left. This arc of the immortal martial continent will conclude in 8 chapters. Afterward, the protagonist will ascend to the upper realm. The subsequent narrative shall remain coherent. Chapter 133. The Awakening of the Demonic Clan's Heritage. The Fury of the Celestial Warriors. Boom. The populace, filled with sorrow and rage, witnessed numerous formidable cultivators who cared deeply for the safety of humanity, unable to tolerate the internal strife that threatened to deplete their strength. They shouted defiantly to the heavens. No, do not fight. Cease this conflict. Their faces turned pale, eyes hollow with despair, as they envisioned a future where, after this battle, humanity would be devoid of its champions, leaving the demonic clan to ravage their domains mercilessly. They must be eradicated. The mighty of Kunlun swiftly annihilate those wretches. Those from various factions, inherently selfish, would not be missed. Even if they survived, countless cultivators from humanity would still find it arduous to rise. Well done. A splendid slaughter. Yet, there were also many cultivators who harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these factions, applauding the strength of Kunlun, believing that as long as Kunlun stood, so would the territories of humanity, regardless of the demise of the other powerful factions. Above the domains, countless cultivators filled the boundless void, each employing their unique skills. Gazing at the horrifying battle unfolding in the celestial realm. Boom, bang. Hundreds of figures, exuding terrifying might, clashed continuously, unleashing divine powers and mystical laws that reverberated through the world, shattering the heavens and earth. Bang. No. With every moment, earth-shattering cries of agony pierced the skies, resonating throughout the realms. The onlookers were struck with profound shock, staring in awe at the formidable figures clad in azure hunting robes, their hearts trembling with fear. How terrifying. Are those the champions of Kunlun? Indeed, those are the over 100 supreme guardians of Kunlun, all adorned in a distinctive uniform that made their origins unmistakable to all. Boom. The thunderous roars persisted, the battle far from over. Yet 80% of the forces from the various factions had already been obliterated. Rumble. The ordinary cultivators of the virtual divine realm had been utterly annihilated by the guardians of Kunlun, vanishing from existence. Of the 90 supreme beings, only a pitiful 20 remained, struggling in terror as they faced the relentless assault of Kunlun's formidable guardians. As for the ancient beings of the true self-realm, aside from the ancestor of the infinite Holy Land, the others were still exerting their utmost efforts to resist the onslaught of the elders from Kunlun. Bang. Kunlun, are you forcing my celestial martial hall to perish alongside you? The elder's aged face contorted in a grotesque manner, as if he was on the verge of making a fateful decision. Boom. Unfortunately, the only response to him was a terrifying sword light, wielded by the unmatched Dugu Chiobai. The divine power enveloped it, the sword radiating brilliance that pierced through the 9 heavens, cleaving through infinite space before crashing down. Sizzle. The elder's pupils constricted sharply, his frail body suddenly erupting with a terrifying might previously unseen, divine power surging forth to shield him. As his withered hands swiftly formed seals, unleashing the most fearsome divine technique. Celestial martial suppression technique. Suppress. Boom. A resplendent celestial seal abruptly manifested before the venerable deity. With a swift horizontal motion of his hands, the seal, imbued with a formidable force, thunderously struck forth. The terrifying blade of light collided against the barrier of the celestial seal with a resounding crash, shattering into oblivion. Its might remained undiminished, piercing through the 9 celestial layers, obliterating all divine barriers before the venerable deity in an instant, cleaving him in twain. Astonishingly, the venerable deity, known as the oldest immortal within the celestial martial hall, possessed an array of life-preserving techniques, rendering him the most formidable among the immortals present. Even after being bisected, he rapidly reassembled his remaining form in a fleeting moment. This was the essence rebirth technique of the true self-realm. As long as his divine soul endured, even if his corporeal form was obliterated, he could swiftly reconstruct a primordial body utilizing the power of divine loss. In contrast, the previous immortal from the infinite sacred land, lacking in both strength and life-preserving means, had no capacity to safeguard his divine soul. Each time the primordial body was reconstituted, its foundational power would dwindle. Presently, the venerable deity's countenance turned ghastly pale, his aura waning significantly. Quite impressive, he scoffed. The sword in the hands of the unmatched Du Guqiubai shimmered with divine energy as he unleashed another devastating strike. Boom. Alarm surged through the venerable deity. This blow threatened to rend his very soul. Without hesitation, he bellowed towards the heavens, cursed Qing Yin. What are you waiting for? His roar reverberated through the cosmos, momentarily stunning all present. Could there still be hidden powers yet to reveal themselves? The demon tried. In the void, 5 sword-wielding elders, including Qing Han, who had refrained from intervening, fixed their piercing gazes, a chill running through their hearts. As former elders of Mount Shu, they harbored a profound animosity towards the demon race. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying energies erupted from a concealed space, shaking the very heavens. Hundreds of powerful demonic auras pressed down upon the realms of humanity, as if proclaiming that the territories of mankind would soon belong to the demon tribe. In that moment, the world trembled with fear. Countless cultivators wore expressions of grief and indignation, realizing that the demons had indeed seized the opportunity to invade. However, in the blink of an eye, their sorrow transformed into a deep rage. Among the great powers of humanity, there were traitors conspiring with the demon tribe. It is over. Our humanity is in peril. Who could that traitor be to betray our kind? Cursed be him. Countless cultivators hovered in the void, their expressions wrought with anguish, wishing to rend the traitor's flesh asunder. Though this war had been ignited by Kunlun, many cultivators harbored a profound hatred for it. Yet at this moment, the traitorous faction loomed as the most despicable of all. A thunderous crash resounded as formidable divine powers shattered the terrifying blade of light. Demons had finally intervened. Swish, swish. The venerable deity's expression relaxed as he swiftly appeared among the ranks of the demon tribe, casting a dark glare at the Kunlun faction. In the void, all paused momentarily due to the sudden appearance of these powerful demons. Even the elders and guardians of Kunlun ceased their attacks, gazing up with a blend of awe and trepidation at the celestial expanse above. Suddenly, everyone retreated to the positions occupied by Qing Lin and others, creating a scene of stark opposition. At this moment, aside from the 2 ancient immortals of the temple, the other immortals cast furious glances at the powerful beings of the demon clan. Damn it. You two have actually betrayed the human race. Although the ancient immortals of Kanglan Sacred Land and others in the True Self realm harbored a profound hatred for Kunlun and desired its annihilation, they found it exceedingly difficult to engage in actions as despicable as those of the Immortal Martial Temple. Little did they know, the Immortal Martial Temple sought to leverage the power of the demon clan to diminish the foundational strength of the various human factions, thereby seizing the opportunity to reopen the passage to the upper realm. This would allow the beings from the upper realm to descend, solidifying the Immortal Martial Temple's preeminence among the human race. Foolishness. Casting a glance at those ancient immortals, the great god let out a cold sneer. He then turned to the strongest presence among the demon clan and spoke in a deep voice. Qing Yin, if you are willing to lend your hand to assist me, the Immortal Martial Temple shall grant the demon clan the ancient secret realm. Within the ancient secret realm lies an object that the demon clan has long yearned for, the origin of the world. This is what the founder of the Immortal Martial Temple left behind when he was taken by the beings from the upper realm. It is a relic of the upper realm. Chapter 134, the decree of the celestial spirits condemns, cast into the 18 layers of Kunlun S9 netherworlds simultaneously. It is worth noting that the control over the primordial secret realm also resides within the celestial martial temple. The primordial secret realm, a sanctuary for the formidable warriors of the human race throughout history, harbors numerous powerful legacies. Should this realm fall into the hands of the demon race, it would spell the end for the emergence of strong human warriors in the future. This is tantamount to condemning humanity to extinction. Ancient Void, you shall face retribution. Aside from the 2 ancient figures from the Wang family, whose eyes glinted with a shadowy intent as they seemed to deliberate a decision concerning Kunlun, the other grand ancestral figures of the prominent forces wore expressions of outrage, directing their fury towards the 2 divine elders of the Celestial Martial Temple. By your actions, the Celestial Martial Temple will be reviled by all. You are intent on bringing about the demise of our humanity. These ancient beings harbored a profound disdain for those who betrayed the human race, and even the actions of Kunlun did not incite such fury within them. In response to their words, the elder of the temple exhibited no trace of concern. Rather, he sneered derisively. Foolish beings, do you truly believe Kunlun would spare you? If not for the assistance of the demon race today, we would have vanished from existence. He then turned his gaze towards the 2 elders of the Wang family, commanding, Wang Zhen, Wang Tian, what are you 2 still contemplating? Upon hearing this, the 2 ancient figures of the Wang family ceased their hesitation and approached the elder of the temple, their expressions dark as they regarded the assembly of Kunlun. The relationship between the Wang family and the Celestial Martial Temple is indeed unique, as both share a common origin in the upper realms. Casting a fluctuating glance at the demon race and then at the elders of Kunlun, the ancient beings of the Taishu Sacred Land, Kanglan Sacred Land, the Qin family, the Luo family, the Divine Martial Empire, and the Primordial Merchant Association ultimately could not bring themselves to commit the universally condemned act of betraying humanity. In unison, several of these ancient figures exchanged glances and arrived at a difficult resolution, proclaiming loudly to the heavens, Master of Kunlun, we are willing to set aside all grievances, provided we can eradicate the demon race and the shameless individuals of the Celestial Martial Temple and the Wang family. At this juncture, the tone of the ancient ancestors from the major forces faltered, as if finding it challenging to continue. Their once bright eyes, now dimmed with age, reflected their weariness. After this battle, we are willing to acknowledge Kunlun as our sovereign. With that final declaration, it seemed as though they had exhausted their strength. Though Kunlun had claimed the lives of many of their formidable warriors, the stakes now concerned the very survival of the human race. While these powerful factions had always been self-serving, caring only for their own interests, they could not bear the thought of living in a world where they would be scorned by their peers. Master of Kunlun, the most powerful being of the demon race, had remained silent throughout, observing the actions of the crowd with a menacing gaze. However, at this moment, his expression shifted. The demon race had been concealed within the spatial realms, and they had sensed the terrifying aura of Lu Qin. Had it not been for their collusion with the Celestial Martial Temple, the demon race would undoubtedly have remained hidden. Master of Kunlun, the gazes of the two ancient beings and the aged patriarch of the Wang family were filled with shadows of resentment as they cast their eyes towards the heavens above. Their teeth clenched in fury, for if it were not for the sudden emergence of Kunlun, they would not be enduring such humiliation today. Cursed be it. When that figure from the upper realm descends, it shall be the end for you, Kunlun. A profound hatred for Kunlun simmered within the hearts of the elder immortals. For it was Kunlun that had stripped them of their former status, once high and mighty, overlooking all. Ancient Su, what origins does Kunlun possess? The demon clan does not wish to engage in conflict with Kunlun on your behalf. The strongest among the demon clans spoke with a voice filled with trepidation. Noting the heavens above remained unresponsive, the demon clan was not foolish. Had it not been for the Celestial Martial Temple's control over the ancient secret realm, and the critical role of that entity within it in restoring the passage to the upper realm, they would have relished the opportunity to stir chaos, desiring nothing more than the demise of all human strongholds. However, many of the elder immortals within the demon clan were nearing their own ends. Only with the reopening of the upper realm passage could they hope for another chance at life, to ascend towards loftier heights. In response to Qing Yin's words, the elder deity's expression became grave, and he spoke in a deep tone. I too am unaware. This Kunlun seems to have appeared out of nowhere, shrouded in enigma. The pressure emanating from Kunlun was overwhelming, instilling a sense of dread within him, for each of their formidable beings was excessively powerful. The slaughter they could unleash upon the champions of their respective factions was alarmingly one-sided. That was the true terror of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, the strongest of the demon clan spoke solemnly. Ancient Su, today, our demon clan can assist you in navigating the intricacies with Kunlun. But we shall never engage in warfare against them. For I have witnessed with my own eyes how the champions of Kunlun ruthlessly overcame those from the Celestial Martial Temple. Though the demon clan had brought their full strength to bear this time, their true self-realm warriors numbered merely 10. Even when combined with the two elder deities of the Celestial Martial Temple and the two ancient beings of the Wang family, they amounted to a meager 14. How could they possibly contend with Kunlun, especially when their adversaries boasted over 100 formidable beings at the pinnacle of the Void God realm? This was precisely what instilled great fear within him. Just as Qing Yin, the strongest of the demon clan, was about to initiate negotiations with Kunlun, a thunderous sound resonated from the supreme heavens. The atmosphere was charged with a terrifying energy, causing all present, including the demon clan's strongest, to tremble with trepidation. The Celestial Martial Temple and the Wang family of the Northern Lands, betrayers of humanity, deserve the gravest punishment. Their souls shall be cast into the 18 layers of Kunlun's abyss, enduring the myriad torments of this world, as a warning to all. As the expressions of the onlookers turned to shock and their hearts quaked, a voice, cold and indifferent, resonated from the heavens above, akin to a divine decree judging the sins of mortals. Boom. Like the pronouncement of a celestial being condemning the wrongdoings of the world, the sound reverberated through the cosmos, illuminating the celestial martial realm with a radiant glow, as if welcoming a being of unparalleled supremacy. In that moment, the collective thought echoed, shameless. They all deserve death. As the pinnacle of the human race, they have betrayed humanity. The world was engulfed in fury as all cultivators of the human race erupted in vehement curses, their hearts brimming with profound hatred. The celestial martial temple, once recorded in ancient texts, was long perceived as an unattainable pinnacle of existence. Yet, to their astonishment, it had now manifested and, worse yet, betrayed humanity. And then there were the imperial clans. These were the ancient powers familiar to all. At this moment, the human cultivators were further astounded by the terrifying might of Kunlun, an unparalleled force that loomed above the heavens, commanding reality with its mere utterances. O venerable ancestors of Kunlun, we beseech you to quell the chaos besieging our kind, to eradicate the celestial martial temple, to extinguish the imperial clan, and to drive the demon race from the territories of humanity. Gazing upwards at the lofty heavens, the despair that once filled their eyes transformed into profound reverence. As all human cultivators raised their voices in unison, we implore you, esteemed ancestors of Kunlun, to vanquish the traitors, suppress the demon race, and safeguard the immortal borders of humanity, thus forging a legacy of unparalleled renown. This fervent plea resonated across the vast realms, echoing through the expanse of the celestial martial world. Boom, boom. The resounding wishes of the people reverberated across the endless miles. Above the firmament, brilliant and boundless divine light emerged, seemingly answering the aspirations of the world. Boom. One more chapter. Esteemed ones, I implore your understanding. The updates have been slow. Chapter 135. The terror of the demon clan. The world in shock. The decree of the divine resounded throughout the cosmos. The voices of the world's aspirations echoed incessantly across the heavens and the earth. Instantly, the expressions of the elders from the immortal martial temple and the Wang family turned exceedingly grim, for they understood that from this day forth, the label of traitors among the human race would be an everlasting burden upon them. Ah, Kunlun, you all deserve to perish. At this moment, their loathing for Kunlun intensified. Had it not been for Kunlun's emergence, such a tragic calamity would not have unfolded. But wait, Lord of Kunlun, the demon clan harbors no desire for war against Kunlun. Nor do we intend to wage war against the human race. Please, I implore you to reveal yourself for a dialogue. Sensing the supreme divine aura emanating from the heavens, the strongest among the demon clan, Qing Yin, was immediately struck with panic, desperately calling out, "Curse be it! Had I known, I would not have meddled in this turmoil. Who exactly is this Lord of Kunlun? How could they be so formidable?" Simultaneously, Qing Yan's resentment towards the ancient beings of the immortal martial temple deepened. Indeed, if it were not for the demon clan and the ancients of the immortal martial temple striving to swiftly reopen the celestial passage to welcome those from the upper realm, this predicament would not have arisen. Furthermore, the immortal martial temple possessed a vital key in this matter, leading to the demon clan's fear that should the ancients perish, the passage to the upper realm would remain sealed. With the emergence of such a terrifying Kunlun among the human race, the demon clan could only face suppression, and it was even conceivable that Kunlun might eradicate them. Even if the demon clan refrained from stirring this tumult, Kunlun would eventually direct its wrath towards them. For Kunlun seeks to become the sole sovereign of the immortal martial continent. Within the enigmatic void, a youthful figure stood with hands clasped behind, gazing down with indifference upon the demon clan, the immortal martial temple, and the elders of the Wang family. He chuckled softly, remarking, "Those few factions may remain." As his divine gaze shifted towards the figures from the Tai Wang sacred ground and other factions, he spoke to himself in a muted tone. Boom. The ancient ancestors of the Tai Wang sacred ground and several other factions suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if a realization struck them. Exchanging glances, they hastily called out in unison towards the heavens, "We express our gratitude to the Lord of Kunlun. We are willing to take the lead in slaying those traitors and suppressing the calamity of the demon clan as a gesture of atonement." As their voices fell, divine radiance descended from above, instantly healing their injuries, leaving them in a state of utter astonishment. Hiss. How terrifying. What unparalleled power is this? The ancient ancestors' eyes reflected immense relief. They had indeed made the right bet. To live. Who desires death? Moreover, they had personally felt Kunlun's might. Even with the interference of the demon clan, they found it hard to believe that the meager resources of the demon clan, coupled with the ancient beings of the immortal martial temple and the Wang family, could ever match Kunlun's strength. In any case, death was inevitable. Yet compared to perishing alongside the demon clan and facing the world's scorn, bearing the stigma of eternal traitors was far worse. They are more inclined to align themselves with Kunlun, prioritizing the expulsion of the demon race from the human domain or utterly eradicating the threat. Even if, in the aftermath, Kunlun seeks to hold them accountable, it matters not. They fear not the destruction of their very beings, for they wish to preserve their integrity in this world. Alas, the ancient ones of the Wang family, including Qing Yin and Gu Su, as well as all demons, felt a sudden tremor in their gazes. their injuries miraculously restored in an instant. What a terrifying power. They had never witnessed such a feat just as astonishment gripped everyone. A voice, cold and divine, reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Execution. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient ancestors of several factions, including the great wilderness sacred land, bowed towards the heavens in gratitude, their frail bodies radiating an unprecedented aura of terror as they surged towards the immortal martial temple, targeting the ancient ones of the Wong family. Simultaneously, the Kunlun elders and sect guardians, who had long awaited the decree, unleashed their formidable might, directly charging towards the demon race. This time, all the elders of Kunlun had taken action. Suddenly, dozens of formidable presences emerged, among which two ancient figures rushed without hesitation towards the immortal martial temple, aiming for the Wong family's ancients. The primordial sacred land had come to eradicate the traitors and suppress the demons. The ancestor of the primordial sacred land bellowed, his voice echoing through the skies, declaring their stance. Upon witnessing this, the Kunlun elders merely cast a casual glance, offering no response. A cataclysmic pressure descended upon the demon race, causing their powerful members to tremble. The mightiest among them, Qing Yan, felt his eyes redden. He had not anticipated Kunlun's immediate action. Realizing there was no room for retreat, he howled in fury. Kill. Spare no effort. Boom. The battle erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic force that reverberated through the cosmos. The realm of immortal martial trembled incessantly as countless terrifying divine laws and chains of power traversed the vast void. In that moment, the world was astounded. Human cultivators were filled with fervor. Kunlun had declared war on the demon race. Humanity held hope. Bang, bang, bang. Clouds of blood mist erupted in the void. As the foundational powers of the demons, the Void God realm, and its ultimate experts, were slaughtered by Kunlun's might. Why? The demon race bears no enmity with Kunlun. Why? The strongest demon, Qing Yan, engaged in battle with Qing Shui, watched as countless experts, amassed over 1,000,000 years, fell one after another. His eyes filled with hatred as he roared in madness. Alas, the only response he received was a terrifying divine assault. Puff. Qing Yan, a towering figure, was sent retreating 1,000 miles, blood erupting from his mouth, a hint of fear flickering in his gaze as he fixed his stare upon Qi Shui. Truly, as the strongest of the demon race, facing a formidable opponent like Qi Shui, he managed to endure for so long, unlike the decrepit ancients of the human race, whose vitality had waned. He remained terrifyingly robust. Roar, roar, roar. A colossal roar, akin to a dragon's chant, resonated through the heavens, embodying a terrifying might that surged through the infinite expanse. The dragon's fury sent shockwaves across the world. Hiss. This is the dragon's roar. The world universally believes in the existence of a dragon lineage. Yet, it is not the Dragon Clan, if such a clan truly existed. The demon race would have long since dominated the Xianwu continent. This is most likely. Soon, a powerful figure on the verge of becoming a sovereign provided an answer regarding the various tribes of the demon race, the Jiaolong clan. A brilliant light sparkled in Qing Han's eyes, for he had not anticipated that his opponent was a Jiaolong, a creature whose bloodline was on the verge of transforming into a true dragon. No wonder the opponent exuded such formidable vitality, with a robust physique and a faint trace of draconic aura emanating. Indeed, the Jiaolong clan stands as the most powerful race among the demon tribes of the Xianwu continent. The demon races in the lower realms are merely diluted, weak factions of lesser bloodlines. However, Qing Yan is exceptionally unique, seemingly possessing a profoundly mysterious origin. Roar. A massive Qingtian Jiaolong, measuring over 1,000 meters and adorned with impenetrable azure scales, spiraled through the heavens. Its enormous eyes, akin to lanterns, burned with fury as they fixated on Qing Han, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed through the clouds. This was Qing Yan's true form, the Qitian Jiaolong. Boom. The colossal Jiaolong, radiating an overwhelming presence, shattered layers of ethereal space. In an instant, a gigantic claw emerged from the space before Qing Han, reaching out to grasp him. Bang. P.S. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your gifts. The author expresses profound gratitude. The author aspires to update more frequently and is truly making every effort. Esteemed patrons, please bear with me. Chapter 136, The Origin of Qing Yan and the Beings of the Upper Realm. Bang. The immense claw of the colossal dragon shattered the void with a tremendous force, descending swiftly upon Qing Wei's head. Boom. The sheer might of that claw was capable of obliterating even the formidable physique of a true self-realm expert. Buzz. Qing Wei's countenance remained utterly unperturbed as she raised her hand, channeling the terrifying power of divine laws, and struck back at the gargantuan claw. Bang. Roar. The azure dragon let out an earth-shattering wail, its massive claw now a gruesome mess, as its enormous body, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent flying thousands of miles, crashing violently against a towering peak that seemed to pierce the heavens. Boom. The towering mountain could not withstand the tremendous impact and collapsed with a resounding crash, burying the Azure Dragon within, leaving its fate uncertain. Hiss. Witnessing this, the elders of the immortal Martial Divine Hall, along with several powerful entities from the demon race, felt a jolt of trepidation in their hearts. There was no time for contemplation, as the assaults from the Kunlun experts intensified. They hastily unleashed all their hidden trump cards to defend against the onslaught. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, over 200 entities from the demon race at the virtual god realm, and more than 100 at the pinnacle of the virtual god realm, were obliterated in succession, their desperate howls echoing through the heavens and earth, a cacophony of despair. A dense mist of blood enveloped the skies, the acrid stench of blood saturating the atmosphere, transforming the heavens into a deep crimson, an unsettling sight. Onlookers from afar were left in utter shock, as the unique aura of the demon race had suddenly diminished to an unfathomable degree. Kunlun, victorious. The calamity of the demon race was finally on the brink of complete eradication from the world. Indeed, we, the human race, have triumphed. Kunlun, Kunlun. The practitioners from every domain of the human race were filled with exhilaration, though a hint of disbelief lingered, nonetheless. It did not hinder their heartfelt chants of Kunlun and reverence. How many millennia have passed? Although the human race boasts 10 ancient powers and a divine hall, with an unfathomable foundation and strength for over 1,000,000 years, they had failed to eradicate the scourge of the demon race, even shying away from declaring war against them. It was indeed a source of shame for humanity. Such is the truth. Now, with Kunlun at their side, even in the absence of the world's 10 great powers or the immortal Martial Divine Hall, the human race remains untroubled. In the skies above the northern celestial domain, Linyan, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Lingmu, Ziyun Yin, and Yulinglong gazed in awe at those seemingly invincible figures, their voices filled with excitement. This is my sect. Kunlun. Every elder of the sect is an unrivaled existence. So powerful, the group had been shaken countless times. Each encounter with the sect leaving a thunderous impact upon their hearts. This time, they had decisively swept away all the strongest ancient powers of the world with the might of their sect. Pray tell, who possesses such strength in this world? Only Kunlun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of the enemy's void deities and those at the pinnacle of the void realm have been utterly annihilated. And the 100 guardians of Kunlun have withdrawn from the battlefield, standing vigilantly in the vast void. Like celestial warriors, an overwhelming aura radiates from them, exerting pressure across the boundless expanse. This heralds that henceforth, Kunlun shall reign supreme, commanding all directions. Next, the elders of Kunlun shall unilaterally crush the ancient immortals of the true self realm, ushering in a massacre. Everyone, we have played enough. Shipo Tian proclaimed with a hearty laugh. At his words, a glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of the other elders, who then raised their aura once more, suddenly unleashing their might upon the ancient immortals. Boom. This is bad. Damn it. That is not their true strength. The face of the Grand Elder turned ashen with despair as he sensed the terrifying power unleashed upon them. Fear gripped the hearts of the other ancient immortals as well. No. How is this possible? Are they human or demon? How can they be so formidable? All the ancient immortals completely lost their composure. They had been thoroughly suppressed, their bodies bearing severe injuries, and though they had thought there was a significant gap in strength, believing their adversaries were also expending all their efforts, it was a moment of solace. Yet now, they were utterly unhinged, overwhelmed by fear, horror, and dread that surged within them. They had underestimated the elders of Kunlun far too much. With 100-mile sword intent, Gainia unleashed the radiant light of the abyssal rainbow sword, its aura enveloping the heavens as he struck at an ancient immortal of the Wang family who had been engaged with him. The sword gleamed brilliantly, its intent slicing through the firmament. Bang! A cloud of blood mist erupted, and the Wang family's ancient immortal did not even have time to scream before being obliterated along with his soul. Roar! Unbeatable! Flee quickly! The Grand Elder cried out in terror, his voice reverberating through the skies. Panic and fear engulfed him. He had not encountered such a terrifying foe in countless millennia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the ancient immortals were filled with trepidation, losing all courage to fight. The few true self-members of the demon clan did not even care for Qing Yan's fate, tearing through the void, attempting to escape just as they were about to traverse the expanse. Hehe, thinking of escaping? Qing Yun waved his hand, instantly binding the very fabric of this realm, severing space and cutting off all routes of retreat for his adversaries. No. You cannot kill us. If you do, Kunlun will face catastrophic retribution. There are great figures in the upper realm. The Grand Elder shouted in a desperate attempt to intimidate his opponents, But before he could finish his words, boom, a terrifying onslaught descended, shattering the 9 heavens and subduing all enemies of the world. No. Bang. In the Grand Elder's horrified gaze, Shipo Tion's earth-shattering punch obliterated him entirely. Whoosh. His soul sought to escape once more, but before the Grand Elder could even begin to reform his body, another wave of dreadful might crashed down upon him. Bang. 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 His soul was covered in golden light, employing some unknown divine technique to withstand this strike. Roar. 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 At that moment, a thunderous roar akin to a celestial dragon reverberated through the air. A towering figure, enveloped in a brilliant azure light, surged forth from a collapsed mountain range miles away. It was none other than the strongest of the demon clan, Qing Yan. Remarkably, he had not perished. It appeared that the mightiest beings of the 2 divine temples possessed enigmatic means of survival. How dare you? You mere ants from the lower realm presume to harm me. Were it not for the constraints placed upon me in this realm, I could effortlessly annihilate you with a single hand. Qing Yan shed his form, his eyes ablaze with fury as he directed his wrath towards the crowd of Kunlun, revealing his true origins. The upper realm. Qing Yan hailed from the upper realm. How could this be? Although the great deity was in a state of spiritual essence, disbelief was evident on the visage of his ethereal form. Even the ancient figures from the Taichu sacred land and the Taiwang sacred land gazed in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the revelation. With a deafening roar, an overwhelming aura surged around Qing Yan, shaking the very foundations of the celestial martial realm. The intensity of his presence seemed to threaten to surpass the confines of this world's cultivation limits. Die! He bellowed, charging towards Qing Huan with a terrifying momentum. As he passed, the void itself shattered, and even the heavens trembled as if unable to bear the weight of his power. So, a being from the upper realm. Feeling the cataclysmic force, the elders of Kunlun experienced a slight shift in expression for the first time, though it was a mere flicker. Even in the face of a divine being's descent, Kunlun remained undaunted. Even if celestial beings descend from the heavens, they must bow before Kunlun. What are those from the upper realm? Today, I shall sever you with the branch of the peach blossom in my grasp. Deng Tai A's gaze shone brightly, the branch in his hand radiant, shrouded in a terrifying sword intent. With a swift step, he vanished from sight, appearing before Qing Yan in an instant. A fierce clash ensued, as their powers intertwined, the laws of the universe bending under the weight of their conflict. The sword intent spreading across the sky as the destructive forces collided. In response to this unfolding battle, the elders, Shi Pa Tian, Li Chenggan, Duge Qiubai, Shimen Shui Shui, Yi Guqing, Yan Shisan, Yan Nantian, and Xie Xiaofeng, swiftly positioned themselves before the ancient beings, unleashing waves of annihilating energy with the force of a tempest. Bang! 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 No! Kunlun, you shall pay, with your destruction. The ancient figures, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, were swiftly obliterated, their souls dissipating into the fabric of time. Hiss! Is this the true might of the Kunlun warriors? It is utterly terrifying. The ancestral figures of the Taichu sacred land, Taiwang ancient land, and the ancient commerce alliance were left aghast, their minds trembling in shock. They could hardly comprehend what had transpired. All they could witness was the annihilation of the ancient beings, one after another. Alas, this is dire. Chapter 137. In the Heavenly Realm. Even the immortals must bow low before me within the sacred lands of Taichu and Taiwang. Ancient figures of immense power were astonished to find that the venerable great god had yet to meet his demise. In an instant, the fragmented soul of Gu Su had fled over 100,000 miles away. How he accomplished this feat remained a mystery to all present, especially since this very space was once fortified by the formidable restrictions set by Qing Han. It was utterly unexpected that the old immortal Gu Su possessed such an array of hidden cards. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed from the heavens, accompanied by a beam of divine light descending. No, how is this possible? Gu Su halted abruptly, a wave of unending dread surging within him from a distance of 100,000 miles. Boom. It was as though he had been struck by the wrath of the heavens, his soul dimmed, teetering on the brink of extinction in this world. Yet, Lucian would not allow Gu Su to perish so easily. With a hum, another radiant light descended, ensnaring Gu Su's soul in an invisible grip. In a flash, he was brought back to his original position, a mere 100,000 miles away. Humph. Gu Su, your betrayal of the human race will earn you eternal scorn from our kind. Were it not for that being's intent to cast you into the depths of the 18 hells, we would have annihilated you ourselves. The elders of Taichu, Taiwang, and the Ancient Commerce Association raged vehemently against Gu Su, wishing fervently for his immediate destruction. They were reminded of the words of the Kunlun master who surveyed all beings from the heavens. Hiss. The name of the Kunlun 18 hells sent shivers through their spines. Hell. Though they were unaware of its true nature or whether it truly existed within the realm of Xianwu, the mere utterance of the word seemed to siphon their life force, instilling a genuine terror within them. This was the source of their anguish. After exchanging glances, the elders found a profound sense of relief reflected in each other's eyes. Damn it, you have betrayed the divine temple. When that being descends, your fates will be dire. Meanwhile, the venerable great god remained oblivious to the horrifying torment awaiting him. Still howling in fury. Hee. Gu Su. All the powerful beings of the void god realm on Xianwu have perished. The passage to the upper realms cannot be reopened. Accept your fate. The only way to reactivate the passage is if that being were to. At this juncture, the ancient ancestor of Taichu suddenly grasped the implications, hastily silencing himself, casting a wary glance at the heavens. Phew. Fortunately, upon witnessing this, the elders from Taiwan, the Ancient Commerce Association, Kanglan Sacred Land, the Luo clan, the Qin clan, and the Divine Martial Empire also cast cautious glances skyward, their expressions dimming considerably. Now, they merely awaited the demise of the strongest of the demon race, Qin Yin, for the great conflict to reach its conclusion. They too would soon face the reckoning from Kunlun. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, shaking the very skies. The onlookers were once again astounded, quickly gazing towards the void. There, they beheld in the vast void, a solitary figure cloaked in flowing robes stood, surrounded by an aura of formidable sword and tint. In his hand, he wielded an unassuming peach blossom branch, and a gentle yet resonant voice emanated from his lips. 300,000 celestial beings must bow their heads upon encountering me today. Whether you hail from the upper realms or are a celestial being. His voice, akin to a resounding bell, reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the world was shaken, and countless sword cultivators gazed upon the towering figure, filled with profound reverence, their hearts trembling fiercely. 300,000 celestial beings. They must bow before me. The awe-inspiring and grandiloquent proclamation echoed incessantly in everyone's ears. Such dominance. We, as sword cultivators, ought to embody this spirit. Indeed. What insignificant beings from the upper realms dare approach when a mighty figure from the Kunlun sword Dao stands forth? This is the true path of our swordsmanship. What of the celestial beings above? With a sword in hand, even they can be vanquished. Surely, that venerable elder of the Kunlun sword Dao must be a master of the sword. I have gained enlightenment. I have understood. Instantaneously, countless sword cultivators experienced a moment of realization, hastily bowing towards the heavens in gratitude for the impartation of truth, though no formal teachings were conveyed. In the presence of Deng Taiye, numerous sword practitioners beheld the might of the sword, witnessing the unwavering confidence of a swordsman who could slay even 300,000 celestial beings. A true swordsman fears not. Bold, you are audacious. Ignorant being of the lower realms, how dare you insult the celestial beings, those sacred entities? You know not the peril you invite. Upon hearing Deng Taiye's reckless and uninformed words, Qin Yan's countenance darkened with fury as he viewed celestial beings as the most revered existence. As his furious roar faded, Deng Taiye laughed heartily. The ignorant one is you. The might of Kunlun is beyond your comprehension. He had once slain a staggering 81 celestial beings, standing at the gates of heaven, causing even the celestial beings to tremble. Li Chuangan's laughter echoed as he recounted Deng Taiye's astonishing past. Instantly, the elders of the Taichu Holy Land, the Taiwan Holy Land, the Archaic Merchant Guild, the Luo family, the Qin family, and the old fellows of the Divine Martial Empire were rendered utterly motionless, paralyzed by fear. Celestial beings, do they truly exist? Has he really slain celestial beings? If anyone else had uttered such claims, they would have been met with disbelief, yet the words from the elders of Kunlun conjured terrifying images in their minds. What? No. Impossible. Damn it. Are you trying to frighten me? Qin Yan's heart raced with dread, hastily suppressing the flicker of fear that arose within him, and once more unleashed an unprecedented terrifying force. Boom. Come and fight. With a thunderous roar, Qin Yan transformed into a colossal meteor, hurtling forward. Bang. 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 The heavens and earth trembled, the fabric of space shattered, and all that Qin Yan passed became obliterated, devoid of life. Buzz. Deng Taiye's gaze remained serene, his face betraying not a hint of emotion, as if a mere leaf had fluttered towards him. With a tremor of the peach blossom branch in his hand, it instantly erupted into a dazzling radiance, soaring towards the heavens as if to rend the very fabric of this realm. With a single stroke, I shall sever you. Whoosh. The peach blossom branch swept through the air, unleashing a slender beam of sword light that darted forth like an ordinary speck of light, aimed at Qin Yan. Aha. Ignorant fool. Is this what you deem a celestial being capable of slaying? Upon witnessing that seemingly harmless, less than 3 zhang long beam of sword light, Qin Yan erupted in laughter, a terrifying force that transcended the true self-realm surging forth from within him, enveloping his form. He sought to obliterate this ignorant insect that dared to insult celestial beings. Boom. Just as Qing Yin prepared to casually extinguish the slender beam of sword light, which was less than 100 li away from him, a thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, Qing Yan's pupils constricted sharply as the slender beam of sword light transformed into an overwhelming sword force, radiating an aura potent enough to annihilate celestial beings, exuding sheer terror. No, this cannot be. Bang. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed patrons for their generous gifts. The author is immensely thankful. The plot in the lower realms will soon unfold. Please bear with me, esteemed patrons. The narrative will become clearer once the protagonist ascends to the upper realm. Thank you for your unwavering support. Chapter 138, Kunlun Town, the end of calamities. Bang. The heavens and the earth trembled as a single sword cleaved through the stars. In the astonished gazes of all, Qing Yin was instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood, bursting forth in the void. A terrifying sword intent descended, cleaving the ground asunder, revealing a chasm of immense depth. Bang! The essence of the sword permeated the vast skies, and before Qing Yin could even escape with his soul, he was utterly annihilated by the overwhelming sword force. They're dead, all of them. Ah, Kunlun, you shall pay dearly for this. The elder, in a daze, roared in madness, unable to accept the grim reality before him. The entire might of the demon clan had been extinguished in the immortal martial temple. Countless years of scheming, on the verge of fruition, were suddenly obliterated by Kunlun. Who could endure such devastation? Puff. The elder spat blood from his soul, overwhelmed by terror, indicating his wish for death. Yet, he found himself unable to perish, for even the ability for his soul to self-destruct was restrained. So powerful, that single sword might indeed have the capacity to eradicate immortals. The elders of the other faction stood frozen, their minds rendered completely numb, taking a long time to recover from the shock. With astonished eyes, they glanced at the remaining elders of Kunlun, and a dreadful thought sparked within them. Kunlun. Could it be that they hail from the upper realm? Truly, it is Deng Taiye, the second greatest swordsman in the world, capable of slaying 81 immortals with a single stroke. In the mysterious space above the firmament, Lu Chen marveled at the unfolding events, his gaze shifting to the elders and guardians of all sections. Kunlun has finally ascended to become the sovereign of the immortal martial continent. Lu Chen murmured to himself, a sense of excitement stirring within him, yet an unsettling intuition lingered in his heart. Are they from the upper realm? Unbeknownst to Lu Chen, a foreboding sensation of an impending storm enveloped him. System, can you provide information regarding the ancient secret realm? Then, he silently mused, believing that the ancient secret realm should contain some knowledge about beings from the upper realm. Ding. The ancient secret realm was formed 3 million years ago due to the conclusion of the ancient era, a natural phenomenon not crafted by human hands. The end of an era signifies the demise of countless powerful beings. The immortal martial heavens sensed this and, recognizing the need for guardians in a world devoid of strength, gathered the aspirations and legacies of those formidable beings into a mysterious space it created, the ancient secret realm, to foster the emergence of new powers to maintain the balance of existence and causality in the world. Oh, so that is the case. Having perused the information, Lu Chen understood the rationale behind the actions of the immortal martial heaven. In the grand tapestry of existence, everything must maintain balance. Every being, every race, possesses a purpose and a corresponding fate. If the human race lacks formidable beings, and the demon race were to annihilate humanity, it would disrupt the delicate balance of existence. In the unseen realms, both heaven and earth would be affected, leading to a diminishment of the celestial forces. Should powerful entities from other worlds descend, and if the might of the celestial martial path proves insufficient to resist, the only outcome would be the refinement of the celestial martial path, resulting in the complete annihilation of this realm. System, is there any additional information available? As no information regarding the beings from the upper realm had emerged, Lu Chen contemplated further. Soon, the system's cold voice resonated in his mind once more. Ding. In the ancient secret realm, there lies a fragment of the world's essence left by the beings from the upper realm. 1,000,000 years ago, these beings discovered the uniqueness of the celestial martial world and, upon arriving, recognized the utility of the ancient secret realm formed by celestial forces. They placed a fragment of the world's essence within, intending to accelerate the emergence of more individuals with special physiques, as well as to cultivate more powerful beings. Thus, in the future, not only could they take those with special physiques, but they could also bring some who reach the limits of this realm to the upper realm, transforming them into their servants. Note, among those taken by the beings from the upper realm 1,000,000 years ago were the founders of the 10 great powers, including the Celestial Martial Hall and the Demon God Hall. No wonder. Both the Celestial Martial Hall and the Demon God Hall hold the ancient secret realm in such high regard. It contains the essence of a world. The essence of a world. Moreover, it possesses a power surpassing that of the Celestial Martial World. Throughout the myriad realms, countless great and small worlds exist. Yet, small worlds akin to the Celestial Martial Continent are exceedingly rare. Thus, the beings from the upper realm did not hesitate to refine their own great world, embedding its essence within the Celestial Martial World, all in pursuit of nurturing more individuals with special physiques. It is evident that the beings from the upper realm place immense value on the Celestial Martial Continent. Currently, Kunlun stands as the most formidable power within the entire Celestial Martial Continent. Should the beings from the upper realm descend, they might very well target Kunlun first. Furthermore, the annihilated Celestial Martial Hall, the Wang Clan, the Wujie Sacred Land, the Demon God Hall, and the Qingyan faction all possess representatives in the upper realm, the founders of these great powers. The upper realm. Previously, Lu Chun had gleaned some of this information from the Taichu Sacred Land. However, it seems that the most terrifying aspect is not merely the founders of those powers taken to the upper realm. Rather, it is the true beings from the upper realm who extracted those powers. That is the real source of dread. According to the system, these authentic beings from the upper realm possess the capability to refine an entire world and extract its essence. What an awe-inspiring and fearsome ability that is. Even though Lu Qin is currently brimming with confidence and feels no fear should the beings from the upper realm descend, if those genuinely formidable figures were to arrive, Kunlun might be obliterated in an instant. Contemplating this, Lu Qin's heart sank. Although he still possesses one opportunity for a lottery and an imperial summoning card, there is no guarantee regarding the caliber of the being that might appear. For now, he can only proceed step by step, navigating the uncertain path ahead. Indeed, system. Can we access information regarding Qingyan? Just now, he witnessed Qingyan's formidable strength, which seems to have surpassed the ultimate boundaries of the Xianwu continent. Fortunately, due to the suppression of the Xianwu heavenly path, it appears that Qingyan's true cultivation is not exceedingly powerful, thus failing to exert any substantial influence on the Xianwu realm, preventing his expulsion from the Xianwu continent. Ding, the demon race Qingyan, bears a significant past, one that the current host cannot comprehend. In due time, the host shall come to know all. As expected, Lu Qin had anticipated such a situation. For even the Xianwu Divine Temple and various major factions are unaware of Qingyan's true origins. However, one aspect remains quite perplexing. A being originally from the upper realm, a demon, has manifested in this lower realm. At this moment, Lu Qin has little desire to speculate further. Subsequently, his gaze sparkled with divine light as he glanced at the crowd below, piercing through layers of void space, revealing the circumstances of the various domains within the Xianwu continent before his eyes. With a single glance, he comprehended the entirety of Xianwu. The world lay within his sight. The human sinners, the Xianwu Divine Temple, and the Wang family of the northern lands have already been eradicated. The calamity of the demon race has been utterly severed. Henceforth, Kunlun shall stabilize Xianwu. The world shall know no further tribulations. The majestic voice of the divine resounded like the booming of the heavens, echoing throughout the universe, penetrating every corner, clearly reaching the ears of all. Chapter 139. The Celestial Sovereign of Martial Arts, Kunlun, shakes the world. The Demonic Clan. The calamity of the Demonic Clan has been utterly eradicated. The transgressors of the Human Clan have been annihilated. The Human Clan is now free from worry. No longer shall the Human Clan fear the turmoil instigated by the Demonic Clan. The grand sound of heaven and earth resounded, and it took a long while for the people to come to their senses. All were filled with fervent excitement, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. Kunlun, so formidable! They have truly accomplished it. For millions of years, the scourge of the Demonic Clan had never ceased. Yet today they bear witness to this momentous event that resonates across the world. Kunlun, the Celestial Sovereign of Martial Arts. Friends, after today, we must journey to the southern wilderness to pay our respects. A venerable ancestor from the Purple Moon Dynasty, a quasi-emperor, spoke in astonishment. Haha, indeed. This is the extraordinary fortune of our younger generations. Yes, it is truly a miraculous opportunity for Lingmu, Yunyan, and the others to become disciples of Kunlun. With the Wang clan's destruction, we no longer have to live in daily trepidation. Indeed, after countless millennia, the heavy burden on our chests has finally been lifted. The quasi-emperors from the Purple Moon Dynasty, the Lingxiao Dynasty, and the Holy Sky Palace expressed their exhilaration, reflecting on the time when the Wang clan was undeniably the sovereign of the Northern Celestial Domain, despite their own status among the superpowers. Only they understood the terror of the Wang clan. Everyone, we must leave swiftly. Suddenly, a quasi-emperor, trembling slightly, exclaimed loudly as if recalling an unsettling matter. I say, Old Xiang, are you trying to frighten my old bones away? Just look at me. Let me show you what it means to be steadfast. I mean, stable. The quasi-emperors of the Holy Sky Palace chuckled at Xiang. On this day, the two great dynasties in the esteemed palace gathered, with their respective juniors being disciples of Kunlun. There were no grievances among them, and they felt as if they had been long-time friends. You old fellows, what time is it? Still making jokes. Those young friends from Kunlun are still with Old Ling. Upon hearing this, the old fellows' expressions changed dramatically as they suddenly remembered that Lin Yun and the others had yet to pay their respects after arriving in the northern celestial domain. Now that Kunlun has become the celestial sovereign of martial arts, even a mere outer disciple holds a status beyond their comparison. Old Xiang, you old rascal, can't you say everything in one go next time? As soon as the words fell, whoosh, 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 the figures of the quasi-emperors vanished in an instant, leaving only Old Xiang, bewildered in the void. After a moment of shock, he cursed a few times before his figure also disappeared swiftly. Once the quasi-emperors of the three great powers departed, a voice, trembling with fear, echoed, "It's over." In this moment, it seems that my heavenly demon palace in the northern celestial domain will forever remain under the dominance of the three great powers, Kunlun, the sovereign of immortal martial arts. How splendid it would be if our heavenly demon palace could boast a younger generation capable of becoming disciples of Kunlun. The former emperor of our palace, once shrouded in a sinister gaze, had contemplated revealing the unique relationship between the Lingxiao dynasty, the Holy Heaven Palace, and the Ziyue dynasty. Should Kunlun meet its demise, this would incite the ancient powers to obliterate those three factions. In such a scenario, our heavenly demon palace would rise to become the foremost force beneath the Wang family. While the notion is appealing, reality proves to be exceedingly harsh. Ancestor. At that moment, the master of the heavenly demon palace approached the old ancestor with utmost reverence, yet before he could utter a word, he was sent flying with a resounding kick from the heavenly demon ancestor. You useless wretch, get away from me. The ancestor unleashed his fury upon the palace master. Blood erupted from the palace master's mouth as he gazed at the vanishing figure of the ancestor, utterly bewildered. What has transpired? Ancestor. The pitiful palace master internally cried out, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao dynasty, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong gazed up at the heavens with awe. We, Kunlun, have become the sovereign of immortal martial arts. In the central heavenly domain, amidst the void, the proclamation resounded, Kunlun commands immortal martial arts. No calamity shall befall the world again. Such earth-shattering declarations could only be uttered by the master of Kunlun himself. The elders from the Taichu Sacred Land, the Taiwang Sacred Land, the Primordial Commerce Association, the Kanglan Sacred Land, the Luo family, and the Qin family were all profoundly shaken by these words. They remained in a state of disbelief for an extended period. Today, everything that transpired was undeniably the most astonishing experience of their lives. The elder from the Immortal Martial Temple was particularly struck, his spirit nearly shattered. He possessed extensive knowledge of the secrets of the world and was acutely aware that the Immortal Martial Continent was merely a realm cultivated by the beings of the upper world. Regardless of who ultimately reigns over the Immortal Martial Continent, they cannot escape the control of those from the upper realm. This knowledge was imparted to him during his last communication with the founder of the Immortal Martial Temple in the upper world. Should a sovereign emerge from the Immortal Martial Continent, the beings of the upper realm would contemplate bringing them up into their domain. It was precisely for this reason that several elders of the Immortal Martial Temple conspired covertly with the demon race, all in hopes of securing an opportunity to ascend to the upper realm. Yet, the emergence of Kunlun was an unforeseen variable that rendered their intricate plans futile, ultimately leading them to become prisoners of Kunlun. Qingyun, take them back to Kunlun. The serene voice descended from the heavens, compelling and irresistible. Yes, Sect Master, responded the elders and guardians with utmost respect. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Qingyun released divine energy from his sleeves, cascading down to the earth. Crack. Zzz. Before their eyes, the vast expanse of land, stretching across 1,000,000 miles, revealed deep chasms, some reaching thousands of feet, miraculously beginning to heal. Witnessing this spectacle, the elders of the primordial sacred land felt their pupils constrict, their hearts filled with profound astonishment. Such a magnificent display of power, even for those of them who had attained the true self-realm, was utterly beyond their capabilities. Subsequently, the elders of Kunlun swiftly returned to their stronghold, accompanied by the venerable figures from the primordial sacred land and other significant factions. Simultaneously, within the Lingxiao dynasty, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian exchanged resigned smiles as they faced the three venerable ancestors of immense power, who now regarded them with utmost respect. After all, these were the esteemed seniors of their fellow disciples, Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong. The trio felt it necessary to extend a modicum of courtesy. Esteemed seniors, there is no need for formalities. Thank you to all the esteemed patrons for your generous gifts. The author is immensely grateful. Even on Valentine's Day, the author did not take a break and has maintained the updates. Please encourage the author with more requests. Thank you to all the great patrons. Chapter 140. Our humble plea. To greet that existence, these young friends are truly remarkable. They are indeed the disciples of the supreme sovereign power, Kunlun. Each one of them is a dragon among men. Upon hearing this, the esteemed ancestors from the Lingshao dynasty, the Ziyue dynasty, and the Holy Heaven Palace were filled with emotion. If the disciples from those ancient great powers were to arrive within their ranks, how many would be arrogant and self-important? Even as quasi-emperors, they would receive no respect whatsoever. Then, the quasi-emperor ancestors exchanged glances and hastily spoke. Dear young friends, we old fellows have a request. We earnestly beseech you to grant it. Oh, what is it that the esteemed seniors desire? Lin Yun and Luo Lingxue were taken aback. After all, these were quasi-emperors, and they could not fathom what they would need to request from them. However, Qin Ruoxian quickly discerned their thoughts, though she refrained from voicing it, considering that Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong were now her junior disciples. Esteemed ancestors, what is it that you wish to? Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong looked on in confusion, directing their gazes toward their respective elders. The leaders of the three great powers exchanged anxious glances. Though they were powerful sovereigns possessing great saintly cultivation, they were now in the presence of the celestial martial sovereign, the eldest senior brother and sister of Kunlun. The mere presence of the three exuded an intangible pressure that silenced them. Ignoring their juniors' inquiries, the elders quickly turned to Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian, cupping their hands in respect. The matter is thus: we wish to visit Kunlun to pay our respects to that esteemed existence, to greet the sect master. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian immediately understood. Kunlun had indeed become the celestial martial sovereign. It was only natural for these quasi-emperor ancestors to wish to visit Kunlun. However, it was uncertain whether the sect master would receive them. After all, Kunlun was no longer the same as it once was. Not everyone had the privilege to make such a visit, even if they were relatives of Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong. This matter was not within their authority to decide. Alas, what to do? After all, they were the ancestors of their junior disciples. Just as Lin Yun pondered how to express his concerns, Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong recognized the predicament faced by their senior brother and sisters and quickly spoke up. Esteemed ancestors, please do not place our senior brother and sisters in a difficult position. Without the sect master's summons, even we would find it exceedingly challenging to meet the venerable sect master. What they said was indeed true. It was not within their power to meet Lu Qin at will. They could only approach the main hall upon his summons. During ordinary times, they could scarcely catch a glimpse of Lu Qin. Sai, the sovereign of Kunlun, was supremely exalted. They truly lacked the qualifications to meet him. The elder gentleman sighed deeply, exchanging bittersweet smiles, for they had already anticipated this outcome. Three young friends, please forgive our abruptness. Might we ask that upon your return to Kunlun, you convey our requests to that esteemed individual? Not at all, esteemed seniors, Lin Yun replied, his gaze steady as he addressed the venerable quasi-emperors. Upon our return to Kunlun, should we encounter the sect leader, we will certainly relay your requests. Haha, that is indeed splendid. We are most grateful to you, dear friends. Upon hearing this, the quasi-emperors from the Lingshao dynasty, Ziyue dynasty, and the Holy Heaven Palace displayed a flicker of excitement on their faces. As long as their requests could reach that formidable presence, they would be satisfied. This was a gesture of goodwill. Whether they could actually meet that being was of secondary importance. Naturally, if they were to stand before such an existence, it would be even more delightful. The quasi-emperors felt an exhilarating thrill in their hearts, coupled with a profound reverence for Kunlun. Subsequently, Lin Yun and his companions resolved to return to Kunlun the following day. In the southern wilderness domain, within the Heavenly Xian Holy Land's main hall, the Holy Master of Heavenly Xian stood respectfully before an elderly figure. Not daring to make any movement, his eyes filled with trepidation. It was a dread of Kunlun, as a superpower in the southern wilderness. The Holy Master understood that if he did not express a clear stance, Kunlun would undoubtedly take action against the Heavenly Xian Holy Land. Kunlun, the sovereign of immortal martial arts. It seems that our Heavenly Xian Holy Land will never rise again. The aged figure before him expressed his own boundless astonishment. His voice hoarse and feeble. Ancestor, did you not say that once the upper realm passageway reopens, our esteemed one from the upper realm would descend? The Holy Master was still struggling to accept reality, recalling the previous words of the ancestor, his heart fluttering with excitement. Ah, but little do you know. The reopening of the upper realm passageway requires human intervention to repair it first. The heavenly Xian ancestor had not disclosed this critical detail. Ah, the upper realm passageway. Now, all those old fossils from the immortal martial temple have perished. The Wang clan among the 10 great powers, as well as the Wujia Holy Land, have been annihilated, and those other surviving elders have also been taken by Kunlun. In this world, no one remains capable of reopening the upper realm passageway. At this moment, the heavenly Xian ancestor felt as though his heart had turned to ashes. He had never imagined that Kunlun could be so formidable. Overpowering the immortal martial temple and the 9 great powers, even the demon race's profound roots had been ruthlessly extinguished. In this world, it seemed that apart from Kunlun, even the ancient great powers of millennia past could not accomplish such feats. Alas, let it be as it may. Should Kunlun truly decide to strike against our heavenly Xian Holy Land in the future, it would signify that our fate has reached its end. With these words, the heavenly Xian ancestor vanished from the grand hall. The once despondent and lifeless Tianxin Saint Master stood in a daze, overwhelmed by despair. Has the Tianxin Holy Land truly reached the end of its fate? Meanwhile, on Kunlun's disciple peak, all the disciples were engulfed in sheer madness, their faces reflecting profound shock and exhilaration. The sect had ascended to become the sovereign of the immortal martial realm. Although Kunlun was shrouded by formations that isolated it from external influences, Lu Qin's resonant words had penetrated through, leaving all disciples astounded. Now, witnessing the return of the esteemed elders alongside over 100 formidable guardians and many aged figures, they sensed that their sect might genuinely dominate the immortal martial continent. Dear fellow disciples, one inner disciple, hailing from a prominent clan in the Central Sky region, exclaimed in disbelief after consulting Senior Wang Ming. He revealed that those ancient figures are among the 8 of the 10 oldest powers in the immortal martial continent, with 2 factions already eradicated by our sect's elders. What? Chapter 141. Guarding the immortal martial continent, returning to the upper realm. Within the main hall, the elders arrived, accompanied by representatives from the Taichu Holy Land, the Ancient Commerce Association, the Taiwan Holy Land, the Kanglan Holy Land, the Lingzhou Holy Land, the Divine Martial Empire, the Luo family, and the Qin family, alongside those ancient beings of true self-realm. Among them, only the Taichu Holy Land boasted 2 revered ancestors of true self-realm. As the 9 venerable figures entered the grand hall, they were immediately enveloped by an intangible yet formidable pressure, causing their hearts to tremble and their spirits to quail. The Lord of Kunlun. The 9 elders exchanged alarmed glances, hastily directing their attention toward the seat of honor. What appeared to be a mere throne gave them the profound impression of standing before a divine entity. In their minds, an imposing figure, majestic and godlike, materialized, seated atop the throne, surveying all beings below. At that moment, the elders on either side felt an irresistible compulsion to turn towards the seat of honor. Their gazes laced with reverence as they bowed deeply, as if awaiting the arrival of a transcendent deity. Upon witnessing this display, the expressions of the 9 venerable figures shifted dramatically as they realized the gravity of the situation. They too bowed in respect, casting cautious glances toward the figure upon the throne, their hearts filled with awe. At last, they were to behold that terrifying presence. Despite their own strength as true self-realm warriors, they were acutely aware that the power of the Lord of Kunlun surpassed the boundaries of the immortal martial continent. It was far beyond the mere cultivation of true self-realm, for during the previous conflict, they had sensed a chilling and formidable force emanating from all the elders of Kunlun. Moreover, the elders exhibited profound reverence toward the Lord of Kunlun, a testament to the divine nature of this formidable existence. Just as the 9 venerable figures were engulfed in their astonishment, radiant divine light shimmered above the throne, bathing the hall in a myriad of glimmers, as though welcoming a supreme celestial king descending from the heavens. As the divine light faded and the brilliance dispersed, the figure of a young man clad in white gradually became discernible upon the throne. It was none other than the Lord of Kunlun, Lu Qin. Greetings, Sect Master. The elders exclaimed with utmost respect. Upon witnessing this, the pupils of the 9 ancient beings contracted sharply, their eyes filled with disbelief. Realizing the truth, they quickly set aside their astonishment and bowed deeply to Lu Qin. We, the sinners, pay our respects to the sovereign. The Taichu Holy Land pays its respects to the sovereign. The other elders, aside from those of the Taichu Holy Land, were engulfed in trepidation at the sight of the figure upon the throne. Kunlun now stood as the dominant force of the immortal martial continent, and addressing Lu Qin as sovereign was indeed fitting. How could this be? Was this truly the Lord of Kunlun? He appeared far too youthful. The shock of Lu Qin's youth sent another shudder through the hearts of the 9 venerable figures. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this young master of Kunlun exhibits no trace of decay. This signifies that his youth is genuinely authentic. To wield such formidable power at such a tender age only fortifies their belief that Kunlun does not belong to the realm of the immortal martial continent. Rather, it is likely that he hails from the upper realms, or perhaps even other vast worlds. Reflecting on this, the 9 elderly individuals lowered their postures even further, demonstrating greater reverence towards Lu Qin, who occupies the esteemed position above. This world inherently venerates the strong, even if Kunlun were to obliterate their forces. These old-timers would still express gratitude for any mercy shown. The rules are dictated by the powerful, leaving the weak with no choice but to submit or perish. Elders. There is no need for formality. A formless force gently lifted the bowed figures of the elders. Thank you, Sect Master, they intoned in awe. Their gazes filled with reverence directed at Lu Qin. Nodding slightly, Lu Qin's authoritative gaze fell upon the 9 elders in the center of the hall. Smiling faintly, he remarked, "The Taichu Holy Land is quite commendable. You too, please rise and speak." His words resonated in the ears of 2 ancient ancestors from the Taichu Holy Land, instantly filling them with elation. They dared not straighten their postures nor meet Lu Qin's formidable gaze, hastily expressing their gratitude. "We are indebted to the sovereign. The sovereign has severed the threats of the demon clan that plagued humanity for countless millennia and has eradicated the treacherous forces of the immortal martial temple and the Wang family. Eternal sinners against humanity. This is indeed a significant contribution to our kind and the immortal martial realm." The 2 ancient ancestors from the Taichu Holy Land spoke earnestly to Lu Qin, emphasizing that they have always prioritized the safety of humanity. During numerous upheavals instigated by the demon clan, the Taichu Holy Land has consistently taken the lead in quelling the unrest. As for the Wang family and the immortal martial temple, such factions have little regard for the lives of humanity. Other major forces, such as the Taiwan Holy Land, while primarily concerned with their own interests, are not so selfish as to disregard humanity's survival in times of peril. Just like this time, they preferred to face the consequences from Kunlun rather than betray their kin. At the very least, they possess a baseline of integrity. Indeed, the immortal martial temple and the Wang family are a disgrace to humanity. I shall not allow their existence to persist. Upon finishing his words, a terrifying gaze fell upon the remaining 7 elders, causing them to break into a cold sweat, their souls feeling as if they might shatter, trembling uncontrollably. Humph! A chilling snort echoed, and an intangible force crashed down upon the 7 true self-stage elders, instilling fear and a chilling sensation that crept from their feet to their foreheads. Bang! 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 The 7 true self-stage elders, utterly terrified, fell to their knees, cold sweat pouring from their brows, their minds paralyzed by the godlike pressure. This is utterly terrifying. This cannot possibly be the true self-stage. What manner of being is this master of Kunlun? It is truly too fearsome. The faces of the 7 elders were etched with terror as they faintly began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their voices trembling. "Sovereign, it is our fault." Unaware of the supreme might of the heavens and oblivious to the consequences of their actions, they have offended the majesty of Kunlun. We are willing to atone with our lives, only beseeching the sovereign to spare a trace of our lineage, allowing us to persist in this world. The 7 old men hastily implored Lu Qin. At this moment, all semblance of their former dignity as true self-realm experts vanished. They feared not death, yet they dreaded the complete extinction of their legacy. Alas, had we known this from the beginning, would we have acted thus? The 2 ancient ancestors from the Taichu Holy Land sighed inwardly, relieved that their earlier decisive actions had preserved the dignity of the Taichu Holy Land, sparing them from the agony of severed heritage. Humph! You, who have disregarded the celestial might of Kunlun, ought to have perished, however. Harboring compassion for all beings and unwilling to see the extinction of human power, I shall grant you a chance. For you have exhibited a modicum of reason and have not betrayed humanity, thus I shall allow you a path to survival. As soon as these words were spoken, the 7 old men's expressions brightened with joy. Their hearts surged with exhilaration. They had expected not only their demise, but also the obliteration of their legacy. Yet this being was willing to offer them a chance at life. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Lu Qin's authoritative voice continued. Soon, Kunlun shall return to the upper realm. The Xianwu continent cannot be without formidable guardians. Though your strength is feeble, you have at least reached the pinnacle of this realm. Thus you may serve as guardians of the Xianwu continent for Kunlun. Hiss, the upper realm. Returning to the upper realm. Kunlun truly hails from the upper realm. With these words, an overwhelming tempest of astonishment surged within the hearts of the 9 true self-realm elders, their spirits quaking violently. Chapter 142. May the strong among us arise. In obedience to the rulings of the sovereign to the denizens of the upper realm. They're akin to divine beings from the heavens, incomparable to the founders of their respective factions within the upper realm. Those ancestors were merely brought forth by others. No wonder every formidable being from Kunlun is overwhelmingly powerful. It turns out they hail from the upper realm, which explains everything. Throughout the ages, there has been no information regarding Kunlun on the Xianwu continent. Upon this realization, the 9 elder beings in the true self realm felt an increasing sense of awe and were profoundly grateful for their prudent decision. Otherwise, even if the passage to the upper realm were to be reopened, those ancestors would likely pay a severe price when confronted by the mysterious and formidable presence of Kunlun. Without hesitation, they promptly prostrated before Lu Chen, expressing their utmost respect. We, the ignorant, express our gratitude to the sovereign for this opportunity. The sovereign harbors compassion for all beings in the Xianwu realm, unmatched by any in heaven and earth. We hereby pledge our oaths to the heavenly principles. As long as our corporeal forms remain intact and our souls endure, we shall stand steadfast for the sovereign and Kunlun, forever guarding the Xianwu continent. Having witnessed the mystery and might of Kunlun, they understood that, despite being of the upper realm, Kunlun's heart beats for the myriad beings of the Xianwu world. Unlike those who reside high above, viewing the denizens of the lower realms as mere insects, cold and indifferent. In that moment, all the elder beings, including those from the Taichu Holy Land, reverently bowed to Lu Chen once more, filled with profound reverence. Beings of the lower realms are like ants. Those of the upper realm, lofty and exalted. Such scenarios had indeed unfolded on the Xianwu continent. This was not confined to the Xianwu continent alone. Even other grand worlds and lesser realms were no exception. For the upper realm is the center of all worlds. Then, from this day forth, your faction shall be incorporated into the Jiuzhou dynasty. The dynasty? The Jiuzhou dynasty. What manner of power is this? The elders, of course, were oblivious to the Jiuzhou dynasty, having been dormant for an indeterminate period. Even the 2 ancient figures from the Taichu Holy Land were similarly unaware, as the Taichu sovereign had deemed it unnecessary to inform them at that time. Before the 9 could fully comprehend, a calm voice resounded once more, causing their bodies to tremble. The Jiuzhou dynasty is the external force of Kunlun. You shall assist its leader diligently and jointly safeguard the Xianwu continent. Ah, the external force of Kunlun. No wonder. It is likely that, despite being a dynasty, its power is undoubtedly formidable. Subsequently, without further contemplation, they respectfully replied, yes. We shall adhere to the sovereign's decree. Nodding, Lu Chen had already formulated a plan in his heart, intending to establish the Xianwu continent as the final bastion of Kunlun. In the future, should they encounter insurmountable foes or forces in the upper realm, they could retreat to the Xianwu continent. Thus, Lu Chen had retained the Taiwang Holy Land and several other factions to descend. With a commanding gaze, he surveyed all present in the grand hall. His eyes shimmered with divine light, piercing through the endless layers of void. His godlike gaze fell upon the various domains of the Xianwu continent. At this moment, Lu Chen's cultivation had transcended the Xianwu realm, standing as the sovereign. At this moment, all the secrets of the Xianwu continent could no longer impede Lu Chen's exploration. He beheld Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian traversing the void. In the ethereal space, Qin Ruoxian, who was crossing the expanse, suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. She sensed the gaze of an unparalleled deity sweeping over them. The master. Undoubtedly, she was the former empress of the upper realm, and with her ascension in cultivation, Qin Ruoxian's soul perception had become increasingly formidable. In this world, only she could discern Lu Chen's piercing gaze. Lu Chen's gaze shifted once more. He observed the demon god mountain in the demon domain, which lay in utter ruin. In a mere moment, the foundation of the demon race had perished, leading to chaos among them, as various factions of divine kings and quasi-emperors sought to establish their dominion over distinct territories. Lu Chen held no interest in this turmoil. His divine-like gaze moved yet again. He then beheld the undying divine river in the eastern celestial domain, shrouded in deathly energy, exuding an ominous aura that sent chills down one's spine. Within it resided merely the obsessions of those at the pinnacle of the void god realm and true self realm. Over time, these had transformed into malevolent souls, unwilling to perish, clinging to existence. Suddenly, a radiant beam of divine light descended from the heavens. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Xianwu continent, astonishing the world, leading many to believe another conflict among powerful forces had erupted. Countless cultivators appeared in the void, gazing upward to discover the undying divine river. Once cloaked in terrifying death energy filled with eerie phenomena, it had astonishingly transformed into a flat expanse, with the once vast river of hundreds of thousands of miles now non-existent. Above the heavens, innumerable divine lights scattered, resonating with the cosmos. In the astonished eyes of the populace, the once ominous river of death was instantaneously enveloped by countless radiant divine lights. Before long, the bizarre death energy that had lingered for millennia dissipated into oblivion, leaving the undying divine river a mere illusion. as vibrant saplings gradually emerged from the earth, slowly flourishing. The forbidden ground vanished, transmuting decay into marvels, as death transformed into vitality. Such astounding occurrences transpired in the blink of an eye. Even an emperor could not achieve such feats. Who could possibly be the formidable being behind this? The world seemed to have forgotten that the Xianwu continent, now bereft of powerful figures, could only surmise that it was the work of the Kunlun people. Kunlun, it must be, that very existence, the sovereign of Xianwu, the master of Kunlun. In the void, the people finally came to their senses, their expressions filled with profound shock and an ever-deepening reverence for the master of Kunlun. First, he eradicated the traitors among humanity, severing the calamities of the demon race. Now, he had personally intervened to eradicate a forbidden zone from the world, the sovereign of Xianwu, the master of Kunlun, a leader of humanity, deserving of eternal admiration. Countless cultivators gazed upward with utmost reverence, their hearts brimming with boundless admiration for the master of Kunlun. As the world stood in astonishment, the voice of the divine resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The human race must strive for strength. Today, I shall eliminate 2 forbidden zones for the benefit of humanity, with the hope that in the future, powerful beings will emerge, transcending this realm and ascending to the center of myriad worlds. The divine voice fell upon the ears of the people, who wept in anguish. For countless millennia, the emergence of a supreme force has finally unified the celestial martial continent, considering the welfare of humanity and ushering in an era of peace for all ages. The sovereign harbors the aspirations of the masses, wishing for our kind to give rise to unparalleled champions, to resound the name of celestial martial, and for humanity to earnestly adhere to the sovereign's decree. We shall follow the sovereign's decree. We shall follow the sovereign's decree. The denizens of the celestial martial world cried out in unison, as the heavens and the earth reverberated in response to their lofty ambitions. Kunlun. All disciples gazed up at the sky with profound reverence, bowing their heads in devout respect, their hearts swelling with boundless admiration. Buzzing sounds filled the air as numerous luminous specks soared above the people's heads, swiftly converging towards Kunlun. This was the source of faith. Only those cultivators who have made monumental contributions to the world would inspire the emergence of such faith. This represents a mysterious power that surpasses all sources and strengths in existence. Thank you for the gifts, esteemed ones. Esteemed ones, the author is hastening the narrative. In the forthcoming chapters, the author shall skip the trivialities and directly propel the protagonist to the upper realm. Chapter 143. Tomorrow's ascension to the upper realm in the main hall of Kunlun. A profound astonishment enveloped all present. Countless luminous specks surged into Lu Chen's being, amplifying his already divine presence to an even more formidable extent, akin to a peerless celestial monarch bathed in ethereal radiance, evoking boundless reverence and devotion in all who beheld him. The source of faith. Indeed, all of his endeavors had not been in vain. Lu Chen marveled internally, as thoughts of the source of faith seamlessly materialized in his mind. The power of faith was astonishing. As he comprehended its essence, excitement surged within him. The source of faith stemmed from the collective belief of the world and its inhabitants, possessing a mysterious force that transcended the myriad realms, untouched by worldly causality, indelible even by the most profound celestial laws. This meant that as long as the immortal martial continent existed, Lu Chen would continue to draw upon the faith of its denizens, even in the upper realm. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and the immense energy emanating from him sent tremors through the hearts of everyone in the hall. The mastery of the sect leader, could it be? They all presumed that Lu Chen's cultivation had surpassed the boundaries of the immortal martial continent. In truth, however, it was merely the infusion of the source of faith into his being, rendering his aura more magnificent and enigmatic. At this moment, although Lu Chen's cultivation had not transcended the immortal martial continent, his true power had indeed surpassed that of this realm, soaring above the heavens and the laws of nature. Suddenly, figures began to descend upon the Kunlun square. Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong had returned. The disciples on the peak were filled with exhilaration upon seeing the 6. They greeted their senior brothers and sisters with respect and enthusiasm. No need for formalities. Dear junior brothers and sisters, the 6 replied with warm smiles, equally delighted to reunite with their junior counterparts. Lin Yun, you 6 should come to the main hall. The sect leader beckoned. Upon hearing this, envy flickered in the eyes of all the disciples. For merely meeting the sect leader was an honor they could boast about for a lifetime, apart from Lin Yun and his companions. Yes, sect leader. The 6 responded with deep bows as they made their way towards the main peak. In the main hall, as Lin Yun and the others entered, they were greeted by 9 venerable elders, their formidable auras suffused with respect, already knowing the gravity of the situation. Greetings, sect leader, they intoned. Indeed, tomorrow, Kunlun will ascend to the upper realm. Prepare yourselves mentally and inform the other disciples. If you are concerned for your families, you may send them to the Jiuzhou dynasty. The sect leader instructed. Why tomorrow? This was due to a series of persuasive arguments from Lu Chun that ultimately bewildered the system. Even if the current disciples of Kunlun had not reached the pinnacle of the Void God realm, the system would still facilitate Lu Qin and Kunlun's ascension to the upper realm. The upper realm? Are we truly going to the upper realm? Upon hearing the words, the 6 individuals were visibly shaken, their hearts ablaze with excitement, particularly Qin Ruoxian. She had long awaited this day, yet an undercurrent of apprehension coursed through her. For her nemesis, the boundless ancient kingdom, housed celestial beings. Celestials? What an existence that was! Just the mention of it could instill a sense of dread in the hearts of many. In truth, Qin Ruoxian feared that upon returning to the upper realm, should she be discovered by those of the boundless ancient kingdom, it would undoubtedly spell ruin for Kunlun. Rest assured, Sect Master, we harbor no fear. Even against the prodigies of the upper realm, we are confident in our ability to surpass them and uphold the honor of Kunlun, Lin Yun and the others respectfully declared, their hearts already tinged with anticipation for a confrontation with the geniuses of the upper realm. As for Qin Ruoxian, her anticipation was non-existent. The former empress of the ancient kingdom had once overshadowed countless talents before ascending to the throne of the emperor. Now, she dreaded that her identity might bring calamity upon Kunlun. It seemed she could only take one step at a time. Should she truly be discovered by the boundless ancient kingdom, she would spare no effort to conceal her connection to Kunlun. Kunlun was her home now, and anyone wishing to harm her family would pay a grave price. Very well. In that case, prepare yourselves, the sect master instructed. Yes, sect master. With that, Lin Yun and the others exited the main hall, hastily informing all disciples of their impending journey to the upper realm. Gasped. We shall venture to the upper realm tomorrow. Can the sovereign truly open the passage to the upper realm? The 9 old men stood frozen, their minds racing with astonishment. Aside from the 2 ancient ancestors of the primordial sacred land, the others were unaware that reopening the passage to the upper realm required a substantial sacrifice of power and that only those at the divine king level or above could effectuate it. Could the sovereign truly? The 2 elders from the primordial sacred land shook off their thoughts, momentarily believing that Lu Qin intended to return to the upper realm through the methods of the celestial martial divine hall. No, Kunlun is, after all, of the upper realm. Moreover, the sovereign, with a heart for the celestial beings, would never resort to such means. The 2 elders exchanged glances, a sense of relief washing over them. Very well. You may leave if there is nothing else. Upon hearing this, the 9 elders bowed respectfully and quickly departed from the grand hall, making their way to the Jiuzhou dynasty. Turning towards the elders, Lu Chun addressed them. Esteemed elders, please return and prepare accordingly. Yes, sect master. Once the elders exited the grand hall, a sense of unease suddenly enveloped Lu Qin, as though something momentous was on the verge of occurring. Sigh. I hope tomorrow brings no unforeseen events, otherwise. Lu Qin's eyes gleamed with a terrifying brilliance, a single strike potent enough to obliterate a true self-realm powerhouse. Such was the formidable strength he now possessed. In a certain realm, within a mysterious region, stood a colossal and magnificent mountain peak. Upon this peak, 2 middle-aged figures exuded an aura of unfathomable terror. Their expressions icy as they fixed their gaze upon a luminous screen before them, the size of a mirror. Damn it! Under the gaze of the celestial mirror, I sense that the legacy left on the immortal martial continent has been irrevocably severed. Who could be responsible for this? A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his countenance somewhat grotesque, declared with great fury. Boom. An overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped him, instantly causing another middle-aged man to display a look of shock. Wang Tong, do you seek death? Do you not comprehend the gravity of this place, to act with such insolence? Swish. As soon as the words left his lips, Wang Ting hastily deflated his aura, resembling a punctured balloon, his complexion turning deathly pale. He was nearly blinded by rage, but gradually regained his composure. It is not only your legacy that is affected. Mine has been compromised as well. Just yesterday, I discerned a foreign presence reflected in the celestial mirror from the immortal martial continent. The Deputy Pavilion Master has commanded that you and I descend to the lower realm to address this matter. The other middle-aged man spoke swiftly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, causing the surrounding space to momentarily freeze. Let us depart. We shall descend to the lower realm at once. For I am eager to uncover who possesses such reckless audacity. Buzzing. Chapter 144. The arrival of the celestial beings and Lu Qin's resounding counterattack within the grand hall of Kunlun. Lu Qin surveyed the cultivation levels of the disciples, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Although none had yet attained the realm of the Void God, the urgency of their journey to the upper realm weighed heavily upon them. Nevertheless, Lu Chen believed that such pressure would serve as a catalyst for their growth. He was pleasantly surprised by Lin Yun's progress upon his return from the Northern Sky Domain, having ascended to the Sage Realm. Lin Yun had consistently restrained himself, seeking to solidify his foundation, and had achieved a breakthrough within the Lingxiao dynasty. Now, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, Ziyun Yan, and Yu Linglong all stood at the same level of cultivation. As for the inner and outer sect disciples, they had yet to experience significant breakthroughs, as they focused on stabilizing their foundations following their recent advancements. In the capital of the Jiuzhou dynasty, within a magnificent hall with Lu Qin's assistance, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan had also reached the Spirit Void Realm, while Qin Lan and Luo Yuan had attained the Void God Realm. Both Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang gazed in awe at the 9 formidable True Self Realm elders below, who regarded them with utmost respect. This deepened their gratitude for being affiliated with Kunlun and heightened their reverence for Lu Chun and the sect. Rest assured, esteemed leaders, as long as the Jiuzhou dynasty endures, the Xianwu continent shall remain impervious to external threats. They had already received word from Wang Ming that Kunlun was preparing to ascend to the upper realm, with the main sect dispatching powerful allies to join forces with the Jiuzhou dynasty in safeguarding the Xianwu continent. They observed with pride as Kunlun's every action sent ripples through the world. The strength and status they now possessed were gifts from Lu Chun, and both had long since vowed to dedicate their lives to Kunlun. Exchanging a glance, they steadied their excitement, their expressions becoming tranquil, as if the 9 true self-realm powerhouses below were mere ordinary cultivators. These were once the ancient ancestors of the 7 great powers, such as the Taichu Sacred Land and the Taiwang Sacred Land. From this moment forth, the Xianwu continent would no longer recognize the 10 great forces. Only one dominion would reign supreme, Kunlun. The Jiuzhou dynasty could no longer be considered the second power, it would henceforth be known as the outer sect of Kunlun. Let it be known, esteemed elders, there is no need for formality. We are all members of the Jiuzhou dynasty now. We have also received news from the main sect. In the future, you shall serve as the protectors and elders of the Jiuzhou dynasty. As the words fell, the expressions of the 9 individuals shifted to one of solemnity, devoid of any dissatisfaction. A surge of excitement coursed through their hearts as they hurriedly bowed to Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang. We are profoundly honored to become the guardians and elders of the Jiuzhou dynasty. To witness such young sovereigns attaining the realm of Spirit Void is truly remarkable. It won't be long before you both ascend to the realm of True Self. The 9 seasoned practitioners, embodying the True Self realm, could sense the vigorous vitality emanating from Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, recognizing the brevity of their cultivation journey. In such tender years, to reach the Spirit Void realm. Aside from the disciples of Kunlun, only Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang could lay claim to such an achievement. This revelation left the 9 elders astounded, further solidifying their contentment with their choice. After all, to be associated with Kunlun's external factions is a privilege not afforded to many, especially considering their past transgressions against Kunlun's dignity. In this moment, the respect and gratitude the 9 elders held for Lu Chun deepened significantly. The main sect shall embark for the upper realm tomorrow. We must prepare to honor our sovereign and the sect. The safety of the immortal martial continent now rests upon our shoulders. We cannot let our sovereign down, they proclaimed. Rest assured, as long as we draw breath and our spirits endure, we will shed the last drop of blood for the main sect. The immortal martial continent shall never fall into the hands of outsiders. Indeed, when the main sect returns to the immortal martial continent, we must present a flourishing realm. Their voices resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the Grand Hall. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chun wished to see. The Jiuzhou dynasty bore an immeasurable responsibility. Just as Luo Wushuang, Qin Zhan, and the others prepared for the morrow's send-off of Kunlun, a sudden and terrifying presence surged from the heavens above the immortal martial continent, overwhelming the entire realm with its formidable aura. In that instant, the world shifted in hue, and the wind ceased in a sudden stillness. The earth trembled violently, the endless void roiling, as the sound of thunder reverberated through the infinite space. What a terrifying presence! What is happening? The inhabitants found it nearly impossible to withstand the cataclysmic pressure, be they in the spirit void or void god realms, as blood erupted from their mouths. Their faces turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, their very souls shaken. What is going on? What is happening? Within the Jiuzhou dynasty, Luo Wushuang, Qin Zhan, and the 9 true self-experts also coughed forth blood, feeling their minds on the verge of shattering under the weight of this oppressive force. The more formidable the cultivator, the more acute their awareness of the terror emanating from this presence. The upper realm, the 9 true self-elders trembled within, as a dreadful realization took hold of them. Their pupils constricted, and they spoke with quivering voices. This aura, it exceeds the realm of a mortal martial. This is the upper realm. Before the voice had faded, a thunderous roar erupted. The sound of heaven and earth reverberated, an unseen power surged wildly towards the sky, as if driving away some dreadful presence. Humph! From the ninth heaven above, a cold snort resounded, seemingly disdainful of the celestial martial forces, revealing not a trace of fear. Boom! The power of heaven and earth exploded violently, shaking the celestial realm. In Kunlun, the main hall, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, countless divine lights flickering within them. Murmuring to himself, has it finally appeared? So be it. I shall ascertain the current state of my strength. At this moment, although the celestial level formation provided protection, it could not affect those within Kunlun. Yet above the ninth heaven, endless thunder roared, shaking the very foundations of existence. Countless divine rays cascaded down, confronting the celestial martial realm. This scene caused the faces of all disciples to change dramatically as they turned their gazes towards the ninth heaven. They were uncertain of what had transpired, yet they all understood one thing. Apart from the sect master and the elders, who else possessed such formidable power to provoke a transformation in heaven and earth? This aura. Qin Ruoxian quickly extended her consciousness, sensing the situation, her expression shifting in disbelief. This is bad. Someone from the upper realm has descended. The mention of the upper realm sent shockwaves through the disciples, their faces filled with astonishment. The upper realm was now within their reach, although they had known of its existence. Witnessing a being from the upper realm firsthand was still a shocking revelation. This was something Qin Ruoxian had not anticipated, as descending to the lower realm was exceedingly difficult for those from the upper realm. Moreover, in a small world like the celestial martial continent, such occurrences were rare. In larger worlds, the stability of heaven and earth could accommodate the arrival of beings of lesser cultivation. However, descending to a minor world like the celestial martial continent required unparalleled forces possessing special means, those terrifying powers that govern numerous worlds, great and small. Even when she had been an empress, the ruler of an ancient nation, her realm lacked the capability to control multiple worlds. Soon after, Lin Yun and the others cast a glance towards Elder Peak, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed towards the main peak. Buzz. Humph. Indeed. The sect master was correct. Someone from the upper realm has indeed arrived. The powerful figures of the elders appeared instantaneously in the void, their eyes focused, looking up at the heavens with expressions unchanged. Subsequently, their gazes turned with respect towards the main peak, seemingly awaiting Lu Chen's command. Bang! Just then, the power of heaven and earth above suddenly receded. Humph! Celestial Martial Temple, the 10 great powers, the Demon God Temple, all of you, roll out before me. A voice, chilling and piercing to the core, reverberated throughout the world. Boom! The frigid sound transformed into a terrifying force, instantly solidifying the endless void, rendering even the air immobile. What is this? Could it be? Within the realm of the 9 provinces, the ancient sages of True Self Realm seemed to grasp some profound truth, their minds shattering in an instant. For if it were their revered ancestors from the upper realm, such a scene would be inconceivable. Buzz. The very fabric of heaven and earth quivered violently as the celestial dome tore open a portal, suffused with countless celestial lights, an overwhelming aura cascading downwards, obscuring the view within. Boom. 2 colossal and formidable figures, both ethereal and corporeal, emerged from the portal, exuding an oppressive force that suffocated the very air around them. Their terrifying gaze shimmered with an endless frost, surveying the entirety of the immortal martial continent in a single glance. Ultimately, the dreadful gaze capable of annihilating all living beings fixated upon the burial immortal mountain, where the 2 fearsome figures' eyes abruptly sharpened. Humph! The burial immortal mountain. A clever hiding place. Perish. The 2 figures uttered chilling words, their eyes ablaze with divine radiance, and in an instant, 2 beams of terrifying divine power erupted forth. Boom! The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking the world below. Bang! Yet, before the divine light, potent enough to obliterate everything, could descend, it was thwarted by an unseen force in an instant. How is this possible? The 2 abyssal figures in the sky were taken aback to see their casual strike effortlessly dismantled by an unknown entity. Humph! Who dares to lay a hand on Kunlun? Today, if this seat does not receive a satisfactory explanation, even if you hail from the upper realm, you shall pay the price. A voice of supreme divinity resonated from the burial immortal mountain, echoing across the cosmos, swiftly dispelling the pervasive fear in the hearts of the immortal martial world. What? How could this be? It is truly the people from the upper realm. Moreover, those 2 figures seemed to possess great knowledge of the immortal martial continent. The populace's pupils constricted, gazing upwards at the sky. Ancient tales of the 10 great powers and the immortal martial divine hall surfacing in their minds. Hiss. It is indeed true. The founders of the 10 great powers truly ascended to the upper realm. It is over. It is over. Those two terrifying figures are undoubtedly two of the founders of those powers. This clearly indicates that they have learned of Kunlun's eradication of their legacy. Fear gripped the hearts of the people as they recognized that those two figures had descended to annihilate Kunlun. No, among the 10 great powers, only the Wang family. The Wujie Holy Land and the immortal martial divine hall, which transcends the realm, have been destroyed. Surely, the remaining 6 powers would know who those fearsome figures are. They would not remain idle. No, this is dire. If Kunlun is vanquished by those two, the immortal martial continent may be doomed. A cultivator trembled with fear, yet before their words could fully escape, they were interrupted by others. It cannot be. It will not happen. The sovereign has just made a move. The might of the sovereign is undeniably terrifying. The populace, though hearts racing and bodies trembling, still cannot bear to witness the destruction of Kunlun by those two fearsome figures. Boom. In the heavens above, the gazes of the two formidable silhouettes unleash boundless power, piercing through the endless void and directly descending upon Kunlun. Bold insects, you seek your demise. One figure thundered, his voice infused with dreadful divine strength, sweeping across the burial grounds of the celestial beings. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of thunder reverberated continuously as an invisible force enveloped the mountain range, instantly shattering the opponent's power. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the two figures grew even colder, the vast space around them freezing instantaneously. Damn it! Who are you? And from what faction of the upper realm do you hail, to dare extend your hands into the realm under the control of my monitoring pavilion? Courting death. The two terrifying figures discerned the truth. Their adversaries were certainly not from the celestial martial continent. For how else could they withstand the might of their assaults time and again? Heh, you are not worthy to know who I am. I have no interest in the monitoring pavilion you speak of. If you two do not withdraw from the celestial martial continent, do not blame me for being merciless. The voice of the divine resonated throughout the heavens, echoing in the ears of the populace. The world was shaken, and the people could scarcely believe the sovereign's terrifying prowess, which showed no fear of the adversaries. As these words were spoken, they instantly provoked the wrath of the two figures in the heavens. Do you truly seek death? This realm is a small world governed by the monitoring pavilion, yet you dare to be so audacious. Regardless of your standing in the upper realm, you shall pay a severe price today. Boom. Chapter 145. The Celestial Monitoring Pavilion of the Upper Realm, the 4 Direction Supervisors in an instant. An overwhelming and terrifying aura, capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth, erupted from the two figures, exerting pressure upon the entire cosmos. The sheer horror was palpable. The world trembled, and humanity quaked in fear. One after another, individuals were unable to withstand this dreadful force, spewing blood and trembling uncontrollably. Whether they were ordinary cultivators, those of the spirit void realm, the demigod realm, or even the revered true self realm, all were shaken to their core. This fearsome might transformed into a cataclysmic power, with countless ethereal chains striking towards the burial immortal mountains like divine arrows piercing the heavens. At that moment, an incomparably potent force emerged, instantly erasing the destructive energies as if deities casually waved their hands, causing resounding impacts to echo. Above the heavens and beyond the Tao of Heaven, a voice resounded, cold and commanding. If you wish to know who we are, then listen closely. I am Wang Ting, the ancestral figure of the Wang family from the Xianwu continent. Currently, I serve as one of the 4 Direction Supervisors of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion. Witnessing this scene, the figure in blue robes radiated boundless divine light. Casting a profound gaze towards the direction of the burial immortal mountains, his icy voice resonating through the skies. I am Hua Yuan, the divine ancestor of the Xianwu Divine Hall. I too am one of the 4 Direction Supervisors of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion. The other figure, clad in black robes, echoed with a hoarse yet chilling voice, shaking the very foundations of the world. Both figures were filled with immense pride regarding their identities in the upper realm, exuding absolute confidence as beings from the upper realm. They believed the other party could not possibly be unaware of the existence of the monitoring pavilion. Indeed, the populace was struck with terror, their previously pale faces now reflecting utter panic. Among the 9 provinces dynasty, the 9 venerable beings of the true self realm were drenched in cold sweat, trembling in fear. No one could have anticipated that the first arrivals in the Xianwu continent would be the ancestors of the Wang family and the Xianwu Divine Hall. Indeed, one of these figures was the ancestor of the Wang family, while the other was the divine ancestor, the very founder of the Xianwu Divine Hall. When the Xianwu continent was first visited by several beings from the upper realm, Wang Teng and Huang Yuan were the ones selected by the same individual to join what they referred to as the Monitoring Pavilion. The remaining 9 major powers, along with the ancestors of the Demon God Hall, were taken by different beings from the upper realm. Although they were taken by different individuals, there was one commonality. The ancestors of the 10 major powers, Xianwu Divine Hall and Demon God Hall, coexisted within a singular formidable force, albeit in varying capacities and allegiances. Otherwise, today would not witness the descent of these two fearsome entities, the ancestor of the Wang family and the divine ancestor of the Xianwu Divine Hall. Wang Ting and Huang Yuan cast their cold, penetrating gazes upon the burial immortal mountains. How could such formidable beings possibly emerge from the lower realm? Now, they were certain that their opponent undeniably hailed from the upper realm. However, what astonished them was that the other party had managed to evade detection by the Celestial Mirror, a revelation that left them in disbelief. The Celestial Mirror, as its name implies, possesses the ability to scrutinize events occurring within the lower realm. Oh, so that is how it is, they mused. The Xianwu Divine Hall and the Wang family of the Northern Lands have betrayed humanity, and I have eradicated them to inform the world. You, as ancestors, have committed grave errors. How dare you attempt to strike against me now? Do not presume that I am intimidated by your presence. The resounding voice of divine authority, steeped in the essence of celestial laws, surged toward the heavens. A thunderous roar erupted, betraying the human race. Humph. Such an occurrence is utterly inconceivable. Wang Ting and Huang Yuan's expressions darkened immediately as ancient beings. Their utmost concern lay in their reputation. The audacity of their adversaries to tarnish their legacy was akin to a slap to their faces. Seeking death, Huang Yuan's gaze, filled with malevolence, fixated on the encroaching divine might, and with a casual gesture, he raised his hand. Bang! Bang! In the main hall of Kunlun. No wonder. It appears this is not their true form. On the throne, Lu Chen's countenance shifted as he realized, through a series of encounters, that although he could not discern the true strength of his opponent, he had gleaned a vital insight. Their foe was not a true manifestation descending to this realm, but merely a fraction of divine consciousness. Indeed, if a being from the upper realm were to descend in their true form, the celestial realm would undoubtedly collapse and shatter in an instant. It seems I have overestimated my own capabilities. I had not anticipated that even 2 manifestations of divine consciousness could wield such formidable power. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, believing his strength to be considerable, capable of contending even against those beyond the true self-realm. Little did he know that he could not swiftly extinguish even 2 manifestations from the upper realm. At that moment, boldness, audacity, as a being of the upper realm. How dare you lay hands upon the overseer of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion? Such ignorance of death. Wang Ting and Huang Yuan's expressions turned icy as they bellowed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Initially, upon realizing their opponent was also from the upper realm and recognizing their inability to fully discern the truth of the situation, they revealed their identity within the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, hoping to compel their adversary into submission. Yet, to their astonishment, the foe did not yield but audaciously continued their assault. This was indeed an invitation to death. As overseers of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, even in the upper realm, few dared to show them disrespect. Moreover, when had the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion ever feared other powers? Contemplating this, Wang Teng and Huang Yuan's expressions grew even more somber, their gazes icy, as the surrounding space seemed to freeze at that moment. Boom, boom. 2 incomparably powerful forces erupted from Wang Teng and Huang Yuan, shaking the very foundations of the world, exerting a terrifying pressure that obliterated all life. Anyone who dared to disregard the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion would meet their end. As their words fell, Wang Teng lifted his hand, channeling boundless and terrifying divine power, which swiftly transformed into a colossal hand, obscuring the sky and earth, bearing the might to shatter stars and crush the very ground. Descending upon the burial immortal mountain range, a thunderous rumble resounded. The eyes of the onlookers filled with dread, as if they could already envision the burial immortal mountain range being reduced to nothingness. Just as the colossal hand was about to descend, a cold snort echoed, as countless terrifying laws and divine powers surged forth, coalescing into a similarly enormous hand, radiant with golden divine light, and struck back. With a resounding clash, 2 colossal hands collided, shattering the air with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The aftermath of this cataclysmic event surged forth like ripples across a vast expanse, sweeping over tens of millions of miles. Suddenly, a formidable figure enveloped in an infinite radiance emerged from the void, its visage obscured and indiscernible. with a mere wave of his hand. The residual energies transformed into an intangible force, seamlessly merging with the universe and swiftly dissipating into the cosmos. A sovereign. Undoubtedly, a sovereign. As the onlookers beheld that transcendent figure, reminiscent of a celestial king from the ninth heaven, they were struck with awe and reverence, their hearts swelling with an uncontainable respect for such power. Although the masses had never witnessed a sovereign before, in this moment, the only entity capable of averting the impending crisis, apart from the celestial martial sovereign, could only be Lu Qin. What? How is this possible? It is utterly incomprehensible. Wang Teng and the abyssal depths were indifferent to the mortal realm's perception of that figure, their eyes glinting with a fierce determination to unveil the mystery before them. Yet they were met with a profound astonishment. Thank you to the esteemed benefactors for your generous gifts. The author expresses immense gratitude. The author is still diligently crafting the narrative, and the esteemed readers are kindly asked for their understanding. Chapter 146. Merely two clones. What is there to fear? Impossible. Although their cultivation did not qualify them as formidable beings in the upper realm, they had only just stepped onto the path of cultivation. Nevertheless, they were certainly not to be compared to ordinary practitioners. The mere appearance of one individual was enough to confound them. This realization stirred a sense of unease within both of them, leading them to suspect that the other was akin to them, merely an envoy from a different faction. Such as the overseers of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion, who govern numerous worlds, or perhaps even a celestial envoy. How reckless! To dare encroach upon the minor worlds governed by the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion. At this thought, Wang Teng and Huang Yuan exchanged glances, their gazes darkening as they fixed their eyes on Lu Qin. In a cold tone, Wang Teng declared, "Sir, this realm is a minor world under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion. As fellow envoys, I trust you are aware of the rules that govern us. Your actions suggest a disregard for the authority of the pavilion." The Celestial Monitoring Pavilion? Envoys? Lu Qin chuckled softly, standing firm in the void, enveloped by divine light. He found amusement in the notion that they mistook him for a denizen of the upper realm, presuming him to be some sort of envoy. Such assumptions were indeed common. After all, those from the upper realm could hardly fathom that individuals from the lower realms might possess the capability to withstand them. Even the slightest strike would easily overwhelm those so-called practitioners who believed they had reached the pinnacle of cultivation. His presence only reinforced their conviction. However, Lu Qin had no intention of masquerading as an envoy. Kunlun stood in the world. It required no other titles to secure its stability. Humph. I care not whether you are envoys or otherwise. Should you dare to lay a hand upon Kunlun, even immortals shall pay a heavy price. His words resonated through the heavens and earth, leaving all who heard them in a state of profound shock. Indeed, the power of the sovereign was fearsome beyond measure. Even when confronted by beings from the upper realm, he showed no sign of trepidation, exuding unparalleled dominance. Kunlun, what manner of power is this? As the words settled, Wang Ting and Huang Yuan's expressions shifted, their gazes sharpening. They had not anticipated that their opponent was not an envoy. Yet, despite their efforts to recall any mention of Kunlun within their realm of the upper realm, no such power existed. The upper realm was vast, with countless factions rising in every immense expanse. However, to suggest that the individual before them hailed from another region made little sense. No one would be foolish enough to reach beyond their own territory, as such actions were tantamount to courting death. Moreover, within their own region, whether it be the Celestial Monitoring Pavilion or other factions with similar responsibilities, all sprang from the same terrifying power. Furthermore, envoys frequently traversed between factions, seeking out special individuals in worlds governed by other halls, pavilions, and towers, courting death, to dare disregard the very edicts that govern such existence. With this thought, the expressions of Wang Ting and Huang Yuan grew exceedingly grim. Boom, boom. Since the adversaries were not the overseers of their respective realm, they no longer held any reservations. A terrifying aura surged forth from their beings, pressing ominously across the horizon and relentlessly bearing down upon Lu Qin. With a thunderous crash, facing the overwhelming force, Lu Qin waved his hand, unleashing boundless divine power. Bang, bang, bang. Kunlun, I have never even heard of it. Moreover, how dare you disregard the laws and extend your hands into the surveillance pavilion? Such audacity is utterly outrageous. If you possess any sense of propriety, submit willingly and accompany me back to the upper realm to face your punishment. Perhaps you may yet preserve your lives. Observing this, Wang Teng and Huang Yuan were not taken aback. Rather, their eyes glinted coldly as they regarded Lu Qin. Before they could discern the true extent of his power, they sought to compel him to acquiesce through alternative means. However, it was not fear of Lu Qin that gripped Wang Teng and Huang Yuan. After all, who among those descending from the upper realm was not self-assured? They would not fear anyone, even if that individual hailed from the same upper realm. Instead, the frailty of this realm's elemental forces weighed heavily upon them. Should they engage in battle, the repercussions would be catastrophic, potentially shattering and even annihilating the Xianwu continent. The consequences of such an incident were far beyond what Wang Teng and Huang Yuan could endure. With merely 2 incarnations of divine thought, you dare to demand my submission? You are gravely mistaken. If your true forms were to descend into this realm, perhaps I would exercise caution. As soon as these words fell from his lips, Lu Chen, enveloped in divine radiance, stepped forth into the void. Immediately, an immense and unparalleled aura erupted from his being, shaking the very heavens and earth. Boom. You court death. You dare to unleash your full strength? Do you wish to bring destruction upon the Xianwu continent? Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Chen, Wang Ting and Huang Yuan's faces paled in shock, and they bellowed in fury. They had refrained from exerting their full power to prevent any mishap on the Xianwu continent. They had not anticipated that Lu Chen would act recklessly, disregarding the consequences and unleashing his full might. Boom. System, is there a way to shield the Xianwu continent from harm? Ding. Host, please rest assured. With this system in place, even during a celestial conflict, the Xianwu continent will remain unaffected. That is reassuring. Ding. Host, stop wasting time and swiftly eliminate those 2. Lu Chen thought to himself, knowing that he would never allow the Xianwu continent to meet its demise. He then channeled his formidable divine power, taking a step into the void. Instantly, the entire realm trembled, and the sound of thunder erupted. At that moment, the world was shaken, and the hearts of all were invigorated. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, Wang Ting and Huang Yuan were consumed with rage, their eyes flickering with malice. They resolved to eliminate the individual before them without further hesitation. Boom. Boom. From the 2 of them erupted a terrifying aura capable of obliterating the heavens and shattering the stars, threatening to extinguish all existence. Capture him. Bring him back to the upper realm. We might still have a chance to survive. Huang Yuan barked coldly, and Wang Ting waved his hand, sending forth a small cauldron. The cauldron spun and suddenly expanded infinitely. Suddenly, a tremendous force descended upon Lu Chen, resonating with a thunderous crash. The air vibrated with a resounding boom. Everything transpired in an instant, yet Lu Chen maintained an expression of serene composure. He then raised his hand, and an immense gathering of celestial energy coalesced within it. With a mighty explosion, the great cauldron emitted a deafening sound that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The faces of the onlookers turned ashen with fear. Abruptly, an invisible force manifested, severing the battlefield from the void. Instantly, the crowd felt a release of tension coursing through their bodies. Their expressions filled with astonishment as if a realization struck them. They gazed upon the invincible figure in the void with profound reverence. Chapter 147, The Ancient Powerhouses. Refining the heavenly path crack? Suddenly, a melodious sound resonated through the air. Wang Teng's expression changed dramatically as he fixated his gaze on Lu Chen. The world was in an uproar, yet none paid heed to the source of that sound. It was the Sovereign. The Sovereign was indeed formidable. He could simultaneously contend against 2 beings from the upper realm while wielding unparalleled power to protect us. The Sovereign harbored the hearts of the multitude. The emergence of a sovereign in the immortal martial continent, Kunlun, epitomized the essence of the immortal martial race and the very nature of the immortal martial realm. The populace gazed upon that towering figure with profound reverence, utterly astounded. In their hearts, they brimmed with admiration and devotion for Lu Chen. When has the immortal martial continent ever witnessed such a selfless and transcendent being? The myriad beings of the universe are mere pawns, and the vast expanse of heaven and earth serves as the chessboard. Humanity is but a grain of sand within this infinite universe. Yet at this moment, someone is willing to establish eternal peace for all. That person is Lu Chen. Even in the face of the heavens, he displayed no fear. As countless divine runes whirled around him, resonating with the cosmos, asserting his dominion over the arrogant beings of the upper realm with a single hand. Boom. Lu Chen took another step into the void, his aura swelling even more grandly. His gaze was as piercing as the ice of the ninth heaven, capable of freezing vast expanses of sky in an instant. Crack. Bang. Wang Teng's shoulders trembled, his grip tightening on the ancient cauldron, his eyes darkened with an unsettling chill. A crack had emerged on the bronze, archaic cauldron. This scene was jarring for Wang Teng, who suddenly unleashed his full aura, pressuring the heavens. Boom. Behind him, golden divine powers surged, akin to tumultuous waves of the sea. Bang. Wang Teng flipped his palm, causing the cauldron to vanish in an instant. Without hesitation, he launched an aggressive assault while coldly admonishing Lu Chen. If you seek death, I shall grant it. He initially intended to seize his opponent, but was taken aback by the latter's formidable strength, which easily shattered his Tian Ding. This indicated that the opponent's power was likely on par with his own. Boom. Golden divine power pierced through the immortal martial realm, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Wang Teng pressed down with his massive hand, and terrifying divine forces appeared to respond to his call, converging frantically. Divine runes intertwined, and in an instant, the heavens split open, revealing a chasm of immense depth. The power of heaven and earth roiled as the immortal martial world trembled, repelling the dreadful divine runes. Boom! Wang Ting waved his hand, a tremendous divine force severing the torrents of heavenly might descending from above. His gaze was chillingly cold, after casting a glance at Lu Qin. He reached out into the void. Boom! Suddenly, the divine runes erupted with terrifying potency. The golden divine power surged like a tide, carrying the destructive force capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Boom! The heavens quaked, and the endless void crumbled. Buzz! In the face of this unfathomable and cataclysmic power, Lu Qin, though enveloped in boundless divine light obscuring his visage, radiated an unwavering fearlessness that the world could sense. As Lu Qin once again strode through the void, each step he took was accompanied by terrifying phenomena erupting behind him. Boom! When he took his fourth step, the dreadful divine runes and the vast golden divine power suddenly became excruciatingly sluggish. Swish! How could this be possible? What kind of power is this? This scene instantly altered the expressions of Wang Ting and Huang Yuan, leaving them profoundly astonished. It is crucial to understand that their strength had already ascended to that level. With but a flick of their wrists, they could shatter an entire small world, even when confronting formidable opponents of the same caliber. It was inconceivable for the adversary to exhibit such prowess. Before the two could fully comprehend the situation, an inexhaustible might surged forth from Lu Qin. With the power of the heavens and divine paths converging like a boundless ocean, rising to the ninth heaven before descending into his grasp. Should you choose not to retreat, then remain, came his indifferent voice, resonating through the heavens and earth. What overwhelming dominance! The onlookers were utterly astounded, their expressions reflecting profound shock. Whether they were disciples of Kunlun or the ancient masters from the Jiuzhou dynasty, all were left in awe by Lu Qin's unparalleled presence, which seemed to overshadow the very fabric of existence. Impudent! Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Wang Ting and Huang Yuan erupted in fury. For they were supposed to be exalted figures descending to the mortal realm, deserving of reverence. However, they had not anticipated such an outcome, being subjected to relentless humiliation, and now threatened with being held captive. Such audacity was akin to courting death. Boom! You seek your demise. The more they pondered, the angrier they became, and their voices thundered throughout the heavens and earth. Wang Tung then raised his hand, unleashing the multitude of sluggish and fearsome divine runes and divine power, which surged forth like primordial waters breaking free from their celestial constraints, wildly rushing toward Lu Qin. Boom! The earth-shattering palm. A calm voice resonated as Lu Qin gently lifted his hand, causing the very heavens to tremble, as if someone were attempting to siphon all divine power from this realm. The divine energy of the universe rapidly coalesced. The colossal force transformed into a mighty palm reaching for the sky. Boom! With a single strike, it suppressed all beneath the heavens, resonating with myriad roars. Bang! 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 The palm shattered the universe, obliterated divine symbols, and dispersed the divine power of the heavens. One palm reshaped the cosmos, sealing celestial martial arts within the void. The earth-shattering palm obliterated all. Wang Tung's defenses were rendered utterly futile before its might, all reduced to dust. In the distance, Huang Yuan stood frozen, seemingly in disbelief. Just then, a thunderous cry jolted him back to reality. Damn it! Yuan Source! Save me! Instantly, he vanished, reappearing beside Wang Tung, unleashing a terrifying might. Break! Wang Ting and Huang Yuan bellowed in unison, employing their formidable divine arts to relentlessly strike against the earth-shattering palm. Bang! 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 Within the palm, the heavens and earth were transformed, isolating all paths, creating a realm of its own. This was one of the 9 supreme divine arts within the Chaos Divine Method. Damn it! Wang Tung and Huang Yuan shouted in fury, their faces turning ashen. The celestial powers of the heavens and the divine path cannot bestow their strength upon the individual. The forces of the laws remain unattainable, leaving only oblivion for the two. Speak. Which faction from the upper realm do you hail from? Lu Qin coldly scoffed, his tone indifferent. Seizing this opportunity, he yearned to uncover the identity of his adversaries, for this knowledge would render Kunlun less vulnerable upon ascending to the upper realm. Moreover, how dare mere avatars challenge Kunlun? Such audacity is tantamount to courting death, though Lu Qin's cultivation was merely at the true self stage. The combination of his chaos sacred body and chaos divine technique allowed him to defy those above the true self realm, let alone the 2 mere mental avatars opposing him. It is crucial to understand that the tier above the true self realm stands in stark contrast to it, One is in the heavens, the other in the depths of the earth. Even a mere flick of a finger from that level possesses the power to shatter the firmament, something the true self-experts from the lower realms could never withstand. At present, Lucian, wielding his true self-cultivation, forcefully suppressed the mental avatars of two individuals from the upper realm. One might ask, is there anyone across the myriad realms capable of such a feat? No one can achieve it. You are courting death. The identities we represent are beyond your comprehension. We advise you to swiftly withdraw from the immortal martial continent and return to the upper realm, then approach the monitoring heaven pavilion to atone for your sins. Otherwise, not only will you suffer, but even if you have a great emperor backing you, the consequences will be dire. Wang Ting and Huang Yuan, filled with fury, directed a harsh rebuke at Lucian. Even at this moment, they remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation, believing Lucian would not dare to annihilate their avatars. Though merely an avatar, its loss would still be significant. Their pride was at stake. Should the upper realm learn of this, their faces would be ground into the dirt by other overseers. A threat? Upon hearing this, Lucian's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand and pressed down into the void. Boom. Bang. Wang Tung and Huang Yuan instantly felt as if they bore the weight of countless mountains. Their knees buckled, pressing against the void, causing the very fabric of space to collapse and shatter. You shall perish. We are overseers of the monitoring heaven pavilion, and you dare to humiliate us so? You will pay dearly for this. Wang Ting and Huang Yuan's expression soured as though they had ingested something foul, their voices erupting in furious roars. As for the mention of a great emperor, this was the second time Lucian had heard that term from the lips of someone from the upper realm. The first being Qin Ruoxian. Clearly, the force backing them not only possessed a great emperor, but was also likely to harbor. Would Lucian cower in fear merely because of this? Impossible. He possessed a system that disregarded all rules. What of the upper realm? What are their threats? Lucian felt no fear. In the days to come, Kunlun shall rise above the heavens, exerting pressure upon all realms, whether they be great emperors or immortals. Those who behold Kunlun shall bow their heads in submission. With that, he paid no heed to the futile rage of his adversaries. Lucian raised his hand once more, pressing down into the void, causing the heavens to tremble and the winds to reverse. The heaven-shaking palm unleashed its vast might, crashing down in an instant. Boom. You shall pay. Powerless, Wang Ting and Huang Yuan watched as the colossal hand descended. With an enraged roar, their voices soon faded into the ether. A thunderous crash resounded, shattering the silence, yet tranquility swiftly returned to the world. The forces of the celestial martial continent receded, and the vast expanse above ceased to tremble. The immense fissure was gradually mended by the invisible energies of the universe. The world was left in shock, the populace taking a long while to regain their composure. Their gazes fixated on the towering figure in the heavens. Simultaneously, in a mysterious realm of the upper world, upon a magnificent cloud peak, two middle-aged men sat cross-legged, their eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, they opened their eyes with a jolt. In an instant, two beams of divine light erupted from their gazes, shattering the void before them with terrifying force. Damn it! How dare they? Those ignorant beings have dared to encroach upon my monitored realm. They even had the audacity to strike against us, annihilating our avatars. Kunlun, I will certainly hunt you down, extracting your very souls and burning them day and night. The two men, filled with boundless rage, were none other than Wang Tung and Huang Yuan. The destruction of their mental avatars bore no impact on their true selves, but their fury stemmed from the blatant disregard for their status as overseers. Quickly, we must inform the deputy pavilion master of this matter. Delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. If the emergence of Kunlun leads to the waste of our millennia-long wait, then we go. Wang Tung interrupted, his figure vanishing without a trace, swiftly followed by Huang Yuan. Above the heavens, Lucian, enveloped in boundless divine light, glanced over the multitude of cultivators across the realms, sighing inwardly. The monitoring pavilion. Indeed, the countless weak worlds below are merely the cultivated domains of those from the upper realm. Countless cultivators expend their lives in pursuit of the pinnacle of cultivation. Yet to those from the upper realm, they are but mere ants. Such is the cruelty of the cultivation world. The weak possess no rights, while the strong dictate the rules. The heavens can be manipulated, and all beings are but pawns. Is there a way to liberate the celestial martial continent from the control of the upper realm? Lucian intended to mold the celestial martial continent into a small realm of Kunlun. Furthermore, the faith of the people in Lucian, whom they regard as their sovereign, could provide him with a source of belief. Without Kunlun, the beings of the celestial martial continent would face the ruthless annihilation of the upper realm. This was a fate Lucian wished to avert, not wanting the world to suffer due to Kunlun's influence. After all, the celestial martial continent was the first small world he encountered in the realm of cultivation. Ding! The host can directly refine the heavenly Tao of the celestial martial world, without extracting the world's essence, allowing the heavenly Tao to guard this realm on behalf of the host, refining the heavenly Tao of the world. Such audacity from this system. Lu Chen currently finds himself in the true self realm, although his actual strength far surpasses this realm. The notion of refining the heavenly Tao of an entire world is, without a doubt, a fanciful dream. Even the heavenly Tao of a small world is no less formidable. Only those ancient powers, or beings beyond them, can achieve such feats. Lu Chen is acutely aware of this. The mightier one becomes, the more vividly one perceives the terrifying essence of the heavenly Tao. While he remains undaunted, it is inconceivable for him to confront the heavenly Tao of an entire world head-on. Despite Wang Tong and Huang Yuan previously forcing back the powers of heaven and earth, the heavenly Tao remained unresponsive, merely intimidated by the presence of beings from the upper realm. The fact is that the immortal martial heavenly Tao could sense Wang Ting and Huang Yuan, who were among those taken by the truly terrifying beings from the upper realm a million years ago. Thus, their actions were merely symbolic warnings. After all, the heavenly Tao also has its pride. System, cease the suspense and divulge the method. After such an extensive period, Lu Chen has come to understand the system thoroughly. Ding. This system will soon elevate the host's cultivation to a certain level, enabling the refinement process to commence. Is it truly that simple? Why not say so earlier? Lu Chen felt somewhat exasperated and quickly thought, all right, let us begin immediately. Time is of the essence. As Lu Chen's thoughts settled, a cataclysmic surge of boundless, overwhelming power erupted within him. Buzz. A divine radiance enveloped Lu Chen, scattering into the vast expanse. The formless laws of heaven and earth suddenly stilled. Boom. The sound of the heavenly Tao reverberated, faint yet palpable, as if trembling in fear. Look. The sovereign. What a terrifying aura. What on earth is happening? The world was left in shock, all present frozen in disbelief. Fortunately, this aura possessed an intangible force that cleaved the heavens and earth in twain, isolating all sensations. Nevertheless, the populace could still acutely feel the terrifying presence emanating from the majestic figure above the firmament. Such formidable power. With a mere casual wave of his hand, Lu Chen nearly shattered the heavens and earth. Thankfully, he maintained control. Otherwise, the immortal martial continent would have been obliterated. Without hesitation, Lu Chen's figure vanished in an instant. Following the system's guidance, he entered the void of the cosmos. This was to employ the most direct and brutal method to compel the heavenly Tao to submit outright. Otherwise, Lu Chen would forcefully refine it. Moments later, boom, the immortal martial realm was filled with continuous rumblings, leaving the populace bewildered. They only knew that the sovereign's majestic figure had vanished without a trace. Within Kunlun, all disciples were left in utter shock. The sect master. Could it be an ancient power? One individual, Qin Ruoxian, felt an intense tremor in her heart. As a denizen of the upper realm, her perception of certain levels of existence was exceedingly clear. Boom. Buzz. Just as the world was enveloped in astonishment, the heavens and earth once again resounded with a mighty roar, followed by faint, delicate sounds that began to descend. Swish. As the world gazed upwards, a towering figure emerged. It was Lu Chen, who, upon casting a glance at the realm below, felt a surge of exhilaration. Success. Chapter 149, The Departure of Kunlun, Stirring the World Indeed. Lu Chen has forcefully refined the celestial martial heavenly path and integrated it into his being. I am the universe. The universe is me. At this moment, the celestial martial continent has wholly transformed into a microcosm of Kunlun. Furthermore, with the system's intervention to shield and isolate everything, there exists no one across the myriad realms who can discern the existence of the celestial martial continent. As for why Lu Chen chose to conceal the celestial martial world rather than carry it with him, he has his reasons, which will be revealed in due time. Soon after, Lu Chen glanced at the beings of the universe and offered a gentle smile. With a wave of his hand, countless divine lights cascaded into the minds of the populace. Buzz. The people were momentarily taken aback, but as the information manifested in their minds, they were utterly astonished. In that moment, their eyes brimmed with reverence and admiration for the towering figure above the heavens. Swish. The beings of the celestial martial world, upon regaining their composure, bowed deeply towards that majestic figure in the sky. Ah. Thud. Thud. The resounding echoes of the universe reverberated through the world, as the beings of the celestial martial world were lifted by an invisible force. Thus, Lu Chen had fully accomplished the journey of the celestial martial continent. Next, Lu Chen would lead Kunlun to the higher realms. The following day, the world was in motion. People set aside all matters and gazed longingly towards the direction of Kunlun. In the grand square of Kunlun, all disciples were filled with excitement, their eyes filled with profound respect as they looked towards the main peak. Today, Kunlun ascends as a whole to the higher realms, sending off the world in homage. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the figures of the elders of the sect appeared in the square. The disciples greeted the elders with reverence. The elders nodded in acknowledgement, then turned their odd gazes towards the main peak, awaiting Lu Qin's appearance. Within the main hall, Lu Qin inquired of the system regarding the journey to the higher realms. Ding, host, the system will directly transport the entire Kunlun residents to the higher realms. The entire Kunlun residents. Goodness, this is akin to an outright relocation. Perhaps only Kunlun possesses such audacity across the myriad realms. Others ascend as a sect, Kunlun ascends as a whole. System, might this be a tad too ostentatious? Lu Qin's apprehension was understandable. After all, the sudden appearance of an entire sect's residents in an unknown location within the higher realms would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, Kunlun now faced a formidable and unknown adversary, the Monitor Pavilion. If it were merely the Monitor Pavilion, Lu Qin would not be overly concerned. The crux of the matter lies in the powerful and mysterious forces backing it. Ding, please rest assured, host, the system will select an appropriate location for Kunlun's residence. Very well, let us commence. As his words fell, Lu Qin's figure vanished in an instant. In the sect square, a young figure clad in white suddenly appeared before the disciples, causing all those who had never beheld Lu Qin to widen their eyes in astonishment. Bewildered by the identity of this extraordinary young man, as the disciples stood in a daze, the elders of the sect, including Lin Yun, hurriedly approached Lu Qin, bowing respectfully. We have met the sovereign. We have met the sovereign. Sovereign, the disciples exclaimed, their voices filled with reverence upon recognizing Lu Qin. The others, upon hearing this, trembled slightly. And as realization dawned, they quickly followed suit, addressing Lu Qin with utmost respect. Lu Qin glanced at the assembly and smiled, clearly satisfied. Subsequently, an invisible force gently lifted everyone. There is no need for excessive formalities. As these words echoed, the disciples were deeply shaken, struggling to believe that the towering figure from the previous day was, in fact, so youthful. Soon, we shall embark on our journey to the upper realm. Regardless of what transpires, there is no need for concern, Lu Qin assured them. The disciples were puzzled by Lu Qin's intentions, speculating among themselves. Could there be unforeseen occurrences? However, this thought swiftly vanished from their minds, for they all held unwavering faith in their sovereign's capabilities. Though they hesitated to voice their inquiries, Lin Yun could not suppress his curiosity and respectfully asked, Sovereign. Indeed. What I mean is that the entire Kunlun stronghold shall be transported to the upper realm. What? The entire Kunlun stronghold. The disciples were utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Qin Ruoxian felt a shiver of shock. She understood better than anyone that while it was not impossible for mortals to ascend to the upper realm, provided there existed a passage, transporting an entire sect was the feat of a supreme being. Such a world-shattering event was rarely witnessed, even in the upper realm. While the disciples were still reeling from the revelation, a tremendous hum resonated. The entirety of Kunlun was enveloped by an unparalleled force. Suddenly, divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Kunlun in its luminescence. With a thunderous roar, the divine radiance pierced through the barriers of heaven and earth, leading to an unknown destination. At that moment, the world was shaken. People hurriedly turned their gaze toward Kunlun. Filled with reverence, they solemnly proclaimed, We bid farewell to the Dominator. Their voices resounded through the heavens, followed by a deep bow. Thud, thud. The earth trembled as they honored the celestial martial Dominator. The celestial light suddenly blazed brilliantly, emanating boundless power. Above Kunlun, all disciples felt their vision darken, as if they had fallen into a deep slumber, entering a realm of mysterious unknowns. The earth continued to rumble, leaving the people in awe as they gazed at the celestial light gradually fading away. Moments later, tranquility returned to the world. It was as if nothing had occurred. The people understood that the Dominator had departed, and although Kunlun was no longer present, magnificent stone sculptures, towering towards the heavens, had been erected across various domains. The faces of these sculptures were obscured by an invisible force, a manifestation of the power of the cosmos, yet their forms radiated vibrant life, as if they had awakened from slumber. Countless years later, in the realm of Xinwu, powerful figures from the human race continually emerge, all in pursuit of a singular goal, Kunlun. The Jiuzhou dynasty also boasts a plethora of formidable individuals, situated within the Kunlun domain. They steadfastly uphold their original intentions. Guarding the world of Xianwu, in the upper realms, in a certain mysterious region, a magnificent palace stands majestically above the clouds, resembling a celestial abode that instills awe and trepidation in all who behold it. Within the palace, upon the principal throne, sits a figure shrouded in mist, exuding an aura potent enough to obliterate an entire minor world. truly terrifying. What of Kunlun? You cannot even manage this trivial matter. The voice emanating from the figure on the throne is frigid, laced with fury, as it gazes down upon two middle-aged men below. Boom. Bang. An invisible force instantaneously propels the two men, their faces displaying sheer terror, away from the throne. Chapter 150. The Celestial Realm of 9 Heavens. 3,000 domains, spare us. Please, spare us. Two middle-aged men, their faces ashen, crawled back to their original position, their eyes brimming with terror as they desperately begged the shadowy figure on the throne for mercy. These two were none other than Wang Teng and Huang Yuan. They had not anticipated that they would provoke the deputy master of the monitoring pavilion to such an extent that his true form would manifest. Normally, aside from the supreme masters, only a fragment of the deputy master's consciousness remained within the monitoring pavilion. Humph. Were it not for your commendable conduct over the past millennium, I would have crushed you under my palm without hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Wang Teng, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his heart relax, and he quickly expressed his gratitude towards the figure on the throne. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Gradually, the expressions of Wang Teng and Huang Yuan softened, and they cautiously glanced at the figure on the throne, feeling perplexed. Upon entering, they had immediately encountered this presence, causing them to drop to their knees in fear, and before they could utter a single word, the deputy master had sent them flying with a mere gesture. And my lord, I do not know. Wang Teng and Huang Yuan stammered, struggling to meet the gaze of the figure on the throne. Their voices trembled. But before they could finish, the shadow interrupted them sternly. The small world they were in suddenly vanished, as if erased from existence, leaving no trace or essence to pursue. What? How is that possible? Wang Teng and Huang Yuan felt a chill wash over them, as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. Before they could process the situation, the figure on the throne spoke with an even darker tone. Speak. Relate everything that transpired in that small world without omitting a single detail. At these words, Wang Teng and Huang Yuan dared not withhold any information. They promptly recounted all that had occurred in the Xianwu continent, including the humiliation of having one of their incarnations destroyed by another. Moments later, the voice from the throne resonated, chilling to the bone. Kunlun, unaware of its own mortality, I shall not concern myself with its affiliations. Any entity bold enough to encroach upon the realms under the control of the monitoring pavilion, even if it be an emperor, shall pay a grave price. Inform all inspectors and monitoring envoys to cease their current affairs and scour the entire domain to locate that audacious Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng and Huang Yuan trembled with a mix of fear and excitement. The mobilization of all inspectors, as well as the involvement of the monitoring envoys, was an event that would resonate throughout the entire continent. Yes, my lord, rest assured. We shall depart immediately. Wang Teng and Huang Yuan responded with utmost respect, their hearts racing with exhilaration. They had thought their demise was imminent, yet the deputy master had chosen to intervene, deploying all inspectors, including those of higher rank. The monitoring envoys. Kunlun. Wang Teng harbored profound resentment towards Kunlun in his heart. Had it not been for Kunlun's emergence, they would not have been subjected to such humiliation and peril. Meanwhile, in a certain region, there lay the magnificent 10,000 mountains, dominating the heavens and the earth, abundant in spiritual energy. Each imposing independent mountain stretched for countless miles. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed, causing all creatures to flee in panic from the mountains. In a swift motion, formidable demons soared into the sky, transforming into human form, their gazes trembling as they fixed upon a particular direction. At that moment, atop the tallest and grandest peak, a divine light flashed and vanished in an instant. An unseen power enveloped the 73 peaks that stood proudly between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the once majestic and colossal mountains became ethereal and indistinct. To an external observer, the mountains still appeared unchanged. Suddenly, a multitude of figures emerged upon the previously vacant peaks. It was Kunlun. Indeed, this was the upper realm. Henceforth, this region would serve as the stronghold of Kunlun. Next, a figure clad in white appeared before the assembly. We pay our respects to the sect master, they said with reverence, their hearts brimming with excitement. For the spiritual energy here was exceptionally dense. The upper realm, aside from Qin Ruoxian, who maintained her composure, all disciples found themselves involuntarily conjuring the words upper realm in their minds. Sect master, is this truly the upper realm? Lin Yun exclaimed, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment, feeling the sacred blood of battle within him thundering in response to the completeness of the myriad paths and the perfection of the universe. Yes, indeed. This is the upper realm, and from now on, it shall be the residence of Kunlun. Lu Qin's expression remained calm, as if unperturbed. Yet he too felt a surge of excitement within. After all, as the leader of a sect, he must not appear naive before his disciples. At that moment, after surveying the environment of this region, Qin Ruoxin felt a weight lift from her heart. She had feared that they had entered the territory of the ancient Wuji kingdom. Fortunately, it was not, alleviating her concerns somewhat. At the very least, the people of the ancient Wuji kingdom would not discover their presence so quickly. Subsequently, Lu Qin instructed all disciples to refrain from venturing outside, as even he had yet to fully comprehend the circumstances of the upper realm. For now, all disciples must hasten to elevate their cultivation to the pinnacle of the Void God realm. Anyone who achieves the Void God limit may venture out at will. Lu Qin addressed his disciples, emphasizing that this was for their safety. Upon hearing this, the faces of all disciples lit up with excitement. The upper realm, for them, what once belonged to mere rumors has now become a personal experience in the upper realm. Naturally, they are all eager to behold what the fabled land of the upper realm truly resembles. In this moment, all disciples silently resolve to hasten their breakthrough to the Void God realm, so they may venture boldly into the upper realm. After arranging all matters, Lu Qin returned to the main hall. System, enlighten me about the upper realm. On the throne, Lu Qin was filled with anticipation to learn about the conditions of the upper realm and the cultivation levels. Soon, the system's cold voice resonated in his mind. Ding. This realm is known as the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, an expansive and boundless domain whose vastness is beyond comprehension. It also serves as the center of myriad worlds. The Nine Heavens Immortal Realm comprises 3,000 Dao domains, each one several thousand times larger than the immortal Martial Continent. Nine Heavens Immortal Realm. After absorbing the information in his mind, Lu Qin was profoundly astonished. The system's voice continued. Ding. The location of the host is within the Ziwei Dao domain of the 3,000 Dao domains. Dear esteemed readers, I have completed the narrative of the lower realm. The author will surely craft the upper realm storyline with great care, so please encourage the author to update frequently. Rest assured, the author will not cease updates. Thank you, esteemed readers. Chapter 151, The Emperor's Dominion Over the World. The true immortal descends upon the nine heavens in the celestial realm of the nine heavens. There exist 3,000 Dao domains, each one surpassing the vastness of the immortal Martial Continent by 1,000-fold. Even with Lu Qin's usual composure, he found himself utterly astounded. It is difficult to fathom the multitude of beings that inhabit the immortal realm, a veritable epicenter of myriad races. Indeed, the nine heavens is home to countless races. And even among the human race, dominance over the entire realm is no easy feat. The Ziwei Dao domain. One wonders what rank it holds among the 3,000 Dao domains. After some contemplation, Lu Qin conceived an ambitious thought, to elevate Kunlun to the status of a sovereign domain. Such a notion is not merely immature, it borders on madness. Of course, for now, it was merely a fleeting idea. The foremost priority is to enhance Kunlun's overall strength to meet the cultivation standards of the nine heavens. With this in mind, Lu Qin promptly mused, System, what are the cultivation realms of the nine heavens? Before long, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. The cultivation realms of the nine heavens are as follows: True God Realm, Celestial God Realm, Ancient God Realm, God King Realm, Supreme, also referred to as the Ancient Powers, and Emperor, the true Emperor who has attained enlightenment, known as the Ancient Emperor. Supreme. Emperor. Upon digesting this information, Lu Qin felt a surge of excitement. The Emperor of the Nine Heavens is the embodiment of true sovereignty. Only when one has perfected the great Tao, acknowledged by the heavens and earth, can one be deemed an emperor. Is that all? Why is there no mention of immortals? Suddenly realizing, Lu Qin was taken aback. The immortal realm. Where are the immortals? He had once been a celestial king himself, though his time there was brief, as the system had summoned him back. Now that he had finally arrived in the immortal realm, he naturally sought to reclaim all that he had lost. Yet, he found no mention of immortals. How could Lu Qin not be anxious? He quickly inquired, System, is this truly the entirety of the nine heavens cultivation realms? This time, the system replied promptly. Ding. Of course not. The system has taken into account the host's current low cultivation level. Revealing too much at once could inadvertently impose undue pressure on the host. What nonsense! What do you mean by that? Lu Qin found himself frustrated. Without pressure, how could there be motivation? System. Hurry and disclose the subsequent realms in one go. After a brief moment, it seemed the system had a change of heart. Ding. The Immortal Path realms are as follows: True Immortal, Immortal Monarch, Immortal Sovereign, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor. Note, in the nine heavens and the myriad realms, it has been countless ages since an immortal emperor has emerged. Immortal King, Immortal Emperor. Upon reviewing the Immortal Path cultivation realms, Lu Qin's excitement grew even more fervent. Although the Immortal Path currently seems distant, with the system's assistance, He was confident that it would not be long before he stepped into the elusive domain of the immortal path, a realm that many find unattainable. For now, the urgent task is to elevate his strength. With newfound determination, Lu Chun resolved to first enhance his own power. Then, I will venture out to discern the various factions within the ZY domain. In doing so, Kunlun will no longer be overly passive. Moreover, there exists an unknown adversary within the celestial realm that threatens Kunlun. Recalling the two individuals from the Wang family and the divine martial hall, Lu Chun pondered. System, can you retrieve information regarding those two individuals who previously appeared in the divine martial continent? Now, within the celestial realm, I find myself utterly bewildered. Failing to comprehend their identities could easily invite peril. Beep. Host need not worry. Wang Tung and Huang Yuan are situated in the Tiansong domain, which lies trillions of miles from your ZY domain. Tiansong domain. Lu Chun silently noted this domain. From now on, should he encounter anyone from the Tiansong domain, it would be prudent for Kunlun, given its current strength, to avoid entanglements. It is not out of fear, but rather an acknowledgement that an encounter with Wang Tung, Huang Yuan, and their backing forces could spell catastrophic consequences for Kunlun. One can be steadfast, yet one must not be reckless. Subsequently, the system's voice continued to resonate. Beep. The two individuals are inspectors of the Monitoring Pavilion, an ancient power within the Tiansong domain. The Monitoring Pavilion, an ancient power. As expected, Lu Chun immediately realized that the forces behind Wang Tung and Huang Yuan must extend far beyond the simplicity of the Monitoring Pavilion. Moments later, having gleaned all that could be understood, Lu Chun's primary objective became clear: to enhance his strength. With a swift motion of his hand, countless specks of light surged forth from the Grand Hall. Buzz. At Disciple Peak, all disciples were diligently cultivating, unwilling to squander even a moment, striving to transcend to the Void God realm in the shortest time possible. Just then, a surge of information flooded their minds, and upon absorbing this knowledge, the disciples were jolted. It was information regarding the vast expanse of the Nine Heavens celestial realm and its cultivation realms. Upon realizing the boundless nature of the Nine Heavens celestial realm, the disciples were overwhelmed with astonishment. They could hardly fathom such magnitude within a single domain. Moreover, the existence of immortals was indeed a revelation that left them in awe. Immortal. I, Lin Yun, must become a supreme immortal king. Lin Yun opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination sparking within as he resolved in his heart. The title of emperor was no longer his aspiration. From this moment forth, his pursuit was to become an immortal king, or even the fabled immortal emperor. Of course, this goal remains exceedingly distant for Lin Yun. Furthermore, in the current Nine Heavens celestial realm, let alone an immortal king, even immortal sovereigns or immortal lords have not emerged for millennia. Presently, the Nine Heavens celestial realm can be succinctly summarized. The emperor reigns over the world, and true immortals descend upon the Nine Heavens. Qin Ruoxian was once a supreme empress, exerting pressure upon the realm and ruling over an ancient kingdom with countless subjects. Alas, she ultimately fell victim to treachery, meeting her demise at the hands of a true immortal's corpse. It seems I must find the time to visit the Qi Yao domain. I wonder if Ling Yao has broken through to the emperor level yet. A flicker of anticipation crossed Qin Ruoxian's eyes. As a former empress of unparalleled grace, she naturally had one or two close friends. Among them, the closest companion is the one referred to as Ling Yao. Ling Yao. Should any cultivator overhear this name, they would undoubtedly be astounded. She possesses an ethereal beauty, unparalleled talent, and an elegance that rivals the celestial maidens of the heavens. Furthermore, Ling Yao is currently the esteemed leader of an ancient sect within the Qi Yao Dao domain. A figure of such prominence is even more revered than the former sovereign of the ancient kingdom, Qin Ruoxian. Subsequently, all disciples returned to their cultivation practices. Within the main hall, after a brief period of acquaintance, Lu Chun learned that the location of Kunlun is known as the Xuandishan, or the 10,000 Great Mountains. The surrounding area spans 1,000,000 miles, filled with towering peaks of immense grandeur. This place is also a favored site for human cultivators seeking to hone their skills, for it is rife with numerous demonic beasts and formidable monsters. Moreover, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains lie countless spiritual herbs and even precious medicines, with whispers of imperial-grade elixirs rumored to exist. The essence of the blood from these demonic beasts and great monsters is considered a tremendous boon for cultivators. Additionally, the demon cores they possess are highly sought after. Those with influence frequently venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains to hunt these beasts, procuring demon cores to exchange for cultivation resources within their sects or families. Chapter 152, Beyond the Realm of True Gods. The realm of celestial deities, the 10,000 Great Mountains. a place where human cultivators frequently come to hone their skills. The system truly has an eye for selecting locations. Lu Qin felt quite satisfied with this. For although the area stretched for 1,000,000 miles and was filled with endless mountains, describing it as desolate would not be an exaggeration. However, the presence of cultivators visiting regularly was indeed a boon. If he were to encounter one or two exceptionally gifted prodigies, would not the summoning cards come to him? Despite its barren appearance, the spiritual energy here was remarkably rich. The environment was exceptional in every aspect, akin to a paradise beyond the world. As for why no sects, great teachings, or holy lands wished to establish a foothold in such a place, that remained a mystery. System, open the sect panel. On the main throne, Lu Qin mused that if he recalled correctly, he still had one lottery chance remaining, alongside an unused Imperial summoning card. Ding. Open successfully. Soon, information about Kunlun appeared in his mind. Sect, Kunlun. Sect Master, Lu Qin. Cultivation, True Self Realm. Physique, Chaos Sacred Body. Technique, Chaos Sacred Method. Divine Ability, Chaos Divine Spirit Method. System rewards, not yet utilized. 1 random lottery chance, 1 Imperial summoning card. Sect Disciples, Outer Disciples, 1098. Inner Disciples, 500. True Inheritance Disciples, 2. Sect Guards, 103. Cultivation at the limit of the Void God Realm. Sect Guard Elder, 1. Cultivation at the True Self Realm. Sect Elders, 15. Cultivation at the True Self Realm. Sect Points, 11,000. Sect Ancestor, none. What is going on? Why has the sect points not changed? Frowning, Lu Qin quickly thought to himself. System, why do I only have this 1 point in sect points? Did I not refine the entire Xianwu continent? Indeed, according to reason, all forces of the Xianwu continent should have submitted to Kunlun. The crux of the matter was that Lu Qin was the sovereign of the Xianwu continent, supreme and unparalleled, capable of annihilating the continent with a mere thought. Ding. Host, the Xianwu continent is now your own small world. Thus, you cannot obtain sect points. Well, it seems Lu Qin had merely changed locations to work for the system. He had initially intended to exchange sect points in the system mall for cultivation resources to rapidly enhance the strength of all disciples. Now, however, everything had vanished. It was back to square one. Cursing the system in his heart, Lu Qin continued. System, use the random lottery chance. Ding. Random lottery chance successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the cultivation of the 9 heavens in the celestial deity realm. Would you like to fuse it immediately? The celestial deity realm. Lu Qin's expression brightened, and excitement surged within him. Although he was uncertain of the strength of the celestial deity realm within the ZY Dao domain, he at least had now stepped onto the cultivation path of the upper realm. Indeed, this was true. However, what Lu Qin did not realize was that while the celestial deity realm might not be considered strong in the 9 heavens immortal realm, the situation was entirely different in the ZY Dao domain. In the realm of Ziwei, when compared to the other 3,000 domains, its strength is noticeably lacking. In stark contrast to the Tiansong domain, where Wang Ting and Huang Yuan reside, it feels like one is in the heavens while the other is on the ground. Nevertheless, the former Ziwei domain was once ranked within the top 100 of the 3,000 domains. System, hurry, merge. Lu Qin was eager to witness the might of the celestial god realm, urging the system within his mind. Ding, merging begins. Just as the system's voice echoed in his mind, a tremendous and boundless force surged within Lu Qin's body. What an immense power! Is this the power that belongs to the celestial gods? Feeling the overwhelming force within him, Lu Qin was astounded and swiftly commenced the merging process. The celestial god realm. It surpasses the true god realm, signifying the descent of the celestial gods to the mortal realm, aligned with the heavens. As for the true god realm, within the 9 heavens immortal world, only by stepping into the true god realm can one truly enter the path of cultivation. However, this very threshold remains elusive for countless cultivators, who may exhaust their lives in vain without ever crossing it. In the 9 heavens immortal world, there is no notion of a limit to the void god realm or the true self realm. Achieving the 9th level of the void god realm signifies completeness. Completeness. This unique state is only attainable within the void god realm. The harmony of heaven and earth, I alone embody the essence of reality and illusion. With the entirety of the myriad paths, one must pierce through the illusions to attain the status of a true god. In the true god realm, divine power transforms from the ethereal to the tangible, requiring no physical form to communicate with the celestial divine forces. Every gesture embodies divine power. And with a mere raise of the hand, the heavens and earth respond, the divine forces moving in tandem, exhibiting unparalleled strength. The celestial god realm is even more formidable. The celestial gods descend to the mortal realm, rendering all beneath them mere mortals. Thus, It is evident that only by entering the celestial god realm can one be deemed a true powerhouse. Indeed, the celestial god realm is sufficient to establish oneself as a formidable force within the Z-Wei domain. Buzzing. Moments later, Lu Qin slowly opened his eyes, unleashing a terrifying divine radiance that pierced through the endless void, manifesting a chaotic scene within the grand hall. Buzzing. It was perceptible that merely a gaze could annihilate the void, transforming it into chaos, truly fearsome. Even a true god would find it exceedingly perilous. Below the celestial gods, all are mere mortals. This phrase carries profound significance. Feeling the vast divine power within him, Lu Qin was overwhelmed with excitement. This was undoubtedly the most potent force he had ever experienced. Indeed, Wang Teng and Huang Yuan had only recently stepped into the true god realm. Moreover, they descended into the lower realm, and it would have been a miracle if they survived in Lu Qin's presence. This underscores the daunting challenge of breaking through to the true god realm, akin to climbing to the heavens. Wang Teng and Huang Yuan had spent a millennium in the upper realm, yet they had only just recently entered the true god realm before seeking their demise in the lower realm. Meanwhile, atop Tianmen Peak, over 100 sect guardians were engaged in cultivation. On Elder Peak, the elders were also diligently practicing. Suddenly, a cataclysmic force erupted within them. Suddenly, the expressions of all the sect guards and elders changed dramatically. What an overwhelming power! As they sensed the immense strength within them transforming without any hint of danger, they all recognized it was due to Lu Qin's influence. With a gaze filled with profound reverence towards the main peak, the sect guards and elders promptly closed their eyes to merge with the energy. Although no trace of aura was outwardly visible, some within the sect could still feel it. On the disciple peak, in a room belonging to an inner disciple, Qin Ruoxian abruptly opened her eyes, shock flashing across her expression. She then turned her gaze towards the elders behind Tianmen Peak, her voice tinged with disbelief. Elders, is this a breakthrough? How can it be possible? Though she was already aware of her sect's enigmatic nature and its potentially extraordinary origins, especially regarding her young sect master, the current situation left her trembling. The sect had only just arrived in the upper realm, and not even a day had passed. Yet, the elders and guards were on the verge of breaking through to the true god realm. Even though she had once been an emperor, she had never witnessed such an astonishing occurrence. This was not the cultivation level of the lower realms. She understood this better than anyone else. Sect Master, what is your true identity? What terrifying existence did Kunlun once embody? Could it truly be one of those supreme forces that vanished from the heavenly realm? At this moment, Qin Ruoxian felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity towards her own sect. Thank you for the gifts. Esteemed patrons, the author is immensely grateful. Due to overtime work these past few days, the author has been pressed for time and has squeezed out a moment to update. Please forgive me. I want to be able to return to 2 updates until Friday, but as long as time permits, I will make up for it. Thank you all. These last few chapters have been relatively uneventful, a transition of sorts. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 153, The Supreme Sutra. The Queen Mother of the West of Kunlun once, there existed a formidable force that vanished without a trace. This was an exceedingly enigmatic episode in the realm of the 9 heavens. It is said that this occurred eons ago, during the zenith of the human race in the 9 heavens, when a human emperor presided over the realm, and myriad clans offered their reverence. At a mere command, all would comply without hesitation. Even the alien races would bow their heads in submission. Initially, Qin Ruoxian believed that Kunlun was merely an ancient power within the 9 heavens, one that had faded into obscurity. However, the events unfolding within her sect led her to suspect that Kunlun was far more complex than a mere ancient force. The ability to transport Kunlun directly from the martial continent to the celestial realm, disregarding the barriers of space, was something even an emperor could not achieve. Only a true immortal could possess such capabilities. Perhaps Ling Yao held information regarding her sect, Qin Ruoxian murmured softly, her desire to uncover the origins of her sect overwhelming her. Ling Yao, whom she mentioned, was now the leader of a prominent sect, one that was also among the ancient powers of the 9 heavens. Ancient powers. Though ancient, the 9 heavens were home to countless such entities. This is the essence of the 9 heavens, the nexus of all realms. Even ancient powers are not absolute. There exist many formidable beings beyond them. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 5th day since Kunlun's arrival in the celestial realm. On this day, atop the Disciples' Peak, a sudden surge of energy belonging to the Void God realm erupted into the heavens, reverberating through the clouds and shaking the very fabric of space. Some disciples had broken through to the Void God realm. Truly, Kunlun's disciples are remarkable. Within mere days of arriving in the celestial realm, they achieved such breakthroughs, a feat that would surely astonish the entire ZY Dao region. These energies belong to the eldest senior brother, the second senior sister, the third senior sister, and the fourth senior brother. Sensing these energies, the disciples withdrew from their meditative states, gazing in awe at the direction where Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong were cultivating. Each was situated in their own solitary pavilion, now permeated with powerful auras that resonated through the skies. Indeed, the breakthrough was achieved by Lin Yun and his 5 companions. Apart from Qin Ruoxian, who faced no bottleneck in her cultivation, Lin Yun possessed the unparalleled battle saint body. Renowned across the myriad realms, Luo Lingxue had cultivated the strongest scripture of the heavens, the Lucian method. Ling Mu bore the supreme bone, naturally destined for greatness. Ziyun Yin possessed the divine king body, brimming with boundless potential. Yu Linglong was a true embodiment of the Taiyin saint body, a physique that is simply unparalleled in the world. In the lower realms, due to the constraints of heaven and earth, their physiques could not fully sense the complete path, resulting in a slower enhancement of their powers. Now, residing in the celestial realm, where the heavens and earth are unblemished and myriad paths are perfected, their physiques were entirely activated, leading to a natural surge in their cultivation levels as easily as quenching one's thirst. As for Qin Ruoxian, the former empress of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom, she experienced no bottleneck at all below the level of an emperor. Simultaneously cultivating the supreme scriptures of Kunlun and the Western King's teachings, Qin Ruoxian remains unable to fully comprehend these profound doctrines. The Western King's scriptures, undoubtedly, they are the legacy of an exalted being from Kunlun, which leaves her utterly astounded. Each session of cultivation transforms her state of mind, conjuring the image of a transcendent figure, soaring above the 9 heavens, surveying all realms. The supreme scriptures of Kunlun. These are the culmination of various unparalleled teachings from the mythical era, as gathered by the system from Lu Qin on Blue Star. Each scripture stands as a paragon of supremacy. Even among the ancient divine dynasties, venerable sects, and illustrious clans of the 9 heavens, none can rival them. If the denizens of the 9 heavens were to discover these unparalleled scriptures, countless formidable beings would undoubtedly take drastic measures to acquire them. Furthermore, the unique physiques of Lin Yun and his companions would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire Ziwei Dao domain, and perhaps even stir the entirety of the 9 heavens. Especially Lin Yun's battle saint body, which is mirrored by a significant figure in the celestial realm. One can only imagine the spectacle that would ensue when these 2 battle saints clash in the future. In the main hall, seated at the head, Lu Qin's eyes fluttered open, a smile gracing his countenance. Indeed, they have all broken through. It seems tomorrow will be an opportune time to explore the celestial realm. Moments later, as the aura dissipated and tranquility returned to the space, 6 youthful figures appeared before the gathered disciples, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, and others. Greetings to the 2 senior brothers and the 4 senior sisters. Upon sighting them, the disciples' faces lit up with joy, eagerly bowing to express their excitement. Their senior brothers and sisters had achieved breakthroughs, and the disciples felt genuine happiness for their accomplishments. Dear junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for excessive formalities. You must also strive to elevate your cultivation. We cannot let the sect master down. Lin Yun, embracing his responsibilities as the eldest disciple, urged his junior brethren to enhance their strength promptly. Rest assured, senior brother, we will not disappoint the sect master. The disciples responded earnestly, their expressions turning solemn as they spoke in unison. They held immense respect for their senior brothers and sisters, daring not to defy their words. Moreover, the disciples regarded Lin Yun and his companions as their aspirational targets, diligently striving to surpass them. Observing the enthusiasm of his junior brothers and sisters, Lin Yun and the others smiled in satisfaction. As senior figures, they naturally wished to see their juniors excel, as this symbolizes the unity of the sect. Just then, a voice of authority resonated through the hall. Indeed, you 6 have not disappointed me. The words had barely left the speaker's lips when the sect master arrived. All the disciples were taken aback, and they respectfully turned towards the main peak. You 6 have reached the Void God realm. It is time for you to venture into the outside world. The celestial realm is filled with prodigies. You shall have the opportunity to engage in fierce competition with the younger generation of the immortal realm. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of battle intent sparkled in the eyes of all the disciples. As disciples of Kunlun, they held unwavering confidence in their abilities. Particularly, Lin Yun and Ling Mu displayed even greater fervor, eagerly anticipating a grand clash with the prodigies of the immortal realm. For it would reveal the true extent of their power. Both possessed extraordinary physiques, and although they had just broken through to the Void God realm, their true strength transcended mere ranks. Then, the authoritative voice resonated once more. However, one thing must be ingrained in your minds, as disciples of Kunlun. Do not tarnish its esteemed name. At these words, all the disciples trembled and promptly replied with utmost respect, rest assured, sect leader. We shall never disgrace the name of Kunlun. In that moment, the commanding voice echoed through the heavens again. Should anyone dare to bully the weak? You need not shy away. Kunlun fears no one, nor any force. The calm yet imposing tone reverberated, filling the atmosphere with an overwhelming aura. At that instant, the blood within all the disciples surged with fervor. As disciples of Kunlun, they would face death without regret. To have such a leader was indeed a great fortune. Subsequently, all the disciples bowed deeply towards the main peak. They then dedicated themselves to their cultivation without a moment's hesitation. After a brief discussion, Lin Yun and the other 5 departed from Kunlun together. Within the main hall, Lu Qin gazed at the departing figures of Lin Yun and his companions, nodding in satisfaction. He then flicked his fingers, and an invisible breath descended upon the elder peak, where a presence dissipated. Chapter 154, The Descent of the Divine into the Ancient City. Stopped at the gates meanwhile, 500,000 miles away from the 10,000 great mountains lies a colossal ancient city, the City of Divine Descent. This vast and venerable stronghold spans a circumference of 100,000 miles and stands as the nearest bastion of human practitioners to the 10,000 great mountains. In the realm of the celestial 9 heavens, myriad races coexist, having refrained from warfare for several epochs. Their interactions can be described as relatively harmonious. While true battles may be absent, minor frictions are inevitable. This is due to an edict proclaimed by several ancient beings in an era long forgotten, which commanded a cessation of hostilities among the myriad races, forbidding any form of unrest. Upon the issuance of this decree, all factions dared not defy it, for these were the true overlords of the celestial 9 heavens. Thus, although this ancient city is predominantly inhabited by human practitioners, it is also home to numerous other races. Naturally, each race maintains its own domain within the vast expanse of 3,000 territories, teeming with countless sentient beings. Even at the zenith of human prosperity, they cannot monopolize the entirety of these 3,000 domains. At this moment, the City of Divine Descent buzzes with activity, vibrant streams of light weaving through the bustling streets. Make way. No one obstructs my path. What? The Prince of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom is to duel to the death with the swordsman of the Chicheng Sword sect. Upon hearing this, many uninformed practitioners were instantly filled with excitement, hastily making their way toward the heart of the ancient city. What on earth is happening? A young practitioner clad in a robe, bewildered by the scene, reached out and grabbed the arm of a passerby. What transpired ahead? Such an impudent act was tantamount to courting disaster. Hey, you dare! The passerby, initially incensed, was about to retort, but suddenly noticed the young man's attire. Recognition dawning upon him, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. You are. Just as the passerby was tremblingly on the verge of revealing something, the seemingly unassuming young man radiated an aura of authority that instantly caused the passerby to shudder. What is this? The young man's imposing presence dissipated, his expression playful and voice gentle, adopting an innocuous demeanor as if he were a different person altogether. This transformation further intensified the passerby's trepidation. And nothing at all. This young master, my wife is about to give birth. So, I'm rather agitated. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, fear evident in his eyes, his voice quivering. Oh, do tell, what has transpired? The passerby, visibly relieved, hurriedly recounted the events. Intriguing. Upon grasping the situation, the young man in the robe smiled knowingly. Then, amidst the trembling gaze of the passerby cultivator, he vanished without a trace. Phew, that nearly frightened me to death. I never anticipated that it would be. Just as the passerby cultivator was halfway through his words, a sudden chill gripped his heart. He quickly cast a panicked glance around, realizing that a spectacle was about to unfold. Meanwhile, at the ancient city of Xinjue, at the city gates, 2 young men emerged. One had a somewhat simple appearance, while the other was strikingly handsome. Both gazed in awe at the immense ancient city before them, reminiscent of a celestial barrier. Swiftly, however, their astonishment dissipated, and they transformed into an air of tranquility, as if the great ancient city was merely commonplace in their eyes. Senior brother, shall we enter the city? Indeed. In such a vast and ancient city, there must be many young prodigies within. The 2 were none other than Lin Yun and Ling Mu of Kunlun. After parting ways with Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Ling Long, they had been searching and finally stumbled upon a city for cultivators. 4th junior brother. Let us proceed. We will enter the city, Lin Yun declared without hesitation, leading Ling Mu towards the city gate. Just as they were about to step through the entrance, a voice commanded, halt. All who wish to enter the ancient city of Xinjue must register their information. For armored city guards, stationed on either side, glared at the 2 before blocking their path, their voices icy. Register your information. Lin Yun and Ling Mu furrowed their brows, exchanging puzzled glances at the guards. It was merely entering a city. Must it be so cumbersome? Is the immortal realm truly this chaotic? What does it matter to register information? If someone were to be harmed within the city, would they simply send someone to reclaim their dignity on the other's territory? What manner of registration is this? Are we to be barred from entering simply because we lack status? With a calm gaze, Lin Yun fixed his cold, penetrating eyes on the guards. He then glanced at the elegantly attired cultivators passing by, suddenly grasping the situation. In an instant, the 4 city guards, all at the peak of the Void God realm, felt a tremor within. Lin Yun was no longer the naive youth who had just entered the world. He could discern that the guards were misled by his plain attire, mistaking him for someone from a minor faction, hence their deliberate hassle. This was not entirely the fault of Kunlun's disciple attire. The garments of Kunlun disciples would only shimmer with divine brilliance when worn by those who moved with purpose. On ordinary days, if Kunlun disciples ventured out in such a manner, they would likely encounter numerous troubles. Impudence. This is the ancient city of Xinjue. Is your behavior a provocation to the rules of our city? Upon hearing Lin Yun's inquiry, the 4 armored guards immediately retorted coldly. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as their words fell, an overwhelming force emanated from the 4 guards. They were indeed only adhering to the regulations. However, one should not directly obstruct Lin Yun and Ling Mu. It is even more insufferable to speak to them in such a disdainful manner. After all, the true authorities responsible for the registration of information lie far beyond the jurisdiction of these 4 city guards. Humph. Do they truly believe that we can be easily bullied? Lin Yun snorted coldly, while Ling Mu spoke in a frosty tone. Boom. 2 formidable oars erupted from Lin Yun and Ling Mu, refusing to yield. Buzz. The space trembled, reverberating with their power. This immediately attracted the attention of numerous cultivators who sought to enter the city, prompting them to pause and observe. TSK. Where did these 2 country bumpkins come from, daring to seek their demise in the ancient city of Divine Fall? They truly have no fear of death. Brother Yun, can you discern which faction those 2 hail from? Inquired a young cultivator with a single eye. Are you blind? Their chests clearly bear the name. What is it? Kunlun. Kunlun. Is there such a faction in the Ziwei Dao domain? I've never heard of it. They must have just emerged from some remote corner of the mountains. Ha! As these words were spoken, laughter erupted from the crowd, such as the nature of the immortal realm, as they regarded Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Their gazes resembled that of onlookers witnessing madness. The ancient city of Divine Fall. This is an exceedingly ancient city, its origins lost to the sands of time, with no one truly knowing who established it. What is known to the world is that the lineage of the ancient city of Divine Fall is extraordinarily terrifying. In the Ziwei Dao domain, regardless of whether one is the ruler of a major faction or a sovereign of an ancient kingdom, all must adhere to the ancient city's regulations to gain entry. Within the memories of the cultivators of the Ziwei Dao domain, apart from that singular faction, no one has ever dared to forcefully invade the ancient city. For 100,000 years ago, a prominent sovereign once descended, intending to disregard the ancient city's rules and enter forcefully. Ultimately, that ancient kingdom was obliterated within 3 days by a terrifying entity, almost leading to the complete annihilation of its lineage. On that day, the world was shaken to its core, and it was revealed to all how fearsome the ancient city of Divine Fall truly is. In the end, due to the intervention of numerous formidable figures, that ancient great nation managed to preserve its heritage from total extinction. Chapter 155. The mysterious woman enters the ancient city. Is there a hidden history behind this ancient city? Faced with the derision of the crowd and the trepidation surrounding the city, Lin Yun and Ling Mu exchanged murmurs in their hearts. Subsequently, they cast a dispassionate glance at the onlookers, choosing to remain indifferent, for it is often wise to avoid unnecessary trouble. The requirement to register information upon entering the city had not crossed their minds, nor did they wish to engage in excessive entanglements with these cultivators. Their gazes sharpened as they focused on the 4 city guards, questioning why those individuals could enter without registering. Observing the steady stream of cultivators passing through the gates, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yun and Ling Mu's eyes. They were not to be underestimated. Boom, boom, as their words resonated. An astonishing aura erupted from Lin Yun and Ling Mu, causing the surrounding space to tremble and hum with energy. These 2 clearly do not understand the gravity of their situation. How audacious of them to challenge the rules of the Divine Fall ancient city while still in the mere first layer of the Void God realm. Are they truly ignorant or simply foolish? This spectacle immediately sparked a flurry of discussions among the cultivators waiting to enter, all eagerly anticipating the downfall of Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Rules. They are established by the powerful. Ever since the incident that reverberated across realms 100,000 years ago, the inhabitants of Divine Fall ancient city have been imbued with an immense sense of pride. Thus, despite the guards merely being at the pinnacle of the Void God realm, They would dare to thwart even true God realm experts, unless those individuals hailed from formidable sects or terrifying powers. If they found someone distasteful, they would not hesitate to obstruct their passage, showing no mercy whatsoever. Humph. Words are futile. If you wish to enter the city, you must clearly disclose your identities. The 4 guards, slightly shaken by the imposing aura emanating from Lin Yun and Ling Mu, responded coolly, surprised that someone of merely the first layer of the Void God realm could evoke the sensation of confronting a true God realm expert. Yet what of it? This is Divine Fall Ancient City. Even if a celestial god were to descend, they would still be obliged to adhere to their directives. It is their duty to prevent any individuals of uncertain backgrounds from entering. It appears today these city guards are determined to make Lin Yun and Ling Mu feel humiliated, unless they choose not to enter the city. But having finally discovered this grand city of cultivators, Lin Yun and Ling Mu would not easily turn back. Brother, what should we do? It is evident that these guards intend to put us in a predicament. Ling Mu's gaze was icy as she fixed her stare on the 4 guards, simultaneously conveying her thoughts to Lin Yun. Let us assess the situation first. If we truly cannot gain entry, we shall withdraw. This ancient city is likely not as simple as it seems. There is no need to create an unknown enemy for our sect over a trivial matter. Lin Yun replied calmly, conveying through their thoughts. While they were confident in their sect's strength and had no fear of the guards' might, Lin Yun and Ling Mu did not wish to cause trouble for themselves. An unexpected adversary of unknown strength has emerged, bringing turmoil to the sect. Indeed, Lin Yun has grown immensely. However, had Lu Chen been present, the 4 city guards would have met their demise long ago, as the tension escalated between the 2 parties on the brink of collision. A stunningly beautiful figure suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. What an exquisite figure! The crowd gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. Such a powerful aura. Lin Yun and Ling Mu also turned their gazes towards this enchanting presence. Clad in a flowing purple gown, her luminous eyes sparkled, partially veiled, with cascading hair like a waterfall cascading down to her slender waist. Though her features remained obscured, the grace she exuded captivated all. The 4 city guards, upon beholding this vision in purple, felt their pupils constrict in shock. Regaining their composure, they disregarded Lin Yun and Ling Mu, hastily bowing in utmost respect. We have the honor of meeting the princess. Might we inquire if you are departing the city? Humph. Before the words could fully escape their lips, the breathtaking figure furrowed her brow and coldly interrupted. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you, mere inhabitants of Shinzue Ancient City? Her words sent a ripple of astonishment through the assembly. And no, we dare not. It's just that the city lord instructed us, should you choose to leave the city, we must inform the lord's residence. The city lord will dispatch powerful guardians to ensure the princess's safety. Please do not hold it against us. The mere utterance from the purple-clad lady sent a tremor through the 4 city guards, their voices quaking. The identity of this woman was far too intimidating. Had it not been for the express orders of the city lord, they would never have dared to speak with her. Moreover, her stature was so formidable that even within their ancient city, they would not risk offending her. Who is this princess, exuding an ethereal grace that commands such reverence from the city lord? The crowd was collectively astonished. Shinzue Ancient City, with its 10 millennia of history, had witnessed countless powerful figures, instilling fear across the region. Even sovereigns of ancient nations had never warranted such attention. Yet now, a young woman elicited such trepidation among the denizens of this ancient city. Without acknowledging the guards, the princess's keen gaze shifted towards Lin Yun and Ling Mu. What vibrant vitality! Sensing the surging, tidal-like energy within the 2, the princess was taken aback. True God realm. Indeed, the celestial realm is exceptional, harboring such a youthful prodigy of the true God realm. Simultaneously, Lin Yun and Ling Mu regarded the princess, their hearts racing as they sensed her formidable cultivation. While others may have overlooked her prowess, Lin Yun and Ling Mu were distinctly aware of her exceptional strength. The 2 individuals were practicing the Kunlun technique, and as long as the disparity in their realms was not too great, they could generally perceive the true cultivation level of those who surpassed them. However, if the other party possessed special treasures that concealed their aura, Lin Yun and Ling Mu might not be able to discern it. What is the meaning of this? Those 2 gentlemen wish to enter the city. Why do you impede them? The woman in the purple dress, with a cold tone, turned her gaze toward the 4 city guards. Faced with her words, the guards' expressions shifted, and they found themselves at a loss for words. Humph. You have been in the ancient city of Divine Fall for countless millennia, yet you continue to look down upon others. Before the guards could respond, the woman glanced at Lin Yun and Ling Mu's attire, quickly grasping the situation. Upon hearing her words, the 4 guards trembled visibly. The shock resonated deeply within all the cultivators present. Although they were merely 4 guards stationed at the city gate, not everyone could speak in such a manner before the ancient city of Divine Fall. seemingly reluctant to delve further into the city's affairs. She directed her attention to Lin Yun and Ling Mu, her eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance. "If you gentlemen do not mind, please accompany me into the city." Her voice, which had previously exuded authority, now resonated like celestial music. What a melodious voice! As her words fell, all present, aside from Lin Yun and Ling Mu, were immediately enchanted. They glared daggers at Lin Yun and Ling Mu, wishing to usurp their positions and converse with the enchanting woman. Upon hearing her invitation, Lin Yun and Ling Mu exchanged a brief glance of caution. They had no prior connection with her, and her actions were undoubtedly motivated by ulterior motives. They pondered what qualities they possessed that might have drawn her interest, yet found themselves clueless. After a moment of contemplation, they decided to respond. "In that case, we thank you, milady." After expressing their gratitude with a respectful gesture, the trio departed amidst the seething expressions of the onlookers. With the presence of the woman in the purple dress, no one dared to approach and record Lin Yun and Ling Mu's information upon entering the ancient city. As they strolled down the street, they instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators. "Look, what a graceful figure. Who is this celestial being? I have never seen her before. Could she also be here for the selection of prodigies?" Numerous cultivators whispered among themselves, as if a grand event were unfolding in the ancient city of Divine Fall. "Let the esteemed one scold me. The author has failed once more. I have misspoken. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The author truly did not wish for this. This is the author's fault. May the esteemed ones forgive me." Chapter 156. Princess Yun and the selection of talents. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, the woman in the purple dress remained indifferent. After all, her every outing would invariably attract countless gazes. The selection of talents. As Lin Yun and Ling Mu overheard the words of the cultivators on the street, a flicker of anticipation ignited within them. Indeed, they had not come to the wrong place. They never expected to encounter such an opportunity. After exchanging glances, a spark of combativeness gleamed in their eyes. Their purpose for coming was to witness the prowess of the younger generation in the immortal realm, while also aiming to elevate the reputation of Kunlun. How intriguing! Noticing the subtle shift in Lin Yun and Ling Mu, the woman in the purple dress's eyes shimmered with a glint of interest. Beneath the delicate veil, her extraordinary beauty blossomed into a gentle smile, akin to the most exquisite petal in existence, radiating boundless allure. Fortunately, her veil concealed her visage. Otherwise, the cultivators present would surely be captivated to the point of distraction. "Are the two young masters interested in the selection of talents?" the woman in the purple dress inquired softly, her lively gaze fixed on Lin Yun and Ling Mu as they walked side by side. "Indeed. My junior brother and I have come to witness the talents of the outside world," Lin Yun replied candidly, while Ling Mu expressed his gratitude as well. "The outside world. If I am not mistaken, these two young masters hail from the Ziwei Dao domain, belonging to those minor forces that seldom venture forth." She mused internally. However, this might work in her favor. If she could bring back two young prodigies, her father's predicament would not be so dire. Upon hearing this, the woman in the purple dress moved gracefully, showing no outward reaction, but her interest in Lin Yun and Ling Mu deepened. It was their distinctiveness that had prompted her appearance. Otherwise, given her status, even the leaders of factions would treat her with utmost respect. In the Nine Heavens immortal realm, no hidden forces truly existed. Those so-called secluded factions were merely weak in foundation, requiring time to consolidate, which is why they sought remote places to establish themselves and gradually conceal their presence. "You two young masters are being too modest. Though your attire may be simple, your bearing is extraordinary. To be confined within a minor force would indeed squander your promising futures," the woman in the purple dress remarked, her gaze briefly lingering on the two characters adorning Lin Yun and Ling Mu's chests. "Minor forces? Huh." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Ling Mu exchanged glances, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why was it that wherever they went, people always perceived Kunlun as a diminutive power? "Ah, my lady jested. Our talents are merely average. Were it not for our sect leader, my junior brother and I likely would not possess our current cultivation," Lin Yun responded with a smile, having already discerned her intentions. "Since you two young masters have come to witness the talents of the younger generation, perhaps you might visit the Divine Fall Martial Platform," the woman in the purple dress suggested, shifting the topic and directly addressing Lin Yun and Ling Mu's interests. "The Divine Fall Martial Platform? What place is this?" Upon hearing the words, Lin Yun and Ling Mu exchanged glances filled with anticipation. The Divine Fall Martial Arena, its very name suggests a venue for combat. They had indeed come for a duel. Such a location was too enticing to overlook. The Divine Fall Martial Arena serves as a battleground for the younger generation to engage in friendly sparring. As it happens, I am also heading there. If the two young gentlemen do not mind, might we travel together? That would be most appreciated, my lady. Lin Yun and Ling Mu clasped their hands in gratitude. Although they sensed that she might harbor ulterior motives, they felt assured that her intentions were not malicious. In an instant, the three figures vanished, transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the divine fall martial arena. If this scene were to be witnessed by those familiar with the young lady in the purple dress, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For she was not only of remarkable lineage but also ranked among the top 30 prodigies on the Ziwei Dao Domain's talents list. In a realm populated by hundreds of billions of beings, it is evident how formidable and uniquely gifted one must be to attain such a distinguished position among the youth. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion, within a grand hall of imposing stature, the Lord of the Divine Fall ancient city, Lu Kanglin, sat with eyes slightly closed, listening to the report from the commander of the armored divine guards below. My lord, Princess Yun has brought 2 young men of unknown origin to the divine fall martial arena. Moreover, those 2 young men did not register their information, and Princess Yun has been exceedingly courteous towards them. At this point, the commander's voice trembled, as if he could scarcely believe that the exalted princess would display such behavior towards 2 ordinary young cultivators. With a sudden flash, Lu Kanglin opened his eyes, their brilliance revealing intrigue. Interesting. To elicit such treatment from Princess Xion. Can you discern the affiliations of those 2 young men? The commander promptly replied, My lord, I beg your pardon. I only know that the attire of the 2 bears the name Kunlun. They seem to be visiting the Divine Fall ancient city for the first time. I also investigated the Divine Mechanism Tower, but found no information regarding Kunlun. Oh, how intriguing. The absence of any record, even in the Divine Mechanism Tower, is noteworthy. Lu Kanglin's expression remained tranquil, concealing any surprise, though he was inwardly astonished. The Divine Mechanism Tower serves as a repository for all factions within the Ziwei Dao domain, excluding only the true behemoths and ancient sections. It is not that the names of such powers are unknown. Rather, the Divine Fall ancient city lacks the authority to document their information. Even if it dared, it could only scratch the surface of their true might. Kunlun? There is no need to concern ourselves with this Kunlun for now. All matters can await until after the selection of the prodigies concludes, at which point you may investigate thoroughly. This time, the esteemed Princess Yun represents none other than that particular prince. If my Divine Fall ancient city can successfully manage this affair, then even if a powerful figure from a prominent sect were to arrive in the future, our city shall not tremble in fear. Upon hearing these words, the leader of the armored divine guards quivered, fully aware of the grand individual referred to by the city lord. Indeed, he is an eminent figure of considerable stature. The upcoming selection of prodigies hosted by Divine Fall ancient city is undertaken with the utmost effort to curry favor with that prince. Yes, my lord. I shall take my leave, he replied, bowing slightly. Once the leader of the armored divine guards exited the grand hall, Lu Kanglin's gaze seemed to penetrate the boundless expanse, and he murmured softly, I hope Lord Zetian emerges victorious, otherwise, our Divine Fall ancient city will face suppression from other princes. Chapter 157. Arrival at the Pool Yao Dao domain. On the other side, within the Pool Yao Dao domain, 4 graceful figures emerged at the boundary of the domain. After 3 days of relentless travel, day and night, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong finally arrived at the Pool Yao Dao domain. At last, we have reached our destination. I never anticipated that even the power of the Void God realm could not breach the space of the Immortal realm. Indeed, the Immortal realm is vast beyond measure. Without our 3rd senior sister, we would have been utterly lost. Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong expressed their astonishment, casting curious glances at Qin Ruoxian. It appeared that their junior sister seemed remarkably familiar with the 9 Heavens Immortal realm. Had it not been for Qin Ruoxian's guidance, they would have surely strayed from their path. The Immortal realm was simply too immense, and the void was unyielding. With the strength of the Void God realm, it was impossible to penetrate the void, let alone traverse across the expanse in a single step spanning thousands of miles. Only upon entering the true God realm could one accomplish such spatial transcendence. Even an emperor would hesitate to claim a comprehensive understanding of the 3,000 Dao domains. Ruoxian's sister, have you visited the Immortal realm before? Yu Linglong finally could not suppress her curiosity, while Luo Lingxue and Ziyun Yin gazed earnestly at Qin Ruoxian. Yet, as soon as the question was posed, the 3 felt a sense of incredulity, for it seemed utterly implausible. Lingxue, Yin, Linglong, my identity is rather unique. Aside from the sect master, it is preferable for fewer people to be aware of it, hence my prolonged concealment. As she spoke, her gaze turned somewhat melancholic as she looked at the 3. Then, with a gentle smile, Qin Ruoxian continued. Ah, Ruoxian's sister. Could it be that you truly once visited the upper realm, or perhaps The three were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonished cuteness. Observing their expressions, Qin Ruoxian smiled delicately before revealing her former identity. Moments later, the revelation struck them. You were once an empress. My heavens. Ruoxian's sister. You were actually a great emperor, and the sovereign of an ancient kingdom. Once they grasped this truth, Luo Lingxue, Ziyunyan, and Yu Linglong were utterly astounded. The realization that they were in the presence of a former emperor who had now become their junior sister was overwhelming. They harbored no doubts regarding anything their junior sister had said. Throughout their time together, it had become apparent that Qin Ruoxian possessed the deepest reservoir of experiences. A fact well known among the disciples of their sect. They had assumed their junior sister was merely exceptionally insightful in her cultivation. They had never imagined she was a reincarnated empress. Lingxue, Yin, Linglong, you do not hold it against me, do you? Qin Ruoxian felt a profound gratitude for being able to become a disciple of Kunlun and cherished the bonds she shared with her senior sister, her two junior sisters, and all the fellow disciples in the sect. She wished to avoid any estrangement arising from her past identity. Indeed, a former empress. Now, having become a junior sister or brother, not to mention other disciples, even the three closest companions, Luo Lingxue, Ziyunyan, and Yu Linglong, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Ruoxian's sister, we all understand your struggles. How could we blame you? No matter whether you were once an empress or a celestial being. What matters now is that you are our junior sister brother. After regaining their composure, the three women promptly expressed their sentiments, their hearts swelling with indignation for Qin Ruoxian. With a cold tone, they continued, regardless of the strength of that ancient Wuji kingdom, we shall undoubtedly obliterate it in the future to avenge you, Ruoxian's sister. Hearing their words, Qin Ruoxian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. With such a sect, and such senior and junior sisters and brothers, even if she could not seek revenge in this lifetime, as long as her sect remained intact, that was enough. Lingxue, Yuyan. Linglong, as long as you do not hold it against me, nothing else matters. Qin Ruoxian smiled joyfully, much like a lotus blooming atop a snowy mountain. Pure as jade, enveloping all in a gentle spring breeze. This was the first time since her rebirth that she felt genuine happiness. In that moment, everything was worth it. Having a protective and domineering sect leader, and profound bonds with her senior and junior siblings, this was the finest sanctuary. Ruoxian's sister. The three women sensed the indescribable emotions within Qin Ruoxian, their delicate faces filled with compassion, their eyes glistening with tears. Sincerely happy to have such a junior sister brother. After a brief moment, the four women composed themselves and set forth on their intended journey. Meanwhile, at the Divine Fall Ancient City, on the Divine Fall Martial platform, two exceptionally powerful young cultivators were engaged in an intense battle. Boom, boom. The sheer force of their clash resonated through the surrounding space, creating a thunderous roar that was deafening. Wow. They truly deserve their ranking among the top 500 prodigies in the ZY Dao domain. The Prince of the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Nation was unexpectedly at the 7th level of the Void God realm, an astonishing display of strength. Indeed, it is said that this prince could contend with a 5th level Void God realm cultivator even when he was merely at the 1st level. What? It appears that the sword prodigy of the Qiqing Sword sect is likely no match for him, such as the Celestial Realm, where one can casually encounter prodigies capable of transcending boundaries. Lin Yun and Ling Mu, watching the fierce duel between the two young cultivators, felt a sense of anticipation brewing within them. Transcending boundaries was a commonplace occurrence for Lin Yun. As for Ling Mu, although she had never battled someone of a significantly higher realm, as a disciple of Kunlun, endowed with the Supreme Bone, she was incomparable to the two young cultivators above. The Qiqing Sword sect, unmatched in sword techniques across the world. Once, the Sword Emperor of Qingsheng was renowned in the Ziwei realm, having once slain an emperor with a single stroke of his sword. Yet, who could have foreseen that after a millennium of absence, he would now be reduced to such a state? The young woman in the purple dress gazed with disappointment at the young swordsman clad in green above her, pondering deeply. The Qiqing Sword sect, once a formidable force within the Ziwei Dao domain, has gradually fallen into decline following the demise of its illustrious Sword Emperor. In this generation, only one sword disciple has emerged, the very young swordsman presently standing upon the martial stage. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the Qiqing Sword disciple was sent flying by a single strike from the crown prince of the ancient dragon kingdom, blood spurting from his mouth, his complexion paling dramatically. Qingyu, do you truly believe that with your mere 6th level of the Void God realm, you can defeat me? You are utterly oblivious to your own mortality. The crown prince laughed mockingly at the fallen Qingsheng disciple, who struggled to rise. In response to the crown prince's taunts, the Qiqing Sword disciple's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he summoned the powerful hidden strength within him. The crown prince of the ancient dragon kingdom had not only taken away his beloved, but was also intent on forcibly binding her as a companion. It was for the sake of rescuing his beloved that Qingyu had engaged in this life and death battle. Seeing your brother, do you sense it? Ling Mu raised her gaze. Having noticed the subtle changes within Qingyu, and quickly conveyed her thoughts to Lin Yun. Sword intent. I never imagined this green-clad swordsman had actually cultivated sword intent. If you were to bring this back to Kunlun, I am certain the sect leader and elders would be exceedingly pleased. Lin Yun expressed his astonishment in reply. Senior brother. Shall we intervene? No need. The fact that he has cultivated sword intent suggests his strength is likely far beyond what it appears. It is likely the identity of his opponent that has caused him to hesitate. Thank you for the gifts. Esteemed patrons, the following narrative will primarily be from the disciple's perspective, though the protagonist will certainly appear, albeit without taking action. Esteemed patrons, please forgive the slow updates. Chapter 158. Resonance of the Sacred Body. Lin Yun's intuition was unwavering. Indeed, if it were not for the formidable power of the ancient dragon kingdom, Qingyu would not have withheld his full strength for so long. Qingyu refrained from acting with all his might, not wanting to implicate the Qingqing sword sect due to his own actions. However, if he did not unleash his full potential now, he feared he would perish entirely upon the God's fall martial platform. A tumult of emotions surged within Qingyu, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, his entire aura began to ascend, culminating in an explosive release at that moment. Buzz. Threads of azure sword intent coiled around the sword in Qingyu's hand, emanating a fierce sword energy that resonated through the surrounding space. Sword intent. The prince of the ancient dragon kingdom's pupils constricted sharply as he sensed the escalating aura of his opponent, a chill creeping into his heart. Hiss. This was indeed sword intent. The Qingqing sword master had cultivated such power at such a young age. Could he be the next Qingqing sword emperor? The current Qingqing sword emperor had not yet attained sword intent at this age. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Among all the paths of heaven and earth, none surpassed the path of the sword. At merely 20 years of age, Qingyu's future was bright. If he were not to meet an untimely end, he was destined to become another sword emperor, commanding respect throughout the realm. Even the woman in the purple dress felt a tremor in her gaze, her exquisite beauty concealed beneath the veil momentarily revealing surprise. She had not anticipated such prowess. Humph. Qingyu, even if you have manifested sword intent, what of it? Your power remains, and today, this prince shall eradicate a future sword emperor. Boom. As the words fell, the ancient dragon prince's eyes were alight with murderous intent. He unleashed his full power, determined to eliminate any future threats. Should Qingyu survive today and return to the Qingqing sword sect, the ancient dragon kingdom would face unimaginable repercussions. Who would dare to challenge the might of a future sword emperor? Swish. The prince's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before Qingyu. Die. His speed reached its zenith. And before anyone could react, he was already within 10 paces of Qingyu, his palm transforming into a fist, striking the air with tremendous force. Boom. Clang. Qingyu, expressionless, enveloped in sword intent, fervently channeled his energy into his sword and raised it high, delivering a decisive strike. Crash. 100-foot sword light burst forth with overwhelming ferocity, reverberating through the space around them. Bang. A figure was sent hurtling backward, bloodied and utterly disheveled. The ancient dragon prince crashed to the ground, a wave of sword intent invading his body and striking at his very spirit, causing him to spew forth blood, his eyes a mix of fear and disbelief. No. How can you be this powerful? I refuse to believe it. This scene utterly stunned everyone present. This was the might of the sword path. The grace of that Qingqing sword emperor was unforgettable. With a single strike, one could sever the stars. With a single blow, one could shatter the sun and moon. Swish. Qingyu stood before the ancient dragon prince, his voice icy. Surrender, Yunshi, or I shall annihilate you completely. A chill swept through his entire being, causing the prince of the heavenly dragon to shudder involuntarily, only for it to morph into an unquenchable fury. Who was he? The prince of the ancient heavenly dragon kingdom. Never had he endured such humiliation. His countenance twisted in rage as he bellowed at Qingyu. Dare you to kill me? The Qingqing sword sect shall be annihilated because of you. With a flash, a sharp beam of sword light sliced through the air, and the prince felt his left arm become weightless. A piercing pain surged through his heart. Qingyu, you seek death. The sword intent incessantly gnawed at his wound, and no matter how the prince attempted to mend it, all efforts proved futile. Hiss. So this is the true power of the Qingqing sword master, he thought. If not for the circumstances surrounding the ancient heavenly dragon kingdom, he would have surely perished by now. If the Qingqing sword emperor were alive a millennium ago, The ancient heavenly dragon kingdom would not have dared to lay a hand on anyone from the Qingcheng sword sect. The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yun and Ling Mu cast their gazes towards Qingyu, formulating their plans. In the face of the prince's furious cries, Qingyu remained unfazed, coldly declaring, "Release Yunxi, and I shall spare your life." There was no room for superfluous words. All Qingyu desired was to reunite with his beloved. "Release her. This prince demands her release at once." The prince sensed Qingyu's madness. If the woman was not freed, the other would undoubtedly kill him. Then, the prince shattered a jade talisman. With a hum, the space below trembled, and an elder emerged from within, accompanied by a young woman of delicate features, slightly pale in complexion. It was none other than Qingyu's beloved, Yunxi. "Qingyu, Yunxi." The two locked eyes again, their gazes filled with affection. "Your Highness, release her." The elder, radiating a powerful aura, was about to angrily admonish Qingyu when the prince interjected with an order. The elder then dissipated the restraints. With a hum, seeing Yunxi unharmed, the murderous intent in Qingyu's eyes dissipated. As he sheathed his sword, the prince felt a sense of relief wash over him. As Qingyu descended from the divine platform, intending to depart with Yunxi, the prince's voice pierced the air. "Qingyu, remember this. Today's grievance will be avenged by this prince personally." The princess gaze darkened as he spoke coldly to Qingyu. Had it not been for the presence of only one godly realm figure accompanying him, and the strict prohibitions against godly realm and above powerhouses from acting freely in the divine descent ancient city, he would have easily commanded the elder to eliminate Qingyu without hesitation. Crack! At the prince's words, Qingyu clenched his fists, a wave of helplessness surging within him. "Qingyu, this is not your fault." Yunxi sensed the turmoil within Qingyu and was filled with concern, yet her words were cut short by Qingyu. With the gazes of the onlookers upon them, Qingyu led Yunxi away. The prince's expression darkened, and he quickly departed with the elder, eager to escape any further embarrassment. "Brother, it seems that the prince of the heavenly dragon is determined to kill Qingyu." Observing the departing figures of Qingyu and Yunxi, Ling Mu felt a stir of emotion and imparted a thought to Lin Yun. "Junior brother, I sense that the young lady Yunxi possesses an extraordinary essence. She appears to be quite remarkable." "Senior brother, are you implying?" "Indeed, it cannot be mistaken. As the battle saint body, I can distinctly perceive a formidable and unique power concealed within her being. Saint body resonance. When we were in the lower realms, the heavens were flawed, and the myriad paths incomplete. Although Yu Linglong bore the Taiyin saint body, she lacked even a hint of the Grand Tao's force. Now, amidst the perfection of the nine heavens immortal realm, Lin Yun's understanding of the Tao has become increasingly profound. Hence, should someone possess a similar constitution, I would not misinterpret it. Esteemed gentlemen, I must attend to certain matters and take my leave. Here is my token with this. I believe it will afford you some convenience, whether in the Divine Fall ancient city or the ZY domain." At that moment, the woman in the purple dress cast a glance in the direction Qingyu had departed, producing a jade token that glimmered with a verdant hue, and presented it to Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Before the two could react, the woman in purple vanished from sight. "Senior brother, it appears that the identity of this woman in purple is anything but ordinary," Ling Mu remarked slowly as he examined the token in Lin Yun's hand. "Junior brother, let us depart," Lin Yun responded, as if a thought had struck him. Swish, swish. Chapter 159, Kunlun. What force is this? Before long, after a period of searching, Lin Yun and Ling Mu swiftly located the resting place of Qingyu in the ancient city of Divine Fall, the Divine Fall Pavilion. This establishment is the largest in the city, as well as the one with the longest history. "Senior brother, it seems that the young lady in the purple dress has also arrived," Ling Mu remarked, sensing the aura of the previously encountered young woman. She turned to Lin Yun, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Let us not dwell on that, junior sister. We should enter first," Lin Yun replied, leading Ling Mu into the pavilion. Meanwhile, within a guest room, Qingyu regarded the suddenly appearing young woman in the purple dress with a wary gaze, for he found her presence utterly inscrutable. True God realm, he thought to himself, aware that even a perfected void god realm expert would struggle to conceal their aura from him. Only a true expert of the true god realm could elude his perception. "Who are you? I don't believe we are acquainted," he stated, though despite his caution, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. "Indeed, at such a young age, you have cultivated sword intent. With your presence, the Qi-Ching sword sect may once again relive its former glory from 10,000 years ago," she replied, not revealing her identity but expressing admiration for Qingyu's potential, astonished by how deeply he had concealed his abilities. As her words hung in the air, Qingyu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on her. It seemed that should she dare to strike, even as a true god, he possessed the capability to engage in battle, perhaps even to retaliate fiercely. Moreover, now that he had exposed his sword intent, it would not be long before news of it spread throughout the ZY Dao domain. Those who wished to see the Qingqing sword sect suppressed once more would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to target him. We may not know each other, but I believe you have heard of my name, she said, her voice melodious beneath the layers of her gauzy attire. Who are you? He inquired. Ziwei Yao, she revealed, observing the suspicion in his eyes. She was, in fact, the host of the upcoming Prodigy Selection event in the ancient city of Divine Fall. Ah, so it is you. Ziwei Yao, known as the Fairy of Ziyun in the ZY Dao domain. Qingyu and Yunqi's expressions shifted, for as members of the younger generation, they were well aware of the prominent figures listed on the Prodigy rankings. Among the younger women, Ziwei Yao's reputation was the most illustrious. I am unsure of your intentions. It seems we have little to discuss, Qingyu remarked, puzzled as to why she sought him out. In fact, I am the one organizing this Prodigy Selection event in the ancient city of Divine Fall, she disclosed. What? Upon hearing this, Qingyu and Yunqi were taken aback. As if a realization dawned upon them. Ziyue Yao. Ziyu. Zitian. Qingyu's mind raced, conjuring the image of a colossal entity that he hesitated to name aloud. Precisely as you surmise. Due to my unique status. Few are aware of my identity within the ZY Dao domain, Ziyue Yao spoke softly. Qingyu, should you choose to accompany me back to the Purple Gold City, I shall dispatch someone to warn the ancient Dragon Kingdom, ensuring that the Qingqing sword sect faces no peril. A warning to the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Were such words uttered by another, Qingyu would remain utterly skeptical. Yet, when spoken by this enigmatic lady clad in purple before him, an unsettling chill crept into his heart. Presented with such terms, Qingyu found himself profoundly tempted. He had journeyed here upon hearing that a prince from the supreme power within the ZY Dao region sought to recruit numerous prodigies. However, despite his intrigue, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. I fail to comprehend why, given the might of your backing, you would seek out mere young cultivators like us, who are only at the Void God realm. Qingyu voiced his thoughts candidly. He would not proceed unless Ziyu Ya disclosed her reasons. Though the Qingqing sword sect had waned in strength, its potential for survival in a conflict against the ancient Dragon Kingdom was not entirely extinguished. Yet, the force behind Ziya was of an altogether different caliber, one that instilled terror. As a mere cultivator of the Void God realm, the prospect of becoming enmeshed in their affairs filled him with dread. It would not only spell doom for him but also for the Qingqing sword sect, leaving them with no chance of survival. Moreover, he lacked the standing to be anything other than a pawn in their game, likely one of those contending for power. Qingyu was somewhat aware of the formidable presence backing Ziya, and he also discerned that she was none other than Princess Ziyun. This revelation led him to harbor certain suspicions. What must be done? I cannot disclose to you now. However, I can assure you of one thing. Once the matter concludes, the Qingqing sword sect will receive the protection of the Purple Gold City. Ziya pledged, recognizing Qingyu's potential. As long as he did not falter, he was destined to become another Qingqing sword emperor. She was eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, thus making this commitment a personal promise. Yet, unbeknownst to her, should Qingyu truly venture to the Purple Gold City, it would herald his irrevocable doom, and the Qingqing sword sect would soon vanish from existence. Since I cannot reveal the reasons, I must ask Princess Ziyun to take her leave. I shall return to the Qingqing sword sect. I shall not participate in this selection of prodigies. Qingyu stated, his gaze fixed on Ziyu Ya, while Yunqi's delicate features tightened in concern. Qingyu, do you truly wish to witness the everlasting decline of the Qingqing sword sect? Without a formidable support, given your talents, many would wish to stifle your growth. You understand this better than I do, Ziyu Ya implored, unwilling to concede so easily. Although numerous formidable young talents existed, few could rival Qingyu's potential. It was precisely for this reason that she had set aside her status to personally extend an invitation to him, only to encounter such an outcome. Princess Ziyun, I shall not see you off. Qingyu remained unmoved, gesturing towards the door with an inviting hand. Upon witnessing the situation, Ziyue Yao cast a glance at Qingyu, but remained silent. She then turned and departed, her violet attire gradually fading from view within the Divine Fall Pavilion. Qingyu, did you perceive something? After Ziyue Yao's departure, Yunqi looked at Qingyu with a hint of concern. Shaking his head, Qingyu shared his suspicions with Yunqi. Moments later, he exclaimed, "This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, the Qingqing sword sect would not have engaged in war with the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom." Tears marked Yunqi's delicate face, filled with overwhelming guilt. Once a discarded daughter of a prominent family in Xianzhou, her cultivation was merely at the Spirit Void realm. Had she not encountered Qingyu, she might have spent her life enduring mockery and bullying from her kin. Yunqi, this is not your fault. As long as I, Qingyu, remain alive, I shall one day become the revered emperor of the world, perhaps even surpass the Qingqing Sword Emperor, becoming an unparalleled sword immortal, and eradicate all injustices in this realm. Qingyu clenched his fists, his heart brimming with a desire for power. Suddenly, a knock echoed, causing both to exchange puzzled glances. It was unusual for them to have visitors in the Divine Fall ancient city. Without overthinking, Qingyu approached the door and opened it. To his surprise, two young men stood before him. Qingyu? The two young men smiled upon seeing him. I am indeed Qingyu. May I inquire what brings you here? Qingyu replied, a bit bewildered, yet sensing no malice from them. The two young men were Lin Yun and Ling Mu. After sensing Ziyue Yao's aura dissipate, they had come directly to find Qingyu. I am Lin Yun, the eldest disciple of Kunlun. This is my junior brother, Ling Mu, the fourth disciple of Kunlun. Lin Yun said with a smile, introducing himself as he gestured towards Ling Mu. Kunlun? What kind of faction is that? Qingyu asked, taken aback, glancing at Yunqi, who also appeared unfamiliar with it. He then politely invited them in. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Once seated, Lin Yun and Ling Mu observed Qingyu and Yunqi intently, causing the latter to feel somewhat awkward. After a brief moment, Qingyu could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Ahem, brothers Lin and Ling. May I ask what business brings you to me? At this, Lin Yun exchanged glances with Ling Mu, regaining his composure. Brother Qingyu, to be candid, my junior brother and I are here for training. We noticed your formidable swordsmanship at the Divine Fall Martial Arena and wish to engage in a spar with you. After careful consideration, the author has decided to resign and will first complete this book before making further plans. This is the last day of February, marking the author's final day at work. The author will commence on March 2nd, updating 3 chapters daily, and on occasions, 4 chapters, provided there are no interruptions in writing. Thank you for your continued support. I apologize for the recent infrequency of updates. Chapter 160. Even the Emperor must bow after Lin Yun finished speaking. He cast a glance at the slightly bashful face of Yunqi and praised, Brother Qingyu and Miss Yunqi are truly a perfect match. My junior and I wish you both a swift realization of your aspirations and eternal life. Ling Mu's eyes also revealed a hint of envy. How wonderful it would be if he could find a beloved companion as well. This thought prompted the visage of Ziyun Yin to emerge in his mind. Alas, he wondered if Yun Yin had someone she favored. Gradually, the shadow of Ziyun Yin began to take root in Ling Mu's heart. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the usually reticent Yunqi's face flushed a delicate red, enhancing her beauty. She cautiously glanced at Qingyu, her eyes reflecting a sense of wistfulness. Sensing the shift in Yunqi's gaze, Qingyu offered her a gentle smile, which immediately brought solace to her heart. One was a prodigious swordsman from the Qingqing sword sect, having cultivated the essence of sword intent, while the other was the discarded daughter of a prominent family in Xin Prefecture. Their fateful encounter had led to an inseparable bond, wherever Qingyu went. Yunqi was sure to follow, and as time passed, their feelings naturally deepened. Eternal life. A profound yearning and admiration flickered in Qingyu's eyes. Eternal life, an aspiration even immortals cannot genuinely attain. I appreciate your kind words. Qingyu could sense the sincere blessings from Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Though immortality may be out of reach, this lifetime was sufficient. Brother Yun, Brother Ling, as for the matter of sparring, it may not be feasible at this moment. A deep worry clouded Qingyu's gaze, stemming from the looming threat of the Dragon Ancient Kingdom. If they were to meet again in the future, he vowed to engage in a thrilling battle with both Brother Yun and Brother Ling. Although they had only just met, they felt akin to long-lost friends. And Qingyu longed for an exhilarating clash with Lin Yun and Ling Mu. However, that could not happen now. He needed to hasten back to the Qingqing sword sect. As an unsettling premonition gnawed at him. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in the eyes of Lin Yun and Ling Mu, especially Ling Mu, who, since following the Peach Blossom sword god, Deng Taiye, had deepened his understanding of swordsmanship but lacked opportunities to spar with peers. Now, having finally encountered a young prodigy, a fellow sword practitioner who had even cultivated sword intent, he felt an urgent need for a worthy opponent, one whose cultivation surpassed his own by several realms. Only against a stronger adversary could he truly gauge his own strength. Brother Qingyu, you intend to return to the Qingqing sword sect, correct? If possible, we wish to accompany you there. Accompany you to the Qingqing sword sect. Qingyu was taken aback, puzzled by their audacity. Did Brother Yun and Brother Ling not realize the formidable power of the Dragon Ancient Kingdom? It seemed reckless for them to join him, especially knowing he had already clashed with its people. Was this not courting death? The Qingqing sword sect would likely be struggling to protect itself. This thought filled Qingyu with a sense of guilt towards the Qingqing sword sect. Had it not been for his impulsive decision to venture into the ancient city of Shun, this series of events might never have transpired. However, that is not entirely accurate, even in the absence of today's affairs. the ancient nation of Tianlong would inevitably have targeted the Qingchang sword sect. The events that unfolded today were, in fact, meticulously orchestrated by the crown prince of Tianlong, all to provide a pretext for a justified assault on the Qiqing sword sect. Once, the Qiqing sword sect basked in the glory of its illustrious sword emperor, who triumphed over countless foes, most of whom were remarkable figures in their own right and formidable sword practitioners. Despite their defeats, they retained their honor. After the unexpected demise of the sword emperor, although the Qiqing sword sect began to decline, no faction dared to brazenly attack them. For many of those who had sought the sword emperor's guidance were still vigilant towards the sect, hoping for the emergence of another sword emperor. Nevertheless, the ancient nation of Tianlong had somehow learned that the remnants of the sword emperor's imperial weaponry remained within the Qingqing sect. Consequently, Tianlong had long set its sights on the Qingcheng sword sect. The current predicament involving Qingyu and the crown prince of Tianlong was merely the spark that ignited the fire. Brother Yun, Brother Ling, cease your jesting. The situation of the Qingqing sword sect is rather dire, Qingyu proclaimed. As for the Kunlun you mentioned, though I am unfamiliar with that sect, it is undoubtedly a power within the ZY domain. Qingyu chuckled lightly, glancing at Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Kunlun, if memory serves me right, it is a formidable force within the ZY domain, encompassing powerful families, ancient nations, great teachings, and even those terrifying factions. Even Yunqi appeared puzzled, observing the two with a questioning gaze. Indeed, our Kunlun has only recently emerged, and thus our sect leader has dispatched us disciples to gain experience and witness the prowess of the contemporary youth. Qingyu continued, Brother Qingyu, I comprehend your concerns. You merely wish to shield us from entanglement. In response to their gazes, Lin Yun and Ling Mu spoke earnestly. Brother Yun, Brother Ling, I can sense the sincerity in your hearts. It is fate that has allowed us to meet here, yet it is unnecessary for you to involve yourselves in this matter. Shaking his head, Qingyu realized the gravity of the situation but found it impossible to bring Lin Yun and Ling Mu back to the Qiqing sword sect alongside him. Such was Qingyu's nature. He regarded those who treated him sincerely as confidants. He could not bear to place his friends in jeopardy. After a brief exchange, Lin Yun and Ling Mu understood that it was futile to expect Qingyu to take them to the Qiqing sword sect, and they resolved to acquiesce. In that case, Brother Qingyu, we shall part ways for now. I believe we shall meet again soon, and when that time comes, you must not evade our duel. Until we meet again. The prospect of a swift reunion elicited a bittersweet smile from Qingyu, who had long since cast aside concerns for his own life, burdened solely by the thought of his sect and Yunqi. Unable to shake off the worry for the beloved woman by his side, Qingyu spoke, Brothers Yun and Ling, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you. Would you kindly consider my request? As he gazed at Yunqi, his eyes brimmed with tenderness and reluctance. After spending a considerable amount of time together, how could Yunqi be unaware of Qingyu's feelings? Panic flickered in her eyes as she quickly interjected. No, Qingyu, I cannot bear to leave you. Even in death, I wish to be with you. Qingyu felt the weight of her emotions, equally reluctant to part ways. Brother Qingyu, do you mean to say? Lin Yun and Ling Mu discerned Qingyu's intentions. It was inconceivable that he would lead Yunqi to her demise. Initially, Qingyu had intended to send Yunqi to a powerful sect, guided by a master who had once received instruction from the Sword Emperor of Qiqing. That was the last resort. However, the appearance of Lin Yun and Ling Mu altered Qingyu's plan. He understood Yunqi's situation all too well. Even among those formidable forces, she would undoubtedly face bullying. Rather than subject her to that fate, it would be preferable for her to live a peaceful life within an inconspicuous sect. After a brief discussion with Lin Yun and Ling Mu, Qingyu turned to the tear-streaked face of Yunqi, filled with sorrow. Brothers Yun and Ling, I beg of you. Should Qingyu survive and return, he vowed to forge a brotherly bond with them, sharing laughter amidst the myriad troubles of the world. He then prepared to bow deeply to Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Having been accustomed to a solitary existence since childhood, Qingyu had always been an outstanding talent within the sword sect, devoted to mastering the supreme swordsmanship, striving to catch up with the Qingqing sword emperor. Until meeting Yunqi, he had rarely engaged in conversation with others. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yun and Ling Mu's expressions changed, and they quickly intervened. Brother Qingyu, there is no need for such formality. You need not worry. We will ensure Yunqi is well protected, awaiting your return, perhaps fearing that Qingyu would be unsettled. Lin Yun made a shocking declaration. Rest assured, Brother Qingyu, as long as Miss Yunqi is in Kunlun, even if an emperor were to descend, they would bow in deference. Chapter 161. Qingyu returns to the sword sect. Ziwei Yao arrives. The emperor's descent demands one to bow their head and lower their gaze. Were this statement to reach the ears of the cultivators outside, they would undoubtedly criticize Lin Yun as a madman and a fool. Upon uttering these words, both Qingyu and Yunqi felt a peculiar shiver within their hearts. However, Qingyu soon found himself bitterly smiling, knowing that Yunqi shared the same sentiment. They both believed that Lin Yun's words were merely intended to reassure them. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Yun's earnest demeanor and observing Ling Mu's expression filled with reverence upon hearing the name Kunlun, Qingyu inexplicably felt a flicker of belief that Lin Yun's assertions might indeed come to pass. He quickly shook his head, discarding all such fanciful thoughts. Understanding that Lin Yun acted out of goodwill, aiming to ease his anxieties. Without elaborating further, Qingyu turned to the two of them and said, "Brother Yun, Brother Ling, I have something I wish to discuss privately with Yunqi." Was this to be their final farewell? At his words, Lin Yun and Ling Mu nodded in agreement and stepped out of the room, granting the two a brief moment of solitude. As for whether Lin Yun and Ling Mu had genuinely relinquished their ties to the Qingcheng sword sect, that seemed rather improbable. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion, within a grand hall, Ziwei Yao, having been rebuffed by Qingyu at the Shinzue Pavilion, felt no animosity towards him. In truth, she could have easily dispatched someone or taken matters into her own hands to forcibly bring Qingyu back to the Golden City. However, such actions would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Golden City within the Ziwei Dao domain. Consequently, it was likely that no aspiring young prodigy with immense potential would willingly choose to enter the Golden City in the future. The youth of this generation were all promising talents, especially those ranked among the top 500 within the Ziwei Dao domain. Thus, despite the formidable power backing Ziwei Yao, it could not compel those without a strong background or those of lesser stature but great potential to comply. Having subtly observed the young prodigies participating in the selection, she noted a few with considerable strength. Ziwei Yao addressed the respectful city lord of Shinzue, saying, "Lord Xianming, let us commence the selection of prodigies tomorrow." "Yes, princess. I shall personally oversee the selection and ensure it meets the prince's expectations," the city lord of Shinzue replied eagerly, his heart racing at the prospect. To align with the Golden City would bring immeasurable benefits to Shinzue Ancient City. Although Shinzue Ancient City might appear formidable in the eyes of the public, it was but an ant in comparison to the true great powers. Despite having once directly challenged a powerful ancient kingdom, that kingdom was merely one of the weakest among its peers. Indeed, ancient kingdoms are categorized by their standing, much like the renowned Qiyao Ancient Kingdom, once belonging to Qin Ruoxian, which was nearly at the pinnacle of such rankings. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ziwei Yao understood the motivations behind the city lord's fervent demeanor. "Very well. I will trouble you for the next 3 days. Once this matter concludes, I shall inform my father of all that transpires." Upon hearing this, the lord of Shinzue City was overwhelmed with joy. This was the very response he had been eagerly anticipating. After expressing his gratitude to the princess, the lord's expression shifted as he composed himself and thanked Ziwei Yao earnestly. He hoped that this time, a few individuals would meet the required criteria. By the way, the prowess of those two young gentlemen might indeed parallel that of Qingyu, thus allowing them to accompany the two back to Zijin City. Once the lord departed, Ziwei Yao mused internally, having recently conducted an inquiry into the numerous young talents participating in the selection for the Tianjiao. They were all ranked among the top contenders within the Ziwei Dao domain, specifically those falling between the 400th and 500th positions. It is worth noting that among the countless beings in the Ziwei Dao domain, those who made it onto the Tianjiao list are undoubtedly formidable. Subsequently, Ziwei Yao exited the lord's mansion, seemingly en route to locate Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Meanwhile, within the ancient Shinzue Pavilion, Ling Mu observed his senior brother Lin Yun with a hint of concern. "Brother, are we truly not going to the Qingqing sword sect?" "Of course we shall go. Once Qingyu sets off, we will remain hidden in the shadows and follow discreetly," Lin Yun replied, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he expressed a degree of worry for Qingyu. Although the strength of the Tianlong ancient nation was unknown to him, as an ancient nation its might was surely formidable. Before long, Qingyu found the two, unaccompanied. "Yun brother, Ling brother, I have successfully calmed Yunqi. After I depart, she will awaken within an hour. At that time, I will require both of you to escort her back to Kunlun." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Ling Mu understood the implications. "Rest assured, brother Qingyu, we shall directly take Miss Yunqi back to Kunlun and await your return." Hearing these words, Qingyu smiled, a look of relief washing over him. Without further delay, he bid farewell to Lin Yun and Ling Mu before hastening back toward the Qingqing sword sect. At the entrance of the Shinzue Pavilion, Ling Mu, watching Qingyu's retreating figure, expressed his apprehension. "Junior brother, I have left a trace of my aura on Qingyu. Once we escort Miss Yunqi back to Kunlun, we shall proceed directly to the Qingchang sword sect. I sincerely hope that no misfortune befalls Qingyu." Lin Yun, gazing in the direction Qingyu had departed, nodded in agreement. Just as they were preparing to enter the Shinzue Pavilion to await Yunqi's awakening, a stunning figure draped in purple materialized before them. It was none other than Ziyue Yao. It is her. Lin Yun and Ling Mu exchanged glances. Poised to speak when Ziyue Yao softly interjected, "Gentlemen, may I have a word?" Certainly, Lin Yun replied, curious about her intentions and objectives. After a brief exchange, the three engaged in conversation, and once Lin Yun and Ling Mu grasped her motives, Lin Yun stated directly, "Miss C. My junior brother and I cannot possibly go to the Zijin city you mentioned. Indeed, we are disciples of Kunlun, and it is inconceivable for us to serve another faction. Therefore, I kindly request you to return." In the end, Lin Yun and Ling Mu spoke in unison. What a joke. As distinguished disciples of Kunlun, why should we go to Zijin city to serve as leaders? We are well aware of the extraordinary identity of Ziyue Yao, yet we shall not be intimidated by her status. Upon hearing this, Ziyue Yao's expression shifted, and a tinge of self-doubt crept into her heart. First Qingyu, now Lin Yun and Ling Mu's refusal. When did the once renowned Zijin city become a place of disdain? Very well, I shall not impose any further. Ziyue Yao continued. If you gentlemen ever wish to visit Zijin city, you may come to me with this token I have bestowed upon you, and I assure you, I will present you with a remarkable opportunity. Ziyue Yao understood that further words would bear no weight, so she took her leave. It is only because Lin Yun, Ling Mu, and Qingyu possess such immense potential that they receive this level of treatment in her eyes. Were it anyone else, Ziyue Yao would not be so accommodating. Indeed, for others, they might not even qualify for a conversation with Ziyue Yao. Chapter 162, The Fall of the Celestial Deity. The fury of the ancient kingdom after Ziyue Yao departed. Lin Yun and Ling Mu felt that it was time to proceed to the chamber where Qingyu had previously been. They knocked on the door. "Miss Yunqi," Ling Mu called out at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, the door creaked open, revealing Yunqi's tear-filled eyes, brimming with sorrow and concern. It was evident that she had likely awakened long before, or perhaps Qingyu's confinement had proven futile against her. Yunqi recognized both Lin Yun and Ling Mu. She offered them a respectful bow, though her gaze reflected a hint of trepidation, not fear of Lin Yun and Ling Mu themselves, but rather uncertainty about her next steps. The prospect of heading to Kunlun was overwhelming for her. As a discarded daughter of her family, she had faced ridicule and bullying from her peers due to her struggles in breaking through the void divine realm. Yunqi had developed a certain aversion to her family and sect, fearing that her inadequacies might once again expose her to the scorn of her kin or fellow disciples. "Miss Yunqi, time is of the essence. Let us set aside further discussion for now. We shall escort you back to Kunlun. And my junior brother and I will implore the sect master. I am confident that upon learning of your circumstances with Qingyu, the sect master will dispatch an elder to assist the Qing Chung Sword sect." There was, however, an unspoken sentiment lingering in Lin Yun's mind that both Yunqi and Qingyu were indeed worthy of entering Kunlun. "Thank you for your kindness, esteemed sirs. But I do not wish to go to Kunlun. I intend to wait here for Qingyu's return. You need not concern yourselves with my safety. I shall be fine in the ancient city of divine descent for the time being." Yunqi finally expressed her true feelings. She did not wish to involve Qingyu's sect due to their relationship, especially considering that Qing Chung Sword sect was now confronting an ancient kingdom. Yet, Yunqi was correct. As long as she remained within the ancient city of divine descent, she would likely encounter no immediate danger. However, should the Tianlong ancient kingdom succeed in subduing Qing Cheng Sword sect, they would undoubtedly pursue anyone affiliated with it. "Miss Yunqi, if anything were to happen to you, how would we explain it to Brother Qingyu?" Lin Yun and Ling Mu expressed their frustration. Although they could forcibly take Yunqi with them, the thought felt akin to coercing a virtuous woman. Faced with their earnest entreaty, Yunqi found herself at a loss for words. It was not that she doubted their intentions. Rather, the threat posed by the ancient kingdom loomed large in her mind. Being of a prominent family, she had a fair understanding of the various powers within the ZY Dao domain, yet she knew nothing of the forces associated with Kunlun. "Miss Yunqi, please accompany us back to Kunlun. My junior brother and I cannot bear the thought of anything happening to Qingyu. Furthermore, Kunlun possesses means to assist you in breaking free from your physical shackles," Lin Yun remarked, revealing the nature of Yunqi's predicament. In her cultivation journey, she has consistently faced challenges, unable to break through to a higher realm, forever confined to the spirit void realm. The body of the spirit law cannot transcend into divinity. This is Yunqi's sorrow. Once, an ancient deity had examined her physical condition, yet ultimately could not discern the underlying issue. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Yunqi's eyes trembled with disbelief. She never imagined that even an ancient deity could not identify her plight, while Lin Yun could see her problem at a glance. This matter had never been discussed with Lin Yun or Ling Mu by either her or Qingyu. In reality, Lin Yun had inferred it from previous encounters with Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan, Yu Linglong, and others, as well as from his own experience with the Battle Saint body. Lady Yunshi, as long as our sect leader intervenes, she will undoubtedly assist you in overcoming the obstacles in your cultivation, Ling Mu said at that moment. A statement that profoundly shook Yunshi. If she could dismantle the barriers on her path to cultivation, she could transcend to the Void God realm and perhaps reach even greater heights in the future. The higher her cultivation, the longer her lifespan would be. She did not seek immortality, merely the chance to walk alongside Qing Yu until the end of her days. Contemplating this, a resolve flickered in her eyes. She must grow stronger, for only then could she aid Qing Yu and remain by his side. Young Master Lin Yun, young Master Ling Mu. I have decided to accompany you to Kunlun. Yunshi gritted her teeth, though a hint of trepidation lingered within her, having just previously rejected their goodwill. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Ling Mu were filled with joy. Sect leader, just wait at home. A genius shall descend upon you. In their minds, they envisioned the moment when Lu Chun would commend them both. Time was of the essence. Lady Yunshi, let us depart at once. With those words, Lin Yun and Ling Mu took Yunshi away from the Divine Fall Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, they exited the ancient city of Divine Fall. Swish, swish, swish. As they emerged from the ancient city, three figures swiftly traversed the sky, racing towards the direction of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The distance from the ancient city to the 10,000 Great Mountains spans a staggering 300,000 miles. For those in the Void God realm, this distance is not considerable. Even though Yunshi was merely at the Spirit Void realm, her speed would not lag far behind. In the Nine Heavens Immortal realm, where the heavens and earth are flawless and myriad paths are complete, only those at the true God realm possess the capability to shatter the barriers of space, thereby enabling void traversal. Meanwhile, in Qiqing Prefecture, at the Qiqing Sword Sect, what once stood as grand halls amidst towering peaks now lay in ruins. From above, the view was dismal. In the void above, multiple divine pressures surged forth with terrifying intensity. Boom, boom. From a distance of 10,000 miles, two formidable figures exuding the weight of the great Tao stood in confrontation, their divine might overwhelming the skies, shaking the vast expanse of air. Ah, save me. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, followed by a thunderous crash that echoed throughout the realm, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. You seek death. How dare you slay Changfeng? A divine being's gaze turned fierce, unleashing a furious roar that echoed like thunder, shattering countless peaks in an instant. Changfeng, a formidable deity of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Boom. Rumble. Ancient Dragon Kingdom. Are you truly on the brink of war? A figure clad in green, wielding a sword and emanating a fierce sword intent that reverberated through the heavens, appeared in the void. Addressing an elder deity of the ancient Dragon Kingdom with a thunderous voice. Ningke, surrender the imperial weapon. Otherwise, the Qiqing Sword Sect shall be expunged from the Ziwei Dao domain today. The elder deity's voice was icy. Damn it. Who dares to speak so recklessly? If our Qiqing Sword Sect possessed an imperial weapon, you would have been annihilated long ago. Upon hearing the elder deity's words, Ningke's expression darkened considerably, and he shouted in response. An imperial weapon? He had no knowledge of such a thing. If the Qiqing Sword Sect truly had an imperial weapon, it would not have fallen to such a state. Chapter 163. The Divine War. Returning to Kunlun. Ningke, the current leader of the Qiqing Sword Sect, possesses formidable strength at the 9th level of the Divine Realm. Just moments ago, he decisively vanquished a powerful adversary from the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom, who was at the 8th level of the Divine Realm. Humph. Regardless of whether your Qiqing Sword Sect possesses an imperial weapon, you dared to slay a Divine Realm being from the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom. And as for that sword cultivator of yours, how audacious to injure the Crown Prince in the ancient city of Divine Descent. If you do not surrender an imperial weapon and 10 imperial elixirs, then the entire Qiqing Sword Sect shall pay the price. In response to Ningke's words, a sinister murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the Divine Realm Elder from the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom, as if this had all been premeditated. It was evident that the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom had come specifically to obliterate the Qiqing Sword Sect, showing little concern for the imperial weapons. Perhaps already aware that the Qiqing Sword Sect possessed none. Do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? Ningke's heart surged with indignation upon hearing the elder's words. An imperial weapon, 10 imperial elixirs. Even your Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom cannot muster such treasures. Such demands are utterly ludicrous. At that moment, Ningke understood fully. The Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom aimed to annihilate the Qiqing Sword Sect. This stemmed from an event a millennium ago when the Qiqing Sword Emperor had once subdued the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Qingyu, the Sword Sect may not survive this day. You must not return. Let the Qiqing Sword Sect preserve its final legacy. A sense of desolation filled Ningke's gaze as he resolutely stared ahead, silently praying that Qingyu would remain away. He knew all too well Qingyu's temperament. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. At that instant, numerous disciples of the Qingqing Sword sect were being ruthlessly slaughtered by the forces of the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Clouds of blood mist erupted, vividly marking the scene. The air within 100 miles was thick with the stench of blood. Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom, your tyranny knows no bounds. Even if we perish today, we shall drag you down with us. The remaining disciples of the Sword sect shouted in fury, their eyes wild with madness as they beheld they at this moment. A cultivator familiar with the Qingqing Sword sect exclaimed, "Give up? Are you suggesting?" Upon hearing these words, the other cultivators seemed to have an inkling of the truth, yet they refrained from voicing it. The Qingqing Sword sect had once enjoyed great prestige in the Ziwei Dao domain, having produced an emperor and being well known among the many cultivators there. They had also heard tales of the sect's history, primarily due to the legendary Qingqing Sword Emperor. For millennia, no power had dared to take action against them. It was no wonder. So it was the Tianlong ancient nation. At this moment, an experienced elder discerned which faction had declared war on the Qingqing Sword sect. The Tianlong ancient nation. Upon hearing this, several nearby cultivators changed their expressions, their hearts understanding the reason behind it. In the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, 3 streaks of light sliced through the sky, landing upon one of the peaks. It was Lin Yun, Ling Mu, and Yunxi. Miss Yunxi. My Kunlun lies just ahead, Lin Yun remarked, pointing to the tallest peak not far away. This is the 10,000 Great Mountains. Yunxi's countenance shifted slightly, though she was not overly astonished. The 10,000 Great Mountains was a place frequented by cultivators from the Ziwei Dao domain for training, including her and Xingyu. However, she had not anticipated that a sect would choose to establish itself in such a location. Come, Miss Yunxi. Kunlun has its restrictions in place. One must ascend to enter, Lin Yun continued. Ling Mu, as a junior, spoke only when necessary. Restrictions? Upon hearing this, Yunxi did not ponder too deeply, for she had once belonged to a prominent family and possessed some understanding of such matters. Many sects indeed established restrictions. The presence of restrictions did not necessarily signify anything significant. This is indeed the case. Yet, the restrictions of Kunlun are not to be compared with the powers of the 9 heavens immortal realm. The entire majestic mountain where Kunlun resides is fortified with powerful restrictions set by the system. Even an emperor would find it impossible to breach these restrictions and must ascend from the base of the mountain, for direct access above is unattainable. It is undeniable that the very existence of these restrictions makes even the mightiest of emperors wary of Kunlun, despite the absence of deities among its ranks. Restrictions? Upon hearing this, Yunxi again did not think much of it, as she was aware that many sects had such measures in place. Swiftly, the figures of the 3 vanished from sight. Before long, Lin Yun, Ling Mu, and Yunxi finally ascended to the grand and magnificent peak where Kunlun is located. Is this Kunlun? Before her, Yunxi beheld a vast and level expanse atop the mountain peak. A mere 10 meters ahead lay an ancient celestial staircase, seemingly weathered by countless ages, ascending directly into the boundless heavens. Immediately, as her gaze followed this ethereal sight, a tremor coursed through her being. How could this be possible? What had she witnessed? Above the clouds, a multitude of majestic floating mountain peaks loomed. In an instant, Yunxi was enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of pressure. Yunxi. This is the true abode of Kunlun, Lin Yun remarked, observing the astonishment etched upon her features with a smile. Lin Yun, young master Ling Mu. The origins of your Kunlun must be extraordinary, Yunxi replied, her heart still resonating with shock as she turned to Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Taken aback by her words, both Lin Yun and Ling Mu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of reverence as they gazed upon the mountain peaks above. A quiet understanding dawned upon them, accompanied by a hint of wry amusement. Even they were not entirely privy to the true origins of Kunlun. After all, Lu Chun had never divulged such information to his disciples. Yet, they often speculated that their sect, Kunlun, might have once been a supreme force. For each time a powerful being was resurrected, it filled them with unparalleled awe. The origins of Kunlun are shrouded in mystery, and it is not something that can be succinctly explained. When time permits, I shall divulge more to you, fair Yunxi, Lin Yun stated, his gaze shifting toward her. As for the implications of Lin Yun's words, Yunxi remained unaware of their full meaning. Of course, this shall be revealed once you become a disciple of Kunlun. Chapter 164. Return to Kunlun, the ancient great sect atop the Kunlun disciple peak. Senior brother, did you and 4th senior brother return so swiftly? The disciples, sensing the presence of Lin Yun and Ling Mu, were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, their expressions transformed into one of exhilaration, for they were eager to hear about the happenings beyond their realm from their esteemed brothers. Without delay, all the disciples hurried to the sect's plaza. Upon entering from the Heavenly Gate Peak, they arrived at the Grand Assembly area. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, fourth senior brother. Upon seeing Lin Yun and Ling Mu, the disciples hastily bowed in respect. Who is this lady? Their gazes then shifted to the enchanting Yunxi behind them, a hint of curiosity flickering in their hearts. How could it be that the two brothers returned with a lady whose beauty rivaled that of the three senior sisters? Dear junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for such formalities. Lin Yun and Ling Mu replied with warm smiles, feeling genuinely delighted to see their younger companions. Senior brother, may I inquire who this is? One disciple dared to ask, glancing at Yunxi. This is a dear friend we met during our travels, Lin Yun explained, his eyes glimmering with a secret yet unvoiced. She would also be your future senior sister. Prompted by Lin Yun and Ling Mu's authority, the disciples, filled with determination, returned to the disciple peak to diligently pursue their training, aiming to swiftly break through to the void spirit realm. What shall we do now, brother? We have not been summoned. Ling Mu expressed his anxiety once the disciples had departed. The absence of the sect leader's command left them hesitant to approach the elders for assistance. Indeed, junior brother. How about this? You take Miss Yunxi to the disciple peak to settle in, while I visit the elder hall to see which elder might be available. Lin Yun suggested, concerned that prolonged delays could lead to dire consequences for Qingyu. Hearing their conversation, Yunxi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She understood that meeting the sect leader was not a simple matter and required prior notice. Suddenly, a figure materialized before the trio. It was Wang Ming. Greetings, Senior Wang Ming. Lin Yun and Ling Mu said respectfully upon recognizing him. Although Wang Ming and his companions served as guardians of the sect, the disciples regarded them with both reverence and trepidation. Nodding slightly, his gaze piercing, Wang Ming cast a brief glance at Yunxi, causing her heart to race. The sect leader has commanded you to proceed to the main hall, he announced. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Ling Mu's faces lit up with joy. Meanwhile, at the Qiao Dao domain, 100 miles from a prominent sect, for stunning young women, each possessing unparalleled beauty, appeared. It was Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong. Ruoxian, is this the power of the friend you mentioned? Gazing upon the magnificent and towering peaks that stretch endlessly before them, the ancient lofts, and the awe-inspiring presence of the three goddesses Luo Lingxue, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong each felt a twinge of astonishment, despite the grandeur unfolding before their eyes and their hearts. It was Kunlun that truly reigned supreme, an unparalleled force residing above the clouds and in the heavens. Nodding, Qin Ruoxian regarded the ancient power before her and spoke softly. Indeed, this is an ancient sect, one that has existed through the ages. When I first ascended to the rank of emperor and entered this place, even as an emperor, I felt minuscule in its presence. Reflecting on her past as a once-renowned empress, Qin Ruoxian found herself before this great sect once more. For reasons unknown, the sensation of insignificance that had once overwhelmed her had dissipated. It was as though this venerable sect had transformed into an ordinary power, no longer evoking that deep-seated feeling of being as insignificant as an ant. She understood that this transformation stemmed from Kunlun, whose mystique was simply unfathomable. Soon, the four of them arrived just shy of 10 meters from the ancient sect's entrance. Halt. Who are you? Do you possess a summons? Commanded the 5 armored cultivators stationed on either side, their formidable auras palpable as they scrutinized the 4 women. As an ancient sect, entry was forbidden unless summoned. Even the leaders of great powers could not enter uninvited. To forcefully intrude upon such a prominent sect, only a lunatic would dare, and lunatics, while mad, are not fools. Faced with this scene, Qin Ruoxian and the others were unperturbed. Please convey to Goddess Ling Yao that her former friend, Ling Xian, has come to pay her respects. Qin Ruoxian said, her gaze steady as she addressed the 10 guardians of the sect. No sooner had her words left her lips than the expressions of the armored cultivators shifted dramatically. You are the Empress Ling Xian, they exclaimed. The palace master had instructed them that during her seclusion, should Empress Ling Xian visit, they were to alert the elders and awaken her. Though they had never encountered Empress Ling Xian in person, the 10 cultivators harbored no doubts regarding Qin Ruoxian's identity. The title of emperor was one no soul would dare to impersonate, especially that of Ling Xian, who had once commanded great renown. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the elders at once, one of the armored cultivators replied, his tone shifting as he hurried to relay the message. Ling Xian was the name Qin Ruoxian had once borne. The realm of the ancient Qi Yao kingdom was known as the Taishan realm, and the 3 women, Luo Lingxue, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong, were likewise aware of her self-identification as Ling Xian. Moments later, a sudden hum resonated through the air as an elderly figure clad in blue, exuding no discernible aura, appeared before them. The 9 armored cultivators, upon seeing this elder, narrowed their eyes in surprise and promptly offered their respectful salutations. Elder Yu. Even Qin Ruoxian felt her heart quicken as she regarded the elder with slight astonishment. She had not anticipated that her arrival would stir such an esteemed presence. Luo Lingxue, Zi Yunyin, and Yu Linglong were equally astonished, though they could not discern the elder's identity or detect any aura emanating from him. He appeared as an ordinary person. Few can perceive the intangible aura of authority emanating from the elderly figure. This presence is one they have only experienced in the company of the elders of their sect. Having encountered venerable predecessors before, Qin Ruoxian respectfully clasped her hands before the old man, not out of reverence or fear, but as casually as one would engage in ordinary conversation. She was undoubtedly familiar with Elder Yu, for he had once been the protector of Lingyao. Ah, it is you, my dear girl. Had it not been for the unmistakable essence of the source, I would have thought someone had the audacity to impersonate the friend of the palace master, the immortal Empress Ling. Elder Yu's aged gaze sparkled with a divine light as he regarded Qin Ruoxian's transformed visage, a smile gracing his lips. Ha! I never expected that you, young one, have undergone reincarnation and recultivation. No wonder it has been 3 centuries since I last laid eyes upon you. Elder Yu assumed that Qin Ruoxian's reincarnation and recultivation were a means to ascend to a higher realm. Reincarnation and recultivation are not uncommon in the 9 heavens immortal realm. Many formidable beings choose this path when they find themselves unable to break through to greater heights. Qin Ruoxian expressed her gratitude for the elder's concern, acknowledging that the matter was lengthy to explain. May I inquire, esteemed elder, is Lingyao present? Chapter 165, The Ancient Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon. Existence of the divine monarch Qin Ruoxian spoke with measured respect, while internally reflecting on the stark contrast with the former Lingxian Empress, who would undoubtedly have exhibited a different demeanor, even during her illustrious reign as an emperor. She would not have dared to show the slightest hint of disrespect towards the elder before her, for Elder Yu was an entity of immense terror. Nevertheless, one certainty lingered in Qin Ruoxian's mind. Elder Yu was not a celestial being, yet his power was terrifyingly formidable. Legends whispered of Elder Yu's rebellion against the celestial realm, a figure of unparalleled strength who had once dominated an entire era. Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Ruoxian felt a profound sense of awe, recognizing that such prowess stemmed from a powerful lineage. Regardless of ancient scriptures or divine abilities, she could not measure up to her former self, save for her exceptional talent. In less than a millennium, she had ascended to the status of an emperor, subsequently earning renown across a domain and founding a sovereign ancient kingdom. However, those aspirations now felt distant and unattainable. The ancient scriptures and formidable powers of her sect, Kunlun, were not lacking. The sect leader had been in seclusion for 4 centuries, and the current moment was critical. Lingxian girl, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in this old man, Elder Yu remarked, dismissing Qin Ruoxian's words with a casual air. Leader, are you still suppressing yourself? To her astonishment, Lingyao had indeed become the leader of the Xianling Palace. Qin Ruoxian understood the reasons behind Lingyao's prolonged stagnation at the emperor level and felt genuine happiness for her friend, who had long aspired to lead a great sect. Grateful for the elder's kind offer, Ruoxian replied, I dare not trouble you further. Since Lingyao remains in seclusion, I shall wait for her emergence before visiting again. Qin Ruoxian was not in haste, having returned to the 9 heavens celestial realm. Time stretched infinitely before her. Upon hearing this, Elder Yu nodded, offering no further commentary. He then briefed the armored cultivator guarding the mountain gate, granting Qin Ruoxian unrestricted access to the Xianling Palace. After Elder Yu departed, Luo Lingxue turned to Qin Ruoxian and inquired, Ruoxian, since we cannot meet the palace master, shall we explore the 9 heavens celestial realm together? At this suggestion, Zi Yunyin and Yu Linglong expressed their excitement. Very well, allow me to take you to a certain place, Qin Ruoxian replied with a smile. Kunlun. Main Hall. After listening to Lin Yun and Ling Mu's account, Lu Chen found himself greatly intrigued by the talented Qingyu, who had manifested sword intent, a genius worthy of being welcomed into Kunlun. Moreover, he sensed that Yunxi possessed a unique constitution within her, presenting a rare opportunity. There is no need for concern. I shall arrange for the elders of the sect to accompany you, he declared. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Ling Mu were elated. Yet Yunxi felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether Kunlun housed ancient deities among its ranks. The strength of the celestial dragon ancient kingdom was formidable beyond measure, not a force that could be easily challenged. However, what struck her most was the revelation that the leader of Kunlun was a young man. Although she was unaware of the power dynamics surrounding Kunlun, there had never been any information regarding it within the Ziwei Dao domain, which left her quite perplexed. Lu. Master Lu, the strength of the heavenly dragon ancient kingdom is formidable. This matter concerns only Qingyu and me. Kunlun need not involve itself. Yunxi was reluctant to thrust Kunlun into a perilous situation due to her entanglement with Qingyu, especially since this issue had no direct connection to Kunlun. She was already deeply touched that Lin Yun and Ling Mu had brought her to Kunlun. As for the earlier assertion by Lin Yun and Ling Mu that the leader of Kunlun might possess the ability to discern her cultivation issues, Yunshi did not harbor much hope. Is their strength truly alarming? There is no need for concern. I am well aware of the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom's might. Master Lu Qin's voice fell lightly, as if he were entirely unconcerned by the formidable presence of the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom. System. Can you retrieve information on the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom? Ding. Affirmative. Commencing query for the host. A cold voice echoed in her mind, followed by, ding. The Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom is a divine king-level ancient power within the Ziwei Dao domain, with a lineage extending over 100,000 years. It boasts countless void god realm experts, 1,000 true god realm warriors, 20 celestial god realm beings, 5 ancient god realm entities, and 1 divine king. Note, this divine king is nearing the end of their lifespan and is currently sealed within the divine source, unlikely to emerge easily. They represent the last and most formidable foundation of the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom. 10 ancient gods, 1 divine king. Upon reviewing the information about the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Lu Qin was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of a divine king within the Heavenly Dragon Ancient Kingdom, alongside 5 ancient god realm experts. If it were merely ancient god realm entities, it would not be as concerning, as the elders of Kunlun were all at the 9th level of the celestial god realm, with the sect's guardians having also ascended to the 9th level of the true god realm. Moreover, given the formidable strength of Qingyu and her companions, even ancient god realm experts might not be insurmountable. However, the final note stating that the divine king should not emerge easily provided Lu Qin with considerable reassurance. He believed that as long as they did not force the other party into a corner, that ancient being would not make an appearance. Being sealed within the divine source suggested a desire to prolong their lifespan. Each emergence would consume a portion of their essence. With this thought in mind, Lu Qin waved his hand lightly. Buzz. A piece of information landed upon the elder peak. He then turned to Lin Yun and Ling Mu, speaking calmly. You two shall accompany the elders of the sect on this matter. Yes, master. Lin Yun and Ling Mu responded with excitement and reverence. They both understood that the elders of the sect had once been unparalleled powerhouses beyond their imagination, and their current diminished strength was likely due to various reasons, such as prolonged slumber or limitations imposed by the heavens. They had observed this phenomenon during their time in the immortal Martial Continent, noticing that the elders' cultivation would gradually recover over time. The crux of the matter lies in the terrifying prowess of the elders. Although they are ostensibly matched in cultivation, they are capable of overpowering their opponents with formidable ease. Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Yunshi felt an even deeper sense of self-reproach. She had not anticipated that Kunlun would indeed intervene to assist Qingyu. Furthermore, she recognized that no matter what she might say, this domineering and assertive young sect leader before her would remain unyielding. Simultaneously, a sense of certainty began to blossom within her. Kunlun may not be as she had perceived. Perhaps there truly exist formidable beings within its ranks. It was evident to her that this young sect leader was not one given to blind arrogance. Even when faced with an ancient nation, he displayed not a hint of trepidation. Yunshi, feeling indebted to Lu Qin, expressed her willingness to serve as a menial disciple of Kunlun, eager to contribute in any way she could, should Lu Qin not find her unworthy. She bowed deeply to Lu Qin, her heart brimming with gratitude. She did not dare to hope for the privilege of becoming a disciple of Kunlun. Her sole desire was to repay the kindness of Lu Qin and Kunlun throughout her life. Hearing Yunshi's words, Lin Yun and Ling Mu felt an even greater surge of excitement within them. Chapter 166. 100 Celestial Warriors, God King Jiang Taishu in their hearts. Lin Yun and Ling Mu harbored a certain suspicion that Yunshi possessed a unique constitution. Moreover, given Yunshi's kind-hearted nature and exquisite beauty, the emergence of such a little junior sister brought them immense joy. We Kunlun do not require servant disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Qin cast a stern gaze at Yunshi and spoke in a nonchalant manner. Is it true that we do not require servant disciples? Yunshi felt no disappointment. She seemed to have grown accustomed to such sentiments, as if she had faced countless rejections in the past. However, Lin Yun and Ling Mu understood the implication behind Lu Qin's words. Their expressions remained composed, for Lu Qin had previously stated that Kunlun did not have servant disciples, only formal disciples. You shall henceforth be the 7th senior sister of Kunlun. Just as Yunshi was lost in thought, Lu Qin's voice echoed once more. The 7th senior sister of Kunlun. Yunshi found it hard to believe, almost thinking she had misheard. Sect master, is this true? She struggled to accept this revelation. Even her address for Lu Qin had inadvertently transformed, due to her personal circumstances, after leaving her family. She had found no one willing to take her in. Had she not encountered Qingyu, she feared she would no longer be in this world. Haha, junior sister. This is indeed true, Lin Yun and Ling Mu replied with smiles, their hearts filled with happiness. Disciple Yunxi pays her respects to the sect master. Once Yunxi regained her composure, her heart raced with excitement, and she hurriedly bowed to Lu Chun, speaking with utmost respect. Nodding gently, Lu Chun smiled softly before turning his attention to Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Well then, since you need to rescue that Qingyu you mentioned, make haste. Yes. Sect master, Lin Yun and Ling Mu responded respectfully before swiftly making their way to Elder Peak. As for Yunxi, Lu Chun intended to conduct a thorough investigation. Within the grand hall, Yunxi cast her gaze down, unable to meet Lu Chun's eyes. She felt somewhat anxious, continuously speculating about the cultivation level of this young sect master. On the main seat, Lu Chun glanced at Yunxi and softly instructed, Yunxi, please proceed to the disciples' peak. I have arranged your accommodation. You should engage more with the fellow disciples to discuss cultivation matters. Lu Chun held a favorable view of Yunxi. She resembled a delicate neighbor girl, fragile and bashful, evoking a protective instinct in others. He was confident that the other disciples would take a liking to this little junior sister, and that they would coexist harmoniously. Yes, sect master. I shall cultivate diligently and strive to enhance my abilities. As she mentioned the need to improve her cultivation, Yunxi felt a twinge of timidity. Hesitant to voice her concerns, she was aware that the sect master had likely discerned the issues within her physique. Otherwise, why would he have appointed her as Kunlun's seventh senior sister? Yet, as Lu Chun remained silent, Yunxi, as a disciple, dared not inquire further. Once Yunxi departed, Lu Chun found himself engulfed in a sense of curiosity. Just as he was about to consult the system, its voice resonated within his mind. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a genius disciple and receiving an Imperial-level mid-stage summoning card, along with a random cultivation lottery card. As the first genius disciple received by the host in the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, the system grants an additional reward, a South Heavenly Gate from the mythical era's Celestial Court. Note, the South Heavenly Gate will replace the Heavenly Gate Peak, becoming the entrance to Kunlun. It has arrived. Hearing this long-awaited voice, Lu Chun felt a surge of excitement within. He had just been contemplating inquiring about the system's workings. Indeed, the system's rewards may arrive tardily, but they are never absent. System. What exactly is an Imperial-level mid-stage summoning card? Upon perceiving the information regarding the summoning card in his mind, Lu Chun felt somewhat perplexed. Imperial level is one thing. But what is this about a mid-stage Imperial level? He still possessed an Imperial summoning card in his hand. Realizing this, Lu Chun quickly contemplated. System. The Imperial summoning card I obtained in the Xinwu continent. Is it of the initial level? There is no doubt about it. Beep. Yes, host. Imperial summoning cards are classified into initial, mid, and high levels. Note, initial level cards can summon true gods and celestial realm experts. Mid-level cards can summon ancient gods and divine kings, while high-level cards can summon supreme and emperor-level beings. The system promptly provided an answer. After reviewing the classification of the Imperial summoning cards, Lu Chun felt a slight relief. At least he now possessed a mid-level Imperial card. Otherwise, facing the Celestial Dragon Ancient Kingdom with merely an initial level card would indeed be perilous. Lu Chun had already intended to utilize that Imperial summoning card. However, he first needed Lin Yun and Ling Mu, along with the sect elders, to proceed to the Qiqing Sword sect, with a mid-level Imperial summoning card in hand. And a random cultivation lottery card as well, Lu Chun felt considerably less anxious about the impending retaliation from the Celestial Dragon Ancient Kingdom. After all, with Kunlun suddenly intervening, it would be odd for the Celestial Dragon Ancient Kingdom not to obliterate Kunlun. The South Heavenly Gate. Could it possibly be the same South Heavenly Gate from the Celestial Court? Reflecting on this, Lu Chun suddenly recalled the Celestial Court from the mythical era on Blue Star. Without further contemplation, Lu Chun was eager to see which powerful beings he could summon. He immediately thought, system, use both Imperial summoning cards directly. There is no time like the present. Regardless of whether the mid-level Imperial card could summon a divine king, it would at least be capable of summoning an ancient god. Beep. Initial and mid-level Imperial summoning cards successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 100 celestial soldiers of the Celestial Court, each at the 9th heaven of the Celestial Realm. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning a divine king at the 9th heaven. 100 celestial soldiers. Celestial Court's warriors. Indeed, upon seeing the information in his mind, Lu Chun understood. In the future, he might also summon other powerful beings from the Celestial Court. With the celestial soldiers acquired, how could he possibly lack celestial generals? Celestial soldiers and generals are the quintessential configuration of the Celestial Court. No wonder After Lu Qin's arrival in this world, the system had even conveniently named the sect for him. On the Azure planet, the name Kunlun carries profound significance, representing the progenitor of myriad mountains and the origin of myth. Kunlun embodies the celestial realm and the underworld, intricately intertwined. A singular divine sovereign. As Lu Qin beheld the final vista, his heart surged with exhilaration. A formidable being of the divine sovereign level in the ninth heaven. Remarkably, Kunlun has ascended to a power of divine sovereign caliber. Lu Qin had not anticipated this, having only recently entered the celestial realm of the nine heavens. The overall strength of Kunlun had skyrocketed astonishingly. System, swiftly check the information on the divine sovereign realm's formidable beings, Lu Qin urged, suppressing his excitement. Ding. The divine sovereign of the ninth heaven is by Yishun Wang, Jiang Taisu. It was indeed Jiang Taisu, the white-clad divine sovereign, Jiang Taisu. A resonant phrase echoed in Lu Qin's mind. In this world, who else can be called white-clad but our divine sovereign Jiang Taisu? As a denizen of the Azure planet, Lu Qin was well aware of this individual, renowned as the foremost force of aggression in contemporary times. With the stature of a divine sovereign, he defied the heavens, vanquishing numerous formidable foes. He single-handedly sustained the world in a second life, quelling 7 sovereigns of myriad races and rending the heavens asunder. Given more time, the white-clad divine sovereign Jiang Taisu could have ushered in an era of peace for countless generations. As darkness and turmoil approached, he resolutely merged with the Tao, bringing forth the re-emergence of the great Emperor Hangyu. This man was a true hero of humanity. Ding, 100 celestial soldiers are about to materialize. Led by Yishan Wang, Jiang Taisu. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qin responded eagerly. He had longed to witness the invincible presence of the white-clad divine sovereign. With such a formidable sovereign at the helm, what could the ancient dragon kingdom possibly amount to? Should they dare to court death, they would be annihilated. Chapter 167. The climax of battle. Aside from the world meanwhile, at the Qingchang Sword Sect. The celestial dragon ancient kingdom had deployed 300 true God Realm warriors, 5 heavenly God Realm experts, and a singular ancient God Realm powerhouse. Such an assembly could be deemed as an elite force rivaling the pinnacle of divine authority. At this moment, the skies above the Qingchang Sword Sect were enveloped by hundreds of true God Realm beings, encircling the vast expanse of the sect. Boom. Celestial Dragon, Ancient Kingdom. You shall not escape retribution. Ning Ke bellowed, surveying the ravaged Qingchang Sword Sect below, where corpses lay strewn about in a grotesque tableau of destruction. Following this catastrophic conflict, with the exception of the yet-to-return Qingyu, nearly all disciples of the Sword Sect had met their tragic demise at the hands of the Celestial Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Even 3 elders of the Heavenly God Realm had fallen. Now, apart from the sect master Ning Ke and 3 elders of the Heavenly God Realm, there remained but one last vestige of hope for the Qingchang Sword Sect, a venerable ancestor of the Ancient God Realm. Engaged in a fierce battle with the Ancient God Realm expert from the Celestial Dragon Ancient Kingdom, far beyond the horizon. At this moment, the Qingchang Sword Sect stood on the brink of obliteration. Suddenly, from a distance of 10,000 miles away, an overwhelming force erupted, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Bang, bang, bang. 2 ancient figures, enveloped in terrifying divine power, drew the energy of the celestial bodies into their very beings. The clash of these 2 ancient God Realm warriors sent shockwaves through the void, shattering and collapsing it with each encounter. Vast expanses of space trembled and roared in response. Celestial Dragon Ancient Kingdom, your tyranny knows no bounds. The ancestor of the Qingchang Sword Sect roared, shaking the heavens. The tremendous force of his anger swept across tens of thousands of miles. Puff, puff, puff. The true God Realm warriors of the Celestial Dragon Ancient Kingdom above the Qingchang Sword Sect began to spew blood, their faces paling, fear etched in their eyes. The Ancient God Realm expert was indeed a terrifying presence. Even the Heavenly God Realm beings felt the severe impact of his might. The Ancient God Realm transcends the Heavenly God, embodying the essence of ancient divinity. Those who attain this realm possess an ever-deepening comprehension of the celestial and divine laws, their very beings pulsating with the power of the laws of the universe. With a mere gesture, they could summon the celestial energies above, wielding the divine laws as extensions of themselves, capable of shattering the cosmos with a single strike, truly formidable. Kill. Even if it means my demise today. You shall pay the price. Ning Ke, witnessing the battered form of the Sword Sect's ancestor, roared with thunderous fervor. Without hesitation, Ning Ke ignited all of his primordial essence and divine soul. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the forces of the celestial laws surged violently. Swish, swish, swish. Visible strands of intangible law energy poured into Ning Ke's body like a tidal wave, enveloping him in the power of the celestial laws. Boom. Damn it. Have you lost your mind? You are actually burning all your primordial essence and divine soul. The elder of the heavenly god realm, who had been battling Ning Ke, felt the terrifying surge of power, his pupils constricting in horror as fear washed over his aged visage. Hiki. Ning Ke laughed maniacally, driven mad by the intensity of his emotions. The moment she smiled, the celestial being was engulfed in a profound terror. The essence remains eternal, returning to the world. This phrase is well known within the realm of the nine heavens. It signifies that as long as a cultivator above the realm of true gods retains even a fragment of their original divine soul, they can be reincarnated and return to the myriad realms in due time. However, if the original divine soul is entirely extinguished, it implies that there will no longer be any trace of your essence imprinted upon the heavens and earth. All causality related to you will be obliterated by the universe. Boom. Witnessing this scene, the three remaining elders of the Qi-Ching Sword sect, all at the celestial realm, exhibited no hesitation and ignited their entire essence and divine souls. Attack. Boom. Each of the three elders charged towards a celestial being of the ancient dragon kingdom. Attack. It was evident that Ning Ke was prepared to unleash her final brilliance, transforming her very being into a sword, exchanging her life for another. Ah, my lord, save me. The sword's radiance was sharp, annihilating the celestial. Bang. The anguished cries of the elder at the ninth level of the celestial realm had yet to fade when, with a resounding bang, both his physical form and divine soul were obliterated by Ning Quebec bang. 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 The cacophony of thunderous sounds reverberated through the sky. Blinding blood mist erupted in the void, marking the demise of the three elders of the sword sect along with the celestial from the ancient dragon kingdom, even claiming the lives of nearby true gods who were unable to escape the terrifying power. In the void, Ning Ke coughed blood, her vitality waning to an alarming degree as she struggled to support her battered form. Ancestor. Ning Ke must take her leave first, life force rapidly dissipating. She cast her gaze towards the battlefield miles away, glancing in certain directions, her heart heavy with unquenchable sorrow and rage. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped her lips as she understood. Those individuals had yet to show themselves, merely wishing to prevent the Qi-Ching Sword sect from producing another sword emperor. They had long known of Qing Yu's achievement in sword intent, but out of respect for the guidance they once received from the Qi-Ching Sword Emperor, they refrained from intervening. Now, orchestrating the demise of the Qi-Ching Sword sect through the ancient dragon kingdom perfectly aligned with their intentions. Thus, why would they appear? Alas, it is disheartening to witness the once glorious Qi-Ching Sword sect reduced to such a state. Indeed, I have heard whispers that this generation of sword cultivators from the Qi-Ching Sword sect has seemingly cultivated sword intent. It appears that these individuals no longer wish to see another sword emperor overshadow them. In my opinion, the ancient dragon kingdom acts as their lapdog. Be cautious. Should these words reach others, it could spell the end of their legacy. From hundreds of thousands of miles away, numerous cultivators observed the spectacle, some expressing lament, others feeling pity for the Qi-Ching Sword sect. Just as the crowd engaged in discussion, a transformation unfolded within the ancient battlefield of the divine realm. Boom. Another elder, radiating terrifying power, emerged from the void, and without a moment's pause, unleashed formidable divine abilities against the elder of the Qi-Ching Sword sect. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators erupted into yet another round of fervent discourse. The emergence of two ancient deities has sealed the fate of the Qi-Ching Sword sect. At that moment, a streak of light swiftly traversed the void. Is there another presence? Could it be that sword prodigy who is undergoing trials in the outside world? Indeed, it seems so. Does he not realize he is merely returning to his demise? Do you believe that the sword prodigy's absence would spare him from the clutches of those individuals in the ancient dragon kingdom? Numerous cultivators, upon witnessing that luminous arc racing towards the Qi-Ching Sword sect, have already deduced the identity of its bearer. Chapter 168. The arrival of Kunlun, all annihilated indeed. It was Qingyu. The ancient city of Shinzue was situated over 10,000 miles away from the Qi-Ching Sword sect in Qi-Ching state. For Qingyu to return so swiftly was already remarkable. Whoosh! Qingyu descended upon the Qi-Ching Sword sect, and the sight that met his eyes pierced his heart with profound anguish, compelling him to unleash a thunderous roar. Heavenly Dragon, ancient nation, I demand blood for blood. He had not anticipated that he would return too late. Fear of death eluded him. His sole desire was to face the enemy alongside his sect, to die in battle together. Yet, Qingyu found it hard to accept the reality and desperately sought out any surviving disciples of the sect. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberated through the vastness, and Qingyu turned, unable to suppress his exclamation. Ancestor! As he contemplated charging forward, a faint voice interrupted him. Qingyu. It was Nink, whose presence halted him in his tracks. Master. Qingyu's face lit up with joy, and in an instant, he vanished, appearing 1,000 meters away. Nink struggled painfully to rise. Bang. However, he lacked the strength, collapsing into a half-kneeling position, raising his hand to call out to Qingyu. Whoosh. Master, I am sorry to the Qingqing Sword Sect. Bang. Qingyu knelt before Nink. Quick, flee. Why have you returned? Get away from here. Nink's face was pale with rage. Pfft. Yet before he could finish, he coughed up blood. He understood well what Qingyu wished to convey, but none of this was Qingyu's fault. Master, I will not leave. Even in death, I shall remain with the Sword Sect. Qingyu hurriedly supported Nink, his eyes filled with resolve, unafraid of death. Haha, truly. You are the sword of the Qingqing Sword Sect. Leave, the farther, the better, until you become a supreme being or an emperor. Never return to the Ziwei Dao domain. Go. Nink grew more anxious as Qingyu remained steadfast. As long as Qingyu lived, the Qingqing Sword Sect would endure. Those adversaries would not act on their own. They only needed to evade the pursuit of the heavenly dragon ancient nation. Nink believed that given Qingyu sufficient time, he would undoubtedly rise to become a supreme powerhouse or even an emperor. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, numerous figures appeared in the void. Not good. Qingyu's gaze sharpened. Fixated on the silhouettes. These were the true God Realm figures from the heavenly dragon ancient nation, the disciples of the Qingqing Sword Sect. A leader among them produced a portrait, glancing at Qingyu before issuing a cold command. Eliminate him. With that order, 10 true God Realm warriors surged toward Qingyu. Boom. Flee. Though weary, Nink's divine power flickered within him as he prepared to expend his last ounce of strength to protect Qingyu. Bang. 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 Suddenly, a divine force enveloped the two individuals, Qingyu and Nink, annihilating the true gods surrounding them utterly. Who could it be? A tremor appeared in Qingyu and Nink's eyes. Their hearts filled with astonishment. They were bewildered that someone would intervene to assist them in such dire circumstances. Buzz. Immediately. For figures materialized before the astonished gazes of Qingyu and Nink. It was none other than Lin Yun, Ling Mu, and two elders, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gu Qing. Brother Qingyu, we have arrived late, exclaimed Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Upon seeing the two youthful figures, Qingyu was taken aback. Unable to believe that it was indeed Lin Yun and Ling Mu. Qingyu, who are these individuals? Nink inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at the two powerful presences beside Lin Yun, his eyes narrowing slightly, recognizing them as celestial beings. Moreover, they were two exceptionally formidable celestial beings. Master. This is a long story. Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and then addressed Nink. Thank you, esteemed friends. Given the current circumstances, Nink refrained from asking further questions and expressed his gratitude toward Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gu Qing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gu Qing remained silent. Swish. Yi Gu Qing raised his hand and unleashed a divine force that surged into Nink's body, instantly alleviating much of his injuries. However, his primordial spirit and life essence were still in dire straits, nearly extinguished. Had it not been for your indomitable will, you might have already vanished from existence. Yi Gu Qing remarked to Nink in a calm tone. Thank you, esteemed friend. I apologize for the inconvenience. Nink replied with a bitter smile, his eyes reflecting despair. I was driven to a dead end, which is why I acted recklessly. Upon hearing this, Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. Master, Qingyu. You must quickly leave with these two esteemed friends. Do not concern yourself with me. I am the sect master of the Qingqing Sword Sect, and I cannot abandon my post. I must aid our ancestor. Before Qingyu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Nink. Brother Qingyu, do not worry about this elder. These two are elders from Kunlun. With their presence, you shall remain unharmed today, Lin Yun assured Qingyu and Nink. By the way, Brother Qingyu, Miss Yunqi is now a disciple of Kunlun, Lin Yun added. Kunlun disciples. Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, slowly processing the revelation. Kunlun? Even Nink, the sect master of the Qingqing Sword Sect, was astonished, for he had never heard of any power by the name of Kunlun. Furthermore, the fact that they possessed two formidable celestial beings indicated they were indeed a first-rate force. It was known that any power with celestial beings was considered elite. Nonetheless, despite their status, he had never once heard of Kunlun. With a resounding boom, the battlefield, thousands of miles away, erupted with a thunderous roar that echoed for hundreds of thousands of miles. Suddenly, an ancient figure was sent flying, crashing down onto the ravaged grounds of the Qingqing Sword Sect, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. It was the venerable ancestor of the Qingqing Sword Sect, a master of the 8th level of the ancient God Realm. Ancestor. Qingyu and Nink cried out in unison, rushing to assess the injuries of their sect's elder. Humph. This old fool possesses some strength. which has made it quite the endeavor for us to subdue him," remarked two formidable figures clad in gray, hovering ominously above the sect, their cold voices cutting through the air. "Let us not squander any more time. Eradicate them all." Chapter 168. If you dare to come, annihilation awaits with a thunderous declaration. An elder raised his hand and struck. A terrifying force materialized as a colossal palm descended. Layers of ethereal space were instantaneously shattered and collapsed. Boom. In that instant, Qingyu and Ning's expressions shifted dramatically, despair filling their eyes. Just as they were about to muster all their strength to resist, a resounding crack echoed as two powerful beams of sword light sliced through the fabric of space, striking the enormous palm. The sound reverberated like thunder, and the dreadful hand vanished without a trace. What formidable sword intent! Qingyu and Ning were taken aback and quickly turned their gazes. It was Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng who had intervened. Seeking death, the elder cast a dark glance at Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng, astonished that his casual strike had been thwarted by two mere celestial realm ants. This incited his fury, and he raised his hand in the void. Boom. A gaunt hand, imbued with terrifying power, reached towards Yi Gucheng and Shimin Shui Shui. Fight. Faced with the two ancient deities, Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng showed no signs of fear. With a fierce shout, they unleashed an overwhelming aura that soared into the sky. Boom. A fierce battle erupted instantly. The swords in Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng's hands shimmered brilliantly, their sword intent enveloping the heavens as they unleashed their most powerful sword techniques against their opponents. Boom. Sword intent. Who are you? Sensing the overwhelming sword intent, the two ancient deities from the Tianlong ancient kingdom changed countenance, their auras surging. They effortlessly defended against the onslaught, astonished to discover that their adversaries were indeed two swordsmanship masters. Such powerful sword intent. Qingyu and Ning were utterly astounded. They exchanged a glance, disbelief etched in their eyes. How could two mere elders possess such mastery in the sword arts? What kind of force is Kunlun? As Qingyu and Ning gazed at Lin Yun and Ling Mu, who had approached them, they were about to inquire further when Lin Yun spoke. "Brother Qingyu, esteemed elders, the two elders are currently engaged in holding back the enemy. We must depart swiftly from this place." Upon hearing this, Qingyu and Ning glanced at the two invincible figures in the void with immense gratitude. Gritting their teeth, they hesitated no longer and hastily led the ancient deity, who was unaware of life or death, away. Swish, swish, swish. After witnessing Lin Yun and Ling Mu's departure, Yi Gucheng and Shimin Shui Shui stood resolute with their swords drawn, their gazes unwavering as they regarded the two ancient deities. Kunlun. The name slipped from Yi Gucheng's lips, devoid of fear regarding the revelation of their affiliation. Kunlun. The brows of the two ancient deities furrowed, pondering the nature of this force. Regardless of your origins, daring to strike at us and rescue the members of the Qingcheng sword sect will exact a price. You insignificant insects, seeking death. As the words fell, one ancient deity's expression turned frigid. He then unleashed a devastating blow. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled, the winds and clouds shifting ominously. In the fury of the ancient deity, the very fabric of reality seemed to unravel. "Come, let us engage in battle." Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng erupted with their full celestial realm might. Undeterred, they charged forth, swords in hand, with sword intent surging around them. Boom. The two venerable elders are formidable powerhouses at the 8th level of the ancient divine realm. The disparity between them and others is akin to a chasm as vast as the sky itself. Even with the unparalleled prowess of Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gucheng, they stand no chance against these two ancient divine beings. Currently, the elders are fully unleashing their strength to buy time so that Lin Yun and his companions may advance further. Boom. The sound of thunder resounded, shaking the very heavens and earth. An exquisite sword intent lingered in the boundless sky, instantly captivating and astonishing countless onlookers. Hiss. Look, two powerful figures have emerged. Who could possibly be wielding such strength? Such a potent sword intent? Alas, their auras reveal they are merely at the celestial deity level. At this moment, an ancient divine realm powerhouse uttered a statement that left many in shock, causing widespread astonishment. What? Celestial deity level? How could this be possible? The multitude of cultivators here are merely at the true deity level, and given the vast distance of several 100,000 miles, their perception is not particularly clear. They had assumed these were two ancient divine realm powerhouses. Who could have imagined they were merely celestial deities? The notion of celestial deities confronting ancient divine beings is truly astonishing. Countless cultivators gazed in rapt attention, their hearts trembling in awe at the sight of the two formidable figures. Just then, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Damn ants. Even if you escape the ZY domain, My heavenly dragon ancient kingdom will pursue you relentlessly. Following this, an enraged roar echoed across the heavens for miles, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard it. It is unimaginable what could provoke such fury from an ancient divine being. The multitude of cultivators quickly turned their gaze to the void several 100,000 miles away, where two aged figures emanated an overwhelming aura of wrath, shaking the cosmos itself. Hiss! Who would have thought that these two ancient divine powerhouses could not even retain two celestial deities? A thrilling spectacle is bound to unfold. The heavenly dragon ancient kingdom will undoubtedly not relent. Yet, it remains uncertain which faction will come to the aid of the Qingqing Sword sect. Hehe. The heavenly dragon ancient kingdom is but a pawn in a larger game. Those behind them are far more formidable, constrained by the gaze of the world. They can only watch as the two celestial deities rescue the members of the Qingqing Sword sect. The world is astounded. Some are aware of the underlying reasons, but find it difficult to voice them. Meanwhile, in a mountain range several 100,000 miles away from the Qingqing Sword sect, two sharp oars descended upon the area. No need for concern. Come forth. Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing glanced toward a certain direction and spoke calmly. Buzz. The void trembled, and Lin Yun, Ling Mu, Qing Yu, and Ning Ke appeared. We pay our respects to the two elders, Lin Yun and Ling Mu said respectfully, their hearts brimming with excitement. They had long known that the strength of the elders surpassed their imagination. Ning Ke. My sincere gratitude to both of you for your timely assistance, exclaimed Qing Yu, expressing his heartfelt thanks to the two venerable seniors. Upon witnessing that neither of the two bore any injuries, Ning Ke and Qing Yu were profoundly shaken. Quickly expressing their immense gratitude to Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing, nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Guqing chose not to elaborate further. Let us return to Kunlun to report to the sect leader, Shimin Shui stated at that moment. To Kunlun? Ning Ke and Qing Yu felt a sudden hesitation upon hearing this. The ancient dragon kingdom would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. If they ventured to Kunlun, it would inevitably bring catastrophic peril to the sect. The fact that Kunlun had already extended their hand to rescue them was a monumental kindness. Neither Ning Ke nor Qing Yu wished to jeopardize Kunlun due to the affairs of the Qingqing Sword sect. My esteemed friends, I kindly request that you convey to your esteemed sect leader our profound gratitude for the rescue. Should Qing Yu and I survive, we shall undoubtedly return to Kunlun to repay this great kindness. Ning Ke addressed Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing, bowing respectfully. This sentiment resonated deeply within both Ning Ke and Qing Yu. Upon hearing these words, Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing exchanged a subtle glance. And then Yi Guqing calmly replied, Do not fret. If the ancient dragon kingdom dares to approach Kunlun, we shall obliterate them. At these words, Ning Ke and Qing Yu felt a deep tremor within. What had they just heard? Obliterate them. Chapter 169. What level is Kunlun? Why must the Grand General intervene? The opposing force is a God-King level ancient nation. This statement, if uttered during the zenith of the Qingqing Sword Immortal or while the Sword Emperor was alive, would indeed carry weight. Could it be that Kunlun possesses a God-King or even stronger beings? Ning Ke and Qing Yu found this hard to believe. My dear friends, the relationships behind the heavenly dragon ancient nation are intricate and far from simple. We appreciate your goodwill, but we absolutely cannot go to Kunlun. Ning Ke sighed, a rueful smile gracing his lips, while Qing Yu felt a deep sense of despair. Just moments ago, Ning Ke had recounted the illustrious past of the Qingqing Sword sect, revealing the underlying reasons for its decline. Once, the sect had been a force of imperial caliber, with the Sword Emperor nurturing many top-tier prodigies, reigning supreme over other sects for tens of thousands of years. In every great regional competition, the Qingqing Sword sect consistently ranked among the top 3, earning slots in the celestial tournaments. However, since the departure of the Sword Emperor, those prodigies had faced unseen calamities, leading to the sect's current state of decline. Now, in his generation, the situation had worsened. After finally emerging as a sword disciple, how could others allow the Qingqing Sword sect to continue? Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing remained silent, directing their gaze towards Qing Yu. Shimin Shui spoke calmly, Your talent is commendable. To cultivate sword intent at such a young age is no small feat. Kunlun is home to many accomplished sword practitioners. Should you join us, it would be effortless for you to become a master of swordsmanship in the future. There is no need for further discussion. Accompany us to Kunlun, and the sect leader will decide your fate. Yi Guqing asserted with authority, leaving no room for rebuttal from Ning Ke or Qing Yu. Upon hearing the term master of swordsmanship, Ning Ke felt a surge of excitement for Qing Yu. If Kunlun truly had the strength to protect and instruct him, he would naturally rejoice. It was evident to him that Shimin Shui and Yi Guqing were formidable sword practitioners, their prowess surpassing even that of the Qingqing Sword sect's legacy. Furthermore, with the Qingqing sword sect essentially defunct, he wished for Qingyu to shed the burden of its revival. Ning Ke was not a selfish individual. Rather, he understood the survival dynamics of the celestial realm. The weak must seek powerful allies to grow and thrive. Qingyu, too, felt a tremor of shock at the prospect of becoming a master of swordsmanship, his greatest aspiration. Yet, he was still a disciple of the Qingqing sword sect and could not abandon his sect. Respected seniors, if I am permitted to enter Kunlun, could my sect leader also remain there? He inquired respectfully, glancing at Ning Ke before turning to Shimin Chui Shui and Yi Gucheng. Qingyu realized that no matter where he and Ning Ke fled, evading the pursuit of the heavenly dragon ancient nation and its agents would prove impossible. Rather than face such a fate, it would be wiser to enter Kunlun, where perhaps a glimmer of hope awaited. Moreover, he sensed that Shimin Chui Shui, Yi Gucheng, and Ling Mu were not the type to utter vain and reckless words. Qingyu. Ning Ke found himself at a loss for words, his heart swelling with profound satisfaction. The Qingqing sword sect had never produced a single ungrateful individual, a fact that filled Ning Ke with immense pride. Although the sect had been in decline during his tenure, he still bore the title of sect master with honor. We must return to Kunlun. This matter requires the sect master's decisive judgment. Yi Gucheng refrained from providing an answer, as he felt incapable of making such a determination. Subsequently, the assembly dispersed, and Shimin Chui Shui raised his hand, conjuring a portal of space. Simultaneously, in the Tianlong prefecture, a vast expanse of land, lay the territory of the ancient Tianlong kingdom, where each prefecture was akin to a nation. Much like the once mighty Qingqing sword sect, Tianqing prefecture had lost its former glory. In the grand palace of the ancient kingdom, a formidable middle-aged man, the sovereign Guyang, sat upon the throne, exuding an overwhelming presence. Below him, 2 rows of formidable figures stood. Among them 2 elderly men whose faces betrayed their distress. They were the 2 ancient deities from the Qingqing sword sect. Your Majesty, it is our incompetence that allowed 2 celestial beings to rescue the Qingqing sword sect's people. They pleaded for pardon. Humph. Worthless fools, you cannot even handle 2 celestial beings. A cold snort resonated, piercing the hearts of all present. Instantly, the assembled crowd turned to Guyang in panic, begging, please, Your Majesty, quell your fury. Silence. There is no point in idle talk. Let others calm down as well. Guyang's fury erupted as he slammed his palm upon the armrest of his throne. Your Majesty, I shall investigate immediately. Rest assured, I will swiftly uncover the whereabouts of that audacious Kunlun, declared a middle-aged man clad in armor from the left side of the hall. He was the Grand General of the Tianlong Kingdom, a formidable ancient deity of the ninth heaven, even more terrifying than the 2 elderly figures. The notion that the Grand General would personally intervene left everyone in the hall in a state of astonishment. It was known that he was the 3rd most powerful figure in the Tianlong Kingdom. Your Excellency, this Kunlun is hardly worth your personal involvement, protested another armored middle-aged man from the right side of the hall, who was also a commander of the ninth heaven. Upon hearing this, the Grand General appeared to concede the point, choosing not to further contest it. With his overwhelming power, who could rival him if the Divine King did not intervene? The very idea that Kunlun possessed a Divine King was met with skepticism throughout the Tianlong Kingdom, for they had never even heard of Kunlun. Indeed, why should the Grand General personally engage in this matter? Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to you. The sovereign of our nation is eager to witness the true power of Kunlun, which dares to challenge the ancient Tianlong Kingdom with such reckless audacity. Guyang cast a piercing gaze at the Grand General before directing his attention to the cold figure of the celestial realm. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The commander of the celestial realm promptly replied with utmost respect before exiting the grand hall. Seated in the main position, Guyang's expression darkened considerably. The Qingqing sword sect must be eradicated, and it must be done thoroughly. Otherwise, the wrath of those individuals would be far too great for the Tianlong Kingdom to endure. Chapter 170. As long as one stands on Kunlun, nothing is impossible. Meanwhile, atop Tianmen Peak in Kunlun, 6 figures ascended. The formidable Yi Gucheng, Shimin Chui Shui, Lin Yun, and Ling Mu, accompanied by Qingyu and Ning Ke, had returned to Kunlun. As for the ancient deity of the Qingqing sword sect, he had already fallen. Yi Gucheng and Shimin Chui Shui lacked the power to revive the ancient god. Ah, this is Kunlun. Qingyu and Ning Ke gazed in awe at the breathtaking scene before them. 72 majestic peaks loomed in the sky, with a grand main peak rising even higher amidst them. Such a sect's residents could not possibly belong to an ordinary force. Why had there never been any mention of Kunlun in the Ziwei Dao domain? As the leader of the Qingqing sword sect, Ning Ke was well acquainted with all the powers, large and small, in the Ziwei Dao domain. Yet, Kunlun had never graced his ears. Now, Ning Ke's anticipation of Kunlun's mysteries intensified. He felt an unshakable conviction that formidable beings resided within Kunlun. Within the main hall, Lu Chen sat majestically in the principal seat, surrounded by divine radiance. Behind him, chaos unfolded, with countless ethereal worlds swirling about. At this moment, he resembled an unparalleled celestial king, commanding authority from the heavens, surveying all realms. At that instant, Shimin Shui Shui, Yi Guqing, Lin Yun, and Ling Mu entered alongside Qing Yu and Ning Quebec. "We pay our respects to the sect master. We have returned with the people," they said, bowing deeply to the luminous figure on the throne. "Ah, this is the sect master of Kunlun. So youthful. Such a terrifying aura." Upon witnessing the supreme presence above, Qing Yu and Ning Kei's hearts trembled with astonishment. Who? What exactly is this being? Especially as they beheld the frightening phenomena that accentuated the supreme figure, their hearts quaked with both astonishment and fear. Buzz. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, as countless great worlds rose and fell, enveloping him, while the chaotic void behind him gradually dissipated. Witnessing this scene, Ning Kei and Qing Yu dared not dwell on their thoughts and promptly bowed in reverence to Lu Chen at the principal seat. Ning Kei has met Sect Master Lu. Qing Yu has also met Sect Master Lu. With a nod, Lu Chen's authoritative gaze settled upon the two, instantly causing Ning Kei and Qing Yu's spirits to shudder. As if they were not facing a mere youth, but a transcendent being from the ninth heaven. They had learned of Lu Chen's title during their journey. Indeed, at such a young age, he had already attained the 6th level of the Void God realm and even cultivated sword intent. Lu Chen was quite pleased with Qing Yu. Harboring a sense of anticipation, Kunlun had not hesitated to offend a divine royal ancient nation in exchange for a genius disciple. This was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. "Sect Master is overpraising me. I truly cannot bear such flattery," Qing Yu expressed, somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected commendation from such a mysterious being. "You are the leader of the Qi-Qing sword sect," Lu Chen remarked, his authoritative gaze shifting to Ning Kei, speaking in a measured tone. The lord of the Lu family smiled wryly, acknowledging that the Qi-Qing sword sect had now truly lost its former glory. Under the weight of Lu Chen's gaze, Ning Kei felt a pang of fear and hastily responded. The essence of his soul had dissipated, and the source of his life had nearly been exhausted. Had it not been for the intervention of the solitary city, he likely would not have survived to this moment. Lu Chen's voice, calm and measured, echoed once more. Upon hearing these words, Ning Kei's eyes dimmed, and he forced a bitter smile. Qing Yu's heart ached even more. He wished to plead with Lu Chen. Yet he understood the severity of such injuries to one's essence. Even with divine herbs, it would be nearly impossible for Ning Kei to endure. Ning Kei expressed his gratitude to Lord Lu and the esteemed elders for their timely rescue, acknowledging that his time was running short. He wished to use the last remnants of his life to repay the kindness of Kunlun, and thus he came to express his heartfelt thanks. Although the injuries to his essence seemed irreparable, he believed that within Kunlun, nothing was truly impossible. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen spoke a few words that left Ning Kei and Qing Yu utterly shocked, their hearts trembling with disbelief. With a serene smile, Lu Chen refrained from elaborating further and turned his authoritative gaze towards Qing Yu. "Qing Yu, do you wish to join Kunlun?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's commanding words, Qing Yu glanced at Ning Kei, and after a moment of inner deliberation, he respectfully replied, "I am willing." The disciple bowed before the Lord. Upon witnessing Qing Yu's acceptance as a disciple of Kunlun, a heavy stone finally lifted from Ning Kei's heart. This was Qing Yu's opportunity, and he would not impede his choice due to his past affiliation with the Qi-Qing sword sect. Soon, Qing Yu would refer to them as the seniors. Lin Yun and Ling Mu exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with joy for Qing Yu. "Excellent. Rest assured, I understand your intentions." Lu Chen turned his gaze to Ning Kei, his demeanor still imposing. "Ning Kei, would you be willing to serve as a steward of Kunlun?" Lu Chen was pleased with Qing Yu's response and directed his authoritative gaze towards Ning Kei once more. He was aware that Qing Yu wished for Ning Kei to remain within Kunlun. Thus, Lu Chen offered him a steward position, understanding that only those summoned by the system could hold positions of power in Kunlun. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Qing Yu was filled with emotion. Profoundly grateful to Lu Chen, though merely a steward, both Qing Yu and Ning Kei recognized that Kunlun was far beyond what they initially perceived. Just considering the elders Yi and Shi Min they had encountered, both were formidable beings of the divine realm. "I am willing," Ning Kei replied, his face alight with excitement as he respectfully acknowledged Lu Chen. Yet, inwardly he felt a bittersweet sense of loss, transitioning from a sect leader to a steward. A natural psychological response. Nevertheless, this was a satisfactory outcome for him, given his dwindling time. "Very well, do you still remember my previous words?" Lu Chen inquired, directing his gaze at Ning Kei with a calm demeanor. "Previous words?" Ning Kei was momentarily taken aback, and so was Qing Yu. They stood in stunned silence. While Lin Yun and Ling Mu had already begun to piece together the implications, their hearts racing with shock. Master, are you suggesting a restoration? At this moment, Ning Ke suddenly recalled Lu Qin's earlier words. In Kunlun, nothing is impossible. At this juncture, Qing Yu also grasped the implication and was overwhelmed with astonishment, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Indeed, I possess the means to restore your original divine soul, as well as the essence of life. The gentle tone of the assertion completely validated the conjectures in the hearts of Ning Ke and Qing Yu. How could this be? Ning Ke was utterly astounded. It was not that he doubted Lu Qin's words. Rather, the sheer magnitude of such a miraculous technique was beyond his comprehension. The more powerful the practitioner. Once the original divine soul and essence of life dissipate and are lost, even an emperor would be incapable of recovering even a fraction. This is the essence itself. Chapter 171. The triviality of the celestial dragon ancient nation, unfazed by Kunlun Lin Yun, Ling Mu, and Qing Yu were profoundly astonished, unable to fathom that their sect leader possessed such extraordinary capabilities. This transcended the realm of defiance against destiny. The dissolution of one's primordial soul and life essence signified the approach of one's inevitable end. Even celestial beings would find it impossible to reverse such a fate. Observing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Lu Qin offered a faint smile. He then raised his hand and waved lightly. Buzz. A radiant light, imbued with the essence of life and an indescribable brilliance, enveloped the astonished Ning Quebec. This was one of the supreme and fearsome divine arts from Lu Qin's cultivation of the chaotic divine technique, the birth of all things. Such a miraculous ability could restore both a cultivator's life and soul. Even the dissipated primordial soul and life essence could be reversed. Of course, not every primordial essence could be restored. Ning Ke, being merely at the celestial god realm, lacked formidable strength. Lu Chun, also at the celestial god realm, thus found it feasible to restore Ning Ke's essence. However, for those beyond the celestial god realm, complete restoration would pose a challenge, limited by one's cultivation level. The greater Lu Qin's cultivation, the more capable he became of reversing the very fabric of existence, allowing all things to revive. Boom. Gradually, a rich aura of life began to emanate from Ning Ke, as a shadow resembling him materialized behind, coalescing into form. That was the dissipated primordial soul, now undergoing restoration. The essence of life was also slowly revitalizing. Boom. Ning Ke's previously feeble aura suddenly transformed, emanating a powerful presence of the ninth heaven of the celestial god realm. This spectacle left Qing Yu in utter awe of Lu Chun. Even Lin Yun and Ling Mu were deeply shaken. What manner of being had their sect leader once been? They had only witnessed Lu Chun unleash his power once, back in the Xianwu continent. As for Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gu Cheng, their gazes brimmed with reverence. Summoned by Lu Chun, they were acutely aware of his might. Buzzing. Moments later, the divine radiance dissipated, and tranquility returned to Ning Quebec, abruptly opening his eyes. He felt the changes within him, and a tempest surged within his heart, crashing against his soul. Rest. Restored. Ning Ke found it difficult to grasp this reality, his voice trembling with disbelief. Bang. As further transformations unfolded within him, Ning Ke regained his composure, kneeling suddenly before Lu Qin, bowing deeply. With utmost reverence, he proclaimed, "Thank you, sect leader, for the gift of rebirth. Ning Ke is at a loss to repay you. Today, I vow before the heavens that I shall serve you for life, dedicating myself to Kunlun until death." This was akin to living anew. The lifespan of a celestial god could reach 5,000 years, whereas he had merely 2,000 years remaining. In this realm of immortals, unlike the rapidly fleeting worlds of Xianwu continent, 5,000 years equated to a lifespan of several 100,000 years in the lower realms. Now, he could distinctly sense not only the restoration of his life but also an extension of several thousand years. How could he not be overwhelmed, his heart trembling in awe? Lu Qin smiled faintly and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Ning Ke's strength was still rather inadequate, and Lu Qin did not expect him to contribute significantly to Kunlun. After all, the adversaries Kunlun would face in the future would only grow stronger. As long as Ning Ke could demonstrate commendable performance, Lu Qin would extend his assistance to enhance his abilities. Subsequently, Lu Qin cast a commanding gaze towards Qing Yu. "Qing Yu, our Kunlun boasts numerous formidable sword practitioners. Shortly, you shall accompany Elder Shi Min and Elder Yi to Elder Peak. I believe the elders will be quite pleased to witness such a promising talent. Am I truly permitted to study alongside the great masters of the sword?" Upon hearing Lu Qin's words, Qing Yu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and promptly replied with respect, "Yes, sect leader." Both Shimin Shui Shui and Yi Gu Cheng regarded Qing Yu with keen interest, eager for him to cultivate the profound sword techniques by their sides. Should Qingyu one day wield his sword to shake the very heavens and worlds, it would undoubtedly be a source of immense pride. Then, Lu Qin's authoritative voice resonated once more. Qingyu, from this moment forth, you shall be the 8th senior brother of Kunlun. The young girl Yunxi is your senior sister. I hope that both of you will not disappoint me. Rest assured, sect leader. I shall dedicate myself to training and will not let you down. Qingyu was deeply touched. He had not anticipated that the sect leader held such high hopes for him, bestowing upon him the title of senior brother upon his arrival, which further ignited his ambition to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Simultaneously, an endless tide of killing intent surged within him, a profound hatred for the ancient dragon kingdom, vowing that one day he would personally eradicate its people. At that moment, Ning Ke, with a look of awe, respectfully addressed Lu Qin. Sect leader. Elder Shimin and Elder Yi saved both Qingyu and me. The ancient dragon kingdom will surely not let this matter rest. They will likely strike against Kunlun soon. Ning Ke was filled with anxiety, uncertain whether the sect possessed any being stronger than ancient gods. If it were indeed the case that his and Qingyu's actions brought calamity upon Kunlun, he would find no peace in death. Upon hearing Ning Ke's words, Qingyu's expression mirrored his concern. Do not worry, the mere ancient dragon kingdom is of no consequence to us. Were it not for the absence of any enmity between us, I would have dispatched elders stronger than ancient gods to take action. Ancient gods. The moment these words were uttered, both Qingyu and Ning Ke were struck with astonishment, their bodies trembling. Even Lin Yun and Ling Mu were taken aback, their hearts racing. Indeed, Lu Qin refrained from directly sending Jiang Taisu to intervene because there was no existing grievance between Kunlun and the ancient dragon kingdom. A sudden, unwarranted assault by Kunlun would undoubtedly create ripples of unrest. After all, Lu Qin did not believe that a kingdom with a legacy spanning 100,000 years was devoid of intricate connections with other powers. Sect leader. Ning Ke has a question. May I voice it? At this moment, Ning Ke, filled with reverence, looked towards Lu Qin, his voice slightly trembling. He was eager to understand the true nature of the sect's power. In the realm of Xiwei, numerous forces surpassing the ancient deities are well known to him. Could it be that the sect originates from another domain? Ning Ke pondered to herself. This notion is not entirely implausible. Hearing this, Lu Qin smiled knowingly, recognizing the question lingering in Ning Ke's mind, and then casually remarked, you will learn of Kunlun's origins in due time. In due time? Ning Ke and Qingyu felt a surge of anticipation. Each exchange with the sect master left their hearts quaking with excitement. For every utterance of Lu Qin was nothing short of astonishing. With the knowledge that the sect harbors beings beyond the ancient gods, they felt a significant alleviation of their previous anxiety concerning the Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Rest assured, esteemed members of the Qingqing Sword Sect, I shall personally exact vengeance upon the Dragon Ancient Kingdom for you. Ning Ke and Qingyu silently vowed. Chapter 172. Supreme Cultivation. 100 celestial generals. After the crowd exited the Grand Hall, Lu Qin pondered silently. System, what is happening? Could Lu Qin possibly remain calm? Qingyu was a prodigious disciple, yet even now, the system had yet to respond. What was its intention? Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a genius disciple and receiving 1 intermediate emperor-level summoning card and 1 advanced emperor-level summoning card. Just as Lu Qin was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses, the system's cold voice resonated in his mind, instantly filling him with immense excitement. An intermediate emperor-level summoning card. An advanced emperor-level summoning card. Lu Qin stifled his exhilaration, recalling something, and continued, by the way, system, what is Yunxi's constitution? He had yet to resolve Yunxi's matter, and it was high time to address it. Beep. Yunxi possesses the Taiyin Divine Body. Note, the Taiyin Divine Body, akin to the Taiyin Sacred Body, belongs to the Yin-Yang Dao Constitution and is one of the 10 great divine bodies across the realms. To fully awaken Yunxi's divine potential, the host must channel the power of Yin-Yang Dao, the Taiyin Divine Body. It turned out to be a divine body. Lu Qin was well aware of the significance of divine bodies. They were nearly on par with sacred bodies. It was difficult to ascertain which was superior. Now that he understood Yunxi's constitution, things would be easier. There was no need to rush. Next, Lu Qin decided to hold onto the advanced emperor-level summoning card as a trump card for later use. System, please use the intermediate emperor-level summoning card first. Beep. The intermediate emperor-level summoning card has been successfully utilized. Congratulations to the host for summoning 100 celestial generals of the ancient god realm, 9th heaven. 100 celestial generals of the ancient god realm. Although it was somewhat disappointing not to summon a powerful being from the divine king realm, Lu Qin could accept the summoning of 100 celestial generals. He then continued, system, use that random cultivation lottery card. His current cultivation was merely at the ninth heaven of the celestial god realm. As the leader of a sect, such lowly cultivation was unacceptable. Beep. The random cultivation lottery card has been successfully used. Congratulations to the host for drawing the supreme cultivation. Note, the cultivation level of sect guardians and elders will also rise alongside the host's cultivation. This enhancement does not apply to the 100 celestial generals and Zhang Taisu. Supreme cultivation. System, fuse it immediately. Lu Chen's heart surged with excitement upon seeing the information in his mind. Supreme cultivation. Although he was unsure if the Ziwei Dao domain had any emperors. Possessing supreme cultivation made him fearless even against the emperor-level forces like Kunlun. Beep. Fusion commencing. As the system's voice faded, an immense and boundless power surged within Lu Chen. Wow, such formidable strength. Feeling the overwhelming and terrifying force within him, even Lu Chen, who was typically unflappable, couldn't help but tremble with exhilaration. Without further ado, he hastily proceeded with the fusion. What does it mean to be supreme? Upon stepping into the realm of the supreme, the rules of heaven and earth become one's own. One's lifespan may extend to 50,000 years. A single drop of blood could shatter endless space. The emperor remains absent, and the supreme reigns supreme. Meanwhile, atop the heavenly gate peak, on the Elder Peak, a sudden tremor coursed through over 100 true God Realm guardians. The elders of the sect, who were in the midst of their cultivation, experienced an abrupt change in their expressions. Boom. In unison, an overwhelming force surged within them. And casting a reverent glance towards the main peak, they ceased their contemplations and hastily began to merge their powers within a pavilion. Sensing the aura emanating from Heavenly Gate Peak and the elders, the sect leader, Jiang Taishu, opened his eyes, filled with profound reverence as he gazed towards the main peak. Fully aware of what transpired, in an instant, his figure vanished. Buzz. When he reappeared, he was positioned above the heavens. There, he sat cross-legged, unleashing a vast expanse of divine consciousness. Buzz. Instantly, everything within a radius of 100,000 miles fell under his perception. Simultaneously, all cultivators and beings within the 10,000 great mountains were seized by a sudden tremor, their hearts chilled. Hiss. What? What is happening? Could it be that a terrifying entity is? All cultivators and beings felt as if an extraordinarily dreadful presence was observing their every move. Quickly, depart from this place. Swish, swish, swish. Then, those cultivators who had come to the 10,000 great mountains for training and to seek opportunities turned pale with fear, daring not to linger for even a moment, fleeing desperately towards the mountain's exit. On the other side, in the Qiyao Dao domain, within the Qiyao Heavenly City, the largest and most ancient city of the domain, a city grander than the Ga Fall ancient city loomed. Within its confines, a voice beckoned, "Come and see." Freshly produced true God Realm Beast pills. Only 10,000 divine stones to enhance your vitality and strengthen your physique. A cultivator of the true God Realm showcased several blood-red beast pills, energetically drawing in a throng of onlookers. Amidst the bustling ancient city and the myriad of cultivators, four stunning figures emerged along the street. "Wow, Ruostian. It's even more vibrant here," exclaimed one. "Sister, look over there. They are selling Dao weapons." The four enchanting figures were Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong. Look, how beautiful. Who are those fairies? Upon their appearance, they instantly captured the attention and admiration of countless onlookers. Indeed, they were breathtaking. But mere admiration was all that could be afforded. Yes, the demeanor of those fairies clearly indicates they are not ordinary cultivators. They must belong to some formidable power. Countless cultivators gawked, their eyes nearly popping out as they conversed excitedly. "Stop staring. Let us not forget, we are in Qiyao Heavenly City. Be cautious to avoid trouble." Many cultivators urged, reluctantly retracting their gazes. In Qiyao Heavenly City, it could be said that one could encounter members of great powers at any turn. Many cultivators, being mere wanderers, were well aware of this fact. In the grand expanse of Qiyao Heavenly City, it is a perilous endeavor to casually observe others. Such occurrences are not uncommon within its confines. Qin Ruoxian remained largely unfazed by the myriad of sights around her, while the trio of Luo Lingxue, Ziyunyan, and Yu Linglong, having never before beheld such an immense ancient city, found themselves utterly entranced. Everywhere they looked, from the bustling streets to the countless pavilions, a plethora of goods was available for trade. Their journey had truly opened their eyes, especially when they stumbled upon establishments that even sold sects. The notion that one could purchase a sect left Luo Lingxue, Ziyunyan, and Yu Linglong utterly astounded. As Qin Ruoxian remarked, as long as one possesses an equivalent or sufficiently valuable divine stone, even a divine king could be acquired in the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Of course, this purchase carried a different connotation. It referred to employment. Qin Ruoxian was well aware of the powers that existed within Qiyao Heavenly City. The Divine Stone serves as a resource for cultivators within the Nine Heavens immortal realm, akin to the Spirit Stone, and is essential for those who tread the path of divinity. Junior sister, shall we explore over there? At this moment, Luo Lingxue, having grown disinterested in the demon pills and weaponry on display, sought something more aligned with their feminine sensibilities. Absolutely, let us hurry, Yu Linglong exclaimed with a radiant smile, her enthusiasm palpable as she resembled an endearing neighborly girl eager to venture forth. Just as the four were poised to depart, a young man adorned in opulent brocade, exuding an air of unrivaled nobility, stood atop a distant pavilion. His gaze, imbued with desire, fixated upon Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong. So beautiful. Haha. This journey has become most intriguing. I never anticipated encountering such a breathtaking sight. Chapter 173. The ancient city of Chiao. A young man exclaimed, "Someone's coming." His excitement grew palpable. "Your Highness," he called, as two powerful attendants approached, bowing deeply before him. "Go and bring those four beauties here. I wish to share a drink with them." The young man's lips curled in a lewd smile. "Yes, Your Highness, please wait a moment." The attendants replied respectfully before vanishing in an instant. On the street, as Qin Ruoxian was about to depart with Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong, two formidable figures suddenly appeared, blocking their path. They were the attendants of the noble young man from the loft. Ancient God Realm. Qin Ruoxian's eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within them. Though she was still at the Void Realm, her soul was of imperial caliber, allowing her to sense the cultivation levels of the two before her. "My master requests your presence. Please come with us," one attendant stated firmly, disregarding Qin Ruoxian's icy demeanor. "Humph. Who are you to demand our compliance?" Ziyun Yin retorted, her tone frosty. Despite the formidable presence of the two individuals, the four women were not inclined to follow them. "Esteemed ladies, my master holds a position of great honor. To be favored by him is a privilege. Do not act ungratefully." The attendant's voice turned grave, revealing that they had no interest in the master's inclinations. Had it not been for their master's interest, he would have dealt with Ziyun Yan's disrespect harshly. Unfazed by the imposing figures of the ancient God Realm, Qin Ruoxian remained silent, secretly channeling her imperial soul. She then discreetly transmitted a message to Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong. "Lingxue, Yin, Linglong, these two are from the ancient God Realm. You must leave first. I will hold them off. Do not worry, I shall be fine." Upon receiving her message, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong were taken aback, realizing the true strength of their adversaries. Understanding that they could not outmatch Qin Ruoxian, they exchanged glances in response. The scene drew the attention of numerous cultivators. "Look, it's those four fairies. Who are those two that dare to confront them?" Many cultivators felt a surge of anger, itching to confront the attendants. "Hush. Are you seeking death?" Those two are ancient God Realm experts. A powerful figure from the divine realm sensed the strength of the attendants. Gasp. Ancient God Realm. The moment the words escaped, the cultivators' faces turned pale, and they cautiously glanced at the two attendants. Noticing that their attention was elsewhere, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought they were ancient God Realm experts? The city of Chiyao truly lives up to its reputation. The ancient deities were omnipresent, and even the divine monarch had the chance to behold them. Countless cultivators were left in astonishment, their hearts filled with dread. Recalling the rumors surrounding the city of Puyao, observing that the four maidens, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong, remained silent, one of the subordinates scoffed. "Since they choose not to speak, we shall not hesitate to act with force." With that, one of the subordinates raised his hand, ready to subdue and take the four maidens away. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended upon the two ancient deity realm subordinates, rendering them immobile, a chilling fear piercing their hearts. Before they could utter a sound of terror, an invisible and formidable force manifested, instantly reducing the two subordinates to nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. It was the presence of a sect elder. Sensing the familiar aura, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong were immediately overcome with excitement. Qin Ruoxian, in particular, was deeply shaken. This was the divine monarch. Witnessing this scene, countless cultivators were left in a daze, unable to comprehend the situation. What had just transpired? Two ancient deity realm powerhouses had perished, just like that. What sort of existence had intervened? The multitude of cultivators gazed in horror at the four maidens. Disregarding the astonished crowd, Qin Ruoxian turned to her companions, saying, "With an elder present, we shall be safe. Let us depart." Agreed. Just as the four maidens believed that no further adversaries would approach, they prepared to leave when whoosh, 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 boom, 10 powerful figures suddenly appeared, encircling Qin Ruoxian and her companions, causing their expressions to turn icy. They had not anticipated that the opposition would dare to strike again. Hiss. Ancient Deity Realm. What? They are all Ancient Deity Realm powerhouses. The overwhelming aura emanating from the 10 figures sent tremors through the hearts of countless cultivators. Quick, look. Who is that young man? At that moment, the multitude of cultivators gazed in shock at the distinguished young man standing before Qin Ruoxian and her companions. The formidable aura released by the 10 Ancient Deity Realm powerhouses spread across the skies, instantly capturing the attention of numerous cultivators in other parts of the ancient city. In an instant, throngs of cultivators arrived, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the young man cast a shadowy glance at Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong, his expression darkening as he bellowed into the heavens, "Who dares to seek death by killing one of my kin? Step forth immediately." Receiving no response, he felt like a jester in this dire moment. Seeking death, this only fueled his fury further. "Seize them. I wish to see how long you can evade me." With a command, as the 2 Ancient Deity Realm subordinates moved to apprehend Qin Ruoxian and her companions. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, an invisible force descended, instantly transforming the 2 attendants into nothingness. This scene caused the young man's countenance to darken to an extreme, and he then spoke in a hoarse and eerie tone. Seeking death. Just as the young man's words fell, a terrifying and magnificent aura abruptly enveloped the ancient city of Qiyao. In that fleeting moment, countless cultivators felt their pupils tremble violently, their faces betraying sheer terror. They found themselves paralyzed by the overwhelming presence, their minds quaking in fear. Chapter 174. The Descent of the Divine Monarch. A world in terror. The atmosphere turned ominous as an unparalleled aura emerged, enveloping the vast city of Haotian in a shroud of divine consciousness. In that moment, every cultivator within this colossal city, spanning 100,000 miles, trembled in fear and astonishment. The Divine Monarch. What? What has transpired? Those of ancient divine realms felt the chilling presence and succumbed to trepidation. The Divine Monarch. Qin Ruoxian furrowed her brow, a flicker of concern in her heart. Although Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong were unaware of the source of this fearsome energy, its sheer intensity instilled in them a sense of dread. However, this apprehension quickly dissipated. They held faith that the presence of their sect's elders would ensure their safety. As the malevolent aura descended, the young man declared with a chilling resolve, "Whoever dares to harm this prince shall face the consequences. You fools who fail to recognize your own insignificance shall soon learn what true punishment feels like." His gaze upon Qin Ruoxian and her companions grew increasingly depraved, devoid of any pretense. He had recently perfected a set of 36 techniques, and he was eager to test them on these 4 exquisite women. He often boasted of himself as the foremost seducer in the celestial realm, relishing in the conquest of beautiful maidens. In the past, no enchanting woman had ever escaped his grasp. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself confronted by the fiercely independent Qin Ruoxian and her companions. While his own subordinates had met an untimely demise, though only 2 of his ancient divine realm followers had perished, it was a blow to his pride. "Humph, you best keep your tongue to yourself." Upon hearing the young man's lewd and humiliating remarks, the faces of Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, and her companions turned icy. "You shall soon discover just how clean my tongue is," he taunted, licking his lips in a manner that made the women recoil in disgust. "Let me share a little secret. My tongue is quite formidable." His excitement grew, revealing a perverse delight that only intensified with each word. "Old Shadow, that insolent fool is yours to handle," he commanded, his voice echoing ominously throughout the grand city. As he gazed upon the breathtaking beauty of Qin Ruoxian and her companions, a feverish heat coursed through him, rendering him impatient. With a wave of his hand, he ordered coldly, "Take them away." Witnessing this scene, the countless cultivators immobilized by the terrifying aura felt a pang of regret. They could hardly believe that such exquisite celestial beings were about to be subjected to torment. The Divine Monarch approaches. The identity of this young man is indeed terrifying. Moreover, he proclaims himself a prince. Could he possibly be the one? At this moment, countless cultivators speculated in their hearts about the terrifying identity of the young man, seemingly having to do something, yet lacking the courage to voice their thoughts. Just then, as 2 ancient god realm attendants approached to take away Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong, a cold snort descended from the heavens, imbued with an overwhelming might. The sound resonated like divine authority, echoing throughout the realm. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, those ancient god realm attendants surrounding Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong were all reduced to nothingness. Which elder has made a move? The hearts of the 3 women, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong, were once again filled with immense shock. Though Qin Ruoxian knew that the elder was a divine king, she remained unaware of their identity, equally astonished. Eldering. Just as the intangible, terrifying power enveloped the young man, he was suddenly gripped by a chilling fear. trembling uncontrollably. His eyes wide with terror as he shouted in alarm. Boom. Audacious. The terrifying aura surged once more as an aged voice thundered. Simultaneously, a divine force shielded the young man, lifting him into the void. Moments later, he vanished from sight. Seeking death, daring to act against his highness, come forth, old fool. The aged voice, laden with fury, reverberated through the skies. In an instant, all cultivators in the Yaoqi heavenly city were struck with profound terror. When a divine king is enraged, the heavens change color, and the boundless void trembles. All cultivators were gripped by fear, dreading to be caught in the crossfire. It is well known that when a divine king is angered, 1,000,000 corpses are but a trifle. Buzz. At that moment, a vast divine power enveloped Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yuling Long, transporting them to the grand gate of the Yaoqi heavenly city. Boom. Then, a majestic force, boundless and overwhelming, descended upon the earth, exerting pressure over the entire Yaoqi heavenly city. Heavens! A divine king. Another divine king has descended. Is a divine king battle about to unfold? It's over. It's over. Please do not let them fight. Mother, I want to go home. The origins of those 4 celestial maidens are unexpectedly terrifying. Hiss. Too frightening. Who would have thought that both sides were accompanied by divine kings? Countless cultivators trembled in shock, their faces pale with fear. They had never anticipated that behind the 4 stunning celestial maidens, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yuling Long, stood a divine king as well. Subsequently, a powerful declaration resonated through the heavens and the earth. Humph. The one seeking death are you, daring to act against my disciples from Kunlun. Upon hearing these words, countless cultivators were left bewildered. Kunlun, what force is this? They were unaware, having never heard of it. Furthermore, to have a divine king protect their disciples, it must be extraordinary. Could it be a major power from another domain? It should be. In the Qiyao domain. Aside from those formidable forces, which power could possess such strength? Countless cultivators were left in a state of shock, exchanging glances and speculating in hushed tones. Kunlun. The young man's eyes were chilling and devoid of warmth. Regardless of the nature of Kunlun's power, he was resolute in his intent to annihilate them as a means of venting his rage. Today had been a humiliating ordeal. Not only had all his subordinates been vanquished, but he himself had narrowly escaped disaster. What a disgrace to his esteemed identity. If his so-called friends were to learn of this, he would be subjected to relentless mockery. Indeed, this young man was none other than Yu Fengxian, the 3rd prince of the Holy Feather Dynasty, one of the 10 superpowers in the Qiyao Dao domain. Damn it! Shadow Elder, find him for me and eliminate him. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and with a darkened expression, Yu Fengxian shouted into the void. Chapter 175, The Superpower, the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. As a formidable superpower, the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty's prince, Yu Fengxian, harbored no fear towards an obscure force. Even if Kunlun were another superpower from a different realm, Yu Fengxian would remain undaunted, a confidence rooted in the terrifying legacy of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. With a heritage spanning over 1,000,000 years, the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty stands as a paragon of overwhelming strength. Even the once mighty Qingsheng sword sect from the Ziwei realm pales in comparison to the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. Boom. As Yu Fengxian's voice echoed, an astonishingly terrifying aura suddenly surged, pressing down upon 1,000,000 miles of sky. Crack. The heavens and earth shifted in color, and the void began to shatter. This was the Elder Shadow making his move, intent on forcefully drawing out the Elder of Kunlun. At that moment, the faces of all cultivators in Qiyao Heavenly City turned ashen, their hearts trembling with dread, chills coursing through their bodies as they quaked uncontrollably. They yearned to flee. Yet their bodies remained paralyzed, leaving them to fervently pray that a conflict would not erupt between the two parties. It was not only Qiyao Heavenly City that felt this pressure. The awe-inspiring might of the Divine King extended over a vast territory. Countless cultivators within felt their expressions change dramatically, their pupils quivering violently as a cold dread gripped their hearts. In the void, those who had been observing for some time, yet were unaware of the circumstances surrounding both parties, could not help but exclaim in shock upon sensing Elder Shadow's presence. Hiss. The Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle, though one wonders if the Divine King from Kunlun will make an appearance. A startled thought echoed. Friends, have you heard of Kunlun? No, there is no such power as Kunlun within the Qiyao realm, and surely a force with a Divine King would not remain unknown to the world. Indeed, Kunlun must be a faction from another realm. However, it is rather peculiar. Based on our knowledge, even the great powers of other realms are generally well known. Yet there is no mention of Kunlun at this level. Subsequently, several thoughts resonated, discussing the historical context of Kunlun. Haha, though we are in the Divine King realm, We have existed for 30,000 years. Yet, the nine heavens celestial realm and the 3,000 realms are so vast and boundless that even an emperor would not dare claim to have truly traversed every corner. At this moment, a thought seemed to dissent from the previous analysis. Indeed, the 3,000 realms are immensely expansive. Perhaps Kunlun is a terrifying force from a certain domain after all. That is plausible, yet if a conflict were to erupt in Qiyao Heavenly City, it might endanger our families. Should we not collectively intervene to dissuade them? At this juncture, a thought cautioned. The ancient ones present were the venerable ancestors of powerful families within Qiyao Heavenly City, including divine kings and even those above that level. No. The Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty would not heed our counsel. We might even face severe repercussions. Precisely, the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty has always been forceful and tyrannical. The lesson of the Nan family from a millennium ago serves as a terrifying reminder. Hiss, the Nan family. As soon as this divine thought was uttered, it instantly evoked memories of the fall of an exceedingly powerful force among the divine minds present, causing them to tremble. Rest assured, the lineage of Tianqing will not stand idly by. After all, the current Qiyao Tianqing is no longer the same as it was 10,000 years ago. At this moment, an even more ancient divine thought spoke calmly, displaying no concern that the two sides might engage in battle. The lineage of Tianqing. Upon hearing these words, the ancient divine mind suddenly recalled something, and they all trembled violently, seemingly filled with dread towards the Tianqing lineage. Boom. At that instant, a thunderous sound erupted throughout the heavens and earth, sending shockwaves that resonated for 100,000 miles. Subsequently, the terrified gazes of the crowd turned skyward. They beheld two formidable figures, exuding an aura of boundless terror that oppressed the very fabric of reality. One was an elderly, emaciated man, while the other was a young man clad in azure robes. Indeed, one of them was the powerful divine king, Eldering, mentioned by the third prince Yufeng Xian of the Xingyu Divine Dynasty, and the other was Qinbei Xian, the elder protector of Kunlun. When Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Yuling Long, Ziyu Yin, Lin Yun, and Ling Mu departed from Kunlun, Lu Qin had instructed Qinbei Xian to follow and provide covert protection. Previously, Lin Yun and Ling Mu were under the secret protection of Duge Qiubai. The reason Qinbei Xian had not made an appearance until now was that he had been merging the powers within him, coinciding with Lu Qin's ascension to the supreme realm. The elders of Kunlun had also risen to the realm of divine kings. In the void, Elder Ying's withered face was clouded with darkness as he coldly regarded Qinbei Xian, who was emanating an immense aura. He had not anticipated that the other party was also a formidable divine king at the ninth heaven. Humph. Which domain do you hail from, to dare slay members of the Xingyu Divine Dynasty in the Qiyao domain? Even going so far as to attack His Highness the Third Prince? You are truly courting death. Elder Ying's gaze was grim as he berated. Of course, Elder Ying had never heard of Kunlun, and given the terrifying reputation of the Xingyu Divine Dynasty, he was aware that there were no forces in the Qiyao domain that he did not know of. Thus, he immediately recognized that Kunlun belonged to another domain. Xingyu Divine Dynasty. His Highness the Third Prince. Upon hearing this, countless cultivators were struck with profound fear. How could any cultivator from the Qiyao domain be unaware of the Xingyu Divine Dynasty? What astonished them even more was that the young man was, in fact, the Third Prince. They had long heard that the Third Prince of the Xingyu Divine Dynasty was an exceptionally formidable individual with peculiar inclinations and immense power. At the heights of the city wall, alarm bells rang. Oh no, it is the Xingyu Divine Dynasty. Upon hearing the name, Qin Ruoxian's expression changed drastically. Ruoxian, is this Xingyu Divine Dynasty truly that powerful? Hearing this, Luo Lingxue, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong exchanged glances with concern, sensing an underlying unease in Qin Ruoxian. For they had never witnessed such a change in her demeanor before. Indeed, the Xingyu Divine Dynasty is terrifying, on par with the Xinling Palace, a contemporary great sect with unfathomable depths. Although Qin Ruoxian once belonged to the Tianxin domain, the Xingyu Divine Dynasty is a formidable force at the level of a great sect, and of course, cultivators from other domains had heard of it. Moreover, the once renowned Qin Ruoxian frequently visited the Qiyao Dao domain. The name of the ancient Qiyao kingdom was conceived by Qin Ruoxian and Ling Yao together, deriving from the illustrious name of Qiyao itself, the contemporary great sect. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue, Zi Yunyan, and Yu Linglong's expressions shifted dramatically. Although they were unaware of the exact implications of these four characters, they could discern from Qin Ruoxian's tone that the Xingyu Divine Dynasty was indeed formidable. Ruoxian, have we inadvertently caused trouble for our sect? Indeed, it is our fault for choosing to come to Qiyao Tianqing. Otherwise, we would not have encountered someone from the Xingyu Divine Dynasty. What shall we do now? If the Xingyu Divine Dynasty decides to target our Kunlun, it could spell danger. Luo Lingxue remained relatively composed, though a hint of concern lingered in her heart. In contrast, Ziyun Yin and Yu Linglong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Xingyu divine dynasty and fearful of the potential crisis it could bring to their sect. Chapter 176, The Supreme Arrival. Qiao Shaka was not a lack of faith in the strength of their sect that troubled them, but rather a reluctance to bring turmoil upon it. Although Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong were not fully aware of the magnitude of their sect's power or the formidable beings that resided within, they were acutely conscious of one truth. Their sect undoubtedly housed terrifyingly powerful forces. The crux of the matter was that Elder Qin of the sect had achieved the realm of the divine monarch. Similarly, Qin Ruoxian felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. It seemed that regardless of the prestige of the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty, it paled in comparison to her own sect, Kunlun. Even at her former status as an emperor, she had never dared to offend a mighty sect. As they gazed upon the figure of Elder Qin, who stood in the realm of the divine monarch, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong's resolve only strengthened. The sect master had once mentioned that the elders had been in slumber for far too long, their powers yet to be restored to their zenith. To their astonishment, it seemed that in such a brief time, an elder had indeed regained the strength of a divine monarch. How magnificent it would be to uncover the true nature of Kunlun's unparalleled might. At that moment, the four recalled the words of Lu Qin, their hearts brimming with anticipation to witness the true essence of Kunlun in the days to come. Just then, in the vastness of the void, Shun Beishuan's piercing gaze swept over them, and with a calm voice, he declared, "If they must be killed, so be it. To dare lay hands on my Kunlun disciples is already an act of mercy to your Holy Feather Divine Dynasty." Such audacity, such nonchalance. The Holy Feather Divine Dynasty, feared by the world, was reduced to an inconsequential force in Shun Beishuan's words. A gasp erupted. The crowd trembled in disbelief, unable to fathom the gravity of his declaration. Had he lost his mind? Countless cultivators exchanged terrified glances, fearing that this utterance would invoke the wrath of the divine monarch of the Holy Feather Dynasty, unleashing its terrifying power. How foolish and ignorant you are to threaten the annihilation of my Holy Feather Divine Dynasty. Before Elder Ing could respond, Yu Fengxian burst into boisterous laughter, reveling in the absurdity. Elder Ing, too, could not suppress a mocking chuckle. He had not anticipated such reckless arrogance. This was a clear invitation to death. With a thunderous roar, a formidable force surged forth from Elder Ing, pressing down upon Chen Bei-Xian while he coldly proclaimed, "Since you refuse to speak, I shall seize you and delve into your mind." Though both were at the ninth heaven of the divine monarch realm, Elder Ing possessed unwavering confidence in his strength, for his techniques and divine powers originated from the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty. With a colossal hand raised, Elder Ing summoned the overwhelming power of the celestial laws, which surged forth like a tempest. He then pressed his skeletal hand into the space before him. In an instant, the heavens split open, revealing a chasm of immense depth, as the terrifying force of divine light and laws locked onto Qin Beishuan's aura, descending upon him in a cataclysmic barrage. It was over. The battle had commenced. Weary, I yearn for oblivion. Let everything be annihilated. Countless cultivators, their eyes filled with despair, never anticipated that war would eventually erupt, leaving them with naught but the wait for death. Humph. In the face of the torrential downpour of divine power and laws, Chen Bei-Xian remained serene, not even lifting his gaze, merely emitting a faint, cold snort. Before stepping forward into the void, boom. In an instant, a vast and formidable aura emanated from his being. The heavens and earth trembled, and the space of 1,000,000 miles resonated with a thunderous roar. Chen Bei-Xian had once devoured a life-ancient star, single-handedly subduing the firmament. A mere divine technique was effortlessly within his grasp. Bang, bang, bang. With a wave of his hand, the immense divine might surged forth, instantly shattering the terrifying laws and divine powers that cascaded down. Quite impressive. The old shadow's expression shifted slightly, yet he was not overly astonished. The divine technique he had just performed was but a casual endeavor. Rumbling, just as the old shadow began to unleash an even more terrifying and boundless aura, he was interrupted by an unprecedented force akin to that of a sovereign of the universe. A majestic and overwhelming presence descended upon the world. In that moment, the entire realm was shaken, and hearts trembled in fear. This aura was even more formidable than the combined might of the two divine kings, the old shadow and Chen Bei-Xian. The heavenly city, even the ancient immortals concealed within the void trembled at the sensation. Their thoughts abruptly silenced before they could articulate their inquiries. Only a few ancient auras remained unaffected, supreme, as this terrifying presence enveloped them. Both the old shadow and Chen Beishuan's eyes narrowed in trepidation, buzzing. Moreover, at that instant, the entire Qiao Dao domain was stirred as numerous ancient immortals were awakened. One by one, these auras ascended from various corners of the Qiyao Dao domain, probing their consciousness towards the heavens above the heavenly city. What is happening? This is the aura of a supreme powerhouse from the heavenly city. What has transpired that the people of the heavenly city have manifested? It seems to stem from the actions of those two younger divine kings. Several ancient consciousnesses communicated, then. So it is the people of the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty. Yet, who is that unfamiliar young divine king? Quite intriguing. I find myself unable to discern the origins of this youth. Upon hearing this, the other ancient consciousnesses voiced their surprise as well. How peculiar. We too are unable to perceive the source of that youth. It seems as though someone has obscured all celestial secrets. Hee. I never expected such a youth to emerge in the Qiyao Dao domain. This is rather amusing. It has been ages since the Qiyao Dao domain experienced such liveliness. However, the absence of individuals from the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty and other factions is rather strange. This minor commotion hardly warrants the attention of those factions. It remains to be seen from which domain's power this youth hails, daring to engage in battle with members of the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty. Each of these divine consciousnesses radiated an ancient and formidable essence, far surpassing that of mere divine kings. However, none of these individuals are the ancient beings of the esteemed sects in the Qiyao domain, as the earlier divine thought suggested. Such trivial disturbances are hardly sufficient to rouse those formidable sect powers. At that moment, a voice, imbued with authority and indifference, resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. This is Qiyao Heavenly City, where all disputes are forbidden. If you wish to engage in battle, depart at once. Upon hearing this, Chen Beixian replied coolly. What if I insist on waging war? What? Has he lost his mind? He is courting death. The audacity of challenging the supreme presence astounded all who heard it, leaving them in a state of shock and dismay. With the supreme being present, the might of the divine kings was suppressed, allowing the talents of Qiyao Heavenly City to regain their agency. Chapter 177. If you wish to intervene, you must shed 3 drops of blood. The supreme descends, exerting its overwhelming pressure upon the heavens and the earth. Even in the presence of a great emperor, Chen Beixian, despite being a divine king, remains unafraid. Throughout my life, I, Chen Beixian, have acted without the need to explain myself to others. In this world, only the Lord of Kunlun holds the qualification to command my reverence and obedience. His words, spoken with a casual yet commanding tone, resonated with an air of dominance and audacity, echoing through the cosmos. Chen Beixian displayed no trepidation in the face of the terrifying celestial might. What madness! He is indeed insane. At this moment, the world was left in stunned silence. People had thought his previous remarks were already audacious enough. Who would have imagined that Chen Beixian would dare utter such contemptuous words against the Supreme? You are truly arrogant and ignorant. Even Elder Ing was taken aback by Chen Beixian's proclamation. Despite his allegiance to the sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, he would never dare to show disrespect before the Supreme. To belittle the Supreme is a sin against heaven itself. Boom. As Chen Beixian finished speaking, an overwhelming force descended from the heavens. The fury of the Supreme sent tremors throughout the world. How reckless! The Supreme's wrath was manifesting, and the divine voice echoed through the skies, shaking the very foundations of existence. It is over. The Supreme is enraged. That individual is truly courting death. Before the Supreme, he dares to be so audacious. All cultivators were gripped with terror, prostrating themselves on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their hearts ready to burst. Rumbling. An immense aura of the Supreme surged downward, bearing down upon Chen Beixian. Boom. Chen Beixian unleashed a terrifying divine might from his being, stepping forward with an unparalleled force. With each step, his power escalated, culminating at the 9th step. Boom. A formidable, heaven-defying aura erupted from Chen Beixian, instilling fear and astonishment in the hearts of all. Hiss. How is this possible? The aura of a divine king is so terrifying. What kind of force does Kunlun possess? How could there be such a powerful divine king? At this moment, feeling the extraordinary aura emanating from Chen Beixian, Elder Ying's pupils constricted in shock and disbelief. He could scarcely believe that the aura of a divine king could be this formidable. Instantly, as Elder Ying gazed upon the magnificent Chen Beixian, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, causing his heart to tremble. It was not only Elder Ying. Even the ancient divine thoughts within the void were astonished. Hiss. Who exactly is this person? This aura is approaching the realm beyond that of a divine king. Below the Supreme, above the divine king. This is the 10th heaven of the divine king. An ancient thought seemed to recall something, exclaiming in astonishment. As this was said, the other ancient thoughts were similarly taken aback. Yes, the 10th heaven of the divine king. But how could this be possible? There has long been no existence of the 10th heaven in this world. How could anyone still tread upon such a level? What force does this person hail from? Multiple ancient thoughts were left in awe. Everyone recalled a mysterious realm that once existed between the God-King realm and the Supreme. The 10th heaven of the God-King realm, also known as the Ancient God-King, was a coveted domain sought after by countless cultivators in the bygone eras. This realm, unique to the God-King level, was accessible only to those formidable beings who could tread upon such an esoteric plane. Those who achieved this profound level were revered as Ancient God-Kings. It is said that the combat prowess of an Ancient God-King could rival that of a Supreme. Moreover, those endowed with extraordinary mystical powers could even engage in a fateful battle against a Supreme, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Rumors abound that any who could attain the Ancient God-King level would, in due course, possess the strength to challenge celestial beings should they ascend to the status of an emperor. Indeed, Chun Beixian was one such Ancient God-King. Not only he, but also other elders from various sects shared this distinction. Produced by the system, they were undeniably the strongest. How could the God-Kings of Kunlun be ordinary? At that moment, a formidable figure enveloped in divine light suddenly emerged from the heavens, radiating an overwhelming aura of supremacy that pervaded the world. The 10th heaven of the God-King. You are indeed an Ancient God-King. The divine figure exclaimed in astonishment as it beheld the magnificent presence of Chun Beixian. Although obscured by divine light, the crowd could sense the figure's astonished expression. Upon hearing the title Ancient God-King, the expression of the Shadow Elder transformed drastically. As this revelation echoed, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Ancient God-King. What a majestic title. However, what did it truly signify? The cultivators were perplexed, unaware of the meaning behind the words of the divine figure. Indeed, only those who had lived for tens of thousands of years possessed knowledge of the Ancient God-King's existence. For the era of such beings was far removed from the present day. Nonetheless, Qin Ruoxian, having once been an emperor, held awareness of many ancient matters. The Ancient God-King. I never expected Elder Chen to be one, she thought, astonished. Could it be that the sect was once part of an unparalleled power from countless ages ago? Otherwise, how could Elder Chen possibly be an Ancient God-King? A wave of trepidation washed over Qin Ruoxian as she recalled some ancient tales. In that moment, she felt a profound awe for her sect, Kunlun, and could scarcely fathom its former stature. As she pondered this, her mind drifted to the formidable Elder Yu of the Xianling Palace. Had Elder Yu ever traversed the realm of the Ancient God-King? No, although the Xianling Palace had a lineage spanning 1,000,000 years. It remained distant from that ancient era, for the realm of the Ancient God-King had long since vanished before that time. Regardless of how Qin Ruoxian speculated, she could not arrive at the correct conclusion. At that instant, Chen Beixuan's gaze burned bright, and an overwhelming divine might radiated from him. I shall leave this place after vanquishing those who threaten my Kunlun disciples. Should you choose to intervene, even as the Supreme One, today you shall be stained with blood. In the presence of the Supreme, Chun Beixian displayed not a trace of fear in his gaze. He had no intention of revealing the full extent of his strength as a God-King of the primordial era. However, he was taken aback by the unforeseen intervention of the Supreme. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, once again struck by Chen Beixuan's audacity. How outrageous! Did he truly comprehend the gravity of his statement? To dare suggest that the Supreme would be stained with blood, he must be utterly mad. The crowd was engulfed in shock, convinced that Chen Beixian had lost his senses, risking everything, with no emperors to emerge and no immortals to reveal themselves. The Supreme reigned supreme. Who among mortals would dare to provoke such a being? Chapter 178, Astonishing the World. The primordial divine king, though the words of Chen Beixian were deemed insane by the masses. The ancient divine consciousnesses within the void did not perceive his proclamations as arrogant or foolish. Even these venerable entities could not ascertain the true extent of the primordial divine king's formidable prowess. Such accounts were only found in the ancient tomes of Ur. The might of the primordial divine king was unparalleled, a divine authority that eclipsed all. It meant that beneath the Supreme, he was invincible and against emperors. He was evenly matched. Even the silhouette of the Supreme being above the heavens fell into silence. It was unexpected that the long-lost primordial divine king had re-emerged into the world. I must discover the origins of this individual. The Supreme figure, disregarding Chen Beixuan's words, murmured softly. Suddenly, with a resonant hum, the gaze of the Supreme figure fell upon Chen Beixian, seeking to unveil the essence of his being. However, no matter how intensely he scrutinized, he was met only with an expansive chaotic void. Unbelievable! This individual had shrouded all heavenly secrets and origins. On the 10th day, the primordial divine king returned to the world. Could it truly be as recorded in the ancient celestial stele, that those individuals had not perished and would one day return to reclaim dominion over the myriad realms? The Supreme figure recalled some ancient, terrifying secrets of the world. Despite being a powerful Supreme, he found it astonishing that he could not penetrate the origins of a divine king's realm practitioner, even if it was the primordial divine king. While the other might possess an extraordinary lineage, he was still merely a divine king. Yet, as a supreme, he was not someone a divine king could provoke. Then, the supreme figure cast a dignified gaze upon Chen Beixian, his voice resonating with authority. Though you are the primordial divine king, your overwhelming power cannot challenge the majesty of the supreme. I recognize that your origins may be significant, but it is the decree of my lineage that no divine king battle shall occur within the city of Qiyao. I can overlook your prior disrespect and grant you another chance. Withdraw from the city of Qiyao at once, or none shall save you. The voice of the Supreme echoed like the grand sounds of heaven and earth. Incredible. The Supreme is actually conceding. What level of power does this primordial divine king possess? The people were taken aback, astonished that the Supreme would yield to a divine king, shattering their preconceptions of the Supreme's terrifying authority. I shall leave, provided those who have harmed my disciples of Kunlun are dealt with. I have no intention of retreating, Chen Beixian declared with overwhelming dominance. Kunlun. The mention of this name drew puzzled expressions from the ancient divine consciousnesses and the supreme figure alike, for they had never heard of Kunlun. As beings above the divine king level, they were inherently knowledgeable about the ancient powers of the Nine Heavens immortal realm. Yet, within their minds, there was not a single thread of information regarding Kunlun. Those two individuals are from the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty. If you intend to slay them, I advise you to think carefully before you act. The majestic figure of the Supreme Being continued to speak with an air of authority, seemingly wishing to disengage from Chen Beixian. As the words left his lips, a faint smile graced Chen Beixian's face. He discerned the Supreme Being's reluctance to intervene, merely constrained by a sense of propriety that prevented a graceful exit. With a thunderous roar, an inexhaustible divine might surged around Chen Beixian. He raised his hand, forming a sword with his fingers as the celestial laws and powers cascaded forth. In an instant, a point of divine radiance coalesced, and with a sweeping gesture, a cataclysmic sword light erupted, piercing through the heavens. The void, spanning 1,000,000 miles, shattered and collapsed, releasing an array of fragmented space. Witnessing this spectacle, the Supreme Being in the heavens raised a hand, sending forth beams of divine light to isolate the ancient city of Qizhao below. A formidable force cleaved through the infinite expanse, descending upon the trembling figure of Eldering, whose face was etched with terror. No, I am a member of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. You dare to kill me, he bellowed, his voice wrought with desperation as he unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the ninth heaven of the Divine King realm, even igniting his source power. The chilling sound of fear echoed, sending shivers through the onlookers. It was unfathomable that a divine king could experience such dread. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, a cry pierced the air, "You will pay the price." Before Elder Ying's despairing voice could fully fade, he was immediately obliterated by the overwhelming sword radiance. Hiss. He is dead, dead. It's over. A divine king has fallen. The Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty will undoubtedly incite a cataclysmic war. How terrifying. Is this truly the ancient divine king spoken of by the Supreme Being? The spectators were awash with disbelief. Such strength. Elder Chen's power is utterly formidable. The trio of Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong were rendered speechless by Chen Beixian's dominance, upon witnessing him vanquish a divine king with a mere sword strike. Their shock deepened. Qin Ruoxian gazed at the awe-inspiring Chen Beixian in the void, her heart racing with admiration. This is the ancient divine king. If I could ascend to such a level, one day reaching the emperor's throne, even that immortal from the Wuji ancient kingdom would fall before me. Qin Ruoxian's thirst for power intensified as she yearned to personally annihilate the Wuji ancient kingdom, avenging the fallen citizens of Qiyao ancient kingdom who had suffered at their hands. In the void, the legendary might of the ancient divine king was indeed fearsome. It was astonishing to think that even a junior at the ninth heaven of the divine king could not withstand a single strike from him. Should this individual ascend to the emperor's rank, his power would likely shatter the very heavens. The ancient divine spirits, witnessing Chen Beixian's annihilation of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty's member, were left astounded. Subsequently, one ancient spirit sighed deeply. Alas, the people of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty are destined to perish at this man's hands. It is likely that a cataclysmic battle will soon unfold. Indeed, the denizens of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty have always been domineering and formidable, and this time, it is expected that some ancient beings will be summoned. These ancient spirits seem to foresee the imminent arrival of a conflict that will reverberate across the 3,000 realms. At this moment, Chen Beixian cast a dreadful gaze upon the third prince of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, Yu Fengxian. No, you cannot kill me. I am the third prince of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. Should you take my life, the repercussions will be catastrophic. With a face full of terror, Yu Fengxian's plea was abruptly silenced as a beam of divine light obliterated him. Chapter 179, The Death of the Prince. A shock to the Divine Dynasty. Meanwhile, in the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, within an ancient city exuding an air of magnificence and profound antiquity, lies the divine city of the Sacred Feather. At this moment, in the Grand Palace of the Divine Dynasty, within the Yinyu Palace, a stunningly beautiful woman with a slender waist and bare feet languidly reclines upon a phoenix bed. Suddenly, her enchanting visage shifts dramatically as she abruptly rises. Boom. Instantly, a chilling and bone-piercing aura emanates from her, filling the space with a terrifying presence. Who dares to take the life of my son? Her voice, cold and haunting, reverberates throughout the vast palace. In an instant, the expressions of countless individuals within the expansive Yinyu Palace change drastically. This is the voice of Lady Yin. Could it be that something has befallen the third prince? Upon recalling the words spoken moments ago, myriad faces turn pale, and figures vanish in haste. Swish, swish, swish. Upon the arrival of the lady, several formidable figures appear before the enchanting woman, bowing deeply. Hasten, investigate at once. Who has slain my son? Regardless of who it is, I shall extract their soul and subject it to eternal torment. The fury in her eyes is palpable as she utters these chilling words. What? The third prince has been murdered. Who dares to seek death? At her proclamation, the powerful figures tremble with disbelief, astonished that anyone would dare to take the life of a prince of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. Yes, rest assured, my lady. We shall swiftly bring the reckless perpetrator before you for your judgment. They respond with utmost reverence before vanishing into thin air. This captivating woman is none other than Lu Yinyin, the mother of Yu Fengxian and a consort of the Divine Lord of the Sacred Feather Dynasty. Although Yu Fengxian is the third prince among many, he is regarded merely as a frivolous and incompetent royal, never garnering the attention or concern of the Divine Lord. Even upon his death, it barely stirs a reaction throughout the Divine Dynasty. With no one in the Divine Palace taking notice, only the powerful within Yinyu Palace are aware of the tragedy. Nevertheless, as the third prince of the Sacred Feather Dynasty, his demise sends tremors through the hearts of countless individuals who are astonished that someone would dare to slay a prince. This is tantamount to courting death. Within the Divine Palace, the true terror of the Sacred Feather Dynasty resides. In a grand hall filled with an ancient aura, a figure shrouded in ethereal light sits majestically upon the throne. This figure is none other than Yu Sangtian, the Divine Lord of the Sacred Feather Dynasty. My lord, the third prince has been slain in Qiao Heaven City. A powerful man clad in bronze armor kneels respectfully before Yu Sangtian. Humph, that worthless individual, only knowing how to indulge in pleasure, has met his demise. However, to dare to slay a member of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty is a blatant invitation to death. Regardless of who it may be, dispatch individuals to annihilate the opposition entirely. As a warning to the world, the majesty of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty is not to be trifled with. Yu Sangtian, indifferent to the death of his useless son, is primarily concerned with the prestige of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. Indeed, as the sovereign of the Divine Dynasty, he has countless offspring. The death of one, particularly a dissipated wastrel, is of little consequence. However, had the crown prince of the Divine Dynasty perished, Yu Sangtian would undoubtedly have reacted with far greater fervor. This is due to the exceptional talents possessed by the crown prince of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. Meanwhile, in the city of Qiaotian, Qin Beixian has already embarked on the journey back to Kunlun with the four women, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ziyun Yin, and Yuling Long. As for the supreme being of Qiaotian, there has been little concern regarding Qin Beixuan's actions against the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. This is because Qiaotian will not involve itself in the power struggles of other factions. However, this does not imply that the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty will refrain from questioning Qiaotian, especially since Yu Fengxian met his end within the city. Just as the inhabitants of Qiaotian were recovering from their recent terror and shock, suddenly, boom, thunderous roars echoed as enormous ancient warships descended from the void. On these vessels, countless formidable cultivators clad in battle armor from the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty could be seen. Oh no, they've come again. Many cultivators, their eyes devoid of light, felt fatigue and despair, wishing for annihilation. They had hoped to catch their breath and not be further assaulted in spirit. Little did they know that just as the being known as the Primordial Divine King departed, the forces of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty arrived forthwith. From the warships emerged a commander, resplendent in golden armor. The Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty has arrived. Where is the Lord of Qiaotian? The commander's expression was as cold as iron, his gaze piercing, as he spoke in a chilling tone. As soon as his words fell, a powerful middle-aged man appeared in the void, his presence exuding strength, casting a wary glance at the approaching forces of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. Humph. Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, you have gone too far. This is Qi Yao Tian. How dare you act so recklessly here? This lord of the city, hailing from the Tianqing lineage, was naturally unafraid of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, though he held a degree of caution. Reckless. How we, the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, conduct our affairs is not for a mere city lord of Tianqing to comment on. Upon hearing this, the commander in golden armor instantly flushed with rage. While the cultivators of the Qiyao Dao domain were well aware of the formidable nature of the Tianqing lineage, he, as a member of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, would not be intimidated. The Tianqing lineage had caused a stir throughout the Qiyao Dao domain since the sudden change of leadership 5,000 years ago. Every inhabitant of the Qiyao Dao domain remembers vividly the day when countless terrifying entities descended upon Qiyao Tian. Yet, not long after, these formidable beings departed. Shortly thereafter, the Pool Yao Heavenly City has emerged as a unique entity within the Pool Yao Dao domain, rivaling even the 10 supreme powers. It is this very reason that instills fear in the hearts of the masses regarding the lineage of Heavenly City. With a thunderous proclamation, a formidable and terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire army of the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty. In an instant, the expression of the Sacred Feather Divine Army turned to one of sheer terror. Even the armored commander, who possessed the cultivation of a divine king, felt his pupils constrict sharply as a chilling sensation coursed through his body. Moments later, a voice, both indifferent and authoritative, resonated in the ears of the crowd. Humph! The Pool Yao Heavenly City shall not be trifled with. Those who have slain your people from the Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty have already departed from Pool Yao Heavenly City. You are to withdraw from the skies above the Heavenly City without delay. This voice did not belong to the previous Supreme Being but to another, leaving one to ponder the astonishing reality that there exists more than one Supreme Entity within the Pool Yao Heavenly City. Dare I inquire, who is the Supreme Being that has slain His Highness, the third prince of our Sacred Feather Divine Dynasty? The once arrogant armored man now spoke with trembling tones, gazing upward toward the heavens. Humph! You lack the qualifications to pose questions to me. If you wish to know who it was, seek the answer yourself. Upon the conclusion of this statement, the overwhelming aura vanished in an instant. Following this, the armored commander waved his hand, commanding the army to swiftly retreat from Pool Yao Heavenly City. Author's note: this segment is not yet complete. There is more to come. The author will take a moment to eat. Chapter 181. The Prophecy of the Divine Dynasty, the Peril of Kunlun after the departure of the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty's forces. Within the deepest recesses of Qiyao Heaven City, the ancient Divine King reemerges. Are those beings from an era long past truly returning to this world? An ancient and grand voice reverberates through the spatial expanse. This individual claims to hail from Kunlun. However, despite an exhaustive search across 3,000 realms, no immortal power corresponds with this claim, which is indeed perplexing. Kunlun? Why have we never heard of such a power, especially one that possesses an ancient divine king? In this world, only immortal forces and long-lived clans could possibly harbor an ancient divine king. Although Kunlun is not among these forces, its origins may be exceedingly intricate. Two more ancient voices arise in response. One belongs to the previously manifested Supreme Being. This Kunlun warrants our attention. We may uncover traces of ancient epics through its existence. Yet, a number of ancient voices subsequently reply. The individual within the Xianling Palace appears to originate from there as well. Should we seek an audience with them? At this moment, an ancient consciousness continues, no need. That person is likely a banished being, much like ourselves. When the time is right, we shall naturally convene. However, the remaining ancient consciousnesses respond in unison, indicating that the lineage of Qiyao Heaven City is indeed far from ordinary. They possess knowledge of numerous hidden truths in this world, and it seems their true origins do not belong to the 3,000 realms. Meanwhile, the news of a prince from the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty being murdered swiftly spreads throughout the Qiyao realm. The populace is struck with disbelief and horror, unable to fathom that someone would dare to assassinate a prince of a divine dynasty, especially that of the Holy Feather. Such audacity seems insane, an affront to life itself. The practitioners of the Qiyao realm are somewhat aware of the situation. The Holy Feather Divine Dynasty is known for its tyrannical and domineering nature. With the murder of a prince, the dynasty's reputation is tarnished, and it is certain to incite a catastrophic war. What, then, is this Kunlun? Its nature remains unknown. Yet to have slain a prince of the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty, whatever its essence, the dynasty will undoubtedly dispatch a formidable army to obliterate Kunlun. Word has it that the individual who killed the prince in Qiyao Heaven City is an ancient divine king. Does anyone here comprehend the significance of an ancient divine king? Within a bustling city of practitioners, countless voices engage in fervent discussion. I do not know. We have never heard of an ancient divine king. Perhaps it is simply an epithet for a divine king. Thereafter, many practitioners shake their heads, collectively ignorant of the meaning of an ancient divine king. These practitioners, comprised of true God, celestial God, and ancient God realms, are naturally unaware of the ancient matters of the world. Simultaneously, due to Chen Beixian revealing the might of the ancient divine king, he is recognized by many venerable beings and witnessed by the populace. Before long, this matter has gradually spread from the Qiyao Dao domain to the 3,000 Dao domains of the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm, encompassing the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty, the Divine Palace, and the Feather Heaven Grand Hall. Within the hall, the civil and military officials of the Divine Dynasty stood on either side, surrounded by an expanse of territory under its dominion, which was vast beyond comprehension. Under the control of the Divine Dynasty, numerous ancient kingdoms and subordinate forces thrived, with the number of cultivators and sentient beings reaching into the tens of billions, a truly terrifying spectacle. At this moment, a commander clad in battle armor, possessing the cultivation of a divine king, strode into the hall with urgency. Immediately, he knelt on one knee before the shadowy figure seated on the main throne and respectfully reported, "I humbly inform the Divine Lord that the Feather Divine Army has conveyed intelligence. The perpetrator responsible for the death of His Highness the Third Prince has escaped from the Qiyao Dao domain. And within Qiyao Heavenly City, we are unable to trace the source of the killer's aura. The Feather Divine Army implores." Boom. Bang. Before the commander could finish his words, an invisible and formidable force sent him hurtling across the hall. Humph. Useless trash. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you? A chilling voice resounded from the throne, the shadowy figure emanating an aura of terror. Instantly, everyone in the grand hall trembled in fear, shivering with cold sweat beading on their foreheads. "Please, Divine Lord, quell your wrath." All present hastily bowed in reverence towards the throne. Buzz. The shadowy figure on the throne remained silent, raising a hand in a dismissive gesture. The commander, who had been expelled from the hall, quivered violently before being drawn back by an unseen force. He dared not breathe, his body shaking uncontrollably. Then he quickly stammered towards the throne. I report to the sovereign, there is more. It is now circulating in the outside world that the murderer is a primordial divine king." As those words left his lips, the commander felt an immense release of tension. The invisible pressure emanating from the shadowy figure was overwhelmingly terrifying. The moment the phrase primordial divine king was uttered, the shadowy figure on the throne radiated an even more horrifying and soul-chilling aura. Instantly, every face in the hall turned ashen, and gasps of disbelief echoed throughout. "A primordial divine king? Impossible! Bold fool! The primordial divine king has long since vanished for countless ages. How dare you deceive the Divine Lord? You are courting death." Boom. The furious shouts from numerous powerful divine king officials caused the battle armor commander to drop to his knees in terror. He was merely at the first level of the divine king realm. How could he withstand such overwhelming pressure? "Divine Lord, spare my life. Spare my life. I did not speak recklessly." These words were spoken by a member of the Qiyao Heavenly City lineage, and countless witnesses have seen and heard it themselves. "I only dared to report this to the Divine Lord after the Feather Divine Army corroborated it." The commander, nearly paralyzed by fear, trembled as he spoke. He was merely a messenger, unaware that his words would invoke such wrath from the sovereign of the Divine Dynasty. The furious reaction of all the ministers was utterly astonishing. How could it be possible? The ancient divine king has resurfaced in this world. We shall return. Could it be that the records inscribed on the celestial ancient steel are indeed true? Unthinkable. The emergence of an ancient divine king signifies little, and it is merely a ruse to confound the masses. According to what we, the sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, are aware of, there exist numerous factions that have sealed ancient divine kings. Some of these factions possess terrifying foundations, while others have long since depleted their strength. Could that individual have originated from one of those factions? Observing the ministers below as they engaged in fervent discussion, the authoritative voice of the shadowy figure on the throne reverberated through the chamber. "Humph! The ancient divine king has unexpectedly manifested. However, those who dare to strike against the sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, regardless of their identity, even if they belong to those factions, must pay a price. Although we harbor caution towards them, we are not afraid. Otherwise, the world may perceive the sacred Feather Divine Dynasty as having fallen into decline." Upon hearing this, the ministers responded with unanimous approval. Indeed, if the sacred Feather Divine Dynasty were to retreat in this matter, we would surely become the subject of mockery from other factions. The ministers below felt no sense of discontent. The sacred Feather Divine Dynasty, with its million-year legacy, is frightfully formidable. Within the dynasty lies an unfathomable depth of power, known only in part to them. Yet they are aware of one truth. There exist entities within the dynasty surpassing even the emperors, much like the enemies of Qin Ruoxian. The boundless ancient nation also harbors beings above the emperors. However, the boundless ancient nation is an anomaly. Nonetheless, compared to the sacred Feather Divine dynasty, it is akin to a mere spark in the presence of the sun, utterly incomparable. Subsequently, the shadowy figure on the throne raised a hand and gestured. A beam of divine light descended into the hands of the minister at the forefront on the left. With this divine edict, you shall visit the celestial hall and summon a celestial elder to conduct divinations. I shall see who possesses the audacity to slay my progeny. Gasp. To summon a celestial elder. Upon hearing this, all the ministers were visibly shaken. Chapter 182, Journey to the Xiansong Dao Domain. Wang Tung and the emergence of the abyss in another realm. Within a certain void, a tremor reverberated through the space. 5 figures emerged from a spatial passage. Chen Beixian, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong. Ruoxian, senior sister, we shall accompany you to the Xiansong Dao Domain. Just moments ago, Qin Ruoxian had resolved to visit the Xiansong Dao Domain, the former site of the ancient Qiyao Kingdom. Dear readers, I previously misidentified the domain of the Qiyao Kingdom. It is Xiansong. Please disregard my earlier mistake. The author's mind seems to have faltered. Furthermore, the Wuji ancient kingdom also holds influence in the Xiansong Dao Domain. Do not fret. I shall exercise caution. I merely wish to ascertain if any remnants of the Qiyao Kingdom still exist. It turned out that Qin Ruoxian desired to return to the Xiansong Dao Domain to revisit the former Qiyao Kingdom. Very well, Ruoxian, senior sister. Please do not act recklessly. Once we have strengthened our abilities, we can eradicate that vile Wuji ancient kingdom at a later time. Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong were profoundly concerned, fearing that Qin Ruoxian might impulsively seek vengeance against the Wuji ancient kingdom. Of course not. Ruoxian is not so foolish, they reassured. However, I do require your company. At that moment, Chen Beixian cast a glance at Qin Ruoxian and spoke in a calm tone. The elders of Kunlun were well aware of Qin Ruoxian and all the disciples' information, thus Chen Beixian was not taken aback. The disciple expresses gratitude to Elder Chen. This time, I simply wish to return and take a look. There shall be no trouble. Please rest assured, Elder Chen. Qin Ruoxian felt a surge of gratitude and respectfully clasped her hands in salute to Chen Beixian. She truly did not wish to trouble the elders of the sect due to her personal matters. Nodding, Chen Beixian opted for silence. With a wave of his hand, a beam of divine light descended upon Qin Ruoxian. The disciple is grateful to the elder. Qin Ruoxian understood well what it was, divine consciousness. A strand of the ancient divine monarch's consciousness. As long as the Supreme did not intervene, it was an existence akin to invincibility. Subsequently, Qin Ruoxian transformed into a streak of flowing light, heading towards the Xiansong Dao Domain. Shortly thereafter, Chen Beixian, along with Luo Lingxue and the other 2 women, stepped into the void and vanished from sight. In the Tianhuang Dao Domain, within an ancient city, in a grand tavern, 2 middle-aged men clad in dark garments, bearing the insignia of the Monitoring Sky Pavilion on their chests, exhibited expressions of fury and resentment. Damn it! After searching through so many Dao domains, we still have not obtained any information regarding Kunlun. They are truly well hidden. One of the men growled coldly. What shall we do now? If we cannot locate Kunlun, we cannot afford the wrath of the pavilion masters. The other man's countenance was grave. These 2 were Wang Tung and Abyss from the Monitoring Sky Pavilion. They had tirelessly traversed multiple Dao domains for an extended period, yet had found no trace of Kunlun. Now, despair began to creep into their hearts. The pilgrimage conference is fast approaching, and if Kunlun remains unfound, along with the cause of the disappearance of the Xinwu continent, Wang Ting and Huang Yuan are left with but a single path death. What else can be done? Search. Continue the search. I refuse to believe that Kunlun can elude us. As long as it resides within the 3,000 realms, I am convinced we shall uncover it. Wang Ting, consumed by rage, vows that upon finding Kunlun, he shall subject its inhabitants to torment until they meet their end, thus quelling the fury within his heart. Both he and Huang Yuan are verging on madness. The vastness of the 3,000 realms is incomprehensible, with their cultivation levels, without the flying vessel from the monitoring pavilion. Even a millennium would not suffice for them to traverse every corner of the realms. At that moment, nearby at some tables, several cultivators were visibly shaken, discussing a matter of great import. Have you heard? A momentous event has transpired in the Qiyao realm, exclaimed one. By heavens, brother, do elaborate. His words instantly piqued the interest of many. These cultivators revel in astonishing tales, eager to share them with friends. They serve as the village's international information hub. Any significant occurrence within the 3,000 realms inevitably first emerges from their lips. It is said that a prince of the Xingyu Divine Dynasty was slain. Gasp. What? A prince of the Xingyu Divine Dynasty was murdered. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The expressions of those cultivators shifted to one of exhilaration, as if they had been invited to a grand banquet by the Xingyu divine dynasty. Reports suggest that the Qiyao realm is now in disarray, with the Xingyu divine dynasty dispatching troops in search of the prince's assassin. Brother, do tell, who possesses such audacity to slay a prince of a divine dynasty? This shatters our understanding, exclaimed another. Incredible. This is a tale I can boast about for ages. Brother, think big. I must inscribe this in our family history. Indeed, your vision is commendable. Many cultivators applauded the one with grand aspirations. I am not entirely certain, but I know that the one who killed the prince is a powerful deity king, known as the ancient deity king. Gasped. A deity king. An ancient deity king. No wonder he could slay a prince of the divine dynasty. Upon hearing this, the cultivators collectively gasped in astonishment. Yet, they were filled with confusion. What rank does the ancient deity king hold? Such an imposing title. Before they could ponder further, the earlier speaker continued. It is said that after slaying the prince in Qiyao Heavenly City, the individual proclaimed himself from a place called, oh, Kunlun. Kunlun. What faction is this? I have never heard of it. Moreover, a deity king exists within it. All these cultivators, experts in gathering intelligence across the 3,000 realms, were astonished to discover a power they had never encountered before. The crux lies in the existence of the powerful forces of the divine kings. Swish. Kunlun. The discussions among certain cultivators within the tavern caused Wang Ting and Huang Yuan to instantly change their expressions, prompting them to rise swiftly and approach those cultivators. Speak quickly. Where is that Kunlun you mentioned earlier? Wang Ting demanded, seizing a cultivator of only the first level of the true god realm, his expression darkening. Great. Sir. I do not know. I have merely heard others speak of it. Many forces are currently searching for that entity known as Kunlun. How could a weak cultivator like me possibly know? The cultivator, terrified, felt as if his heart had shattered, fearing they were from the Holy Feather Divine Dynasty. Bang! Upon hearing this, the expressions of Huang Yuan and Wang Ting grew even more somber. Just when they had glimpsed hope, it had been swiftly extinguished. Divine King, Wang Ting. Do you think that Kunlun could be the one from the Xianwu continent? Wang Ting shook his head, uncertain, and replied gravely, regardless of whether it is or not. This is the first time I have heard the name Kunlun in the 3,000 domains, and it is highly likely they are indeed the same. Let us go and investigate further to discern the situation. With that, Wang Ting and Huang Yuan departed hastily. Thank you for the gifts, esteemed patrons. The author is immensely grateful. The recent decline in data has been quite severe. The author shamelessly seeks further gifts, hoping that the esteemed patrons can provide a humble meal for the struggling author. Every little bit is appreciated. Thank you, esteemed patrons. Thank you. Another chapter is on the way. The author is diligently composing it. Chapter 183, The Purple Extreme Divine Dynasty. As Ziyue Yao gazed at the departing figures of Wang Ting and Huang Yuan, her thoughts raced. The previous cultivator, upon catching sight of the three characters monitoring Heaven Pavilion, was immediately seized by trepidation. Monitoring Heaven Pavilion. Those two individuals were indeed from the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion. The moment this revelation was made, the other cultivators were left aghast. Gasped. It is that formidable force known as the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion. Evidently, such a faction appears to be far from rare within the 3,000 Dao domains. After all, how could these cultivators possibly be aware of its existence otherwise? In truth, the Monitoring Heaven Pavilion is but a diminutive entity, not quite deserving of the title of a true force. It is merely a subservient realm established under the oversight of those terrifying great powers. Gasped. What sort of force is Kunlun that it is being sought after by so many powerful factions? Countless cultivators were struck with awe, grappling with disbelief. An unknown force emerging so suddenly could create such a profound impact. Presently, numerous Dao domains within the 3,000 have already learned of the ancient divine king's appearance in Qiyao Heavenly City and have dispatched individuals to investigate the situation. It can be said that Kunlun has inexplicably garnered the attention of countless cultivators. Should Lu Qin become aware of this, one can only imagine his astonishment. Yet, this is precisely what Lu Qin desires. Kunlun has never held a reputation within the 3,000 Dao domains to attract disciples or draw in talented individuals. It is essential for their sect to possess a sufficiently grand reputation. In the Ziwei Dao domain lies the Purple Extreme Divine Dynasty, one of the 5 supreme forces of the realm. The former Qi-Cheng Sword sect was once regarded as a superpower, though it did not belong to this echelon. The Qi-Cheng Sword sect was on a tier beneath these true supreme forces, merely elevated to such status due to the emergence of a sword emperor. Otherwise, how could it have drawn the ire of other factions of comparable standing? At this moment, in the city of Zijin, the stronghold of a formidable and fearsome prince of the Purple Extreme Divine Dynasty, a single prince of the dynasty in the outside world, would be regarded as a sovereign of an ancient nation, an existence of utmost nobility. Within a grand hall, upon perusing the contents of the message talisman, Ziyue Yao's expression was one of profound astonishment. Kunlun, the ancient divine king. Could it be that the two young lords she encountered in the fallen god ancient city were referring to that very Kunlun? Ziyue Yao had only just learned of the events transpiring within the Qiyao Dao domain. At this moment, thoughts of Lin Yun and Ling Mu's words echoed in her mind. No, this Kunlun, which has never before appeared, must indeed be the one spoken of by those two lords. If that is truly the Kunlun in question, perhaps Zijin City could forge an alliance with it. In such a case, her father's position within the divine dynasty would remain unperturbed. The more she pondered, the more an intuition subtly surfaced within Ziyue Yao's heart. That is to say, the formidable deity who claimed to be Kunlun in the Qiyao Dao domain might indeed be the Lin Yun mentioned by her and Ling Mu. Moments later, Ziyue Yao entered the grand hall where Lord Zitian resided. Lord Zitian, her father, observed with delight as his daughter hurriedly made her entrance. "Yao, what brings you here in such haste?" he inquired, surprised by the unusual urgency etched upon her typically serene countenance. "Father, are you aware of the events occurring in Qiyao City?" Ziyue Yao's expression shifted slightly as she spoke. "Ah, so it pertains to the matters of Qiyao City." Zitian's brow furrowed, momentarily bewildered by his daughter's question. He was, of course, aware of the prince of the Xingyu divine dynasty who had been slain, and the rumors of the re-emergence of the ancient divine king. Upon mentioning the ancient divine king, Zitian's expression darkened. He was familiar with the legends surrounding this figure. "Yao, that is an affair of the Xingyu divine dynasty. Why do you concern yourself with it?" Zitian continued, perplexed. "Father, I believe I know the whereabouts of that Kunlun," Ziyue Yao declared earnestly, meeting her father's gaze. Such words should not be spoken lightly. The Xingyu divine dynasty, along with numerous other factions, are scouring the land for that Kunlun. Our Ziji divine dynasty has no need to stir this tumult. Zitian initially assumed his daughter was jesting. "Father, I encountered two individuals in the Xinjue ancient city. Who were they?" Zitian's brow furrowed, sensing the seriousness in his daughter's tone. Ziyue Yao then recounted the events of the Xinjue ancient city. Kunlun. This Kunlun, accompanied by the ancient divine king, has suddenly emerged, drawing considerable attention from various powers, all seeking answers from him. I never anticipated that another Kunlun would surface in the ZY Dao domain. Zitian's brow knitted tighter. Earlier that day, during his visit to the Divine Palace, the ruler of the Divine Dynasty had discussed this very matter. Though the ruler claimed disinterest in Kunlun, Zitian understood that the appearance of the ancient Divine King was not to be dismissed lightly. For every superpower, and those above were acutely aware of the secrets inscribed on the immortal ancient heavenly steel. "Yao, do you possess any means to locate those two individuals?" "It is challenging. It seems they have been obscured by someone's machinations. Upon my return from the Xinjue ancient city, I sought the assistance of Elder Yun for divination, but to no avail." At this, Ziyue Yao's expression shifted. After returning to Zijing City, she had been unable to bring back any formidable talents, prompting her desire to find Lin Yun and Ling Mu once more, which had compelled a fearsome entity to attempt the divination. Even Elder Yun could not discern their whereabouts. Zitian's expression changed as he realized the gravity of the situation. After all, Elder Yun was a formidable existence. It seems we must simply wait. However, as long as Kunlun remains within the Ziwei Dao domain, it is inevitable that it will reveal itself one day. Zitian could hardly believe that a power could conceal itself so profoundly. Thus, it must be this way. Ziyuya, feeling helpless, then recalled something. "By the way, father, I intend to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains." "The 10,000 Great Mountains? Where are you going, and for what purpose?" Zitian frowned. The 10,000 Great Mountains were no ordinary place. "My daughter has already broken through to the celestial god realm and wishes to seek out a great demon of the ancient god realm to test her strength," she replied. "The celestial god realm." At that moment, Zitian sensed the transformation within his daughter. Haha, truly, she is my daughter. Who would have thought she would break through to the celestial god realm so swiftly? Zitian was overjoyed and found no fault in Ziyuya's desire to challenge a great demon from the ancient god realm, as if such endeavors were commonplace. "Very well, Yuyao. I shall send a divine king to accompany you on your journey. There's no need, father. Rest assured, I will not venture too deep." Ziya was well aware of some of the secrets of the 10,000 Great Mountains. "Very well. In that case, I shall defer to your judgment. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Much appreciated." Chapter 184. The devouring of the ancient star of life stuns all disciples in the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, beneath the majestic Kunlun. A resonating hum heralded the emergence of a spatial portal. It was Chen Bei Xian, accompanied by Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong. who returned to the gates of Kunlun Mountain. Within the sect's grand plaza, Lin Yun, Ling Mu, Qing Yu, and Yun Shi were engaged in a discussion regarding various cultivation matters. A radiant smile adorned the delicate features of Yun Shi, a sight rarely seen before. Qing Yu gazed at Yun Shi with tender eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude and reverence for Lu Chun and Kunlun. Yun Shi's physique had been activated by Lu Chun, and due to the unique nature of the Taiyin divine body, once awakened, her latent potential surged forth, propelling her cultivation to the 9th layer of the Void God realm with astonishing speed. This was a feat she had never dared to imagine, having once believed she would remain stagnant in the spirit void realm until her demise. It was the sect leader and Kunlun that had granted her a chance at rebirth. In her heart, Yun Shi had already vowed to live her life for Kunlun. As for the cultivation techniques, both Qing Yu and Yun Shi had found methods suited to them in the Hall of Techniques. Over this period, Lin Yun, Ling Mu, and Qing Yu had also elevated their cultivation to the pinnacle of the Void God realm, merely a step away from entering the true God realm. It was believed that soon, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and the other leading disciples of Kunlun would also achieve breakthroughs into the true God realm. At that moment, Lin Yun and Ling Mu turned to Yun Shi and said with smiles, "Little junior sister, when your senior sisters return, they will undoubtedly be overjoyed to see you." At these words, Yun Shi and Qing Yu exchanged joyful smiles, both eagerly anticipating the return of their senior sisters, especially the remarkable third senior sister, Qin Ruoxian. During this time, Lin Yun and Ling Mu frequently spoke of her extraordinary talents and insights, igniting their curiosity about what kind of unparalleled prodigy she truly was. Simultaneously, Qing Yu, Yun Shi, and Ning Ke had come to learn that Kunlun had ascended from a lower realm known as the Xianwu continent. The revelation had left them in a state of profound astonishment, hardly able to believe that Kunlun had originated from such humble beginnings. Moreover, the entire sect had been directly transported to the 9 heavens immortal realm by the sect leader using the celestial hand. Senior brother, did the sect leader never share with you the origins of our sect? Qing Yu questioned, her disbelief palpable. She had surmised that the sect's history was shrouded in mystery. Yet she yearned to hear first-hand accounts of Kunlun's past. Upon hearing this, Yun Shi looked at Lin Yun and Ling Mu with hopeful anticipation. Lin Yun and Ling Mu exchanged wry smiles, and Lin Yun solemnly replied, "The sect leader has not divulged the details of our sect's history. However, he did mention that Kunlun is an unparalleled sect with a legacy that spans countless ages. Many of the sect's powerful beings still lie in slumber, and I believe that soon we shall learn of the grandeur our sect once possessed." Upon hearing these words, Qing Yu and Yun Shi were deeply shaken. Indeed, the might of the sect extended far beyond the formidable elders residing within the Elder Hall. There were still powerful beings yet to awaken. At that moment, 4 figures appeared on Tianmen Peak. It was none other than Chen Beixian, accompanied by Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong. The southern heavenly gate had yet to be established, for the system indicated that it served as a celestial barrier. Once set in place, the entire ZY Dao domain would tremble. Thus, Lu Chen intended to delay its placement for a while longer. "Ah, it is Elder Chen and my junior sisters," Lin Yun remarked, his face alight with joy upon seeing the approaching individuals. Indeed, these senior sisters were as exquisite as his 2 elder brothers had described. Qing Yu gazed at Luo Lingxue, Ziyun Yin, and Yu Linglong, inwardly marveling at their beauty. They were stunning. Yun Shi's lively eyes sparkled with admiration, as she realized her own beauty was not overshadowed by that of Luo Lingxue and the others. Each of the 4 possessed a unique charm and grace. Disciple pays respects to Elder Chen. Lin Yun and Ling Mu quickly bowed respectfully. Upon witnessing this, Qing Yu and Yun Shi exchanged glances, recalling their elder brother's frequent praise for the formidable elder protector. According to him, Elder Chen Beixian was the most distinguished elder of Kunlun. They promptly bowed, their respect evident. Disciple Qing Yu pays respects to Elder Chen. Disciple Yun Shi pays respects to Elder Chen. Chen Beixian smiled gently, nodding as he glanced at Yun Shi and then at Qing Yu, before speaking. "Indeed, at such a young age, you have cultivated sword intent. Your future achievements will surpass those of our generation. Young one, have you made a choice regarding your path of cultivation?" The words nearly startled Qing Yu. Surpassing the sect elders. Such a notion was beyond his wildest dreams. He quickly replied, "Disciple is grateful for the elder's praise. To surpass the predecessors of the sect is something I cannot fathom. It would be an honor just to keep pace with them." He continued, "As for Elder Chen, I am currently studying under Elder Li." "Ah, you are under Old Li's tutelage. It is a pity you return late. Otherwise, had you followed my path, slashing through the sun, moon, and stars with ease would have been a mere trifle. Even devouring ancient life stars would be within reach." Chen Beixian remarked with an air of nonchalance, as though recounting a simple matter, suggesting he once was an extraordinary powerhouse. devouring ancient life stars. Is this truly within human capability? The crowd could hardly fathom the level of terror that Elder Chen once represented. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Had Elder Chen truly consumed ancient life stars? The expressions of all present were filled with astonishment, their hearts quaking at the thought. Even Lin Yun and Luo Lingxue, the first disciples to enter Kunlun, were hearing such a bold and awe-inspiring declaration from Chun Beixian for the first time. No one doubted Elder Chun's words, for they understood that the cultivation levels of the sect's elders had yet to fully return to their former glory. The astonishment experienced by Lin Yun and the others stemmed from the daunting thought of the extraordinary cultivation levels once possessed by the elders of their sect. Old Li's swordsmanship surpasses mine. Young one, you must diligently practice and not tarnish Old Li's reputation, Chun Beixian remarked, gazing at Qingyu. Rest assured, Elder Chun. I will not disappoint the sect master and the elders, Qingyu replied, his heart swelling with excitement and disbelief. Realizing that his master's swordsmanship was indeed mightier than that of Elder Chun, who once had the power to consume ancient stars. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chun Beixian proceeded towards the main hall of the sect's peak, escorted by the respectful farewells of all the disciples. He intended to report the events that transpired in the Qiyao Dao domain to Lu Chun.